Linyuan City, Linyuan number 1 High School, in the classroom of grade 12, class 3. The homeroom teacher, Sun Hai, stood on the podium, his face full of disappointment. He said, "You lot are the worst batch of students I've ever taught. All you do every day is read books, read and read till I'm about to lose my mind. Can't you spend more time playing games? When I was young, if I didn't play games for 12 hours a day, I felt like I was letting myself down. Look at the school's internet cafes now. By 10 at night, they're empty. Sleeping so early, how are you supposed to have any energy?" The students all lowered their heads in shame. They were young, how could they be so lacking in motivation? Sun Hai continued to encourage them. "Tonight, you must pull an all-nighter." Listening to Sun Hai's endless lecture, Lin Hao was utterly confused. He thought to himself, wasn't I just at home reading a novel? Where the heck is this? Is this still my country? Reading books is frowned upon, and hanging out in internet cafes makes you a good student? Have I transmigrated? This place is really something. But the good times didn't last long. Lin Hao quickly became weighed down. A flood of information surged into his mind, making him realize that this world was far from peaceful. More than 100 years ago, countless dungeons suddenly appeared on Blue Star. The areas where the dungeons emerged became polluted, with hordes of monsters pouring out from within. Conventional firearms were almost useless against them. In just 10 years, over 70% of Blue Star's land had been occupied by monsters. Fortunately, in the 11th year after the dungeon's appearance, Blue Star's spiritual energy began to awaken. Every individual, upon turning 18, was granted a single opportunity to choose a profession. Professions were divided into two categories: life-oriented and combat-oriented. Combat professions were further ranked from D grade, C grade, B grade, A grade, all the way up to SSS grade. D grade professions were the most basic, such as archer, mage, and warrior. C grade and above represented more powerful advanced professions. With the emergence of these professionals, humanity began to fight back, reclaiming 60% of the land. However, the situation remained dire as the number of dungeons continued to grow. These dungeons appeared randomly, turning the entirety of Blue Star into a battlefield. Other countries had only 6 to 8 major war zones, but due to its vast territory and large population, the Dragon Nation had 13. Linyuan City was merely a small part of the 10th war zone. As Lin Hao mulled over these thoughts, Sun Hai continued, "In 1 hour, it will be time for your awakening. I won't say much, just one piece of advice: practice more during peacetime so you'll get hurt less during battle. Now, self-study begins." With that, Sun Hai hurriedly left the classroom, as though he had something urgent to attend to. The students, in turn, pulled out their phones and logged into a game called 3-Year Simulation. This game was said to be a one-to-one recreation of the real-world monster dungeons. Practicing in the game a few times would ensure they weren't caught unprepared when entering a real dungeon. Dying in the game didn't matter, but dying in reality was forever. For students who hadn't yet awakened their professions, playing this game was of utmost importance. Normally, Lin Hao, a gaming enthusiast, would have logged in long ago to try it out. But with his awakening so close, his emotions were anything but calm. "What kind of profession will I awaken?" he murmured to himself, filled with anticipation. His deskmate, Liu Yang, chuckled and said, "Don't worry, with grades as good as yours, your profession won't be bad." "Not necessarily," scoffed Ding Rufeng, a boy sitting nearby. "What we study are just theories. What profession you awaken to depends entirely on luck. If the campus heartthrob Lin Hao awakens a D-grade profession, now that'd be interesting." Lin Hao shot him a cold glance. As the universally acknowledged heartthrob and top student of Linyuan number 1 High School, he was often alienated by his male peers. He supposed he deserved it. "I won't let you talk about Lin Hao like that. He's definitely going to awaken to an S-grade or even SSS grade profession." Lin Hao turned to see Lu Swipping, a girl with delicate features. She was his number 1 fan and often pestered him to go to places not suitable for minors, but her advances were always declined. The moment Lu Swipping spoke, Ding Rufeng immediately shut his mouth and said no more. He glared daggers at Lin Hao, his face full of anger, as if there was an irreconcilable grudge between them. Next to them, Liu Yang smirked with a touch of mockery. "Looks like the rumors are true." "Rumors?" Lin Hao asked, puzzled. "You don't know?" Liu Yang whispered. "It's been spreading like wildfire behind the scenes." He glanced at Ding Rufeng and, seeing that the latter was no longer paying attention, leaned closer to Lin Hao and whispered, "Word is, Ding Rufeng has a massive crush on Lu Swipping. They grew up together as childhood sweethearts. Their families are also really close. When they were little, their parents even joked about an arranged marriage. Though it was just a joke to the adults, Ding Rufeng took it seriously." Liu Yang's eyes held a hint of sympathy as he continued, "This guy's storyline is straight up tragic. Childhood sweethearts, only to face a rival falling from the sky. That's just too tough." Lin Hao sighed helplessly. Being handsome is such a burden sometimes. An hour passed quickly, and the awakening time arrived. Here we are. Nearly 1,000 students of Linyuan First High School gathered on the sports field. The students were nervous, and the teachers and principal were no exception. Only when students have a bright future can the school's reputation shine even brighter. Lin Hao keenly noticed a stranger on the awakening ceremony stage. The man was dressed in the distinctive military uniform of the war zone, his chest adorned with medals, clearly marking him as an important figure. The students also noticed this person. Oh my god, is our Linyuan First High really this impressive? Even a big shot from the war zone showed up. If someone awakens an S-class profession in front of him, they'd practically ascend to the heavens. But the chances of that are way too low, only 1 in 10,000. Stop dreaming. The principal shouted loudly, silence. Despite his plump figure, his voice was commanding, immediately halting the students' chatter. The crowd quieted down, and the principal began to speak. Students, today is the day you awaken your professions. From now on, you will no longer be ordinary students but warriors. After talking for 3 minutes, the principal hesitated, noticing the military man beside him frowning. This man held an extraordinary status. He was the deputy commander of the 10th War Zone, someone even the mayor of Linyuan City would bow to. Feeling nervous, the principal dared not waste more words and quickly announced, "Now, the awakening ceremony officially begins." The students immediately grew excited, trembling with anticipation. The principal started calling out names, signaling the first batch to go up and awaken their professions. Among them were Lu Yang and Lu Swiping. The first to step forward was a boy named Ji Hong. He awakened a life profession singing and dancing artist. His face was full of disappointment, his gaze drifting toward the school building as if wishing for a redo. But soon, his despair was mitigated by the company of others sharing his fate. Next came Luo Dake, who awakened as a chef. Wu Xian, who awakened as a repair technician. Lu Yang, surprisingly, awakened a D-class profession warrior. One by one, 10 names were called, yet not a single C-class combat profession emerged. The principal wiped the sweat from his forehead in frustration before reading the last name. Lu Swiping awakened a D-class profession priest. This batch was a complete failure. Out of 10 students, not even a glimmer of a C-class profession. Lin Hao couldn't help but shake his head. The probability of life professions and D-class professions is really high. Lu Yang and Lu Swiping walked off the stage with dark expressions. Lu Yang, who was Lin Hao's deskmate, was immediately comforted by him. Don't lose heart. There's no such thing as a useless profession, only people who don't work hard. Being a warrior is actually pretty good. But Lu Yang didn't listen, his face full of despair. Lin Hao, brother, if you awaken a powerful profession, remember to save me a spot. I'll count on you to make us rich. Beside him, Lu Swiping quickly chimed in, Lin Hao, me too. Ding Rufeng sneered, TCH, don't count on him being strong. He's probably just another D-class. On stage, the principal was drenched in cold sweat. It was already awkward enough that a big shot from the war zone had come only to witness this result. No one expected such a disappointing start. Soon, the second and third batches of students took their turns to awaken, but the highest profession that appeared was still only a C-class warrior. When it came to the fourth batch, it was Ding Rufeng's turn. He was the last in his group, and the 9 students before him had all awakened either life professions or D-class combat professions. Just as everyone thought this group would also end in failure, the awakening orb in front of Ding Rufeng suddenly emitted a blinding golden light. Ha ha ha, a golden legend. I'm an S-class profession. I knew I was the chosen one. Ding Rufeng laughed wildly, his excitement overflowing. After all, this was a 1 in 10,000 chance. He had awakened as an S-class profession Blazing Fire Mage. A smile appeared on the principal's face. The Blazing Fire Mage came with incredibly powerful talents, increasing fire skill damage by 500%. The damage multiplier of even the top-tier fireball spell was only 200%. The principal glanced at the Warzone Big Shot, who nodded in approval, and finally let out a sigh of relief. Back on the ground, Ding Rufeng immediately felt a wave of envious gazes. After 3 years of being overlooked, he could finally stand tall today. Beside him, Lu Swiping's expression was complicated. She hadn't expected that Ding Rufeng, who usually wasted his days away, would awaken an S-class profession. In the end, she gritted her teeth and put on a worshipful expression. Ah Feng, I always knew you were the best. Honestly, I've only ever liked you since we were kids. She had pursued Lin Hao before, simply because he was handsome and seemed more promising. But now, Lin Hao's profession was still unknown, and who knew what he would awaken? In comparison, Ding Rufeng was undoubtedly a solid S-class professional and her loyal fan, easy to manipulate. The surrounding students were stunned by her quick change of heart. Just when everyone thought the childhood friend had finally won, Ding Rufeng sneered. Woman, watch your attitude. I am now noble. An S-rank professional. In the past, you ignored me, and now you're not even worthy to reach my level. And you, Lin Hao, everything you took from me, I will reclaim. Lin Hao's face darkened, and he thought to himself, what kind of illness is this? Why does this woman have to cling to me and still blame me? Ding Rufeng let out a cold snort, showing no concern at all. He knew that behind his back, his classmates called him the legendary cuckold king. This grudge, this hatred, he needed somewhere to vent it. If not on you, then on who? He narrowed his eyes and glared at Lu Yang. Lu Yang, I'll give you a chance. Call me big brother, leave Lin Hao, and follow me. You'll live a life of luxury. Although Lu Yang, a D-rank professional, naturally looked down on him, Ding Rufeng only wanted to provoke Lin Hao. You stole my girlfriend, so I'll steal your brother. Lu Yang glanced at Lin Hao, hesitated for a moment, and then said, Big brother, I pledge myself as your brother. After speaking, he immediately grabbed onto Ding Rufeng's leg. Ding Rufeng burst into wild laughter. Lin Hao, how does it feel to be betrayed by everyone around you? Lin Hao glanced at him indifferently and then looked at Lu Yang. Everyone may push against a falling wall, but I haven't fallen yet. Lu Yang apologized, sorry, Lin Hao. Waiting until the wall falls to run would be too late. He could see it clearly. Ding Rufeng was only taking him in as a lackey to spite Lin Hao. This was a rare opportunity. If he missed it, there wouldn't be another. As for Lin Hao awakening to an S-rank profession, don't be ridiculous. The odds of that happening were minuscule. Having even one S-rank professional at the school would already be considered lucky. The awakening ceremony continued. The next group to awaken included Lin Hao, Wang Dazhuang, and Wu Yang. They stepped onto the stage to awaken. When the principal announced their names, all eyes in the room turned toward Lin Hao. After all, he was a prominent figure at Linyuan No. 1 High School. Not only the students but also the teachers and the principal held high expectations for him. Although there was no scientific evidence proving that students with high academic scores were more likely to awaken powerful professions, the principal knew that the top experts from the battle zones all had exceptional academic records. Perhaps there really was some special connection between the two. Lin Hao, don't let me down, the principal thought. Lin Hao felt a bit nervous as he walked toward the awakening platform and placed his right hand on the awakening sphere. Below the stage, Ding Rufeng sneered. With so many people watching, it would be hilarious if he ended up with a D-rank profession. Suddenly, the awakening sphere emitted a faint white light. The principal and teachers all showed disappointed expressions. White light represented the lowest D-rank profession. Ding Rufeng couldn't help but laugh out loud, already eager to mock Lin Hao. But then, the awakening sphere emitted another beam of light, this time, green. What was going on? Green light represented a C-rank profession. But wasn't each person only supposed to have one profession? How could this explain the white light? Everyone was bewildered, and no one expected what happened next. The awakening sphere began to emit multiple beams of light in succession. Blue, purple, red, all the way to gold. Could it be that a gold-tier profession was about to appear? The students were dumbfounded, and the military officer on the stage looked extremely tense. He remembered a rumor. If someone awakened a hidden profession, the awakening sphere would emit multiple beams of light. The color of the final light would determine the rank of the hidden profession. In other words, Lin Hao had at least awakened an S-rank hidden profession. But that wasn't the most astonishing part, because the awakening sphere was still activating. The principal, who clearly knew about the rumor as well, was breathing heavily, his eyes fixed on Lin Hao without blinking. Suddenly, a beam of purple-gold light shot out SS-rank. But that wasn't the end. In the final moment, a beam of profound golden light flashed. Holy crap! This was an SSS-rank profession. Our class actually has an SSS-rank professional. The usually composed homeroom teacher, Sun Hai, couldn't help but shout, nearly losing his mind. The principal was so overwhelmed that he fainted on the spot. Uh-oh, the principal has passed out. Call the school nurse. The teachers hurriedly lifted the principal and carried him to the infirmary in a state of panic. The principal's hefty frame made it difficult even for 4 teachers to manage. The students watched as the principal was carried away, stunned. Then someone shouted, "Wait! I haven't awakened yet! I haven't awakened yet!" The scene instantly descended into chaos. Fortunately, the other teachers quickly restored order, and the awakening ceremony continued. But everyone's hearts were pounding. An SSS-rank profession? How was that even possible? Ding Rufeng was dumbfounded, completely unable to accept this reality. An SSS-rank profession only had a microscopic chance of appearing. The ones who felt the most regret were Lu Swiping and Lu Yang. Damn it! They had chosen the wrong side. For the sake of an S-rank profession, they had abandoned this SSS-rank powerhouse. Thinking back to their decisions, they wished they could go back in time and give themselves a good beating. Ding Rufeng, however, quickly adjusted his mindset, comforting himself. An SSS rank profession isn't that big of a deal. A good S rank profession is just as strong. Liu Yang couldn't help but retort, "You're just sulking because you can't have. Does the grape say the grape is sour?" Seeing the almost murderous look in Ding Rufang's eyes, Liu Yang instantly understood they were completely at odds now. What a fool! Liu Yang shook his head helplessly. The man in the military uniform smiled at Lin Hao and said, "Lin Hao, don't leave after school. Come to the principal's office." Lin Hao nodded, returned to his seat, and opened his profession panel. Name: Lin Hao. Profession: Forbidden Mage, Unique. Level: SSS. Talent 1, capable of learning all mage-related skills. All skills are unrestricted by level and can be infinitely upgraded. Talent 2 gains energy points when defeating bosses alone. The stronger the boss, the more energy is gained. Energy can be used to upgrade skills. Talent 3 permanently increases mana with each increment, and the increase is multiplied by 10. Current energy: 10,000. This profession is insane. Regular mages can only learn one elemental attribute, but Lin Hao can master all mage skills and infinitely upgrade them. He's completely overpowered. Take, for example, Ding Rufang, who just awakened as a flame mage. While it's already a top-tier S-rank profession, he can only learn fire element spells. The most insane part is that Lin Hao can infinitely upgrade all his skills. On Blue Planet, all skills are capped at level 10, but for Lin Hao, he could upgrade his skills to level 1000, or even 10,000. Imagine the destructive power of a maxed-out fireball spell. It would be terrifying. The second talent is like an enhanced version of the first. Normally, upgrading skills requires extremely high proficiency, and some skills even require rare materials. Just finding these materials can be a headache. But for him, none of that is necessary, he just needs energy points. The third talent seemed less useful at first glance. Lin Hao pondered for a moment and then shifted his gaze to the energy points. Starting with 10,000 energy points, was that a lot? If upgrading one level cost 1,000 points, then it wasn't much. He then looked at the skills panel. Most people only start with one initial skill, but he had 3: Fireball, Wind Barrier, and Healing Spell. Fireball LV1 consumes 1 mana point to deal damage equal to 100% of the caster's spell attack to a single target within 10 meters. Cooldown: 3 seconds. Wind Barrier LV1 consumes 10 mana points to instantly create a shield with a value equal to 100% of the caster's spell attack. Lasts for 5 seconds. Cooldown: 60 seconds. Healing Spell LV1 consumes 10 mana points to restore health equal to 50% of the caster's spell attack to any chosen target. Cooldown: 60 seconds. These 3 spells allowed him to attack, defend, and heal. Though their effects were basic, as they were all white-tier starter skills, the difference was that each skill had a plus symbol next to it, indicating they could be upgraded with energy points. Lin Hao decided to upgrade Fireball first. After all, firepower is the most reliable source of fear. Prompt: do you wish to consume 10 energy points to upgrade Fireball? Only 10 points? Lin Hao was surprised. These energy points were even more useful than he'd imagined. Without hesitation, he upgraded Fireball 9 times in a row. Fireball LV10 consumes 10 mana points to deal damage equal to 200% of the caster's spell attack to a single target within 20 meters. Cooldown: 1 second. Normally, skills max out at level 10 and can't be upgraded further. But in Lin Hao's case, there was still a plus symbol after level 10. He got excited. He might be the only person on Blue Planet who could upgrade skills beyond level 10. Curious about how much energy would be needed to upgrade past level 10, he hoped it wouldn't be too outrageous. 100 points or less would be acceptable. Prompt: do you wish to consume 10 energy points to upgrade Fireball? Still just 10 points? Lin Hao was stunned. The energy cost hadn't increased at all. These energy points were ridiculously powerful. He glanced at his remaining energy, which was now 9,910 points. Without hesitation, he clicked upgrade 10 more times, raising Fireball to level 20. The energy requirement was still 10 points. He continued upgrading level 30, level 40, all the way to level 50. At this point, the energy cost for upgrading finally began to increase. Prompt: do you wish to consume 50 energy points to upgrade Fireball? So, it's finally increasing, but 50 points is still totally acceptable. Lin Hao didn't rush to upgrade further. Instead, he checked Fireball's updated effects. Fireball LV50 consumes 15 mana points to deal damage equal to 500% of the caster's spell attack to a single target within 50 meters. Cooldown: 0.5 seconds. 500% damage. This was already on par with most legendary tier skills. While there was still a big gap compared to max level legendary skills with 5000% damage, it didn't matter. He still had 9510 energy points left. What Lin Hao was most curious about was this: after Fireball reached level 100, how much would the cooldown time decrease? If it could reach 0 cooldown, that would be utterly game-breaking. He shook his head and muttered to himself, that's impossible, right? Without wasting time, he continued upgrading, raising Fireball from level 52. Starting from level 0, he had managed to rise all the way to level 100. Although these 50 levels had cost him 2500 energy points, the results were truly astonishing. Fireball spell LV100 consumes 100 mana. Deals damage equal to 1000% of the user's spell attack power to a single target within a 100 meter range. No cooldown. My god, Lin Hao was utterly shocked. 1000% damage, no cooldown, and a 100 meter range. This was ridiculously powerful. And this was merely the most basic white tier skill. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. Even in a game, he wouldn't dare use such an overpowered cheat. But then, he furrowed his brows. 100 level Fireball spell required 100 mana points. He opened his attribute panel. Name Lin Hao. Class Forbidden Mage. Level 1, 0%. HP 100. Mana 100. Strength 10. Constitution 10. Spirit 20. Intelligence 20. Agility 10. Spell attack power 40. Damn it, my current mana is just enough to cast a single fireball. Luckily, I stopped upgrading just now, otherwise, if I leveled it up further, I wouldn't even be able to cast one fireball. At the same time, he glanced at the third talent of the Forbidden Mage class. Whenever you permanently increase your mana, the amount gained will be multiplied tenfold. So it's you. I misunderstood. You're incredibly useful. For S rank and lower classes, leveling up grants only 10 free attribute points. For SSS rank classes, leveling up grants 20 free attribute points. 1 point allocated to mana increases maximum mana by 10 points. Thus, 20 points would mean 200 mana, and multiplied by 10, it becomes 2000 mana. As long as I level up, I'll never have to worry about mana again. The Forbidden Mage class was simply perfect. Its three talents complemented each other, each indispensable. For now, he decided not to upgrade Fireball spell further. Lin Hao still had 70-10 energy points left, and he shifted his focus to the remaining two skills. He spent 180 energy points to level both skills up to level 10. Wind Barrier LV10 consumes 100 mana. Immediately grants a shield with a value equal to 200% of the user's spell attack power. Lasts for 10 seconds. Cooldown 50 seconds. Healing spell LV10 consumes 100 mana. Restores health to the target equal to 100% of the user's spell attack power. Cooldown 50 seconds. Lin Hao looked at his skills and nodded in satisfaction. The most important thing now was to level up, and level up again. His mana was currently the bottleneck restricting his growth speed. He was eager to head to the wilderness to grind monsters, but the man in military uniform had told him not to leave after school, as there seemed to be a significant reward waiting for him. Thinking this over, Lin Hao decided to wait. After all, the probability of an SSS-rank class awakening was only 1 in a million. It wasn't unreasonable for the war zone to offer him some rewards. The awakening ceremony continued, and during this time, someone awakened in A-rank class. However, compared to Lin Hao's exceptional awakening, the A-rank class didn't draw much attention. Feeling bored, Lin Hao glanced across the room. Lu Yang, sensing his gaze, lowered his head in shame. Even with his thick skin, as resilient as willow leaves, he couldn't help but blush. Nervously clutching his clothes, he didn't dare meet Lin Hao's eyes. Ding Rufeng, however, felt provoked and sneered. What's so great about that? The teacher said it. Your class doesn't determine everything. Just you wait, I'll surpass you. Good luck, then, Lin Hao replied with a smile, feeling rather thankful to him. After all, Ding Rufeng had just helped him shake off two nuisances. Soon, the awakening ceremony came to an end. Although it wasn't yet the end of the school day, everyone was allowed to leave. Lin Hao didn't leave. Instead, he headed straight to the principal's office. To his surprise, the principal was actually there. "Principal, why are you here?" he asked. Hearing this, the principal's mouth twitched slightly. Not having a wife was normal, but a principal's office without a principal? That was unheard of. At that moment, a man in military uniform stepped out from behind the principal. "Lin Hao, congratulations on awakening an SSS rank class. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lian, the Deputy Commander of the 10th War Zone. You can call me Deputy Commander Li. I'm here today to present you with an award on behalf of the 10th War Zone." Lin Hao had anticipated this and didn't appear overly excited. However, he still harbored some concerns. "Deputy Commander Li, if I accept the reward, does that mean I have to join the military? I'd prefer to operate independently." Lian shook his head. "This award is meant for all the geniuses in the war zone, not just you. Even your classmate Ding Rufang will receive something. The higher the awakening rank, the better the rewards. However, if you want more rewards, joining the military is a must. Lin Hao nodded. We'll talk about that later. Let's deal with the reward first. Seeing that Lin Hao wasn't rushing to agree, Lian felt a bit disappointed. However, he quickly got to the point and pulled out 10 gem-like items. Lian smiled and said, only the living are true geniuses, the dead are just corpses. These 10 top-tier protective gems, you must take good care of them. When the time comes, don't be stingy, your life is the most important thing. Thank you, Commander. Lin Hao received the gems with both hands. These top-tier protective gems could only be crafted in the war zone, and their quantity was extremely limited. For Lian to give 10 at once greatly exceeded Lin Hao's expectations. Protective gem. Quality, one-time top-tier item. Effect, when crushed, instantly generates a 1 million point shield lasting for 10 minutes. This shield can absorb up to 1 million points of damage and lasts for 10 minutes. As long as no major mistakes are made, it's virtually impossible to die in the early stages. Lian then took out a puppet. Substitute puppet. Quality, one-time legendary item. Effect, after binding to the user, it becomes a passive skill. When you suffer lethal damage, the puppet takes the hit for you and instantly generates a 10 million point shield lasting for 10 minutes. This was practically a life-saving artifact. The war zone was evidently worried that Lin Hao, an SSS-class job changer, might perish before fully growing into his potential, so they provided such powerful life-saving items. After Lin Hao accepted all the items, Lian continued, I came to Lin Yuan High School this time for another important matter. A dungeon has suddenly appeared in the Lin Yuan forest, with monsters pouring out endlessly. This dungeon only allows job changers from levels 1 to 10 to enter. If the dungeon were far away, it wouldn't matter, this world is full of dungeons, nothing surprising about that. But this dungeon is too close to Lin Yuan City, and leaving it unchecked poses a huge threat. The principal immediately understood why Deputy Commander Li had come in person, but he was still puzzled. Why would a mere level 10 dungeon warrant the involvement of the Deputy Commander of the war zone? Wasn't that a bit excessive? Lian continued, we plan to organize a group of job changers below level 10 to challenge it in 3 days. The risk is about 80%. 80%? The principal was shocked. That wasn't an 80% survival rate but an 80% mortality rate. Was the war zone crazy, sending students to their deaths? Lian clearly saw through the principal's thoughts and sighed, this dungeon is very unusual. Although the monsters inside are only level 10, once they leave the dungeon, they immediately become level 50 monsters. What? The principal's eyes widened, finally understanding why such a small dungeon had attracted the attention of the deputy commander of the war zone. If the monsters escaped, the entire Lin Yuan city would be in danger. Lian turned to Lin Hao. Young man, do you dare to go? He thought Lin Hao might hesitate, but unexpectedly, Lin Hao smiled and said, what's there to be afraid of? The deputy commander had just given him so many life-saving items, clearly, they were prepared with this dungeon in mind. The principal frowned, wanting to dissuade him. An 80% risk. The school barely managed to produce an SSS-class job changer. If something happens to you, I'll be heartbroken. But thinking about the life-saving treasures Lin Hao had, he couldn't bring himself to stop him. Standing there, even attacks from level 10 monsters couldn't harm Lin Hao in the slightest, and he immediately felt relieved. Excellent. Truly a hero in his youth. Lian laughed heartily. As long as you participate in the dungeon and make contributions, you'll receive rewards from the war zone, Lian continued. The more contributions you make, the better the rewards, up to 10 million in prizes and a top-tier advancement stone. Lin Hao exclaimed, forget the 10 million prize, a top-tier advancement stone is a treasure money can't buy. Lian wasn't done yet. His eyes lit up as he said, and that's not the most important part. If someone successfully clears the dungeon, they'll receive a legendary permanent item. Permanent item? Lin Hao was intrigued. Lian nodded and explained, items are divided into consumables and permanent types. The life-saving items I just gave you are consumables, once used, they're gone. Permanent items, however, have diverse effects and are incredibly valuable. After saying this, Lian revealed no more and quickly left the principal's office. He had to check on other job changers, he couldn't place all his hopes on Lin Hao alone. After Lian left, the principal solemnly said, Lin Hao, you are the only SSS-class job changer in the history of Lin Yuan High School. The school is proud of you. Lin Hao asked, so, is there a reward? The principal chuckled, young people are so impatient. Of course, there's a reward. He took out a bank card and handed it to Lin Hao. There's 1 million in this card. Use it well. You're an orphan, and your parents sacrificed themselves in a dungeon. This money should help you with your immediate needs. Mages have high expenses, so make sure to buy plenty of mana recovery potions. Grateful, Lin Hao accepted the card, only for the principal to take out 10 more gems with a serious expression. These are top-tier teleportation stones. Remember, staying alive is everything. If you need to run, just run, don't take unnecessary risks. Lin Hao thanked him again. Teleportation stones are incredibly useful. Teleportation stones allow instant transportation back to the city, making them invaluable in emergencies. Bunchu could quickly escape from danger. The higher the quality, the shorter the teleportation time. The lowest grade required 30 seconds, while the higher grade ones only took 3 seconds. As long as one could endure those 3 seconds, no matter how many monsters surrounded them, they could escape safely. Both the war zone and the school were deeply concerned about his safety, providing him with an abundance of life-saving items that left him reassured. The principal continued, the school's secret realm has already been opened. The risks are low, and there are many monsters perfect for leveling up. The first job changer to clear it will also receive a hidden reward. Lin Hao nodded but didn't immediately rush to level up. Instead, he went to a nearby item shop to prepare by buying some mana potions. One fireball spell drains all my mana. If I don't buy potions, there's no way I can train or level up, he thought to himself. With a purchasing power of 1 million Dragon Nation coins, Lin Hao chose the lowest grade mana potions. Each bottle restored 100 points of mana and cost 10 Dragon Nation coins. Without hesitation, he bought 100 bottles, ensuring he had an ample supply. On Blue Star, leveling up was no easy task. To go from level 1 to level 2 required accumulating a full 1000 experience points. Supplies could be plentiful, but they absolutely couldn't be lacking. Normally, he should have visited the weapon shop to buy some equipment, but after glancing at his level 100 fireball spell, Lin Hao concluded that it was entirely unnecessary. Level 1 equipment had pathetic attributes, and spending money on it would be a complete waste. After completing his preparations, Lin Hao returned to the school and headed to the secret realm hall. Once he registered, he entered the secret realm. As soon as Lin Hao stepped into the secret realm, the principal and others in the hall's information room received the alert. The student you're keeping a close eye on has entered the secret realm. The principal smiled as he stared at the screen. This kid has finally come back. Yeah, but he's a bit late, Sun Hai said with some concern. Ding Rufeng has already reached level 4. I'm not sure if Lin Hao can catch up. The school's secret realm was designed for levels 0 to 5. Once someone broke through to level 6, they would be immediately teleported out. Only the first job changer to reach level 6 would receive a special reward. If both had entered at the same time, Lin Hao would undoubtedly win, but now it was uncertain. The principal chuckled. Xiao Hai, you might be underestimating the power of an SSS-rank combat class. What's a 3-level lead? Lin Hao could overtake him in no time. Sun Hai was skeptical. SSS-rank classes are indeed strong later on, but right now, everyone is at level 1. SSS-rank can one-shot monsters, but so can S-rank, right? Their monster-killing speeds are pretty similar, and Ding Rufeng is already ahead by 3 levels. How is Lin Hao supposed to win? The principal didn't directly refute him but instead reminded, the secret realm doesn't just have small monsters, it also has bosses. If Lin Hao can solo a boss, he can immediately surpass Ding Rufeng. While it's challenging for an SSS rank class to fight a boss above their level, it's not impossible. This was what made the competition so suspenseful. Sun Hai, do you dare to place a bet with me? Bet 1 month's salary on who reaches level 6 first. Of course. If someone's offering money, why wouldn't I take it? Sun Hai agreed with a grin. The other teachers couldn't wait to join the bet. Principal, Teacher Sun, count me in. I'll also bet a month's salary on Ding Rufeng winning. Me too. I'm betting on Ding Rufeng. Everyone seemed to think the principal was just giving out some end-of-term welfare and wanted to spread some warmth among the teachers. The principal frowned. I really don't get it. Why don't any of you have even a little faith in an SSS rank combat class? Sun Hai laughed and said, Principal, if you insist on betting, I'll tell you the reason. The principal didn't hesitate. Bet. Money is just a number to me. Don't cry when you all lose. Sun Hai said, I just saw on the surveillance that Lin Hao entered the secret realm without any equipment. What? No equipment? Not even a staff? The teachers all nodded. The principal was stunned. Didn't he have $1 million in funds? Why wouldn't this kid even dare to buy equipment? Looks like I'm destined to hand out this end-of-term warmth scholarship. Inside the secret realm, Lin Hao had already arrived at a vast plain. The area was filled with level 1 monsters, most of which were small white rabbits. Adorable white rabbit. Level 1. HP 100. Attack 20. Physical defense 20. Magic resistance 20. Skills none. Description: a harmless little rabbit. If you're defeated by it, you're truly hopeless. The 20 attack points might sound intimidating, and a rookie could get taken down in 5 or 6 hits. However, job changers only needed to equip a few defensive items to easily surpass 20 defense. If the enemy's attack was lower than their defense, the damage would always be 0. It seemed dangerous, but it was really like playing on a kiddie bus. It was easy for anyone to handle. Being defeated by a white rabbit would definitely make the headlines. There were quite a few job changers on the plane, but the abundance of monsters meant there was no conflict. Lin Hao's appearance instantly drew everyone's attention. Many people stared at him, and the reason was obvious. Out of everyone present, he was the only one without a single piece of equipment. Forget defensive gear. Prepared himself. He hadn't even bothered to buy a staff. Everyone was a bit puzzled and couldn't figure out what Lin Hao was up to. Was he just here for a leisurely stroll? Initially, they thought he would return soon, but to their surprise, Lin Hao chose to keep moving forward. A male mage couldn't bear it anymore and stepped in front of Lin Hao, asking, "Hey, are you planning to level up? It's really dangerous without wearing any equipment. If you're short on gear, I can lend you some. After all, we're classmates, and I don't want to wake up tomorrow to news that someone got one-shot by a cute little rabbit." Lin Hao smiled and shook his head. "Thanks, but no need." His tone was friendly. The mage couldn't help but press, "Come on, man, don't joke around. A mage's base magic attack is barely 10-something. Without a staff, a fireball won't even scratch a wild rabbit's defense. Are you planning to headbutt monsters to death?" Lin Hao answered his doubts with actions. With a wave of his right hand, a massive amount of fire elements gathered rapidly in his palm, forming a fireball. He launched it directly at a white rabbit ahead. 380. The fireball struck, and the rabbit was instantly obliterated, even ending up with a negative 280 points of health. Killed level 1 white rabbit. Gained 10 experience points. The mage's jaw nearly hit the ground in shock. What the hell? That's insane. I'm fully equipped, with my magic attack raised to 40, and even then, my fireball only does 20 damage. What kind of god tier class is this? He's this strong without any gear. Suddenly, something clicked in his mind. Wait, Forbidden Mage? Isn't that the legendary SSS class profession? Are you Lin Hao? Lin Hao gave a slight nod and continued deeper into the area. A single rabbit only gave 10 experience points. He'd have to kill 100 of them to level up. Way too slow. He drank a mana potion, replenishing his mana pool. Not long after, he encountered a level 3 monster, a fang boar. Level 3. HP 300. Attack 50. Physical defense 50. Magic resistance 40. Skills, charge, mana amplification. Note, never turn your back on it, or you'll risk getting rammed from behind. Perfect, this is the ideal spot for farming. Without hesitation, Lin Hao launched a fireball. 360. The fang boar let out a wail and collapsed. Killed level 3 fang boar. Gained 30 experience points. Received an additional 6 experience points due to being 2 levels higher than the monster. The same fireball that earned him 10 experience points from a rabbit now gave him 36 points from a fang boar. His experience gain efficiency had more than tripled. From then on, Lin Hao settled there and continued farming monsters relentlessly. Fireballs flew one after another, leaving no gaps between them. Even from 100 meters away, Lin Hao maintained a safe distance as he launched his attacks. The moment a monster appeared, it was instantly obliterated. In fact, even if the monsters didn't show themselves, it wouldn't have made a difference. In less than 3 minutes, Lin Hao smoothly leveled up to level 2, earning 20 attribute points. Without hesitation, he allocated all of them to mana. Thanks to the third-tier amplification effect of the Forbidden Mage, his maximum mana pool instantly increased by 2,000 points. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, the Secret Realms Hall was eerily quiet. Sun Hai, a teacher, seemed worried. Lin Hao's been in there for so long, why hasn't he come out to buy gear? Did something happen to him? His comment made the teachers and the principal tense up. Everyone knew that mages were especially fragile. Without any defensive equipment, even a cute little rabbit could kill them. The principal, however, wasn't worried about Lin Hao dying. He was more concerned about whether Lin Hao might waste a legendary grade survival item. That would truly be a shame. Send someone in to check on him, the principal decided. But before long, the screen emitted a notification sound. Ding! The student you're monitoring has leveled up to level 2. What? He leveled up? Sun Hai was incredulous. Lin Hao had been inside for at most 5 minutes. To level up so quickly, he must have been one-shotting monsters the entire time. An SSS class profession could certainly achieve this, but to do it without any equipment. The principal was a bit surprised when he heard the update, but then burst into hearty laughter. See? I told you not to underestimate an SSS class profession. In truth, none of them truly understood the full extent of an SSS class profession's power. The principal's foresight was indeed sharp. Sun Hai offered some flattery, but quickly shifted the conversation. Still, I think it's our teacher's expertise that really deserves credit. Without equipment, Lin Hao's damage was probably just over 100. While it's fine for one-shotting level 1 rabbits, 4 level 2 monsters, he'd likely need 2 skills to take them down, cutting his efficiency in half. The principal fell silent after hearing this because, admittedly, there was some logic to Sun Hai's point. Inside the secret realm, Lin Hao was completely unaware of what was being said about him outside. With his significantly enhanced mana pool, Lin Hao prepared himself once again. Locked onto Fireball. After Fireball reached level 100, each subsequent level required 100 energy points to upgrade. Lin Hao lightly tapped the plus button, intending to see the result. Fireball LV100 consumes 101 mana. Deals 1010% of your spell attack power as damage to a single target within 101 meters. No cooldown. Not bad. The cooldown time had already dropped to the minimum, but the range and damage multiplier could still be improved. What Lin Hao cared about the most, however, was the range. If the range could upgrade indefinitely, reaching 1000 meters, or even 10,000 meters, those monsters wouldn't even glimpse his shadow before being annihilated. Absolutely insane. But after thinking it through, the current range and damage of Fireball were already sufficient. It was better to save the remaining energy, just in case he came across an even stronger skill in the future and ended up with no energy to use. Still, the number 101 felt a bit off to him, so he leveled it up 9 more times. Fireball LV110 consumes 110 mana. Deals 1100% of your spell attack power as damage to a single target within 110 meters. No cooldown. Looks much better now. Lin Hao was just about to continue grinding levels when he suddenly noticed that the spot where he had killed the wild boar earlier had dropped a skill book. The drop rate for monsters in the secret realm was exceedingly low. Killing 10,000 monsters might not even yield a single piece of equipment, let alone a skill book. What excited Lin Hao even more was that this turned out to be a rare passive skill book. Mana Amplification, passive skill. Quality, common. Learning requirement, none. Effect, instantly increases spell attack power by 100 points upon learning. Not bad. While 100 spell attack points weren't much, it was a permanent boost. Skill books and equipment were divided into 5 grades: white, basic, green, common, purple, advanced, red, epic, and gold, legendary. Passive skills could not be upgraded, nor could their effects stack. For example, if you learned Mana Amplification but later obtained a stronger passive skill that boosted spell attack, you could only replace the old one. It wouldn't stack. Dreaming about combining a flying and teleportation passive skill set? Not going to happen. However, speaking of upgrades, Lin Hao remembered the first talent of the Forbidden Mage. Talent 1. You can learn all skills from magic-based professions. All skills are not restricted by level. Can be upgraded infinitely. No level restrictions, upgrade infinitely. Does it include passive skills as well? Thinking of this, Lin Hao immediately tested it. After learning magic amplification, he nervously took a glance. It actually works. There's also a plus sign next to magic amplification. Damn, this class is way too overpowered. If I keep upgrading infinitely, won't my magic power become infinite? And there are other passive skills as well. If I max out all the passives like health, mana, defense, resistance, etc., won't I be invincible? Lin Hao took a deep breath and clicked that plus sign. Consume 100 energy points to upgrade magic amplification. Passive skill of green quality, upgrading once consumes 100 energy points. This seems reasonable. Just not sure how much magic power will be added with each upgrade, hopefully not just 1 point. Consumes 100 energy points. Lin Hao chooses to upgrade, then checks the upgrade effect. Magic Amplification LV2. Spell attack power permanently increases by 110 points. Not bad. Increased from 100 points to 110 points, with each upgrade rising by 10%, the same as the upgrade rate of Fireball. Lin Hao glanced at his energy value and was about to continue upgrading. 6,730 energy points remaining. Without hesitation, Lin Hao immediately spent 4,800 points to directly raise his level to 50. Magic Amplification LV50. Your spell attack power is permanently increased by 600 points. This value isn't 590? It seems that at level 10, the growth rate of spell damage has increased again. After the spell attack power increased by 600 points, Lin Hao's spell attack jumped instantly from the original 40 points to 640 points. This is what it feels like to completely switch to a big gun. He originally planned to level up to 5, then return to Abyss City to buy equipment before challenging the boss. After all, bosses have high defense, and it's hard to fight without gear. But now, with 640 magic attack points, a single fireball spell can deal 7,040 damage. The defense of a level 10 boss is only 4 to 5,000. He could already solo a level 10 boss back when he was level 2, and that was without any equipment. The level 3 Fang Boar could no longer satisfy Lin Hao. He decided to keep pushing forward. Lin Hao did not deliberately stop to farm monsters, but there were always clueless creatures rushing to their deaths. Killed a level 5 Cyclops, gained 50 experience points with an additional 3 level leap bonus of 15 points. Killed a level 5 Fiery Monkey, also gained 65 experience points. Killing a level 5 Wild Wolf also grants 65 experience points. When Lin Hao finally encountered the outdoor boss, he had already reached level 5. For other job changers, leveling up is difficult, but Lin Hao has been continuously defeating higher level enemies in seconds, with an astonishingly fast leveling speed. The 60 attribute points gained from these 3-level UPS were all allocated to mana. Mana is now the most important. The mana cost of legendary skills will only get higher and higher, so prepare in advance to avoid being restricted. 60 attribute points combined with the effect of Forbidden Mage Talent 3 increased his mana by a total of 6,000 points. At this moment, Lin Hao's mana has reached as high as 8,100 points. In a short time, there's no need to worry about the lack of magic power anymore. Outside the secret realm, the principal and teachers were stunned as they watched Lin Hao's level rise rapidly. What's going on? Even if Lin Hao can instantly kill level 2 monsters, the leveling speed shouldn't be this exaggerated, right? Sun Hai swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his eyes full of shock. An SSS class profession is truly terrifying. Lin Hao's level skyrocketing must be from killing monsters above his level, and it's instant kills too. The other teachers also took a deep breath, it was too exaggerated. Ding Rufang initially led him by 3 levels, but now he's almost overtaken. The principal said proudly, "I told you before, you simply don't understand the power of an SSS level profession." If the two of them entered the secret realm together, Lin Hao would have come out long ago, while Ding Rufang would probably still be stuck at level 3. The teachers nodded with smiles. Lin Hao was a student from their school, so naturally, they hoped he would grow stronger and stronger. However, the outcome of this match is still uncertain. A few minutes ago, Ding Rufang had already reached level 5. His experience bar has barely moved, clearly indicating he's fighting a boss. As long as he can defeat the boss, reaching level 6 won't be a problem. In the secret realm, Lin Hao encountered a level 5 wild boss, the Stone King. To his surprise, he actually ran into 3 familiar faces here: Ding Rufang, Lu Yang, and Lu Swiping. Beside them were 3 unfamiliar job changers, one of whom was a sorcerer. It is obviously a temporary team. They didn't notice Lin Hao and were fully focused on attacking the boss, but the situation wasn't looking good. This level 5 stone monster has 50,000 health points, with over 36,000 remaining. The man in the front taking the damage was running low on health. The 2 healers are overwhelmed. As the main damage dealer, Ding Rufang spent a fortune on an epic staff, but with his class skills, he could only deal over 400 points of damage each time. Fortunately, the team had a sorcerer who reduced the boss's magic resistance by more than half, otherwise, Ding Rufang wouldn't even be able to deal magic damage. The defense has been breached. The other combat professions couldn't help either. After all, there aren't many people with S-class professions. Their attacks landed on the boss, only causing a pitiful few dozen points of damage. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, they quickly withdrew from the battle. Once they reached a safe distance, Lu Swiping said with admiration, "Ah Feng, you're amazing. If we could take on more damage, you could defeat this boss all by yourself." "Yeah, brother Feng, you're incredible," Lu Yang chimed in with praise. Ding Rufang felt delighted as he listened to these compliments. Of course, an S-class profession isn't just for show. On the side, the female player of the sorcerer class muttered softly, "TCH, what's so great about that? If I hadn't reduced the boss's magic resistance, he wouldn't have been able to break through its defense." The shield warrior player sighed and said, "Forget it, he's an S-class profession, with limitless potential. We still need him to carry us." At that moment, they noticed Lin Hao behind them. "Lin Hao, why are you here too?" Ding Rufang asked in surprise. "You can come, but I can't?" Lin Hao smiled. Even if you come, it won't help. I just calculated, this boss can't be taken down without at least 10 people. Wait, you leveled up to level 5 too? Ding Rufang instantly felt a strong sense of crisis. Lin Hao ignored him and walked straight to the boss. Stone King. Level 5. HP 50,000. Attack power 1,200. Physical defense 1,200. Magic resistance 800. Skills: charge, iron wall, throw boulder. Introduction: high attack and physical defense, slow movement, and magic is its weakness. Although magic is its weakness, the boss's exaggerated stats, with 800 magic resistance, are still very difficult to deal with. Generally, boss fights require team coordination, and Ding Rufeng couldn't understand where Lin Hao got the confidence to dare to challenge it alone. What puzzled him even more was that Lin Hao wasn't even wearing a single piece of equipment. Are you really a reliable mage? Just as Ding Rufeng was full of doubt, Lin Hao had already started attacking. A fireball struck straight at the Stone King's forehead, and the damage number instantly shocked everyone. -6,240. F***CK. Over 6,000 damage? Is this really fireball? A single ordinary fireball can actually take out 1/10 of the boss's health. Is this the legendary SSS class profession? This is just too insane. No, this distance isn't right. The maximum attack range of fireball is only 20 meters, and Lin Hao is at least 80 meters away from the boss now, not even within the boss's attack range. If he really had such a long attack range, he could easily kite the boss without anyone else needing to tank the damage. Fireball can't be this powerful. This must be some kind of legendary skill with a cooldown of at least 10 minutes. Mages are so fragile. He really wanted to see how Lin Hao would handle this. Meanwhile, Lin Hao's attacks continued. One fireball after another rained down like crazy. -6,240. -6,240. -6,240. As the final fireball fell, the Stone King with 50,000 HP collapsed with a thunderous crash. Bro, is your skill cooldown not finished yet? Everyone was stunned. As everyone knows, the stronger the skill, the longer the cooldown time. Even a max-level basic fireball spell has a 1-second cooldown time. How does Lin Hao's skill seem like it has no cooldown, one wave after another? An SSS level class is actually this powerful. With no skill cooldown, how can others even survive? Ding Rufeng's jealousy twisted his expression. Lu Yang and Lu Swiping watched this scene, seething with hatred. Compared to Lin Hao, Ding Rufeng is simply like a stray dog on the roadside. They actually gave up such a big treasure. The sorcerer players exclaimed, as expected of an SSS class profession, completely incomparable to some people. Ding Rufeng glared at her viciously. The sorcerer didn't care at all, having already seen through this guy's true nature. She turned to Lin Hao and nervously asked, "Boss, do you still need an accessory?" Lin Hao shook his head, "Sorry, I'm a lone wolf." After defeating the boss, Lin Hao's strength completely shocked everyone. He received 2 hints. Defeated the level 5 Stone King and gained 10,000 experience points. Coincidentally, leveling up from level 5 to level 6 requires 10,000 experience points. In an instant, he leveled up again. However, compared to experience points, Lin Hao was more concerned about energy points. How many energy points could a level 5 boss have? It should be 500 points, right? It couldn't possibly be just 50. With this guess in mind, he looked at the second prompt. After seeing the content, he was completely stunned. Defeated a level 5 boss, congratulations on successfully absorbing 50,000 energy points. 50,000? Lin Hao rubbed his eyes, hardly able to believe it. A small level 5 boss could actually bring him 50,000 energy points. This is level 5, not level 50. He originally thought 500 points were already pretty good, but it turned out to be 100 times more. Lin Hao was extremely excited. He had thought energy points would be hard to obtain, but it turned out they weren't. The boss in the secret realm was just of ordinary level, while the boss in the pollution dungeon was stronger, so the energy points obtained would definitely be more. Lin Hao took a deep breath, feeling that the days of invincibility were drawing near. Adding the remaining 1930 energy points from before, he now had a total of 51,930 energy points. Just as he was about to upgrade his skills, a voice echoed in the secret realm. Ding! Congratulations to the job changer Lin Hao for becoming the first person in the secret realm to reach level 6 and earning a special reward. Almost forgot this tip. As soon as the tip ended, Lin Hao felt his body becoming ethereal, and the secret realm was preparing to teleport him out. At the same time, he also received a special reward: 3 pieces of level 6 legendary equipment. The principal and teachers in the information room were all stunned. What's going on? Didn't Lin Hao just level up to 5? How did he suddenly reach level 6 in the blink of an eye? His experience bar hasn't moved at all. He must have suddenly gained a large amount of experience. Could it be that he defeated a level 5 boss within seconds? Impossible, right? The principal was also stunned. The level 5 boss has a health of up to 50,000. Without cooperation, let alone killing it, even breaking its defense is difficult. Solo killing the boss in a few seconds? Dream on. Even the strongest class shouldn't be this powerful, right? Sun Hai thought for a moment and said, Could it be that Lin Hao and Ding Rufeng encountered the same boss, and it was ultimately taken by Lin Hao? The school's secret realm isn't large, so it's quite possible to run into each other. The principal, however, firmly denied. Absolutely impossible. The experience for jointly killing the boss will be based on contribution points. Snatching the final blow, it's impossible for Lin Hao to instantly level up to 6. What I want to know most right now is, how exactly did he do it? The teacher said with a smile. No use guessing, Lin Hao is already out. Let's go ask him. In the secret realm hall, Lin Hao began to inspect his spoils. Shinik staff. Quality, legendary. Required level, 6. Class, Mage. Spell attack power, 600. Lin Hao was very satisfied with this staff. Although its attributes were simple, the values were extremely high, an entire 600 points of magic power. The second item was a robe. Shinik robe. Quality, legendary. Requirement level, 6. Profession, Mage. Health points, 2000. Magic defense, 500. Not bad, it has significantly enhanced survival abilities. The third item is a ring. Shinik magic ring. Quality, legendary. Requirement level, 6. Class, Mage. Mana, 2000. Additional effect, mana regeneration restores 1% of maximum mana per second. This equipment is great. With 2000 points of maximum mana, I now have a total of 10,100 mana. It means I can recover 101 mana per second, so I don't even need to drink regular mana potions anymore. Lin Hao put on all 3 pieces of equipment, and a prompt suddenly appeared. Shinik 3-piece set fully equipped, gaining an additional effect, spell attack power increased by 400 points. This is truly an unexpected surprise. Opening the attribute panel, Lin Hao checked his data. Name, Lin Hao. Profession, Mage. Forbidden Mage. Level, 6, 0.08%. Health points, 2,100. Mana points, 10,100. Strength, 10. Constitution, 10. Spirit, 20. Intelligence, 20. Agility, 10. Spell attack power, 1,640. Intelligence directly increases spell attack power. For every 1 point of intelligence added, spell attack power increases by 2 points. Why is Lin Hao's spell attack power so exaggerated? It's all thanks to the passive skill magic amplification and equipment bonuses. After reaching level 6, he gained 20 freely allocatable attribute points. Since his mana was already sufficient, Lin Hao decided to allocate all the points to agility. Agility not only increases attack speed but also boosts movement speed. In the future, he would have to face powerful enemies alone, and running fast would give him a chance to dodge and counterattack. Fireball has a range of over 100 meters, and as long as his speed is fast enough, he can easily attack while running, effortlessly kiting high-level monsters in circles. The prerequisite is that his attacks must be able to break through their defenses. Next, Lin Hao turned his attention to the passive skill magic amplification. After level 50, each level up requires 500 energy points. For Lin Hao, this was no problem at all. By defeating a level 5 boss, he could level up from level 1 directly to level 100. And Dragon Nation currently lacks neither dungeons nor bosses, resources are incredibly abundant. Without hesitation, Lin Hao spent 25,000 energy points to upgrade Magic Amplification to level 100. Magic Amplification LV100 permanently increases spell attack power by 1100 points. Just after reaching level 6, Lin Hao's total attack power had already soared to 2,140 points. To continue leveling up, 1,000 energy points are required each time. Lin Hao decided to first enhance the level of Fireball. Spending 4,000 energy points, he directly upgraded Fireball from level 110 to level 150. For the next upgrades, only 200 energy points were needed per level, so he spent another 10,000 points to raise Fireball to level 200. Fireball LV200 consumes 200 mana, has an effective range of 200 meters, deals 2000% of the user's spell attack power as damage to a single target, with no cooldown. Too terrifying. 2,140 spell power, multiplied by 2,000% damage, Lin Hao's Fireball can deal 42,800 damage in one hit. A level 5 boss can't withstand 2 hits. Even against a level 10 boss, if it lasts for 10 seconds without falling, it would be considered a master among monsters. This profession is simply insane, but fortunately, only he has to endure this hardship. From now on, he will never experience the feeling of overcoming a tough battle and finally defeating a strong enemy again, which makes one feel a bit lonely. Looking at the remaining 12,930 energy points, Lin Hao sighed. Still feels like the energy is a bit insufficient. If only more bosses appeared together, that would be great. At this moment, a group of teachers and the principal walked out of the information room. The principal smiled and said, Lin Hao, I knew you wouldn't let me down. You entered the secret realm so late, yet you still managed to take first place. You leveled up from level 5 to level 6 by soloing a boss, right? Lin Hao nodded, yes, I defeated a level 5 Stone King. The teacher and principal were both stunned, not expecting Lin Hao's damage to be this terrifying. The principal smiled and said, as expected, the most outstanding student of Lin Yuan High. When you reach level 10, I have a gift prepared for you. Lin Hao understood in his heart that the gift was most likely a level 10 legendary equipment, but he was more eager to quickly defeat a few more bosses. Principal, do you know where in Lin Yuan City there are a lot of bosses? The principal was momentarily surprised, then smiled and said, looking for a boss? Perfect, I know of a secret realm where 3 bosses are gathered together, but they're all level 10, do you dare to go? All level 10? Lin Hao was overjoyed, where? I'll go right away. The principal chuckled, don't rush, let me make a call first. Soon, the principal dialed the phone number of the principal of number 2 high school. Hello, old buddy, want to compete again to see whose students reach level 10 first? In the previous competitions, the students from First High performed terribly, losing 3 times in a row and almost becoming a laughingstock for their opponents. Now with Lin Hao, this top-tier SSS class job changer, we must regain our dignity. Where do you want to challenge? The principal of Second High asked confidently. The Abyssal Secret Realm. Are you sure? The principal of Second High was somewhat surprised. The Abyssal Secret Realm is the largest novice secret realm in Abyssal City, with monster levels ranging from level 1 to level 10, and 3 level 10 bosses. The difficulty is quite high, and a single mistake could leave you trapped inside. Scared? The principal deliberately provoked. Are you kidding? I'm not scared at all. Lin Hao retorted without hesitation. The principal of Second High School laughed upon hearing this. See you in half an hour. Hanging up the phone, the principal looked at Lin Hao with great anticipation. Once you enter the secret realm, don't hold back. Fight monsters like crazy and level up madly. I can't wait to see that old guy on the other side fuming with anger. Lin Hao shook his head helplessly. You adults, why are you still so competitive? However, the Abyss Secret Realm is indeed a great place. The Secret Realm is a safe training ground specifically created by the strong for newcomers, filled with powerful enemies captured from outside. Due to the high cost, opportunities to enter the secret realm are extremely limited, but the principals of Abyss City have clearly found a way. In the secret realm hall, the principals gathered together. Besides the principal of Second High School, the principals of Third High School, Fourth High School, and Fifth High School also came, clearly to join in the fun. The principal of number 2 High School laughed and said, Old Lou, you really haven't learned your lesson. You've lost several times in a row and still dare to challenge us? Principal Lou scoffed, what's there to be afraid of? Now we at number 1 high school have an SSS level job changer. Really? This is something our entire school knows about, and soon the whole war zone will hear about it. Other principals listened with envy. A 1 in a million chance, why didn't it happen at our school? How about now, still dare to compete with me? Principal Lou asked proudly. What's there to be proud of? The SSS level profession wasn't achieved by you. The principal of Second High rolled his eyes and turned to Lin Hao. Young man, have you considered coming to our Second High? We can offer you more than they can. Before Lin Hao could speak, Principal Lou immediately flew into a rage. Old man, poaching right in front of me, that's too much. The principal of number 2 high school smiled and returned to the main topic. SSS level potential is indeed strong, but it's still uncertain who will level up faster. Does number 2 high school also have an SSS level job changer? Principal Lou asked. No, but we have an SS level job changer whose leveling speed is extremely fast. The other principals, upon hearing this, swallowed their envy. Number 1 high school had an SSS level, number 2 high school had an SS level, but they had nothing at all, feeling like they had suffered a huge loss. Principal Lou laughed and said, since everyone is so confident, let's follow the old rules for the competition, shall we? The old rules are to see whose students reach level 10 first. The loser has to hand over 2 pieces of level 10 legendary equipment or equivalent items. At this moment, the principal of Second High School had one of his students step forward. Principal Lou almost exploded with anger. You old rascal, you're not playing fair. Your student is already at level 7, and we're just starting. That's the result of his own hard work, the principal of Second High School said innocently. Principal Lou was stunned. The awakening ceremonies at every school were conducted simultaneously, and the subsequent secret realms were all levels 1 to 5. At level 6, one would be teleported out. The students of number 2 high school. How did he reach level 7? Wait, his profession is Demon Hunter. This is an SS level top tier profession, with its talents clearly disclosed. The first talent is that the free attributes he gains will double. The second talent is that the experience points he gains are 5 times that of others. No wonder he managed to reach level 7. It's likely that at level 5, he teamed up with others to kill a boss and leveled up twice in one go. The principal of number 2 high school smiled knowingly. If you don't have confidence in Lin Hao, we can skip the competition. After all, you've already lost 6 pieces of legendary equipment to me. Constantly making you spend isn't very appropriate. Principal Lu felt a pang in his heart upon hearing this. He had originally hoped to rely on Lin Hao to turn the tables, but now it seems unlikely. After all, the opponent has a 5-fold experience point bonus. For every monster defeated, Lin Hao would need to defeat 5 to catch up. Not to mention the opponent is already 1 level ahead. Defeat is certain. But backing down at the last moment would be too embarrassing, so he could only force himself to hold on. Legendary equipment is nothing. Besides, Lin Hao might not lose. Alright, it's settled then. Principal Lu agreed readily. The principal of number 2 high school also broke into a smile. At this moment, Lin Hao suddenly spoke. Principal, do you believe in me? Of course I believe. Principal Lu nodded without hesitation. Since you're asking like this, how could I not have confidence? Lin Hao, then let's change the stakes. How about increasing the legendary equipment from 2 pieces to 6 pieces? After hearing this, Principal Lu broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, is this kid trying to help me win back everything I lost before? He didn't really care about the legendary equipment. After all, he was the principal and wouldn't get angry over a few pieces of gear. What he was truly worried about was that Lin Hao seemed so confident if he lost, the blow would be significant. However, getting a lesson in advance isn't a bad thing. Being overly confident often costs lives, so exchanging a few pieces of equipment for a lesson is quite a bargain. Thinking of this, Principal Lu smiled and said, no problem, I'll go talk to that old guy right away. The principal of number 2 high school naturally wouldn't object. At the registration desk in the hall, the 2 principals thought they could finish the procedures quickly, but the receptionist said, the secret realm is very dangerous right now, it's not recommended to enter. The secret realm is not a dungeon, how could it be dangerous? Several principals felt puzzled. The young lady explained, our Warzone's deputy commander put a level 20 boss into a level 10 secret realm a few days ago. What? Is he crazy? Principal Lu blurted out, then looked around to make sure the deputy commander wasn't present before continuing. Putting a level 20 boss in a level 10 secret realm, what was he even thinking? The young lady couldn't help but complain, who knows, they say it's to give the newcomers a chance to practice and learn how to handle unexpected situations. I've received several complaints recently. The deputy commander also said that whoever can defeat that boss before level 10 will get an extra reward, but I don't think anyone can achieve that. Several principals looked at each other in dismay. What should we do? Should we still go? The danger is real, but it's not fatal. Those who can enter the Abyss secret realm are all formidable individuals, and they more or less carry life-saving items. Complaints arise when someone wastes these items. Zhang Yuan, a student from number 2 high school, was the first to step forward. There's nothing to be afraid of. I heard that in those dungeons no one has cleared before, the boss's health is 10 times that of a normal boss. I'm aiming to become a dungeon master, how could I possibly stop moving forward? Good. Well said. The pride of number 2 high school. The principal of number 2 high school was very pleased. Lin Hao smiled, there's really nothing to fear. Just a mere level 20 boss, that reward is clearly prepared for me. Zhang Yuan looked at Lin Hao in surprise, it was the first time he had seen someone who could act even better than him. A level 20 boss, even if you have a 500% legendary skill bonus, don't think you can easily break its defense. If you can't even break its defense, are you planning to use your head to ram it? Several principals stared at Lin Hao in astonishment. Principal Lu cleared his throat and changed the topic, it's about time, you should quickly enter the secret realm, and stay safe. As soon as the 2 entered the secret realm, the principal of number 2 high school couldn't help but say, that Lin Hao from number 1 high school, this kid really has some skills. That's right, taking down a level 20 boss, isn't that bragging a bit too much? Principal Lu felt a bit awkward. Young people, who hasn't bragged before? Haven't you ever praised yourselves? Inside the secret realm. Lin Hao entered the secret realm and headed straight for the deepest part. Everyone doubted him, but Lin Hao wasn't worried about losing at all. Demon hunters gain experience from killing monsters at 5 times the rate of others, but this profession itself is not top tier in strength. An SS level profession only gains 15 free attribute points per level, which doubles to 30 points. Even if he reaches level 7, adds all attributes to strength, and equips gear, his attack power barely breaks 1,000. Relying solely on damage, he is even weaker than Ding Rufeng's Flame Mage in the early stages. Against a level 10 boss, a single normal attack can't even penetrate the defense. But Lin Hao is different. His Fireball spell has no cooldown and can be used as a ranged normal attack. Moreover, the damage multiplier is as high as 2000%. Ordinary bosses are no different from small mobs in front of him. One fireball isn't enough? Then throw a few more. About 10 minutes later, Lin Hao successfully found a level 10 boss. Plains Wild Boar King. Level 10. Health points 200,000. Attack power 6,100. Physical defense 5,000. Magic resistance 4,600. Skills, charge, stomp, roar. The attributes of a level 10 boss are far beyond those of level 5, with a huge gap. Because just like job changers, a level 10 boss can advance, significantly enhancing its attributes. For this level of boss, it would take at least 10 job changers below level 10 to defeat it with ease. But for Lin Hao, this is no big deal at all. The Wild Boar King's attack power may be high, but it's useless if it can't hit anyone. Facing this kind of melee monster, Lin Hao has an absolute advantage. A massive fireball directly struck the Wild Boar King from 100 meters away. Minus 38,200. Magic power greatly increased, a single fireball can cause terrifying damage. The Wild Boar King roared as it charged forward, its eyes blood red. Lin Hao continuously threw fireballs. Minus 38,200. Minus 38,200. The last fireball hit, and the Wild Boar King collapsed to the ground. It didn't even touch Lin Hao's hem, always maintaining a distance of 50 meters away. Defeated the level 10 Wild Boar King, gained 60,000 experience. Exceeding level 4 kills grants an additional 24,000 experience. Killing a level 10 boss grants 100,000 energy points. Exceeding level 4 kills grants an additional 40,000 energy points. Whoa! Over-level kills also grant extra energy points. In an instant, Lin Hao gained another 140,000 energy points. After thinking it over, he decided not to upgrade his skills. The low-level skill Fireball would eventually be replaced by something stronger. Spending energy to upgrade it now would only be a loss in the long run. Level 200 Fireball combined with level 100 Magic Amplification is already sufficient. It's not too late to level up when encountering tough monsters, energy points won't expire. Besides energy, the massive experience just gained allowed Lin Hao to jump directly from level 6 to level 8, skipping 2 levels. Outside the secret realm, the principals were chatting and laughing. Second High really got a treasure. The demon hunter's leveling speed is terrifying, reaching level 8 in just 10 minutes. Of course, leveling up is the demon hunter's specialty, 5 times the experience is no joke. The principal of Second High said with a proud smile, "Looks like I'll win this bet again." Principal Lu retorted, "Don't speak too definitively, or else you'll be embarrassed when it backfires. I'm actually looking forward to the moment of being proven wrong." The principal of number 2 high school smiled. "Your students' experience points haven't moved at all until now. How can they possibly overtake?" At that moment, the phone notification sound rings. The Lin Hao you follow has successfully leveled up to level 8. What's going on? Why did it suddenly level up? And it directly jumped 2 levels, from level 6 to level 8. All the principals were stunned. Clearly, Lin Hao was still at level 6 just now. Level 6 to level 8, there's a difference of 60,000 experience points. Principal Lu was slightly stunned. The first to react. "Ha, it must be Lin Hao who defeated the boss across levels. No wonder you're a student of our number 1 high school, truly impressive. How is this possible?" The other principals couldn't believe it. The level 10 boss has a health of up to 200,000. Defense is also 4 to 5,000. Ordinary level 6 players give it their all. It's hard to say if they can even break the defense. Even if they do, it would only be like scratching an itch. SSS level professions are actually this terrifying. Principal Lu laughed heartily. What's impossible? Aside from defeating a boss across levels, what other way is there to instantly gain so much experience? The principal of number 2 high school took a deep breath and slowly said, "SSS level professions are indeed powerful. This forbidden mage might also have powerful unique skills. But the more powerful the skill, the longer the cooldown time. How many times can he use it in this secret realm?" Lin Hao leveled up twice in a row. Gained 40 free attribute points. Mana and magic attack are already sufficient. He allocated all the points to agility. Then, Lin Hao continued to venture deeper into the secret realm. The abyssal secret realm has 3 main areas: plains, jungle, and swamp. Each area has a boss. And Lin Hao certainly won't miss out. He walked straight into the jungle. The monsters on the road ferociously bared their fangs and brandished their claws. But Lin Hao was very composed, casting fireball spells on them one by one. The monsters were overjoyed and eagerly contributed experience. Defeated a level 10 striped leopard, gained 500 experience points. Surpassing by 2 levels grants an extra 100 points. Defeated a level 10 wild wolf, gained 500 experience points. Level up 2 levels to gain an extra 100 points. The experience from a level 10 regular small boss is 50 times that of a level 1 white rabbit. But leveling up is not easy. Leveling up from level 8 to level 9 requires 100,000 experience points. Level 9 to level 10 requires 200,000 experience points. Leveling up for blue star job changers. It has never been an easy task. Otherwise, there would have been level 100 experts everywhere by now. But in fact, experts are very rare. Lin Hao dealt with all the wild monsters on the way, and finally arrived at a dense jungle, where he encountered the boss at the center. Jungle Wolf King. Level 10. Health points 180,000. Attack power 7,000. Physical defense 4,800. Magic resistance 4,500. Skills: Pounce, Bite, Claw Strike. The Jungle Wolf King's health is slightly less than the Wild Boar King's, but with stronger attack power. More dangerous for ordinary players. But for Lin Hao, it's no big deal. From 100 meters away, Lin Hao cast another fireball spell. Damage 38,300. The Wolf King was enraged by the fireball. Letting out a furious roar, it charged at Lin Hao. Seeing its enthusiasm, Lin Hao showed no mercy. Fireballs were shot one after another. Damage 38,300. Damage 38,300. Damage 38,300. Fireball has no cooldown time. Continuous shots turned into a line of fire. The final fireball struck down. The Wolf King died on the spot, without any suspense. You're quite impressive, kid. Managing to close the distance to 50 meters. You almost caught up with me. Kill the level 10 Wolf King and gain 60,000 experience points. An additional reward of 12,000 points for surpassing 2 levels. Kill the level 10 boss. Congratulations on successfully absorbing 100,000 energy points. After killing the enemy, Lin Hao gained an additional 20,000 energy points. In just a short time, he accumulated 120,000 energy points. Coupled with the experience gained from killing monsters along the way, Lin Hao smoothly leveled up to level 9. He received 20 free attribute points which he continued to allocate to agility. With agility reaching 90 points, even assassins of the same level couldn't match his speed. This surprised Lin Hao a bit. What surprised him even more was that the Wolf King actually dropped a piece of equipment. The probability of monsters on Blue Star dropping equipment was extremely low, and Lin Hao hadn't seen any drops from the monsters he had killed along the way. This was the first time he encountered a dropped item, though its quality was ordinary. Fang Dagger. Quality: Common. Level requirement: Level 10. Class requirement: Assassin. Physical attack power: 100. Although it's not great equipment, it's better than nothing. At least it can be sold for some money. After picking up the dagger, Lin Hao continued toward the third map. Outside the secret realm, the principal of number 2 high school said smugly, "See, I wasn't lying. It's been about half an hour, and Jianjai Yuan's experience is ahead of Lin Hao's by more than 30%. Although Lin Hao kills monsters quickly, the 5-fold experience bonus is still unbeatable. The longer the time, the bigger the gap." The principal of number 1 high school, Lu, sighed, "Am I really going to lose 4 times in a row?" At that moment, a system notification appeared: "The player you are following, Lin Hao, has reached level 9. What? Level 9 already? Could it be that Lin Hao has killed another boss? The principals were utterly shocked. How is this possible? That super powerful skill has a cooldown time of only half an hour? Everyone was extremely surprised. They had seen powerful skills before, even unique skills exclusive to hidden classes, capable of dealing millions of damage to a target at level 1, but those skills had ridiculously long cooldown times, requiring a month to use again after one activation. Yet Lin Hao's skill could instantly kill a tier 1 boss at level 6, with a cooldown time of only half an hour. This was simply unbelievable. Principal Lu was shocked at first, then a smile appeared on his face. Now this is an SSS level profession. What's a tier 1 boss? My school's students easily took down 2. Looks like the 6 pieces of legendary equipment I lost to you before, you'll have to hand them over today. The principal of number 2 high school said enviously. Even with 5 times the experience, they were overtaken. Why isn't Lin Hao my student? Principal Lu calmly responded, "Don't get too excited just yet. When it comes to normal monster farming, my school's students are faster than yours." The principal of number 2 high school retorted unhappily, "What do you mean by that?" Principal Lu explained, "The boss of the third map is a level 20 second tier boss. Lin Hao is definitely not its match and can only rely on regular monster farming. Being surpassed is just a matter of time." Damn it. You guys at second high are really lucky. If the deputy commander hadn't replaced the boss with a level 21, you would have definitely lost. Even Principal Lu didn't believe Lin Hao, at level 9, could defeat a second-tier boss, as second-tier bosses have extremely powerful attributes. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan had already arrived at the swamp map. The monsters in the swamp move slowly and are numerous. For his ranged profession, this place is practically a monster farming paradise. His high agility allows him to easily control these monsters. Leveling up here, you can reach level 10 in at most an hour. I'm already level 9, Lin Hao is still stuck at level 7, right? When it comes to leveling speed, he's no match for me, Zhang Yuan said as he walked and farmed monsters. Soon, he discovered a monster resembling a large snail in the center of the swamp, which was clearly the swamp boss. Corrosive Snail King. Level 20. Health points 400,000. Attack power 12,000. Physical defense 10,000. Magic resistance 8,000. Skills: Venom Shot, Curl Up, Shell Impact. Description: capable of both melee and ranged attacks, but moves very slowly. If you can't beat it, you can always run. Surely, you can't be slower than a snail, right? Seeing these stats, Zhang Yuan completely gave up the idea of soloing it. Not to mention the 400,000 health, the 10,000 physical defense alone made it impossible for his strongest skills to break through. Even headbutting it would be useless. Our deputy commander in the war zone isn't someone to be trifled with. Do you know how hard it is to defeat this tier 2 boss? Who could possibly take it down before reaching level 10? It's absolutely impossible. Meanwhile, Lin Hao smoothly arrived in front of the boss. Zhang Yuan glanced at him indifferently, initially not paying much attention, but when he saw that Lin Hao was already level 9, he was instantly startled. Lin Hao, you're already level 9? Who activated the 5 times experience cheat? He muttered to himself. Clearly, he had been one level ahead of Lin Hao before, so how did he get caught up? Could it be that the Forbidden Mage class also doubles experience? But that doesn't make sense. If it really doubled, he shouldn't have been only level 6 before. Zhang Yuan looked at Lin Hao in surprise. Lin Hao shrugged and said, the map is too big, and I spent some time looking for the boss. Otherwise, I would have already dealt with this snail and reached level 10. Stop bragging. Zhang Yuan clearly didn't believe him. He knew that the attributes of a level 10 boss were terrifyingly high. Without a sorcerer to lower its resistance, it would be hard to break its defense, let alone succeed in a solo fight so quickly. Lin Hao ignored him and walked straight toward the large snail boss. Zhang Yuan was stunned. Are you really planning to solo this tier 2 boss? Lin Hao didn't answer and continued forward. Zhang Yuan felt a bit annoyed but still kindly reminded him, buddy, isn't this enough? Don't risk your life just for the sake of pride. Lin Hao said calmly, to you, this boss might be an unbeatable monster, but to me, it's just a matter of a few fireball spells. This snail boss is indeed formidable. Its venom attack can deal 100% damage to the target and also cause poisoning. What's even scarier is that its attack range is farther than a max-level fireball spell, an impressive 50 meters. But for Lin Hao, this posed no threat at all. Lin Hao suddenly stopped 200 meters away from the boss. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but laugh. You should know your limits when showing off, right? Don't lose your life over it. Lin Hao responded calmly, don't worry, I won't tell anyone about today's events. As soon as he finished speaking, he launched a fireball spell directly at the boss's head. Zhang Yuan was stunned. The fireball has such a long range? For long-range professions, range is the greatest advantage. What shocked him even more was that the fireball spell unleashed an astonishing damage, exactly 34,800 points. This is just too outrageous. Zhang Yuan couldn't believe that this damage came from a level 9 job changer. Even a first-tier job changer fully equipped with level 10 legendary gear couldn't reach this level. An SSS class profession truly lives up to its name. His eyes were full of envy mixed with jealousy. Even more exaggerated, Zhang Yuan thought this fireball spell was Lin Hao's ultimate skill with an extremely long cooldown time. However, Lin Hao fired one after another, continuously bombarding. 34,800. 34,800. 34,800. The snail boss was hit until it was dizzy, angrily spitting venom to attack Lin Hao. But its venom had a range of only 50 meters, falling to the ground shortly after being launched. Lin Hao laughed. The truth is only valid within the range of the cannon. Since your attack range isn't as long as mine, you can only take the hits. Fireball spells were cast one after another, bombarding like a fireworks display. 34,800. 34,800. 34,800. The snail boss wasn't stupid either. Knowing it couldn't win or escape, it simply retracted into its shell, instantly doubling its defenses. But for Lin Hao, this was useless. The boss hiding like this only made it take a few more fireball spell hits. 26,800. 26,800. 26,800. Finally, the last fireball struck down, shattering the snail boss's shell and instantly killing it. Defeating the level 20 corrupted Snail King, Lin Hao gained 150,000 experience points. Exceeding level 11 also granted an additional 165,000 experience points. At the same time, he received 200,000 energy points, with an extra 220,000 points for surpassing level 11. The additional experience and energy exceeded the base rewards, showcasing Lin Hao's explosive strength. This is the benefit of directly skipping levels to defeat monsters. In an instant, Lin Hao quickly leveled up to level 10. His energy value skyrocketed to an astonishing 692,930 points. Zhang Yuan, standing nearby, was completely stunned, his jaw almost dropped. After a while, he barely managed to regain his composure. Damn, this damage is absolutely insane. A 400,000 HP boss, taken out in an instant like that. Now he finally understood that his previous arrogance was nothing but a joke. Seeing Lin Hao's figure starting to become transparent, about to be transported out of the secret realm, Zhang Yuan immediately shouted, "Great Master, do you still need an accessory for your thigh?" Although he was arrogant, he was by no means stupid. As an SS level profession, he has the capital to be arrogant. But in front of Lin Hao, that bit of arrogance is not worth mentioning at all. He was completely convinced. Outside the secret realm, the principals of second high school were still secretly pleased. Jianjia Yuan's leveling speed is too fast, already at level 9. Surpassing Lin Hao is just a matter of time. However, the next moment, 3 broadcasts echoed through the secret realm hall, the sound earth-shattering. Ding! Congratulations to the job changer Lin Hao for successfully killing the level 20 boss corrupted Snail King. *3. What? This sound echoed 3 times, and only then did the principals realize it wasn't just an auditory illusion. My goodness! Lin Hao actually killed a tier 2 boss. Principal Lu was so excited that his face turned red, almost unable to catch his breath. The other principals quickly advised him to calm down and not pass out, as no one would be able to carry him. The job changers in the secret hall couldn't believe the news they heard. My god, a tier 2 boss was really killed? And it was soloed by one person? That's incredible. I wouldn't even dare to brag that I could do it. Lin Hao is simply my idol. The originally quiet hall instantly turned into chaos. The staff didn't intend to maintain order, everyone was stunned. Originally, they thought it was just the deputy commander of the war zone suddenly going crazy, but unexpectedly, someone actually managed to do it a solo kill. The young lady at the workstation was so shocked that she quickly made a phone call. After a while, the manager's office door was knocked on. Manager! Manager! Something big has happened. The manager held his teacup and calmly took a sip, saying, "Xiao Wu, how many times have I told you, stay calm when something happens? The more you panic, the worse it gets. Now, tell me, what exactly happened?" The man said, panting, "Someone has killed the tier 2 boss." What? The manager almost spat out his tea, his face full of disbelief. Seeing him like this, the man said disdainfully, "Where's your composure? You're not much better than me." The manager quickly asked, "Are you talking about the tier 2 boss in the abyssal secret realm?" The man nodded, "That's right, it's the largest secret realm in Linyuan City." The manager gasped, then his face lit up with joy. "The task assigned to me by the war zone, I didn't expect it to be completed so quickly. What's the name of the team that defeated the tier 2 boss? Is it the Malong Guild?" The Malong Guild is one of the largest guilds in Linyuan City. Recently, they even recruited 5 S-class job changers, and the manager believed only they could possibly complete this task. Unexpectedly, the man shook his head. "It's not the Malong Guild, nor a team. The one who defeated the boss is Lin Hao. He did it alone, without any help, soloing the tier 2 boss." What did you say? Before level 10, he soloed a second tier boss? Did I hear that right? The man nodded heavily and repeated it again. The manager doubted life and immediately thought of a possibility. Did he use some powerful item? There are indeed some man-made tools in the war zone that can cause around 500,000 damage, although their quantity is extremely limited. This is quite rare. The man shook his head and said, "That I don't know, but I heard Lin Hao is an SSS level job changer." SSS level? No wonder, others exclaimed in amazement. It seems the war zone has provided him with some extremely powerful equipment. Although the war zone usually protects geniuses by avoiding giving them overly strong weapons to prevent impulsive actions, perhaps an SSS level profession is an exception. Anyway, Deputy Commander Lee said that as long as someone kills a second-tier boss, he should be informed, without specifying what method they must use. Not long after, the manager dialed the phone. The call rang 10 times before it was answered. "Manager Wang, what's the matter?" Manager Wang straightforwardly explained the situation just now. On the other end of the phone, Leon heard that someone had single-handedly defeated a Tier 2 boss, his voice trembling with excitement. But upon hearing the name Lin Hao, he couldn't help but smile wryly. After hearing this, Manager Wang became even more certain of his suspicion. Lin Hao must have used the powerful equipment from the war zone, otherwise, how could Deputy Commander Li's attitude change so drastically? What powerful equipment? Lin Hao defeated the Tier 2 boss with his own strength. Lian explained. He smiled bitterly because he had specifically captured a Tier 2 boss, hoping to use this opportunity to find more talent and improve the success rate of dungeon strategies. But Lin Hao was already a predetermined powerhouse, and his plan completely fell apart. However, Lin Hao being able to defeat a Tier 2 boss in such a short time still surprised him. Such output capability is top-notch, even among SSS class professions. The manager was even more shocked. Lin Hao didn't use equipment. Soloing a Tier 2 boss before level 10, is he even human? After hanging up the phone, Deputy Commander Li was about to talk to Lin Hao when the communicator rang again. As soon as it connected, an anxious shout came through. Deputy Commander, something terrible has happened. The Abyss Forest dungeon is out of control. A large number of monsters are pouring out crazily. Ang Li said solemnly, "Hold on, I'm coming right away." Hanging up the phone, he muttered, "It seems this strategy can't be delayed any longer." Coming out of the secret realm, Lin Hao found a group of principals staring at him, as if looking at a monster. "Principals, don't look at me like that, I'm a little scared." Principal Lu coughed and heavily patted Lin Hao's shoulder. "Good boy. Truly worthy of being a student from my #1 high school, strong like a monster." "Actually, it wasn't that bad. That boss wasn't very strong, I didn't even use my full strength," Lin Hao said casually. The principals were shocked upon hearing this. What kind of monster? Defeating a second-tier boss without using full strength? The principal of #2 high school, stunned, quickly said, "Young man, have you considered my earlier proposal? As long as you're willing to come to my #2 high school to take the National College entrance exam, I'll reward you with 10 million. 10 million? That's quite a big move." Lin Hao had never even seen so much money. Seeing that Lin Hao seemed tempted, Principal Lu became furious. "Old man, you're going too far. Poaching my talent one after another, do you really think I have no temper?" The principal of #2 high school said, "I think it's Lin Hao's freedom to decide where he wants to go. As principals, we shouldn't make decisions for students." The other principals nodded in agreement. "Exactly, students aren't the property of the school, don't be so controlling." Third high is willing to offer 11 million yuan. Fourth high offers 15 million. Good, good, good. The competition has started? Principal Lu, furious, directly took out a crystal. The other principals were stunned upon seeing it. This is a top-tier advancement stone? They never expected Principal Lu to possess such a precious treasure. Every job changer must complete an advancement task at level 10 to continue leveling up. The higher the grade of the advancement stone used, the harder the task, but the better the rewards. A top-tier advancement stone is a treasure that money can't buy. Seeing this, the other principals gave up the idea of poaching. Lin Hao smiled and said, "Thank you all for your kind offers, but Principal Lu treats me very well, and I won't go to another school." Principal Lu smiled triumphantly. Smiling, he directly handed the top-tier advancement stone to Lin Hao. Then, with a serious expression, he instructed, "Lin Hao, you must act within your limits. Don't force yourself to take on the advancement task. I've heard of many geniuses who got stuck here and ended up unable to level up for the rest of their lives." Lin Hao asked curiously, "Is it that serious? What kind of task is in the top-tier advancement stone?" He shook his head with a smile. "I'm not too sure about the specifics. You'll know once you activate it. But if you think the task is too difficult, don't force yourself to take it." He said earnestly, "No matter how important the top-tier advancement stone is, it can't compare to the safety of an SSS-class job changer like you. Remember, don't push yourself too hard." Lin Hao nodded solemnly, but in his heart, he didn't really believe there was a task that could stump him. He activated the advancement stone and immediately saw 3 task options. Normal task, kill 3 level 10 bosses solo within 3 days. The reward is an increase of 1000 to both maximum health and mana, 100 to other attributes, and an additional 10 free attribute points per level up. Lin Hao thought to himself, the normal task is really simple, practically a freebie for him. But for ordinary job changers, this was already difficult enough. Many couldn't succeed even with their best efforts. Difficult task, kill a level 20 boss alone within 3 days. The reward is an increase of 2000 in both health and mana, 200 in other attributes, and an additional 20 free attribute points for each level up. Lin Hao felt that this task wasn't difficult at all. If he had encountered it earlier, he would have completed it with ease. Finally, the hell task, conquer a dungeon that has never been cleared before within 3 days, with the team's contribution rate reaching over 80%. The rewards are extremely generous, an increase of 5,000 in both health and mana, 500 in other attributes, an additional 50 free attribute points for each level up, and 3 extra passive skill slots. This task was hard to evaluate because he had never entered an uncleared dungeon and didn't know how difficult it would be. But upon seeing the rewards, Lin Hao still chose the hell task after all. The attribute rewards were too tempting. Especially the 3 extra passive skill slots, they are the most valuable. A job changer can learn active skills infinitely, but there are only 3 passive skill slots, meaning they can only learn up to 3 passive skills at a time. Therefore, this reward is extremely precious. Principal Lu saw Lin Hao accept the task and couldn't help but curiously ask, "Lin Hao, what task did you choose?" Lin Hao honestly revealed the task details. The principals listened and immediately sighed. "Oh no, this is going to be troublesome. What a pity, another SSS class job changer might get stuck on this advancement quest. Forget 3 days, even 3 months might not be enough to complete it. If you fail, you'll never be able to level up again." Principal Liu's face wrinkled. "Lin Hao, I already warned you, why did you still choose such a difficult quest?" Lin Hao asked in confusion, "Is this quest really that hard? I remember Deputy Commander Li said it would go smoothly if I tackled the dungeon, didn't he?" Principal Lu shook his head, "Completely different. In our Dragon Country, there are at least 800 or 900, maybe even over 1,000 dungeons that haven't been cleared. It's not that no one wants to clear them, it's that they simply can't be cleared. What Deputy Commander Li referred to as clearing is actually just going in to farm monsters and reduce the difficulty. Your task, however, is a proper full dungeon clear, and the contribution rate must exceed 80%. Even if you temporarily find a top expert from Dragon Country to help you, it won't work." Principal Lu said regretfully, "We can only see if Deputy Commander Li has any solutions." After speaking, he looked at Lin Hao. "Li and gave you his contact information before he left, right?" Lin Hao nodded, feeling a bit intimidated by the serious atmosphere of the principals. Is the dungeon strategy really that difficult? It just so happened that he hadn't claimed his reward from the Abyssal Secret Realm yet, so he planned to ask about it as well. However, just as he was about to make a call, the phone suddenly rang. Lin Hao was a bit stunned. It was actually Lian calling. As soon as the call connected, Lian's weary voice came through. "Lin Hao, where are you now?" "I'm still in the Abyssal Secret Realm." "I see, I'll send someone to pick you up right away. The dungeon mission in the Abyssal Forest must be completed immediately, it's already urgent." Lin Hao asked, "Deputy Commander Li, when you say completed, do you mean fully clearing it, or reducing the fusion level before coming out?" Ang Li replied, "If we can completely clear the level, then let's completely clear it. If not, let's first lower the fusion rate and deal with the immediate crisis." The so-called fusion rate refers to the degree of integration between the instance world and the real world. Once it reaches 100%, the monsters in the instance will uncontrollably enter the real world. To lower the fusion rate, the most effective method is to kill the monsters in the instance. The more you kill, the faster the fusion rate drops. Usually, a fusion rate of 50% is considered a safe range, but the Abyssal Forest instance has repeatedly surged to 100%. Lin Hao suddenly asking about this. Could something have happened? Lin Hao nodded and told Ang Li the content of the advanced mission. After hearing this, Lian's voice sounded even more weary. "Sigh, this matter. I'll do my best to think of a solution for you." After the call ended, Principal Lu furrowed his brows tightly. Even the top experts in the war zone couldn't solve this problem? Number 1 High School had finally produced an SSS level job changer, and just this morning he had completed the transition, only to face danger by the afternoon. "I'm really unlucky. Why did I give Lin Hao the top tier advancement stone?" The other principals sighed helplessly and could only console him. "Take it slow, maybe a miracle will happen." Not long after, an armored vehicle designated for the war zone arrived outside the Abyssal Secret Realm Hall. Facing the surprised gazes of the transferees, Lin Hao calmly got in. Watching the armored vehicle slowly drive away, an ordinary man in the crowd curled his lips into a cold smile. An SSS class profession is indeed impressive, being able to solo a tier 2 boss. Unfortunately, you probably won't make it through tonight. After confirming Lin Hao's identity, the armored vehicle driver silently headed toward the Abyssal Forest. Meanwhile, Lin Hao organized his spoils in the vehicle. Although he hadn't yet received the special reward, he had already obtained 6 pieces of legendary equipment and a storage space ring, a gift from Principal Lu before his departure. All 6 pieces of equipment were level 10 gear for mages. Spirit Staff legendary quality, level 10, mage exclusive, magic attack power 2000. Chinook Robe legendary quality, level 10, mage exclusive, maximum HP 10,000, magic defense 3000. Phantom Boots legendary quality, level 10, usable by any class, movement speed increased by 10%, immune to slowing effects. The attributes of the other 3 pieces of equipment are also not bad. After equipping these items, Lin Hao's magic attack power increased to 3,140, and other attributes also saw a significant boost. Then, he allocated all 20 free attribute points to agility, officially breaking through 100 and reaching 110 points. Everything was ready, and the armored vehicle stopped at the entrance of the Abyss Forest. Lin Hao got out of the vehicle, and the first thing he saw was a temporary checkpoint and soldiers standing ready. The checkpoint mainly served to prevent ordinary people from accidentally entering the dungeon and losing their lives. The real main force was stationed deeper inside. From a distance, Lin Hao saw Lian personally coming forward to greet him. "Lin Hao, you're finally here. Deputy Commander Li, is the situation serious?" Lian nodded gravely. "The situation is dire, but the greater danger lies in the challenge you face. Achieving an 80% contribution rate in the dungeon is harder than you think. I've already contacted the Warzone Chief, it all depends on whether he has a solution." "Thank you, Deputy Commander Li." Although Lin Hao didn't think a level 10 dungeon could pose a challenge for him, he still expressed his gratitude for the help. Lian waved his hand. "No need to be so formal, you're not a soldier in our war zone. Calling you Deputy Commander Li feels a bit awkward. How about you just call me Lian? If you mind, just call me Brother Li." "Alright, Brother Li." Lian nodded and took out a key. "This is your reward for killing a tier 2 boss in the Abyssal Secret Realm. It can unlock a hidden dungeon." "Hidden dungeon?" Lin Hao looked puzzled. He had never heard of this term before. Lian explained, "The hidden dungeon is a special level 50 dungeon. Each time you enter, 5 treasure chests of different qualities will refresh, and what's inside depends entirely on luck. There's also a super strong level 50 boss inside, so you'd better level up before going in." Lin Hao nodded. "All based on luck? I think my luck is pretty good." Ang Li smiled. "It's indeed impressive, otherwise, you wouldn't have awakened an SSS level profession." The two chatted as they walked and soon arrived at the entrance of the Abyss Forest dungeon. "Lin Hao, we're about to enter the dungeon. Are you nervous?" Lin Hao shook his head. "A level 20 boss is no match for me, a level 10 dungeon is no problem." Ang Li solemnly reminded, "Your mindset is wrong. The health of monsters in an uncompleted dungeon is 10 times that of the ones outside. More importantly, this dungeon has special rules. For instance, the monsters here explode upon death, dealing damage equal to 10% of their maximum health to targets within a 10-meter radius. Melee combat is basically a death wish." Lin Hao asked in confusion. 10% damage is quite extreme, but wouldn't ranged classes be safe inside? It shouldn't lead to an 80% death rate, right? Ang Li sighed. "The rules aren't limited to just one. Second, you can't recover health inside the dungeon. Skills and items are ineffective. Third, you can't use return to town items within an hour." 3 rules? Lin Hao exclaimed in surprise. "No wonder it's so dangerous." "Right, so you must be careful. If you can handle it remotely, don't get close. Use those tools if you can, don't save them, your life is the most important." Lin Hao nodded. He had heard this so many times that his ears were practically calloused. Not only did the school principal talk about it every day, but this Brother Li also didn't let him off the hook. Then, Lian took out a gemstone. "What is this?" Lian smiled without answering. "Don't worry about it, just take it with you." Lin Hao accepted it. Although he didn't understand why Deputy Leader Li was being so mysterious, he knew it wouldn't harm him. Just as he was about to enter the dungeon, Lian suddenly stopped him. "Hold on, this is a 5-player dungeon. Your teammates are on their way. Wait for them to go in together." "Teammates?" Lin Hao frowned. He had no confidence in teammates, fearing they would hold him back. More importantly, his class talent required him to kill the boss solo to gain energy points. If anyone else touched it, it wouldn't count. He made up an excuse on the spot. "Brother Li, my profession is special. I have to act alone to achieve the best results." "Oh." Lian was puzzled but could only believe him. "Alright, be careful inside and don't be too reckless." Lin Hao looked at his energy value of 692,930 points, full of confidence. "Don't worry, Brother Li. If I can't conquer this dungeon, probably no one can." Quite arrogant. "But I like it." Lian smiled and stopped trying to stop him. Lin Hao stepped into the dungeon, and before him was a blood-red prairie. A broken blood moon hung in the sky, emitting an eerie red glow. The atmosphere of this dungeon was grim, like a terrifying amusement park. Looking around, Lin Hao prepared to begin his challenge. Lin Hao walked straight toward the dungeon center. It didn't take long before he encountered the first monster, a wild wolf, Cataclysm, level 10, with 20,000 HP, 620 attack, 460 defense, and 240 magic resistance. The monsters in the dungeon all had particularly high HP, with even the weakest boasting 20,000 HP. Fortunately, their other attributes remained unchanged, otherwise, they might be stronger than some level 20 monsters. Lin Hao glanced at the wild wolf, showed no interest, and directly threw a fireball spell. minus 62,560. Over 60,000 damage instantly killed the wild wolf. A piece of green equipment dropped on the ground. Lin Hao casually picked up the equipment. The book said that the drop rate of dungeon monsters is particularly high, and it really wasn't an exaggeration. Outside, killing 1,000 monsters might not even yield a single piece of equipment, but here, any random monster can drop something. Not only that, killing the wild wolf also granted 1,000 experience points, which is 5 times that of monsters of the same level outside. It seems that dungeons are truly the ultimate leveling paradise. Lin Hao continued heading toward the center, killing more than 10 small monsters along the way, and finally encountered the first boss power overlord Bear King, Cataclysm, level 10, with 2 million HP, 6,300 attack, 5,200 defense, and 4,700 magic resistance. 2 million health, that's simply outrageous. Lin Hao was observing the boss, and the Bear King also noticed him. It roared angrily and charged over. Lin Hao remained calm, gathering several fireball spells and launching them simultaneously. Minus 58,100. Minus 58,100. Minus 58,100. Each fireball deals nearly 60,000 damage, enough to easily take down an ordinary level 10 boss, but to this Bear King, it's just a scratch. Lin Hao's heart sank. It seemed the damage output wasn't enough. He calmed down and began upgrading the fireball spell. After level 200, upgrading the fireball spell required 200 energy points per level. Lin Hao spent 10,000 energy points to raise the fireball spell to level 250. To his surprise, he had thought that the energy requirement would double every 50 levels, but it did not. From level 250 to 500, each level still only required 200 energy points. Lin Hao took the opportunity to level up to 500, spending only 60,000 energy points, far easier than he had anticipated. Fireball LV100 consumes 500 mana, deals 5,000% spell attack damage to a single target within 500 meters, no cooldown. After reaching level 500, the energy required for leveling up suddenly surged, increasing to 1,000 points per level, 5 times more. But Lin Hao wasn't worried, he still had 630,000 energy points. He continued to level up, spending 500,000 energy to raise Fireball to level 1,000. Fireball LV10000 consumes 1,000 mana, deals 10,000% spell attack damage to a single target within 1,000 meters, no cooldown. The damage multiplier is terrifying. It's twice as high as a normal max-level legendary skill. Who would have thought this is just an ordinary fireball? After the excitement, Lin Hao saw that the energy was only 130,000 left, and his heart sank, almost feeling like he was back to square one overnight. Damn Bear King, I'll hold you accountable for all my losses. The mighty Bear King had already charged within 30 meters, a distance that would put great pressure on ordinary mages. But Lin Hao was different, his agility exceeded 110, making him much faster than the Bear King. He cast Fireball while retreating. Minus 309,300. Minus 309,300. Minus 309,300. After the damage of Fireball was increased, Lin Hao forced the Bear King to retreat step by step, and the odds of victory began to become clear. Lin Hao broke through to a new realm. A few fireballs smashed down, causing the boss to cry out in pain. It realized it couldn't catch up with Lin Hao no matter what, so it simply turned around and fled for its life. But Lin Hao certainly wouldn't let it escape. It fled, he chased, there was no way it could get away. 309300. 309300. 309300. One fireball after another smashed down, and the boss quickly fell to the ground. Brother, you can't run faster than me, and your arms aren't as long as mine. I really can't figure out how you could beat me. Kill a level 10 Cataclysmic Bear King and gain 300,000 experience. Kill a level 10 Cataclysmic boss, congratulations on gaining 500,000 energy points. Oh my god. Killing a Cataclysmic boss gives 5 times the energy points compared to outside, killing just one grants 500,000 energy. Lin Hao was extremely excited, the energy spent on upgrading the Fireball spell had almost fully recovered. How could this be a dangerous dungeon? It was practically his treasure trove for getting stronger. Immediately gaining 500,000 energy, Lin Hao became overconfident again. However, he didn't continue upgrading the Fireball spell, as the multiplier was already high enough. If the attack power is too low, even a high multiplier won't produce explosive damage. He turned his attention to the passive skill, Magic Amplification. After level 100, each upgrade requires 1,000 energy points. Just obtained 500,000 energy, this consumption is nothing. Lin Hao directly spent 50,000 energy to level it up to 150. After reaching level 150, leveling up requires 2,000 energy points. From then on until level 500, the energy required for leveling up will no longer increase. As expected, Lin Hao was right. Spent another 500,000 energy, he raised Magic Amplification to level 450. Magic Amplification LV450 spell attack power permanently increased by 4600 points. So terrifying. Just by killing a level 10 boss, his strength increased this much. Lin Hao glanced at his total magic attack power, 6,640. To be honest, most second-tier job changers didn't have magic attack power as high as his. After upgrading his skills, Lin Hao looked toward the spot where the Bear King had fallen. 3 level 10 legendary equipment pieces dropped on the ground. Violent longsword. Quality, legendary. Required level, 10. Suitable professions, warrior, swordsman, and other physical types. Attack power, 1,500. Effect, normal attack damage is doubled. The effects of the other 2 legendary items are similar. Although these items are for physical classes, Lin Hao cannot use them, but selling it would definitely be a significant income. This dungeon is amazing. After storing the 3 legendary pieces of equipment in the storage ring, Lin Hao continued to move deeper. Other job changers entering here are afraid of encountering bosses, but Lin Hao is worried there aren't enough bosses. Outside the copy, Lian stared intently at a piece of crystal. This type of crystal comes in pairs and is called parent-child crystal. The crystal Lian just gave to Lin Hao is the child crystal. As long as the main crystal is activated, Lin Hao, who holds the subcrystal, will be immediately teleported out. This is what reassured him to let Lin Hao venture into the dungeon alone. Otherwise, if the 10th war zone finally produced an SSS level job changer and he truly died in the dungeon, the war zone leader would likely hold him accountable upon return. Initially, he didn't tell Lin Hao about the main and subcrystals because he didn't want him to become overconfident and take risky actions. Ang Li could clearly see Lin Hao's health points. Once Lin Hao's health drops below 1%, the life-saving item will be triggered. At most 300 seconds later, he will activate the crystal to teleport Lin Hao out. 10 minutes have passed, and it's unclear how many small monsters Lin Hao has killed. Killing monsters in the dungeon can reduce the dungeon's fusion level. With Lin Hao's output, reducing the fusion level by 1% shouldn't be a problem. Lian looked up at the fusion level of the Abyss Forest dungeon. The result was so surprising that he almost couldn't believe his eyes. How much? 76%. Could it be that he has been distracted all along and mistook 9 for 7? When Lin Hao first entered, the instant's fusion rate was still as high as 97%, but after just 10 minutes, it dropped by 21%, leaving only 76%. Lian rubbed his eyes to confirm he wasn't mistaken, but the value was right there. How is this possible? In these 10 minutes, Lin Hao wiped out all the small monsters in one move, so how could the fusion rate drop so quickly? Could it be he killed a level 10 cataclysm boss? Lian's heart tightened, and he couldn't help but take a sharp breath. A famous detective once said, when you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. Lin Hao's strength was far greater than he had imagined. A task that even a 5-person team would struggle to complete, Lin Hao managed to solve single-handedly. Meanwhile, Lin Hao continued to crazily eliminate the endlessly appearing monsters. With a significant boost in spell attack, each of his fireballs could deal over 600,000 damage. Within minutes, dozens of small monsters exploded instantly. After advancing a bit further, he finally encountered the boss 2 Shadow Priests, Cataclysm level, gathered together, level 10, with 1.5 million health, 8,300 spell attack, and considerable defense. Although their health was lower than that of the mighty Bear King, this type of magic-based boss was far more troublesome because their attack range could cover 100 meters. 2 monsters together, the threat doubles. But for Lin Hao, this is practically a feast delivered to his doorstep. 100 meters far? I can easily hit the target even from 500 meters away. Lin Hao stood 500 meters away and cast a fireball spell. However, an awkward situation occurred. The fireball needed time to travel, and by the time it reached 500 meters, the 2 bosses had already disappeared without a trace. The sound of the fireball hitting the grass caught the attention of the 2 bosses. After searching for a while, they finally spotted Lin Hao and roared angrily as they charged toward him. If it were an average player, they would have been scared off long ago. But Lin Hao remained calm, thinking to himself, if I were you, I would be running for my life right now, not rushing to my death. Not being able to aim well from 500 meters away doesn't mean it's difficult at close range. Relying on his speed and attack range advantage, Lin Hao easily dodged the attacks of the 2 bosses. No matter what moves they used, they couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. Meanwhile, Lin Hao's fireball spell always hit its mark with precision. Minus 657,200. Minus 657,200. Minus 657,200. 3 fireballs instantly killed a boss. If others saw it, they would definitely say he was cheating. Even Lin Hao himself was shocked by this damage. Kill a level 10 Cataclysm Priest, reward 300,000 experience. Kill a level 10 Cataclysm Boss, gain 500,000 energy points. In an instant, another 500,000 energy points were obtained. The remaining boss was so frightened by Lin Hao's firepower that it turned around and fled. Lin Hao certainly wouldn't let it go, since it came, it must rest in peace. Another 3 fireballs, easily killed. Gained another 300,000 experience and 500,000 energy. What a heavenly gift! Lin Hao easily harvested 1 million energy. After having ample energy, he spent 100,000 energy to raise the magic amplification to level 500. After reaching level 500, the energy required for upgrades immediately skyrocketed 5-fold, matching the energy consumption of Fireball. Each upgrade required 10,000 energy. Although he had just obtained 1 million, Lin Hao still felt a bit reluctant. Level 500 should be sufficient for now, he would continue upgrading when it became insufficient in the future. The magic amplification reached level 500, and Lin Hao's strength took another big leap forward. Lin Hao's mana intensity soared to 7,140 points. Next, it was time to reap the rewards. Defeating 2 bosses outside might not even yield a single hair, but in this unexplored dungeon, these 2 bosses actually dropped a total of 8 items. Among them, 7 were legendary equipment. Lin Hao didn't rush to check the attributes because he noticed that the final drop was actually a skill book. Upon closer inspection, Lin Hao felt a bit disappointed. The skill book emitted a faint white glow, clearly indicating it was the most ordinary white skill book. Mana recovery, passive skill. Quality, basic. Learning condition, none. Effect, after learning, restores 100 mana points every 60 seconds. My luck is truly extraordinary, it's another passive skill book. Lin Hao muttered to himself, all his previous disappointment with the white skill vanished instantly. The passive skill mana recovery is almost useless for most class changers. Among all the useless skills of mages, this one is arguably the most useless. Recovering 100 mana points per minute, who would even need that? It's basically a freebie that no one values. It's useless in the early stages, and even more so later on. The most critical issue is that it takes up a precious passive skill slot. But for Lin Hao, this skill was quite remarkable because he could upgrade it infinitely. Thinking of this, Lin Hao immediately began upgrading the skill. Do you want to consume 20 energy points to upgrade mana recovery? The system prompted. Only 20 points? Cheaper than upgrading a green quality magic boost by 1 level. Lin Hao was a bit surprised. Upgrading a green skill by 1 level required 100 energy points, but a white skill was actually 5 times cheaper. Without hesitation, Lin Hao spent 980 energy points and instantly upgraded mana recovery to level 50. Mana recovery LV50. Every 20 seconds, instantly restores 5,000 mana points. Not bad. Not only has the recovery interval shortened, but the recovery amount has also skyrocketed, jumping directly from 100 points to 5,000 points. After level 50, each level up requires 100 energy points. Lin Hao began to explore the leveling pattern. Every 50 levels, the energy consumption increases 5-fold. At level 100, the consumption doubles again. From level 150 to 500, it doubles once more. After level 500, it increases 5-fold. Sure enough, leveling up from 50 to 100 cost Lin Hao 5,000 energy points. This amount of consumption is nothing to Lin Hao. In the dungeon, he can easily earn 500,000 by killing a level 10 boss, so spending some energy doesn't bother him at all. After reaching level 100, Lin Hao checked the skill effects. Mana recovery LV100. Restores 10,000 mana points per second. Whoa, even a white skill can have such an overpowered effect? Lin Hao was shocked. You have to know, a level 1000 fireball spell consumes 1000 mana points per cast, and restoring 10,000 mana points per second means he can now cast fireball infinitely. The effect at level 100 had already made Lin Hao very satisfied, but now he had plenty of resources. With a grand gesture, he spent 150,000 energy points and directly upgraded mana recovery to level 500. Mana recovery LV500. Recovers 50,000 mana points per second. Heavens, that's incredible! Lin Hao couldn't help but exclaim. If anyone ever says that mana regeneration is a useless skill again, he would definitely argue with them. Who has ever seen a useless skill that restores 50,000 mana points per second? The forbidden mage profession truly turns trash into treasure. It's absolutely magical. For a long time to come, Lin Hao wouldn't have to worry about his mana. If he ever ran short, he could just keep upgrading the skill. At this moment, Lin Hao finally turned to look at the 7 legendary pieces of equipment that had just dropped. 7 pieces of level 10 legendary equipment, with attributes similar to what he already had, but still quite a decent haul. Although low-level legendary equipment isn't very valuable, selling one for tens of thousands isn't a problem, and 7 pieces would bring in about $1 million in income. Lin Hao stored all the equipment into his storage ring and continued advancing deeper into the dungeon. Outside the dungeon, Lian rubbed his sore eyes. During these 10+ minutes, he had been staring at the crystal without daring to blink, afraid of missing any important changes. Lin Hao was about to run into trouble in the next second. But he suddenly felt there was no need to be nervous. After all, he still had the legendary life-saving item I gave him. I rubbed my neck and instinctively looked up at the dungeon interface, instantly freezing in place. What happened? Previously, the dungeon integration rate was as high as 76%, but after just over 10 minutes, it plummeted straight down to 34%. I could hardly believe my eyes. In such a short time, the integration rate dropped by over 40%. Could Lin Hao have taken down 2 bosses in a row again? I can only say, this is amazing. Those 5-person teams were all helpless against this dungeon, but Lin Hao had just entered and already took down 3 bosses. And these aren't just ordinary level 10 bosses, they're formidable enemies with 10 times the usual health. I'm so excited I could go crazy. This dungeon has always been such a headache for me, but now Lin Hao might actually clear it all by himself. Taking a deep breath, I pulled myself together. Only the final boss was left. The final boss is usually the hardest to defeat. Hopefully, nothing unexpected happens. Lin Hao continued to venture deeper into the dungeon and suddenly saw a figure. Strange, I clearly entered the dungeon alone. Why is there someone else here? The man turned his head. You must be Lin Hao, I've been waiting for you for a long time. The man had an ordinary appearance, completely unnoticeable in a crowd. He wore a smile on his face, but it was full of mockery. Who are you? Lin Hao asked with a serious expression. As he got closer, he noticed the man was shrouded in an eerie crimson blood mist, looking anything but normal. Are you talking about me? The man sneered coldly, his expression devout. I am a member of the Great Church of Ruins. The Church of Ruins. Lin Hao was quite surprised, not expecting to encounter this group of lunatics in the dungeon. He didn't know much about this cult, only that those people were not quite right in the head. Since you know about us, that makes things easier. Our goal is to make all our compatriots stronger. Of course, not just any useless person can join us. And you, Lin Hao, are qualified. Join us. The man slowly opened his arms, as if beckoning. Lin Hao's mouth twitched. The school wasn't wrong, these people are indeed crazy. I'd better forget it. If you're fine, I'll leave. Leave. The man sneered, without my permission, don't even think about leaving. The voice turned cold instantly, I'll give you one last chance, join us, or die here. Lin Hao didn't respond, he just stared at the man's information panel. Sure enough, nothing can be seen. The detection skills inherent to each profession can only detect monsters. This guy, though strange, is still human. Is this dungeon the work of your Calamity Ruins Church? Of course. The man said smugly, who else has this capability besides our church? Enough, Lin Hao, I'm running out of patience. Tell me your answer. Lin Hao shook his head, I've killed plenty of monsters, but I haven't killed a single human yet. If you want to die, I can certainly grant your wish. The man burst into laughter, kill me? Even level 50 experts couldn't do it. What makes a level 10 rookie like you so confident? Is it an SSS class profession? Or some treasure given to you by those people in the war zone? Lin Hao ignored him. Since he was an enemy, there was only one path. Fireball spell was instantly cast, and a fireball shot straight at the man. The man sneered disdainfully, not taking the fireball seriously, and took the hit head-on. He thought he would only take a few thousand points of damage and didn't even bother to dodge. As a result, when the fireball hit, he was almost scared to death. Minus 698,360. Such terrifying damage instantly froze the smile on the man's face. If it weren't for the disaster blessing that multiplied his health by 10, he would have been done for. Good boy, you truly are. This is an SSS level profession, yet it can deal such absurd damage at level 10. Although more than half of the health bar had already dropped, the man's expression remained calm, without a trace of panic. Lin Hao couldn't be bothered with him and continuously launched fireballs, fiercely smashing them toward the man. Unfortunately, the man, who was well prepared, easily dodged them. Although this man was crazy, he was not a monster that only charged forward on instinct. The trajectory of the fireball spell was too obvious, it was just a straight line, and a slight movement to the side could easily avoid it. The biggest difference between humans and monsters lies not in their attributes, but in their intelligence. You think you can kill me with such tricks? Don't be naive. This move might work against ordinary monsters, but using it on me is a joke. I won't just stand there foolishly and let you hit me. Lin Hao clearly noticed the weakness of the fireball spell, a straight line attack with slow speed, making its hit rate very low against agile enemies. At this moment, the man suddenly pulled out a blood-red gemstone and crushed it fiercely. The copy's rules changed accordingly. Rule 3. All creatures cannot use any items or leave the copy by any means within the next hour. Ha ha ha. Despair, boy. Without the life-saving items from the war zone, you're just a fragile mage who dies at a touch. Seeing that you're an SSS class job changer, I'll give you one last chance, join me, or die. Lin Hao's expression changed instantly upon seeing the updated dungeon rules. Not only was the top-tier protection stone from the war zone unable to activate, but even the substitute puppet was shrouded in a blood-red mist, clearly unusable as well. This is definitely the biggest crisis he has ever encountered. Outside the dungeon, Li An's face changed drastically. What happened? Why did the parent-child crystal fail? Could there be a problem with the dungeon? As the deputy commander, Lian was experienced, and his first reaction was that the Ruins Church was behind this. This sudden situation must mean the dungeon rules have changed. Even the crystal pendant cannot be used, Lin Hao probably won't be able to use any items. Thinking of this, Lian was extremely terrified. There are very few items that can alter dungeon rules, even within the Calamity Ruins Church, and they actually brought out one specifically to deal with Lin Hao. It's truly infuriating. The only thing that can break the rules is a divine artifact outside the rules. But this important thing is not in his hands. Even if the war zone is willing to use the divine artifact to save Lin Hao, with the time it takes to go back and forth, will Lin Hao still be alive? Lian didn't have time to think much, instantly flipping onto the vehicle and rushing swiftly toward the teleportation array at the war zone headquarters. Inside the dungeon, Lin Hao suddenly smiled. You call me a squishy mage? I don't quite agree with that. As he spoke, he focused all his attention on the wind barrier skill. This was one of the 3 initial skills of the Forbidden Mage. After reaching level 10, Lin Hao hadn't upgraded it because his damage was so high that monsters were basically killed in one hit as soon as they appeared. No one could even get close to him, so there was no need to upgrade it. Now, it's time to put it to use. Consuming nearly 580,000 energy, Lin Hao instantly raised the wind barrier to level 1000. The level 1000 wind barrier's effect completely changed. Wind barrier LV10000. Consumes 10,000 mana to immediately gain a shield. The shield value is 10,000 times your spell attack power, lasting for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. More importantly, the cooldown timer starts counting down as soon as the skill is activated. Amazing! A shield multiplier of 10,000 times, the same as the damage multiplier of Fireball. Moreover, when all shield skills are normally activated, the cooldown period will not decrease. This is because the shield must be fully deployed before the cooldown begins. But the level 1000 wind barrier is different. When the shield is activated, the cooldown time also decreases. This means that as long as he lasts for 10 seconds, even if the shield is broken, he can immediately activate a new shield. It seems you really won't give up. The man showed a ferocious expression on his face and said coldly, unfortunately, my patience has reached its limit. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly summoned a massive blood-colored demonic blade and fiercely struck at Lin Hao. Lin Hao's brows furrowed tightly. This was no ordinary attack but an area damage. In such a short time, it was absolutely impossible for him to evade. Struggle, little bug. This is the price of your arrogance. An undeveloped SSS class profession is nothing more than a corpse. The man mocked triumphantly. He had thought Lin Hao would show an expression of fear and regret, but to his surprise, Lin Hao remained calm, as if it was always someone else who was dying. This piqued his curiosity. He wanted to see how this fragile mage would survive without using items. At that moment, Lin Hao activated the wind barrier. The man sneered, "Is this your final struggle? If the wind barrier, such a trash skill, can block my attack, I'll write my name backward." The magic blade slammed down heavily, unleashing an astonishing damage number 96,500 points. Nearly 100,000 damage. It should easily one-shot a level 10 mage. Yet when this damage hit Lin Hao's shield, it didn't even leave a single crack. The man was stunned. Could he have seen it wrong? This wasn't an ordinary wind barrier, but some kind of legendary skill. He leaned in for a closer look and was instantly shocked. Lin Hao's shield value was as high as 617,500, with a maximum of 714,000. A level 10 fragile mage could actually summon a shield with over 700,000 shield value. Are you cheating? The man thought to himself. He had encountered many SSS level professions, but had never seen such an abnormal shield. He even felt that his rule of banning items was useless. After all, the top-tier protection stone shield in the war zone was only slightly over 1 million. The man widened his eyes, almost unable to believe what he was seeing. Lin Hao smiled faintly. If this is your strongest attack, then you'd better wash your neck and prepare to die. The man put away his mockery, his expression calm. The stronger the skill, the longer the cooldown. Shields are especially known for their long cooldowns. How long can your shield last? 10 seconds? 20 seconds? At most 30 seconds, and then it will be your end. His analysis was correct, but he didn't realize that against someone like Lin Hao, this was nothing at all. Lin Hao suddenly put on a panicked expression and started fleeing in all directions. Haha, now you want to run? Too late. The man sneered as he relentlessly pursued. With his back to him, Lin Hao revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. So foolish, falling for it so easily. The mage's fireball attack method is too monotonous, relying only on the element of surprise. So Lin Hao deliberately exposed a flaw, waiting for the best opportunity. Time flew by quickly, 20 seconds passed, and the man was surprised that the shield could last this long. But he did not let his guard down, firmly believing that the shield would eventually disappear. Sure enough, at 28 seconds, the shield began to turn transparent. At 30 seconds, the shield completely disappeared. The man, experienced and skilled, immediately accelerated as soon as the shield vanished, rushing in front of Lin Hao and slashing his sword toward his head. He thought that this time he would finally see Lin Hao's expression of despair. But Lin Hao suddenly laughed. Almost at the same time, another shield was instantly generated. The man's sword struck the shield, dealing over 60,000 damage, but compared to the shield's value of over 700,000, it was nothing at all. The man was utterly shocked, completely unable to understand how Lin Hao's shield skill could cool down so quickly. He only knew that if he didn't run now, he would undoubtedly die. Unfortunately, Lin Hao didn't give him the chance to escape. At the very moment when the two were extremely close, the fireball spell couldn't possibly miss, and a fireball instantly struck the man. Minus 698,360. The man's health bar was instantly emptied, but strangely, he did not collapse immediately. Lin Hao did not hesitate and continued to frantically launch fireballs. However, the damage numbers surprised him. Minus 0. Minus 0. Minus 0. Just as Lin Hao was completely puzzled, the man suddenly let out a furious roar. The originally pale red blood mist grew denser, and then he let out a miserable scream as his muscles suddenly swelled. As the blood mist dispersed, what stood before Lin Hao was no longer a human, but a massive, blood-red-eyed werewolf. Lin Hao, I want you dead. Lin Hao's expression was grave. Could this be a sign of mutation? Li Fei, Disaster Cultist. Level 10. Health points 3 million. Attack power 21,300. Physical defense 18,200. Magic resistance 17,400. Sure enough, it turned into a monster, and its attributes are quite terrifying. The werewolf lost its sanity and crazily lunged at Lin Hao with its claws. Minus 21,300. Minus 21,300. Minus 21,300. Lin Hao sneered, "Is that all you've got?" The werewolf retained very little rationality, making it no different from ordinary wild monsters, or perhaps even worse, as all the skills from its previous human stage were unusable, leaving it to rely solely on basic attacks. The shield of over 700,000 remained as sturdy as ever. Lin Hao waved his wand, and fireballs smashed onto the werewolf's head one after another. In his previous human state, he could easily dodge them, but the werewolf had gone mad and didn't know how to evade at all. Minus 696,600. Minus 696,600. Minus 696,600. In less than 10 seconds, the cooldown-free fireball easily killed the werewolf. This time, the man was completely dead, and the system prompt appeared. Defeated a level 10 Calamity Cultist, gained 600,000 experience. Defeated a level 10 Calamity Cultist, successfully absorbed 1 million energy points. Wow! 1 million energy points. Lin Hao was overjoyed. Not only had all the energy he previously used on the windshield returned, but there was even more. What excited him even more was the drop of 3 legendary pieces of equipment and a legendary skill book. All 3 pieces of equipment were exclusively for level 10 swordsmen. After checking their attributes, Lin Hao directly tossed them into his storage ring. What surprised Lin Hao was that the legendary skill book turned out to be usable by mages. He was puzzled. This guy is clearly a swordsman, so why would he drop a mage skill book? Could it be that it was originally his and he planned to trade it? Anyway, getting it in my hands is a gain. Instant flame impact. Quality, legendary. Learning requirement, mage class. Effect, consumes 500 mana to deal 500% spell attack damage to a single enemy within 50 meters at an extremely fast speed. Cooldown, 600 seconds. How fast is extremely fast? Lin Hao was a bit confused, but it didn't matter, he'd find out by trying. Just after learning the skill, the dungeon notification sounded. Congratulations on successfully completing the dungeon and obtaining the Staff of Calamity's End, Robe of Calamity's End, Boots of Calamity's End, Potential Stone, and Absolute Luck Skill Book. The dungeon will close soon, exiting in 10 seconds. Lin Hao immediately focused his attention on the Potential Stone. The Potential Stone is a special item, categorized into 3 qualities: ordinary, advanced, and top tier. After activating a regular Potential Stone, you gain an additional 10 free attribute points per upgrade, 20 points for advanced, and 30 points for top tier. Among various consumable items, Potential Stones rank in the top 10 in value because, although they can only be used once, the improvement they bring is permanently effective. Potential Stone. Quality, top tier. Effect, after use, gain an additional 30 free attribute points with each level up. Amazing, it's actually a top tier Potential Stone. Even if This is an SSS class profession, which only gains 20 free attribute points per level up. The value of a top-tier Potential Stone goes without saying. If sold, it could easily fetch billions. Just obtaining this Potential Stone has already made the time spent in this dungeon worthwhile. Lin Hao naturally wouldn't sell it. He directly activated the Potential Stone. He had already completed the job transfer task, but he was still in the dungeon and hadn't leveled up yet, making it the perfect time to use the Potential Stone. If he left and leveled up later, he would lose 90 points of free attributes. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Lian had driven here, but on his way back, he used instant teleportation. Even he hadn't expected that Director Wang of the War Zone would personally open a space and come to the dungeon himself. Lin Hao, you must hold on, Lian thought to himself. It had been almost 5 minutes since the life-saving item expired. Lian couldn't help but think of the worst. Without the life-saving item, could this fragile mage survive? He already had the answer in his heart, but he still didn't want to give up even a shred of hope. Before long, the two of them arrived at the entrance of the forest dungeon again. Before Lian could step forward to inspect, Director Wang behind him suddenly laughed. Looks like I made this trip for nothing. Ang Li's face turned ashen, thinking to himself, did I arrive too late? Sorry, Lin Hao. If I had discovered those lunatics' actions earlier, perhaps you wouldn't have been in danger. Ang Li was filled with regret and self-reproach. Wang Jinaya spoke up, you do bear some responsibility for this, but listen to me first. Forget it, he should be coming out now. Ang Li was completely puzzled. At that moment, the dungeon's gates suddenly became transparent, and 3 seconds later, the entire dungeon vanished, leaving only the figure of a young boy. Ang Li was so happy that he almost jumped up and rushed forward to hug Lin Hao. Ha ha ha, Lin Hao, I knew you wouldn't die so easily. You even cleared the instance, you're amazing. Lin Hao felt a bit uncomfortable. Brotherly, stop it, you're about to squeeze me to death. Oh, sorry, I got too excited. Ang Li scratched his head awkwardly. Now he understood District Chief Wang's earlier words. It wasn't that the two of them arrived late, but that Lin Hao had resolved the issue himself. Not only did he survive, but he also successfully cleared the instance. Brotherly, who is this? Lin Hao looked at a stern-faced man. The man's sharp gaze and mere presence exerted immense pressure on Lin Hao. To put it in one sentence, he was terrifyingly strong. The man noticed Lin Hao looking over and gave a kind smile. I am the District Chief of the 10th War Zone. You can just call me District Chief Wang. Lin Hao was astonished. The strongest war god of Dragon Country had suddenly appeared before him. Dragon Country has 13 war zones, naturally with 13 zone leaders, but this zone leader Wang is universally recognized as the strongest across all zones, one of the 3 demigods of Dragon Country. How could such an incredible person suddenly come here? Wang Jinayu continued, you must be Lin Hao, right? It's a pleasure to see a rising star in the 10th war zone. Young man, keep working hard, the future belongs to you. I have other matters to attend to, but when we meet again, I hope you'll be even stronger. After speaking, Wang Jinayu's figure flickered and disappeared. Lin Hao took a deep breath and asked in confusion, brotherly, such a significant figure like the war god of Dragon Nation, why did he suddenly come here in person? Lian said seriously, of course, it's because of you. Lin Hao, did you encounter any suspicious people in the dungeon? Suspicious people? Lin Hao nodded, I came across the lunatics from the Church of Ruins. Sure enough, it's them. Lian gritted his teeth. Hiding in the shadows like rats, refusing to leave even in death. So disgusting. Lin Hao asked curiously, what kind of organization is the Ruins Church? He didn't know much about this cult, only a few fragmented pieces of information from class. Lian said, this is a big deal. Since they've set their sights on you, I'll explain it to you in detail later. Now, it's time to take a good rest. I also have some things to take care of. By the way, here's your reward. Lian handed Lin Hao a bank card, a top-tier advancement stone, and a badge, then hurriedly left. Lin Hao walked alone into the checkpoint's lounge, where a pile of items he needed to organize was in front of him. He first picked up the skill book obtained from the dungeon Absolute Luck, passive skill, of legendary quality, requiring no learning conditions. Its effect is to enhance luck, making it slightly better. Every job changer has a hidden attribute luck. However, items that can increase luck are extremely rare. Who would have thought he could actually obtain a legendary luck skill book? Looks like my luck is really not bad, Lin Hao thought to himself. Although luck is hard to grasp, it is indeed very important. After learning the skill, Lin Hao noticed an upgrade button at the back, prompting whether to consume 1 million energy to upgrade absolute luck. He guessed, upgrading one level requires 1 million energy. Even though he now had 1.4 million energy, the number still made him a little scared. But thinking from another perspective, he had just killed a level 10 disaster cultist and gained 1 million energy, so 100,000 wasn't actually much. Lin Hao didn't rush to level up but instead turned to another legendary active skill, Flame Burst. Upgrading this skill only required 20,000 energy, which was clearly much less effort than the passive skill. He walked to the training ground, pulled the target wooden dummy 50 meters away, and launched a flash flame impact. The speed was so fast that it took him by surprise. The skill release and hit were completed almost in the blink of an eye. A distance of 50 meters felt like zero distance to him. If he had mastered this skill earlier, that cultist wouldn't have been able to dodge the attack. This skill is indeed powerful, far stronger than the ordinary fireball spell. After completing the test, Lin Hao began leveling up like crazy, spending 980,000 energy to directly upgrade Instant Flame Impact to level 50. LV50 Instant Flame Impact consumes 25,000 mana to attack enemies within 300 meters at extremely high speed, dealing 25,000% spell attack damage. Cooldown time, 600 seconds. Wow, the damage multiplier is this high. A level 1000 fireball spell only has 10,000%. However, although this legendary skill has explosive damage and quick casting, its cooldown time cannot be reduced. Therefore, Fireball is still not replaced because it has no cooldown, making it incredibly powerful. Blazing Impact is mainly used to deal with particularly agile enemies. Level 50 is already sufficient, and he doesn't plan to upgrade it further in the short term. When there were 4.2 million energy points left, Lin Hao finally switched back to upgrading the Absolute Luck skill, leveling it up by 4 levels in one go. LV5 Absolute Luck. Luck is better than before. The description is still very abstract. If he weren't about to head to the secret dungeon to open treasure chests, he wouldn't be in a hurry to level up. That's right, Lin Hao is preparing to go to the secret dungeon. Although there's a level 50 boss inside, with his current spell power and skill multiplier, he's not afraid at all. After upgrading his skills, he looked at the legendary equipment he had obtained earlier. The equipment attributes dropped by the monster are average, no need to be picky. He took out 3 pieces of Calamity Extinguish equipment. Calamity Extinguish Staff, Legendary Quality, Level Requirement 10, Mage Exclusive, Spell Attack Power 4000. This level 10 legendary staff has double the attack power of the Elven staff he is currently using. The attack power of a level 20 legendary staff is generally at this level. Next, Lin Hao looked at the second piece of equipment, Extinction Robe, Legendary Quality, Level Requirement 10, Mage Exclusive. Mage. Max HP 20,000. Maximum Mana 20,000. This set of equipment is really nice. Much better than the previous Shinic Robe. Although the magic resistance is slightly lower. But I don't need magic resistance at all. Lin Hao then looked at the last piece of equipment. Calamity Extinguishing War Boots. Quality, Legendary. Equipment requirement, Level 10. Class, Mage. Movement speed increased by 15%. Effect, immune to slow status, additionally increases movement speed by 5% when attacked. These shoes are also very impressive. Stronger than ordinary legendary equipment. After equipping these 3 pieces of legendary gear, the set effect was indeed triggered. The complete set of the Calamity Extinguishing Trio is equipped. Additionally gains plus 2,000 points of magic attack power. Damn, this bonus is too outrageous. Lin Hao glanced at his magic attack power. Now directly breaking through 10,000, reaching 11,140 points. My attack power is too terrifying. A casual fireball spell can deal over 1 million damage. Then, Lin Hao looked at his attributes. After successfully advancing, he instantly gained 5,000 points of maximum health and 5,000 points of maximum mana. This 5,000 mana points is a permanent increase. Triggered the Forbidden Mage Talent 3. Mana points directly increase tenfold, becoming 50,000 points. Not only that, other attributes also increased by 500 points. 500 points of intelligence boost, equivalent to an increase of 1,000 points in magic power. Lin Hao's magic power has already soared to 12,140 points. And it's not over yet. In the recent instance, Lin Hao gained nearly 2 million experience points. After the instance ended, he successfully changed his profession and leveled up 4 times in one go. Reached level 14. At the same time, because the potential stone was used early, each level up grants 100 free attribute points. Level 4 means 400 points of free attributes. Suddenly gaining 400 points of free attributes, Lin Hao hesitated a bit. Which attribute should he add them to? He feels that he has no weaknesses now. Name: Lin Hao. Profession: Forbidden Mage. Level: 14, 16.33%. Health points: 27,100. Mana points: 93,100. Strength: 510. Constitution: 510. Spirit: 520. Intelligence: 520. Agility: 610. Spell attack power: 12,140. With this attribute, among the second-tier job changers, already considered invincible, which attribute should be added? It's really frustrating. Forget it. Increase attack power when facing difficulties. All problems stem from insufficient firepower. After making the decision, Lin Hao allocated all 400 free attribute points to intelligence, increasing magic attack power by 800 points, reaching 12,940 points. After confirming the attributes, Lin Hao looked at the legendary item that Lian had given him earlier. Hero's Emblem. Quality: man-made legendary special item. Activation condition: successfully clear at least one dungeon. Effect: as long as it is carried, magic attack power increases by 2,000 points. Only one badge takes effect among multiple badges. Does not occupy an equipment slot. Directly adds 2,000 points of magic attack power. Not bad, although it's a bit different from what I imagined. Magic power increased by another 2,000 points. Now it has already reached 14,940 points. I can't even imagine it now. How terrifying is my damage? Lin Hao is very satisfied with his current state. Extremely satisfied. In 3 more days, it's the National College entrance examination. With my abilities, becoming the top scorer nationwide should be quite easy. Thinking about the college entrance examination, Lin Hao remembered the principal of number 1 high school. The advanced task has been completed. It's time to send a message of safety. The phone just connected. The principal's somewhat tired voice came through. Lin Hao, don't worry. I have already contacted an old comrade from my younger days. They will definitely be able to help you. No need, principal. The matter has already been resolved. Resolved. The principal's voice rose several degrees in astonishment. You wouldn't be giving up on clearing the dungeon and accepting the result of not being able to advance, would you? Lin Hao shook his head. No, principal. I have successfully completed the advanced task, and now I am officially a first-tier job changer. Really? The principal was overjoyed. Ha ha ha, as expected of my number 1 high school students. Truly impressive. Completed the most difficult advanced task. Your current attributes must have improved tremendously, right? Ha! Lin Hao nodded, feeling that all his attributes had increased by 500 points, and his intelligence attribute had soared to 920 points. Wow, kid! Lian exclaimed in surprise, your attributes are stronger than those of an average second-tier job changer. It's simply defying the heavens. Only 3 days remain until the National College entrance examination. Lian encouraged Lin Hao, give it your all and strive to become the national top scorer. The two talked for over 10 minutes before ending the call. Just then, Lian walked in with a serious expression. Lin Hao, was the cultist you encountered in the instance named Li Fei? Lian asked. Lin Hao nodded, I think that's the name. Is there a problem? The problem is huge. Lian said excitedly, he's not a level 10 job changer, but a level 44th tier job changer. Although the dungeon suppression reduced him to level 10, that only affects attributes, and his skills aren't restricted at all. You're so strong, it really surprises me. Lin Hao became curious, what kind of people are the Ruins Church? How can they suppress levels to enter a dungeon? Lian closed his eyes, organized his thoughts, and said, do you know how dungeons appeared? Lin Hao shook his head, the teachers only said that dungeons appeared suddenly. To be precise, it didn't suddenly appear, rather, the two worlds have merged. Li An's expression was serious. Behind the dungeons, there is a world larger than our blue star. We call it Calamity Ruins. Lin Hao was dumbfounded. Lian continued to explain, the Calamity Ruins have been devouring our world. The deeper the fusion, the more dungeons appear. The power of the Calamity Ruins far surpasses that of Blue Star. Naturally, many people, fearing death, betray their own race and side with the Calamity Ruins. There are also some ill-intentioned individuals who kill and rob in the wild, and when they have no way out, they too join the Calamity Ruins. But none of these people are good. The more they are killed, the less unjust it is. I see, Lin Hao suddenly understood. The dungeons are actually shadows of the Calamity Ruins world. Creatures from the Calamity Ruins have an advantage here, which is why they can suppress levels when entering the dungeons. Exactly. Lian nodded. The increasing number of dungeons indicates that the two worlds are merging faster and faster. We don't have much time left. Even if we keep challenging the dungeons, it can only slow down the fusion process, it won't solve the root problem. So, we must continuously improve our strength to seize a slim chance of survival in the final world war, Lian said earnestly. The situation is actually this severe? Lin Hao was surprised. It's even worse than you imagine, Lian replied. According to what we know, the level 100 powerhouses in the ruins world are over 100 times stronger than us. Lin Hao broke out in a cold sweat. Just hearing Lian's words made him feel an overwhelming pressure. No wonder the authorities have been hiding the truth about the fusion of the two worlds from everyone, otherwise it would definitely cause panic, Lian said. The Ruins Church obviously knows the truth, but they have been labeled as a cult by the authorities, so no one would easily believe them. There are also very few job changers who know part of the truth. No wonder the Ruins Church has been growing stronger in recent years. It shows that the fusion of the two worlds can no longer be concealed, Lin Hao pondered. Brother Li, do you know roughly how long it will take for the two worlds to fully merge? Lin Hao asked. At most 2 years, Lian replied. 2 years. Lin Hao was surprised, then suddenly laughed. At the rate I'm improving my strength now, at most a year, maybe even half a year, I'll be invincible in the world. There's no need to wait 2 years at all. Who knows, within a year, I might take the initiative to charge into the Calamity Ruins. When Lian saw Lin Hao suddenly laugh, he felt relieved, thinking he was using humor to ease the pressure, so he dropped the topic. Alright, that's enough for now. The Calamity Ruins Church has already set their sights on you. We'll keep a close watch on some suspicious individuals, but you also need to stay vigilant. It's best not to act recklessly. Lin Hao didn't linger, nodded, and ended the conversation. His goal remained unchanged, still following the previous plan to grow stronger step by step. After leaving the Abyssal Forest, he did not return to Abyssal City but headed directly west. The secret treasure dungeon was located on the plains over there. There were quite a few job changers farming monsters on the plains. At a glance, it was full of people, packed tightly, with shouts rising one after another. 5-man team, need a healer. Anyone with advanced healing skills, come quickly. S-class shield warrior leading a monster farming team, need 2 B-class or higher DPS. Temporary team up by the Demon Dragon Guild, looking for high DPS. The Demon Dragon Guild is very famous in Abyssal City, and their appearance immediately ignited the atmosphere on site. My god, the Demon Dragon Guild is here too. I want to join. I am a B-level archer. B-level archer? You have the nerve to say that? I am an S-class mage, boss, take me along to grind monsters. This time, the leader of the Dragon Guild was a berserker named Lu Yuanshan. He smiled as he looked at the S-class mage. Blazing Fire Mage? A good profession. Lu Yuanshan said, this time, we're going to grind a level 20 boss with high health and strong defense. We're just missing a powerful magic-based damage dealer. Just as he was about to extend the invitation, his gaze was suddenly drawn to another figure. Forbidden Mage? Isn't that the SSS class job changer? Lu Yuanshan became excited. This guy was alone and seemed to not have joined any guild yet. If he could recruit him, the guild leader would definitely be overjoyed. Ding Rufeng thought Lu Yuanshan was walking toward him and smiled smugly. He was S-class, and the Demon Dragon Guild would surely value him. Once he joined, his future would be limitless. But unexpectedly, after taking a few steps, Lu Yuanshan suddenly turned and walked toward someone else. What's going on? I'm an S rank, yet I'm being left out here. Ding Rufeng was stunned. He followed Lu Yuanshan's gaze and immediately recognized that familiar figure. Damn, it's Lin Hao. No wonder Lu Yuanshan suddenly changed direction. Compared to the SSS-rank Lin Hao, my S-rank profession really pales in comparison. Ever since the school secret realm incident, Ding Rufeng was aware of the gap between them. But unlike Lin Hao, who was an orphan, he had some family background. His parents had bought him 3 pieces of legendary equipment. He dares to guarantee that his output is definitely not inferior to Lin Hao's. But when he saw the legendary equipment on Lin Hao's body shining with golden light, his last bit of confidence completely collapsed. At this moment, Lu Yuanshan and his teammates had already arrived in front of Lin Hao. Brother, is your Forbidden Mage SSS level? Interested in joining us? Lu Yuanshan asked straightforwardly. Lin Hao shook his head without hesitation, sorry, not interested. Lu Yuanxian seemed well prepared and said with a smile, "Don't be so quick to refuse. Our Dragon Magic Guild offers benefits far beyond those of ordinary small guilds. As long as you join, an annual salary of 10 million, priority access to magic equipment all yours." These words left Ding Rufeng, who had just come over, stunned. 10 million a year? That's an astronomical figure. His family's annual income combined was only tens of thousands. With that kind of salary, he could even dare to let his parents wash the dishes after dinner. Just as Ding Rufeng was immersed in his fantasy, Lin Hao still shook his head and refused. "You'd better find someone else." After saying that, he turned and left. Ding Rufeng was stunned. "Bro, this is a 10 million annual salary, how can you refuse so decisively?" The other members of the Demon Dragon Guild also felt awkward, and one of them couldn't help but say, "This kid is way too arrogant, isn't he?" "Shut up!" Lu Yuanshan rebuked angrily. "Brother Lin Hao, going in alone is very dangerous. There's a level 20 boss there. It's okay if you don't join, let's team up. Since we can't recruit Lin Hao for now, let's at least build a good relationship with him." However, Lin Hao waved his hand without looking back and walked deeper on his own. Even Lu Yuanshan felt that Lin Hao was too arrogant. So what if you're an SSS class profession? No matter how strong you are, it doesn't change the fact that mages are fragile. Venturing deep into the wild alone is too dangerous. This isn't a game. Getting ambushed by monsters a couple of times could be fatal. "Captain, don't bother with this arrogant guy. Having a teammate like him might not be a good thing," someone said. "Yeah, his arrogance will harm everyone sooner or later. If he doesn't want to join, so be it. We don't care," another person chimed in. Lu Yuanshan sighed, feeling it was a pity. At this moment, Ding Rufeng took the opportunity to recommend himself. "Brothers, since Lin Hao doesn't want to join you, I am willing. I only need 5 million a year." Lu Yuanshan looked Ding Rufeng up and down. "You? Do I look like the kind of person who has 5 million? Lin Hao continued walking forward and soon encountered the first wild monster. Emerald Python. Level 16. Health points 5,200. Attack power 640. Physical defense 520. Magic resistance 490. Lin Hao had seen millions of health points in the dungeon, but suddenly seeing a 4-digit health point felt a bit strange. He casually glanced over and raised his hand to throw a fireball spell. -1,493,510. The consecutive damage numbers instantly turned the Emerald Python into dust. Killing the Emerald Python triggered the passive skill Absolute Luck, and he obtained the Emerald Python robe. Lin Hao was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Absolute Luck to be so effective. He had just leveled it up to level 5, and the drop rate was already this high. Previously, he had killed hundreds of monsters, and the equipment drops were few and far between. The drop rate definitely couldn't have been 100%. It must be that his luck was particularly good this time. To verify his hypothesis, Lin Hao didn't rush on his way and killed quite a few small monsters as he walked. He finally concluded, after Absolute Luck reached level 5, his luck had indeed improved significantly. On average, one item dropped for every 20 monsters killed, which was several times higher than before. If he were in a dungeon, the drop rate would be even more exaggerated. Lin Hao was very satisfied with this effect. After all, the passive skill was only at level 5. He began to look forward to how terrifying it would be when it reached level 100. After verifying the critical hit rate, Lin Hao continued to advance deeper into the secret dungeon. Suddenly, intense sounds of fighting came from the right. "Damn, this boss is tough, its skill damage is way too high. Ding Rufeng, put in more effort, I can't hold on much longer. One skill hit me for over 1,000 damage. Did you skip your meal today?" Ding Rufeng said helplessly, "You guys didn't tell me I had to fight a level 20 boss. This guy's magic resistance is over 13,000. It's already impressive that I can break through its defense." "Alright, stop arguing," Lu Yuanshan interrupted the quarrel. "Our team setup is lacking. Let's retreat for now and avoid a head-on fight." Soon, the 5 of them disengaged from the battle and happened to see Lin Hao nearby. Ding Rufeng exclaimed in surprise, "Lin Hao, it's you again." Lin Hao rolled his eyes. "I should be the one saying that." After speaking, he ignored Ding Rufeng and turned to look at the boss ahead. A level 20 boss, practically free experience and rewards delivered to the doorstep. Rampaging Wild Bear. Level 20. HP 600,000. Attack power 20,000. Defense 18,000. Magic resistance 12,000. Lin Hao had just finished checking the boss's status when Lu Yuanshan smiled and said, "Lin Hao, are you also thinking of taking down this boss? Let's team up." The damage output was short by over 200,000 earlier. "With you, we can definitely kill it. The loot will all be yours." The other team members pouted in dissatisfaction, and Ding Rufeng cursed inwardly. Why should he? What's going on? Lu Yuanshan didn't care what others thought, he just wanted to do Lin Hao a favor. After all, people are more accommodating when they've received something. This was also a chance to let Lin Hao witness the strength of the Demon Dragon Guild firsthand. Unexpectedly, Lin Hao refused again. "Thank you for your kindness, but this level 20 boss is nothing. There's no need to form a team, I can take it down in an instant with a casual move." Take it down in an instant? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. This boss has 600,000 HP, not 60,000. Even for a top-tier class, it shouldn't be possible to take it down so easily, right? Lin Hao ignored their doubts, lightly concentrated, and then launched a fireball straight at the boss. The fireball flew several hundred meters and hit the boss with precision. Everyone's eyes widened, the range of this skill is way too long. Even more shocking, the fireball hit the boss, and a damage number that stunned everyone immediately appeared on the screen: 1,482,000. Over a million damage, almost making everyone think they were seeing things. But the boss's health bar proved it was all real. One strike emptied its health. My god, can a level 20 job changer deal such terrifying damage? Someone couldn't believe it. That's just too wild. Everyone finally understood how modest Lin Hao had been earlier. If he had this level of strength at just over 10 levels, everyone in the wild would have to make way for him. Ding Rufeng, standing nearby, was so shocked that he couldn't utter a word. He had thought that with 3 legendary pieces of equipment, he could compete with Lin Hao in terms of damage, but he now realized how naive his thinking had been. Lu Yuanshan took a deep breath and finally understood why Lin Hao was unwilling to join them. It was because he didn't think much of them, but he still refused to give up. "Brother Lin Hao." Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Hao had already vanished without a trace. After killing the boss, Lin Hao triggered absolute luck and was rewarded with 2 pieces of level 20 legendary equipment. With this skill, he realized that even if he stayed in the wild, he could easily live a carefree life. Of course, Lin Hao's goals go far beyond that. He wants to become the man with the strongest combat power. If he stops striving to grow stronger now, he fears that when the 2 worlds merge, he won't even have the ability to protect himself. In addition to the equipment, the boss also gave Lin Hao 200,000 energy, plus an overlevel monster killing reward of 120,000, totaling 320,000 energy. Lin Hao somewhat missed the dungeons. After all, the 5-fold experience and energy were more satisfying, and combined with the benefits of killing monsters above his level, that was what you called profit. Thinking about getting the treasure chest from the secret realm dungeon, then checking out the nearby dungeons. Just as he was thinking, a wild boss suddenly appeared not far ahead. It was a level 20 giant wild ox. With a roar, it charged straight at Lin Hao. So fierce. Lin Hao glanced at it in surprise. The stats showed 600,000 HP. "Are you here to seek death?" Lin Hao lightly waved his staff, releasing what appeared to be an ordinary fireball. The moment it struck the wild bull boss, the damage was 1,481,000. The wild bull instantly collapsed. This time, absolute luck wasn't triggered, and no equipment dropped, but Lin Hao still gained 320,000 energy and over 200,000 experience points. "Thank you for your warm hospitality." Lin Hao smiled faintly and continued advancing deeper. About 10 minutes later, Lin Hao fought his way through monsters and finally reached level 15. Gaining 100 free attribute points, he continued to allocate all the points to intelligence. What he was about to face was not an ordinary boss, but a level 50 tier 5 boss, so the higher the magic attack power, the better. After increasing intelligence by 100 points, his magic attack power rose by 200 points, reaching 15,140 points. Lin Hao continued forward, ready to face even greater challenges. Lin Hao finally arrived at the entrance of the hidden dungeon. This hidden dungeon was different from ordinary dungeons. There was no dungeon gate at all, only a black hole-like spatial rift. Only those holding the key could pass through this black hole to enter the dungeon. So there were almost no other players here, as no one had the key, and staying here was pointless. Lin Hao quickly stepped into the black hole, eager to see just how strong a tier 5 boss could be. Before long, a large group of job changers also arrived in front of the hidden treasure dungeon. "Can't find Lin Hao. Could he have entered the hidden treasure dungeon?" someone asked doubtfully. Ever since witnessing Lin Hao's terrifying output earlier, Lu Yuanshan had already started calling him Lin Hao the Great instead of Brother Lin Hao. Standing next to Lu Yuanshan was Lu Shangyong, the president of the Magic Dragon Guild. Hearing the younger ones talk about Lin Hao's achievements, he hurried over. "Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Lin Hao really went this way?" Lu Shangyong asked. "Definitely not wrong." Lu Yuanshan and his men nodded. "It's over. Could he have really gone in?" Lu Shangyong's face turned grave. "Is there a problem?" Lu Yuanshan asked, puzzled. He had never entered this dungeon before. "It's a big problem," Lu Shangyong said seriously. "There's a level 50 super strong boss in the dungeon. Although the levels are similar, the strength gap is huge. It's like us, the job changers, all at level 10, but Lin Hao can easily one-shot a group of enemies at the same level. The boss inside is of that type. Then what do we do? How do we save him? Lu Yuanshan asked anxiously. It shouldn't be too much of an issue, Lu Shangyong explained. The monster is strong, but its attack interval is long. Lin Hao has a good chance to use a return item to escape. It's just a pity that the key was used up. Keys to secret dungeons are extremely rare, and there aren't many in the war zone. What a waste. At this moment, Lu Shangyong saw two more people approaching. Han Xuanzhai, Du Qingfeng, you're here too, he asked. The newcomers were the leaders of two major guilds from the other side of Linyuan City. If your Demon Dragon Guild can come, of course our Frost Guild can come too, the woman said with a smile. The refined man beside him teased, haven't seen you in a few days, President Lu, and you've become so domineering? Is the secret dungeon exclusively owned by your Demon Dragon Guild? Lu Shangyong snorted coldly, stop pretending. Seems like you're well informed. But Lin Hao has already gone in, so if we want to argue, we'll have to wait until he comes out. The two were stunned upon hearing this. Although they had suspected it, they were still quite shocked to hear that Lin Hao had entered the secret dungeon. After all, it's a level 55th tier boss, and Lin Hao is not even level 20 yet. How does he dare to go in? Everyone felt that this key was used wastefully. Inside the copy, Lin Hao was surprised to find that there was no blood red moon here. This means the copy has detached from the disaster world and exists independently. For Lin Hao, this was good news. Because the boss had neither a disaster state nor 10 times the health. But the moment he saw the boss, he was still frightened. It was a monster entirely green, so ugly it was hard to look at directly, and as massive as a small mountain. Glutton. Level 50. Health points 10 million. Attack power 200,000. Physical defense 190,000. Magic resistance 180,000. Skills Giant Hammer Strike, Mount Tai Crushing. My god, 100 million HP. Are all tier 5 bosses this exaggerated, or is this guy particularly powerful? Lin Hao wondered, but he knew that the enemy he encountered this time was no ordinary foe. Just as Lin Hao was observing, the boss also noticed him. Excitement and greed flashed in its eyes. Food is here. The monster swung its giant hammer and charged fiercely at Lin Hao, causing the dungeon floor to tremble slightly from its running. The momentum was overwhelming. Lin Hao also ignited his fighting spirit. Fireballs rapidly hurled toward the devourer. Damage numbers continuously popped up. -1,334,000. -1,334,000. -1,334,000. Damage exceeding 1 million kept appearing, and the battle was on the verge of breaking out. Lin Hao easily defeated the level 20 boss, but hitting this guy felt like scratching an itch, completely ineffective. The gap between a first-tier job changer and a 5th-tier boss was truly absurd. Anyone else would have fled long ago, but Lin Hao didn't give up and kept firing fireball spells relentlessly. 1334000. 1334000. 1334000. Although the boss was massive in size, its movements were incredibly fast, covering nearly 100 meters with each step. After being hit by more than 10 fireballs in succession, the boss quickly approached Lin Hao, swinging a giant hammer down at him. Lin Hao had no intention of dodging. With the monster's size, even normal attacks covered a wide area. He immediately activated the level 1000 wind barrier, instantly boosting his spell attack power and making the shield even sturdier. 1,514,000 shield points immediately enveloped Lin Hao. Big hammers strike 200,000 damage. The shield remained completely intact. With such a sturdy shield, Lin Hao faced the boss's attacks fearlessly, continuing to cast fireball repeatedly. 1334000. 1334000. 1334000. The boss roared in pain, damn little bug, I'll smash you into pieces. It suddenly gathered strength, leaped into the air, and slammed down fiercely. 1 million damage. The shield cracked, leaving only 134,000 defense points. Lin Hao knew he couldn't take it head-on anymore. His health was less than 60,000, one more hit and it would be over. But he wasn't flustered at all. He took out a top-tier protection stone, and upon activation, it immediately generated a new 1 million shield. The new shield replaced the old one, but it didn't matter, he still had 9 more of these protection stones. The boss gritted its teeth in anger, you little bug. Is hiding in your shell all you can do? Damn it, you're a tier 5 boss and still this arrogant? If I were tier 5, I'd take you out with one fireball spell. Lin Hao retorted while continuously firing fireballs. 1334000. 1334000. 1334000. The boss was burning with rage, unsure if it was from the pain or the insults, and charged up for a powerful smash. 1 million damage. The newly generated shield was shattered, but it didn't matter. Lin Hao reactivated the wind barrier 10 seconds later, and the shield regenerated. The boss muttered helplessly, "Damn bug, so many shells. You're not simple either, being able to take so many of my fireballs." The boss, now in berserk mode, had a noticeably faster attack speed, wildly smashing everything. 200000, 200000, 200000. But this battle was destined to be Lin Hao's victory. The boss's health had already dropped below half. Lin Hao used another top-tier blessing stone and activated the wind barrier again, bringing the boss's health to the brink. He didn't kill it immediately but instead turned to upgrade the legendary passive skill Absolute Luck, as it would be needed for opening treasure chests later. Along the way, after killing 2 bosses, Lin Hao had 660,000 energy points. Spent 600,000 energy without hesitation to upgrade Absolute Luck by 6 levels. Absolute Luck LV10000. Your luck is better than before. At this moment, the boss seemed to wake up, realizing it was no match, and fled without any dignity. Lin Hao saw the scene before him and couldn't help but laugh. A level 5 boss can't even defeat a newly transitioned level 1 player? Even if you escape back to this disaster wasteland, do you still have the face to live? He sneered coldly, "Don't get cocky, you damn bug. Ever since I came to this cursed place, I haven't even had a full meal, or I would have smashed you with one blow long ago." Lin Hao smirked disdainfully, "The way you fled so pathetically has no convincing power at all." As soon as the words fell, a massive fireball instantly formed and smashed toward the boss. Minus 3,605,000. The blazing impact dealt over 3 million damage, instantly depleting the boss's health bar. Immediately after, a system notification popped up. Defeated level 50 glutton, gained 1 million experience points. Gained an additional 3.5 million experience points for exceeding level 35. Defeated level 50 boss, gained 2 million energy points, plus an extra 7 million energy points. Absolute Luck passive triggered, obtained Glutton's Hammer, Glutton's Battle Armor, and Glutton's War Ring. Lin Hao exclaimed, "Awesome. Killing one boss actually got me 4.5 million experience." He instantly leveled up to 19. What made him happiest was the energy value. He gained 9 million in just an instant. He became rich overnight. Then, he checked the attributes of the 3 legendary pieces of equipment. Hammer of Gluttony. Legendary quality, level requirement 50, Berserker exclusive, attack power 100,000. Lin Hao thought to himself, this attack power is just too outrageous. Although I haven't seen other level 50 equipment, this hammer is definitely top tier. Gluttony armor. Legendary quality, level requirement 50, Berserker exclusive, defense and magic defense each 100,000. So powerful that no further explanation is needed. Gluttonous battle ring. Legendary quality, level requirement 50, Berserker exclusive, attack power 20,000. Special effect, when health is below 50%, attack speed increases by 50%. There are already few accessories that boost attack power, and this ring actually adds a full 20,000 points. Coupled with the attack speed bonus, it's definitely a top tier item among top tier items. Lin Hao felt a bit regretful, it's a pity I can't use it. However, selling these 3 pieces of equipment could easily bring in tens of millions. He decided to exchange it for something practical in the future. After storing the 3 legendary equipment pieces in his storage ring, Lin Hao continued forward. Not far away, he discovered 5 treasure chests, with qualities in order: white basic, green common, purple advanced, red epic, and finally gold legendary. Lin Hao glanced at the Absolute Luck passive skill and hesitated about whether to upgrade it first. Upgrading to level 1 requires 1 million energy, which made him feel a bit pained. But in order to obtain a legendary skill book, he gritted his teeth and decided to go for it. Spending 3.9 million energy, Lin Hao upgraded Absolute Luck to level 50. Absolute Luck LV50. Your luck has greatly increased, and you are guaranteed to obtain one of the most valuable items when opening a treasure chest. Lin Hao smiled with satisfaction and said, "This effect is worth it." He didn't hesitate and directly opened the white treasure chest. Usually, white treasure chests only contain some junk consumables, but this time he got a skill book. It happens to be the water polo technique he can learn. That's right, water magic should also be learned, so as not to be restrained when encountering fire-resistant monsters. After learning the skill, Lin Hao tidied up all the miscellaneous consumables and then opened the green treasure chest. Apart from a few pieces of trash green equipment, he also found a skill book. Damage reflection, passive skill. Quality, common. Learning requirement, none. Effect, when taking damage, reflects 1% of the damage back to the attacker. Lin Hao frowned, this skill is useless. I'm a fragile mage with low health, if I take one hit, I'll die. Although Lin Hao seems to have strong survivability, it's only because of the shield provided by Wind's protection. The shield absorbs damage, so very little actually hits his body. He can't rely on this skill to survive for long. I'll keep it for now. Who knows, maybe my health will break into the billion level someday. Lin Hao didn't learn that skill because it occupied a passive skill slot. Although he had 6 passive slots after advancing, there was no need to waste one on a skill he wouldn't use for the time being. Next, he looked at a purple high-level treasure chest. After opening it, there were some purple-grade equipment inside. Lin Hao now barely paid attention to legendary equipment, let alone purple-grade items. However, aside from the purple equipment, a skill book caught his eye. Storm Howl. Quality, high. Learning requirement, Mage. Effect, consumes 100 mana points to summon a 5-meter diameter tornado, sweeping 10 meters forward and dealing 100% of the caster's spell attack power as damage to target's hit. Cooldown, 300 seconds. Amazing! Finally, a ranged attack skill. Although the initial range isn't large, it doesn't matter since it can be upgraded infinitely. After learning the skill, Lin Hao looked at the red epic treasure chest. He was a bit excited. This was the highest level treasure chest apart from the legendary chest. Upon opening it, there were some red equipment at first, followed by a red fruit. Fruit of Magic. After taking it, permanently increases maximum mana by 2,000 points. Good stuff. Lin Hao swallowed it in one gulp. Due to the bonus from the Forbidden Mage Talent 3, the 2,000 mana points instantly turned into 20,000 points. His mana value officially broke through 100,000, reaching 113,100 points. In addition, the red treasure chest also drops a red skill book. Multiple healing. Quality, epic. Learning requirement, Mage. Effect, consumes up to 300 mana points to cast a healing spell on up to 3 targets, restoring 50% of your magic attack power as health. The effect is good, but he is a lone wolf without teammates, so it will be set aside for now. Lin Hao took a deep breath and opened the final legendary treasure chest. He was stunned for a moment, as he didn't see a single piece of legendary equipment. This is actually a good thing, because among legendary items, legendary equipment is actually the least valuable. The treasure chest contained a total of 3 legendary items glowing with golden light. First, there was a legendary skill book. Endless Barrier. Quality, legendary. Learning requirement, Mage. Effect, consumes 500 mana points to instantly generate a shield. The shield value equals 500% of your own magic attack power and lasts for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 600 seconds. Not bad. Another shield skill. The multiplier of legendary skills is incomparable to that of ordinary skills. When leveled up to 10, the shield can reach a 5,000% multiplier. Although the cooldown is long, the sense of security brought by the shield is extremely strong. If he had this skill earlier, he wouldn't have needed to use a top-tier blessing stone and could have easily soloed the Devourer. After learning the skill, Lin Hao looked at the second legendary item, a blue fruit. Source of Wisdom. Quality, legendary special item. Effect, upon consumption, immediately increases the user's intelligence by 500 points. Another great item. 500 intelligence points are equivalent to 1,000 spell attack points. After consuming it, Lin Hao's spell attack directly increased to 16,140 points. The last legendary item is a key emitting a special aura. Key. Quality, unknown. Effect, head to the Tianyu mountain range, unexpected events may occur. The name and quality of this item are both unknown, which surprised Lin Hao. It was his first time encountering such a special tool. However, he knew that the Tianyu mountain range was the highest mountain range in the 10th war zone, not far from Linyuan City. Traveling straight through the wilderness, it would take at most half a day to reach. There happens to be a level 10 to 20 dungeon there, which can provide a large amount of energy points. Lin Hao thought for a moment and decided to go take a look. At this moment, the dungeon began to turn illusory, clearly about to teleport him out. Outside the dungeon, Lu Shangyong said in confusion, "Lin Hao has been inside for 5 minutes already, why hasn't he come out yet?" Not out yet. No one knows. Could it be that he really has a way to defeat the Tier 5 boss? Han Xuanzhai is also very puzzled. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Du Qingfeng was so certain because he knew best how powerful that boss was. The boss in the secret dungeon is not fixed. After each boss is defeated, another one will respawn within 24 hours. That boss called Glutton is particularly powerful. When it appeared 2 months ago, many 5th-tier experts went in full of confidence, but not a single one came out alive. Du Qingfeng barely escaped at that time, his life hanging by a thread. That boss has 100 million health points. There are nearly 200,000 physical and magical defenses. Lin Hao is just a first-tier job changer at a little over level 10, how could he possibly win? The other two guild leaders also nodded in agreement. A fifth-tier boss is absolutely not something a first-tier job changer can handle. Everyone was chatting and started to worry whether Lin Hao might be in trouble. Just then, the space black hole began to fluctuate and Lin Hao was transported out. He looked at the crowd in front of him, a bit puzzled. Are you all going into the dungeon too? The three guild leaders shook their heads. Lu Shengyang was the first to speak. Brother Lin Hao, I came specifically to find you. Let me introduce myself first. I am the president of the Malong Guild. As long as you are willing to join us, you can receive a monthly salary of 10 million Dragon Country currency, and afterward, you will have priority in choosing any mage profession items and skill books our guild acquires. After he finished speaking, he smiled confidently. For solo players, this offer was extremely tempting. However, to his shock, Lin Hao refused without even thinking. Sorry, not interested. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Shengyang and the other two presidents were stunned. Isn't Lin Hao an orphan? Barely making ends meet. 10 million Dragon Country currency. He probably hasn't seen that much money in his entire life, so how could he refuse outright? Watching Lin Hao's departing figure, the three of them were momentarily speechless. They really can't offer better terms. Lu Shengyang gave a wry smile. It seems that even our major guild in Linyuan City can't catch the eye of this SSS class job changer. Du Qingfeng said, I don't think so, maybe he was just in a bad mood earlier. Everyone thought about it and felt it made sense. After all, Lin Hao had just wasted a secret key, possibly used a life-saving item, and gained nothing. Inviting him to join at this time, of course, hit a wall. Du Qingfeng regretted reminding the two guild leaders, but soon let it go. The two guild leaders are not fools, they will figure it out sooner or later, and there will be another competition afterward. Now, it's time to think about what conditions to offer Lin Hao. It seems they'll have to go all out. Lin Hao left, so it was meaningless for them to stay any longer. Just as they were about to leave, Du Qingfeng suddenly exclaimed, the dungeon black hole has disappeared. Quick, look behind. Look at what? Lu Shengyang turned around in confusion, then widened his eyes. Did the duplicate black hole disappear? This means the duplicate has been conquered. Lin Hao actually defeated the tier 5 boss with 1 billion health. Everyone was stunned. Even seeing it with your own eyes, it's hard to believe that a first-tier job changer could possess such terrifying strength. Du Qingfeng was the first to speculate. He must have used some kind of particularly powerful item. Lu Shengyang nodded. Even so, Lin Hao's strength is just too overwhelming. After all, there isn't any item in the battle zone capable of dealing 100 million damage to monsters. Not to mention 100 million, there isn't even an item that can deal 10 million damage. If such a thing existed, low-level dungeons would have been cleared by Warzone players long ago. Why would so many job changers need to take risks? Frostleaf sighed and said with relief, no wonder he doesn't think much of our guild. With this kind of strength, I wouldn't think much of you either. They were just a major guild in Abyss City, which didn't count for much in the 10th Warzone, let alone in the entire Dragon Country or the world. After leaving the Secret Realm dungeon, Lin Hao headed toward the Tianya mountain range while adjusting his state. Having just leveled up 4 levels, he gained 400 free attribute points. Without hesitation, Lin Hao allocated all of them to intelligence attributes. Although his output is already unmatched among his peers, as the only SSS class profession changer, his goal goes far beyond this. He aims to remain invincible even at the 4th tier. After increasing his intelligence by 400 points, his spell power surged by 800 points, reaching 16,940 points. But that's not all. After raising absolute luck to level 50, Lin Hao still had 5.16 million energy left. Then, he turned his attention to the passive skill Magic Amplification. After level 500, each level up required 10,000 energy points. What once seemed an outrageous demand now felt manageable. Thus, Lin Hao spent 5 million energy to instantly raise Magic Amplification to level 1000. Magic Amplification LV10000 spell attack permanently increased by 10,100 points. With this, Lin Hao's spell attack power broke through 20,000, reaching an astonishing 21,940 points. Even without equipment, his attributes could rival those of 5th-tier profession changers. Lin Hao was very satisfied with his current attributes, but unfortunately, energy was always in short supply. The 9 million energy he had just obtained quickly dwindled to only 160,000. Energy was still scarce. He sighed and continued heading toward the Tianya mountain range. On the road, Lin Hao's luck was off the charts. Perhaps it was the effect of absolute luck, as he unexpectedly encountered several wild bosses. With a single fireball spell, he wiped them all out, and his energy instantly surged to 4.06 million, making him wealthy once again. He stopped in his tracks and set his sights on the purple quality area attack skill Howling Storm. When he clicked the upgrade button, he realized that each level required 100 energy points. For Lin Hao, this amount of energy was nothing at all. He spent 4,900 energy points to upgrade Howling Storm to level 50. Skill description: Howling Storm LV50 consumes 500 mana to summon a tornado with a 15-meter diameter and a 30-meter range in front, dealing 500% of the user's magic attack as damage to enemies. Cooldown, 60 seconds. The damage multiplier is average, far inferior to legendary skills. The only advantage is the short cooldown time. Lin Hao wanted to see if he could further reduce the cooldown. Spent 25,000 energy points, skill leveled up to 100. Stormhull LV100 consumes 1,000 mana, 30-meter diameter, 60-meter range in front, damage increased to 1,000%, cooldown 30 seconds. Not bad, the cooldown time was indeed shortened. Lin Hao was very pleased. Then he spent another 750,000 energy to level up to 500 in one go. Stormhull LV500 consumes 5,000 mana, 150-meter diameter, 300-meter range in front, damage up to 5,000%, and no cooldown time. Amazing! Finally, no cooldown, totally worth it. With this no cooldown area attack skill, Lin Hao's monster farming speed can increase several times over. Looking at the energy, there were still over 3.28 million points remaining. Next, he set his sights on the legendary shield skill Endless Barrier. Each level required 20,000 energy, and without hesitation, Lin Hao spent 980,000 energy to level it up to 50. Endless Barrier LV50 consumes 25,000 mana, instantly grants a shield equal to 25,000% of the user's spell attack, lasts for 30 seconds, cooldown 600 seconds. This multiplier is still astonishing. Lin Hao's spell power has already reached 21,940 points, and when he activates Endless Barrier, he can gain a shield value exceeding 5.4 million. It's practically cheating. He's still just a first-tier job changer. If he can advance to the second tier and equip level 20 legendary gear, the shield value might break 10 million. Lin Hao can't even imagine how powerful he will be when he reaches level 50, 80, or even 100. He still has over 2.3 million energy points. After thinking it over, he decided not to rush to upgrade his skills and instead save them for now. He'll decide based on specific situations. With his current strength, he is unlikely to encounter any fatal danger. Even if he faces a 5th-tier boss, he can swiftly resolve the battle. Meanwhile, in a little-known wilderness, a group of mysterious figures in black robes were gathering. That idiot Li Fei actually failed, someone said angrily. Yeah, truly hopelessly stupid. In the dungeon, he had 10 times the health and even a trump card like transforming into a werewolf, yet he was taken down by a level 10 job changer. A man who appeared to be the leader said coldly, "Our mission must not fail. I have a feeling that Lin Hao, that SSS level job changer, will become the greatest obstacle to our Calamity Ruins church. We must eliminate him while he has yet to grow, snuff him out in the cradle." A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. "Boss, let me go. I'm a tier 3 assassin. I can take him out in one strike by surprise. Better let me go. That kid is very agile. If your ambush fails, we'll be in trouble. I have area attack magic that can leave him nowhere to hide. I think we should all go together. Let's not act like villains in TV dramas, going one by one to get defeated." Protagonist? If there really is a protagonist in this world, it must be the Ruins. Our Ruins church is the best supporting role. The leader sneered. He continued, "You all acting together is too conspicuous. The people from the war zone have been keeping an eye on us. Leave Lin Hao to me, and you focus on diverting the attention of those war zone people." Everyone nodded. With the leader personally taking action, the task was naturally completed with ease. The wilderness is not a dungeon, so his level wouldn't be suppressed. A 5th-tier powerhouse going after a 1st-tier job changer is like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. After walking for a while, the Tianya mountain range was right in front of him. However, Lin Hao did not go directly up the mountain but instead took a detour to the entrance of an unexplored dungeon. To his surprise, there was actually a team of job changers gathered here. The monsters in the dungeon provided more experience, but no amount of experience was worth more than one's life. The job changers who dared to come here were very strong. All the team members here were 2nd-tier job changers, with the lowest profession being grade A. However, their expressions were grim, clearly having given their all but still failing to clear the dungeon. "This is ridiculous. Is this dungeon even meant to be cleared by humans?" someone complained. "This is absurd. The boss guarding the level has 40 million HP, and we're supposed to clear it within 10 minutes? What a joke. We wasted 8 minutes on the first 2 levels. If only we had a stronger damage dealer on the team." Hearing this, a man in the team frowned. "Are you saying my damage output isn't strong enough?" His name was Zhang Chuan, an SS level mage. The team leader had spent a fortune to hire him for help. Zhang Chuan said discontentedly, in the entire 10th war zone, you won't find a mage with higher damage output than me. The dungeon wasn't cleared because you guys are too incompetent and didn't create a good environment for me to deal damage. Every time I cast a skill halfway, I have to dodge damage, making it impossible to output at full strength. Another person mocked, I haven't seen your damage being that impressive, but you're pretty good at shifting blame. What kind of mage charges to the front to fight monsters up close like you? Your own operation is the problem, and you deserve to be in danger. Alright, stop arguing. Captain Lu Guangming interrupted with a headache. The dungeon hasn't been cleared yet, and the team is already fighting internally. Relying on temporary help really isn't reliable. He didn't blame Zhang Chuan, after all, they were just. This collaboration was still new, and everyone was unfamiliar with each other's habits. However, the difficulty of this dungeon far exceeded Zhang Chuan's expectations. Even if they worked perfectly together, it would still be very hard to clear it successfully. Zhang Chuan spoke up at this moment, I don't care whether we can clear the dungeon or not. Either way, I've wasted my time coming here, and the money you promised me can't be reduced by a single cent. Lu Guangming frowned upon hearing this. That's not appropriate, is it? We agreed earlier that you'd only get 1 billion dragon country currency if we successfully cleared the dungeon. Now we haven't gained anything at all. I don't care. If there's no guide for the dungeon, you still have to give me 10 million first. After all, my time isn't spent for nothing, Zhang Chuan said firmly. Don't push it too far. This is daylight robbery. A man in the team couldn't help but curse. Too far? Then what's coming next will be even worse. Zhang Chuan said nonchalantly. From now on, every time I enter a dungeon, it's 10 million upfront and 100 million after clearing it. Without me, you can't clear this dungeon at all. You have to join the Yalong squad. Everyone couldn't help but clench their fists tightly and glare at Zhang Chuan, but they could only swallow their anger because they truly couldn't do without him. At that moment, a job changer suddenly appeared behind them, and everyone felt puzzled. Although other job changers occasionally showed up in the dungeon, people usually came in teams. This was the first time they had seen someone appear here alone. Lu Guangming was about to persuade the other party to give up the idea, as this dungeon was extremely dangerous. But when he saw the person's appearance, his eyes lit up. Brother, are you that SSS level job changer, Lin Hao? Lin Hao nodded, surprised. I didn't expect my reputation to be quite big. Of course, you're now a big name in Abyss City. Lu Guangming flattered him, full of anticipation. Brother Lin Hao, are you planning to enter the dungeon too? Lin Hao hadn't spoken yet when Zhang Chuan laughed. No way, are you guys thinking of asking him to lead the team through the dungeon? Is there a problem? Lu Guangming responded impatiently. Big problem. I think you all have lost your minds, Zhang Chuan said confidently. A dungeon that even I, with such powerful output, can't clear, and you want a mere first-tier job changer to lead? What a joke. Everyone was stunned. Upon closer inspection, Lin Hao was indeed only level 19. Although he had no backing and couldn't afford to hire experts for help, the fact that he could easily defeat monsters dozens of levels higher than himself, and at an astonishing speed, was already impressive. However, Zhang Chuan's words weren't wrong. Lin Hao, who was at level 19, hadn't undergone a second advancement yet, and his equipment was only a level 10 legendary set. His spell power was probably less than half of Zhang Chuan's. Even if his class was SSS level, with such low attributes, how high could his damage be? Lu Guangming remained silent, but Zhang Chuan became even more smug. Understand now? The only one you can rely on is me. But Lu Guangming ignored him and turned to Lin Hao. Brother Lin Hao, although your level is a bit low, we can help you level up. We'll also give you a full set of level 20 legendary equipment, plus 1 billion Dragon Nation coins. Even if we don't clear the stage, the equipment is still yours. Lu Guangming had already made up his mind. Even if it meant taking a loss, he was determined to befriend Lin Hao because he believed Lin Hao would rise sooner or later, and building a relationship early was never a bad idea. Zhang Chuan's eyes turned red with jealousy, but Lin Hao shrugged helplessly and said, I don't think I ever said I would help you clear the dungeon. Why do you all take it for granted? Everyone was stunned. Lu Guangming looked around again, finding no one behind them and no one nearby. Besides themselves, who else could form a team? Lin Hao had no intention of wasting time with them and said indifferently, step aside a bit, don't block my way. Everyone was even more confused, but they instinctively made way for him. Lin Hao stepped into the dungeon alone, and everyone shouted, what the heck? He went in alone? That's insane. Crazy, right? Zhang Chuan was so shocked he couldn't speak. The monsters inside were extremely ferocious, and he had nearly lost his life several times. After all, although his output is very high, he is still a fragile mage. Even with teammates helping, he almost lost his life. He really couldn't understand what gave Lin Hao the courage to go solo and take on the challenge. Everyone looked at each other, unable to comprehend what Lin Hao was thinking. An SSS level profession, there's no need to court death, right? There are still so many D-level job changers living just fine. What should we do now? Who can save him? Lu Guangming, who has always been full of his own ideas, was also a bit hesitant at this moment. Zhang Chuan said indifferently. Whatever, survival of the fittest is the most realistic rule. Lin Hao couldn't see the situation clearly and lost his life, that's his own fault. Lu Guangming sighed. After the dungeon started, he couldn't help either and could only pray that Lin Hao would return safely. As soon as Lin Hao stepped into the dungeon, he focused on the rules. This copy has only one rule. When the monster's health drops below 50%, it will enter a berserk state, increasing movement and attack speed by 50%. This rule is hard to deal with, but for Lin Hao, it's no big deal. The monster only goes berserk when its health is halved? Then why not just finish them off instantly? Then, Lin Hao looked at the clearance conditions. Pass 3 stages within 10 minutes. After confirming this, his vision blurred, and he instantly arrived at a dilapidated ruin. Before he had time to observe, groups of strange-looking, quadrupedal humanoid creatures charged toward him. They drooled, clearly treating Lin Hao as a delicacy. Eater, Cataclysm. Level 20. Health points 200,000. Attack power 8,000. Physical defense 6,800. Magic resistance 6,300. Judging by these stats alone, the monster isn't particularly strong. The terrifying thing is, there are actually 100 Nors here. The instance can accommodate a maximum of 5 people. This means each person has to face 20 monsters right from the start. For the vast majority of teams, this is simply a nightmare. More tanks, insufficient damage, more damage, no tanks to block damage, just wait to die. Clearing this dungeon is an immense challenge for everyone. And this is just the first level. No wonder people outside were terrified when they saw me go in alone. If it were any other squishy mage here, they'd basically be waiting for death. However, I am no ordinary mage. As all the devourers gathered, Lin Hao waved his staff. A tornado with a diameter of 150 meters instantly formed, sweeping fiercely toward the monsters. All the monsters were swept into the storm, with massive damage numbers exploding above their heads. Minus 1,090,700. Minus 1,090,700. Minus 1,090,700. Spell attack power greatly increased, and Lin Hao's damage multiplied several times. A skill with a 5,000% multiplier can still deal millions of damage. Kill the level 20 devourer, gaining 20,000 experience points. For each level exceeded, gain an additional 2,000 experience points. With just one move, all the monsters were instantly killed by Lin Hao, leaving a pile of equipment scattered on the ground. However, Lin Hao has not leveled up yet. From level 19 to 25 million experience points are required. Adding the previous accumulation from the wild, he is still over 30,000 points short. After passing the first stage, the dungeon thoughtfully provided the job changer with 10 seconds of rest time. At this point, if one wants to exit, they can still use a top-tier return stone to leave the dungeon. But Lin Hao would never waste this time. Equipment is not picked up, as all equipment will automatically drop after clearing the level. Only truly confident job changers dare to do this. After all, if they fail to clear it, the equipment will really be gone. Outside the dungeon, Lu Guangming frowned deeply. Lin Hao has been inside for 10 seconds, but Lin Hao did not choose to back out. The situation now looks extremely dangerous. After confirming the dungeon rules and clearance conditions, he discovered there was a 5-second window to use a top-tier return stone to escape the dungeon. However, once inside the level, the monsters would never give him that chance. Facing a full 100 crawlers, Lu Guangming truly couldn't understand how Lin Hao could survive. Zhang Chuan shook his head inside, unable to resist gloating as he said, "What a pity, an SSS-class profession wasted on such an arrogant fool who got eliminated in less than 3 days." Lu Guangming coldly responded, "I've always thought you were too cold-blooded. Lin Hao is one of us, a fellow countryman. What good does his death do for you?" Zhang Chuan shrugged, "No benefits, no harm either. I just enjoy watching others have bad luck. What's it to you?" Lu Guangming was speechless upon hearing this and could only sigh at how vast the world is, with all kinds of people in it. He decided to keep his distance from this guy in the future to avoid being dragged down. Inside the dungeon, Lin Hao had already reached the 2nd level. It was still the devourers here, but their numbers had doubled, and the difficulty had greatly increased. For Lin Hao, no matter how many of these monsters there were, they were just there to deliver experience points. As soon as the monsters gathered, Lin Hao summoned a massive tornado and swept them all away. In an instant, the monsters were wiped out, and Lin Hao quickly cleared the 2nd level, gaining a large amount of experience and successfully leveling up to level 20. After level 20, the experience required for leveling up increases significantly, with each level requiring at least 10 million experience points. However, Lin Hao temporarily disregards this and takes out the top-tier advancement stone given to him by Lian to activate it. Perhaps there is a task inside that can be completed along the way. After activation, 3 task options appear. Normal task: kill 3 level 30 bosses solo within 3 days. The reward is an increase of 2000 to both health and mana, 200 to other attributes, and an immediate gain of 200 free attribute points. Hard task: kill 3 level 40 bosses solo within 3 days. The reward increases to 4000 for both health and mana, 400 for other attributes, and 400 free attribute points. Hell mission: kill 3 level 50 bosses alone within 3 days. The rewards are very generous: health and mana each increase by 10,000, other attributes by 1,000, free attribute points by 1,000, and an additional 3 passive skill slots. Hell difficulty is indeed no joke. If all level 50 bosses are as strong as the Glutton, out of the 1.4 billion people in the Dragon Kingdom, probably less than 1,000 could solo them at level 20. Killing 3 Gluttons in 3 days is extremely challenging. Lin Hao's biggest headache was figuring out how to find level 50 bosses. Generally, these bosses only appear in level 40 to 50 dungeons, which are inaccessible without sufficient level. Special dungeons are also too rare. Forget it, no point worrying too much for now. After all, there are still 3 days left. Clearing this dungeon first is the key. Lin Hao allocated the 100 free attribute points he had gained to intelligence, increasing his spell power by 200 points, reaching a total of 22,140 points. Then, he continued to advance to the 3rd level. The 3rd level had only one monster: the King of Devourers, Cataclysm form, level 20, with 40 million health points, 18,000 attack power, 15,000 physical defense, and 13,000 magic resistance. Its skills included Devour, Pounce, and Combat Instinct. 40 million health points were indeed intimidating, but Lin Hao had encountered stronger monsters before, so he remained unfazed. The King of Devourers was extremely fast, and the battle was about to begin. Lin Hao possesses a passive skill, Combat Instinct, which makes his perception of danger exceptionally sharp, clearly not easy to deal with. He quickly gathered a fireball and hurled it straight ahead. As expected, the King of Devourers simply dodged with a slight movement, easily avoiding it. This boss is practically a nemesis for mages like Lin Hao, who only know how to attack in a straight line. Unlike those clumsy monsters, it doesn't take attacks head-on. But it doesn't matter, fireballs are easy to dodge. But what about a tornado with a diameter of 150 meters? Can you dodge that? Lin Hao waved his staff, and a massive tornado instantly formed, sweeping forward. A trace of fear flashed in the boss's eyes. It knew this move couldn't be avoided, yet it didn't choose to escape and instead charged straight ahead. 1,094,000. Over 1 million damage hit its body, but it felt like a mere tickle, completely unfazed. Tornadoes continuously strike, with damage stacking up. After 7 or 8 attacks, the boss finally charged in front of Lin Hao, lunging at him. Lin Hao could smell the nauseating stench emanating from it. For an ordinary mage, being attacked at close range by such an agile boss would be a dead end. But Lin Hao just smiled faintly. Thank you for willingly seeking death. A level 1000 wind barrier instantly unfolded, forming a shield with a value as high as 2,214,000 points, firmly enveloping Lin Hao. The boss's attack hit the shield, causing only 36,000 points of damage, which was incredibly minor. Lin Hao remained calm and composed, completely disregarding the boss. If this catastrophe state increased all attributes tenfold except for health, Lin Hao might care, but its attack power is only 18,000, which doesn't even surpass his shield. The boss, unwilling to accept defeat, continuously swung its claws to attack. 18,000. 18,000. 18,000. Lin Hao became impatient, waved his staff, and fireballs shot out. Without any cooldown, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th fireballs formed in succession. At such a close distance, even if the boss had combat instincts, it couldn't dodge. 2,201,000. 2,201,000. 2,201,000. The battle lasted for 30 seconds, and the boss finally got smarter, pulling back to avoid the dense attacks. Lin Hao's shield also dissipated at this moment. A cold smile appeared on the boss's face, knowing the time for a counterattack had come. It rushed to Lin Hao at the fastest speed and fiercely swiped a claw toward his forehead. Lin Hao's face remained calm and composed. Almost simultaneously, another transparent shield appeared. What were you laughing at just now? If you touch me even once today, I'll admit defeat. Seeing the 2,214,000 point shield, the boss was stunned. Lin Hao ignored it, and fireballs rained down madly once again. 2,201,000. 2,201,000. 2,201,000. After continuous attacks, the 40-million HP boss collapsed to the ground. Killed the level 20 Devourer King and gained 800,000 experience points. Killed the level 20 Cataclysm boss and successfully absorbed 1 million energy points. Triggered the passive skill Absolute Luck, dropping the Devourer arm guards, armor, battle boots, and the Combat Instinct skill book. Oh my! Absolute Luck actually dropped a legendary passive skill book. Lin Hao was incredibly excited. This Absolute Luck was truly amazing. After collecting all the loot into the storage ring, the dungeon completion notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations on successfully clearing the dungeon and obtaining the Magic Energy Staff. Magic Energy Robe, Magic Energy Ring, Thunderspeed / Skill Book, Life Fruit *5. These equipment and items were scattered outside the dungeon. Lu Guangming, Zhang Chuan, and the others were all staring at the dungeon entrance, filled with confusion. Lin Hao had already been inside for a full minute. Zhang Chuan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "This guy is pretty impressive, facing 100 Nors alone and still holding on for so long. If someone dies inside the dungeon, their corpse will be automatically transported out." They were all certain that Lin Hao was still alive. Lu Guangming said coldly, "Can't you be more optimistic? Maybe he really can pass the first stage and even use a top-tier return stone to come back alive." Zhang Chuan laughed, "Ha, do you believe that yourself? 100 Devourers, not just one or two. Even the toughest tank would be instantly killed with just one bite. If he's lasted this long, he must have used the life-saving items provided by the war zone, but those things are time-limited. He's probably long gone by now." As soon as the words fell, the door of the dungeon began to shake violently. The next second, Lin Hao actually walked out from the door. Zhang Chuan was dumbfounded. He actually came out alive? How did he defeat 100 Devourers? Could it be that the war zone not only gave him life-saving items but also super powerful attack items? He stood there in a daze, while Lu Guangming had already rushed forward, excitedly saying, "Brother Lin Hao, you're incredible. Taking down 100 Devourers all by yourself and coming out unscathed. I underestimated you earlier. Once you put on the level 20 legendary gear and we assist you, you'll definitely clear this dungeon." Lin Hao waved his hand, "No need, I've already cleared this dungeon." What? Lu Guangming could hardly believe his ears. Clearing a second-tier dungeon alone? Is that even possible? Zhang Chuan and the others also doubted whether they had misheard. At that moment, the entire dungeon began to shake violently, and then disappeared without a trace, leaving behind a pile of equipment stacked into a small mountain. Everyone's eyes widened like copper bells. What's with this gear? Where did the dungeon go? After a while, everyone finally realized that Lin Hao had actually cleared the dungeon all by himself. Lu Guangming excitedly hugged Lin Hao's leg. "Holy crap! Master! Lin Hao, the great master! Does your leg need an accessory? I'm willing to shout 666 like crazy. Can you take me as your underling?" The other team members were still in shock. How is this possible? A boss with 40 million HP, just gone like that. What's even scarier is that we couldn't even pass the first level ourselves in just 1 minute. An SSS class profession is truly terrifying. The damage output is ridiculously strong, completely unmatched by ordinary people. Zhang Chuan laughed angrily, "This is killing me. Someone was just saying earlier that no one in the entire 10th war zone has higher damage output than him. If I were him, I'd have buried myself in a hole by now." Flushed with embarrassment from the mockery, Zhang Chuan hurriedly retorted, "What's so impressive about that? Clearing a dungeon in 1 minute, use your brains. Lin Hao must have used some powerful destructive item, otherwise it's absolutely impossible. If the war zone gave me that kind of item, I could still solo clear the level." Lu Guangming rolled his eyes, "You're the one with the problem. Haven't you thought about it? If the war zone had such powerful destructive items, the dungeon would have been blown to bits long ago." But Zhang Chuan refused to believe it. The war zone definitely has them, it's just that the quantity is limited, and outsiders don't know about it. After saying that, he turned and left. "Tomorrow is the National College entrance exam, and I absolutely won't lose to any of you." Lin Hao's powerful output almost broke Zhang Chuan's heart. Don't forget, his profession is an SS level Psychic Annihilator, and 2 damage boosting talents increased his skill damage by 2000%. With such terrifying bonuses, he still couldn't clear the dungeon, which means Lin Hao must have used special items. Lin Hao couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the complaints of that loser. He focused on competing in damage output with him, only to be countered and have his defenses broken. However, one thing caught his attention: the National College entrance exam is tomorrow. Time really flies. Lu Guangming enthusiastically chimed in, "With your skills, there's no doubt you'll rank in the top 3 in this exam." Lin Hao was a bit surprised. "Are you saying that, in your eyes, my skills aren't even good enough to take first place?" Lu Guangming nodded affirmatively. "Yes, SSS level professions are indeed rare. with only a 1 in a million chance of awakening. But what our dragon country doesn't lack is people. Every year, there are 3 or 4 SSS level job changers, and this year will certainly be no exception. There are also some extremely powerful SS level professions whose performance even surpasses SSS level ones. For example, the top scorer from 2 years ago, Lu Yunhai, who had an SS level profession but outshone 3 SSS level job changers. If the college entrance exam only measured output, you would definitely take first place. But everyone knows that the exam tests comprehensive abilities, including output, survival, agility, and endurance in combat. Excelling in just one area makes it very difficult to win the championship. Lin Hao smiled slightly after hearing this. It seemed that Lu Guangming thought his forbidden mage profession was too specialized. If he knew that Lin Hao's shield could reach a value of several million, he probably wouldn't think that way. Lin Hao didn't say much and instead asked, "What is the dragon squad you mentioned earlier? Is it really worth such a big effort to join?" Lu Guangming was a bit surprised but still explained, "The Dragon Squad is a national elite team organized under the leadership of the Warzone. In the team, you can gain access to all kinds of secret information, help each other, trade, and become stronger. More importantly, the team has no mandatory rules and won't force you to do anything. If you want to help, you can, if not, it's fine too." "I see." Lin Hao immediately became interested upon hearing there were no restrictions. He had just cleared a dungeon and obtained a legendary skill book called Thunderspeed Slash. Judging by the name, it was clearly not a mage's skill book but one for the warrior class. Legendary skill books were extremely rare, many low-level players could reach level 70 or 80 without ever seeing one, let alone everyone owning one. These skill books couldn't be crafted and could only be obtained from treasure chests, extremely low drop rates from monsters, or dungeon completions. A single legendary skill book had already been speculated to be worth billions of Dragon Nation currency in the market, but no one dared to sell one. Any that appeared would be instantly snapped up. Lin Hao, of course, wouldn't sell his. He wasn't short on money at the moment, and even if he were, he would only sell equipment. Others were the same, so skill books could only be traded through bartering, making it quite difficult to find a suitable trade partner. The Yalong squad was full of experts, and it was very likely that someone there had what he needed. Just as Lin Hao was thinking about these things, Lu Guangming asked nervously, "Great Lin Hao, you haven't answered me yet. Can I be your follower?" Lin Hao told a small lie, "Sorry, my profession can only act alone." After hearing this, Lu Guangming didn't press further and felt much more at ease, thinking that a profession with such explosive output must have its own limitations. It seemed that fate was still fair. Lin Hao stored all the equipment he had just obtained from the dungeon into his storage ring and continued heading toward the Tianyu mountain range. On the way, he began organizing his previous spoils. The legendary skill book Rapid Slash of Thunderspeed aside, the effects of the 3 legendary equipment obtained in the dungeon are quite impressive. Magic Energy Staff. Quality, Legendary. Equipment requirement, Level 20. Occupation, Mage. Spell attack power, 8000. Additional effect, restores 10% of the damage dealt as mana when attacking. Arcane Robe. Quality, Legendary. Equipment requirement, Level 20. Maximum health, 40,000. Maximum mana, 40,000. Magic Energy Ring. Quality, Legendary. Equipment requirement, Level 20. Maximum mana, 10,000. Magic attack power, 1000. These pieces of equipment are indeed very powerful. If I didn't have the mana regeneration passive skill makes the arcane staff a healing artifact, but what Lin Hao desires most now is the arcane ring, a ring that can enhance spell power. However, such rings are extremely rare. The one Lin Hao is wearing is only a level 6 Shinic ring, which can only increase mana by 2000 points and restore 1% of maximum mana per second. Its effect has been completely overshadowed by newer equipment. After equipping the 3 new items, the effect of the arcane set was activated again, directly boosting magic attack power by 4000 points. Lin Hao's magic attack power finally broke the 30,000 threshold, reaching an astonishing 31,140 points. Equipment replacement completed, Lin Hao turned to look at the life fruit. This type of fruit, once consumed, can permanently increase the maximum health by 2000 points. He had just obtained 5 of them, and if he ate them all, his health would increase by 10,000 points. Although Lin Hao didn't place much importance on health points, who would complain about free attributes? After consuming 5 fruits, his health rose to 67,100 points. However, he was still a paper-thin character. Compared to those with millions of shields, this amount of health was almost negligible. Finally, Lin Hao set his sights on the biggest reward from this dungeon, the legendary passive skill book, Combat Instinct. This passive skill doesn't have specific stats, it simply states that it can greatly enhance combat power and allow evasion of some otherwise unavoidable attacks. It sounds a bit vague, similar to absolute luck, but Lin Hao understood its value, which was even comparable to absolute luck. Take a look at the King of Devourers, a single monster capable of showcasing operations stronger than ordinary job changers. This skill book is actually more suitable for melee professions, especially those job changers who are already highly skilled in operations. Using it would undoubtedly take their abilities to the next level. Since the book could be used by himself, Lin Hao naturally wouldn't exchange it with others and decided to learn it himself. After learning the skill, he didn't rush to level up. Upgrading a legendary passive skill required 100,000 energy points, which was insufficient at the current stage, so he decided to leave it for later. Continuing forward, Lin Hao soon arrived at the Tianyu mountain range. The area was densely forested, stretching endlessly. For ordinary level 20 job changers, this place was extremely dangerous because the monsters here were all between levels 40 and 50. But for Lin Hao, this was the perfect place to farm monsters above his level. Not long after he started walking, he encountered a team of job changers. The team leader, seeing that Lin Hao was young and only level 20, frowned. "Young man, this is not a place you should stay, it's too dangerous. Go back." "That's right, didn't your teacher tell you? The monsters here can go up to level 50. And you're only level 20, not qualified to be here." Although the two spoke directly, they were both looking out for Lin Hao. Lin Hao shook his head and smiled. "Thanks for your concern, but I'm here to hunt monsters." Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. A tier 2 job changer going to a map where tier 5 monsters roam to grind? This is unreliable. At that moment, a level 50 black bear suddenly charged out of the forest. It was clever, knowing how to bully the weak and fear the strong, and directly targeted Lin Hao, the one with the lowest level, rushing toward him. The woman was eager to make a move, but the man stopped her. "Don't rush. Let's see this young man's strength. With me here, there's definitely no problem. Once he realizes the gap is too big, he'll leave on his own." The woman nodded. If their son were still alive, he would be about this age now. They couldn't bear to see a young life vanish in vain, leaving the family in tears every day. Lin Hao felt a bit moved upon hearing their conversation. He hadn't expected to encounter such compassionate people. However, his strength was indeed underestimated. This level 50 black bear would only be considered formidable if it could withstand 2 moves from him. Mountain Range Wild Bear. Level 50. Health points 420,000. Attack power 22,800. Physical defense 18,300. Magic resistance 1. This monster truly lives up to being level 50, with an HP as high as 420,000, even stronger than many level 20 field bosses. But for Lin Hao, this was just a matter of an easy fireball spell. Lin Hao glanced at the monster's attributes, lightly waved his hand, and a fireball spell blasted over. The damage number skyrocketed to over 3 million. 3 million damage instantly turned the black bear into dust, its health bar dropping straight to 0. The onlookers were stunned by the massive damage, unable to recover from their shock for a long time. "My god, this is just too outrageous. At first, I thought it was over 30,000 damage and already felt that a second-tier job changer having such power was impressive. I never expected that in the next second, this 420,000 HP monster would be instantly killed, even with several health bars overdrawn. That's insane. At level 20, it's already this powerful. If it reaches level 50, won't it just fly straight to the heavens?" The couple was also stunned. The man almost lost his grip on the giant sword in his hand. He was clearly a tier 5 berserker, with damage increasing as his health decreased, but even if he reduced his life to 1%, the damage wouldn't be this exaggerated. The woman took a sharp breath and said to her husband, "Looks like we meddled unnecessarily. They're even stronger than us." The man scratched his head awkwardly. "Sorry, buddy, I didn't expect you to be so fierce." Lin Hao waved his hand. "Your good intentions were not wrong. If it were another second-tier job changer who fell in here, you really would have saved them. After all, not every second-tier job changer is as strong as me." Although it sounded a bit boastful, everyone agreed. After all, this was their first time seeing a second-tier job changer with such terrifying damage. For ordinary second-tier job changers, dealing 100,000 damage would be considered top-notch, but 3 million was simply unimaginable. As this scene passed, Lin Hao was about to say goodbye and continue forward when suddenly a beast's roar echoed from afar. "Oh no, we've encountered the boss." The leading man nervously looked at the giant black bear behind him. Mountain Barbarian Bear King. Level 50. HP 20 million. Attack power 34,800. Physical defense 32,300. Magic resistance 31,600. The squad members' faces changed. A boss with 20 million health points was simply not something their ragtag team could handle. They weren't members of a major guild, just a few freelancers banding together. The entire team had less than 5 legendary pieces of equipment, and legendary skills were unheard of. Bosses this powerful could only be challenged by major guilds like the Dragon Guild. they only hoped to escape alive. The team members turned and ran without hesitation, shouting for Lin Hao to follow them. But Lin Hao just smiled and shook his head. "I won't let go of experience delivered to my doorstep." Everyone was dumbfounded upon hearing this. They knew Lin Hao's damage was high, but this boss was so strong, with long skill cooldowns, how could it be used continuously like a normal attack? Before the words had even fallen, Lin Hao launched another fireball spell. Over 3 million damage appeared once again. Seeing this number, everyone was once again shocked to the point of being unable to breathe. It was simply too overwhelming. Even more incredible is that such a powerful skill has a cooldown time of less than a minute. The team leader was conflicted. If he led the team to desperately hold off the boss, could Lin Hao really kill it? But he knew nothing about Lin Hao's skills and worried that a wrong judgment might harm everyone. Unexpectedly, his doubts were instantly dispelled. The fireball spell in Lin Hao's hand was being cast continuously like a regular attack, with fireballs shooting one after another, forming a straight line. 3 million damage points refreshed continuously. The boss was bombarded so relentlessly that it was seeing stars and couldn't even get close. After being hit by 6 or 7 fireballs, it instantly exploded. The team members watched the scene, hardly able to believe their eyes. My eyes can hardly believe it. If this is a game, it must have encountered a cheat. Skills dealing 3 million damage are being unleashed wave after wave. Even a player using cheats couldn't be this outrageous. A boss with 20 million health points is simply like a piece of cake in front of him. Who is the real master after all? The moment the boss was defeated, Lin Hao saw 3 reward notifications. Kill the level 50 Mountain Barbarian Bear King and gain 300,000 experience points. Kill above level 30 and gain an additional 900,000 experience. Kill the level 50 boss and successfully absorb 500,000 energy points. Kill above level 30 to gain an additional 1.5 million energy. Defeat the level 50 Mountain Barbarian Bear King to obtain the Barbarian Bear Battle Axe and Barbarian Bear Battle Armor. So thrilling. Fighting higher level monsters is the most exciting gameplay. Extra experience and energy, 3 times higher than the basic reward. In an instant, Lin Hao gained 1.2 million experience and 2 million energy. He even considered intentionally keeping his level low, to continuously defeat higher level bosses. But then I thought it wasn't necessary. It gets harder to level up later on. No need to deliberately hold back levels. Next, Lin Hao checked his advancement tasks. 1/3 is already completed. Encountering a level 50 wild boss here is truly an unexpected surprise. After all, the refresh time and location of wild bosses are not fixed. It all depends on luck. Maybe his luck value really hit the ceiling. Moreover, his luck not only increases the drop rate, it's written in the skill description. His luck has improved quite a bit compared to before. After accepting the 2 legendary items dropped by the boss, Lin Hao said goodbye to this group of people and continued to venture deeper. After walking for about 20 minutes, Lin Hao encountered a few old acquaintances. They were precisely the 3 guild leaders who had previously invited him to join. They were desperately besieging a level 50 boss. The 3 guild leaders were obviously struggling, because this boss had a berserk skill. When its health dropped to half, its attack speed and movement speed instantly increased significantly. If they continue to fight head-on, the 3 presidents can still win, but the cost will inevitably be someone getting hurt. Reality is different from games. Losing a few people in the game doesn't matter. They can still revive. But here, if you die, it's real death. Exchanging a few lives for 1 boss. Is it worth it? Everyone has a different answer in their heart. But the 3 presidents clearly think it's not worth it. They also have families waiting for them to return. The lives of subordinates are also very important. After retreating, Lu Shangyong sighed. What a pity, finally encountered a wild boss. I didn't expect it to have such a troublesome skill. Frostleaf said, it's okay, as long as no one gets hurt. Killing the boss doesn't necessarily drop equipment. We can slowly grind for experience. No need to take risks. Du Qingfeng felt completely disappointed after hearing this. How can you become stronger without stepping on others' corpses? If someone dies, at most, you just pay some money. But when legendary equipment drops, that's real profit. You don't die, he doesn't die. How do I get equipment, seize resources, and become stronger? But talk is just talk. When it comes to the critical moment, he still can't make a ruthless decision. Alas, it seems that the 3 of us, the nice guys, can only stay steadily in Linyuan City for the rest of our lives. However, living peacefully like this doesn't seem too bad. At least every night, I won't feel uncomfortable due to a guilty conscience. At this moment, a familiar voice came from behind. You're not going to fight this boss. Then I'll take it down. Everyone turned their heads to look. It was Lin Hao. Everyone was very surprised. After all, this place is where level 50 monsters appear. But thinking of Lin Hao's terrifying strength, they felt relieved. Lin Hao, little brother. I really didn't expect to run into you here. Lu Shangyong said enthusiastically. We can't take down this boss for now. If you want to fight, just fight. Do you need us to help block some damage? Thanks, no need. This boss can't hurt me at all. As soon as I spoke, everyone was stunned. Before they could react, Lin Hao immediately cast a fireball spell. The fireball, from 100 meters away, directly struck the boss. 3,086,400 damage points. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim out loud. But the most shocking part was yet to come. Fireballs fell one after another, as if there was no cooldown, continuously crashing down. 3,086,400. 3,086,400. 3,086,400. This boss that even the three major guilds had to avoid collapsed and died instantly without even taking a few steps in Lin Hao's hands. System prompt. Killed a level 50 mountain wild wolf king, gained 300,000 experience. Exceeded level 30 kill, additional reward of 900,000 experience. Kill a level 50 boss and successfully absorb 500,000 energy. Kill above level 30 to gain an additional 1,500,000 energy. Kill the level 50 mountain wolf king to obtain Wolf King dagger and Wolf King boots. In just a moment, Lin Hao gained another 2 million energy. Now he already had 7.3 million energy in his hands. Lu Shangyong rubbed his eyes, staring at Lin Hao in disbelief. Brother Lin Hao, be honest, did you cheat? The other guild leaders were equally stunned, all turning their gazes toward Lin Hao. Who among us is a level 20 job changer? Your damage is terrifyingly high, you easily one-shotted a level 50 boss? Lin Hao cleared his throat. Cheating? I've achieved this all through my own hard work. After killing the boss, Lin Hao leisurely walked to the corpse and picked up 2 pieces of legendary equipment. Guild members were envious to the point their eyes turned red. The drop rate for monsters in the wild is extremely low. Even when fighting bosses, many times they return empty-handed. Not to mention legendary equipment, getting purple equipment is already considered quite good. Lin Hao suddenly revealed 2 pieces of legendary equipment in one go. Could it be that the Forbidden Mage not only has explosive damage but also incredible luck? Just as everyone was discussing, rhythmic applause suddenly sounded from behind. Impressive, impressive, truly an SSS class profession. Even I admire your output. That is, Lu Shangyong instinctively responded. Thinking the other party meant no harm, after all, they started with praise. But when he turned around, his expression immediately changed. You are a lunatic from the ruins church. The man was shrouded in a layer of blood-red mist, his aura extremely eerie. He did not deny it. Madman? We are just ordinary believers. The man stared fanatically at Lin Hao. Lin Hao, join the ruins church. Flesh is weak, only cataclysm can bring ascension. With your talent, the church will definitely do its best to train you. Sooner or later, you will become a master like the high priest. Lin Hao responded indifferently. Thank you for your enthusiasm, but I just want to be an ordinary human. Turning into a werewolf? Forget it. The man's gaze instantly turned icy cold. Lin Hao just shook his head, but the man burst into wild laughter. In that case, you can die here. He suddenly accelerated, his figure almost becoming a blood-red afterimage as he charged toward Lin Hao. Just halfway through the charge, Lu Shangyong stopped him. Want to take on the genius of our 10th war zone? Have you gotten the approval of the Demon Dragon Guild? Du Qingfeng also stepped forward. Frostleaf, an S-rank priest, immediately led everyone to retreat to the rear. In this battle, ordinary members are completely useless and can be instantly killed if they're careless. You could say the Ruins Church is very ruthless. But you absolutely cannot say they are weak. If they were weak, they would have been wiped out by the experts in the war zone long ago. Ha ha ha, since you want to die, I'll send you on your way. The man laughed wildly, and a blood-red greatsword condensed in mid-air, violently smashing towards Lin Hao. Not good. Area attack. Lu Shangyong shouted and quickly unleashed his strongest shield. The shield value reached as high as 2 million. A powerful shield instantly surrounded Lin Hao. Du Qingfeng immediately activated his acceleration skill, desperately trying to escape the attack range. But at this moment, the giant sword slammed down fiercely. Lu Shangyong stood at the very front and was the first to be affected. A shocking damage number flashed in his mind: 3 million. Lu Shangyong was stunned. This damage couldn't possibly be caused by an ordinary follower, it was likely the work of a deacon-level expert. The lunatics from the Ruins Church actually sent a Tier 5 deacon to deal with Lin Hao, who was only level 20. If it weren't for Lu Shangyang activating the shield in advance, along with his over 1 million health points, he would have been dead by now. The situation for Du Qingfeng nearby is even worse. Even though he accelerated to escape and ran 60 meters, he was still affected. He couldn't possibly withstand 3 million damage. Fortunately, his professional talent allows him to be immune to one fatal injury, otherwise, he would have been done for. The executive strength of the Ruins Church truly lives up to its reputation. The two nervously looked at Lin Hao. Such terrifying damage, Lin Hao won't be instantly killed, right? After all, even a top-tier blessed stone shield can only withstand 1 million damage. The remaining 2 million is enough to instantly kill a level 20 squishy mage several times over. Fortunately, the two did not see Lin Hao's corpse. Lin Hao was surrounded by a shield with a value as high as 7.78 million. Lu Shangyang breathed a sigh of relief. This shield must be a legendary life-saving treasure sent by the war zone. But his heart tightened. That steward actually used a legendary teleportation skill, instantly flashing in front of Lin Hao. No mercy was shown, a sword slashed forward. The sword's light was dazzling, clearly a legendary skill. With this damage, Lin Hao would be doomed within 3 strikes. Lu Shangyang gritted his teeth and desperately charged toward Lin Hao. A sense of powerlessness surged in his heart. Only when he encountered a true master did he realize how weak he was. At his current speed, by the time he arrived, Lin Hao was likely already dead, and he himself would hardly escape unscathed. Even though they were both level 50, 5th-tier job changers, the gap in strength was like heaven and earth. However, in the face of a desperate situation, Lin Hao's face showed no panic. He's been waiting for this move. The legendary teleportation has already been used, let's see how you dodge this. The man's longsword first struck Lin Hao's shield. Damage displayed 2 million. Lin Hao didn't care at all, waving his staff as a fireball directly hit the man. This was an exchange of injuries, but Lin Hao was completely at an advantage. His shield wasn't an ordinary life-saving item, it was crafted from the level 50 endless barrier. Taking another hit wouldn't be a problem. The fireball exploded, and the instant flame impact caused over 7.7 million damage. The man's health bar instantly dropped to 0. Our 5th-tier job changers impressive. High-level hunters often hide their strength, it's not certain who the winner is, the prey or the hunter. Lu Shangyang was running when he saw the scene and almost fell. What kind of insane damage is this? He had heard of SSS-level job changers, but he had never seen someone at level 20 with this kind of damage. What he admired even more about Lin Hao was his composure. The speed of the instant flame impact is extremely fast, making it impossible for ordinary people to dodge. But legendary level teleportation is not omnipotent. If Lin Hao strikes first, the situation can be reversed. The guild members breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. It was simply a battle of gods just now. If Frostleaf hadn't led them to retreat in advance, they would have all perished. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Hao and the two presidents, however, looked serious and shouted in unison, "Don't come over. The battle isn't over yet." Although the man's health bar was depleted, he did not die. Instead, the red mist around him became even thicker. Lin Hao had seen this situation before, so he wasn't panicked at all. However, Lu Shangyang and Du Qingfeng's expressions were unusually serious. They knew this wasn't a game dungeon, and this guy could actually transform into a catastrophe. The two barely hesitated and shouted in unison, "Run." Werewolves after the catastrophe are extremely powerful but completely irrational. As long as you run far enough, you'll be safe. They ran a certain distance away, only to be shocked to find that Lin Hao was still standing motionless in the same spot. Damn it! Lu Shangyang was anxious and distressed. Lin Hao's strength was so overwhelming that Lu Shangyang instinctively regarded him as an invincible expert, forgetting that he was actually just a level 20 mage with short legs and couldn't run fast. Lu Shangyang was about to turn back to take Lin Hao with him to escape, but Lin Hao spoke up, "Don't worry about me, you go first, as far as possible." Lin Hao said this for their safety and also because he was afraid they would help and deplete his precious energy. At this moment, the man successfully completed the mutation, transforming into a tall and terrifying werewolf. Lin Hao was shocked to find that this werewolf was larger than any he had seen before, with arm muscles thicker than his legs, terrifyingly strong. Lu Long, Steward of the Ruins. Level, 50. Health points, 20 million. Attack power, 150,000. Physical defense, 120,000. Magic resistance, 100,000. Skills, Cataclysmic Blood Claw, Frenzy. Lin Hao's expression turned serious. This guy actually has 2 skills. Although he is a top student, he has never seen the skill Cataclysmic Blood Claw before, and its specific effects are completely unknown. The unknown is the most terrifying. Fortunately, Lu Shangyong recognized this skill, his face pale as he realized it was over. This Lu Long, I heard Deputy Commander Li mention that his normal attack damage is 10 times the original, Lu Shangyong said. Deputy Commander Li had fought Lu Long before and suffered a crushing defeat, only managing to escape by fleeing for his life. Such a powerful Lu Long actually took action personally, with his target directly aimed at Lin Hao. Quick! Call Deputy Commander Li, Lu Shangyong said urgently. These major guilds have connections with the military district, so contacting Deputy Commander Li is perfectly normal. But what they feared most was that even if Lian rushed over as quickly as possible, he would probably only be able to help collect Lin Hao's body. Lin Hao also became nervous. This guy was much more troublesome than expected. Almost immediately after transforming, Lu Long launched a frenzied attack on Lin Hao, moving so fast it was dizzying. Each attack caused a terrifying damage of 1.5 million, enough to scare anyone. If Lin Hao hadn't promptly activated the level 1000 wind barrier, generating a shield of over 3 million, he would have been dead already. But this shield won't last long, barely even 3 seconds. Once the shield skill cools down, he's done for. The Tier 5 Cataclysm Deacon is indeed powerful. No wonder the war zone couldn't deal with him quickly, and it almost cost Lian his life. This strength is truly terrifying enough to make one tremble. Meanwhile, Lian is leading his team in Abyssal City, continuously eliminating the suddenly appearing Cataclysm cultists. These cultists, like rats with no place to bury their dead, suddenly launched a frenzied attack on the city. The war zone achieved significant results this time, eliminating over a dozen cultists within half an hour. This would have been impossible in the past. But the smoother things went, the more uneasy Lian felt, sensing a greater conspiracy behind this chaos. At this moment, his communicator rang. Normally, he wouldn't answer calls during combat, but this time was different. He felt he had to answer. An anxious voice came from the other end of the line, Deputy Commander Li. Lin Hao has encountered the Deacon Lu Long of the Ruins Church in the Tianyu mountain range. Please provide immediate support. What? Lu Long? Lian was shocked. So they were targeting Lin Hao. Those cultists who suddenly sacrificed themselves were actually just bait. To distract his attention, Lian activated the submother crystal without hesitation. He was glad he hadn't taken back the sub-crystal from Lin Hao earlier. It was such a wise decision. Otherwise, by the time he reached the Tianyu mountain range, Lin Hao might have already lost his life. At the same time, Lin Hao also received a notification sound. Ding! The child crystal senses the call of the mother crystal. Activate the child crystal within 10 minutes to teleport immediately. Child crystal? I still have this thing on me? Lin Hao was stunned for a moment, then suddenly remembered the mysterious gem Lian had given him earlier. So it turns out he still had a life-saving treasure. But Lin Hao didn't rush to activate the crystal because he had an even stronger trump card unused. He glanced at his energy value, which was as high as 7.3 million, and without hesitation, spent 4.9 million to upgrade the legendary passive skill Combat Instinct to level 50. Combat Instinct LV50. The enemy's attacks will appear 10 times slower in your eyes, and when facing danger, your movement speed instantly increases by 5,000 points. Just after leveling up, Lin Hao noticed that the werewolf's attacks, which were originally as fast as lightning, now seemed as slow as a snail crawling. However, seeing with his eyes didn't mean he could dodge. The key was that his combat intuition granted him a significant speed boost. With just a single backward step, Lin Hao easily dodged the werewolf's attack. The werewolf showed a look of surprise but quickly accelerated again, charging toward Lin Hao. Then something bizarre happened. No matter how fast or fierce the werewolf's attacks were, Lin Hao managed to narrowly dodge them every time. Each attack almost hit him, but always ended up barely missing. Lu Shangyong and the others were dumbfounded. The werewolf's attacks were as fast as after images, making them impossible to see clearly, yet Lin Hao could still dodge them perfectly. With such reaction speed, who would believe he was just a level 20 job changer? Even if Lian were here, he wouldn't dare guarantee he could dodge everything. Terrifying. If Lin Hao doesn't die, he will sooner or later become the new generation demigod of the Dragon Nation. They also felt a wave of tension for Lin Hao. Whether Lian could arrive in time was still uncertain, and at this moment, Lin Hao was practically dancing on the edge of a knife. His shield had already disappeared, and the slightest mistake would cost him his life. The werewolf could afford to make several mistakes, but Lin Hao couldn't afford even one. The pressure was immense. However, Lin Hao was like a high-speed precision machine, without a single mistake in the next 10 seconds. As soon as the 10 seconds were up, Lin Hao immediately activated a level 1000 wind barrier, summoning a shield with a shield value as high as 3,114,000 points. This time, he didn't dodge and directly endured 2 attacks. Minus 1,500,000. -150,000. Meanwhile, fireballs smashed into the werewolf's head one after another. -3014,000. -30140000. Exchanging injury for injury, this tactic was highly advantageous for Lin Hao. After a few rounds, the werewolf's health quickly dropped below half, triggering its berserk state. Its speed and attack powers suddenly surged by 50%. Lu Shangyang and the others were on edge, their palms drenched in cold sweat, fearing that Lin Hao might be killed in the next second. But even though the werewolf entered its berserk state, against the level 50 combat intuition, its attack speed only went from super slow to slightly faster than a snail, posing no real threat to Lin Hao. After a few rounds, the final fireball completely killed the werewolf. Defeated level 50 Ruin Steward, gained 3 million experience points. Defeated an enemy 30 levels higher, gained an additional 9 million experience points. Defeated level 50 Ruin Steward, successfully absorbed 5 million energy points. Kill over level 30, gain an additional 15 million universal value. Kill a level 50 Cataclysm Deacon, trigger absolute luck, and obtain the Greedy Wolf Dagger, Greedy Wolf Armor, Greedy Wolf Boots, and Greedy Wolf Ring. Oh my god. I just gained 12 million experience and 20 million universal value in one go. Why bother killing bosses anymore? Just hunt down these lunatics from the Cataclysm Church and harvest like crazy. I'll be invincible in no time. Although the gains this time were immense, the risks were not small. Lin Hao is truly remarkable. If he hadn't developed combat intuition earlier, he might have had to rely on a substitute puppet to get through. A 5th tier Calamity Ruins Deacon personally coming to trouble a mere level 20 rookie, completely disregarding him. How unreasonable. Even villains should have some sense of propriety. Why couldn't they send a level 20 or 30 subordinate to serve as cannon fodder? Lin Hao managed to take down Lu Long head-on. Although Lu Shangyang and the others breathed a sigh of relief, they were also shocked to the point of gasping. A level 20 transferee actually managed to kill a 5th tier Calamity Ruins Deacon. Who would believe such a thing if it were spread around? Even though they were part of a major guild in Abyss City and had seen many geniuses, compared to Lin Hao, those so-called geniuses were utterly insignificant. Lu Shangyang said somewhat apologetically, "Lin Hao, sorry, we couldn't help earlier." Lin Hao shook his head and replied, "No, you did great. In that situation, you couldn't have helped anyway. More importantly, if any of you had intervened recklessly, my 20 million energy points would have been gone." Hearing this, everyone felt even more embarrassed. Transferees at levels 40 or 50 could only stand by and watch as a level 20 rookie fought desperately. It made them want to find a hole to crawl into. But the truth was, Lin Hao's overwhelming strength made them feel utterly powerless. No matter what, they couldn't stay in this place anymore. In front of Lin Hao, they felt too embarrassed. Before leaving, Lu Shangyang reminded him, "I just called Deputy Commander Li. You're safe now, but you'd better call him yourself to let him know you're okay." Lin Hao nodded. Meanwhile, Li struck down another Ruins cultist, but his expression was grim. It had been several minutes since he activated the Mother Crystal, yet Lin Hao hadn't teleported over. There were only two possibilities: either the teleportation was blocked, or Lin Hao was already dead. Either way, the situation was dangerous. Thinking of this, Lian was filled with rage and wanted to strike hard, but at that moment, he received a call from Lin Hao. On the other end of the line was Lin Hao. Lian initially thought the phone had been snatched by Lu Long and was ready to hear mockery, but Lin Hao's voice brought him great joy. "Brotherly, I'm fine now." Lian was pleasantly surprised. "Lin Hao? Is it really you, Lin Hao?" Lin Hao was puzzled. "Who else could I be?" Lian laughed and said, "You're quite the impressive kid, managing to escape from a 5th tier Ruins Deacon. Lu Long isn't an ordinary 5th tier job changer. When he gets ruthless, even his own people fear him. The presidents of the 3 major guilds in Abyss City probably wouldn't last 3 rounds against him. The fact that you escaped really amazes me." Lin Hao said calmly, "Actually, I didn't escape. He's dead. I killed him." Lian was a bit confused, as the signal had been poor earlier. "What did you say?" Lin Hao repeated, "Lu Long is dead. I killed him." Hearing this, Lian's heart was in turmoil, almost unable to believe it. A level 20 rookie actually killed the 5th tier Lu Long? How incredible. He wanted to ask if Lin Hao was joking, but he knew Lin Hao would never be so frivolous. In the end, he could only sincerely say, "You're truly amazing." After reporting his safety, Lin Hao casually inquired about the Yalong squad and unexpectedly obtained the qualification to join with ease. After hanging up the phone, he entered the group number and joined the Yalong squad's group chat. Adorable bunny, oh, another newcomer has joined. Welcome, welcome. So poor, only money left. Welcome, welcome. Brother, do you have any skill books you don't need? I'm buying at a high price, definitely higher than others. Unwilling to be ordinary. Brother, do you need experience? I have a large number of private dungeons that can help you quickly level up to 20 and become the brightest star in the entire server. Private secret realm. Lin Hao could hardly believe it. A secret realm could actually be private. How rich would one have to be to afford that? He thought for a moment and sent a message. "Does your secret realm have a boss?" Unwilling to be ordinary, replied, "There's one boss, the rest are level 20 small monsters. We also offer assistance services to ensure you quickly break through to level 20. Just one." Lin Hao was a bit disappointed. "How much?" "Not talking about money, only trading for skill books," the other party said firmly. Lin Hao immediately refused. "If it's not about money, I'm not interested. However, I have a warrior's legendary skill book, Thunderspeed / Anyone willing to trade for a mage's skill book?" As soon as the legendary skill book was mentioned, the group chat instantly exploded. "Wow, a legendary skill book. Boss, I want it. I don't have a mage skill book, but I'll offer 1 billion Dragon Kingdom coins." "You poor guy, dare to say 1 billion? I'll offer 3 billion. Calling others poor, you're not much better yourself." "Boss, I'll offer 10 billion, sell it to me." The group chat instantly turned into an auction house, bustling with excitement. But Lin Hao didn't respond at all. He wasn't short of money, and even if he were, he could sell equipment. With absolute luck in his hands, he had so many legendary pieces of equipment that he couldn't count them all, so there was no need to sell skill books. After waiting for 5 minutes, he still couldn't find a suitable trader. After all, legendary skill books are not something everyone can easily obtain, and not everyone can clear dungeons solo like him. Lin Hao was not disappointed and began organizing the gains from this time. After Lu Long transformed into a werewolf, he was classified as a level 50 boss. Coupled with the previous kills of 2 bosses, Lin Hao successfully advanced. His maximum health increased by 10,000 points, reaching 77,100 points, his mana increased by 10,000 points, directly surpassing 100,000 with the talent bonus. So his current maximum mana has skyrocketed from 133,100 points to 233,100 points. All other attributes have also increased by 1,000 points. Name: Lin Hao. Profession: Forbidden Mage. Level: 21, 12.83%. Health points: 77,100. Mana points: 233,100. Strength: 1,510. Physique: 1,510. Spirit: 1,520. Intelligence: 4,120. Agility: 1,610. Magic attack power: 35,340. Even better, Lin Hao also gained 1,000 points of free attributes. Advancing to level 21 earned him another 100 points of free attributes. Looking at the 1,100 points of free attributes in his hand, Lin Hao felt a bit troubled. "I really don't understand how some people say free attributes aren't enough. Looking at my current attributes, I don't even know which one to add first." Although he was only level 21, even top-tier 5th rank experts were no match for him. He had only one thought in his mind: "I don't lack anything now." In the end, Lin Hao allocated all his free attribute points to intelligence. The first reason was for higher firepower. More importantly, many of the top-tier equipment for mages require high intelligence to wear. Without sufficient attributes, it's impossible to equip them. For now, prepare in advance. After adding 1,100 points of intelligence, the intelligence increased to 4,100 points, and spell attack power increased by another 2,200 points, reaching 35,340 points. After organizing all the attributes, Lin Hao checked his energy value. Before the upgrade, he had 7.3 million energy. Upgrading Combat Instinct cost 4.9 million. But later he replenished 20 million energy. So now he has 22.4 million energy. This is an astonishing number. After getting rich overnight, Lin Hao finally turned his attention to the fireball technique. Previously, he thought the fireball technique would be replaced by more advanced skills. But now his perspective has changed. The power of legendary skills is indeed astonishing, along with various powerful effects. But their cooldown time is too long and cannot be shortened through upgrades. Against players of the same level, legendary skills are very formidable. After all, everyone is fragile, and a single strike can take someone out instantly. Unlike monsters whose health reaches tens of millions or even billions. But when dealing with monsters, the effect of legendary skills is just average. Fireball technique upgraded to level 1000, the damage remains consistently reliable, the cooldown is short, and it can be used frequently. Level 1 skills now require 2000 energy points. Previously, this number made Lin Hao hesitate, but now it seems insignificant. Lin Hao directly spent 2 million energy to upgrade Fireball spell to level 2000 in one go. Fireball spell LV10000. Consumes 2000 mana points. Deals 20,000% of the user's magic attack power as damage to a single target within 2,000 meters. No cooldown time. This damage multiplier is simply astonishing. A level 2000 fireball spell is already powerful enough. Next, Lin Hao looked at Wind Barrier, this white shield skill. Although it's a white skill, the more shields, the better. It had saved his life multiple times before and was his key defense. The energy consumption of Wind Barrier is the same as Fireball. Lin Hao spent another 2 million energy to level it up to 2000. Wind Barrier LV10000 consumes 20,000 mana points. Immediately generates a shield. Shield value equals 20,000% of own magic attack power. Lasts for 30 seconds. Cooldown for 10 seconds. Not bad, my shield has gotten much stronger. After consuming 4 million energy, Lin Hao still has 18.4 million energy left, still quite sufficient. So he set his sights on Endless Barrier, this legendary shield skill. Using 2 shields alternately, not to mention 5th tier job changers, even 6th tier experts wouldn't be a threat. After level 50, this legendary skill requires 1 million energy to level up each time, which is quite costly. Although Lin Hao was financially comfortable, he still felt a bit reluctant and stopped at level 100. Endless Barrier LV100 consumes 50,000 mana. Immediately gain a shield. Shield value equals 50,000% of your own magic attack power. Lasts for 30 seconds. Cooldown 600 seconds. This multiplier is terrifying. My magic power is now 35,340, and when I cast Endless Barrier, the shield value reaches a staggering 17.67 million. I'm only level 21 right now. When I level up to 100, equip a full set of level 100 legendary gear, and upgrade all my skills to over level 10,000, the word invincible will be written all over my face. I spent another 5 million energy, and Lin Hao still has 13.4 million left in hand. Magic amplification is also an old friend, providing a huge boost, so it can't be neglected. Although similar passive skills cannot stack and can only be replaced, Lin Hao's talent can upgrade infinitely. Magic amplification and other legendary passives can infinitely increase magic power, so there's no need to replace them, just focus on upgrading them aggressively. At level 1000, magic amplification requires 20,000 energy to level up once, which is quite costly. After some thought, Lin Hao spent 10 million energy to instantly raise it to level 1500. Magic amplification LV100. Spell attack power permanently increases by 15,100 points, 5,000 points more than before. Lin Hao's magic power officially surpassed 40,000, reaching 40,340. He said this is the attribute of level 21, but probably no one would believe it. Only 3.4 million energy remains, no further upgrades, leaving some as backup. After upgrading his skills, Lin Hao continued heading toward his destination. After walking for a while, the mysterious key in his hand suddenly started shaking violently. The closer he got to the destination, the more the key trembled, saving him a lot of time finding the way. Soon, he stopped in an open area, activated the key, and a long tunnel suddenly appeared in the empty space ahead. Lin Hao entered without hesitation. After going through so much trouble to find this path, he would never give up easily. Entering the tunnel, the view suddenly opened up to a vast new world. He instinctively looked up at the sky. There was no blood moon, and he breathed a sigh of relief, though he felt a bit disappointed. It seemed there was no danger here, but also no energy value. After walking for another half hour, Lin Hao started to feel bored. The scenery here was monotonous and unchanging. The situation here was too dull, not even an ordinary animal could be seen, let alone any monsters. What is the purpose of this place? I spent so much time and effort, only to end up in an empty space. Lin Hao suppressed his doubts and continued walking forward. Finally, he discovered a house. In this unfamiliar space, there was actually a house. Lin Hao felt both curious and nervous, immediately becoming more alert. He cautiously approached, and at that moment, a hearty laugh rang out. Ha ha ha, it's been a long time since I've seen a living person. A man dressed in a white robe, looking refined, walked out. Although he didn't seem malicious, Lin Hao still heightened his vigilance. After all, this man had a pair of bright red demon horns on his head, completely at odds with his scholarly demeanor. Don't be nervous, little guy. If I wanted to kill you, even if you could fly or vanish into thin air, you wouldn't escape. The man's tone was calm, yet filled with confidence. Lin Hao couldn't help but laugh. This guy's attempt to show off deserves 99 points, with 1 point deducted to keep him humble. When faced with uncertain situations, it's best to probe first before making a move. However, when Lin Hao tried to assess the man's strength, the screen was filled with question marks. Name, level, health points, attack power, defense power, all unknown. There's only one possibility: this guy's strength is far beyond his own. Level 80, level 90, or even higher. This is definitely a super powerhouse. This is absolutely lucky, Lin Hao thought to himself. This mysterious key was obtained by him from the treasure chest. Without the luck bonus, there was a 99% chance he wouldn't encounter this guy. Without a doubt, this guy is the strongest enemy Lin Hao has encountered so far. Sensing Lin Hao's probing, the man was completely indifferent and instead smiled, saying, "Friend from afar, if you want to know my name, first tell me your identity." Lin Hao nodded. "My name is Lin Hao, an ordinary high school student." "Ordinary?" The man laughed. "In 100 years, you are the first person to come here. You are definitely not ordinary. Since you've given your name, I'll tell you mine. I am the ruler of the world of disaster ruins, the king of ruins, Dragoon." "King of ruins?" Lin Hao was shocked. "Absolute luck, is this awesome? It directly sent me to the final boss. I'm only level 21, and you want me to fight the final boss? The power gap is way too big." The man looked at Lin Hao's expression and smiled with satisfaction. "Now you know I mean no harm, right? You're the first person to come here in 100 years. Lin Hao asked, "Is there a reward for that?" The man paused for a moment. "Human boy, you're really amusing." Lin Hao waved his hand. "If there's no reward, I'll leave." He turned and left, and the man didn't stop him. Lin Hao's lips curved slightly upward as he thought, "I knew it, the so-called King of Ruins wouldn't attack me casually. So, it turns out he can't attack me here. Ha ha ha, absolute luck didn't lie to me. A massive amount of energy points, here I come." Lin Hao immediately launched the instant flame impact, directly striking the man. But the damage number shocked him. It was actually -0. This guy's magic resistance can't possibly be over 10 million, right? The man laughed. "Kid, you're really interesting, daring to attack me. You're quite clever, I can't harm you here. If you want to leave, I can't stop you. But if you're willing to cooperate, I can give you rewards beyond your imagination." As the king of the ruins, his attitude could be considered humble. Lin Hao thought for a moment. This place wasn't dangerous, so there was no harm in listening to what he had to say. Seeing that Lin Hao didn't leave, Dragoon smiled, a trace of reminiscence flashing in his eyes, which quickly turned into hatred. "I just mentioned that I am the ruler of the world of ruins, but the true ruler is no longer me." "Your throne was taken?" Lin Hao blurted out. Dragoon nodded. "Talking to smart people really saves time. Among my subordinates, a traitor emerged. He ambushed me when I was at my weakest and severely injured me. As long as you help me reclaim the throne, I promise to give you everything you desire." Senior Gwen, aren't you overestimating me? I'm only level 21. I can't even break through your defense, let alone stand a chance against that guy." "No problem, I can wait. I see potential in you. Once you grow stronger, you might not be any worse than him. Besides, I'm not relying solely on you. I have 10 calamities under my command, and only 6 of them betrayed me. Their leader is Xian Ming, the calamity of the night, who now calls himself the king of the night. The remaining 4 subordinates likely haven't betrayed me yet. I need you to find them." Lin Hao rolled his eyes at him. "Mostly didn't betray? I think it's more like mostly all betrayed. The King of Ruins is way too naive, isn't he?" However, he got some news that the King of Ruins seems to be trapped in this space and can't get out, otherwise, he would have come looking for it himself. Dragoon continued, "Of course, I won't let you work for nothing. As long as you help me, the reward will definitely not be small." After speaking, he pulled out a legendary skill book glowing with golden light from who knows where and handed it to Lin Hao. Lin Hao took it without hesitation. Absolute freedom. Quality, legendary. Learning requirement, Mage. Effect, consumes 1000 mana points, immediately removes all control effects, and grants immunity to all control effects for 1 second. This skill can be used while being controlled, with a cooldown of 600 seconds. Wow, this skill is amazing. It's actually a rare control immunity skill, and it can even be used while controlled legendary level. Lin Hao was very satisfied, not expecting this trip to be truly worthwhile. Dragoon saw Lin Hao learn the skill and continued, "I have thousands of skill books like this. Do me a small favor, and I'll let you choose another one." Lin Hao said cautiously, "I don't mind helping, but I won't do anything that harms the human race. Rest assured, not only will I not harm the human race, but I can even help you deal with those ruined forces that betrayed me." "Our goals are actually aligned," said Dragoon. "If you're still worried, I can even sign a contract with you." After speaking, he took out a scroll exuding a divine aura. "This is a divine contract. Once signed, no one can break it." "That powerful?" Lin Hao was surprised but didn't sign immediately. The contract content was not much. He read it several times, helped Dragoon reclaim the throne, receive rewards based on contributions during the process, neither party can harm the other, and Dragoon will not do anything detrimental to the human race. After confirming there were no issues, Lin Hao signed the contract. Dragoon smiled and said, "Once you help me bring the void magic stone, I will tell you the secret of the ruins world. You must be curious why the ruins world and the world you are in have merged, right?" Lin Hao wasn't too interested in the matter of the 2 worlds yet. Instead, he asked, What you just said about letting me choose any skill book, does that still count? Of course. Dragoon nodded without hesitation. Lin Hao thought for a moment, do you have any skills here that can use mana to offset damage? He asked casually, thinking that if such a skill really existed, it would be incredibly powerful. He currently had over 200,000 mana points, and with such a skill, his survivability would increase significantly. Dragoon smiled faintly, yes, there's the legendary passive skill Shield of Mana Source, which perfectly suits your needs. For every 1 point of mana consumed, it can offset 10 points of damage. How about that? Really? Lin Hao was stunned. In his impression, Blue Star didn't have such a thing. He had casually asked while playing an online game, not expecting Dragoon to actually have it. 1 point of mana offsetting 10 points of damage doesn't sound like much, but I can level up. Once I upgrade the mana shield, 1 point of mana could offset 100 points or even 1000 points of damage, and then increase my mana. I will be the strongest tank mage in the world. Accumulating mana is simply effortless for him. Because of the Forbidden Mage's talent. His maximum mana is 10 times that of others. Lin Hao thought about it and almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Although the shield skill is very powerful. But there is a skill in this world called True Damage. The True Damage skill can ignore shields and defenses, directly dealing damage to the target. Unfortunately, True Damage skills are extremely rare. Even ordinary strong individuals at level 70 or 80 may not necessarily master one. But no matter how rare, someone will always have it. So the passive skill, Shield of Dharma Source. He must seize it. Otherwise, one day he might encounter a true damage skill expert. He was completely suppressed. Senior Gwen, where is the void magic stone you mentioned? I will definitely bring it back as quickly as possible. I don't know. Dragon shook his head and said. I don't know much about your world. You'll have to figure it out yourself. Lin Hao nodded helplessly, hoping Lian knows the whereabouts of the magic stone. Before leaving, Dragoon gave Lin Hao a positioning stone. With it, he can return here directly using the teleportation stone. No need to climb mountains anymore. Coming out of the special space, Lin Hao checked the time. There are still half an hour left until the National College entrance exam. He opened the group chat of the Yalong squad again. After so long, someone was finally willing to make an equivalent exchange with him. I will save everything. Are you still there? I'll trade the Mage's acceleration skill Phantom Extreme Step with you. Alright. Lin Hao nodded and added. The transaction location is set at the Linyuan Examination Hall. No problem, I'll send someone over to wait for you. At the examination hall, Lin Hao quickly met a middle-aged man in a butler's uniform. After confirming his identity, the two successfully completed the transaction. Phantom Extreme Step. Quality, Legendary. Learning requirement, Mage. Effect, consumes 1000 mana. Increases movement speed by 100% for 10 seconds. Cooldown time, 600 seconds. Skills that enhance movement speed are very important. Being able to run and fight is the key to survival. After learning the skill, Lin Hao saw another familiar figure outside the examination hall. Seeing him from afar, Principal Lu of Linyuan No. 1 High School let out a long sigh of relief. Lin Hao, you finally made it. I called you so many times, but you didn't answer. I almost asked Deputy Commander Li to help find you. Sorry, Principal, I was in the dungeon earlier and didn't receive the calls. Principal Lu said in surprise. You are really hardworking, still putting in so much effort with the college entrance exam coming up. Let me take a look at you. Not bad, level 21. For those job changers from the major families, this is nothing. They have a strong team and private secret realms for support. Leveling up rapidly. While Lin Hao relies entirely on himself. Reaching this level is truly not easy. Good child, I didn't misjudge you. You not only have talent but also work so hard. You will definitely achieve great things in the future. If we can get the national top scorer this year, that would be amazing. Lin Hao was about to respond. The principals of 2nd High School and 3rd High School walked over. The principal of 2nd High School shook his head and said, Principal Lu, don't put too much pressure on the students. It's unlikely to produce a top scorer. Aiming for the top 5 and striving for the top 3 is the most practical. Principal Lu frowned. Finally, he also nodded and said, Yeah, Lin Hao, just do your best. Lin Hao smiled and said, Don't you have confidence in me? Principal Lu sighed and said, Based on your usual performance, winning the top spot wouldn't be a problem. But this year is special. The youngest son of the Wu family has awakened an SSS-level combat profession. Principal Lu explained. The Wu family is the largest family in Long Nation. They have hundreds of secret realms for support. If they go all out to hunt monsters. He's almost level 25 now. No need to mention the legendary equipment. The level 20 top tier legendary equipment on him. Its attributes are twice that of ordinary legendary gear. The other two SSS level job changers also come from good families. There's no shame in losing to them. They just happen to be born with better conditions. The principal of number 2 high school sighed and said, "Yes, just do your best. And leave no regrets." Actually, I've always felt that the current exams are indeed a bit unfair to students from less privileged families. After all, they simply can't get legendary equipment, let alone top-tier legendary equipment. The principal of second high school countered, "There is no absolute fairness in this world, only relative fairness. If you let a D-level profession and an SSS-level profession take the same exam, do you think that's fair? Moreover, equipment is inherently an important part of a transferee's strength. Some professions inherently rely on equipment, capable of stacking the attributes of multiple sets of equipment together. You can't possibly forbid them from using their talents, can you?" The words were not finished when the exam time quickly arrived. This year's college entrance examination took the form of entering a trial secret realm. All candidates entered the realm in batches to undergo the test. In the past, the exam involved entering a special artificial secret realm and earning points by defeating monsters. However, a few years ago, catastrophic monsters somehow broke into the realm, causing heavy casualties among the students that year, nearly resulting in a generational gap. Even an SSS-level job changer couldn't survive, and many prominent figures ended up in prison as a result. Since then, the college entrance examination was changed to a safer trial secret realm. Output professions and support professions are assessed separately, with different examination venues and content. As soon as Lin Hao entered the examination venue, the secret realm was activated. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in a room filled with a futuristic technological vibe. Apart from him, the room contained only a mechanical mannequin, which was used to record damage. The first round of assessment tests the output ability of job changers. Dealing 10 million damage to the mechanical puppet within 3 minutes earns an S-grade evaluation, 20 million is SS grade, and 40 million is required for the top-tier SSS grade. The reason SSS grade is set at 40 million instead of 50 million is that the health of a level 20 catastrophe boss is roughly 40 million. This means that to achieve an SSS grade evaluation, one must single-handedly defeat a level 20 catastrophe boss within 3 minutes, which is extremely challenging. In previous year's college entrance exams, fewer than 5 students achieved this score. The mechanical puppet has not been activated yet, clearly indicating it is not Lin Hao's turn for the test. In the monitoring room, several proctors were intently watching the screen. This time, Dragon Country has produced another batch of talents, with a total of 4 SSS-level job changers, 2 damage dealers and 2 supports, a teacher said. "Old John, who do you think will take the top spot in this year's college entrance exam?" another teacher asked. "Without a doubt, it has to be Wu Lin Song, the youngest son of the Wu family. With the support of his family, his level is far ahead, all his equipment is top-notch, and he might have more than one legendary skill," Old John confidently replied. Another teacher nodded and said, "Lin Hao is also quite good. The only SSS-level hidden class he might be the Dark Horse. And that Zhang Chuan, the Shinik Annihilator, also has great potential, he might even make it into the top 10. During the conversation, the door of the monitoring room suddenly opened, startling all the teachers. It turned out to be the Dragon Nation's universally acknowledged strongest war god, Wang Jinayu. He said calmly, "Don't mind me, carry on." The teachers, upon hearing this, still didn't dare to chat loudly. In front of this legendary war god, they were as restrained as newly enrolled students. At this moment, Zhang Chuan was the first to begin the trial. His damage output was quite impressive, dealing over 200,000 damage with each attack, and it remained consistently stable. After 3 minutes, he had dealt a total of over 28 million damage, successfully earning an SS level rating. The teachers nodded one after another. An SS level magic system output reaching this level is already very impressive. With strong teammates cooperating, tackling same level catastrophe bosses is no problem. Talents like this are exactly what catastrophe dungeons need. Next, it was time for the most anticipated genius of the Wu family, Wu Linsong. He is an SSS-level Berserker class, the Master of Dominance. Although this class is not a unique hidden class, only 5 people across Blue Star possess it. His publicly known talent is, when facing a single enemy, all damage is doubled, and the damage received is halved. This is an extremely powerful one-on-one ability. The other 2 hidden talents. After Wu Linsong's talent was revealed, everyone eagerly anticipated his performance. Soon, he began to unleash his full power. Although he is a berserker, his attack speed is not slow at all, and the greatsword swung so fast it almost left after images. Each normal attack dealt damage exceeding 600,000. Even if he didn't use any skills during these 3 minutes and relied solely on normal attacks, he could easily deal over 40 million damage, directly earning an SSS rating. This greatsword, without a doubt, is the legendary Shadow Greatsword ranked first on the level 20 leaderboard. The Wu family indeed has deep foundations, and Wu Linsong is no ordinary person. Attacking continuously for so long without showing signs of fatigue clearly indicates extensive training. Immediately afterward, Wu Linsong unleashed several legendary skills in succession, with damage numbers of over 3 million and 7 million constantly appearing on the screen. Several teachers couldn't help but swallow nervously, exclaiming that the damage was truly terrifying. As expected of the SSS level Overlord of Battle, his solo combat ability is simply invincible. Dealing 7 million damage at the second tier stage is absolutely shocking. For ordinary D-level professions, even reaching the 8th tier might not achieve this level. In just 1 minute, Wu Linsong dealt over 40 million damage and earned an SSS rating. But he wasn't satisfied. He wanted to break the record for the highest damage in the history of the National College Entrance Exam. That record is held by the second demigod of the Dragon Nation and the president of the Job Changers Association, with a score as high as 190 million. Wu Linsong gave it his all in a final sprint, but by the end of the 3 minutes, his damage still fell short. Nevertheless, the proctoring teachers were exceptionally excited. Wu Linsong's strength far exceeded expectations, achieving over 90 million damage. As a warrior profession, his performance was only slightly inferior to that of Director Wang back in the day. This means that the Dragon Kingdom will soon give rise to another war god. Everyone couldn't help but marvel, as Wang Jinaya's profession is hidden weak in the early stages but extremely strong later on. Once, District Chief Wang was always suppressed in output by the president of the Transferees Association, but now he is recognized as the #1 expert in the Dragon Kingdom and even globally. When the demigod powerhouses of the island nation and the beautiful nation harbored ill intentions toward the Dragon Kingdom, Wang Jinaya stepped forward alone. He arrived in the morning, and by the afternoon, the enemies had obediently backed down. Truly impressive, and this year, another promising talent has emerged. Wang Jinaya smiled faintly. Haha, in a few years, our Dragon Kingdom will have another demigod. Several teachers were overjoyed. Next up was Lin Hao's trial time. In the monitoring room, everyone was full of anticipation. The only SSS level hidden profession, there's no way it would disappoint. Achieving an SSS rating should be no problem. Of course, an SSS level output. If it can't even deal 40 million damage, that would be a joke. I also think Lin Hao can get SSS, but can he surpass Wu Linsong? Probably not likely. I guess his final damage will be 70 to 80 million. Lin Hao began his attack without holding back at all. He didn't like pretending to be weak, he went all out from the start. Fireballs shot out one after another, smashing towards the puppet like a fiery line. The damage numbers exploded, making one doubt their eyes. Over 8 million. Over 8 million. Over 8 million. When the spell power increased to 40,340 points, the level 2000 fireball spell could deal over 8 million terrifying damage with each hit. With just 5 fireballs, Lin Hao's total damage easily surpassed 40 million, earning an SSS rating in less than 5 seconds. My god, this insane damage is terrifying. Wu Linsong's highest damage was only 7 million, and that was with the double talent bonus. Not to mention his legendary skill had a cooldown of 600 seconds, while Lin Hao's skills were being cast one after another? How is this even possible? Could it be that Lin Hao, this kid, is cheating? Such a powerful skill, and yet it has no cooldown. Does that make sense? Could it be that the Forbidden Mage's talent is casting without cooldown? But with such high damage, how can that be explained? Everyone was completely baffled, only able to stare at the rapidly rising damage numbers, involuntarily gasping in shock. Having been an invigilator for so many years, they had seen countless weirdos, but never anyone this bizarre. In less than 10 seconds, Lin Hao's damage exceeded 100 million. What's even more terrifying is that Lin Hao's fireball spell kept firing continuously, with no cooldown and hardly any mana consumption. Actually, it's not surprising. A level 2000 fireball spell only consumes 2000 mana per cast, while Lin Hao's level 500 mana recovery restores 50,000 mana per second. Saying he is cheating wouldn't be an exaggeration. Watching wave after wave of fireballs, everyone thought to themselves, is Lin Hao about to break the record of the president of the Transferees Association? This speculation was quickly confirmed. A few seconds later, the damage exceeded 200 million. Dozens of seconds later, the damage officially surpassed 1 billion, and only then did it stop because the mechanical puppet had already been destroyed, with 1 billion being its maximum limit. A group of proctors could hardly believe their eyes. It was terrifying. Lin Hao, at level 21, was actually able to smash the puppet. Just imagine when he reaches the full level of 100, the damage output would be simply unimaginable. With such terrifying damage output, even if he only scores AD in the next 2 tests, he is still worth cultivating with full effort. That's right, I will personally recommend him to Kyoto University. Such a genius must not be overlooked. Lin Hao's output shocked everyone, even Wang Jinyu behind him was utterly stunned. In the past 100 years, no one at the second-tier profession has had such explosive output. Give him a powerful shield warrior and support, place him in any catastrophe dungeon, and he's practically a bulldozer. Don't even mention cataclysmic bosses at levels 20 or 30, even those at levels 50 or 60 would be instantly killed. Next, it all depends on Lin Hao's survival ability and reaction. Logically, if a class has a significant advantage in output, other aspects are usually weaker, and the Forbidden Mage should be no exception. The second round of testing is to assess the survival ability of the job changer. In the second level, 100 monsters with 1,000,000 health points and 10,000 attack power appear every 10 seconds. Surviving under the monster's attacks for 1 minute earns an S rank, 2 minutes for SS rank, and 5 minutes for SSS rank. Zhang Chuan was the first to take the stage. Although he was a short-legged mage, his speed was not slow, and he had learned acceleration skills, managing to survive for 1 minute and earn an S rank. The proctors nodded in approval. For a short-legged mage to have such survival skills was already quite impressive. In the real dungeon, his teammates wouldn't hold him back either, and 1 minute was enough to return to defense. Next was the berserker Wu Linsong. He had high health and a lifesteal skill, recovering 10% of the damage dealt with each attack. Under the protection of shields and damage reduction skills, he managed to endure for 5 minutes. No one was surprised, warriors naturally excel in survivability, let alone the dominator of war. He is the main frontline damage dealer. Without resistance, he'd be no different from an assassin. Finally, it was Lin Hao's turn. Everyone's curiosity was completely ignited. Guess, how long do you think this Forbidden Mage can last? I think he might be a bit stronger than Zhang Chuan, lasting about 1.5 minutes at most. I think so too. His output is too strong, so his survivability must be weaker. Everyone speculates that the Forbidden Mage has an extremely powerful damage boosting talent, such as increasing the damage multiplier of all skills by 5,000%. The second talent. The talent is the enhancement of all Lin Hao's skills, which can reduce skill cooldown time. Of course, this is just the invigilator's speculation based on Lin Hao's previous performance. In any case, Lin Hao's talent is definitely related to output. Without the support of survival talents, his survivability is certainly worrisome. At this moment, Lin Hao officially began the trial. Facing a total of 100 level 20 monsters, Lin Hao did not panic and flee like Zhang Chuan, but instead swung his staff once again. In an instant, a massive tornado with a diameter of 150 meters appeared, sweeping forward. All the monsters had no chance to escape and were completely engulfed. 201-7000. 201-7000. 201-7000. All the monsters caught in it were instantly killed. The invigilating teachers present were all stunned. They had seen countless skills, but never such a massive tornado. With a diameter of 150 meters, the entire trial secret realm almost couldn't contain it. This range is just too vast. Could it be that Lin Hao obtained some kind of opportunity and leveled up a legendary skill to the max? This tornado looks like the skill Storm Howl. Impossible. Storm Howl is merely a purple quality skill, not even epic level. Even if it were maxed out, it couldn't possibly reach 150 meters in size. You are right, so what exactly is this skill? Everyone fell into silence. With their knowledge, they actually couldn't recognize it, because they ruled out the correct answer right from the start. Finally, a teacher spoke up. No matter what this skill is, the stronger the skill, the longer the cooldown time. Lin Hao's timing for using it doesn't seem very good. That's right, the second test isn't just about killing 100 monsters. Every 10 seconds, another 100 monsters will appear. If it were me, I would definitely wait for the second wave of monsters to appear and then kill the first and second waves in one go. I don't think that's necessarily the case. Lin Hao might have another plan. If someone else had said this, everyone would surely argue against it. But since it was Wang Jinyu who said it, everyone started to look forward to it instead. Does Lin Hao really have other means? Soon, the 10th second arrived, and another 100 monsters rushed out. Everyone was curious about how Lin Hao would respond. Lin Hao gently waved his staff, and another massive tornado swept through. Immediately following the third, fourth, and fifth waves, 5 consecutive waves of monsters were all instantly killed by the tornado. The monsters couldn't even touch the hem of Lin Hao's clothes. My god, such a powerful area attack skill actually has no cooldown? That shouldn't be possible. Maybe the cooldown time for this tornado skill is exactly 10 seconds. So as soon as Lin Hao encounters a monster, he uses it. The sooner, the faster the cooldown. That makes sense. But such a powerful skill with a 10-second cooldown is just too crazy. The proctors exchanged glances. This level is clearly about testing survival skills, but Lin Hao gave them another answer: terrifying group damage output. Does this count as cheating? Cheating? Isn't this just Lin Hao's strength? He wiped out all the monsters in an instant, so of course, he's safe. This survival ability is absolutely solid. Don't just say lasting 5 minutes, even an hour wouldn't be a problem. That being said, everyone still felt something was off. Everyone simultaneously looked at Wang Jinayu. Wang Jinayu thought for a moment and said, Lin Hao undoubtedly gets full marks, but I want to see his true survival ability. Add a special attribute to the upcoming monsters, making them immune to all damage below 3 million. The monsters in the trial are not real monsters but simulated ones. Wang Jinayu spoke, and the proctors naturally did not object. 30 seconds later, the enhanced monsters appeared. Lin Hao immediately noticed their differences. The previously invincible tornado had no effect at all when it hit the monsters this time. All damage is 0. It seems this is meant to increase the difficulty for me. Lin Hao's eyes remained calm, without a trace of panic, standing steadily in place. All the teachers were disappointed this was the only solution, yet it didn't work. Could it be that Lin Hao could only wait for death? Just as the monster was about to touch Lin Hao suddenly moved. A level 2000 wind barrier instantly unfolded. The shield value displayed on the screen reached an astonishing 8.06 million points, leaving all the proctors with their mouths agape in shock. This shield, is it actually from a second-tier job changer? Everyone thought to themselves, this is just too outrageous. Could it be that Lin Hao obtained a legendary shield skill and even maxed it out directly? But the multiplier for a max-level shield skill is only 5,000%. Could Lin Hao's current spell power really have reached 160,000? The more the teachers thought about it, the more shocked they became. Lin Hao's strength completely exceeded their expectations. Even Wang Jinayu was astonished. No wonder Lin Hao was able to defeat the steward of the Land of Calamity at level 20. With such powerful attack strength and a terrifying shield, the Calamity Steward who ambushed Lin Hao back then must have been scared out of their wits. Lin Hao's survival skills are top-notch, and the teachers unanimously agree that he fully deserves the SSS rank. Next comes the final test of the college entrance exam, reaction ability. The transferee must dodge arrows coming from all directions in an enclosed space. If hit by no more than 20 arrows within 3 minutes, they achieve an S rank, no more than 10 arrows, SS rank, fewer than 5 arrows, SSS rank. This test is the hardest for most transferees because reaction ability relies on personal reflexes, and many professional skills are of no help. These arrows don't come one at a time but in volleys of 10, from various directions, and they get faster and more numerous. The first to take the stage, Zhang Chuan, was hit by 30 arrows in just 1 minute, almost turning into a live target. By the end of the 3 minutes, he only received a C-level evaluation, which meant he had no chance of making it into the top 10 in this college entrance exam. The proctors felt quite regretful, as a C-level is only considered average among mages. Next up was Wu Linsong. As a frontline damage dealer, dodging is a basic skill for him. He performed well, but in the end, he was still hit by 12 arrows, exceeding the limit by 2, and only received an S-level evaluation. This showed that he relied too much on brute force and failed to dodge in time. With more practice on evasion techniques, achieving an SS level wouldn't be too difficult. Wu Linsong's face turned grim, originally aiming for first place nationwide, now even making it into the top 3 seemed unlikely. Finally, it was Lin Hao's turn to take the stage. The teachers didn't have high expectations, thinking he would perform better than Zhang Chuan but not as well as Wu Linsong, at most earning a B or a grade. However, Lin Hao's performance completely shattered their expectations. It was as if he had eyes on his back. No matter how tricky the angle of the arrows, he could anticipate and dodge them in advance. If it happened once or twice, it could be attributed to luck, but after a minute, the arrows were so fast they left after images, and Lin Hao was still dodging with ease. This was true skill. 2 minutes, 3 minutes passed, and Lin Hao hadn't been hit by a single arrow. His reaction speed was astonishing, leaving all the proctors speechless in shock. Even Wang Jinayu couldn't help but applaud and cheer. Our Dragon Nation has truly produced a genius. Lin Hao's quick reaction was entirely thanks to his level 50 combat intuition. To him, the arrow moved as slowly as a snail. It would be hard for him to get hit even if he wanted to. The other groups of examines also completed their tests, and the results began to be announced. Outside the examination hall, Principal Liu was so nervous that he could hardly breathe. He skipped directly past the top 100 and focused on the top 10. 10th, 9th, 8th, all the way to 5th place. He still didn't see Lin Hao's name. Principal Liu's heart tightened. Could it be that Lin Hao didn't even make it into the top 10? He continued looking upward and saw Wu Linsong's name in 2nd place. Even Wu Linsong didn't take 1st place, so who could it be? Principal Liu's heart was filled with intense anticipation. The moment the name was announced, he almost fainted from excitement. 1. A student from our school has taken the national top scorer title. Outside the examination hall, Principal Liu burst into hearty laughter, his voice resounding like thunder. The principal of number 2 high school looked at Lin Hao's results and let out a deep sigh. Congratulations to your number 1 high school, you're truly lucky to have produced a genius like Lin Hao. A 9's rating, it's been years since we've seen one. The number 2 high school principal was full of envy, muttering to himself, if only Lin Hao were a student at our number 2 high school, how wonderful that would be. Although Zhang Yuan performed well and made it into the top 100, the gap compared to Lin Hao is truly too large. The college entrance exam had just ended, and Lin Hao had not yet left the examination hall when he ran into an old friend. Brother Li, why are you here too? Of course, I'm here to celebrate with you, our national top scorer. Lian said with a smile. In previous years, the top scorer in the college entrance exam would receive rewards from the war zone, and this time is no exception. You've really brought great honor to our 10th war zone. In the past century, the 10th war zone has finally produced a national champion. District Chief Wang's reward, you'll definitely like it. Lin Hao was puzzled upon hearing this. Isn't District Chief Wang the strongest war god in our dragon country? He never won the championship before? Lian nodded. District Chief Wang's profession becomes super strong in the later stages. Although he was powerful in the early stages, it wasn't as exaggerated. Back then, he was still overshadowed by the president of the Transferry Association. After speaking, Lian activated the war zone's exclusive teleportation stone and took Lin Hao to the 10th war zone headquarters. The headquarters were heavily guarded, with patrolling soldiers all at least level 50. Lin Hao even suspected that if Lian were not in Abyss City, he might only be able to serve as a patrol soldier. Seemingly seeing through Lin Hao's thoughts, Lian coughed and said, I'm different, I have merits, I've shed blood for the war zone. The two soon arrived at the district chief's meeting room door. When Lian opened the door, he suddenly revealed a sly smile and quickly dodged to the side. The next second, a long spear crackling with golden lightning shot forward like a bolt of lightning, heading straight for Lin Hao. The speed of this move was astonishingly fast, not to mention second-tier job changers, even fifth-tier experts would find it hard to evade. But Lin Hao was no ordinary person. With level 50 combat instincts, he narrowly dodged the spear. The spear struck the wall directly, producing a loud crash before dissipating into energy. This was actually a weapon formed by condensed energy, not a physical object. Lian was stunned. Someone actually managed to dodge Director Wang's attack? Although District Chief Wang didn't use his full strength, Lin Hao is only at the second tier now. Wang Jinayu in the conference room was also taken aback. He originally wanted to give Lin Hao a show of force, so he wouldn't become arrogant because of his top scorer title. That shot just now wasn't a normal attack, but true damage that ignored shields. Not to mention, he deliberately held back, ensuring Lin Hao retained at least 1 point of health. But now it seems, all of this was useless. Lin Hao's reaction far exceeded his expectations. Wang Jinayu sighed, it's been a long time since I've seen such an impressive young person like you. The future absolutely belongs to your generation. Lin Hao was a bit dissatisfied. District Chief Wang, you almost scared me into a heart attack just now. Wang Jinayu laughed, really? I thought you handled it quite calmly. After speaking, he got to the point. Lin Hao, congratulations on becoming the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination. You are from our 10th war zone, and as the head of the zone, of course, I have to show my appreciation. As he spoke, he handed over a medal. Lin Hao looked at the medal, feeling nothing special. He still didn't know the true value of this medal. Beside him, Lian saw the yellow dragon pattern on the medal and was completely stunned. My god, District Chief. This is the Battle Dragon medal? You actually unbound it. Wang Jinayu waved his hand, signaling Lian to stop talking. At this moment, Lin Hao took the medal and carefully examined its attributes. Battle Dragon Medal. Quality, unique. Activation condition, successfully clear at least 3 dungeons. Effect, after binding to the user, permanently increases maximum health by 3 million. For each additional dungeon cleared, maximum health increases by an extra 1 million. There is no limit to health growth. This is insane, Lin Hao exclaimed in shock. He knew from Lian's earlier expression how valuable this item was, but seeing the specific stats still left him stunned. After activation, it directly adds 3 million health points, and his current health is only over 70,000, completely incomparable. Not to mention, this medal can continuously enhance attributes, it's simply priceless. Director Wang, such a precious item, are you really going to give it to me? Of course. Wang Jinayu nodded solemnly. I said before, the future belongs to the young. Do you think I was just saying it casually? Although this Battle Dragon medal is still useful to me, giving it to you will allow it to realize its greatest value. He earnestly reminded Lin Hao, although your shield is sturdy and reacts quickly, those guys in the ruins are extremely insidious. Without sufficient health, something unexpected could happen at any moment. Understood, thank you, District Chief Wang. Lin Hao accepted the medal and said gratefully. Then he asked, District Chief Wang, do you know about void magic stones? Of course I do, Wang Jinayu nodded. Void magic stones are rare materials used to craft weapons and equipment. They can only be obtained with an extremely low probability by defeating void monsters. He didn't ask Lin Hao why he needed such a thing and directly said, you can go to the Void Erosion Wilderness to challenge the Void Erosion Dungeon, but the difficulty there isn't low. It's best to upgrade to level 3 first before going. Lin Hao nodded, preparing to set off immediately. Seeing that Lin Hao intended to take the risk, Wang Jinayu helplessly took out a gemstone. Since you've decided to take the risk, take this with you as well. The people from the Ruins Church are paying close attention to you now. Crystal of Return. Quality, one-time teleportation item. Effect, after binding to the user, it becomes a passive skill. When the user suffers fatal damage, the Crystal of Return will negate the damage and immediately teleport them back to the previously visited city. Another legendary life-saving item. Whether in the war zone or at school, everyone is worried that Lin Hao might encounter trouble early on, but he himself doesn't think he's that fragile. The substitute puppet shield has not been used so far, and the effect of the Crystal of Return is obviously stronger. If they encounter a monster that even Lin Hao cannot handle, the substitute puppet shield of 10 million is practically meaningless. Lin Hao took the Crystal of Return, thanked them again, and left the meeting room. Lian followed him out, his face full of envy. Your starting point is really high. The Battle Dragon Medal is the treasure that all low-level job changers dream of obtaining. It's said that many big figures are willing to pay a fortune to buy it and then give it to their children. I never expected District Chief Wang to give it to you directly today. Lin Hao smiled. This means the District Chief thinks I have more potential than others. That's true. Lian nodded. You are the most promising person I've ever seen. Defeating the Ruin Steward at level 20, the War Dragon Medal won't be wasted in your hands. After bidding farewell to Lian, Lin Hao left the military district. Just as he stepped out of the gate, he ran into a man wearing a president's badge on his chest. President of the Transferry Association of Linyuan City? What is he doing at the military district? Lin Hao was curious but didn't think much of it. Just as he was about to leave, he was stopped by the man. Young man, I've been waiting for you for a long time. You've been waiting for me? The man nodded with a smile. You are now the prominent figure of Linyuan City, but the person looking for you isn't me, it's the president. The president of the Transferry Association? Are you talking about the second demigod of our dragon nation? That's right, the president thinks highly of you and asked me to bring you over. After speaking, the man waved his hand to open a portal and walked straight in. Lin Hao thought for a moment and followed him inside. As he passed through the portal, Lin Hao found himself in a strange, large hall. The man saw him follow and said with a smile, the Grand President is in the room ahead, follow me. The two quickly reached a massive room deep within the hall. The man pushed the door open but did not enter. Instead, he looked at Lin Hao and said, the rest of the way, you'll have to walk on your own. A reminder, what awaits ahead may not necessarily be the president. Lin Hao was puzzled upon hearing this. Not necessarily the president? Then what could it be? Could it be a monster? He stepped into the room and discovered it was astonishingly vast, stretching beyond sight. After walking for a long time, he finally reached the end. What greeted him was not the president of the Job Changers Association, nor even a human, but a giant black bear with a human-like head. Chu Mingqing, Wasteland Steward, level 60, HP 120 million, attack power 300,000, physical defense 250,000, magic resistance 230,000, skills, bloodthirst, berserk. Seeing this, Lin Hao's eyes lit up. He wasn't afraid at all, instead, he became excited. Could this be the president's welcome gift for me? What I need most right now is energy points. He fired fireballs in rapid succession without hesitation. Damage appeared one after another, exceeding 7 million per hit. After several consecutive strikes, the boss's health bar dropped significantly in an instant. However, this bearman was no pushover either. With incredible speed, it crossed over 100 meters in just a few breaths, and its massive bear claws slammed fiercely toward Lin Hao's head. The bloodthirst skill allowed it to recover the same amount of health for every damage dealt, but it was ineffective against Lin Hao because it only triggered when actual damage was inflicted. Hitting the shield didn't count. Just in time, Lin Hao's shield was ridiculously strong. The level 2000 wind barrier was immediately activated, with a shield value as high as 8.06 million, instantly covering his entire body. The bearman's attack hit the shield, dealing only a mere 300,000 damage, posing no threat at all. With safety guaranteed, Lin Hao continued to unleash fireballs like crazy. In just a few seconds, he dealt over 80 million damage. The boss quickly entered berserk mode, exerting all its strength to finally break the shield, but Lin Hao's wind barrier had a cooldown of only 10 seconds. Just as the shield was broken, it immediately reappeared. The bearman failed to break the second shield and was completely killed by Lin Hao's fireball. Level 60 Cataclysm Steward? Is that it? After killing the boss, Lin Hao gained 4 million experience points plus an additional 15.6 million experience points for defeating an enemy 39 levels higher, totaling 19.6 million experience points, instantly leveling up from 21 to 23. More importantly, he gained 6 million energy points and additional 23.4 million energy points for surpassing levels, totaling 29.4 million energy points. Adding the remaining 3.4 million from before, he now possesses 32.8 million energy points. Awesome! So awesome! At that moment, an elderly man with gray hair and a wrinkled face suddenly appeared ahead. He was dressed in a white robe covered with ancient runes, which shimmered with golden light as if alive, clearly not an ordinary garment. The old man looked at Lin Hao warmly and said with a smile, "Young man, you must be Lin Hao, right? Your strength is truly extraordinary. That Wang Jinayu told me earlier that someone could deal 1 billion points of damage in 1 minute, and I thought he was joking." Lin Hao was somewhat surprised. "Senior, are you really the second demigod of our dragon nation and also the president of the Transferees Association?" The elder nodded. "That's right, I am the president of the Transferees Association, and my name is Mu Tianqian." Lin Hao found it strange. Logically, he should be the same age as Wang Jinayu, but Wang Jinayu was still young and robust, without even a trace of white hair. Yet, this elder before him had a head full of white hair and appeared much older. Was this reasonable? The elder seemed to notice Lin Hao's confusion, sighed, and said, "My talent requires consuming lifespan to activate." Lin Hao was shocked. He hadn't expected such a bizarre ability. It must be incredibly powerful, otherwise, wouldn't it be a loss rather than a gain? The old man didn't say much, taking out a crystal radiating a sacred aura. "That guy specifically called me, trying to trick me into giving him this crystal. Since it's not of much use, I'll give it to you." After speaking, his figure slowly faded away. "Young one, remember, no matter what difficulties you face in the future, we old folks who haven't left this world yet will always be your strongest support. Keep it up, young man, the future surely belongs to you." After the old man disappeared, only the crystal was left floating in the air. Lin Hao took a deep breath and caught it with both hands. Aurora Crystal. Quality, unique. Effect, traverse space and instantly move between light and shadow. You can teleport to any location in this world instantly, with a cooldown time of 12 hours. Lin Hao was shocked. What kind of heaven-defying artifact is this? It's practically an infinite distance teleportation skill. With this treasure, even if surrounded by thousands of enemies, he wouldn't be afraid. Just a thought, and he could escape immediately. Other life-saving artifacts can't even compare to this. The only drawback is that the cooldown time is too long, and it can only be used twice a day. Lin Hao was very satisfied with the Aurora Crystal. Previously, he had been worried about how to get to the Void Wasteland in the 8th War Zone. It was too far from here and would take 5 or 6 days on foot. But now, with just a thought, he could teleport there instantly. Just as Lin Hao was about to use the crystal, the phone rang. It was Principal Lu from Linyuan First High School calling. Upon answering, the principal's excited and anxious voice came through. "Lin Hao, where are you? I've been waiting for you for so long. Why haven't you come out of the exam hall yet?" Lin Hao awkwardly smiled, almost forgetting that the principal was still waiting outside. "Principal, this is a long story. First, I was taken to the military district by Deputy Commander Li, and then I was received by the president of the Transferee Association." Principal Lu was shocked. "You mean, you met 2 demigods of our dragon nation, and they actively sought you out?" Lin Hao nodded. The principal laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, as expected of our school's top scorer in the college entrance exam. I haven't even met those 2 big shots yet. Alright, let's not talk about that for now. Lin Hao, where are you right now? Someone is insisting on seeing you." "Someone is insisting on seeing me?" Lin Hao was curious about who it could be. He hung up the phone and returned to the exam hall. About 5 minutes later, Principal Lu saw Lin Hao. Before he could speak, an elderly man beside him looked at Lin Hao excitedly. "You must be Lin Hao, right? Let me introduce myself first. I am the principal of Linyuan University. The principal of Linyuan No. 1 High School was once my student. Back then, he was the naughtiest kid in the class. Who would have thought that years later, he would become the principal of No. 1 High School? Life is truly full of surprises." At this moment, the principal had a bitter expression on his face. "What kind of outdated stuff is this? Why are you still bringing it up?" Hello, principal. Is there something you need from me?" The old principal nodded and got straight to the point. "Lin Hao, I won't beat around the bush. I want to invite you to study at Linyuan University." Lin Hao hadn't spoken yet, and the old principal continued. Our local university indeed can't compare to those prestigious schools. It's nowhere near Kyoto University or Moto University. But I promise, the school will give you the highest treatment, do its utmost to nurture you, and absolutely won't let you face any danger. If you want to go on a field expedition, our teachers can act as your bodyguards. If you go to Kyoto or the Magic City, there are so many geniuses there that you can't even count them, and the resources you get may not necessarily be more than ours. More importantly, those prestigious schools have to take on high-risk missions, and every year there are students who sacrifice their lives. Their philosophy is that a greenhouse can only nurture flowers, not towering trees. Even if you are a top expert, all the benefits still have to be earned by yourself. Although the old principal was right, Principal Lu frowned. If Lin Hao really stayed at Lin Yuan University, he might truly not encounter any risks during his growth, as there would be protection everywhere he went. But how much achievement can such a person have in the future? Lin Yuan University can only ensure he doesn't fall, but it cannot guarantee how high he can fly. The number of secret realms and dungeons controlled by Kyoto University alone is dozens of times that of Lin Yuan University. Principal Lu certainly hopes Lin Hao will go to those prestigious universities. Although resources need to be fought for, with Lin Hao's strength, obtaining top-tier resources is not a problem. If Lin Hao hadn't taken on the hell level upgrade task back then and sought help from that old guy, even though it didn't help much, the favor was still owed. Otherwise, he would never have agreed to let that old man come looking for Lin Hao. Fortunately, Lin Hao had a firm will and no interest in stability, directly refusing. Thank you for your kindness, Principal, but I still want to go and see farther places. The old principal was somewhat disappointed, but then he smiled with relief. I was being presumptuous. Young people should have this kind of drive. Lin Hao, whether or not you are a student of Lin Yuan University, you are still one of the people of Lin Yuan City. This is for you. Saying this, the old man handed Lin Hao a legendary item. Amulet of Protection. Quality, one-time use transmission prop. Effect, upon activation, immediately gain a 10 million shield lasting for 60 seconds. As long as the shield remains intact, no damage can hit you. Another life-saving item? Lin Hao felt a bit numb today. Within just one day, he had obtained 3 high-quality life-saving treasures. This shield effect is incredibly strong. As long as it isn't broken, it's essentially invincibility. Principal, this is too valuable. I haven't made any contributions, so I feel bad accepting it. Although Wang Jinayu and Mu Tianxian had also given him valuable items, Lin Hao knew he had taken on heavy responsibilities from their shoulders and would have to bear them sooner or later. That was a kind of inheritance, not something taken for free. Take it. This treasure is useless in that old guy's hands anyway, Principal Lu said with a smile. The elder glared at him. Who are you calling an old guy? You really are the kind of kid who needs a beating every 3 days, or you'll tear the roof off. Principal Lu scratched his head, realizing he had spoken too quickly, and gave a dry cough to change the subject. Lin Hao, this is a token of the principal's goodwill. Don't be polite, just accept it. The elder nodded. Lin Hao, don't feel indebted. As long as you can grow with peace of mind and eliminate more disaster monsters, that's my contribution to humanity. After saying this, he waved his hand and turned to leave. Lin Hao could only helplessly take it and sighed. Do I really look like I'm so easy to die? Why is everyone so afraid of me dying, each giving me life-saving treasures? At this moment, Principal Lu added. Lin Hao, I still have to remind you, life is everything. Don't act impulsively and lose your life. Hao helplessly spread his hands and said, Principal, I am a level 9s, and my survival ability is also top-tier SSS level. I am definitely not an ordinary fragile mage. Lin Hao never expected that, after experiencing the fate of being an orphan in 2 lifetimes, he could feel such deep care from these strangers. If he were the protagonist of a novel, then the script must have been mixed up. Protagonists are usually mocked and targeted wherever they go, but for him, everything seemed to be the opposite. After bidding farewell to the 2 principals, Lin Hao did not rush to the Void Erosion Wilderness but instead began organizing his attributes. From level 21, he directly leveled up to 23, gaining 200 free attribute points. This time, he didn't add to intelligence but allocated all the points to mana. The legendary passive skill Mana Source Shield was a must-have for him. The higher the mana, the greater the advantage. After adding 200 points, Lin Hao's maximum mana value instantly increased by 20,000 points, reaching 253,100 points. Next, he looked at his skills. With 32.8 million energy points in hand, the magic amplification also needed to be upgraded. Spending 10 million energy points, he raised the magic amplification level by 500 levels, directly jumping to level 2000. Magic Amplification LV10000 permanently increased his spell attack power by 20,100 points, and his magic strength soared from 40,340 points to 45,340 points. Finally, he set his sights on the acceleration skill Phantom Sprint. This skill had to be upgraded. Its speed could crush enemies, and combined with the advantage of long reach, enemies wouldn't even have a chance to get within 10 meters. They would all be instantly killed, making it an essential weapon for defeating higher level opponents. If he had this skill back then, when facing that ruined steward named Lu Long, he could have easily kited him from a distance until the opponent died. Upgrading Phantom Sprint required 20,000 energy per level. Lin Hao didn't hesitate to spend 980,000 energy to upgrade it to level 50 for a test. Phantom Sprint LV50 consumes 50,000 mana, increases movement speed by 5,000% for 30 seconds, cooldown 600 seconds. This speed is simply terrifying. With the current agility attribute, ordinary 6th-tier job changers can't catch up to him at all. He then turned his attention to the legendary control-breaking skill Absolute Freedom, spending 980,000 energy to upgrade it to level 50. Absolute Freedom LV50 consumes 50,000 mana, immediately removes all control effects, and grants immunity to any control for 50 seconds. Cooldown, 600 seconds. This skill can be used while under control. Damn! Immunity to control for 50 seconds is practically invincible. From now on, encountering control effects like stun, petrification, or freezing won't be a problem anymore. Up to this point, Lin Hao has spent a total of 11.96 million energy points, leaving 20.84 million remaining. The skill Absolute Luck is also very powerful, but the upgrade cost is too high. After level 50, each level requires 500,000 energy points, which is truly daunting. Moreover, upgrading the Shield of Arcane Source also requires a significant amount of resources, so it will be put on hold for now. Lin Hao decided to head to the Void Wasteland for hunting, hoping there wouldn't be too few dungeon bosses. Meanwhile, in a little-known wilderness, a man dressed in a black robe stared at the mission sent by the church, lost in thought. Lin Hao, the national top scorer? Is this my next target? The man was a top assassin trained by the Church of Ruins, tasked with eliminating transferees who posed a potential threat to the church. He sneered coldly, a mere second-tier transferee, is it really necessary for a fifth-tier hunter like me to take action? I usually hunt those of the same tier or even sixth-tier geniuses, using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Although dissatisfied, he very seriously read through all the information about Lin Hao sent by the church. The more he read, the more he felt. A wave of surprise surged in his heart. How interesting, a second-tier job changer actually managed to make Lu Long suffer a setback. Even more incredible was that during his confrontation with Lu Long, he actually summoned a shield exceeding 7 million. More than 7 million shields? Could it be that the church staff made a calculation error? For the first time, the man began to doubt the church's abilities, because this more than 7 million shields was simply too unbelievable. Even a typical 5th-tier shield warrior wouldn't be this exaggerated, let alone the fact that he was just a 2nd-tier mage. In the end, the man had no choice but to accept this reality. No wonder the church sent me, a 5th-rank hunter. Ordinary assassins wouldn't be able to handle this guy. He's already this powerful at the 2nd rank. I absolutely can't let him grow further, or we might end up with another master like Mu Tianqian. The man let out a cold laugh, his figure vanishing into the darkness. Sorry, little one. I had my eyes on you before you even had the chance to grow up. I've killed plenty of 5th-tier job changers. Dying by my hand is your fortune. The man was extremely confident in his own strength. His class talent allowed him to deal true damage. Although each attack could only deal an additional 10% of true damage, taking down a 2nd-tier frail mage would be effortless for him. After activating the Aurora Crystal, Lin Hao successfully entered the Void Erosion Wilderness. There were quite a few job changers farming monsters here, and at a glance, shadows of people could be seen everywhere. However, unlike in Abyss City, the job changers here were all of very high levels, with the lowest being Tier 4, and even quite a few Tier 5 experts. The monsters here were also very ferocious, with even the most random wild monster being Tier 4 or 5. Ordinary low-level job changers daring to come to this place alone is simply courting death. But for Lin Hao, the danger here is almost zero. Not long after he started walking, he encountered the first monster in the Void Erosion Wasteland. Void Erosion Spirit. Level, 50. Health points, 390,000. Magic power, 21,800. Physical defense, 14,300. Magic resistance, 17,800. Lin Hao glanced at the attributes and casually cast Fireball. Minus 9,050,200. After the magic power boost, Lin Hao's ordinary Fireball can now deal over 9 million damage. The Void Erosion Spirit just appeared and was instantly killed. The experience gained from defeating a higher level enemy was extremely abundant, just one small monster granted him 70 to 80,000 experience points. As he continued deeper, the presence of other job changers became increasingly scarce. The monsters here were stronger, and those lacking confidence dared not take risks lightly. However, not long after, a team of job changers suddenly blocked Lin Hao's path. The leading man clearly harbored ill intentions, his eyes filled with greed. A mere second-tier job changer, daring to come here alone, you've got some nerve. Lin Hao couldn't be bothered with them and coldly asked, what do you want? Hey, kid, watch your tone. We're from the Storm Guild, and our boss is one of the top 5th-tier experts. Lin Hao felt baffled, so what? So, you'd better hand over the legendary equipment on you, or by this time next year, you'll be dead. Lin Hao sneered, I really shouldn't have wasted time with you. Previously in the Tianya Mountains, many strangers had left a good impression on him, so he had been a bit more patient. But in this world, there are all kinds of people. Some care about the safety of strangers, while others only want to rob and claim his legendary equipment as their own. For such people, Lin Hao will never show mercy. Seeing Lin Hao about to fight back, the crowd revealed sinister smiles. A mere second-tier job changer dares to resist us? You probably have no idea what death is. They were just about to make a move when Lin Hao struck first. A tornado with a diameter of 150 meters instantly formed, sweeping forward fiercely. The originally ferocious-looking team of job changers was stunned at the sight of the scene. Holy crap! What kind of crazy skill is this? The tornado is so huge. Run! This guy is definitely not an ordinary mage. They were so arrogant before, but now they're running away in utter embarrassment. But no matter how fast they ran, they couldn't escape Lin Hao's control. Lin Hao's tornado was unleashed, and the next second, everyone was swept into it. 2213786. 2235786. 2215480. At first, no one paid much attention to Lin Hao's damage. No matter how high the skill multiplier is, if the magic power isn't strong enough, it won't deal explosive damage. But when they saw the damage numbers exceeding 2 million above their own and their teammates' heads, they were all stunned. Many fragile characters were instantly killed by this strike. Kid, how dare you kill people, someone roared angrily. Lin Hao ignored them, waved his staff, and another tornado swept across. Those job changers who had previously survived by luck were completely dead this time. Others were already terrified by Lin Hao's damage, but he himself was not satisfied. The Whistling Storm skill is currently only at level 500, with damage at 5000%. Instantly killing job changers of the same level is no problem, but it's a bit challenging against 4th or 5th tier ones. Lin Hao thought for a moment and decided to level up again. Spent 2.5 million energy points, he upgraded Storm Hull directly from level 500 to level 1000. Storm Hull LV10000. Consumes 10,000 mana points to summon a tornado with a diameter of 300 meters, sweeping 600 meters ahead, dealing 10,000% of the user's magic attack power as damage to hit targets, with no cooldown. The range of this skill is simply astonishing. 10,000% damage is more than enough. Those job changers just now can all be instantly killed without any problem. After spending 2.5 million energy, Lin Hao still had 30.3 million energy left, which was still a huge sum. After taking out all those with malicious intentions, Lin Hao disdainfully stripped off the equipment from their bodies. Although these people were all at the 4th or 5th tier, they only had 6 pieces of legendary equipment combined, not even enough for 1 piece per person. This was quite normal. The drop rate for wild bosses is low, and not everyone is as lucky as Lin Hao. These cowardly and timid guys, sending them to the dungeon to fight the Cataclysm boss, isn't that just torturing them? Lin Hao threw the equipment into the storage ring and continued forward. About 10 minutes later, he finally had the luck to encounter the first wild boss, a level 50 Black Bear King. Next to the Black Bear King, a team of job changers was furiously attacking. The Black Bear King has a bloodthirsty passive ability, allowing it to recover health when dealing damage, resulting in those job changers being defeated step by step. This bloodthirsty ability poses no threat to Lin Hao, but among a group of weak job changers, it's practically like a divine artifact, with incredible endurance. The Black Bear King is like a war god, tearing this team apart. The leading man couldn't help but curse, "You useless bunch. Can't even dodge attacks? Just standing there like blood bags. Boss, it's not that we don't want to dodge," someone shouted. "This guy's normal attack range is too large, we can't avoid it." "Excuses. I'm so unlucky to be stuck with you bunch of useless fools." The man cursed while ordering everyone to retreat immediately. Looking at the heavily injured and dead team, the man's face darkened. This time, it was all for nothing, no benefits, and instead, many people died. Just as he was thinking of a way to recover his losses, he suddenly spotted Lin Hao, alone and dressed in legendary gear. "Whose foolish young master is this? Don't you know how dangerous the wild is, coming out alone to court death?" The man sneered. Lin Hao was also looking at him, thinking how coincidental this was. It turned out that this group of people was led by the guild leader of the group Lin Hao had just taken down. Guilds like the Wind and Cloud Guild, which enjoy killing and robbing equipment, are actually not uncommon. Defeating bosses has a chance to drop equipment, but killing people guarantees taking their items. There's no surveillance in the wild. As long as they're not discovered by top experts in the war zone, they can still roam free. If caught, at worst, they can join the Ruins Church and still get by quite well. This is the true portrayal of guild members. What kind of people there are determines what kind of guild leader they have. The man saw Lin Hao, and his eyes almost lit up. Kid, hand over all the legendary equipment, and I might be merciful enough to spare your life. He shouted loudly, calling everyone to get ready to act. Lin Hao didn't hesitate and directly charged at him. The other side wants to snatch my gear? Let's see if you even have the strength for that. Pretending to back off? I'm not afraid at all. A second-tier job changer, daring enough to charge at me with tough talk, thinking to scare me off? Too naive. The hardships I've endured are more than the meals you've eaten. Both sides had different strategies, but their pace never slowed, and soon the distance shortened to 100 meters. It didn't matter if the Storm Guild was short-handed, Lin Hao's reach was even longer. Suddenly, Lin Hao stopped in his tracks. The man opposite thought he was scared and sneered. What are you pretending for? Not charging forward anymore? I think you're just stupid. Lin Hao was speechless. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. He lightly waved his staff, instantly forming a tornado with a diameter of 300 meters. The members of the Wind Cloud Guild were stunned. Such a massive tornado, and you say he's just a second-tier job changer. Before they could react, Lin Hao's storm roared in, covering a range of 600 meters and moving at an extremely fast speed, catching up with everyone in no time. The damage was off the charts, with over 4 million damage making it impossible for them to withstand. Except for the leader who luckily survived due to a passive life-saving skill, the rest were all instantly killed. The leader roared in fury, ready to fight desperately, only to see another 300-meter tornado coming straight at him. He was so scared that he knelt down and begged for mercy, completely unprepared for Lin Hao's skill to have no cooldown time. The tornado showed no mercy, instantly taking him away. Looking at the corpses scattered across the ground, Lin Hao sighed, there's no need to fight so desperately. If they had just been honest, how would they have stepped on my iron plate? Killing them, I feel no guilt at all. If you want to kill others, you must be prepared to be killed. After packing up the equipment and putting it into the storage ring, Lin Hao turned his gaze toward the boss not far away. When a wild boss exits combat mode, its health regenerates extremely quickly, recovering 10% of its maximum health per second, fully healing in just a few seconds. This was exactly what Lin Hao wanted to see. Otherwise, even if the health dropped a little, it wouldn't count as a solo kill, and he wouldn't gain energy points. He habitually checks monster information. Void Erosion Black Bear King. Level 50. Health points 100 million. Attack power 200,000. Physical defense 180,000. Magic resistance 180,000. Skills Bloodthirst, Frenzy, Violent Bite. This guy's attributes are very similar to the gluttons Lin Hao had encountered before, much stronger than an average level 50 boss. The level 50 boss encountered earlier in the Tianya Mountains only had 20 million health, completely not in the same league. No wonder the Fenjian Guild, with so many 5th-tier job changers, couldn't take down this monster. It really is formidable. But for Lin Hao, it's not a threat at all. 300 meters away, he hurled a fireball. Minus 8.88 million damage. The boss was enraged, roaring furiously as it locked its gaze on Lin Hao. But Lin Hao continued to unleash fireballs. Minus 8.88 million. Minus 8.88 million. Minus 8.88 million. The level 50 boss had a fast movement speed, so Lin Hao directly activated Phantom Sprint, increasing his speed by 5,000%, maintaining a constant 300-meter distance, treating the boss like a toy to play with. The boss is too fast to catch up with, and its arms are short, the outcome is inevitable. Previously, it was tough to fight the glutton, but this time, in just 10 seconds, Lin Hao easily killed it. Killed the level 50 Void Erosion Black Bear King and gained 1 million experience points. Lin Hao quickly leveled up, surpassing level 27. Kill. Gain an additional 2.7 million experience points. Defeat a level 50 boss. Successfully absorb 2 million energy. Kills above level 27. Gain an additional 5.4 million energy. Defeat the Void Erosion Black Bear King. Triggered the Absolute Luck passive. Obtain the Void Erosion Greatsword, Void Erosion Armor, and Void Erosion Boots. Not bad. Basic experience and energy. Similar to the Devourers in the Secret Realm. In just a short while, Lin Hao gained another 7.4 million energy, now totaling 37.7 million energy. Lin Hao sighed. Why does this energy keep increasing the more I use it? The energy spent during the previous upgrade of Stormhowl. not only has fully returned, but has also increased significantly. After picking up all the equipment, Lin Hao continued moving toward the void erosion copy. About 10 minutes later, Lin Hao saw a group of men in military uniforms. Seeing someone accidentally intrude, a man walked over with a serious expression. "Young man, I am Suns Haifei, commander of the 8th War Zone." Suns Haifei first presented his credentials, allowing Lin Hao to confirm his identity. Then said, "The front is very dangerous. This is not a place you should be. Hurry back." Lin Hao certainly wouldn't back down easily, and directly asked, "Commander Sun, what exactly happened up ahead?" "I am this year's National College Entrance Examination top scorer. I have the ability to protect myself." Suns Haifei was surprised after hearing this. Forbidden Mage. "So you are the Lin Hao with the 9S rating." But he still firmly shook his head. "Precisely because you are the top scorer. You absolutely cannot go in. If something happens to you, how can I explain it to District Chief Wang?" "Commander Sun, what exactly happened?" Lin Hao kept asking. Suns Haifei sighed helplessly, and had no choice but to explain. "The void erosion copy has encountered a problem. The fusion rate suddenly soared to 100%. A large number of monsters kept rushing out." Lin Hao's face darkened. After the fusion rate reached 100%, the monsters in the copy still have 10 times the health outside. Level 50 boss. Its health is probably 1 billion. No wonder the Warzone commanders are so tense. If these monsters break into the city, it will surely cause massive casualties. The pressure on Suns Haifei's shoulders is imaginable. At this moment, the scout job changer rushed back and shouted anxiously, "Commander Sun, a large number of monsters have started charging towards us." Suns Haifei's face changed dramatically. Damn it. The thing he feared the most still happened. Not all monsters, after leaving the instance, will have strong aggressiveness. But the monsters of the void erosion copies are obviously very ferocious. Quick, form a formation. Prepare for battle. Although time was tight, the positions were not fully set up yet. Suns Haifei's command remained calm and powerful. Upon hearing the order, shield warriors immediately positioned themselves at the forefront, with only one objective: to block all the monsters and create an excellent output environment for their teammates in the rear. Each of them had no weapons, holding double-handed shields taller than a person. They did not attack. Equipment fully adds life and defense. The minimum life of job changers is 5 million HP. With them blocking, teammates feel an overwhelming sense of security. The second echelon consists of mages and archers, closely followed by the priests responsible for healing. Just as the formation was set, a large number of monsters surged like a tsunami, fortunately blocked by the frontline shield warriors, followed by a simultaneous volley of energy orbs and arrows. After a round of attacks, the fastest charging small monsters were mostly killed or injured. The priests acted in time. Holy healing magic restored the shield warriors to full health. This coordination was flawless. No matter how many monsters there are, it's useless. As expected of a Warzone soldier. Truly reliable. Monsters attack like a tidal wave. They are already accustomed to it. The position is as solid as a rock. Unbreakable. Wave after wave of monsters are slain. Not even one was left. Not the slightest ripple was stirred. However, the real battle is just beginning. Seeing that Lin Hao still hadn't left, Suns Haifei frowned tightly. "Lin Hao, I don't have time to look after you right now. Hurry to a safe place." Lin Hao shook his head. "Commander Sun, I can help too." Before he could finish speaking, an urgent shout came from ahead. "Commander Sun, directly ahead, 2 suspected level 50 catastrophe bosses have appeared." Suns Haifei was instantly startled and looked up, indeed seeing 2 colossal creatures. "Flying Dragon Squad, it's your turn to take the stage," Suns Haifei shouted. "Understood." The Flying Dragon Squad leader immediately led the elite members to charge at one of the bosses. They moved swiftly, each capable of easily overpowering opponents of the same level. The mission was clear: a decapitation strike. The 2 bosses must be killed. At the very least, they had to hold them off and prevent them from disrupting the formation. Suns Haifei clenched his fingers tightly, his gaze shifting to the other boss. "It's been a while since I've taken action. Hope you'll show me some respect." At that moment, a third Cataclysm boss appeared in the east. Even Suns Haifei's face showed a hint of tension, but he quickly adjusted his mindset. Facing 2 level 50 Cataclysm bosses at the same time is indeed challenging, but he is confident. Suddenly, Lin Hao volunteered, "Commander Sun, leave the third boss to me." You. Sun's Haifei did not underestimate Lin Hao but was concerned that such a giant beast was not an ordinary enemy. A level 50 Cataclysm boss has 1 billion health points. What could an ordinary second-tier job changer do? It would be good enough if he didn't cause trouble. Before the words were finished, Lin Hao began to showcase his strength. A seemingly ordinary fireball flew out of his hand, crossing over 500 meters and accurately hitting the boss, dealing astonishing damage. -8,868,000. Sun's Haifei nodded, surprised by the fireball's range and damage, but he knew in his heart, what this battle needs is sustained output, not burst damage. Before the words were finished, Lin Hao's fireballs shot out one after another. -8,868,000. -8,868,000. -8,868,000. In just a few seconds, the boss's health dropped by tens of millions. Sun's Haifei watched the scene and couldn't help but gasp, "Good kid, your damage is simply insane. No wonder you could take the national top scorer." I remember the second demigod of the Dragon Kingdom, when taking the college entrance exam at level 20, didn't have such terrifying output. The northern boss was about to approach, and Sun's Haifei didn't hesitate. "Lin Hao, I'll leave the eastern boss to you. Remember, safety first. Try to hold it off, our army can't rely on a high school student to carry the entire battle." Lin Hao nodded solemnly, "Don't worry, Commander Sun, I have plenty of life-saving items." Hearing this, Sun's Haifei finally felt assured and quickly charged toward the northern boss. Lin Hao didn't delay and sprinted towards the east. Although he could attack from a distance, he couldn't lure the boss to the position and had to divert it in another direction. Soon, he arrived at the boss's location and checked its attributes. Void Erosion Violent Wolf King, Cataclysm. Level, 50. HP, 1 billion. Attack power, 230,000. Physical defense, 220,000. Magic resistance, 200,000. The health is terrifying, but the other attributes are fairly average. Although it has powerful skills, under Lin Hao's high shield, it poses no threat at all. Fireballs were hurled at the boss like throwing money. -8,868,000. -8,868,000. -8,868,000. This terrifying damage completely drew the boss's attention. It originally intended to charge toward the more populated base, but now its sole target was to kill Lin Hao. This was exactly Lin Hao's plan. Monsters are just monsters, completely brainless. The speed of the violent Wolf King was astonishing. Almost in the blink of an eye, it charged at Lin Hao, its sharp claws and fangs aiming straight for his neck. This seemingly ordinary strike was actually a legendary skill, with damage increased by 5-fold. Lin Hao was not flustered at all and immediately activated the level 2000 wind barrier. Instantly, a shield with a value of 9,068,000 points enveloped him. -1,150,000. The boss's damage was indeed terrifying. If it were any other second-tier job changer, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand even one hit. But for Lin Hao, this level of damage was nothing. After activating the shield, Lin Hao began to fight the boss head-on, without needing any techniques, simply confronting it directly. -8,868,000. -1,150,000. -8,868,000. -230,000. The boss's legendary skill is clearly limited, and after using it, it can only perform normal attacks. However, its attack speed is extremely fast, and by the 8th second, it successfully broke Lin Hao's shield. Lin Hao remained calm and immediately activated the level 100 endless barrier. The shattered shield was instantly replaced by a new one worth as much as 22,670,000 points. The cooldown time for the wind barrier had just ended, seamlessly connecting the two. Coupled with the level 50 Phantom Dash, Lin Hao could stall for an additional 30 seconds, waiting for the wind barrier to be ready again for continued defense. After several rounds, the boss's health quickly dropped below 10 million. Lin Hao did not immediately kill the boss but instead turned his attention to the legendary passive skill Absolute Luck. He now had 37.7 million energy points, enough to level up Absolute Luck to level 100 and still have a large surplus. It was time to upgrade this skill. Without hesitation, Lin Hao spent 25 million energy points to max out Absolute Luck. Such a significant investment, and the effect definitely did not disappoint him. Absolute Luck LV100. Your luck is greatly enhanced, guaranteeing the most valuable item when opening treasure chests. Every time you defeat a boss, a special fruit that permanently boosts your attributes will definitely drop. This rare item for permanent attribute enhancement is absolutely unavailable on the market. With Absolute Luck, you are guaranteed to get one every time you kill a boss. Leveling up this skill is totally worth it. Looking at the boss in front of him starting to show flaws, Lin Hao showed no mercy and directly launched a flash flame impact. 11,135,000. Over 10 million damage instantly killed the boss on the spot. Defeated the level 50 Void Devourer Wolf King, gaining 3 million experience. Level 27 Overkill, additional reward of 8.1 million experience. Defeated the level 50 Cataclysm boss, gaining 5 million energy. Level 27 Overkill, additional reward of 13.5 million energy. When killing the Void Devourer Wolf King, the Absolute Luck passive was triggered, and Lin Hao also obtained the Wolf Dagger, Wolf Armor, Wolf Necklace, and a Medium Intelligence Fruit. The rewards from Cataclysm boss have never been disappointing. In just an instant, Lin Hao gained 11.1 million experience points and 18.5 million energy. With the experience accumulated earlier, he directly leveled up to 24. However, Lin Hao wasn't too happy, because this meant that in the future, the rewards for defeating level 50 bosses across levels would decrease by 10%. While other job changers complained about slow leveling, Lin Hao, on the other hand, didn't even want to level up so quickly. After obtaining 100 free attribute points, he continued to allocate them to mana, increasing his maximum mana by 10,000 points, reaching 263,100 points. Then, he glanced at the energy value. The consumption of Absolute Luck has already recovered more than half, and now he still has 31.2 million energy in his hands. Finally, Lin Hao put away those legendary equipment. The quality of the equipment dropped by the Cataclysm boss is naturally not bad, but Lin Hao can't use them. Either the level is insufficient, or the profession doesn't match. These legendary equipment will be set aside for now. Lin Hao continued to throw items into the storage ring, his gaze falling on that special fruit. Intelligence Fruit, Intermediate. Quality, one-time special item. Effect, permanently increases intelligence attribute by 200 points after consumption. Not bad. Increasing intelligence by 200 points is equivalent to leveling up twice for me. Lin Hao thought to himself with delight. Without hesitation, he consumed the fruit, and his intelligence instantly soared from 4120 points to 4320 points. His spell attack power also increased by 400 points, reaching 45,740 points. With everything ready, Lin Hao turned and headed back to the base. Sure enough, Sun Haifei and the members of the Flying Dragon squad had not returned yet. The deputy commander guarding the position saw Lin Hao coming back so early and assumed he couldn't defeat the boss and had fled in embarrassment. The deputy commander did not blame him, as it was already remarkable for a second-tier job changer to achieve this. He nodded to Lin Hao in acknowledgement. Good work. Leave the rest of the task to us. Just as the deputy commander was leading the elites to charge toward the boss for the final battle, Lin Hao suddenly spoke up. Deputy commander, you don't need to go. That boss is already dead. What? Everyone was stunned, doubting if they had heard it wrong. A 5th-tier Cataclysm boss, with 1 billion health points, how could it have been killed so quickly? Sun Haifei hasn't even returned yet. Lin Hao helplessly repeated, you really don't need to go, I've already taken down the boss. Everyone finally realized something was off. The boss's massive figure was now completely gone, not even a shadow remained. It seemed it really had been killed. Everyone gasped in shock, finally coming to terms with the reality. My god, this world has gone insane. A second-tier job changer can actually be this powerful? A boss with 1 billion HP, taken down in less than 5 minutes, even faster than the time it takes me to travel back and forth. At this moment, Sun Haifei rushed back quickly. He originally intended to support Lin Hao immediately, not daring to waste even a second. But as he passed the base, he froze. Lin Hao, why are you here? As soon as he spoke, he immediately realized that Lin Hao might have retreated. Lin Hao, you did great. Leave the rest to me. A second-tier job changer being able to hold out for so long against a 5th-tier catastrophe boss and retreat unscathed is already remarkable. As soon as the words were spoken, the deputy commander immediately corrected, Commander Sun, you're wrong. Lin Hao didn't retreat, he has already taken down the boss in such a short time. Sun Haifei was so shocked that he doubted his ears. A second-tier Lin Hao actually managed to take down this 10 billion health boss faster than me? Are the top experts nowadays really this strong? 3 minutes later, the entire Flying Dragon squad returned. After learning about Lin Hao's deeds, the captain of the Felong squad enthusiastically invited Lin Hao to join, but he declined. Commander Sun, I have already demonstrated my strength and have the ability to protect myself. Can I continue moving forward now? Sun Haifei nodded, you can, but it's very dangerous ahead. Do you have any compelling reason to go? Lin Hao replied seriously, I want to conquer the Void Erosion Dungeon. Virtual Erosion Dungeon? Sun Haifei was surprised. That's a warzone mission. Lin Hao, you've already done very well. Leave the dungeon strategy to us soldiers. Lin Hao shook his head. I must go into the dungeon to get something. Strategizing the dungeon is just incidental. If I can strategize it, great, if not, I won't force it. I still have plenty of life-saving items, absolutely no problem. Sun's Haifei hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded in agreement. The merged dungeons had all turned into solo dungeons. Lin Hao could take down a tier 5 cataclysm boss on his own, his strength no less than Sun's Haifei's. Moreover, Lin Hao's level had already surpassed 50, while Sun's Haifei himself couldn't even enter anymore. Originally, Sun's Haifei planned to send the deputy commander to provide support, or have the captain of the Flying Dragon squad go in to investigate the situation. Since Lin Hao insisted on being the first to enter, let him charge ahead. After Sun's Haifei finished speaking, he immediately ordered the Flying Dragon squad to clear the way. Soon, everyone arrived at the entrance of the Void Erosion dungeon. Sure enough, swarms of monsters were densely packed there, and a large number of monsters were pouring out of the dungeon. The situation was urgent, these monsters needed to be cleared first. Sun's Haifei's expression was grim. He was an SS-level martial artist with exceptional one-on-one combat skills, but group attacks were his weakness. Even if he could kill a monster with one punch, by the time he finished them all, the sun would almost be setting. Although the Flying Dragon squad had a mage capable of large-scale attacks, relying on him alone wouldn't make the task easy. Lin Hao, however, smiled and said, "Commander Sun, leave these monsters to me. If any of them can withstand my 2.5 minutes of attacks, I'll admit defeat." Everyone looked at Lin Hao in astonishment. Lin Hao, who could single-handedly take down a tier 5 cataclysm boss, had both exceptional single-target damage and survival abilities. Could it be that the Forbidden Mage class truly had no weaknesses, excelling even in area attacks? As soon as the words fell, Lin Hao waved his staff, and a massive tornado with a diameter of 300 meters instantly appeared before everyone, soaring straight into the sky. The captain of the Flying Dragon squad almost popped his eyes out in shock. This skill was simply outrageous. The Mage team members were even more stunned, thinking that the tornado resembled Stormhowl, but their own version of the skill only had a maximum range of 10 meters. Compared to this, theirs was utterly insignificant. The tornado swept forward, pulling all the monsters in its path into the whirlwind. Strings of massive damage numbers floated above the monsters' heads, and over 4 million damage instantly wiped out hundreds of monsters. The members of the Flying Dragon squad were all dumbfounded. This skill's damage far exceeded their expectations. Normally, area damage is only half of single target damage, so with damage this high, how terrifying must Lin Hao's single target output be? Sun's Haifei, however, was not surprised. After all, when Lin Hao cast fireballs earlier, the damage reached 9 million, which was twice the damage of the skill. He signaled everyone to charge forward, as this skill's cooldown was surely very long, and it was their turn to attack. However, a second and third 300-meter tornado appeared in succession, as if the skill had no cooldown and was being cast continuously. Lin Hao even adjusted the direction, ensuring the tornadoes weren't aligned, maximizing the damage. The monsters were almost all instantly killed, and the ground was piled high with equipment. Sun's Haifei was completely shocked. "Lin Hao, you're practically a human artillery turret." The members of the Flying Dragon squad were even more envious. The only mage stared at Lin Hao eagerly, thinking to himself, if I had this skill, the entire warzone would treat me like a treasure. Moreover, the drop rate was ridiculously high. After killing nearly 1,000 monsters, Lin Hao gained a large amount of experience, leveling up directly to level 25 and earning 100 free attribute points. He couldn't wait to enhance his strength to face even greater challenges. Lin Hao continued to allocate the points to his mana. Then, he sold all the equipment on the ground to the warzone. None of the equipment was of legendary quality, so it was of no use to him. The equipment sold for over 10 million Dragon Country coins in total. Although he wasn't short of money at all, he still sighed, making money is just too easy. A few skills, and 10 million is in the bag. Sure enough, for capable people, money is just a number. Before entering the dungeon, Sun's Haifei was a bit worried and reminded him, "Lin Hao, this dungeon hasn't been cleared before. Unexpected changes might happen inside, and the rules might shift. Everything is very dangerous. If you encounter any problems, remember, survival comes first." The fusion rate of this dungeon was only 50% before, but it suddenly jumped to 100% within a day. There must be some lunatics from the Calamity Ruins Church causing trouble inside. Lin Hao nodded. "Don't worry, Commander Sun, I value my life. If I really run into trouble, I'll run faster than anyone." After speaking, he smiled and stepped directly into the dungeon. The lunatics of the Ruins Church? I've killed more than one of them. Just as Lin Hao entered the dungeon, in a dark corner outside, a man disguised as an assassin curled his lips into a cold smile. "I couldn't find a chance to ambush you along the way, but I didn't expect you to run in and court death yourself. The deacon inside is much stronger than me. Their professional skills are even more of a counter to Lin Hao. This is truly asking for trouble." After entering the dungeon, Lin Hao's first task was to check the rules. For dungeons that haven't been cleared, the scariest thing isn't the monster's doubled health, but those strange rules. Rule 1: only solo entry is allowed. Rule 2: life cannot be restored in any way inside the dungeon. Rule 3: mana consumption doubles when casting skills. Not bad, just 3 rules. The second and third rules are a fatal blow to most magic-based professions, but they don't affect me much. I don't care about the second rule at all. The third rule is a bit troublesome, but it doesn't have much impact. With my level 500 mana regeneration, I recover 50,000 mana points per second, so I'm not worried at all. After the dungeon's fusion rate reached 100%, the number of monsters increased several times compared to before. Lin Hao had just taken a few steps when he saw a large group of small monsters gathering. He originally didn't plan to bother with them, as leveling up would reduce the cross-level rewards by 10% each time. However, as soon as these small monsters saw him, they charged at him like cats smelling blood. Lin Hao could only helplessly release a whirlwind. Subsequently, a series of kill notifications appeared, and the experience bar instantly increased by 20%. Looking at the equipment scattered all over the ground, Lin Hao shrugged. Isn't it better to stay alive? Why force me to take action? Lin Hao continued slaying small monsters along the way, and the experience bar quickly reached 80%. Back in school, didn't the teacher say that leveling up would get harder later on? I've just started, so why am I about to level up already? Lin Hao sighed and looked at the boss in front of him. Void Erosion Spirit King, Cataclysm. Level 50. Health points 730 million. Magic power 240,000. Physical defense 180,000. Magic resistance 200,000. This is a rare magic type boss, but it poses no threat to me. Its body is not large. Lin Hao closed the distance to 200 meters and began attacking. One fireball after another smashed down. -8948,000. -8948,000. -8948,000. The French-style boss moves slowly, and by the time it gets within 100 meters, it has already been hit by more than 10 fireballs, significantly reducing its health. All its attacks are blocked by Lin Hao's shield. After a few rounds, the boss is easily slain. Kill level 50 Void Spirit King to gain 3 million experience. Exceeding level 25 kill grants an additional 7.5 million experience. Kill level 50 Cataclysm boss to gain 5 million energy value. Exceeding level 25 kill grants an additional 12.5 million energy. Killed the Void Corrosion Spirit King. You triggered the passive skill of Absolute Luck and immediately obtained the Spirit Staff, Spirit Robe, Spirit Ring, Void Magic Stone, and Mana Fruit, Intermediate. Being able to easily acquire the Void Magic Stone, which has an extremely low drop rate, is definitely the power of level 100 Absolute Luck. Moreover, Lin Hao also gained a large amount of experience points, instantly leveling up to level 26. In addition, he acquired 17.5 million energy points. Now, Lin Hao's energy value has reached an astonishing 48.7 million. For other job changers, the Cataclysm dungeon is a nightmare to avoid, but in Lin Hao's eyes, it's simply a treasure trove for leveling up. He allocated all 100 free attribute points gained from leveling up to mana. The effect of the mana fruit was also quite impressive, directly increasing the maximum mana by 2,000 points. With talent bonuses, his mana instantly surged to 20,000 points. Finally, Lin Hao's maximum mana value broke through 300,000, reaching 303,100 points. A regular 5th tier mage wearing top tier legendary equipment would have roughly this level of mana. Next, he turned his attention to the 3 pieces of legendary equipment, whose attributes were quite outstanding, especially the staff. Demon Spirit Staff. Quality, Legendary. Equipment requirement, level 50. Class restriction, Mage. Spell attack power, 30,000. Although it has no additional effects, the spell attack power of this staff is ridiculously high, exceeding the 20-level magic energy staff he is currently using by a full 22,000 points. Unfortunately, his level is insufficient, so he cannot equip it for now. Lin Hao shook his head helplessly. The biggest drawback of defeating monsters above his level was that his equipment couldn't keep up with his level. No matter how powerful the equipment was, he had to wait until his level was high enough to wear it. If only there were powerful equipment without level restrictions, that would be perfect. Although he had already obtained the Void Magic Stone and could theoretically leave the dungeon, Lin Hao had no intention of leaving. There were still at least 2 Cataclysm bosses in the dungeon that hadn't been dealt with, and they were a massive source of energy points. Not to mention the generous rewards for clearing the dungeon. How could Lin Hao give up so easily? Outside the dungeon, Sun's Hi-Fei saw the dungeon fusion rate drop drastically in an instant. He let out a long sigh of relief, and a rare smile appeared on his face. As expected of this year's top scorer in the college entrance exam, his strength was truly extraordinary. Perhaps he could easily clear this Tier 5 dungeon even at Tier 2. The captain of the Flying Dragon squad shook his head and said, "Commander Sun, you're mistaken. Even the top scorers in the history of the college entrance exam weren't as strong as Lin Hao. His potential might even rival that of the demigod." Sun's Haifei nodded in agreement. "I think so too. Once Lin Hao matures, the Dragon Kingdom will surely gain a new demigod." The atmosphere lightened considerably, and the group began chatting about other topics. Suddenly, Sun's Haifei's communicator rang. It was the deputy commander calling, his voice urgent. Sun's Haifei's expression immediately turned serious. "Commander Sun, we have a major problem. The monsters in the Void Erosion Wasteland seem to have been affected by the dungeon fusion and have all gone berserk. They are charging towards Void Erosion City from all directions, and there are even multiple wild bosses. We need reinforcements." The soldiers stationed in the Void Erosion Wasteland were mostly shield warriors, mages, and archers, with defenses as solid as a fortress, killing as many monsters as they could. However, if the monsters avoided direct confrontation, their movement speed was simply not enough to catch up. At this moment, the most mobile was Sun's Haifei, whose agility ranked among the top in the entire 8th War Zone. Next was the Flying Dragon squad, known for their speed and having a bard who could enhance the agility of the entire team. After hanging up the phone, Sun's Haifei took a deep look at the dungeon and decided to turn back. The primary mission of the war zone is to protect the safety of the Dragon Kingdom and its people. He couldn't just stand by and watch the monsters attack the city. With Lin Hao's strength and his abundance of life-saving items, he should be fine. The man in the shadows saw Sun's Haifei and the others leave and sneered. "Sun's Haifei left? Just as I hoped. That kid Lin Hao, no matter how lucky he is. De Zhen finally made it out of the dungeon alive, and waiting for him is my fatal strike." Meanwhile, Lin Hao successfully defeated the second Cataclysm boss, gaining a large amount of experience and 17 million energy points. Now he has a total of 65.7 million energy points, a wealth he has never had before. However, luck wasn't on his side this time. The attribute fruit he obtained was the Fruit of Life, small, which only increased his maximum health by 1,000 points after consumption. Although it wasn't much, it was still somewhat useful. Not long after continuing forward, Lin Hao encountered a crazed and erratic cult of the ruins follower. The man seemed very surprised when he saw Lin Hao. "A second-tier job changer? How dare you come in here? Wait, a forbidden mage? Ha ha ha, aren't you just walking into a trap?" Lin Hao had no intention of wasting words with him and directly unleashed a tornado attack with a diameter of 300 meters. The man's eyes widened at the sight of such an exaggerated skill. "This skill is way too over the top. Don't tell me you're a 5th-tier steward, even an 8th-tier elder wouldn't have this ability." However, the man was clearly no ordinary person. He suddenly swung his staff, instantly creating a transparent light wall 10 meters ahead. The tornado disappeared the moment it collided with the light wall. A skill that can block all flying attacks? Lin Hao felt a bit troubled because all his skills were long-range attacks. But this light wall is a legendary skill, with a cooldown time of 600 seconds and a duration of only 10 seconds. Lin Hao originally thought the man would launch a frenzied attack while the light wall was active, but unexpectedly, he instead smiled calmly. "Lin Hao, the church values experts like you highly. Are you sure you don't want to join us?" Lin Hao pretended to hesitate. "What benefits are there to joining you?" "There are plenty of benefits. By joining us, you'll become stronger, see a bigger world, and avoid dying early, turning into a corpse." "Then, should I think about it a bit more?" "Ha ha ha, do you really think I'm that stupid? You're trying to stall for time until the light wall disappears, aren't you? Let me tell you, the gap in our strength is even greater than you imagine. My patience is running out." After speaking, the man waved his staff again, and a blood-red energy locked onto Lin Hao. This was the unique polymorph spell of the Ruins Church, capable of turning targets 10 levels lower than the caster into harmless little sheep. Once turned into a sheep, the target cannot attack, cannot use skills, and their attributes are halved for 3 seconds. 3 seconds may sound short, but for a fragile mage, it's enough to be fatal. The man showed no mercy, directly casting a legendary quality, max-level Dark Impact on the sheep. Lin Hao was not flustered at all. He had 3 legendary life-saving items on him. Although the polymorph spell disabled skills, items could still be used. However, he didn't plan to use the items because he had mastered the Absolute Freedom skill. This skill allowed him to move freely even when under control. After turning into a sheep, all of Lin Hao's skills turned gray and became unusable, except for Absolute Freedom, which remained active. Without hesitation, he immediately activated Absolute Freedom, instantly breaking free from the effects of the polymorph spell. At the same time, he activated the level 2000 wind barrier, summoning a shield with a value as high as 9.14 million to protect himself. The next moment, the dark shockwave hit the shield, dealing a damage of 8.6 million. This damage surprised Lin Hao as well. It seems that even among ruined stewards, the strength gap is immense. The man frowned, not expecting Lin Hao to be so difficult to deal with, but his shield was about to give out. He waved his staff again, summoning a massive meteor to crash down on Lin Hao. This is the LV8 legendary skill, Meteor Fall. Let's see if you can withstand this. Lin Hao smiled faintly and instantly activated the level 100 Endless Barrier. A shield with a value as high as 22.87 million once again enveloped him. The next second, the meteor struck the shield fiercely. Minus 5.3 million. This damage is still astonishing, but Lin Hao's shield remains completely intact. The man was utterly shocked. Over 20 million shield value? And you still call yourself a second-tier job changer? He himself is a fifth-tier mage, yet he has never seen such a strong shield. Looks like your turn is over, now it's my turn to counterattack. Lin Hao stared at the dissipating light wall and waved his staff. A tornado with a diameter of 300 meters appeared once again. Facing the oncoming storm, the man seemed to know he couldn't escape and actually gave up resisting. Then the second, third, and fourth tornadoes struck in succession. Soon, his health bar was completely emptied. But the man still wore a strange smile on his face. Lin Hao, don't think this is over, the real battle has just begun. The man roared angrily, the blood mist dispersed, and he transformed into a skeleton monster holding a staff. Heishan, Cataclysm Steward. Level, 50. Health points, 15 million. Magic power, 200,000. Physical defense, 140,000. Magic resistance, 180,000. Skills. Cataclysmic Shield. Dark Impact LV10. Meteor Fall LV8. Fireball LV10. Unlike those werewolves and bear men, Heishan, who had turned into a skeleton, still retained a great deal of rationality. Moreover, he carried 2 legendary skills, and the cooldown time had most likely been refreshed. Before he could attack, Lin Hao took the initiative and threw a fireball. Unexpectedly, the skeleton monster didn't dodge at all and obediently took the hit. But the damage numbers left Lin Hao stunned. 0. Unwilling to accept it, Lin Hao launched several more fireballs in succession. The result was all 0 damage. What on earth is going on? Lin Hao confirmed that the method countered 180,000, logically it shouldn't be completely immune to damage. Could it be the passive effect of the cataclysmic magic shield? He was puzzled, as he had never encountered this skill before. Heishan laughed smugly. Stunned, aren't you? My cataclysmic spell shield can nullify all spell damage below 20 million. Right now, I am your ultimate nemesis. The man generously revealed the skill's effect, as the damage simply couldn't penetrate. Lin Hao's output, though strong, is at most over 9 million damage. He is completely restrained. Lin Hao glanced at his energy value, which reached as high as 65.7 million, and said with a smile, "My damage might not reach it now, but that doesn't mean it won't in the future." Heishan looked confused. You just had over 9 million damage, where did the 20 million come from? Could it be that you can suddenly burst out 20 million? Humph. Stop pretending, if you have the ability, show it. Heishan didn't rush to attack because Lin Hao's shield was still active. He calculated his damage and found that even with 2 legendary skills, he couldn't break Lin Hao's shield. Rather than going head-to-head and letting his skills fall into a long cooldown, it was better to wait for the shield to dissipate on its own. The more Heishan thought about it, the more frustrated he became. The shield's value was so high, it was practically like cheating. Meanwhile, Lin Hao began focusing on upgrading his skills. His strongest single-target burst skill was Flame Impact. After level 50, each level up required 100,000 energy points. Previously, this number made Lin Hao feel distressed, but now, though still significant, it was acceptable. He spent 5 million energy points to instantly upgrade Blazing Impact to level 100. The upgraded effect made Lin Hao very satisfied. Blazing Impact LV100 consumes 50,000 mana points at an extremely fast speed. Deals damage equal to 50,000% of its own magic attack power to a single enemy within 600 meters ahead, if the enemy is at full health. Then additional damage up to 50,000%. Cooldown time, 600 seconds. When the skill level is raised to level 100, Lin Hao didn't expect it to gain an additional powerful effect. In other words, when he attacks enemies with full health now, the damage multiplier has actually reached 100,000%. This is simply defying the heavens. His current spell power has already reached as high as 45,740 points, multiplied by a 50,000% multiplier. The damage actually exceeded more than 22 million. At this moment, Heishan was still completely unaware that he was facing a catastrophic disaster. He sneered and said, "What's wrong, kid? Want to beg for mercy? It's already too late to beg for mercy now. But I'll be merciful and let you leave a last word." Lin Hao listened and responded with a smile. "You're quite interesting. But unfortunately, I don't want to hear your last words." As soon as the words fell, the level 100 instant flame impact instantly hit He Haishan. He didn't even have time to react, and was directly severely injured. Minus 22,870,000. Minus 22,870,000. Without even a scream. This so-called mage nemesis, the 5th tier ruins deacon, vanished instantly without a trace. Killed a level 50 ruins deacon. Gain 3 million experience points. Kill above level 24. Gain an additional 7.2 million experience points. Kill level 50 cataclysm steward. Congratulations on successfully absorbing 5 million energy points, exceeding level 24 kills. Additionally gain 12 million energy points. Kill the level 50 cataclysm steward. You triggered absolute luck. Obtained the skeleton staff, skeleton robe, skeleton boots, medium agility fruit. 10.2 million experience points obtained, adding the previous experience. Lin Hao leveled up again. Reached level 27. Lin Hao sighed helplessly. Is my leveling up speed a bit too fast? I remember I was just at level 23 a moment ago. 100 points of free attributes gained from the upgrade. Lin Hao continued to allocate them to mana. Mana increased by 10,000 points, reaching 313,100 points. After eating the agility fruit, the agility attribute increased by 200 points, reaching 1,810 points. Then Lin Hao looked at his energy value. Gaining 17 million energy not only replenished the previous consumption, but also added an extra 12 million. Now his energy value has reached as high as 72.7 million points. It seems this really isn't an illusion. The more this energy value is used, the more it increases. Finally, Lin Hao picked up 3 legendary pieces of equipment. The equipment attributes are all quite good, but they are all level 50. He can't wear them yet. At the same time, after the dungeon was completely cleared, it began to slowly dissipate. Lin Hao received another copy reward. Ding! Congratulations on successfully conquering the dungeon, obtaining the Staff of Burning Heaven, and the 10,000 Thunder Calamity skill book. Magic Fruit *5. Lin Hao was somewhat surprised. The previous dungeon rewards weren't this few. Now, his absolute luck had already risen to level 100. Why are the rewards even less? Could it be? Is the quality of this staff and skill book particularly high? He first looked at the attributes of the Staff of Burning Heaven. He was almost startled at first glance. Staff of Burning Heaven. Quality, legendary. Equipment requirement, intelligence reaches 4,000 points. Equipment class, Mage. Magic attack power, 40,000. Effect, triggers Wrath of the Burning Sky, increasing the damage multiplier of the next fire attribute skill by an additional 1000%. Cooldown, 600 seconds. Just the 40,000 magic power alone is enviable. The level 50 spirit staff obtained earlier only had 30,000 magic power, and it didn't have any special effects. More importantly, Lin Hao's intelligence has already reached 4,120 points. It means he can now equip this staff, and his strength will be greatly enhanced. Without hesitation, Lin Hao removed the level 20 magic energy staff he was carrying. The effect of the magic energy 3-piece set became invalid, and magic power decreased by 12,000 points. But it doesn't matter, because after equipping the Scorching Heaven staff, Lin Hao's total magic power has increased by 28,000 points compared to before. Now, his magic power has risen from 45,740 points to 73,740 points. With this strength, a single 20,000% multiplier fireball spell can deal over 14 million terrifying damage. His output capability can be said to have skyrocketed, unstoppable, reached a new height. Not only has his spell power significantly increased, but his shield has also become thicker, greatly enhancing his survivability. This legendary equipment is more valuable to Lin Hao than dozens of level 50 legendary items combined. Truly hit the jackpot. Luck really didn't deceive me. Fortune soared directly. Next, Lin Hao set his sights on that legendary skill book 10,000 Thunder Tribulations. The name alone sounded incredibly impressive, and the effect did not disappoint him. 10,000 Thunder Tribulations. Quality, legendary. Learning requirement, magic-based profession. Effect, consumes 1,000 mana points. Deals damage equal to 500% of the user's spell attack power to all enemies within a 20-meter radius centered on the user. For every enemy killed, the skill's cooldown is reduced by 1 second. Cooldown time, 3,600 seconds. This damage multiplier is terrifying. Generally, the multiplier for area of effect skills is only about half that of single target skills, but this one not only has a massive 20-meter range, its damage multiplier is as high as a single target skill. It's far stronger than Lin Hao's previous Storm Howl. After learning the skill, Lin Hao immediately started leveling up like crazy. He spent 9.8 million mana points to level the skill up to level 50. 10,000 Thunder Heavenly Tribulation LV50. Consumes 50,000 mana points, expands the range to 200 meters, and deals 25,000% of your magic attack power as damage. For every enemy killed, cooldown time is reduced by 50 seconds. Cooldown time remains 3,600 seconds. This multiplier is simply shocking. Even a level 1000 Storm Howl only has a 10,000% multiplier, which doesn't even come close. Although the cooldown time remains unchanged, killing one enemy reduces the cooldown by 50 seconds, meaning that as long as the skill kills 72 enemies in one use, it can be used again immediately with no cooldown at all. This skill is simply a group attack artifact. With over 70 million mana points in hand, Lin Hao no longer held back and directly spent another 5 million to upgrade the skill to level 100. 10,000 Thunder Tribulation LV100. Consumes 100,000 mana points, range becomes 400 meters, damage reaches 50,000%. Each enemy killed reduces cooldown by 60 seconds. Cooldown time is 3,600 seconds. A 400 meter range and 50,000% damage. This is practically cheat level. Unfortunately, the cooldown reduction is capped at 60 seconds, so it seems that's the limit. Overall, Lin Hao is very satisfied with this skill. It can completely replace Storm Howl, but only if there are more than 60 enemies to unleash its full power. Looking at the remaining mana points, there are still 66.72 million left, which is still a huge amount. Then, he consumed all 5 medium-quality mana fruits, each increasing mana by 2,000 points. With the talent bonus stacking, his mana instantly surged by 100,000 points. Now, Lin Hao's mana has reached a staggering 413,100 points. Finally, Lin Hao took out the Dragon Battle Medal given to him by Wang Jinayu. Including the dungeon he had just cleared, he had completed a total of 3 dungeons, finally activating the medal. Upon activation, his maximum health instantly increased by 3 million, soaring from 78,100 points to 3,078,100 points. Lin Hao nodded in satisfaction, his attributes and strength greatly enhanced. After obtaining the Void Magic Stone, he prepared to meet the former King of Calamity. Outside the dungeon, the assassin watched as the dungeon gradually dissipated, too shocked to speak. He had initially thought Lin Hao would be lucky just to survive using life-saving items, but he never expected him to fully conquer the dungeon. The steward inside the dungeon was known as a Mage killer, immune to magic damage below 20 million. Even 5th and 6th tier Mage transferees were completely suppressed by him. Lin Hao was only 2nd tier, yet he managed to kill him. The assassin simply couldn't figure out how Lin Hao had done it. Could it be that he could deal 20 million damage at the 2nd tier? The man shook his head, refusing to believe it. Even the demigod Mu Tianxian didn't have such exaggerated magic damage at the 2nd tier. Lin Hao must have acquired some rare legendary skill that temporarily converts magic damage into physical damage. What a lucky kid. But next time, your luck won't be so good. The copy disappeared. As Lin Hao had just been teleported out and hadn't even gotten a clear look at his surroundings, the man unleashed his strongest attack, max level Shadow Strike. He was brimming with confidence about this ambush. With such a sudden attack, whether Lin Hao was a tier 2 mage or an 8th or 9th tier class changer, there would be no time to react, and he would have no choice but to take the hit. But to the man's shock, Lin Hao decisively dodged to the right in an instant, and the dagger missed. How was this possible? The man's expression changed drastically, as if he'd seen a ghost. He could swear that Lin Hao hadn't noticed him hiding when he came out. So how did he sense the ambush at the critical moment and dodge it so precisely? Was he even human? Lin Hao himself was startled. Just as he exited the instance and before he could see clearly outside, time seemed to slow down. He keenly sensed the assassin's ambush, and his combat instincts kicked in instantly, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. That cunning guy almost got him. The timing of the ambush was perfect. This was definitely a master assassin. The man didn't give up and continued to stay hidden, preparing to unleash his ultimate move. He cast an ultra-rare guaranteed hit buff on himself, and his dagger shot straight for Lin Hao's forehead, the legendary level 8 skill Phantom Blade. The man sneered, full of confidence, with the guaranteed hit buff, "No matter how strange you are, you can't escape this time." Lin Hao's combat intuition erupted once again, easily dodging the dagger. But the dagger unexpectedly turned and aimed straight for his forehead. Is this a guaranteed hit effect? Lin Hao made a quick decision, stopped dodging, and directly activated the level 2000 wind barrier, summoning a shield with a shield value of a staggering 14.74 million points. Seeing this number, the man almost dropped his jaw. At first, he thought it was just over a million, nothing special, but then he realized there was an extra zero. A second-tier job changer effortlessly summoning a shield worth tens of millions. Does that even make sense? The man sneered, no matter how thick the shield is, can it block the true damage from my talent? As soon as he finished speaking, the dagger pierced into the shield. Minus 3.86 million. Minus 380,000. The first number is skill damage, hitting the shield without causing even a ripple. The second is true damage, penetrating the shield and hitting Lin Hao directly. The man laughed excitedly, thrilled at the thought of taking down a potential demigod. To him, Lin Hao was undoubtedly doomed. How could a level 20 squishy mage possibly have 300,000 health points? But reality hit him hard. Although Lin Hao was injured, he was still perfectly fine, with his health bar barely dropping. This left the man dumbfounded. Lin Hao actually had over 3 million health points? Is that even reasonable? Lin Hao himself was also surprised. This assassin. Ran possesses true damage talent. District Chief Wang is right, the methods of the Ruins Church are too ruthless. If it weren't for the War Dragon medal adding 3 million health points to him, he would now have only over 70,000 health and would have had to use life-saving items long ago. I really can't underestimate you. The man was completely scared out of his wits, losing the courage to continue fighting. I've never seen such a twisted mage. He wanted to escape. But Lin Hao would never let him go. Fight around and then want to run. Did you get my permission? Lin Hao snorted coldly. Instantly unleashed the level 110,000 Thunder Tribulation. That man, in a stealth state, moved swiftly. Lin Hao had no idea which direction he was heading. But that doesn't matter. The range of the 10,000 Thunder Heavenly Tribulation is a 400-meter circular area with no blind spots. Unlike ordinary storms that can only strike the front, this move covers all directions. If you can run out within 1 second, I'm impressed. But the man's speed wasn't that exaggerated. He had just run a few dozen meters when purple lightning struck him. Minus 36,700,000. Over 36 million damage. Instantly emptied his health bar. The man didn't die, let out a furious roar, and transformed into a werewolf. Wu Tianlai, Disaster Ruin Steward. Level 50. Health points 18 million. Attack power 200,000. Physical defense 180,000. Magic resistance 170,000. Skills Cataclysmic Blood Claw, Berserk. The skills are exactly the same as those used by Lu long before. But Wu Tianlai was originally an assassin, with much faster attack speed. But now Lin Hao is completely different. The light shield alone has 10.88 million points left. After transforming into a werewolf, Wu Tianlai's true damage disappeared. Can no longer release the true damage skill. Lin Hao couldn't even be bothered to dodge. Directly starting a frenzied counterattack. Minus 2 million. Minus 2 million. Minus 2 million. At the same time, fireballs were also hurled over. Minus 14,578,000. Minus 14,578,000. Magic power greatly increased. Lin Hao's damage is already overwhelming. 2 fireballs instantly killed the werewolf. Cataclysm is difficult to deal with for other job changers, because the numerical suppression is too strong. But for Lin Hao, this kind of monster that only fights head-on, doesn't even dodge skills. It's simply delivering food. Want to compare stats? Sorry, you're way off. Killed a level 50 Ruin Steward, gained 3 million experience. Exceeding level 23 kills grants an additional 6.9 million experience. Gain 5 million energy value. Exceeding level 23 kills grants an additional 11.5 million energy value. Trigger absolute luck. Got the greedy wolf dagger, battle armor, and battle ring. As well as the fruit of strength, medium. Bad luck, dropped a fruit of strength. But I'm not a physical class, strength is useless to me. Forget it, keep it for now. Exchange it for something when going to university later. 9.9 million experience points didn't let Lin Hao level up. Instead, it's actually a good thing. Continue to gain 16.5 million energy units. Lin Hao now possesses 83.22 million energy units. The Ruins Church is truly generous. What does it mean to burn oneself out to light the way for others? This is a role model. Lin Hao suddenly noticed the problem. Where did Commander Sun and the others go? There's not a single trace of anyone here. Just after leaving the dungeon, they encountered an enemy attack. making Lin Hao completely forget about this matter. Could it be that they were taken out by the lunatics from the ruins church? But there are no corpses here. Just as Lin Hao was worried, Sun Haifei came running from afar with his team. Lin Hao, are you okay? After leading his team to eliminate the monsters threatening the city, Sun Haifei. From afar, he saw a large-scale attack magic. The purple thunder made his heart tremble with fear. Such a terrifying skill. It must be that even the elders of the Calamity Church have taken action. But fortunately, the worst didn't happen. Lin Hao is still alive and in perfect condition. What on earth was that purple lightning? Sun Haifei looked puzzled. As he moved closer, he discovered that the massive dungeon from before had completely vanished. Even more astonishing, he detected the residual energy left behind by those lunatics from the Church of Ruins after their deaths. Judging by the energy intensity, at least one deacon of the Church of Ruins had died. A thought instantly popped into Sun Haifei's mind. He stared at Lin Hao in astonishment. Lin Hao, not only did you clear the dungeon, but you also took down a deacon of the Church of Ruins. Lin Hao shook his head and corrected, no, it's two. Sun Haifei couldn't help but exclaim, your strength is simply unbelievable. That purple lightning just now, was that also your doing? Lin Hao nodded, if you're talking about the 10,000 thunder tribulation, then yes, that was me. Wow, this skill is practically a mage's dream super AoE damage skill. You must have gotten it as a dungeon reward, right? Sun Haifei said excitedly. However, he frowned again, but the high-level mages I've seen using 10,000 thunder tribulation before weren't as exaggeratedly powerful as you. Lin Hao said, Commander Sun, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. I need to report to the university later. Sun Haifei nodded, you're going to Kyoto University, right? That place is quite far. Do you need me to send someone to take you? No need, I can handle it myself. Lin Hao finished speaking and was about to leave, but was stopped by Sun Haifei. Wait, you helped us resolve such a major threat in the 8th war zone, and I haven't properly thanked you yet. Since you're in a hurry, we'll skip the celebration banquet. Take these. Sun Haifei said as he pulled out a large stack of paper strips resembling talismans. These are called insight runes, which can reveal the specific effects of any skill on an enemy. Understanding the enemy is the key to victory. I'll give you all 100 of these runes. Lin Hao readily accepted them and expressed his gratitude. Perfect timing. The skills of those guys from the Calamity Ruins Church are pretty strange. That cataclysmic shield mage I just encountered, if he Haishin hadn't foolishly revealed the skill's effects himself, I would have spent a lot more time figuring out how to defeat him. You can't count on every enemy being that dumb in the future. Preparing these insight runes is absolutely necessary, Lin Hao thought to himself. After bidding farewell to Sun Haifei and his group, Lin Hao crushed the teleportation stone and successfully arrived at Dragoon's special space. Seeing Lin Hao, Dragoon exclaimed in surprise, you got the void magic stone so quickly. Lin Hao nodded and directly took out the void magic stone. Not bad, it is indeed the void magic stone. Dragoon smiled as he took it and handed Lin Hao a legendary skill book as promised. Shield of Law, passive skill. Quality, legendary. Learning requirement, magic-based profession. Effect, after learning, all damage is absorbed by mana, with 1 mana point absorbing 10 points of damage. Lin Hao was overjoyed. His current mana value reached as high as 413,100 points, meaning he could withstand over 4 million damage. The actual endurance is stronger because he has 500 levels of mana regeneration, recovering 50,000 mana points per second. In other words, as long as the enemy's damage per second doesn't exceed 500,000, hitting them won't reduce health or mana. It seems that the passive skill of mana recovery should also be upgraded. However, Lin Hao was not in a hurry and decided to upgrade the Shield of Mana source first to see its effect. After learning the skill, Lin Hao spent 4.9 million energy points to level it up to level 50 in one go. Shield of Mana LV50, all damage is absorbed by mana, with each point of mana able to block 35 points of damage. Although the blocking ability increases by about 0.5 points per level, the boost isn't particularly significant, but the overall effect is extremely powerful. After reaching level 50, Lin Hao's current mana can block over 10 million points of damage. Not to mention second-tier mages, even ordinary 5th-tier shield warriors aren't as tough as him. Lin Hao glanced at the remaining energy value and secretly calculated his next plan. 78.32 million energy value, what's there to hesitate about? Keep upgrading. Without hesitation, Lin Hao spent 25 million energy value to upgrade the source shield to level 100. The result was unexpected, the effect of the level 100 source shield was greatly enhanced. Shield of Law LV100. Any damage you receive will first be absorbed by mana points, with 1 mana point able to block 100 points of damage. Amazing! This is exactly the effect I wanted. 1 mana point blocks 100 points of damage. In other words, Lin Hao's current mana can withstand over 40 million points of damage. In the entire world, you absolutely won't find a second tier 2 mage as tough as him. The 29.9 million energy points spent were truly worth it. The level 100 source shield is already strong enough, and upgrading further requires 1 million energy points per level. For now, it will be set aside and revisited when needed. Next, Lin Hao turned his attention to the passive skill of mana recovery. This white passive skill only requires 2000 energy points per upgrade after level 500, which is unbelievably cheap compared to those that cost tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of energy points. Without hesitation, Lin Hao spent 1 million energy points and upgraded it to level 1000 in one go. Mana Recovery LV10000. Recovers 100,000 mana points per second. Not bad, the effect is indeed doubled. From now on, as long as I take less than 10 million damage per second, I can recover instantly. It's practically like having a cheat code. If I had these two skills before, when encountering that ambushing Calamity Ruins assassin, I could have stood there letting him attack for 100 years without losing health. Lin Hao is very satisfied with his current strength. He glanced at the energy value, which still had 52.32 million remaining. He was about to continue improving other skills when Dragoon couldn't hold back anymore. The skill effects have been pretty much reviewed, right? It's time to talk business. Lin Hao listened and could only temporarily put aside the idea of upgrading. Official business? Could it be that you're going to tell me the secrets of the Ruins world? Dragoon nodded. That's right. The fact that you were able to obtain the Void Magic Stone so quickly has already proven your strength. Therefore, there are some things I can tell you. The Ruins world I am in and the world you are in merged because someone used the world key to open the doors between the two worlds. World key? World gate? Lin Hao was completely puzzled. Senior Gwen, the person you mentioned, could it be the traitor called the King of the Night? Smart. Dragoon nodded with a smile. The world key was originally guarded by our ruined court for generations, but that damned guy ambushed me, stole the key, and opened the gates between two worlds. Although I eventually retrieved the key and escaped to your world, the open gates cannot be closed. My goal is to kill the traitor and take back everything that belongs to me. You humans also want to completely eliminate the threat of monsters, right? Hearing this, Lin Hao finally understood that the King of the Ruins was saying so much to tell him that they were now partners fighting side by side and should trust each other. Lin Hao didn't mind these things. As long as you can offer reasonable compensation, any form of cooperation is fine. If there's no compensation and you want me to work for free, then forget it. Senior Gwen, just say it directly. What do you want me to do next? Dragoon smiled. I like talking to straightforward people. When that traitor ambushed me, I barely escaped, but I was afflicted with multiple curses, and my main attributes were permanently reduced by over 50%. I need you to help me find some purification items that can dispel supreme level curses. Supreme level? Lin Hao asked in confusion. What level is that? I've never heard of it. You are only at tier 2 now, so it's normal that you haven't heard of it. Supreme level is even rarer and more powerful than legendary level, and the detection skills of ordinary human professions will only show a bunch of question marks. After hearing this, Lin Hao immediately thought of the Battle Dragon Medal and the Aurora Crystal. It turns out they are supreme level items, no wonder their effects are so strong. Dragoon continued, as long as you can help me find these purification items, I will give you an even more powerful supreme level item, and you can also choose one. Legendary level skill book. Lin Hao nodded upon hearing this reward. This King of the Ruins is indeed generous. He pondered for a moment and asked, Senior Gwen, do you have any passive skills here that can permanently increase the maximum mana? Dragon nodded but advised him, you're planning to use this passive skill in combination with the source shield, right? I suggest you give up on that idea. Even a legendary level passive skill can only increase mana by a maximum of 100,000 points. Instead of spending resources on this, you'd be better off choosing a more practical survival skill, which offers better value for the cost. Dragon said this because he was worried Lin Hao might feel cheated afterward. After all, Lin Hao could still live a brilliant life after leaving him, but if Dragon lost Lin Hao, he'd have to wait for the next lucky person to appear, and who knows how long that would take. To be honest, he still didn't understand how Lin Hao had managed to get in. This special space was created by the World Key, and the key itself was a supreme level spatial fragment. How Lin Hao obtained the key was a complete mystery to him. He only knew that the secrets hidden within this young man were far greater than he had imagined. Lin Hao completely ignored Dragoon's advice. His mind was solely focused on those 100,000 mana points. This wasn't a temporary boost from equipment but a permanent enhancement. Even more impressive, it could benefit from the tenfold amplification brought by the forbidden mage talent. This means the maximum mana could reach 1 million. It could withstand 100 million points of damage. And this is just a level 1 skill. If it were upgraded to level 100, the enhancement would be unimaginable. Lin Hao suppressed his excitement and took a deep breath. I want this passive skill. As for the curse removal item, Senior Gwen, do you have any leads? Dragoon shook his head. As I said before, I don't know much about the matters of your world. You'll have to figure that out yourself. Sure enough, Lin Hao sighed. Although he was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. Supreme level items would indeed take considerable effort to find. After leaving Dragoon, Lin Hao continued to allocate points. He decided to enhance the passive skill, Combat Intuition. This skill is top-notch when dealing with any single target attack and must be upgraded as soon as possible. He spent 25 million energy points to level up to 100 in one go. Combat Instinct LV100. The enemy's attacks appear 20 times slower in your eyes, and your movement speed instantly increases by 10,000 points in critical moments. Lin Hao experienced what it truly means to spend money like water. With 27,320,000 energy points remaining, he decided to continue upgrading the Fireball technique. Fireball spell requires 4,000 energy points for each upgrade starting from level 2000. This consumption is not small, but it is still cheaper compared to the consumption of legendary passives. Upgrading from level 2000 to 3000 only requires 4 million energy points. Fireball LV10000 consumes 3000 mana points to deal damage equal to 30,000 times the caster's magic attack power to a single target within 3000 meters, with no cooldown. Fireball has leveled up, so naturally, Wind Barrier cannot fall behind. Lin Hao spent another 4 million energy points to level up Wind Barrier to level 3000. Wind Barrier LV10000 consumes 30,000 mana points to immediately gain a shield. The shield is equivalent to 30,000 times the user's magic attack power, lasts for 30 seconds, and has a cooldown of 10 seconds. Looking at the remaining 19.32 million energy points, Lin Hao decided to save them for emergencies. After making the decision, Lin Hao left the special space. To his surprise, as soon as he came out, he found himself back at the location he was in before using the teleportation stone. He remembered that the special space should be in the Tianya Mountains of Linyuan City, but now he was back in the Void Erosion Wilderness. However, it doesn't matter. With the Aurora Crystal, going anywhere is just a matter of moments. Before heading to Kyoto University, Lin Hao first sent a message to Wang Jinayu, asking about the Supreme Level Curse Removal Tool. This happened to be news received after the college entrance exam. Contact information. Lin Hao originally thought that someone as busy as the War God of the Dragon Kingdom would reply to messages very slowly. Unexpectedly, as soon as the message was sent, a reply was received immediately. I'm not quite sure, but you can ask Mu Tianqian. He's very knowledgeable about these things. Lin Hao felt a surge of joy in his heart. Although he didn't get an immediate answer, at least he had a direction. For now, he would head to Kyoto University to register. After activating the Aurora Crystal, Lin Hao instantly appeared at the entrance of Kyoto University. The registration area at the entrance was much livelier than he had expected. Logically speaking, Kyoto University's admission standards are extremely high, requiring at least 3 S-level ratings. There shouldn't be so many people in line. However, there are always some students who hold on to a glimmer of hope, trying to sneak through by other means. After all, if the enrollment quota isn't filled this year, those who are slightly below the mark might still have a chance. It turns out, there are quite a few people who think this way. Teacher, I didn't perform well in the college entrance exam. I'm an S-level profession, and I almost got 3 S-levels this time. Please let me in. Kyoto University has been my dream since childhood. Teacher, I really didn't perform well. I'm an SS-level berserker, but I got ambushed in the final round, which lowered my score. Otherwise, I could have gotten 3 S-levels too. The admissions teacher sighed. Every year at this time, there are always students who don't meet the standards trying their luck. But Kyoto University will never lower its standards. Everyone, please go back. This year's enrollment quota is already full. Hearing this, the crowd dispersed in disappointment, and Lin Hao also prepared to leave. He thought that the enrollment at Moda University was definitely not full yet. Anyway, the resources of the two universities were about the same, so it didn't matter which one he went to. Just as he turned around, the admissions teacher fixed their gaze on Lin Hao and appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. Student, are you also here to apply for Kyoto University? Lin Hao nodded. Yeah, but unfortunately, you're already full. The admissions teacher smiled. Technically, we're full, but your talent is the reason to break the rules. Damn, this is rigged, a student shouted excitedly. They clearly said they're full. Why don't we have a chance, but he can get in? The admissions teacher rolled their eyes. Stop yelling about rigging. If you can score 9 S-levels in the college entrance exam, Kyoto University will welcome you anytime. 9 S-levels. The crowd instantly erupted, everyone looking at Lin Hao in astonishment. Top scorer, give me an autograph, I want to make it a family heirloom. It's so frustrating, not only is he strong, but he's also handsome. It's hard to live like this. The crowd's emotions were mixed, and no one dared to claim it was a setup anymore. Strength is the most convincing argument. Following the admissions teacher into the school, the teacher walked and smiled. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Fang Rongguan, Teacher Fang. I am not only responsible for admissions but also your mentor for this cohort. Feel free to come to me if you have any questions. Next, I'll tell you the rules of Kyoto University, listen carefully. Lin Hao nodded. Fang Rongguan continued. You should know that here, everything depends on strength. Every new student starts with 10,000 credits, which have many uses, but the most important is for choosing a training dormitory. Dormitories can be used for training? Lin Hao asked curiously. That's right. The dormitories at Kyoto University are actually many small training rooms with various special effects, such as increasing maximum health, mana, attack power, spell power, and so on. Fang Rongguan proudly gave an example. Take mana points, for instance. The worst D-level dormitory can increase the maximum mana points by 10 after staying for an hour, which adds up to 240 points in a day. Over time, this growth is quite significant. Lin Hao nodded in agreement. A little accumulation, and the final effect is very noticeable. The highest level cultivation dormitory. How's the dormitory? Fang Rongguan had long expected Lin Hao to ask and directly replied, the effect is 10 times that of a D-level dormitory. Lin Hao gasped in surprise, thinking an increase of 100 maximum mana points per hour means 2,400 points in a day. Plus, with my talent multiplying it by 10, staying there for a day could increase my mana by 24,000 points. Fang Rongguan smiled and said, the effect is indeed astonishing, but the cost is also very high. A D-level dormitory only costs 100 credits per day, but the highest S-level dormitory costs 1,000 credits per day. Lin Hao frowned. What if I don't have enough credits? Fang Rongguan said seriously, if you don't have enough credits, you'll have to move out. Each semester lasts 3 months, and at the end of the semester, the school deducts 100,000 credits. If you don't have enough credits, you'll have to work hard to earn them before the new semester starts, or you'll be expelled by the school. Lin Hao sighed. That's a pretty strict rule. So how do you earn credits? Fang Rongguan smiled and said, earning credits is simple, just complete the tasks in the school's dungeons. Once you have more credits, you can even use them to enter secret realms and gain even greater rewards. The rules are pretty much like this. The enrollment procedures are already completed. Which dormitory do you plan to stay in? Lin Hao replied without hesitation, I want to stay in the S-level dormitory. Fang Rongguan wasn't surprised at all and smiled as he reminded, students who get into Kyoto University all want the best, don't they? But let me give you a piece of advice, don't exceed your own abilities. Credits aren't that easy to earn. Lin Hao thought about it and felt it made sense. It's not dark yet, I'll go try the dungeon first. How many dungeons does our school have? Lin Hao asked. Fang Rongguan replied, there are 236 now, and new dungeons appear periodically. It will soon exceed 240. He knew Lin Hao wanted to jump straight into the adventure but advised, the school dungeons are very challenging. Even top geniuses may not clear them easily. I suggest stabilizing your strength first, finding a few suitable teammates, and familiarizing yourself before taking on the challenge. Don't act alone without preparation. Lin Hao said confidently, Mr. Fang, I have confidence. Fang Rongguan sighed helplessly, you geniuses are always too confident. However, since Lin Hao insisted, he had no choice but to take him to the dungeon hall. The two quickly arrived at the dungeon hall. It was crowded but quiet and orderly. Most of the students had fixed teams, with only a few still looking for partners. Fang Rongguan brought Lin Hao to the front desk, where they were greeted by a middle-aged teacher wearing glasses, Teacher Su. Teacher Su, are you on duty today? Fang Rongguan asked. Yes. Teacher Su nodded and curiously asked, aren't you recruiting students? Why did you bring a student here? Fang Rongguan said, the recruitment is complete. I'm bringing the student to experience the school's dungeon. Teacher Su looked at Lin Hao and said in surprise, a forbidden mage? Are you the 9S genius? No wonder you dared to come to the dungeon on the first day, your strength is impressive, but without teammates, it's quite dangerous. Teacher Fang, why didn't you persuade him? Fang Rongguan shrugged, I tried to persuade him, but he wouldn't listen. There's nothing I can do. Organize all the dungeons accessible at level 20 and let him take a look. Teacher Su nodded and looked at Lin Hao. Our school has 28 dungeons for levels 20 to 30. The schedule for 27 of them has already been booked up to 3 days later. Schedule? Lin Hao asked, puzzled. Yes, Teacher Su explained, each dungeon only allows one team to enter at a time. If a team doesn't come out, others can't go in. To prevent anyone from hogging the spot, the school has set up a scheduling system to ensure fairness. Standing outside the dungeon, watching others enter, Lin Hao naturally had to wait for his turn. Only the last dungeon had no schedule yet, but its difficulty was extremely high. For small characters like you who have just transitioned to the second or third tier, it's simply a pipe dream. This instance was opened 10 years ago, and to this day, no one has been able to complete the strategy below level 30. No one has succeeded in 10 years? It seems the difficulty is indeed quite high. But Lin Hao didn't back down because of this. Instead, he smiled slightly. I actually want to give it a try. Seeing Lin Hao's expression, the two teachers knew they couldn't persuade him. Sigh, fine. You must be carrying something to protect your life, right? Lin Hao nodded. Only then did the teachers breathe a sigh of relief. If he had no protection at all, they wouldn't have let him go in alone. Alright, let me tell you the rules of this dungeon. The dungeon has 3 special rules. First, the monster's health is tripled. But that's not all. This increase can stack with the catastrophe effect, making the monster's health equivalent to 20 times the usual. Second, the monster is completely immune to damage below 5 million. Third, the monster's attacks have a bloodthirsty effect, allowing it to recover its own health upon hitting a target. Lin Hao thought to himself, these rules are really tricky. Health multiplied by 20, immunity to 5 million damage, plus bloodthirsty. This monster's survival ability is practically perfect. No wonder no one has cleared it in 10 years. Moreover, there are very few third-tier job changers who can deal 5 million damage. They must use legendary level skills. Skills have cooldown periods, and as long as someone gets hit by the boss, the bloodthirsty effect will heal the boss. This battle isn't just difficult, it's downright frustrating. However, for Lin Hao, the second rule was like a decoration. As soon as he cast Fireball, the damage exceeded tens of millions, so he wasn't afraid of being immune. Fang Rongguan didn't understand what Lin Hao was thinking and said with a smile, now you know we weren't trying to scare you, right? The difficulty is right here, let's go back and prepare first. Fang Rongguan gave Lin Hao a way out, but unexpectedly, Lin Hao had no intention of stepping down. Two teachers, I want to go in and give it a try. The two teachers looked at each other, stunned. It was the first time they had seen such a determined student. Finally, Teacher Su sighed, since you insist on going, then follow me. As Teacher Su walked, he handed Lin Hao a key. This is a positioning key. After entering the school's teleportation array, it will directly transport you to the instance. Lin Hao took the key and walked into the teleportation array without hesitation. He looked completely at ease, as if he were going for a stroll in the garden rather than facing a tough battle. The teachers were dumbfounded. To be honest, do you think Lin Hao has a trump card to clear the level? Fang Rongguan rolled his eyes at him. Don't be silly. This dungeon has been challenged by countless SS-level job changers and teams, and no one has ever succeeded. Lin Hao is all by himself. No matter how strong he is, it's impossible for him to pass. You're right, Teacher Su nodded. These 3 rules are too tricky. Even a 5th-tier job changer would struggle to clear it, let alone Lin Hao, who's only at the 2nd tier. In the copy. Lin Hao walked with determination, heading straight to the deepest part. While others feared encountering the boss early and even avoided it, he hoped to face 3 bosses at once. Unfortunately, he didn't want to farm monsters, but the small monsters kept throwing themselves at him to die. Blazing Fire Dog, Cataclysm. Level 30. HP 500,000. Attack power 18,800. Defense 16,300. Magic resistance 14,600. This monster's health has increased 20-fold, and its attributes are higher than most level 50 Cataclysm monsters. But for Lin Hao, it makes no difference, a single fireball spell can solve it. Before the blazing firehound could make a move, Lin Hao's fireball had already struck its head. Minus 22,107,400. The damage is terrifying, as if using a cheat. The 5 million damage immunity rule is completely insignificant in front of him. After instantly killing this suicidal monster, Lin Hao continued moving forward. About 5 minutes later. Finally, Lin Hao encountered the first boss in this dungeon, the Hellfire Cerberus, Cataclysm form. Level 30. Health points 1.05 billion. Attack power 180,000. Physical defense 180,000. Magic resistance 180,000. This guy's health is terrifyingly high. Not to mention ordinary tier 3 job changers, even average tier 5 job changers would have to flee for their lives. On top of that, it has damage immunity and bloodthirst skills. No wonder no one has been able to clear this dungeon. However, for Lin Hao, this was no big deal. From over 100 meters away, he began a frenzied assault. Fireballs rained down on the boss like a storm. The effective range of fireball spell is 200 meters, with an 80% hit rate, and only a few fireballs were dodged by the boss. 2194200. 2194200. 2194200. Before the boss could even get close to Lin Hao, it had already lost a significant chunk of health from over a dozen fireballs. When it finally entered attack range, Lin Hao immediately used Phantom Swift Step, moving far faster than the boss. Although the boss had an astonishing amount of health, its other attributes weren't as strong, and despite its desperate chase, Lin Hao easily left it far behind. Meanwhile, Lin Hao's fireball spell continued to fire relentlessly. The boss's health, over 1 billion, was quickly depleted, and it was kite to death without even managing to touch Lin Hao. After killing the level 30 Hellfire Cerberus, Lin Hao gained 2 million experience points. The extra reward for defeating an enemy 3 levels higher was 600,000 experience points. Additionally, killing the Cataclysm boss granted 3 million energy absorption and an extra reward of 900,000 energy, a total of extremely high returns. What's even more exciting is that Lin Hao triggered the Absolute Luck passive ability, obtaining the Flame Staff, Flame Robe, Flame Necklace, and a medium-level Intelligence Fruit. The level 30 boss was indeed inferior, as the experience and energy it provided were far less than those of a tier 5 boss. The main reason was the level gap, resulting in fewer rewards for surpassing levels. However, this 3.9 million energy brought Lin Hao's total accumulated energy to 23.22 million. The advantage of farming level 30 bosses is that the equipment dropped can be quickly put to use. Lin Hao is currently level 27 and will reach level 28 after leaving the dungeon. These 3 pieces of equipment have decent attributes. Although the Flame Staff is not as good as the Scorching Heaven Staff, the other 2 legendary items are far superior to his current gear. After storing the equipment, Lin Hao consumed the Intelligence Fruit, instantly boosting his intelligence attribute by 200 points, reaching 4,320 points. His spell attack power increased by 400 points, breaking through to 74,140 points. At the same time, 2 deans arrived at the school's instance hall. Fang Rongguang and teacher Su were very surprised to see them. Kyoto University has 6 colleges, with the strongest being the Shenlong College and the Huofeng College. These 2 were precisely the deans of these 2 colleges. Lu Zhen scanned the hall but did not see the person he wanted to meet, so he asked the 2 teachers, Teacher Fang, Teacher Su, where is Lin Hao? Su Jingling also looked at the 2 teachers, clearly here to find Lin Hao as well. Fang Rongguang sighed inwardly. Lin Hao is truly a genius, able to attract the personal attention of the deans of these 2 top colleges. These colleges have extremely high admission thresholds, and students must pass incredibly difficult tests, and even then, they might not be accepted. Yet for Lin Hao, the 2 deans came in person. Teacher Su replied, Lin Hao just entered the dungeon. He just enrolled and already entered a dungeon? Lu Zhen was shocked. What dungeon? The Blazing Fire Dungeon. Teacher Su seemed a bit nervous, like a child who had made a mistake. After all, he was the teacher on duty, and if something happened to Lin Hao in the dungeon, he would be held responsible. Sure enough, Lu Zhen immediately reprimanded, Teacher Su, this is really inappropriate. No team has cleared the Blazing Fire Dungeon in the past 10 years, and you let Lin Hao go in alone? I and Teacher Fang have tried persuading him several times. Teacher Su's voice carried a hint of helplessness. Lin Hao just won't listen and insists on going in, there's nothing I can do. Teacher Su sounded a bit aggrieved. Besides, this kid must have brought plenty of life-saving items with him, he definitely won't die. Lu Zhen sighed and said, forget it, it's not necessarily a bad thing for young people to face some setbacks early on. Hitting a wall might teach him a lesson. Beside them, Su Jingling nodded, how long has Lin Hao been in there? He should be coming out soon, right? Mr. Su looked up at the copy interface, his face changed drastically, almost fainting from fright. Seeing Mr. Su's surprised expression, everyone couldn't help but frown and turn to look at the copy. Soon, the 3 of them were stunned. My goodness, why is the fusion rate dropping so fast? Lu Zhen said in shock. This instance is extremely difficult, and no one has been able to fully conquer it for a long time. The fusion rate has always been very high. Last time he remembered, the fusion rate was still at 76%. Now it has suddenly dropped to 45%. Could it be that Lin Hao has already defeated a Cataclysm boss? No wonder it's the only SSS level profession, this kid really has some skills. Lu Zhen and Su Jingling quickly came to their senses, as they had no idea when Lin Hao had entered. Meanwhile, Fang Rongguang and teacher Su still couldn't believe their eyes, staring in a daze. Su Zhen seemed a bit impatient. Look at you all, clearly teachers from Kyoto University, yet acting like you've never seen the world before? Su Jingling also urged, teachers, quickly tell us, when exactly did Lin Hao go in? Teacher Su's expression was dazed. Just now. Just now? What do you mean by just now? Lu Zhen frowned. He hadn't noticed before that teacher Su liked to keep people in suspense so much. Fang Rongguang chimed in, it means Lin Hao has been in there for less than 10 minutes. What? Less than 10 minutes? Lu Zhen and Su Jingling were utterly shocked. A Tier 3 Cataclysm boss, with health 20 times that of a normal one, estimated to have over a billion HP. Including the travel time on the way, doesn't this mean Lin Hao took less than a minute to kill the boss? Is he even human? Lu Zhen asked in disbelief, are you sure you didn't get the time wrong? The two teachers nodded in confirmation, absolutely certain. Lu Zhen and Su Jingling exchanged a glance. It seemed that Kyoto University had truly welcomed a genius. At that moment, an elderly man with graying hair walked into the hall. Why is it so lively here? Why didn't you invite me? He asked with a smile. Principal, everyone respectfully called out. This elderly man is the most respected person at Kyoto University and the founder of the university. During the era of rampant monsters, he bore heavy responsibilities, always stood at the forefront, and nurtured countless geniuses. Even one of the demigods, Mu Tianxian, was once his student. Principal, why are you here? Lu Zhen asked first. Of course, I'm here to see our national top scorer. The elder smiled as he looked at the replica interface, the smile on his face growing even wider. Not bad, not bad, another promising talent with the potential to become a demigod has appeared. Everyone listened and silently nodded because Lin Hao's potential had indeed reached this level. Su Jingling asked, Principal, do you think Lin Hao can successfully clear this dungeon that no one has been able to break in the past 10 years? The principal shook his head, I'm afraid it's unlikely. When you weren't here, let me tell you, 3 years ago, the fusion rate of this blazing fire dungeon once reached 90%. At that time, the team leader was Fang Deshuang, along with 4 other SS level professions, but they only managed to kill 2 cataclysmic bosses before ultimately retreating. What? Even Fang Deshuang failed? Everyone was shocked. Fang Deshuang, like Lin Hao, is an SSS level output profession and the strongest student at Kyoto University. He even had 4 teammates supporting him, yet they still couldn't succeed. Just how strong is the final boss? The principal explained, the passive skill of this boss isn't actually exaggerated, but combined with the special rules of the dungeon. This is simply extreme to the point of being perverse. Its passive skill is actually, all damage received can be reduced by 5 million. Not only that, it also has a race-specific healing skill that can instantly restore all its health. My goodness, this is just too outrageous. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. Damage reduction of 5 million, plus the dungeon rule that can immunize against damage below 5 million. In other words, as long as the attack power doesn't exceed 10 million, the damage is 0. 10 million damage is nothing for job changers at their level. But for third-tier job changers, it's already extremely astonishing. A job changer who can deal 10 million damage at the 3rd stage, there are probably less than 100 worldwide. And the final boss has over a billion HP, how is this even possible to fight? Not to mention it also has a skill to fully restore its HP. No wonder no one has cleared this dungeon in the past 10 years. Even if another 20 or 50 years pass, it's likely no one will ever clear it. At the same time, Lin Hao had successfully killed the second boss. He gained 2.6 million experience and 3.9 million energy, bringing his total energy to 27.12 million. In addition, he obtained 3 pieces of legendary equipment and a small agility fruit. After consuming the fruit, Lin Hao's agility increased by 100 points, reaching 1,910 points. Then, Lin Hao arrived at the deepest part of the dungeon, facing the final boss, a 3-headed black giant dog. Hellhound, Cataclysm. Level 30. HP 1.22 billion. Magic power 200,000. Physical defense 180,000. Magic resistance 180,000. Skills: Crimson Flame Rebirth, Demonic Body, Triple Fireball. Lin Hao was a bit surprised, this boss had quite a lot of skills. The skill Crimson Flame Revival was something he hadn't learned in school, it must be a very rare healing skill. Demonic Body is a common passive skill for demon-type monsters, but common doesn't mean weak. It allows demon-type monsters to negate 5 million points of all damage. Adding the rule for duplicates is simply too outrageous. However, for Lin Hao, this is not a big problem, as his damage has already exceeded 10 million. Upon meeting, Lin Hao directly threw out a fireball. Minus 17,062,000. Even with a reduction of 5 million damage, the fireball still dealt over 17 million damage, making it unstoppable. The Hellhound reacted extremely quickly, instantly rushing over 200 meters away. All the fireballs Lin Hao launched were dodged by it. This type of agile monster was what Lin Hao found most troublesome. Since you're a monster, stop dodging and stand still so I can hit you. Although the distance was shortened, Lin Hao remained calm. After all, he was not a fragile mage. At the same time, the 3 heads of the Hellhound began to gather massive fireballs. Lin Hao then activated a level 3 wind barrier, generating a shield with a value as high as 22.24 million. The next moment, the 3 fireballs struck the shield. -1 million. -1 million. -1 million. This 3 million damage was enough to instantly kill most second-tier job changers, but it didn't even leave a crack on Lin Hao's shield. At the same time, Lin Hao also launched Fireball, starting his counterattack. -17,062,000. -17,062,000. -17,062,000. The Hellhound has some intelligence, but not much. Even though it clearly knew Lin Hao's shield was indestructible, it still stubbornly clawed at it. -200,000. -200,000. -200,000. This amount of damage was completely insignificant to Lin Hao. Lin Hao's fireballs rained down one after another, quickly reducing the boss to critical health. At this moment, the Hellhound Cerberus activated its Crimson Flame revival skill, instantly restoring all its health. Lin Hao was somewhat surprised, not because of the healing effect, but because this guy was actually capable of pulling off such a move. After its health was fully restored, it didn't turn back but immediately started fleeing for its life. Only now thinking of escaping? Too late. Lin Hao sneered coldly, immediately activating the level 50 Phantom Sprint, instantly catching up behind it while continuously casting fireball attacks. -1706200. -1706200. -1706200. It can't fight back, nor can it escape. This is the end. Kill the level 30 Hellhound, gain 2 million experience points. Over 3 level kill, additional reward of 600,000 experience. Kill the level 30 Cataclysm boss, successfully absorbed 3 million energy. Exceeding a level 3 kill, gained an additional 900,000 energy. Killed the Hellhound Cerberus, triggered the Absolute Luck passive, and obtained the Hell Staff, Hell Robe, Hell Necklace, and Intermediate Mana Fruit. Gained another 2.6 million experience, and with the experience accumulated along the way, Lin Hao successfully leveled up to 28. The attribute points he obtained were all allocated to mana. The 5 mana fruits were even more precious. After consuming them all, his maximum mana increased by 100,000. Now, his mana value has reached 523,100 points. In addition, he also gained 3.9 million energy, bringing his total energy to 31.02 million. The legendary equipment dropped by the Hellhound Cerberus has much better attributes than the Inferno Hellhounds. It can be equipped after leveling up 2 more times. After organizing the loot, the dungeon slowly dissipated. System prompt: congratulations on successfully completing the dungeon. You have obtained the Chain of the Firmament, the Truth Return skill book, and 5 life fruits. Another piece of legendary equipment. Could this be another top-tier item that ignores level requirements? Lin Hao excitedly checked the attributes of the Chain of the Firmament. Chain of the Firmament. Quality: legendary. Equipment requirement: maximum mana reaches 200,000 points. Equipment class: Mage. Mana bonus: 2 million. Effect: can trigger mana barrier, consuming all mana to instantly generate a shield. The shield value is 10 times the consumed mana. The attributes of this necklace are truly astonishing. It can directly add 2 million mana. Lin Hao glanced at the Hell Necklace that had just dropped, which could only add 300,000 mana points. The difference was simply worlds apart. The necklace he was currently wearing was just a level 10 trash equipment, only adding 50,000 mana points. Why was he still wearing such low-level equipment? Because the equipment that had dropped along the way was too high level for him to use. This is the hardship of fighting monsters across levels. Although you can change equipment, going back and forth is too time-consuming and not worth it. With his current attributes, there's no difference between wearing first-tier or second-tier equipment. The monsters he can defeat are still beatable, and for those he can't, changing equipment won't help. After taking off the level 10 necklace, Lin Hao put on the Chain of the Firmament, and his maximum mana skyrocketed from 523,100 to 2,473,100 points. Mana instantly exceeded 2 million. Each point of mana can block 100 points of damage, which means he can now withstand over 200 million points of damage. Mages are squishy? What does that have to do with me? Not to mention the skill effect of this equipment: 2 million mana points multiplied by a 10x shield equals at least 20 million shield value. For Lin Hao, this skill is somewhat redundant, but for ordinary second-tier mages, it is definitely a life-saving artifact. Then, he glanced at the legendary skill book Truth Reversion. Truth Reversion. Quality: legendary. Learning condition: magic-based profession. Effect: consumes 500 mana, immediately restores 10% of your maximum mana, then restores 1% of your maximum mana per second for 10 seconds. Cooldown: 600 seconds. Is this a healing skill? Although the response rate is very high, Lin Hao felt it was unnecessary for him, as he had 1000 levels of mana recovery, restoring 100,000 mana points per second. However, active skills, unlike passive skills, are not limited by skill slots, so having an extra one is always beneficial. Skills that he doesn't need can be exchanged, while those he can use are naturally kept. He decided to learn the skill first, as it might come in handy someday. After learning the skill, Lin Hao didn't rush to upgrade it, since he didn't need it at the moment. Upgrading a legendary skill consumes a significant amount of energy, so he planned to wait until it was necessary. Next, Lin Hao consumed 5 life fruits, instantly increasing his maximum health by 10,000 points. Previously, 10,000 health points were already quite impressive, but ever since obtaining the Battle Dragon Medal, he had started to disdain such numbers. After completing the dungeon, the effect of the Battle Dragon Medal was activated again, and Lin Hao's maximum health skyrocketed by 1 million. Now his maximum health has reached 4,088,100 points. In the replica hall, whether it was the teachers, the dean, or the principal, everyone fell silent. The reason was simple: the high difficulty replica that the principal had just praised to the skies was effortlessly conquered by Lin Hao, which was simply unbelievable. Seeing the prompt that the copy strategy reached 100%, the principal was stunned. With his experience, having seen all kinds of storms and waves, Lin Hao's strength still shocked him. The boss had 1.2 billion health points and could even be immune to damage below 10 million. How could Lin Hao defeat it in just a few minutes? Lin Hao is only at the second tier, yet his damage is this terrifying? Everyone looked at the principal, seemingly wanting an explanation. He awkwardly cleared his throat. This kid Lin Hao, his strength is quite extraordinary. After speaking, he immediately changed the subject. Perfect, our Arcane Academy is in need of such talent. Everyone was in an uproar upon hearing this. Lu Zhen was the first to lose his composure and said, "Principal, have you lost your mind? 3 years ago, when you took in Fang Deshuang, you said your energy was limited and only accepted him as a student, even shutting down the Arcane Academy. We all gave way to you back then and didn't compete for Fang Deshuang. Now you want to compete for Lin Hao? Isn't that a bit too much?" Su Jingling nodded. Fang Rongguang and teacher Su, on the other hand, started to enjoy the spectacle. It wasn't often they got to witness a clash between the two deans and the principal. The principal glared at the two deans and said impatiently, "So what if the academy was shut down? If it's closed, it can be reopened for a while and then shut again. I need to be flexible in my actions, not rigid like an old relic." Lu Zhen clenched his fists tightly upon hearing this. If it weren't for the principal's age and the value placed on respecting the elderly and caring for the young, he would have long been unable to resist stepping forward for a confrontation. Su Jingling was also quite angered by the principal's shamelessness. "Principal, isn't your approach a bit inappropriate? You're already older, and just taking in someone like Fang Deshuang is exhausting enough. Young people are full of energy, and someone as lively as Lin Hao is more suitable for our Fire Phoenix Academy." Lu Zhen glanced at her discontentedly. "I've been meaning to ask, doesn't your Fire Phoenix Academy only accept girls? Why are you competing for Lin Hao?" Su Jingling retorted, "The principal is right, we shouldn't be as rigid as old fossils. Just because our Fire Phoenix Academy didn't accept boys in the past doesn't mean we won't now." Lu Zhen clenched his fists again. "Are all these rules just a joke to you?" Fang Rongguang and teacher Su watched with great interest, feeling that this battle was extremely exciting. The principal sighed and began to play the emotional card. "I have dedicated my life to Longguo and Kyoto University. Now that I am old, I haven't even gotten married, have no children, no family. In my lifetime, I have only taken on 9 students, 7 have already passed away, and only 2 are left, one of whom is also not doing well. I just want to take Lin Hao as my 10th student, and none of you agree." The two deans also sighed. Su Jingling softened her stance first. "All right, principal, I won't compete anymore, okay?" Lu Zhen also sighed. "I won't compete either, but whether Lin Hao is willing to follow someone still depends on his own choice." "Of course, I never force anyone," the principal said. Thus, the 3-person battle came to an end. The principal won the final victory with experience and skill. The 2 spectators exclaimed, "That was truly exciting." At that moment, Lin Hao returned to the dungeon hall. "Mr. Fang, I've successfully completed this dungeon. How many credits can I earn?" Before Fang Rongguan could answer, the principal quickly said, "Lin Hao, let's talk about the credits later. Would you like to join my Arcane Academy? Let me introduce myself first. I am the principal of Kyoto University, and the demigod Mu Tianxian was once my student." When Lin Hao heard this, he was so shocked that he almost jumped up. The principal of Kyoto University? And the teacher of the demigod Mu Tianxian? Either of these identities alone commands great respect. Lu Zhen, unwilling to be outdone, introduced himself. "I am the dean of Shenlong Academy. The old principal is getting on in years and is about to retire. I usually handle the affairs of Kyoto University, so I am the one who actually holds power." The old principal glanced at him and said with a smile, "You're undermining me here. I haven't retired yet." Su Jingling also smiled and said, "Since you've all introduced yourselves, I'll introduce myself too. I am the Dean of Fire Phoenix Academy. Our academy is full of beautiful girls. If you join, you'll be the only boy." Before Lin Hao could speak, Lu Zhen snorted coldly, "That's too shallow. I'd rather Lin Hao go with the old principal than join Fire Phoenix Academy. What era are we in now, still talking about these romantic matters?" Fang Rongguang and teacher Su were completely unable to join the debate, only able to watch the commotion and enjoy the spectacle. Lin Hao looked at the old principal without hesitation. "Principal, I want to join the Arcane Academy. This means that from now on, he will be the junior of the demigod Mu Tianxian." Although the old principal was advanced in age, the network of connections he had built over the years was incredibly strong. Good child." The old principal beamed with joy. Lu Zhen and Su Jingling both sighed. "Lin Hao, even if you're not a student of our Shenlong Academy, you're always welcome," Lu Zhen said. Su Jingling echoed, "Our Huofeng Academy welcomes you as well." After speaking, the two left one after another. The old principal looked at their backs and said with a smile, "All right, Lin Hao, we should leave too. It's getting dark, let me arrange a place for you to stay first." This matter was originally supposed to be handled by Fang Rongguang, but since the old principal stepped in, he was happy to take it easy. Soon, Lin Hao and the old principal left the replica hall. On the way, the old principal thought for a moment and said, "For now, you'll stay in room 404 of the S-class dormitory. My other student, Fang Deshuan, lives next door. He's a bit introverted, but he's kind-hearted." Lin Hao nodded. "Principal, how will my credits be calculated?" "Don't worry, I won't forget," the old principal said with a smile. "Usually, for every 1% decrease in dungeon fusion rate, you earn 1,000 credits. You successfully cleared the dungeon and also earned an additional 100,000 points. In total, that's 176,000 credits." Lin Hao smiled with satisfaction. "That sounds like a lot. Kyoto University only deducts 100,000 credits per semester, so it means I've already met this semester's goal. I can do whatever I want next." But Lin Hao wouldn't stop there. There are so many copies in the school, which means a lot of rewards and energy. How could he miss out? The two chatted as they walked and soon arrived at the S-level dormitory building. The old principal knocked on the door of room 403. Deshuan, open the door quickly. I want to introduce you to a genius. The door opened, and a man with messy hair and a scruffy beard stepped out. He looked very disheveled, but his sharp eyes curiously sized up Lin Hao. Someone who can make the principal personally bring them here is definitely not simple. The two of them just observed each other, neither saying a word. The old principal patted his head, somewhat helplessly. "You two are quite in sync. Fang Deshuan, you'll be the senior from now on. Start with a self-introduction." "Senior?" Fang Deshuan frowned. "Principal, didn't you say I was the last student of the Arcane Academy?" The old principal cleared his throat. "Although the academy's gates were closed, I just opened another one." Fang Deshuan's face darkened, and he sighed. "Principal, this joke is not funny at all." Although he complained, Fang Deshuan quickly accepted reality. After all, he couldn't change the principal's decision. However, he became even more curious about Lin Hao. Although the old principal usually seemed unserious, he was actually a capable person. But he himself was actually very disciplined. Being able to make the principal break the rules. The junior who suddenly appeared in front of him. Just how impressive is he? Fang Deshuan didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. "Is this junior of mine really impressive?" Lin Hao said with a smile. "It's not particularly impressive. I just cleared that level 30 dungeon that no one has been able to pass for 10 years. Are you talking about the Blazing Fire dungeon?" Fang Deshuan was surprised. 3 years ago, he led a team there. The final boss was just too difficult. They could only return in defeat. Lin Hao is not even level 30 yet. How could he possibly clear it? Could it be that there's a rare damage boosting class in his team? Only in this way. He can deal over 10 million damage at level 28, only then is it possible. Fang Deshuan said enviously. "You're really lucky to have found a rare damage boosting teammate. If I had one back then, clearing the level would have been much easier." Damage increasing class? Lin Hao was momentarily stunned, then smiled. "I don't have teammates. I'm going in alone." "What?" Fang Deshuan was originally calm, but was immediately stunned upon hearing this, and couldn't help but look at the principal for confirmation. The principal nodded and said, "What he said is correct. He really cleared the level alone. His output ability is simply astonishing." Exaggeration. This is simply an exaggeration beyond limits. At level 30. Although he can also deal tens of millions of damage using legendary skills. It's only once or twice, which isn't very useful. The boss has 1.2 billion HP. Lin Hao must continuously deal tens of millions of damage to succeed. Doesn't this mean his usual damage exceeds tens of millions? Is this still a normal person? You want me to believe a tier 2 mage can achieve this kind of output? Fang Deshuang exclaimed. Truly, you live long enough to see everything. People living will always encounter unbelievable things. The principal tapped his head. How old are you? Don't pretend to be mature. It should be said that there are always greater experts beyond the experts. Fang Deshuang curled his lips. He didn't think he was any worse than Lin Hao. Who isn't an SSS level job changer? The profession is very balanced. Lin Hao has high bursts, but his survival is definitely not as strong as his. The principal saw through his thoughts and calmly countered. You've been cooped up in your room all this time, so you might not know. Lin Hao is this year's national top scorer in the college entrance examination. Output, survival, and reaction are all top-tier SSS level. What? Then his college entrance exam should be a 9S rating? Lin Hao nodded. 9S isn't actually that hard to achieve. I haven't given it my all yet. Fang Deshuang remained silent. Principal, I need some time alone. He was about to close the door. The principal stopped them. Wait a moment. I still have something to tell you. The two looked at the principal. He spoke directly. There's a task for you tomorrow. Try not to wander around. Task? Lin Hao frowned and said. Principal, I plan to go to the Transferry Association tomorrow to find President Mu. You want to find Mu Tianxian? The principal smiled. Just right. The task I mentioned is related to him. He will come tomorrow morning. You can meet him then. Lin Hao was somewhat surprised. This saved him the trouble of finding someone. He just couldn't understand. Why someone like Mu Tianxian, a demigod-level figure? What exactly is the purpose of coming to Kyoto University? The three chatted for a while and ended the conversation. Lin Hao returned to room 404, and was surprised to find the room very spacious. Fully equipped. Even better than a luxury hotel. He doesn't care much about the environment. Immediately summons the intelligent butler robot to start studying the cultivation effects. Little bulletin butler. Master, I'm here. Help me display the training functions of this room. Alright, displaying now. S-level life amplification. Increases maximum health by 100 points per hour. S-level mana amplification. Increases maximum mana by 100 points per hour. S-level intelligence amplification. Increases intelligence attribute by 10 points per hour. Sure enough, all attributes were significantly enhanced. Lin Hao didn't hesitate and directly switched the cultivation mode to S-level mana amplification. Glancing at his energy value, it was as high as 31.02 million. He couldn't help but reminisce about those lunatics from the Ruins Church. They had provided even more energy value. He wondered what they were up to now. Previously, they sent assassins to kill him, but he countered and killed them instead. Could it be that they have no follow-up actions? Meanwhile, in a desolate ruin. Damn it! Haishin was taken out by Lin Hao in the void erosion instance, and our plan has failed again, someone roared. What? Even Haishin failed? Isn't that guy known as the Mage Nemesis, immune to spells under 20 million damage? How could he lose? Everyone was incredulous. Who knows? Not only did he fail, but even Wu Tianlai, who has the true damage talent, couldn't pass, someone sighed. This kid is so powerful? He's only at tier 2, and even 2 tier 5 stewards couldn't beat him. Everyone listened as if hearing a ghost story, finding it utterly absurd. At that moment, a man in a black robe snorted coldly and stepped out from the shadows. A bunch of useless fools, can't even handle a tier 2 mage. In the end, I have to step in myself. The stewards frowned upon hearing this, but no one refuted him, as the man in the black robe indeed had the confidence to back his words. He was an S-class professional, a void-breaking assassin, whose damage was all direct and true damage. This talent was far superior to Wu Tian's. With him taking action, victory was certain. Suddenly, the steward leader spoke. Stop throwing yourselves to death one by one like you're trying to save your grandfather. The assassin man frowned and asked discontentedly, Leader, do you not trust my abilities? The leader shook his head. It's not that I don't trust you, it's that all of you have underestimated Lin Hao. He has consecutively killed our 5th-tier deacons. Even if you face him one-on-one, none of you can win. The assassin man curled his lips, and another deacon quickly tried to smooth things over. Leader, then I'll go with him. 2 5th-tier deacons working together will definitely be enough. The leader continued shaking his head. Still not enough. Even a lion must go all out to hunt a rabbit. This time, we cannot afford to be careless. All of you, go together and kill that kid. 5 stewards acting together. Everyone was stunned. They all thought Lin Hao should be taken seriously, but this was too exaggerated, wasn't it? The assassin man snorted coldly, "Leader, are you a mole sent by the other side? With so many of us acting together, the target is so obvious. If Wang Jinayu or Mu Tianxian discovers us, we'll be completely wiped out." The leader said coldly, "I've already reported Lin Hao's matter to the elders. The elders are taking it very seriously and will help interfere with the line of sight. Moreover, Lin Hao is very likely to enter the Changchun dungeon. Our mission is to go all out and eliminate him." After hearing this, everyone looked solemn. Even the elders were involved, which showed that the higher UPS truly valued Lin Hao and didn't want him to become the next Mu Tianxian. 5 stewards acted together, and even ordinary 8th or 9th tier experts would find it hard to escape death. Now they are sent to kill a 2nd tier Lin Hao. What exactly did this kid do to end up in such a desperate situation? After waking up, Lin Hao cultivated in his room for a full 10 hours. His maximum mana increased by 10,000 points, rising from 2,473,100 to 2,483,100 points. The time was about right, so he prepared to head to the principal's office. To his surprise, Fang Deshuang, who had always been lazy before, had actually arrived at the principal's office early. After a few pleasantries among the three, a sudden spatial fluctuation came from the principal's office, and an elder appeared before them. It was none other than the demigod Mu Tianxian. Lin Hao and the principal had seen Mu Tianxuan's way of making an entrance before and were not surprised. Fang Deshuang, seeing it for the first time, appeared a bit nervous. The principal looked at the elderly figure before him and sighed, "Ah, Tianxian, at your age." Ji Zheng was still in his prime, so why did he look so mature? Mu Tianxian, however, smiled indifferently. "Isn't this image of mine quite good? Elegant and composed, clearly much better than that impulsive guy in terms of appearance. You, still so competitive. Your talent is indeed powerful, but it's a double-edged sword. Don't overuse it. I don't want you to fall before I do." "I know." Mu Tianxian nodded perfunctorily. In fact, he didn't want to rely on his talent either, but the current situation was urgent. If he didn't use it, more lives would be lost. Then, his gaze shifted to Lin Hao. "Lin Hao, I'm glad to see you here, and not at Modu University." "President Mu, do you not like Modu University?" "Not really, everyone is working hard for the country. It's mainly that guy Wang Jinayu, he and I have always been rivals." "I see, the relationship between these two demigods is quite subtle. On the battlefield, they can fight back to back, but in daily life, they are more like friends who bicker with each other." Fang Deshuang, who had always kept a low profile, took a deep breath and asked, "President Mu, is there a specific task you need us for today?" "Yes, it's time to get down to business." Mu Tianxian nodded. "This time, I'm here about a dungeon. Recently, a disaster dungeon has appeared in the everlasting spring forest, and there's something I need inside. But due to level restrictions, I can't enter, so I have to rely on you. As long as you can help me get it, I am willing to meet any of your demands." "Any demands?" Lin Hao and Fang Deshuang were both very excited upon hearing this. Lin Hao immediately asked, "President Mu, do you know where to find an item that can lift a supreme level curse?" "Lift a supreme level curse?" Mu Tianxian was a bit surprised. "It seems you have quite a few secrets." He smiled but did not probe further. "Who doesn't have a few secrets? As for the item you mentioned, I do have a clue. If you can help me get the leaf of resting soil, I'll personally go find the item to lift the curse. If you can't find it, that's fine too. I'll tell you the clue, but you'll have to search for it yourself." Lin Hao nodded. It sounded like a good deal. Fang Deshuang curiously asked, "President Mu, what is the leaf of resting soil? I've never heard of it." "Not hearing about it is normal because it's a supreme level item." "Supreme level?" Fang Deshuang was extremely surprised. The difficulty and rewards of a dungeon are proportional. If a supreme level item is hidden in the dungeon, just how difficult must this dungeon be? "President Mu, what is the use of this leaf of resting soil?" Lin Hao was more concerned about the item itself. Mu Tianxian said, "Its effect varies from person to person. For you young people, it's not as important as a legendary skill book, but for an old guy like me, this is a treasure. Taking it can extend my life by 50 years. After hearing the effect, Lin Hao lost interest. He was still far from dying of natural causes. Fang Deshuang asked, "Then how do we obtain it? Supreme level items must be hard to get, right?" "Of course, it's not easy," Mu Tianxian nodded. "Based on my judgment, the only way to obtain the leaf of resting soil is through dungeon challenges. Each person can only enter the dungeon once, and the monsters in the dungeon will change, with limited information available. The only thing I can tell you is this: no matter what, staying alive is the most important. Many strong individuals have tried before, but none succeeded, so I can only ask for your help." As he said this, he specifically glanced at Fang Deshuang. Although Lin Hao was strong, his experience was limited, and he was only at tier 2 now. Fang Deshuang, on the other hand, was already at level 48. Despite his usual laziness, his strength was solid and undeniable, making him the strongest student at Kyoto University. Then he turned to look at the principal, who had remained silent. Those rats have started causing trouble again recently, so I need to personally deal with them. As for the dungeon matter, I'll have to trouble you to accompany me. The principal laughed angrily and scolded me, "You brat, either don't come back, or you come back just to cause me trouble. Alright, take care of yourself." I smiled. The principal was still the same as ever, sharp-tongued but soft-hearted like cotton inside. "Don't worry, those rats hiding in the dark corners will only have the chance to run for their lives when they encounter me." After saying that, my figure disappeared again. The principal was silent for a moment, then called to the two people beside him, "Alright, we should head out too and take a look at that instance." Outside the Evergreen Dungeon, the job changers gathered in a dense crowd. "Sai, the president has worked so hard for our Job Changers Association. We finally had a chance to help him, but we ended up being so useless." A middle-aged job changer sighed. "This Evergreen Dungeon is truly insane. The monsters all have self-healing abilities. It's tolerable for regular small monsters to heal, but even the bosses can heal. They recover 1% of their maximum health per second. It doesn't sound like much, but their health is a whopping 10 billion. That's 10 million health recovered per second. If your damage per second doesn't reach 10 million, you can't even scratch the boss. It's just ridiculous." The other job changers all hung their heads in dejection. "Our damage output is too low. My strongest legendary skill can only deal over 10 million damage at most, but after 2 seconds, the boss is back to full health. The auto-healing is so frustrating. Some rare support classes can prevent healing, but this is a solo dungeon, and it's unrealistic for support classes to fight the boss alone. Looks like we're really out of luck. Our damage isn't enough, and skills can't make up for it." Stop sighing. I heard President Mew has personally gone to Kyoto University. The job changers there are incredibly strong, they must have a solution. At this moment, the principal finally arrived at the Evergreen Dungeon, accompanied by Lin Hao and Fang Deshuang. Everyone recognized the principal of Kyoto University from afar, their faces full of joy. "Look, it's the president of Kyoto University." As expected of President Mew's people, they even got the president of Kyoto University to personally lead the team. "The student behind him seems to be Kyoto University's strongest, Fang Deshuang?" "That's great, with Fang Deshuang, we're saved." "Wait, is there someone behind the principal? Another genius from Kyoto University? Why haven't I heard of them? Wait, isn't that the national top scorer, the SSS level hidden class Forbidden Mage? I heard they even received a 9's level evaluation. This is amazing. With the national top scorer joining, we really have hope now." The job changers enthusiastically went up to greet them. The leading job changer looked grateful. "Old principal, thank you so much. You actually came here specifically for our president." The principal waved his hand. "It's nothing, it's what I should do. Niu Tianxian is a student of Kyoto University, personally trained by me. If he's in trouble, of course, I'll help. Moreover, the ones you should thank are the two behind me." Hearing this, everyone turned to look at Fang Deshuang and Lin Hao, bowing in unison. "Thank you, brothers. This dungeon's difficulty is beyond our capabilities, so we can only rely on you." Fang Deshuang scratched his head shyly. He usually stayed at home and wasn't very good at handling such situations. Lin Hao said with a smile, "Everyone, no need to be so polite. We came to this dungeon indeed at President Mew's request, but he also gave us equal compensation." Everyone chatted for a while and soon returned to the entrance of the Evergreen Dungeon. The leading transferee spoke as he walked. "Let me introduce myself first. I am Ren Yuking, the president of the 5th War Zone Transferee Association. Next, I will explain the situation of this dungeon to everyone." As he spoke, his gaze turned solemnly toward the dungeon entrance. "The Evergreen Dungeon is very special. Each person can only enter once, and the dungeon each person enters. The monsters are all different." Lin Hao curiously asked, "So, even if someone defeats the boss inside, the next job changer who enters might still face multiple bosses?" Ren Yuking nodded. "That's right. We suspect that this Evergreen Dungeon is ridiculously large, and every time a job changer enters, they are randomly teleported to a different location. After so many teleportations, no two people have ever ended up in the same place." Lin Hao sighed. "This dungeon is really huge." Ren Yuking continued, "Moreover, the rules of this dungeon are not fixed. Every time someone enters, the rules change, so you need to be extra careful. The only constant is that the types of monsters inside are roughly the same. Most of them have the ability to regenerate health automatically, and the boss can even recover 10 million health points per second." At this point, Ren Yuking carefully observed the expressions on the two people's faces. To his surprise, Fang Deshuan looked serious, as if he had encountered a major problem, appearing very tense. Meanwhile, Lin Hao seemed very calm, as if it was no big deal. "Hey, are your expressions reversed?" Ren Yuking said with a smile. "Alright, the rules have been explained enough. I'll leave everything to you." Fang Deshuan nodded and took the lead in entering the instance. The Changchun instance is of 5th tier difficulty. Although Lin Hao received a 9S rating in the college entrance exam, he is currently only at the 2nd tier. As a senior, Fang Deshuan naturally couldn't let Lin Hao take the lead. The principal had no objections. If Fang Deshuan could conquer this dungeon, that would be ideal, and Lin Hao wouldn't have to take the risk. Lin Hao, on the other hand, didn't mind. He thought the dungeon was so vast that even if someone conquered it, they would only clear a small part of it, and the dungeon's gate wouldn't close because of that. As for the life-extending items, the more, the better for Mu Tianxian, so it made no difference whether they entered sooner or later, and there was no need to compete. Soon, Fang Deshuan took a sub-crystal of the parent-child crystal from the principal and entered the dungeon. The rules of the copy change at any time, the more survival methods, the better. Everyone is eagerly anticipating what kind of performance this top expert from Kyoto University will deliver. Half an hour later, the fusion rate of the copy dropped from 90% to 60%. Obviously, Fang Deshuan has already defeated a catastrophe boss. The job changers were all grinning from ear to ear. As expected of a Kyoto University student, amazing. Taking down a Tier 5 catastrophe boss in just half an hour, that's incredible. That's great. Taking down one boss means he can definitely take down a second, a third, maybe he really can conquer this dungeon. Ren Yuking also showed a smile on his face, finally seeing hope. The principal, hearing everyone's praise, couldn't help but straighten his back. The students I bring up are indeed extraordinary. Only Lin Hao couldn't help but yawn at this moment. Half an hour, if it were him, he would have been out long ago. Unexpectedly, Fang Deshuan managed to take down a catastrophe-level boss. Isn't he supposed to be the strongest at Kyoto University? Why does his strength seem just so-so? Lin Hao thought carefully and felt that he might have misjudged him. Being able to defeat a same-level boss alone is already very impressive. Being able to defeat a catastrophe-level boss of the same rank is nothing short of genius. It's not that Fang Deshuan is weak, but rather that he himself is too strong. Another half an hour passed, and Fang Deshuan did not disappoint, defeating another catastrophe-level boss. Cheers erupted from the crowd once again. The copy fusion rate has dropped to 28%. There's only one boss left. The principal has been monitoring Fang Deshuan's status through the mother crystal. His health is still at full capacity even now. The principal smiled, as if he saw new hope. He was old now, and his greatest joy was watching these young people grow stronger bit by bit. Another half an hour passed, but the dungeon fusion rate did not decrease at all. Everyone looked at the principal, and the principal frowned deeply. Because the mother crystal showed that Fang Deshuan's health was almost at its limit, with less than 20% remaining. He was well aware of how strong Fang Deshuan's survivability was, and this situation spoke volumes. Even he had fallen into such a dangerous predicament. Just how powerful was that final boss? At that moment, Fang Deshuan's health bar suddenly dropped to the bottom, leaving less than 1%. Clearly, he had triggered a life-saving item, which immunized him from fatal damage, leaving him with just 1 HP. The principal did not hesitate and immediately activated the mother crystal. He would never gamble with the students' lives on the chance of a counterattack. As soon as the mother crystal was activated, there was a quick response. The next second, Fang Deshuan was teleported back. His face was pale, and his entire demeanor was dazed. The principal let out a long sigh of relief and sternly reprimanded, "That was too dangerous. You were way too reckless, you almost lost your life. Haven't I told you many times before, always understand your opponent before fighting, and if the odds aren't in your favor, don't force it." Fang Deshuan was full of gratitude. The principal really has foresight. If it weren't for the mother and child crystal, I wouldn't have made it back. Ren Yuking said apologetically, "Sorry, it was because we asked you to challenge the dungeon that you ended up in such a dangerous situation." The other job changers also looked very guilty. After all, Fang Deshuan was an SSS level job changer and a genius student of Kyoto University. If something had happened to him, it would not only have been a huge loss for the school but also a significant blow to the entire Dragon Nation. After Fang Deshuan rested for a while, Lin Hao curiously asked, "Just how strong was that final boss?" The principal and others also showed curious expressions. The principal was the only one who knew about Fang Deshuan's dual-class talent. Fang Deshuan is an SSS-level job changer, and his profession is Demonic Monarch. One of his talents is 3 seconds after taking damage for the first time, the damage will be converted into an equivalent amount of demonic value. The demonic value can block all damage, even true damage. The demonic value lasts for 3 seconds and can be triggered again after 3 seconds, essentially refreshing infinitely. This talent makes his survivability extremely strong. The only thing he fears is monsters like those in the Inferno dungeon that are immune to damage. If the damage doesn't go through, he can't gain the shield. Apart from this, the profession is almost invincible. Could it be that the final boss also has a damage immunity skill? Fang Deshuan took a deep breath and slowly said, that final boss is indeed unimaginably troublesome. It doesn't have damage immunity, but it has even more problematic skills. It has a skill called 100 Shadow Fission, which allows it to split into 100 copies of itself. Lin Hao frowned upon hearing this. I know about splitting skills. The monsters created by splitting usually have their health evenly distributed. Doesn't that make them weaker? Fang Deshuan, don't you have any area attacks? Fang Deshuan nodded. For us mages who love area attacks, this is indeed a weakness. But the boss's health is ridiculously high. It doesn't regenerate health automatically, but instead has a passive ability called Root Power, which increases the maximum health to 10 times the original amount, then multiplies it by 10 times the catastrophe level, reaching a total of 10 billion HP. 10 billion. Ren Yuking was shocked that health is just too terrifying. With such an overwhelming amount of health, even if it splits into 100 parts, each split would still have 100 million HP. If these clones aren't dealt with quickly, you'll have to face the counterattack of 100 bosses. Their attributes and skills remain unchanged, and with 100 bosses attacking simultaneously, even 5th-tier job changers wouldn't be able to withstand it. No wonder even Fang Deshuan was suppressed. This boss is ridiculously strong. Lin Hao pondered for a moment. 100 billion HP is indeed exaggerated, but this boss is plant-based, and as we all know, plants don't have legs. My range exceeds 1,000 meters. The advantage of long reach lies here. No matter how wide its attack is, can it exceed 200 meters? Even if its attack range is 200 meters, can it reach 500 meters? I'll stand 500 meters away, point and command, and it won't be able to hit me. It has no legs, so no matter how high its HP is, it's useless. It can only stand there foolishly waiting to die. Thinking of this, Lin Hao couldn't help but laugh. After fighting so many bosses, I've finally encountered one I can easily handle. He had encountered another opponent restrained by him. The last formidable enemy he had limited was that giant snail in the abyssal secret realm. The principal let out a long sigh after hearing about the boss's skills, then turned to Ren Yuking. I'm sorry, President Ren, we can't help with this dungeon. Ren Yuking nodded bitterly. He had long known that the final boss of this dungeon was very strong, but he hadn't expected it to be this powerful. No wonder it drops supreme level equipment. The rewards and difficulty are truly proportional. 100 bosses with 1 billion health each, all to be defeated at the 5th tier. The principal could only think of 3 people capable of this, and they were the 3 demigods of Dragon Country. Perhaps only they had such strength at the 5th tier. The principal sighed again. Mu Tianxian was his student, and of course, he hoped he could live longer. But the experience gained from countless battles had taught him that when faced with an overwhelming situation, never force it, otherwise, things would only get worse. The principal had already planned to give up, but Lin Hao suddenly said, "Next, it's my turn to step in, right?" As he spoke, he was about to enter the dungeon, but the principal grabbed him. "Don't mess around. You heard it just now, this boss is incredibly strong. You're only a tier 2, just focus on leveling up for now." Ren Yuking and the other professionals also nodded in agreement. They certainly didn't want the nation's number 1 9S player to have any accidents and end up dying in the dungeon. This dungeon's difficulty is ridiculously high. Although the boss changes every time, it's always the final boss, and their strength doesn't differ much. Don't take the risk. Lin Hao was helpless, but he didn't want to reveal his talent, so he made up an excuse. "Principal, I have confidence in my abilities because my talent happens to counter that boss." Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. What kind of talent could counter a boss with a health of 10 billion? Seeing everyone looking at him, Lin Hao said leisurely, "My attack range is particularly far, reaching up to 500 meters, and every skill works like this." He tried to downplay it, but upon hearing 500 meters, everyone gasped in astonishment. The most surprised was Fang Deshuan. "Oh my god, 500 meters? I dream of having such a long range. This is simply the dream of all ranged professions." The mages present also had their eyes turn red with envy. The reason ranged professions are called ranged is because of their long range. A 500-meter range is practically like an anti-aircraft gun. The principal fell into deep thought and turned to Fang Deshuan. "Deshuan, what is the range of that boss?" Fang Deshuan thought for a moment. Its skill's maximum range is about 300 meters, and its normal attack uses the branches on its body, with an attack range of 100 meters. He spoke, looking at Lin Hao with even more envy. This kind of immobile boss is completely restrained by Lin Hao's talent as a ranged profession. Ren Yuking also became excited. If that's the case, wouldn't this boss be easily handled by Lin Hao alone? I just wonder if his mana is sufficient. Thinking of this, Ren Yuking directly took out 100 bottles of top-grade mana potions, each capable of restoring 1 million mana points. Brother Lin Hao, take these potions. Don't hold back, and you don't need to return any unused ones to us. Lin Hao thought for a moment and accepted it. Although he wasn't lacking in mana, holding the potion would put them at ease. The principle no longer stopped him. If anyone could defeat that boss, it would definitely be Lin Hao. Just like Fang Deshuang, after taking a sub-crystal, Lin Hao officially entered the dungeon. Inside the dungeon, the familiar blood moon still hung in the sky, but this time, the place he was in was not a plain, but a peach grove filled with blooming pink peach blossoms. The scenery here is breathtakingly beautiful, completely unlike a disaster-ridden ruin. If this were the real world, it would definitely be a must-visit romantic spot for couples. But Lin Hao had no time to admire the view. He turned his attention to the dungeon rules. Rule 1: in this dungeon, you cannot restore health by any means. Rule 2: all the active skills you use. Mana consumption doubled. Attack speed reduced by 50%. The first two rules, Lin Hao had already encountered in the dungeon. For ordinary mages, this has a significant impact, but for Lin Hao, it's not a big deal at all. The third rule is a major blow to archers or professions that rely on attack speed, but Lin Hao doesn't rely on normal attacks for output, so it has no effect. In summary, these three rules can all be ignored by him. It seems that luck is not too bad. After confirming the rules, Lin Hao continued forward. Not long after he started walking, a peach blossom demon suddenly ambushed him. This creature was hidden among the peach trees, usually indistinguishable from ordinary peach trees, easily catching people off guard. A massive branch lashed out fiercely. Lin Hao reacted quickly and immediately activated the wind barrier. A shield, with a shield value as high as 22.24 million points, was instantly formed. The branches struck the shield. 72,000 damage points. Lin Hao was speechless. The damage was ridiculously low. With his current defense, he could stand there and let it attack for 100 years without losing health or mana. He casually investigated. Everlasting Peach Blossom Demon. Level 50, Cataclysm. HP 4.8 million. Attack power 36,000. Physical defense 30,000. Magic resistance 30,000. Skills: auto recovery, whiplash. The health was quite high, but Lin Hao didn't care at all and casually threw a fireball spell. 22.21 million damage. Instantly burned the Peach Blossom Demon to ashes without a trace left. Lin Hao continued walking forward. These Peach Blossom Demons pose a significant threat to ordinary job changers. They hide well and occasionally launch sneak attacks, which can be quite troublesome. No healing skills can be used in the dungeon, so you have to constantly guard against sneak attacks, creating immense psychological pressure. Fragile professions are even more cautious, walking with extreme care and anxiety. But for Lin Hao, this place is completely like a backyard garden. Even if he gets ambushed, it doesn't matter. Their damage would at most deduct 720 mana points from him, which would be fully restored the next second. Just like that, Lin Hao swaggered forward directly. 5 minutes later, he encountered the first Cataclysm boss, a larger Peach Blossom Demon. Everlasting Peach Blossom King, Cataclysm. Level 50. HP 1 billion. Attack power 220,000. Physical defense 200,000. Magic resistance 200,000. Skills: auto recovery, whip strike, fruit toss. This Peach Blossom Demon cannot hide. The surrounding peach trees are only over 20 meters tall at most, but it stands over 50 meters tall, making it impossible to conceal. Lin Hao stood more than 300 meters away and spotted it from afar. He raised his hand and launched a fireball. 22.04 million damage. The boss howled in pain. The 100-meter-long tree branches flailed wildly, striking the ground, but it was merely a futile outburst, unable to reach Lin Hao in the distance. Fireballs were launched one after another, continuously smashing forward. 22,040,000. 22,040,000. 22.04 million. The boss has an extremely strong recovery ability, able to regenerate 10 million health points per second, but it still couldn't withstand Lin Hao's firepower. In a short time, the boss's health was reduced to less than half. The boss frantically swung its branches, but it was completely ineffective. The almost continuous line of fireballs quickly knocked down the everlasting Peach Blossom King. Lin Hao had fought many Tier 5 cataclysmic bosses, and this was definitely the easiest one. This guy was completely suppressed by him from start to finish, dying in extreme frustration. Defeating the level 50 everlasting Peach Blossom King, gained 3 million experience points. Exceeding level 22 kills, gain an additional 6.6 million experience. Kill level 50 Cataclysm boss, successfully absorb 5 million energy. Exceeding level 22 kills, gain an additional 11 million. million points of energy. Defeating the everlasting Peach Blossom Queen, you triggered the absolute luck passive skill. Congratulations on obtaining the Peach Blossom Staff, Peach Blossom Robe, Peach Blossom Ring, and a medium spirit fruit. Defeating a Tier 5 Cataclysm boss feels amazing. In just an instant, Lin Hao gained 16 million energy points. At this moment, he has a total of 47.02 million energy points. Unfortunately, the spiritual fruit is of no use to me. The spirit attribute affects magic defense. For every point of spirit increased, magic defense increases by 10 points. Except for professions with special talents, ordinary people generally do not specifically add to the spirit attribute. Generally speaking, adding to spirit is not as cost-effective as adding to health points. Lin Hao's Shield of Law prioritizes protecting mana, even more than dual resistance. When attacked, mana is depleted first, rendering high dual resistance useless. Keep this spiritual fruit for now and see if it can be replaced later. After storing the equipment, Lin Hao continued forward. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Ren Yuking and the others looked displeased. They discovered that Lin Hao had entered a new instance, rather than continuing along Fang Deshuang's route. The integration level of this instance still remained above 90%, clearly everything had to start over. How big is this damned instance? Why were so many people not transported to the same place? Ren Yuking couldn't help but complain. The principal, however, appeared calm. After all, Lin Hao could challenge the Blazing Fire dungeon alone, an ordinary cataclysm boss wouldn't be a problem for him. It would just take a bit more time. Fang Deshuang's expression was complicated. Is there really someone who can solo a 1 billion HP cataclysm boss at tier 2? Even though he personally heard the principal talk about the Blazing Fire dungeon, he still found it hard to believe. If it were him, he definitely couldn't have done it at the second tier. The Demon Lord class is already top tier among all SSS level magic-based damage dealers. Could the gap really be this big compared to Lin Hao's Forbidden Mage? Just as everyone was harboring doubts in their hearts, a job changer suddenly shouted, "Look at the instance." What happened? Ren Yuking was the first to look up at the fusion rate of the instance, his eyes widening sharply. Oh my god, it was over 90 just now, how did it drop to over 60? The most shocked was Fang Deshuang, he could hardly believe his eyes. The sudden sharp drop in the replica fusion rate has only one possibility. Lin Hao just defeated a catastrophe boss. The key is, Lin Hao entered the instance for less than 10 minutes. Previously, he spent 10 minutes just traveling, then 20 minutes fighting the boss, a total of half an hour. And Lin Hao finished it in less than 10 minutes. He hasn't even seen the boss, how could he one-shot it? Ren Yuking and the principal both gasped. Ren Yuking's face was filled with shock. To defeat the cataclysm boss so quickly, Lin Hao's damage must be at least 20 million. Otherwise, with the boss regenerating 10 million health per second, how long would it take to defeat it? He had originally planned to spend most of the day to possibly kill it. Although slow, it was steady. I didn't expect Lin Hao's attack range to feel like a cheat, and the damage is absolutely explosive. Previously, calling him a flak cannon was just a metaphor, but I didn't expect him to actually live up to it. The principal took a deep breath, his face beaming with a wide smile. As expected of a student I had my eye on, his strength is out of this world. Just curious, how long can this explosive output last? Can it still be this fast when fighting the second boss? Everyone was amazed, thinking this was the limit. Unexpectedly, in less than 3 minutes, the dungeon fusion rate dropped to just over 30 again. Needless to say, Lin Hao once again slew a cataclysm boss. Everyone looked at each other in astonishment. What kind of monster is this? Even the demigod Mu Tianxian wasn't this outrageous at tier 2. At the same time, after defeating the second cataclysm boss, Lin Hao gained 9.6 million experience points. With the previous experience, he instantly leveled up to level 29. Lin Hao chose to allocate points to free attributes. After thinking for a moment, he decided not to increase mana but to continue boosting intelligence. His intelligence increased by 100 points, rising from 4320 to 4420 points. His spell attack power also increased from 74,140 to 74,340 points. In addition, he gained 16 million energy points, bringing his total energy points to an impressive 63.02 million. This time, luck was on his side, and the boss dropped a mid-level agility fruit. After consuming it, his agility increased by 200 points, reaching a total of 2,110 points. Lin Hao stored the 3 legendary items dropped by the boss into his storage ring and continued forward. Not long after, Lin Hao spotted a massive peach tree stretching over 100 meters in the distance. Without a doubt, this must be the final boss of the dungeon. Just as he was approaching the boss, he failed to notice 5 ruined stewards in the corner, closely watching his every move. Finally here, one of them said excitedly, "Yeah, we've been waiting for so long," another sighed. "Luckily, we held back just now." Otherwise, if we had gone up together, we definitely could have taken the opponent down, but then we wouldn't have the chance to kill Lin Hao. Fang Deshuang poses a significant threat to our ruins church, but compared to Lin Hao, it's nothing, a deacon calmly analyzed. Fang Deshuang wasn't this strong when he was at tier 2, yet he managed to single-handedly take down several of our deacons. Fang Deshuang can wait, but Lin Hao must die. The 5 ruins deacons had a well-balanced professional lineup, consisting of 2 mages, an assassin, a support, and a warrior. One of the mages looked at the assassin, and Fang, "When do you plan to make your move?" And Fang rolled his eyes at him, "It's too early to act now. Do you know when people are most likely to let their guard down? When? Of course, it's after an intense battle, when they're excitedly gathering the spoils. After the tension, people unconsciously relax, and that's when the success rate of an ambush is the highest, almost 99%. Impressive, assassins are truly sneaky," the mage said with a laugh. "However, I think the 5 of us dealing with a second-tier job changer don't need to be so cautious. Let's all go at once, 1 skill each, and we can easily take him down in a few rounds," another person suggested. The leader, Dai Yugui, shook his head. "Even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. This guy must have quite a few life-saving items on him. Let this cataclysm boss wear him down first." As soon as the leader spoke, everyone nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Lin Hao closed the distance and investigated the boss's attributes. Everlasting Peach Blossom King, Cataclysm. Level, 50. Health, 10 billion. Attack power, 220,000. Physical defense, 200,000. Magic resistance, 200,000. Skills, Power of Origin, Whip Strike, Fruit Throw, 100 Shadow Fission. The power of origin is really impressive, Lin Hao thought. This evergreen Peach Blossom King actually has 10 billion health, but it's no threat to me. He smiled faintly, standing 500 meters away, and began attacking frantically. If the boss could move, it would be really hard to hit it from this far away, as just a few steps would be enough to dodge the fireballs. But unfortunately, this guy can't move and can only take the hits. Fireballs smashed into it one after another, and the boss's health instantly dropped by over 100 million. -221020000. -221020000. -221020000. Under the fierce attack, the giant tree demon Scarlet Eye stared fixedly at Lin Hao, but it was helpless. It desperately swung its branches, but couldn't even touch Lin Hao. The 5 stewards hiding in the shadows were dumbfounded. "Can you even fight a boss like this? Are you kidding me, hitting it from 500 meters away?" They never expected that the boss, which had previously tormented Fang to death, could only take a beating when facing Lin Hao. "What should we do? This boss is just a sitting duck. Don't say it has 10 billion health. Even if it has 100 billion, or even trillions. It's useless. This guy's range is too far, it's really frustrating." Everyone spoke while simultaneously looking at the leader Dai Yugui. Dai Yugui said nothing, merely taking out a blood-colored crystal. Lin Hao's attacks continued. -221020000. -221020000. -221020000. Fireballs smashed down one after another, and the boss finally panicked. Although splitting is useless, it still desperately splits. In an instant, its size rapidly shrank. 99 clones appeared beside it. Lin Hao glanced at the clone attributes. Everlasting Peach Blossom King, Split Form. Level, 50. Health points, 100 million. Attack power, 220,000. Physical defense, 200,000. Magic resistance, 200,000. Apart from low health, all other attributes are exactly the same. But this is nothing more than a futile struggle. Lin Hao sneered coldly and waved his staff. A tornado with a diameter of 300 meters roared out. Although its range wasn't as large as the fireball, the sweeping distance of 600 meters was enough. Tornadoes came one after another, continuously, as if there was no cool down, sweeping away one after another. -7434000. -7434000. -7434000. All monsters involved. All are enduring damage of over 7 million. The stewards of the ruins were dumbfounded. Such a wide range, such high damage, and yet no cooldown. Is this fair? Their determination became even firmer. At all costs, they must kill Lin Hao here. If he grows, the threat will be even greater than the demigod Mu Tianqian. At that moment, the leading deacon suddenly crushed the blood-red crystal. The next second, the Peach Blossom King suddenly shot up from the ground. Tree roots wildly flailed, their running speed top-notch among 5th-tier bosses. Lin Hao's eyes widened, thinking, what the heck is this? Plants breaking out of the ground on their own, using tree roots as legs to run. There are so many flaws that he doesn't even know where to start complaining. If it were an ordinary 5th-tier job changer, seeing 100 bosses charging over, they would probably be scared out of their wits. After all, even Kyoto University's strongest Fang Deshuang almost got taken down. But Lin Hao remained unflustered, calmly continuing to unleash the roaring storm. A little bit of bloodletting. Then, he looked at the skill 10,000 Thunder Heavenly Tribulation. Level 100 damage is still not enough to instantly kill monsters. No problem, he is well resourced now. Lin Hao possesses a power value of 63.02 million. With a grand gesture, he spends 10 million. Directly upgrading the skill to level 150. 10,000 Thunder Tribulation LV100. Consumes 150,000 mana. Centered on oneself, enemies within a 600-meter range. Deal damage equal to 75,000% of spell attack power. Cooldown time is reduced by 60 seconds for each enemy killed. Cooldown for 3,600 seconds. A 75,000% multiplier is already quite exaggerated. But Lin Hao is still not satisfied. Upgrading requires 400,000 energy per level. Although it feels a bit painful. This skill will need to be upgraded sooner or later, the sooner the better. Another 20 million energy was spent. And he leveled up to 200 in one go. 10,000 Thunder Heavenly Tribulation LV200. Consumes 200,000 mana points. Centered on oneself, within an 800-meter radius of enemies. Deals 100,000% of spell attack damage. Each enemy killed reduces cooldown by 60 seconds. Cooldown 3,600 seconds. Oh my. 100,000% damage. Even though he was mentally prepared, Lin Hao was still startled. At this moment, 100 bosses had already charged within a 400-meter range. Lin Hao suddenly stopped, with no intention of running away. The 5 ruined stewards were utterly confused. Lin Hao moved again. He gently waved his magic staff. And the surrounding 800-meter space was instantly bathed in a purple glow. Dai Yugu's face changed drastically, immediately activating a spatial tool to swiftly retreat from the attack range with the other stewards. The next moment, the sky was filled with overwhelming purple lightning striking down fiercely. All the bosses were hit, instantly suffering terrifying damage over 74 million. The split bodies and the main boss, whose health had already been halved, were instantly killed and fell to the ground. The 5 stewards looked at each other, swallowing hard. They all knew in their hearts that this guy's strength was far beyond that of an ordinary tier 2 mage. Boss, what skill is this? It's way too terrifying. And Feng was still shaken. If he had rushed to ambush Lin Hao earlier, he would have been defeated instantly. Lin Hao's damage was overwhelming, and even if he transformed into a catastrophe, he wouldn't escape death. Dai Yugui's expression was serious as he shook his head and said, I thought I had already taken him seriously enough, but I still underestimated him. However, he was also relieved that his preparations were relatively thorough. He looked at Feng, his eyes full of implication. It's your turn to act. And Feng did not hesitate and immediately entered stealth mode, quickly moving in the direction where Lin Hao was located. At the same time, after Lin Hao killed the boss, the system displayed 3 reward notifications. Defeated level 50 Everlasting Peach Blossom King, gained 3 million experience points. Defeated an enemy 21 levels higher, gained an additional 6.3 million experience points. Defeated level 50 Cataclysm boss, successfully absorbed 5 million energy points. Defeated an enemy 21 levels higher, gained an additional 10.5 million energy. Defeated the Everlasting Peach Blossom King, triggered Absolute Luck passive, and obtained Peach Demon Staff, Peach Demon Robe, Peach Demon Ring, and Life Fruit, medium. The leveling speed is too fast, which is a bit troublesome. The energy gained is 500,000 less than before. However, the process was still easy. Even without the level 210,000 Thunder Tribulation, Lin Hao could use the level 50 Phantom Dash to create distance, then combine it with Storm Hull for output. In any case, this boss poses no threat to him at all. Or rather, in this world, there isn't a single tier 5 boss that can threaten him anymore. Previously, upgrading skills cost 30 million energy points, and he just gained another 10.5 million. Lin Hao now has 43.52 million energy points in hand. Just as he was about to pick up the items dropped by the boss, he suddenly felt the flow of time around him slow down abnormally. Clearly, someone had secretly attacked him again, triggering the level 100 combat intuition. Lin Hao was already prepared and quickly dodged the thrown dagger. Unexpectedly, the dagger turned mid-air and shot towards his head. Damn! Another guaranteed hit effect? Lin Hao cursed under his breath and immediately activated the level 3000 wind barrier. A shield with a value exceeding 22 million instantly enveloped him. And Feng saw the shield value and was shocked. Over 22 million shield? Is he really a second-tier mage? However, he remained indifferent. So what if the shield is thick? I'm not that useless, Wu Tian. My damage is 100% true damage and can ignore shields. In his mind, the image of the shield being penetrated and Lin Hao's terrified expression had already appeared. The next moment, the true damage of the dagger effortlessly pierced through the shield, hitting Lin Hao's head and triggering an astonishing damage number over 4.8 million. Logically, instantly killing a second-tier squishy mage should be a piece of cake. But shockingly, not only did Lin Hao not die, his health bar didn't drop even a bit. If this is a dream, it must be his wildest dream. This is the most terrifying nightmare Lin Hao has ever had in his life. Are you a bit surprised? Lin Hao smiled faintly. Over 4 million damage sounds terrifying, but he has a level 100 mana shield for protection. The actual mana consumption is only 48,200 points. His mana recovery speed is extremely fast, reaching 100,000 points per second. This amount of consumption can be replenished in just 1 second, with even more to spare. Although the situation before him was shocking, and Feng reacted very quickly. He had just gone invisible when Lin Hao's counterattack arrived immediately. A massive fireball formed instantly and struck him directly. 33170000. 33170000. The level 100 instant flame impact skill instantly reduced the man's health bar to 0. This skill has a cooldown time of 600 seconds. Lin Hao had never used it even while fighting monsters, saving it just for this moment. As expected, the man didn't die but entered a catastrophic state, transforming into a werewolf. And Feng, Cataclysm Steward. Level 50. HP 20 million. Attack 200,000. Physical defense 200,000. Magic resistance 200,000. Skills: Combat Instinct, Cataclysmic Claw, Berserk, Bloodthirst. Cataclysmic Claw? Lin Hao hadn't seen it before, but judging from the name, it was an attack skill, nothing to be afraid of. He recovers 100,000 mana per second, can withstand 10 million damage, and fears no skill. Lin Hao waved his staff again, casting Fireball wildly. But this guy truly lives up to being a 5th-tier assassin. After transforming into a werewolf, he gained a combat instinct bonus, and all of Lin Hao's fireballs missed. At the same time, the werewolf's attack struck Lin Hao's shield. Only then did Lin Hao realize that Cataclysmic Claw deals direct true damage. This trick used to be quite intimidating, but now it's nothing at all. 200,000. 200,000. 200,000. No matter how fast the werewolf attacks, it can't deal 10 million damage in 1 second. The next second, Lin Hao's mana was fully restored. Several stewards nearby witnessed all this and were completely shocked. What's going on? Such high damage hit Lin Hao, yet his health didn't drop. A typical second-tier mage has only 50 to 60,000 health points. Even if all their equipment is stacked for health, it would be at most 200,000. How many instances of 200,000 damage has Lin Hao already endured? How can he still remain as steady as an old dog? What truly makes people afraid is not how strong the opponent is, but the fact that no one knows what cards Lin Hao has up his sleeve. Dai Yugui thought for a moment and said, "This kid must have a special artifact that can withstand a lot of damage." But no matter how powerful the artifact is, its ability to block damage is limited. Now it's our turn to act. At the same time, Lin Hao was also getting a bit tired of this werewolf. So good at dodging? Then I'll summon a 300-meter diameter tornado and see where you can hide. He waved his staff, and a massive tornado instantly formed. The werewolf's face showed terror, with no way to escape, and was quickly swept into the tornado. Damage 723,4000. Over 7 million damage still couldn't one-shot the opponent. No problem, if one tornado's damage isn't enough, then just use a few more. After all, the skill has no cooldown. One tornado after another struck the werewolf, quickly reducing it to critical health. At that moment, a black chain suddenly appeared and instantly entangled Lin Hao. The chains instantly disappeared, but Lin Hao found that he couldn't use any skills. When he checked his status, he discovered that he had fallen into a silent state, which lasted for a full 30 seconds. The silent state is similar to abnormal states like poisoning, bleeding, or slowing, and is not a simple control effect. The absolute freedom skill can only remove control effects but cannot remove abnormal states. Lin Hao was startled. Unexpectedly, the people of the Ruins Church have studied my skills so thoroughly. At the same time, the werewolf was frantically attacking Lin Hao. But it didn't matter, he just couldn't actively release skills, the passive effects were still there. After fighting for so long, Lin Hao hadn't lost a single drop of blood. At that moment, 4 figures suddenly appeared in front of Lin Hao. Lin Hao was instantly shocked. Are all the deacons of your Calamity Ruins Church this idle? Against me, a second-tier mage, you actually sent 5 deacons. Dai Yugui sneered, how could we not take someone as talented as you seriously? Although I haven't seen the strength of these 3 demigods in their youth, Lin Hao, your performance makes me certain that if you don't die, your future achievements will definitely not be inferior to theirs. Lin Hao chuckled lightly, thanks for the compliment, but don't even think about making me join you. Dai Yugui sighed, his expression turning cold, since you refuse to join, then I'll have to ask you to die here. With that, he decisively took out a Cataclysm Bloodstone. Upon activation, a new rule immediately appeared in the instance. Rule 4: all creatures are unable to use any items or leave the instance by any means for 1 hour. Kid, the mother-child crystal can't save you now. The people outside the instance immediately noticed that the effect of the mother-child crystal had failed. Ren Yuking anxiously shouted, damn it, there's actually a lunatic from the Calamity Ruins Church in this instance. Lin Hao is in danger. Fang Deshuang also grew nervous. He had fought against members of the Calamity Ruins Church multiple times and knew their methods were insidious and bizarre, especially that Deacon He Haishan, who could withstand magic damage below 20 million. Back then, he had almost been taken out by that guy. Although this guy might not pose much of a threat to Lin Hao, the fact that they dared to make a move now meant they were confident and prepared. There might even be someone more formidable behind the scenes. The principal's expression was also very serious as he took out a gem exuding a sacred aura, a supreme-level anti-magic gem. It can disregard any dungeon rules, but Kyoto University only has one, and there are only 10 in the world. For Lin Hao's safety, the principal did not hesitate to prepare to activate it. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the space. The people from the Job Changers Association exclaimed excitedly, the president is here. Niu Tianxian nodded and looked at the principal, there's no need to use the artifact, Lin Hao will be fine. The principal frowned, that kid used his talent again? Niu Tianxuan's talent was destiny divination, which allowed him to exchange lifespan for foresight of the future. The larger the scope of the foresight, the greater the cost. Predicting the entire future of humanity was impossible, but divining whether a specific person would encounter danger required much less. Niu Tianxian smiled casually, it only cost me a month's lifespan. Compared to breaking the magic stone, this price is nothing at all. The principal nodded, it was indeed true. If the breaking magic gem was used well, it could even bring tremendous benefits to the entire Dragon Kingdom. After speaking, Niu Tianxuan's figure dissipated. It turned out this was just his projection, while his true body was still dealing with the enemies of the Calamity Ruins Church. The principal's heart stirred, this projection appeared so timely, could it be that he had already divined for Lin Hao before setting out this morning? What a guy who always prepares far in advance. He sighed helplessly, but it also showed Niu Tianxuan's regard for Lin Hao, and Lin Hao's potential indeed deserved such attention. At the same time, the 5 stewards of the ruins struck together without any mercy, all unleashing their strongest legendary skills. The powerful attack slammed towards Lin Hao like a storm. -12,680,000. -8,860,000. -793. -842. -20. The damage from the first 4 attacks was incredibly overwhelming, making that final 200,000 damage seem like a complete joke. In just an instant, Lin Hao endured over 38 million terrifying damage. Logically, such damage would be enough to instantly kill a tier 6 shield warrior. But the disaster. The people of the Ruins Church were stunned. Lin Hao's health bar didn't even drop a bit. How was this possible? Even the usually calm Dai Yugui couldn't help but exclaim in shock. He had never seen such an abnormal mage before. A sharp-eyed steward shouted, look, his mana dropped a bit when attacked. Everyone looked closely, and it was indeed true. But Lin Hao's mana recovery was astonishing, fully restored within seconds. Everyone was dumbfounded. What kind of heaven-defying skill is this? His mana could withstand over 38 million damage and still fully recover in such a short time. They were utterly speechless. Lin Hao laughed, so these are the stewards of the ruins of calamity? Your attacks are nothing more than tickling to me. Although 38 million damage sounds terrifying, Lin Hao had a level 100 mana shield, which only consumed 380,000 mana. His total mana was as high as 2.48 million points, and he could recover 100,000 points per second. If the opponents kept attacking like this, he might eventually be worn down. But the problem is, their skills have cooldowns. After using their strongest skills, their output plummeted. A few of them were still unwilling to give up and attack desperately. -8,638,200. -7,460,000. -6,330,000. -5,820,000. -200,000. After rounds of using their skills, all of them went into cooldown. Lin Hao's mana was still more than half full and continued to regenerate. This is what true despair feels like. They could only use basic attacks, which posed no threat to Lin Hao at all. Previously, they thought they were just too weak to defeat Lin Hao. Now they realized they were wrong. This guy was practically cheating. Even the 5 of them together couldn't handle him. What's even scarier is that Lin Hao is only at tier 2 now. When he reaches level 100, who would dare provoke him? But there's no time to think that far ahead now. They have to save their lives first. The silence effect is about to end. The group began to scatter and flee, while Lin Hao's expression remained grim. A few tier 5 or even tier 6 stewards ganging up on a tier 2 mage, and after finishing a combo, they still want to run? Do they really think I'm an easy target? Previously, he had killed 100 bosses. Although 99 of them were clones, the Thunderstorm Tribulation doesn't differentiate between real or fake. Killing one enemy reduces the cooldown by 60 seconds. Thus, the Thunderstorm Tribulation was already prepared. The level 200 Thunderstorm Tribulation was instantly unleashed, and the stewards, who hadn't run far, were all hit. Massive damage numbers instantly appeared above their heads. 74, 140, 000. 74, 180, 000. 74, 170, 000. Over 70 million damage instantly emptied everyone's health bars. And Feng, who had turned into a werewolf, was instantly killed on the spot, and the other 4 stewards also entered a catastrophic state. Dai Yuguai was the strongest, with absurdly exaggerated attributes. Level 60. HP 1.02 billion. Attack power 400,000. Physical defense 300,000. Magic resistance 300,000. Skills: Bloodthirst, Frenzy, Abyssal Bloodbody. Abyssal Bloodbody sounds like a passive skill, probably related to maximum health. Lin Hao had previously killed a 6th rank deacon at the Transferry Association, and the opponent's health was nowhere near this terrifying. The other 3 Abyss deacons have average attributes, and their skills have all been seen before. For Lin Hao, these guys are actually easier to deal with after the catastrophe because they lack much rationality. Clearly, they were just fleeing in panic moments ago, but now they're crazily charging back. Lin Hao laughed, "Saves me the trouble of chasing you down. Once I take you all out, my energy level will definitely skyrocket." Facing the attacks of 4 catastrophe stewards, Lin Hao casually unleashed a level 3000 wind barrier. A protective shield with a shield value as high as 22.3 million points once again wrapped him tightly. Come. Minus 400,000. Minus 200,000. Minus 200,000. Lin Hao blocked the attack while waving his staff. One massive tornado after another rose from his hand, sweeping forward. Minus 7,234,000. Minus 7,234,000. Minus 7,114,000. After several rounds of fierce attacks, the 3 Cataclysm Deacons with the lowest health instantly perished. Only Dai Yugui the Calamity Bearman was still struggling to hold on. This guy's only advantage was his thick skin, but the bloodthirsty effect was completely useless against Lin Hao's shield, making it impossible to recover health, and he was thoroughly restrained by Lin Hao. Fireballs bombarded him continuously, and Dai Yugui soon fell completely. The battle to besiege Lin Hao officially ended, with all 5 Calamity Ruin stewards eliminated. Lin Hao finally had time to check the kill rewards. Killed a level 60 Ruin steward, gained 4 million experience. An additional 12.4 million experience for exceeding level 31. Killed a level 60 Ruin steward, gained 6 million energy points. Extra 18.6 million energy value for exceeding level 31. There are also rare equipment and items such as Bear King Armor, Bear King Boots, Bear King Ring, and Intelligence Fruit, Medium. A total of 15 reward messages. The energy value given by the other 4 5th-tier stewards is slightly less, but each still provides 15.5 million energy value. These 5 ruined stewards together gave Lin Hao a total of 86.6 million energy points. Simply astonishing. The Ruins Church is truly generous. Lin Hao's energy points broke through 100 million for the first time, reaching over 130 million, simply unbelievable. Subsequently, Lin Hao picked up all the legendary equipment. He now possesses nearly 100 pieces of legendary equipment. In addition, he also obtained 5 attribute fruits, plus the one from killing the boss earlier, making a total of 6. They are 2 intelligence fruits, medium, 1 life fruit, small, 1 life fruit, medium, 1 mana fruit, medium, a constitution fruit, medium. Among these 6 fruits, only the constitution fruit has little effect on him. 1 point of constitution only increases physical defense by 10 points, similar to the effect of the spirit attribute. Lin Hao kept the constitution fruit separately and consumed all the other 5. His intelligence attribute instantly increased by 400 points, reaching 4,820 points. Spell attack power increased by 800 points, becoming 75,140 points. Health points increased by 3,000 points, reaching 4,091,100 points. Maximum mana increased by 20,000 points, reaching 2,503,100 points. Lin Hao was puzzled. With so many fruits, could the drop rate for large fruits really be this low? Most of what he obtained were medium and small fruits, he hadn't encountered any large ones. At this moment, the instance began to slowly dissipate. Lin Hao received another instance reward. Ding! Congratulations on successfully completing the dungeon and obtaining the Leaf of Resting Soil, the Annihilation Ring, the Raging Sea Skill Book, and 5 mana fruits. Great, the Leaf of Resting Soil is in hand. Next, Lin Hao looked at the legendary equipment, the Annihilation Ring. Annihilation Ring. Quality, Legendary. Equipment requirement, Intelligence 2000+. Class, Mage. Magic attack power, 10,000. Effect, triggers Annihilation Echo, increasing the damage of the next dark attribute skill by an additional 1000%, cooldown 600 seconds. This is truly a great item. Another piece of rare equipment with no level restrictions. What made Lin Hao even happier was that this ring enhanced spell attack power, not mana. The level 20 magic energy ring he previously wore could only increase his maximum mana by 10,000 points and spell power by 1,000 points. An additional 10,000 points of maximum mana is no longer of much use to Lin Hao now. After removing the magic energy ring, his maximum mana dropped by 10,000, becoming 2,493,100 points. But the magic attack power instantly increased by 9,000 points, soaring directly from 75,140 to 84,140 points. Lin Hao's attribute enhancement hasn't ended yet. After successfully clearing the dungeon, the effect of the War Dragon Medal continues to take effect. Lin Hao activated a new skill, instantly increasing his maximum health by 1 million, soaring directly from over 4.09 million to over 5.09 million. His gaze locked onto the legendary skill book Radiating Golden Light Raging Sea Surge. This skill is of legendary quality, specifically designed for magic-based professions. It consumes 1,000 mana points and can summon a giant wave with a diameter of 20 meters, attacking all enemies within 20 meters ahead. The damage reaches 500% of his spell attack power, with a cooldown time of 10 minutes. Although it's not as powerful as Thunderstorm Cataclysm, it's a super practical area attack skill. The more spell attack skills, the better. Lin Hao learned it without hesitation. Just after learning it, Lin Hao hadn't had time to eat the fruit to restore mana when the dungeon completely disappeared. Seeing Lin Hao successfully escape the dungeon, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. The principal smiled and said, "Kid, being able to defeat the Steward of the Ruins is truly impressive." Fang Deshuang looked curious. "Lin Hao, just how strong is that Steward of the Ruins inside?" Lin Hao thought for a moment. "There are several inside, which one are you talking about?" "What?" Fang Deshuang was completely stunned upon hearing this. "There's more than one Calamity Ruins Deacon in the instance." "Yes, there are 5 in total. The strongest one is called Dai Yugui." Lin Hao nodded. "Dai Yugui?" Ren Yuking was shocked. "That's a 6th tier deacon. 4 5th tier deacons and 1 6th tier deacon ambushed Lin Hao together, and he still defeated them?" Everyone found it hard to believe. Even the well-informed principal was stunned. Back when Mu Tianxian was at the 2nd stage, he couldn't even reach that level of strength. The principal smiled and said, "Our school students truly have the potential to become gods." Lin Hao couldn't help but roll his eyes after hearing this. "Principal, don't praise too early." Fang Deshuang, who was next to him, was still in shock. He could accept that Lin Hao was stronger than him, but he couldn't accept that Lin Hao's 2nd tier strength was actually stronger than his 4th tier. Facing the simultaneous attacks of 5 Calamity Ruin stewards, he would have been finished in the first round. Those stewards all had max-level legendary attack skills, and if they attacked together, he would undoubtedly die. How exactly did Lin Hao turn the tables? He didn't say much and took out the Leaf of Resting Soil. Seeing the leaves of the resting soil, everyone's eyes lit up. Ren Yuking said excitedly, "Brother Lin Hao, on behalf of the Job Changers Association, I salute you. If you ever need anything, just say the word. Even if it means braving fire and sword, we won't hesitate." The other association members also nodded in agreement. Lin Hao waved his hand. "No need to be so polite. This thing isn't being given for free. President Mu will also give me a supreme level item. This is just a fair exchange. It seems that President Mu's prestige in your hearts is even higher than I imagined." "Of course," Ren Yuking said, "if it weren't for him sacrificing his lifespan to save us, we would have been finished long ago." After obtaining the item, Lin Hao and the others did not linger and quickly returned to Kyoto University. On the way, the principal contacted Mu Tianxian and informed him that the Leaf of Xiarang had been acquired. Mu Tianxian promised to deliver what Lin Hao needed within 3 days. Next, Lin Hao just needed to wait. But he didn't want to waste time idly, stuck at level 30. He decided to continue organizing his attributes, thinking about how to obtain another advancement stone. After reaching level 30, Lin Hao can equip level 30 legendary gear. Currently, the only usable equipment is a hell robe, which he obtained from the Blazing Fire dungeon. Although the dungeon also dropped a staff and a necklace, they are not as good as the level 3 equipment he is wearing. The attributes of this hell robe are quite decent. After equipping it, his maximum health and mana increase by 100,000 points, which is 60,000 points higher than the magic energy robe. After equipping, Lin Hao's maximum health value became over 5.15 million, and his mana also increased. Lin Hao leveled up to level 30 and gained 100 free attribute points. After thinking it over, he decided to continue allocating the points to intelligence. After all, without high intelligence, he would only be able to stare helplessly at those powerful pieces of equipment requiring intelligence to use. Intelligence was extremely important to him. Intelligence increased by 100 points, reaching 4,520 points, and spell attack power also increased by 200 points, reaching 84,340 points. Then, Lin Hao took out the mana fruit he had just obtained from clearing the Changchun dungeon. This time, he was very happy because this mana fruit was not a small one. The mana fruit, large, can instantly increase the maximum mana by 5,000 points upon use. The effect is 5 times that of the small fruit, no wonder the drop rate is so low. He ate 5 at once, instantly increasing his maximum mana by 25,000 points. Lin Hao took a long overdue look at his attribute panel. Name: Lin Hao. Profession: Forbidden Mage. Level: 30. Health points: 5,151,100. Mana points: 2,803,100. Strength: 1,510. Constitution: 1,510. Spirit: 1,520. Intelligence: 4,520. Agility: 2,110. Magic attack power: 84,340. My attributes are really too strong, Lin Hao secretly praised in his heart. After confirming his attributes, he decided to check out the school's credit exchange center. Here, credits could be used to exchange for desired items. He walked to the counter and saw the teacher on duty, whose name tag read Dugu Aotian. That name sounded so imposing. Teacher Dugu, are there any top-tier advancement stones here? Lin Hao asked. Dugu Aotian put down the newspaper in his hand and glanced at him. Yes, but they're very expensive, costing 500,000 credits. 500,000 credits was indeed a lot, and Lin Hao felt a bit troubled. Teacher Dugu, can I exchange legendary equipment for credits? Dugu Aotian patiently explained, credits at Kyoto University can only be earned through school dungeons and tasks, not through other means. This surprised the surrounding students. Usually, this old teacher was impatient with others, so why was he suddenly so friendly today? Everyone took a look at was Lin Hao, the forbidden mage. No wonder the treatment was different. Lin Hao felt a bit helpless. A single dungeon could earn at most 200,000 credits. To get 500,000, he would have to clear 2 more dungeons. But the dungeons for levels 20 to 30 were fully booked, and the ones for levels 30 to 40 were almost the same, as this level range had the most students. At this moment, Dugu Aotian suddenly remembered something. Forbidden Mage, you're the student the principal just took in, right? Lin Hao nodded. Yes, why? That's fine, Dugu Aotian said, you can take this top-tier advancement stone directly. Lin Hao was surprised. What do you mean? Can a principal student take it for free? Dugu Aotian explained, it's not what you think. The principal has already paid the credits for you and asked me to pass it on to you. Lin Hao felt a surge of excitement upon hearing this. Joining the Arcane Academy was definitely the right choice. The school clearly stated that they wouldn't give special treatment to students, yet the principal made an exception and bought him a top-tier advancement stone. Indeed, outstanding people receive special privileges wherever they go. He curiously asked, does the principal also need to spend credits to buy things? Dugu Aotian nodded, of course. Teachers and principals don't teach for free, they also use credits to exchange for resources. After exchanging for resources, whether they use them themselves or give them to others is entirely up to them. Lin Hao suddenly understood, so the principal didn't take things for free, he just used his own credits. The items sent by the principal, Lin Hao naturally wouldn't be polite and directly accepted the top-tier advancement stone. Then, he took out the 3 fruits of strength, physique, and spirit that he couldn't use. The school exchange center offers a trading service. As long as you deposit items here, you can exchange them with other students. Barter. Teacher Dugu, I want to exchange these 3 fruits entirely for intelligence fruits. No problem. Dugu Aotian took the fruit and said, for every item sold, 1,000 points of credits must be collected. Lin Hao nodded and readily paid 3,000 credits. Spend 3,000 credits to save the trouble of looking for someone to trade with, totally worth it. The top tier advancement stone is already in hand. But Lin Hao is a bit hesitant about whether to use it immediately. Leveling up too quickly reduces the cross-level rewards by 10% for each level gained, which doesn't feel very cost-effective. But without upgrading, he couldn't enter the level-restricted dungeon. Glancing at his energy value in the billions, Lin Hao decided to continue upgrading. With a higher level, he could enter higher-level dungeons to fight bosses and gain more basic energy points. After activating the top-tier advancement stone, Lin Hao saw 3 options. Ordinary task. Kill 3 level 60 bosses alone within 10 days. Reward. Max HP plus 20,000, max MP plus 20,000, other attributes plus 500, immediately gain 500 free attribute points. This reward is quite a big improvement. Previously, the regular tasks only added 2,000 to maximum health and mana, and the other rewards were much less. However, the difficulty of these regular tasks is not low, requiring the solo killing of 3 level 60 bosses. It's easy for him, but as the level increases, the task difficulty has indeed become significantly greater. It seems that there have been fewer level 100 job changers in recent years, not only because experience is hard to earn, but also due to the significant difficulty of the tasks. Next, Lin Hao looks at the difficult tasks. Difficult task. Within 5 days, single-handedly kill a level 60 Cataclysm boss. Rewards. Max HP plus 40,000, max MP plus 40,000, other attributes plus 1,000, instantly gain 1,000 free attribute points. Wow, this is way too hard. A level 30 job changer who can solo a tier 6 Cataclysm boss, there aren't many like that in the world, right? Is the task difficulty completely random? Did I just have bad luck this time and encounter 3 harder tasks? Lin Hao was a bit puzzled and continued to look at the final Hell level task. Hell level task. Within 3 days, single-handedly kill 3 level 60 Cataclysm bosses. Rewards. Maximum health plus 100,000, maximum mana plus 100,000, other attributes plus 3,000, instantly gain 3,000 free attribute points. Additionally, gain 3 extra passive skill slots. Let's not talk about the task difficulty for now, this reward is too tempting. His other attributes do not exceed 3,000, only intelligence reaches as high as 4,520. Completing this task is basically equivalent to doubling all attributes. Lin Hao did not hesitate and directly accepted the Hell level task. Although he still doesn't know where to find the 6th tier Cataclysm boss, there are still 3 days left. There is an Aurora crystal that can instantly take you anywhere. He decided to try his luck at the school dungeon. If there happens to be a level 30, 6th tier dungeon available, the task can be completed directly. With this in mind, Lin Hao arrived at the school dungeon hall. The teacher on duty was an old acquaintance of his, Fang Rongguang. Mr. Fang, are you on duty today? Yes. Fang Rongguang nodded and said with a bit of surprise. Lin Hao, are you here to challenge the dungeon? Aren't you planning to enjoy college life properly? Lin Hao said with a smile. I'm enjoying college life right now, fighting non-stop. This is my way of experiencing youth. Fang Rongguang's heart raced upon hearing this, and his whole being ignited with excitement. Youth, passion, being young is wonderful. He cleared his throat and asked seriously. So which dungeon are you planning to challenge today? I'll help you check the schedule. Lin Hao replied. I want to challenge a level 60 boss. A level 60 monster? Fang Rongguang could hardly believe his ears. 6th tier monsters are almost 3 times stronger than 5th tier ones. Cataclysmic bosses generally have over 3 billion HP. Lin Hao asked disappointedly, is that not possible? Definitely not. Fang Rongguang shook his head. A level 6 dungeon requires at least level 50 to enter. Even if your strength is sufficient, you can't get in without the required level. Lin Hao sighed and could only turn to the principal for help. Otherwise, he might try his luck in the wilderness. Although he couldn't enter the level 6 dungeon, once the dungeon's fusion rate reached 100%, the Cataclysm boss inside would come out on its own. He could wait by the dungeon for an opportunity. Fang Rongguang continued, you can't enter the level 6 dungeon, but there's currently a level 4 dungeon without a queue. Want to give it a try? Lin Hao shook his head, the instance was right here and wouldn't run away. His most urgent task now was to complete the advancement mission, as the mission had a time limit. Leaving the instance hall, Lin Hao went to the principal's office. The principal was leisurely sipping tea. Seeing Lin Hao arrive, he poured him a cup and asked with a smile, what brings you here? Lin Hao sat down, took a small sip of tea, and said, Principal, I got the top-tier advancement stone you gave me. After activating it, I accepted a hell difficulty mission to kill 3 level 60 cataclysmic bosses within 3 days. But I can't access the 6th tier instance right now. Do you have any suggestions? The principal frowned. You're only at tier 3, the hell difficulty shouldn't be this hard. The higher the task difficulty, the richer the rewards. How are your rewards? Lin Hao organized his thoughts and explained the reward details in detail. The principal sighed. The rewards are truly generous, with all attributes increasing by 3,000 points. I really don't know whether to say you're lucky or unlucky. However, a tier 6 cataclysm boss isn't actually hard to find. After hearing this, Lin Hao felt more confident. The principal asked, do you know about the Abyss? Lin Hao shook his head. Never heard of it. Are there tier 6 cataclysmic bosses in the Abyss? The principal nodded. Let me first tell you about the origin of the Abyss. The Abyss is actually a large concentrated area of dungeons. These dungeons cannot be fully cleared in a short time, and monsters keep pouring out, their numbers as mysterious and unpredictable as the Abyss itself. There are monsters of various levels here: tier 3, tier 4, and even tier 6 or tier 7, all of them cataclysmic monsters. After hearing this, Lin Hao immediately decided on the next place he would go. Principal, how do I get to the Abyss? The principal smiled and said leisurely, young people are always impatient. In our Dragon Nation, there are 4 major abysses. I recommend you go to the Shadow Abyss in the 6th battle zone. It's the least dangerous, the monsters are very territorial, and the weaker ones are all on the outskirts. In other abysses, the level of monsters you encounter depends entirely on luck. Lin Hao nodded. It doesn't matter where, as long as I can farm the boss. Before departing, Lin Hao took out the leaf of resting soil and handed it to the principal for safekeeping. Niu Tianxian will definitely come to Kyoto University after obtaining the supreme level curse removal item. By then, we can exchange directly, and I can get it as soon as I return. Everything was ready. Lin Hao activated the Aurora Crystal and instantly arrived at the Shadow City in the 6th war zone. The atmosphere in Shadow City was heavy and oppressive. In front of the city stood a giant wall 100 jang high, extraordinarily sturdy, tasked with defending against monsters. Outside the wall lay the Abyss of Shadows, teeming with countless monsters. The principal said that monsters often attack the city here, so the strongest forces of the 6th war zone are gathered in this place. Lin Hao felt it was meaningless to stay in the city and headed straight for the giant wall. At the same time, 3 elders of the ruins fled back to the safe zone in a sorry state. That useless group led by Dai Yugui, while we were risking our lives on the front lines fighting Niu Tianxian, they were busy sacrificing themselves for a second-tier mage. A kill? It's like during a team fight, the squad held off the opponent's strongest force, only to find out that their teammates got counterkilled while pushing the crystal. The 3 elders were so furious upon hearing this news that they almost lost their temper. One elder said in confusion, I really don't get it. For 5th-tier stewards plus 1 6th-tier steward couldn't defeat a second-tier mage? Another elder was even angrier, these useless fools might as well be dead, dragging us down with them. If this gets reported, we'll probably become a laughingstock among our peers. After the 3 of them sulked for a while, they all fell silent again. Lin Hao's strength was simply defying the heavens. A second-tier mage actually managed to counterkill 5 deacons. Who could have imagined that? If this continues, will they really have to take action themselves? At that moment, a deacon hurriedly came to report, 3 elders, we have discovered Lin Hao's latest movements. He is currently in Shadow City and seems to be preparing to head to the Shadow Abyss to hunt monsters. The 3 elders exchanged glances. They were just about to take action themselves, but Lin Hao went to the Shadow Abyss instead. What a coincidence. The Abyss of Shadow is a forbidden zone for humans, filled entirely with monsters. Outside, the monsters unleash their full power, unrestricted by dungeon rules. To kill Lin Hao there would be as easy as it gets. But precisely because it's so easy, it makes people feel like something is off. Niu Tianxian can appear anywhere at any time. Doesn't this seem like he's just waiting for them to take the bait? If they show up and haven't even made a move, only to find Niu Tianxian standing behind them, the scene would be scarier than a horror story. The 3 elders didn't dare to speak, none of them wanted to risk their lives testing this trap. Finally, the youngest elder, Zhu Jian, spoke, Lin Hao's potential is terrifying, we absolutely cannot let him grow. But the demigods of the Dragon Nation are paying close attention to him, making it too risky to act in the wild. The other 2 elders nodded in agreement, quietly listening as he continued. Zhu Jian said, I want to apply for a limit-breaking bloodstone and personally enter the dungeon to kill that boy. The limit-breaking bloodstone is even more powerful than the cataclysm bloodstone. It is a top-tier item. Using it allows one to ignore all the rules of the dungeon. Even in a level 10 dungeon, it bypasses level restrictions. The 2 elders strongly support this decision. As for whether they can obtain the limit-breaking bloodstone, that's hard to say. After all, even the Calamity Ruins Church doesn't have many of such top-tier items. At the same time, Lin Hao had already arrived in front of the massive city gate of Shadow City. To his surprise, even though it was still daytime, the city gate was tightly closed, and many soldiers from the war zone were stationed at the entrance, looking ready for battle. As Lin Hao approached, a war zone commander stepped forward and asked, "Young man, I am Yu Zhiliang, commander of the 5th war zone. Are you planning to leave the city?" Lin Hao nodded and asked, "Commander Yu, is it not possible to leave now?" Yu Zhiliang immediately recognized Lin Hao's identity upon hearing him. "You're not from the 6th war zone, are you? It's currently the demon hunting tournament." Demon hunting tournament? Lin Hao was confused. What does that have to do with him not being able to leave the city? Yu Zhiliang explained with a smile, "The Shadow Abyss is full of monsters and can't be left unchecked. Every few months, we set a 7-day hunting period, allowing the strong to go out and hunt monsters. This weakens the monster's strength and also gives job changers experience. The more they kill, the greater the rewards. But catastrophe monsters have strong combat instincts. Once attacked, they will go berserk and charge at the city. So during this time, Shadow City is closed, and no one can leave." Lin Hao nodded in understanding, but time was tight, and he didn't want to wait. He immediately asked, "Can I participate in the demon hunting tournament now?" Yu Zhiliang carefully sized up Lin Hao and said in surprise, "Forbidden Mage, are you this year's top scorer in the college entrance exam?" Lin Hao nodded lightly. Yu Zhiliang suddenly realized, "No wonder, when I saw you from afar just now, I felt that your aura was extraordinary." Lin Hao exuded an unmatched confidence. It turned out he was the top scorer in the college entrance examination with an SSS rating. No wonder he was so self-assured. "However, your level is still too low. Although the demon hunting tournament is open to everyone, the strength requirements are very high. After all, the purpose of holding the demon hunting tournament is to weaken the power of the monsters, not to let low-level participants throw their lives away. Today is the last day of the demon hunting tournament, and the city gates will open tomorrow. Why don't you wait a little longer?" Lin Hao shook his head and said, "Commander Yu, my time is tight, I can't wait. Besides, level doesn't determine everything. Although I'm only level 30 now, my strength is definitely not inferior to those 6-tier job changers." Yu Zhiliang obviously didn't believe it. The gap between Tier 3 and Tier 6 is huge. Unless you're stronger than those solo players who can't even afford good equipment, but such Tier 6 players don't have much combat power anyway. You're in such a hurry to leave the city. Is there something important? I happen to have time now, I can accompany you. Thank you, Commander Yu, but this is something I must handle on my own. Lin Hao directly revealed the requirements of the advancement mission. Yu Zhiliang was stunned after hearing it. Kill 3 Tier 6 catastrophe bosses within 3 days? This is insane. Did the principal of Kyoto University really let you mess around like this? Or does he truly believe you can pull it off? He himself couldn't believe it. After all, a level 60 Cataclysm boss has a staggering 3 billion HP, and a level 30 minion couldn't possibly win. Yu Zhiliang didn't want Lin Hao to throw his life away, but seeing his serious expression, he knew he couldn't stop him. Sighing, he said, "Alright, let me see just how strong this year's top scorer in the college entrance exam really is. If you can't pass the test, you'll have to obediently go back. Don't worry, 3 6-tier Cataclysm bosses. If your principal speaks up, your senior, the demigod Mu Tianqian, can settle it in no time. The principal sent you here probably to train you, but I happen to have a demon hunting tournament here. If there's no news within 2 days, I guess your principal will have you return." Lin Hao shook his head. "I don't see it that way. Demigod Mu Tianqian is incredibly busy right now. The principal sent me alone because he believes in my strength." Yu Zhiliang said no more and led the way forward. Lin Hao originally thought the test would be a one-on-one duel with him, but as they walked, they arrived at a teleportation array. After entering, he found himself in a trial secret realm filled with a futuristic technological vibe, with a familiar mechanical puppet before him. Is it this method of testing damage again? Well, it's quite straightforward. Lin Hao didn't make a move immediately but instead checked his energy level. It's time to give Commander Yu a surprise. Fireball spell above level 3000 requires 8000 energy points per level. For Lin Hao, who possesses billions of energy points, this consumption is nothing at all. He directly spent 8 million energy to upgrade Fireball spell to level 4000. Fireball spell LV10000. Consumes 4000 mana, deals 40,000% of the user's magic attack power as damage to a single target within 4000 meters, no cooldown. 40,000% damage is already terrifying, but Lin Hao is not lacking energy at all and continues to upgrade. After level 4000, each level up requires 16,000 energy points. Lin Hao spent 16 million energy to upgrade Fireball Technique to level 5000. Fireball Technique LV5000. Consumes 5000 mana to deal 50,000% of his own magic attack power as damage to a single target within 5000 meters, with no cooldown. Then, he checked the energy value, with 106 million points remaining, still an astonishing number. Since that's the case, next is the wind barrier. Lin Hao spent another 24 million energy points raising the wind barrier from level 3000 to level 5000 in one go. Wind barrier LV5000 consumes 50,000 mana points to immediately gain a shield. The shield value is equivalent to 50,000% of the user's magic attack power, lasting for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Lin Hao glanced at the remaining energy value, which was still 82.12 million points. At the same time, Yu Xiliang and 2 other deputy commanders were closely watching the surveillance screen, filled with curiosity about just how strong this 9S level top scorer in the college entrance examination really was. Yu Xiliang asked with a smile, "What do you think? How much damage can Lin Hao deal in these 3 minutes?" Standing to his left, Wang Zongda thought carefully and said, "I'm not sure how strong Lin Hao really is, but I saw Fang Deshuang at level 23 years ago, and he could deal over 70 million damage in 3 minutes. Lin Hao is now level 30, with at least a 50% increase in damage. I estimate he can reach around 120 million. On the right, Ding Ziyi nodded and said, "You might be underestimating the growth rate of an SSS class profession. Lin Hao at level 30 might have already doubled his output. I think his final damage could reach 200 million. After the two finished speaking, their gaze turned to Yu Xiliang. Wang Zongda was the first to ask, "Commander, what do you think?" Yu Xiliang replied with a smile, "I agree with Ding Ziyi's opinion. Lin Hao should be able to deal 200 million damage. Reaching this number within 3 minutes is already very impressive, something even ordinary 6th-tier job changers would find difficult. But it's still not enough. To solo challenge the Shadow Abyss, at least 500 million damage is required to pass the assessment." At this moment, Lin Hao began his performance. One fireball after another crazily smashed into the mechanical dummy, with the damage numbers continuously soaring. Minus 42.17 million. Minus 42.17 million. Minus 42.17 million. In less than 3 seconds, Lin Hao's total output exceeded 100 million. In the monitoring room, the 3 people could hardly believe their eyes. "My goodness, what did I just see? Over 42 million damage in a single hit? And continuous attacks, without any cooldown time?" Wang Zongda was almost too shocked to speak. Ding Ziyi was also stunned by this string of numbers. Yu Xiliang's shock was no less than theirs. He had thought he had already overestimated Lin Hao, but he hadn't expected to underestimate him by so much. Such damage, not even the war god Mu Tianxian could achieve at level 30. This kind of output is simply unprecedented. Moreover, this is not the limit, the fireballs in Lin Hao's hands are still wildly shooting. In less than a minute, the mechanical puppet capable of withstanding 5 billion damage was blasted to pieces by him, completely scrapped. The 3 people in the monitoring room simultaneously gasped. "This kid's damage output is simply insane," Yu Xiliang exclaimed. The other 2 also nodded one after another. Ding Ziyi pondered and said, "Lin Hao's output is strong, but after all, he is a fragile mage. Should we add a survival assessment?" Yu Xiliang felt it made sense. Lin Hao has great potential, but we can't let him die here. Otherwise, how could Shadow City explain to the demigod Wang Jinayu of the 10th War Zone and the demigod Mu Tianxian of Kyoto University? Thinking carefully, Lin Hao's backing is truly terrifying. If the Sword Saint of Kyoto University were still at his peak, Lin Hao might have the support of the 3 strongest demigods in the Dragon Kingdom. In the end, Yu Xiliang nodded and decided to add another survival assessment. As soon as the words fell, Lin Hao and the image seemed to have guessed their thoughts. He raised his hand with a wave, and a level 5000 wind barrier was instantly activated. A shield with a shield value as high as 42.17 million immediately enveloped him. Watching the numbers constantly flickering on the shield, the 3 people in the monitoring room were deeply shocked. The air fell silent once again. What kind of monster is this? He's only level 30, and he hasn't even advanced yet. Wrong. Even if he had already advanced to the 3rd tier, there's no reason for him to be this strong. Ding Ziyi and Wang Zongda completely doubted their own eyes and both looked at Yu Xiliang. Ding Ziyi asked, "Commander, do we still need to continue the survival test?" Yu Xiliang's mouth twitched. "Test what? Over 40 million in shields, that's tougher than a tier 6 shield warrior." Not long after, Lin Hao walked out of the trial's secret realm. The 3 of them also walked out of the monitoring room simultaneously. Lin Hao asked with a smile, "Commander Yu, did I pass this test?" Yu Xiliang gave a thumbs up. "Lin Hao, without exaggeration, you're the strongest monster I've ever seen. If you can't pass, then no one can." As he spoke, he took out a blue crystal. This crystal records your score for killing monsters. The higher the monster's level, the more points you earn. Now there's only 1 day left, so overtaking the lead will be very difficult. Just treat it as an experience. Lin Hao shook his head. "I don't think so. If it were only fireball and no area attack skills, it would indeed be hard to overtake, but now I have the level 210,000 Thunder Tribulation. Commander Yu, what is the reward for first place in the demon hunting tournament? Yu Xiliang smiled and said, the first place winner can get a complete set of tier 6 legendary equipment. If you don't want the equipment, you can choose one from 10 legendary skill books. The reward is very enticing. Lin Hao's eyes lit up. Legendary equipment might not be that important, but a legendary skill book is a must-have. Yu Xiliang saw his enthusiasm and didn't discourage him. Cataclysmic bosses give high points. If you can take down a few cataclysmic bosses in one day, overtaking is possible, but it's very difficult in reality. Stepping out of the city gates, Lin Hao officially entered the Shadow Abyss. There weren't many job changers on the outskirts. The monsters were between levels 30 and 40, but their numbers were overwhelming. Lin Hao had just taken a few steps when he encountered 3 disaster monsters. He didn't even bother to look, raised his hand, and instantly killed them with 3 fireballs. He looked down at the blue crystal. Level 30 monsters give 300 points, level 40 give 400 points. So the points for killing monsters are 10 times their level. He didn't think much about it, knowing that the more he killed, the higher the points would be. The monsters on the outer perimeter are low level, and Lin Hao isn't interested. After casually dealing with a few suicidal monsters, he heads inward. The monsters on the inner side are significantly higher in level, mostly ranging from level 50 to 60. There are also many job changers here, mostly appearing in teams and cooperating with each other. Lin Hao is the only lone wolf in the area, naturally drawing everyone's attention. A burly man asked in confusion, "Little brother, are you also a participant in the demon hunting tournament?" Lin Hao nodded and took out a blue crystal. Everyone was stunned at the sight. A level 30 job changer actually passed the assessment alone. They know how strict the assessments in the war zone are. If you can't pass, you simply can't pass, no exceptions. This is also for everyone's safety. Doesn't this prove that the level 30 mage in front of them is even stronger than the 6th tier mage in their team, capable of single-handedly dealing over 5 billion damage? The reason he came alone is also clear. His teammates are too weak to keep up with him and can't participate in the demon hunting tournament, leaving him no choice but to go solo. Thinking of this, the burly man enthusiastically invited, "Little brother, I am Wang Yong, the president of the SHIELD guild. If you can make it here alone, your strength must not be weak. Would you like to join us? Our team is a bit weak on output, but we have high durability. With us protecting you, you can focus on dealing damage." Lin Hao smiled and declined, "Thank you, but I still prefer being on my own." After saying that, he walked toward a less crowded area in the east. Wang Yong saw Lin Hao walking farther and farther away and became anxious. "Little brother, wait. That place. We haven't even started cleaning yet, and the surroundings are full of mutated monsters. The number of monsters is terrifying." Of course, they wouldn't rush in recklessly but instead choose to stick together and advance slowly. Even if they encounter danger, they can still help each other. But the place Lin Hao is heading to doesn't have a single teammate. If something goes wrong, no one can help him. Yet he remains calm, waving his hand and sighing. As expected, those who rob people like the Storm Guild are just a minority. Most people are still quite loyal. The deeper he went, the fewer people there were around, and the more monsters appeared. As he walked, Lin Hao suddenly realized he was surrounded. 100 mutated wild wolves were closing in from all directions. Interesting, these level 6 monsters have all become smarter. An ordinary level 30 mage would have been scared stiff and waiting for death, but Lin Hao wasn't panicked at all. He has a level 100 magic shield, level 1000 mana recovery, and over 2 million mana points. Even if the monsters attacked him for 100 years, his condition wouldn't deteriorate. An outsider seeing this would definitely think he was on the brink of death. Oh no, the worst has happened. Wang Yong hurriedly rushed toward Lin Hao, not wanting to see someone so young die in front of him. His teammates quickly followed, with most of the job changers choosing to provide support. At this moment, the wild wolves pounced on Lin Hao simultaneously. Wang Yong and the others could only pray that Lin Hao had brought some life-saving items, otherwise, being bitten one after another by 6th-tier wild wolves would be unbearable even for a shield warrior. As they ran, they suddenly noticed the sky had changed, turning a shade of purple. Before they could react, countless streaks of lightning tore through the sky, and tens of thousands of thunderbolts descended from above. Lightning intertwined into a massive electric grid, covering a full 800 meters. The wolves trapped under the grid suffered extremely terrifying damage. -8414000 -8413000 -8413000. Over 80 million damage instantly wiped out nearly 100 wild wolves. Even the mutated wild rabbits and wild boars 300 meters away, which hadn't participated in the ambush, were affected and killed instantly. Seeing these astonishing damage numbers, the group who had planned to assist all stopped in their tracks. If Lin Hao weren't still standing there, they would have suspected they were hallucinating. This is just too outrageous. What level of skill is this? Both the range and damage are terrifying. A group of fragile mages and archers quickly retreated. Even though they were already level 5 or 6, they couldn't withstand 80 million damage. Wang Yong finally understood why Lin Hao acted alone and stayed so far away from them. Because reality is not like a game. Skill damage does not distinguish between friend and foe. Apart from himself, all targets are enemies. With a skill range of 800 meters, if Lin Hao used it in a crowd, at least half the people would die. Even the Church of Ruins would have to admire him. Everyone looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. A lone wolf daring to act alone must have extraordinary strength, but no one expected Lin Hao to be this powerful. Such terrifying group damage among so many level 6 mages present, no one could guarantee they could achieve the same. What's even more exaggerated is that the stronger the skill, the longer the cooldown, but Lin Hao's wide-range skill can actually be used frequently. Groups of monsters were harvested wave after wave like a field of wheat. Someone roughly calculated that Lin Hao killed over 1,000 6th-tier mutated monsters within 10 minutes, spending more than 9 minutes just looking for monsters. Leveling up by killing higher-tier monsters is as effortless as drinking water. Are young people nowadays all this fierce? Meanwhile, over on Yu Zhiliang's side, they were staring at the screen, watching the points ranking without blinking. The president of the Demon Slayers Guild is truly extraordinary, managing to score 3.86 million points. That's equivalent to taking down over 6,000 6th-tier catastrophe monsters. That's right, the Demon Slayer Guild is the strongest guild in Shadow City. Not only is the guild leader formidable, but 5 of their members have also made it into the top 10. It seems that the champion of this demon hunting tournament is pretty much decided. The 3 were chatting when they suddenly thought of Lin Hao. Ding Ziyi spoke first. Do you think Lin Hao still has a chance to break into the top 10 on the last day? Afraid that's unlikely, Wang Zongda shook his head and said, Lin Hao has high damage output, a single fireball can instantly kill a 6th-tier catastrophe monster, but the participants in the demon hunting tournament are all strong. There are actually quite a few people who can do that. Unless he can take down 3 level 60 catastrophe bosses today, then he might have a chance. A level 60 catastrophe boss is worth 600,000 points each, 3 would be 1.8 million. And right now, the 10th place already has 1.58 million points. Yu Zhiliang nodded. I think Lin Hao's limit is probably within the top 100. It's a bit of a pity, if he had joined on the first day, the championship would definitely have been his. The president of the Demon Slayer Guild is strong, but compared to sustained output, Lin Hao is far superior. As they were speaking, Ding Ziyi suddenly exclaimed, look at the 20th place. What's wrong with the 20th place? Whoa, it's Lin Hao. Yu Zhiliang and Wang Zongda were stunned. In just a short time, Lin Hao suddenly skyrocketed from an unknown nobody to over 600,000 points, breaking into the top 20. Did he just take down a tier 6 cataclysm boss? But they quickly realized they were wrong. Lin Hao's points were still skyrocketing, increasing by 600 points almost every 0.1 seconds. There was only one explanation: Lin Hao was using a wide area attack skill to instantly kill monsters in large batches. The 3 of them gasped in shock. Over 600,000 points, which means Lin Hao has already taken down more than 1,000 6th-tier catastrophe monsters. This is too outrageous. Does this skill have no cooldown at all? At this killing speed, Lin Hao really has a chance to turn the tables. About half an hour later, Lin Hao's points surpassed 2.6 million, instantly shooting into the top 5. At this moment, he encountered his first cataclysm boss, a gigantic Wolf King. It seemed that Lin Hao had taken down too many of its minions, as the Wolf King's eyes were blood-red, glaring angrily at Lin Hao, letting out a low, threatening growl. There wasn't a trace of fear on Lin Hao's face. Instead, he became excited. Finally, I caught a cataclysm boss. He investigated a bit. Shadow Phantom Wolf King, Cataclysm. Level, 60. Health points, 3 billion. Attack power, 600,000. Physical defense, 600,000. Magic resistance, 500,000. Skills, Bite LV5, Intimidating Roar LV5, Frenzied Claw LV5. This attribute is too exaggerated, leaving 5th-tier bosses far behind. Not to mention the skill level has also been raised to level 5. It must be said, this Wolf King indeed gave Lin Hao a sense of challenge. However, despite being troublesome, with the level 100 source of magic shield protecting him, Lin Hao stood firmly. The great battle is about to break out. After confirming the boss's attributes, Lin Hao took the lead and launched a fireball with a raise of his hand. Damage minus 41.67 million. Over 40 million damage is already quite astonishing. But compared to the 3 billion health points, it's just a minor skirmish. The next moment, the boss roared loudly and quickly charged toward Lin Hao. The LV5 Frenzied Claw strike fiercely aimed at Lin Hao's head. Lin Hao didn't plan to take it head-on. The level 5000 wind barrier activated instantly. A shield with a value of 42.17 million immediately covered him. Next, the boss's consecutive attacks hit the shield, triggering 3 damage numbers that even surprised Lin Hao. -6 million. -6 million. -6 million. The frenzied claw strike of LV5 directly inflicted 18 million damage on Lin Hao. Even the previously indestructible wind barrier showed several cracks. As expected of a Tier 6 Cataclysm boss, its strength is indeed extraordinary. Lin Hao smiled faintly, however, this amount of damage is nothing to me. The boss only has 2 output skills, and after using them, it can only rely on normal attacks. Lin Hao simply activated the stand and fight mode, not even bothering to dodge. Fireball spells continuously bombarded the boss. -41670000. -41670000. -41670000. In just a few seconds, the boss's health bar dropped significantly. The job changers rushing over to provide support were stunned when they saw this scene. Holy crap, this shield value, this damage output, it's absolutely insane. They originally intended to help Lin Hao, but now it seemed completely unnecessary. A Tier 6 Cataclysm boss was actually being suppressed by a level 30 mage. If they joined in now, it wouldn't be helping but stealing the kill. Who would have the face to do that? At this moment, a cry of alarm came from behind. Look, another boss is coming from behind. Everyone turned around, only to see a giant wild boar charging fiercely toward them. Shadow Boar King, Cataclysm. Level 60. Health points 3 billion. Attack power 600,000. Physical defense 1 million. Magic resistance 500,000. Skills: Furious Charge LV5, Frenzied Stomp LV5, Thick Skin. This Tier 6 catastrophe boss is not something ordinary people can handle. But fortunately, the job changers present are no ordinary people either. Wang Yong, as the tank, has terrifying strength. He is an SS class job changer, the Divine Shield Warrior. He possesses 2 powerful talents. First, all damage is permanently reduced by 50% when holding a shield. Secondly, when dual resistance is enhanced, the effect of the increase is magnified tenfold. With these 2 buffs, he dared to claim that his tankiness ranked in the top 10. Wang Yong charged forward, leading the way toward the wild boar boss, shielding the fragile members of the team behind him. The wild boar boss, enraged, suddenly accelerated and launched its LV5 Furious Charge, slamming ferociously into Wang Yong. -6.4 million damage. 50% damage reduction combined with high defense. The original 18 million damage is now reduced to just over 6 million. Wang Yong's health, boosted by level 60 legendary equipment, has been stacked to over 15 million. The side effect is that his health and resistance are too high, making his output slightly insufficient. But he wasn't responsible for output in the first place, as he has a group of reliable teammates backing him up. Several gentle white lights descended from the sky, instantly restoring Wang Yong's health to full. Orbs and arrows simultaneously shot toward the boss, while several sorcerers worked together to apply multiple debuffs to the boss, including slowing, defense reduction, attack reduction, and poisoning. The battle completely turned in favor of the job changers, and it wouldn't be long before this Cataclysm boss was taken down. Lin Hao withdrew his gaze and sighed. The top-tier job changers in Shadow City, apart from the war zone, truly have formidable strength. The Shadow Wolf King's health had been slashed to a sliver by Lin Hao. The once ferocious boss had clearly become timid and started to cower. It unleashed LV5 intimidating roar, immobilizing Lin Hao, and then bolted away. Lin Hao sneered, running away only when you're low on health? What were you doing earlier? Intimidating roar causes the target to fall into fear, similar to freezing or petrification, rendering the target immobile, unable to attack or use skills, and is classified as a control effect. Lin Hao immediately activated absolute freedom to break free from the control, then set his sights on the legendary acceleration skill Phantom Sprint. Phantom Dash has been upgraded to level 50, increasing movement speed by 5,000%. However, Lin Hao's agility attribute is no match for a Tier 6 Cataclysm boss. The boss's agility is only 2,110 points, even with acceleration it can't catch up. Now is the time to level up. Lin Hao decisively spent 35 million energy points to upgrade the skill to level 200 in one go. Phantom Dash LV200 consumes 200,000 mana to increase movement speed by 200 times for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. This speed boost is ridiculously exaggerated. Although Lin Hao's agility isn't high, with this skill, he easily caught up to a level 60 Cataclysm boss. Wang Yong was stunned as he watched Lin Hao catch up to the boss in the blink of an eye. Aren't mages supposed to be slow? How is he running so fast? Wang Yong couldn't help but look at his own mage. The mage's face turned awkward. Boss, don't compare me to him, he's just abnormal. A 6th tier Cataclysm boss, even a 6th tier assassin using sprint couldn't catch up. Wang Yong nodded, also feeling that Lin Hao's speed was too outrageous, completely changing his impression of mages. Mages are fragile? Lin Hao easily summoned a shield with a value exceeding 40 million. Mages can't run fast? A 6th-tier assassin couldn't catch up to the boss, but he could. As for damage output, there's no need to even mention it. He beat a 6th-tier Cataclysm boss with 3 billion HP so badly it was scrambling all over the place. Who would believe a mage could be this strong without seeing it with their own eyes? Lin Hao's final fireball slammed into the boss, completely killing it. The energy value he gained even surprised himself. Killed the level 60 Shadow Wolf King, gained 6 million experience, and an additional 18 million experience for surpassing it by 30 levels. Killed a level 60 Cataclysm boss, successfully absorbed 10 million energy points, and gained an additional 30 level bonus of 30 million energy points. Triggered absolute luck, obtained the shadow armor, battle boots, battle pants, and a medium agility fruit. Oh my god, 10 million base energy points? Lin Hao originally thought it would be at most 6 million, because previously killing a tier 6 Cataclysm steward also yielded 6 million. Unexpectedly, this Cataclysm boss gave so much more. With the level bonus, he instantly gained 40 million energy points. Not only did he recover the energy spent on upgrading Phantom Quick Step, but he also gained an extra 5 million. Lin Hao glanced at his energy points, which had already reached 87.12 million. He picked up the legendary equipment, swallowed the agility fruit, and his agility instantly increased by 200 points, rising from 2110 to 2310. Meanwhile, the Shadow Boar King, which the job changers were besieging, had its health drop below half. Just as everyone was giving it their all, someone from the Divine Shield Guild suddenly shouted, "President, look to the west." The west? Wang Yong looked over in confusion, only to see 2 cataclysmic bosses charging toward them. The job changers were all stunned. Did we somehow provoke the cataclysmic bosses? Why are they coming one after another? Great, could today be our lucky day? 2 more delivered right to us. Someone cheered in the crowd, but no one was afraid. After all, they were the top combat force of Shadow City, and facing 2 bosses didn't faze them. The boss's most powerful skills were only a few moves, and once used, they had to wait for cooldown, resorting to normal attacks. As long as they endured the first wave of burst damage, victory would be theirs. Moreover, they had an SS-class Divine Shield Warrior, who could easily withstand the first wave of attacks. But as the distance closed and the crowd got a clear look at the 2 bosses' appearances, the smiles on their faces instantly vanished. Damn! It's actually the Thunder Abyss Priest. The Thunder Abyss Priest is one of the top 10 powerhouses among all Tier 6 bosses. A formidable existence. Although its health is only 1 billion, its skills are extremely troublesome. Its unique passive skill, Thunder Tribulation Incarnation, can double its spell attack power, reaching an astonishing 1 million. Anyone who sees it would be shocked. Not only that, it also has a large-scale area attack skill, already maxed out, capable of dealing 5000% of its own magic attack power as damage to all enemies within a 200-meter range. A simple calculation shows that a single attack deals 50 million damage. How many job changers present can withstand that? Even more terrifying is its passive shield called Thunder Barrier, which has a permanent duration. This shield can nullify all damage below 100 million, and only damage exceeding 100 million can break through. What's more impressive is that as long as this shield exists, it can completely nullify Thunder attribute damage. These 3 skills combined make it practically an invincible monster. Even Wang Yong hesitated when he saw this boss. Even if the 50 million damage were halved, it would still be 25 million. With Wang Yong activating his legendary shield and his terrifying stats, he could barely hold on. But what about the others? They wouldn't stand a chance. If a battle starts, even if these 2 bosses are eventually defeated, someone will inevitably die. Who dies depends on where the area attack skills land. Looking at the Shadow Boar King in front, beaten half to death, Wang Yong gritted his teeth. Forget it. Everyone retreat. Staying alive is our only hope. Although everyone was reluctant, they still nodded in agreement. Compared to the rewards from the Cataclysm boss, life was more important. If they retreated any later and were caught by the Thunder Abyss Priest, it would truly be over. Just as everyone was preparing to retreat, they suddenly noticed someone charging straight toward the 2 bosses. The speed was terrifying, as if afraid someone else would snatch the bosses. Wang Yong was stunned, recognizing it was Lin Hao, and became anxious. Young man, don't act impulsively, that's the Thunder Abyss Priest. Lin Hao, however, waved his hand calmly. Don't worry, leave it to me. Everyone was taken aback. Although Lin Hao's damage was high, it definitely couldn't reach 100 million. He couldn't break the Thunder Barrier, all the damage would be 0. Should they go to help? Lin Hao was still a student and might not yet understand the skill effects of the Thunder Abyss Priest. I actually think it's unnecessary. Lin Hao is so strong at such a young age, surely many experts have taken notice of him, and he must have plenty of life-saving items. Everyone thinks the same. Even if we go to help, we have to wait for the boss to release that large-scale AoE skill, otherwise, going over would just be courting death, right? I don't have that many life-saving items on me. Wang Yong nodded. Let's deal with the current boss first, then we'll all go to help together. Meanwhile, Lin Hao had already arrived in front of the Thunder Abyss Priest, looking at its attributes. Thunder Abyss Priest, Cataclysm. Level, 60. Health points, 1 billion. Magic attack power, 1 million. Physical defense, 400,000. Magic resistance, 500,000. Skills: Thunder Barrier, Thunder Tribulation Avatar, Thunderball LV10, Thunder Abyss Fury LV10. The 1 million magic attack is indeed intimidating, but Lin Hao remains fearless. The most challenging is the Thunder Barrier, which requires dealing 100 million damage in one go to break the shield. Lin Hao's damage is still slightly lacking, but it's not a big problem, he has plenty of energy. Instant Flame Impact has been stuck at level 100 for quite a while, it's time to upgrade. Lin Hao waved his hand and directly spent 70 million energy points, leveling it up to level 300 in one go. Although it cost a lot of energy, the effect is amazing. Instant Flame Impact LV300 consumes 150,000 mana points. At an extremely fast speed, deals 150,000% of the user's magic attack power as damage to a single enemy within 1,800 meters in front. If the enemy is at full health, an additional 150,000% damage is inflicted. Cooldown 600 seconds. The multiplier at level 300 is terrifying. Spending this much energy is absolutely worth it. Worth it. Lin Hao had just upgraded his skills and immediately set his sights on the Thunder Abyss Priest, charging forward fiercely. 126,510,000. 126,010,000. The first strike directly shattered the Thunder Abyss Priest's shield, and the second strike slammed hard onto the boss. The terrifying damage caused its health bar to drop significantly in an instant. Everyone around was stunned upon witnessing this scene. Damn! Over 200 million damage with just one skill? Does this forbidden mage have a hidden skill? However, starting with a hidden skill isn't entirely a good thing. Although the skill is powerful, it takes up a talent slot. An SSS class profession originally has 3 profession effects, but with the hidden skill, only 2 remain. At the same time, the attacked boss was not to be outdone and raised its hand to unleash LV10 Wrath of Thunder Abyss. Within a 200-meter radius, the entire space was instantly engulfed in purple lightning. Everyone watched Lin Hao nervously, guessing how he would withstand the 50 million damage. However, Lin Hao's reaction was unexpectedly simple. He didn't even activate a shield, letting a massive lightning bolt strike him directly. Wang Yong saw this scene and sighed. It seems Lin Hao plans to rely on a life-saving item to endure this. What a waste. After all, life-saving items are extremely rare and consumable, using one means one less. Catastrophe bosses could appear at any time, but life-saving items are not something you can obtain whenever you want. Everyone felt it was somewhat not worth it. The next moment, a damage number of 50 million appeared above Lin Hao's head. But his health bar was still full. No one found it strange because they had heard of this kind of life-saving item. When suffering fatal damage, it prevents death and instantly restores full health. However, only Lin Hao himself knew that he hadn't used any life-saving item at all. What is 50 million damage? For him, it only consumed 500,000 mana points. That amount of mana could be replenished within 5 seconds. At the same time, Lin Hao quickly launched a counterattack, hurling fireballs at the boss one after another. 41,670,000. 41,670,000. 41,670,000. This boss really wasn't too bright. Faced with Lin Hao's terrifying damage output, it still chose to fight head-on, even using Thunderball spell to clash directly with Lin Hao. The result was predictable. In less than 10 seconds, the boss was instantly killed on the ground by the cooldown-free Fireball spell. Although Lin Hao was hit by several Thunderballs, he didn't feel any pain at all. After the battle ended, not only was his health bar full, but his mana bar was also untouched. Lin Hao chuckled lightly and said, "I just love these monsters that dare to face me head-on. They're much better than those that run away at the first sign of trouble." Defeated level 60 Thunder Abyss Priest, gained 6 million experience points. Over level 30 kills, additional reward of 18 million experience. Killed a level 60 Cataclysm boss, successfully absorbed 10 million energy value. Over level 30 kills, additional reward of 30 million energy value. Killed the level 60 Thunder Abyss Priest and triggered absolute luck, obtaining the Thunder Abyss staff, robe, boots, and an intermediate life fruit. In just a moment, Lin Hao gained another 40 million energy points. Half of the energy consumed by the recently upgraded Flash Flame Impact was restored. At this moment, he still had 57.12 million energy points remaining. Seeing Lin Hao so effortlessly defeat the boss that everyone feared, Wang Yong and the others were all shocked. A level 30 mage is actually this powerful, could he be cheating? Lin Hao picked up all the dropped equipment and swallowed the life fruit. The maximum health directly increased by 2,000 points, becoming 5,153,100. At this moment, another cataclysm boss arrived late. It is a giant stone man enveloped entirely in lightning. Thunder Abyss Stone King, Cataclysm. Level 60. Health points 3 billion. Attack power 500,000. Physical defense 500,000. Magic resistance 400,000. Skill: Absolute Thunder Body. Giant Fist Strike LV10. Frenzy. Rock Splitting Clone. This boss looks just like that Thunder Abyss priest, both seem to have escaped from the same Cataclysm dungeon. The Absolute Thunder Body skill is quite troublesome, as it makes the monster completely immune to all Thunder attribute attacks. It also has a splitting skill, making 10,000 Thunder Tribulation completely unusable. However, this isn't a big problem, as Lin Hao still has a legendary water attribute skill Raging Sea Surge. Without hesitation, Lin Hao immediately began upgrading the skill. First, spent 98 million energy points to upgrade Raging Waves to level 50. Then spent 500 million energy points to upgrade to level 100. Finally, spent 3 billion energy points in one go to upgrade to level 200. A total of 3.598 billion energy points were spent. Although it hurts, it's okay, this energy will come back soon. Level 200 Raging Sea, its power has multiplied several times. Raging Sea LV100 consumes 200,000 mana points. Summons a giant wave with a diameter of 800 meters. Deals damage equal to 100,000% of the user's magic attack power to all enemies within an 800-meter range ahead. Cooldown time 600 seconds. After upgrading the skill, Lin Hao did not use it immediately but instead used Fireball to continuously deplete the boss's health. The boss counterattacked relentlessly, punching at Lin Hao's head one blow after another, and finally unleashed the LV10 Giant Fist Smash. Damage numbers keep popping up. Minus 500,000. Minus 500,000. Minus 25 million. These numbers look terrifying. But Lin Hao didn't even use a shield, directly enduring it, with mana consumption not even reaching 500,000. Realizing the attack was ineffective against Lin Hao, the Thunder Abyss Stone King hurriedly activated the Rock Split clone, splitting into 99 smaller Stone Kings. Each has 30 million health points with identical skills. This splitting skill is truly a big trouble for professions that can only perform single target attacks. But for a mage like Lin Hao, who excels at area attacks, it's simply a feast delivered to his doorstep. The furious sea wave had long been prepared and was instantly unleashed. A giant wave with a diameter of 800 meters suddenly surged downward. All monsters ahead have been severely injured. Damage numbers are jumping crazily. Minus 83,940,000. Minus 83,940,000. Minus 83.94 million. Over 80 million damage instantly killed 99 split bodies and the main body. The job changers behind, seeing the scene, completely doubted their lives. So many people couldn't take down a single Cataclysm boss, yet Lin Hao had already dealt with 3. Don't be like this, it makes us all look useless. A group of 6th-tier job changers never thought they would feel such a huge gap in front of a level 30 mage. At this moment, Lin Hao looked at his reward. Defeating the level 60 Thunder Abyss Stone King, gained 6 million experience. Cross level 30 kills, gain an additional 18 million experience. Defeat a level 60 Cataclysm boss, successfully absorb 10 million energy value. Cross level 30 kills, gain an additional 30 million energy value. Defeat the level 60 Thunder Abyss Stone King, trigger absolute luck, and obtain Thunder Abyss Armguards, Thunder Abyss Battle Armor, Thunder Abyss Boots, and Intermediate Mana Fruit. Not bad. Got another 40 million energy points. The energy points spent on upgrading Raging Sea Fury not only came back but also increased by 4.02 million. Lin Hao looked at the total of 61.14 million energy points he now possessed. He accepted 3 legendary equipment pieces and consumed the Mana Fruit. Maximum mana instantly increased by 20,000 points, from 2,803,100 points to 2,823,100 points. In addition, consecutively killed 3 Cataclysm bosses, completing the Hell level advanced mission. Maximum health increased by 100,000. Maximum mana increased by 1 million under the blessing of the Forbidden Mage talent. Intelligence, agility, and other attributes have all increased by 3,000 points. And even more powerful bonuses have been obtained. Lin Hao just received 3,000 free attribute points and immediately opened the attribute panel to check. Name Lin Hao. Profession Forbidden Mage. Level 30. Health points 5,253,100. Mana points 3,823,100. Strength 4,510. Constitution 4,510. Spirit 4,520. Intelligence 7,520. Agility 5,310. Spell power 90,340. This time, the attribute boost was enormous, with intelligence surpassing 7,000, which was very impressive. However, Lin Hao was not satisfied and allocated all 3,000 free attribute points to intelligence, instantly raising it to 10,520. His spell attack power also increased by 6,000, reaching 96,340. What was even more shocking was that during this period, he gained a massive amount of experience points from hunting monsters, leveling up at an incredible speed. Right after advancing, he skyrocketed from level 30 to level 35 in one go, jumping 5 levels directly. Who says leveling up is hard? I leveled up 5 times in one day. Lin Hao laughed and cried, completely surprised at how quickly he had leveled up. After leveling up, he received another 500 free attribute points, which he unhesitatingly added to intelligence again. His intelligence soared to 11,020, and his spell attack power increased to 97,340. Meanwhile, the members of the Demon Slayer Guild were celebrating excitedly. In just 7 days, their boss Lin Hao had already racked up 4 million points, securing the first place firmly. The boss is amazing. I heard that Wang Yong, the president of the Shield Guild, hasn't even reached 3 million points yet, someone said proudly. The Demon Slayer Guild occupied 6 of the top 10 spots, showcasing a clear advantage. Guild President Wan Xiongyu couldn't stop grinning when he heard this. Although the Demon Slayer and Shield Guilds had a good relationship, they were still competitors. Being able to surpass the Shield Guild gave him immense satisfaction. He opened the points leaderboard to see how far ahead they were, but the numbers in front of him gave him a shock. Who is this Lin Hao? How did he suddenly get 3.8 million points? Wan Xiongyu was utterly shocked. Just a few hours ago, he had checked the leaderboard, and this name was nowhere to be seen among the top 100. His subordinates were equally puzzled. Do we have this Lin Hao in Demon Shadow City? Someone speculated that he might be a skilled outsider, as the demon hunting tournament was open to everyone. Wan Xiangyu's expression turned serious. No matter who he is, there are only 10 minutes left. We absolutely cannot let him overtake us. Everyone, go all out and hunt monsters. Just as he was about to rally his team, his face suddenly changed. Lin Hao's points had surged by 600,000, directly taking first place. This is impossible. Wan Xiongyu was stunned. Just as the first place was within reach, it was instantly snatched away by Lin Hao. A subordinate pondered, "Boss, I remember this name sounds familiar. My kid ranked 180th nationwide in this year's college entrance exam." Wan Xiongyu asked urgently, "Get to the point." The point is, Lin Hao is this year's national top scorer in the college entrance exam, rated as 9S level. So it turns out to be the national top scorer. That makes things even more complicated. Wan Xiongyu was completely shocked. No one would doubt the strength of the national top scorer. The problem is, how long has it been since the college entrance exam? Even if Lin Hao kept leveling up non-stop, he would only be around level 30 at most, right? And yet he was surpassed by a job changer who was only level 30. And even surpassed within a day. This is simply not something a human could do. In the monitoring room, all three were so shocked they couldn't speak. Lin Hao really achieved a reversal in such a short time. Step on the president of the strongest guild in Dragon Shadow City. It seems I really underestimated this national top scorer. Previously, Yu Zhiliang thought Lin Hao couldn't possibly solo a 6th-tier Cataclysm boss. Unexpectedly, not only did he manage it, but he also took down 3 in one go. The other 2 deputy leaders were also filled with emotion. It was as if they were witnessing the rise of a new demigod. With such a genius around, the Dragon Kingdom is truly fortunate. At this moment, Lin Hao walked into the monitoring room. 3 leaders, the demon hunting conference is over. Can I choose my prize now? Yu Zhiliang thought for a moment and said, according to the rules, not yet. There's still the award ceremony later. But if you need it urgently, we can give it to you in advance. Lin Hao didn't hold back, thank you so much. Yu Zhiliang nodded, do you want the entire set of 6th-tier legendary equipment? Or choose one from 10 legendary skill books? Lin Hao didn't hesitate, I want a legendary skill book. Preferably a passive skill. Hearing him say this, the 3 couldn't help but smile wryly. Passive skills are too precious, everyone wants them. Yu Zhiliang sighed, passive skills are too rare. Our Lunjing city doesn't have any in stock either. These 10 legendary skill books were painstakingly accumulated. The ways to obtain them are very limited, mainly through clearing catastrophe dungeons. Very few strong individuals can acquire them, and they usually won't sell them. Don't even mention others. Lin Hao himself got a legendary skill book. How could it be sold to someone else? Lin Hao nodded. It's a bit of a pity not to have a passive skill. But getting an active skill book is not bad either. Anyway, without this demon hunting tournament, I will still go to farm monsters, and getting an extra skill book is quite worth it. These 10 skill books cover all professions, including warrior, mage, and archer. There are only 3 for mages, 2 of which are healing skills, so Lin Hao directly gave up on them. He doesn't need healing skills at all. Not even upgrading the white healing spell, because it's completely useless. The last one is a wind attribute attack skill book. Riftwind Verdict. Quality, legendary. Learning requirement, magic-based profession. Effect, consumes 500 mana to deal 500% magic attack damage to a single enemy within 50 meters in front, and the damage ignores shields. Cooldown time, 600 seconds. Not bad, it can actually break the shield. Lin Hao was very satisfied with this skill. Although he hasn't encountered monsters with particularly thick shields yet, it will definitely be useful in the future. Commander Yu, I want this book, The Judgment of the Rending Wind. Yu Zhiliang nodded and handed the skill book to him. Lin Hao accepted the skill book, learned it, and bid farewell to the 3 commanders. Goodbye. I've completed my advancement task and it's time to head back. Well, farewell for now. I wish you a bright future and hope you soon become a pillar of our dragon country. After saying goodbye, Lin Hao crushed the return stone and returned to Kyoto University. He hadn't entered the principal's office yet when the principal's call came through first. Lin Hao, how is the progress on the advancement task? Lin Hao replied with a smile, Principal, I've finished. Not finished yet, huh? What? You've finished? The principal's voice shifted from calm to shocked. How long has it been? Less than a day. You killed 3 6th-tier catastrophe bosses. Lin Hao nodded. Principal, you heard it right, I have already completed the advancement task. What were you about to say just now? The principal took a sharp breath. Lin Hao's strength is simply too exaggerated. Mu Tianxian, even he isn't as freakish as Lin Hao. I originally wanted to say that it wouldn't matter if the advancement task wasn't completed, because Mu Tianxian specifically came by just now and helped me capture 3 weaker bosses, but now it seems, you don't need them at all. I want them. Principal, I absolutely need them, Lin Hao said eagerly. Although his advancement task was already completed, killing the boss could still earn energy points. How could he let go of these 3 6th-tier cataclysm bosses? Alright, I'll keep it for you. Come to the principal's office as soon as you can, I'll be waiting for you here, the principal nodded and said. After hanging up the phone, Lin Hao was filled with emotion. The commander of Magic Shadow City hadn't lied to him, he didn't need to worry about the advancement task, and Mu Tianxian had really helped him capture the boss. When he arrived at the principal's office, the principal carefully sized up Lin Hao, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. Kid, you just went to the Shadow Abyss and leveled up 5 times. Lin Hao scratched his head and said with a smile, is that little? If I went all out grinding monsters, I could probably level up even more. The principal shook his head and said, listen to me, Fang Deshuang took a full 3 months to go from level 30 to level 35. You went in the morning and completed his 3-month task in a single day? Even though Fang Deshuang is a bit lazy, Mu Tianxian is known for his relentless leveling, and even he isn't as fast as you. The principal didn't say anything further and took out a gem radiating a holy light from his pocket. The leaf of Shi soil was taken by Mu Tianxian. This is what you wanted. Lin Hao took the gem, a look of joy appearing on his face. As expected of the demigod Mu Tianxian, truly reliable. Got the item in such a short time and even helped me capture 3 bosses along the way. He looked at the description on the gem. Immaculate Pure Spirit Crystal. Quality. Effect, a one-time consumable. Upon activation, it immediately removes all negative statuses and marks from the user and grants immunity to any negative effects for the next 3 days. Such a simple description, yet incredibly powerful. Lin Hao put away the gemstone and looked at the principal again. Principal, where are the 3 catastrophe bosses? I didn't see them. The principal smiled. Of course you can't see them. I wouldn't keep the 3 catastrophe bosses in the principal's office. After speaking, the principal took out a transparent white key. This is a spatial key. Once activated in the principal's office, you can enter an independent space. That is a place created by Mu Tianxian, and it contains the bosses you were looking for. Thank you, Principal. No need to thank me, this is all thanks to Mu Tianxian. The faster you grow, the less burden he has to bear. For the future of the Dragon Kingdom, the 3 demigods have sacrificed too much. Lin Hao nodded. In at most half a year, I'll be invincible. The ruins of calamity? I'll handle them with ease. As their relationship grew closer, Lin Hao spoke more casually. The principal merely smiled without saying a word. Let's hope so. Lin Hao activated the key and instantly arrived in a special space. The area was completely white, with no buildings or plants, only 3 cataclysm bosses wandering around. Lin Hao was a bit puzzled. The size of these bosses was clearly much smaller than those in the Abyss of Shadow. Out of curiosity, he cast a detection spell. Free-willed Violent Wolf King, Cataclysm. Level 60. Health points 1 billion. Attack power 250,000. Physical defense 200,000. Magic resistance 200,000. What the heck, is this really the health of a tier 6 catastrophe boss? Its attack and defense are way too low. Lin Hao frowned deeply and then looked at the second boss. I didn't expect the second one to be almost the same as the first, with equally pitiful health. The third one completely redefined his understanding of a tier 6 cataclysmic boss. Level 60. HP 50 million. Magic power 250,000. Physical defense 200,000. Magic resistance 200,000. Skills: Companion Shield, Wind Ball Technique LV1. Lin Hao secretly pondered, why are the strengths of these 3 bosses so weak? Could it be that this is the practice level monster specially chosen by Mu Tianqian? President Mu really went to great lengths, actually finding these 3 anemic monsters from some corner. The third boss's health is ridiculously low, only 50 million. In other words, without the catastrophe bonus, its health would only be 5 million. However, this guy's shield is quite formidable, capable of blocking 1 billion points of damage. If its attributes were stronger, it would indeed be quite difficult to deal with. But reality doesn't entertain what-ifs. Lin Hao turned his gaze to the legendary skill Wind Rift Judgment, unexpectedly finding it useful so soon. Without hesitation, he spent 35.98 million energy points to upgrade the skill to level 200. Gale Judgment LV200. Consumes 100,000 mana to deal damage equal to 100,000% of the user's magic attack power to a single enemy within 1,200 meters in front. The damage penetrates shields, with a cooldown of 600 seconds. This skill is truly a mana guzzler. After upgrading it, Lin Hao was left with only 25.16 million energy points. Fortunately, there were 3 supplies right in front of him. The 3 bosses hadn't noticed him immediately, so Lin Hao seized the opportunity and, from hundreds of meters away, directly activated Gale Judgment. The immense energy transformed into wind blades, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, heading straight for the Wind Erosion King. Although not as fast as the instant flame impact, it was far superior to an ordinary fireball. The next second, the wind blade pierced through the shield and struck the boss. -9714000. Over 90 million damage, instantly killing the Wind Erosion King at will. This guy didn't even figure out the cause of death, clearly not seeing the enemy. Defeated level 60 Wind Erosion King at will, gained 3 million experience. Extra reward of 7.5 million experience for exceeding 25 levels. Defeated level 60 Cataclysm boss, gained 5 million energy value, with an additional 12.5 million bonus. Even more impressive, Lin Hao triggered absolute luck and obtained the Wand of Will, Robe of Will, Boots of Will, and Constitution Fruit, medium. Lin Hao couldn't help but complain, 5 million base energy? Are you sitting at the same table as the Steward of the Ruins? No, wait, the Steward's base energy is 1 million more than yours. Although a bit disappointed, all this energy value was free, so why not take it? At this moment, the other 2 bosses finally noticed Lin Hao and charged at him madly. Lin Hao laughed, you see how strong I am, and still treat me as prey? If I were you, I'd have run away long ago. The combined threat of these 2 bosses is not even as great as a single boss in the Abyss of Shadows. In less than 5 minutes, Lin Hao took them down. After the battle, Lin Hao tallied his gains. The 3 bosses brought a total of 31.5 million experience points and 52.5 million energy. The energy spent on upgrading skills was instantly replenished, with plenty to spare. His energy value has now risen back to 77.66 million. In addition, he obtained 9 pieces of legendary equipment and 3 attribute fruits. This time, luck wasn't great. Of the 3 fruits, only 1 intelligence fruit was useful to him. After consuming it, his intelligence increased by 200, magic power increased by 400, and his total magic power reached 97,740. The remaining constitution and spirit fruits can only be saved for future exchanges. Finally, Lin Hao exited the space and returned to the principal's office. The principal was surprised. You took down 3 bosses in less than 10 minutes? Lin Hao nodded. These 3 are the weakest 6th-tier cataclysm bosses I've ever seen, even inferior to some 5th-tier cataclysms. The principal laughed. I was worried you wouldn't be able to complete the task, so I specifically had Mu Tianqian catch weaker ones for you. I didn't expect your output to be so explosive. Alright, you've completed the advancement task. I don't have any new tasks for you at the moment. If you're free, run some dungeons more often, the rewards are pretty good. Lin Hao nodded, ready to continue improving himself. Nodded. The copy certainly won't be let go, but there's something more important to handle right now. The supreme level curse removal item is already in hand, and he must hurry to meet the King of the Ruins. After leaving the principal's office, Lin Hao immediately activated the return stone and returned to that special space. Seeing Lin Hao return so quickly, Dragoon was very surprised. Back so soon? Did you get what I wanted? Lin Hao nodded, without saying much, and directly took out the immaculate purification crystal. Dragoon took the gem, a rare smile appearing on his face. Not bad, truly a supreme level curse-breaking tool. Lin Hao, I didn't misjudge you. You're even more reliable than I imagined, getting it so quickly. Senior Gwen, no need for pleasantries. Where's my reward? Ah, young people are always so impatient. Dragoon smiled and handed Lin Hao a blood-red gem. Lin Hao eagerly checked its effects. Orb of Myriad spells annihilation. Quality. Effect. A one-time consumable item. After use in any environment, magic attack power immediately becomes 10 times the original, lasting for 600 seconds. After reading the introduction, Lin Hao felt a bit disappointed. It wasn't because the effect was bad, but because this item wasn't permanent. Senior Gwen, I want that kind of permanent supreme item, like the Battle Dragon Metal and Aurora Crystal that can be used repeatedly. Dragoon nodded, I want that too. Permanent supreme items are far more valuable than consumables. There are less than 10 in the Ruined Court of Calamity, and I can't give you one. Alright then. Lin Hao sighed, but it wasn't a loss. The Breath Soil Leaf and the newly acquired Supreme Dispelling item were both one-time consumables, considered a three-way exchange. But for Lin Hao, the Myriad Law's Annihilation Pearl is even more valuable. At a critical moment, magic power increases tenfold, and even against 8th or 9th tier bosses, he dares to confront them head-on. By the way, Senior Gwen, you still haven't given me my legendary skill book. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. Dragoon smiled and handed over a legendary skill book emitting golden light. Lin Hao took it and checked the information. Endless magic source, passive skill. Quality, legendary. Learning requirement, Mage. Effect, after learning, the maximum mana value permanently increases by 100,000 points. Lin Hao was very happy after reading it. This was exactly the effect he had been dreaming of. After mastering it, his maximum mana value indeed increased by 1 million, reaching 4,823,100 points. The talent effect of the Forbidden Mage is simply too powerful. Then, Lin Hao started allocating points. Spent 4.9 million energy points to directly level up to 50. Endless Magic Source LV50. The maximum mana value permanently increases by 600,000 points. Not bad, each level up increases the maximum mana by about 10,000 points. With the talent bonus, Lin Hao's maximum mana increased by 5 million. Now his maximum mana has reached 9,823,100 points. This number is astonishing. Not to mention 5th tier mages, even 8th or 9th tier mages might not have more than him. Endless Magic Source combined with Forbidden Mage talent, paired with the Shield of Magic Source, it's practically like cheating. His mana can withstand over 900 million points of damage. Who else can compare? But that's not all. The Endless Magic Source is only at level 50. Lin Hao continues to spend 25 million energy points to raise it to level 100. Endless Magic Source LV100. Maximum mana permanently increases by 1,100,000 points. With the talent blessing, the maximum mana increases by another 5 million. The mana has finally surpassed the 10 million mark, reaching 14,823,100 points. These numbers made Lin Hao burst into laughter. Now, his physical body has reached a new level of toughness. An 8th tier warrior would be moved to tears, and a 9th tier shield warrior would be left speechless. The level 100 Endless Magic Source is already completely sufficient. However, after the significant increase in mana, the mana recovery speed also has. Lin Hao's operation is a bit out of sync, but it's not a big problem, and the solution is very simple. He turned his attention to the mana recovery skill and directly spent 4 million energy points to upgrade it to level 2000. Mana recovery LV2000. Recovers 200,000 mana per second. 200,000 per second sounds a bit low, but in most cases, it's already sufficient. Then, Lin Hao checked how much energy he had left, 43.76 million. Although it was still quite a lot, he decided to save it for now to avoid running out of energy in case of an emergency. At the same time, Dragoon also activated the Pure Spirit Crystal, dispelling all curses on his body. Ha ha ha, I can finally feel the power again. Dragoon couldn't help but laugh out loud. In reality, his power hadn't fully recovered yet, only his attribute limits had returned, but his body, severely damaged by the divine artifact, was still slowly healing. However, compared to his previous state of utter helplessness, he could now feel his strength gradually returning, and his mood soared with excitement. At this moment, Lin Hao cleared his throat and asked, "Senior Gwen, can you leave this space now?" Dragoon shook his head. "Although this place restricts me, it also protects me. Once I leave, the Qianming guy will definitely try his best to kill me. I can't beat him in my current state, so I'd better stay hidden for now." As the king of the ruins of calamity, Dragoon didn't think hiding was something shameful. Knowing when to act is a basic skill. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao felt relieved. This king of the ruins of calamity had so many treasures on him, and he hadn't taken enough yet. Thinking of this, Lin Hao smiled and said, "Senior Gwen, is there anything else I can help you with?" Dragoon nodded. "My strength is gradually recovering, and it's time to gather my former subordinates. The calamity of falling sky meteorite is the one among the 8 calamities who is least likely to betray me. I need you to help me find him as soon as possible. It shouldn't be difficult. Once you find him, I'll give you a random legendary skill book." Random skill? Lin Hao was a bit dissatisfied, but since it wasn't too difficult, he could accept it. Dragoon saw Lin Hao agree and took out a gemstone and a black robe. "These two are also considered your reward." More surprises? Lin Hao took the gemstone and black robe and examined them carefully. Blood Veil Gemstone. After activation, it will make you carry a cataclysmic aura. What is a cataclysmic aura? I don't want to turn into a monster, Lin Hao asked. Dragoon shook his head. It's not what you think. This aura doesn't have any special effects, it just makes the people of the Cataclysm Church mistake you for one of their own. Take a look at the effect of the black robe, and you'll understand. Lin Hao looked at the description of the black robe. Blood Veil Black Robe. After wearing it, your identity information cannot be detected. Leaving aside the Blood Veil gem, this black robe is quite impressive. Lin Hao exclaimed, "Senior Guan, are you asking me to infiltrate the Calamity Ruins Church?" Dragoon nodded. "This is the fastest way to obtain information, isn't it? Of course, if you have another way, you don't have to take this route." Lin Hao shook his head. "This is indeed the fastest, I'll give it a try." After coming out of the special space, Lin Hao arrived at the Points Exchange Center of Kyoto University. The 3 attribute fruits he had stored earlier had already been exchanged for intelligence fruits. He then placed the newly acquired spirit and physique fruits here to wait for someone to trade. After consuming 3 intelligence fruits, Lin Hao's intelligence instantly increased by 600 points, reaching 11,820 points. His spell attack power also rose by 1,200, reaching 98,940 points. After getting ready, he arrived at the school's dungeon hall. Previously, Fang Rongguang had told him that there was a Tier 4 dungeon here that no one had challenged. Since there was no need to queue, Lin Hao decided to go in and give it a try, while earning some energy and rewards along the way. Upon reaching the lobby, Lin Hao ran into an old acquaintance, Fang Rongguang. "Mr. Fang, you're on duty again?" Lin Hao asked. Fang Rongguang sighed. "While you were away, the school held a meeting. From now on, we teachers have to take turns being on duty every semester." "I see." Lin Hao nodded. Fang Rongguang asked, "Are you here to challenge the dungeon? Give up on that Tier 4 dungeon." "Yes, Teacher Fang. Since I have some free time, I thought I'd casually try to strategize it." Fang Rongguang listened, his mind full of black lines. "A dungeon that others find difficult, you actually treat it as a casual stroll." He thought for a moment and felt it necessary to explain clearly to Lin Hao. "Lin Hao, I need to tell you the rules of the dungeon in advance. Although there's only one, it's particularly troublesome. All monsters in the dungeon will reduce 10 million points of damage when attacked. This is different from immunity. Immunity means that if you deal 10 million and 1 damage, the monster will take 10 million.1 damage. But damage reduction is different, the damage is directly reduced by 10 million. Even if you deal 110 million damage, the monster only takes 1 million damage. Lin Hao nodded. This rule is indeed troublesome, but it doesn't matter to me. Even a 4th-tier job expert from Kyoto University, using legendary level skills, can only deal around 10 million damage. Normal attacks and weak skills can't break through the defense at all. No wonder no one dares to tackle this dungeon. Players entering the dungeon are either aiming for a strategy or grinding for experience. Grinding for experience here is a complete waste of time, so no one comes. It's good that you're confident, but don't overdo it. Retreat immediately if you encounter danger. There is no time limit for the instance, staying alive is the most important. Alright, Teacher Fang. Lin Hao nodded. He had heard this phrase so many times that it was almost worn out. Nearly every teacher would remind them, but caring for students was their responsibility. After entering the teleportation array, Lin Hao quickly arrived at the Tier 4 instance. This time, it wasn't a plain or a peach grove, but a wasteland filled with broken walls and ruins, with the howls of monsters echoing everywhere. For safety's sake, he first confirmed the dungeon rules, which were exactly the same as what Fang Rongguan had said, unchanged. Then, Lin Hao swaggered forward directly. Cautious? Not at all. He has over 14 million mana points, fearless. Not long after, he encountered a group of small monsters. Floating Ghost, Cataclysm. Level 40. HP 400,000. Magic Attack 20,000. Physical Defense 16,800. Magic Resistance 20,000. Seen monsters with hundreds of millions of health points, he actually found 400,000 a bit amusing. I really don't know where you get the confidence to strut around in front of me. Lin Hao raised his hand, unleashing the move 10,000 Thunder Tribulation. The skill activated, and the surrounding space instantly turned purple. Then countless bolts of lightning tore through the sky, with thousands upon thousands of thunder pillars descending from above. The monster struck by lightning had exaggerated damage numbers appear above its head. Minus 88.92 million. Minus 88.92 million. Minus 88.92 million. Even with a reduction of 10 million, Lin Hao still dealt a terrifying damage of over 80 million. The small monsters were instantly obliterated without a trace. Sweeping through all the way, Lin Hao finally encountered the first Cataclysm boss after 2.5 minutes. Floating Ghost King, Cataclysm. Level 40. HP 630 million. Magic Attack 120,000. Physical Defense 100,000. Magic Resistance 120,000. Tier 4 boss is so weak, its health is way too low. Before the boss could approach, Lin Hao raised his hand and launched consecutive fireball attacks. Minus 39,470,000. Minus 39.47 million. Minus 39.47 million. The boss has a teleportation skill and, after taking a few fireballs, instantly appeared in front of Lin Hao. A massive energy ball simultaneously smashed toward Lin Hao. But he didn't even bother to dodge, nor did he activate his shield. Minus 1.2 million. Is that all the damage? Lin Hao sneered. 1.2 million damage only deducted 1,200 mana points from him. This consumption is basically nothing. His mana consumption is even higher than casting a fireball spell. A level 5,000 fireball spell costs 5,000 mana points each time it's cast. The two sides attacked each other back and forth, and before long, the boss was knocked to the ground by Lin Hao with one move. Defeated the level 40 Floating Ghost King. Lin Hao gained 2 million experience points. Killing an enemy 5 levels higher than himself. Extra reward of 1 million experience points. Defeat level 40 Cataclysm boss. Congratulations on successfully absorbing 4 million energy points. Similarly, kills exceeding level 5. Extra reward of 2 million energy points. When killing the Floating Ghost King, Lin Hao triggered absolute luck, and obtained the Floating Staff, Floating Robe, Floating Ring, and Intermediate Mana Fruit. Not bad, although 6 million mana is a bit on the low side. But Lin Hao hardly put in any effort. After swallowing the mana fruit, his maximum mana value increased by another 20,000 points. Reached 14,843,100 points. Take these legendary equipment. Lin Hao continued advancing deeper into the dungeon. The massive advantage in attributes. Let him exist like an invincible presence in this instance. Even a tier 4 catastrophe boss appears fragile and feeble in front of him. In less than 5 minutes, Lin Hao just defeated the last 2 bosses. 4 other 4th tier job changers. This dungeon is extremely difficult to tackle. But Lin Hao handled it with ease. He gained 6 million experience and 12 million energy points. At this moment, Lin Hao's total energy points had already skyrocketed to 61.76 million. The 2 attribute fruits obtained, all of them increase health points. After consuming, Lin Hao's maximum health points increased by 4,000 points, reaching 5,257,100 points. However, 4,000 health points for him really seemed pitifully low. He even thought, if he ever gets another life fruit in the future, isn't it better to save it first and wait to exchange for something more worthwhile? After all, health points are actually not hard to increase, because he has the Battle Dragon Medal. After clearing the dungeon, the War Dragon Medal is activated again. Lin Hao's maximum health instantly increased by 1 million, directly breaking through to 6,257,100 points. Lin Hao could hardly believe it. If each of his copies is like this, how terrifying will his future health be? After the copy ends, it begins to slowly dissipate. Lin Hao received an extra reward. Ding! Congratulations on successfully clearing the dungeon. You obtained the feathered boots, the Eternal Night skill book, and 5 life fruits. Lin Hao immediately looked at the attributes of the feathered boots. Feathered boots. Quality, legendary. Equipment requirement, 3000 agility points. Class restriction, Mage. Movement speed increased by 35%. Effect, immune to slowing effects and ground toxins. Gain an additional 15% movement speed when attacked. Not bad. Another piece of equipment with no level restrictions. The absolute luck passive is simply amazing. Non-level equipment delivered one after another. Lin Hao took off his level 10 old shoes, put on the boots of feather flight, and his movement speed immediately increased significantly. Then, he looked at the legendary skill book Eternal Night Silence. The name alone makes one feel powerful. Lin Hao originally thought it was an attack skill, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be a support skill. Yet the effect is truly astonishing. Eternal Night Silence. Quality, legendary. Learning condition, magic-based profession. Consumes 500 mana points. Locks onto a target within 50 meters. Apply the Eternal Silence effect, lasting for 3 seconds. Disables all passive skills of the target. Cooldown time, 600 seconds. This skill is very powerful. Deal with those enemies with survival passives. First use it to cancel the passive. Then directly kill them in seconds. For example, those transforming guys from the Calamity Church. Transformation is actually a survival passive skill. What's more interesting is, this skill also somewhat restrains Lin Hao himself, because his source of magic shield is also a passive effect. Once it becomes invalid, he loses protection, becomes more dangerous. More importantly, Eternal Silence is not a control skill, but a negative effect. Even absolute freedom can't dispel it. I actually got a skill that can counter myself in advance. Lin Hao felt complicated. It seems I need to quickly get a skill that removes all negative effects, or else I'll have to sleep on edge. As for the 5 life fruits, Lin Hao did not eat immediately, but stored it first. Soon, the instance completely dissipated, and Lin Hao prepared to move forward. Hao had just come out of the dungeon. Fang Rongguang stared at Lin Hao's back, his face full of shock. This kid, his strength has improved a lot again. A tier 4 ruins dungeon, and you cleared it in less than 10 minutes. Just how powerful is your damage? Lin Hao said calmly, actually, the damage isn't that high. A single fireball in normal conditions is only around 40 to 50 million. 40 to 50 million? Fang Rongguang almost dropped his jaw. Are you kidding me? Believe it or not. Lin Hao shrugged and then asked, Mr. Fang, do you know where the people from the Ruins Church usually hide? Why are you asking about this? Nothing, just asking casually. Fang Rongguang frowned, knowing Lin Hao was making an excuse, but he didn't press further. He thought for a moment and said, those guys from the Ruins Church usually hide in places we rarely go, like desolate wilderness or special dungeons. But most of them are in the wilderness, which covers a large area. I don't know the exact locations. You could ask the people in the war zone, they might have some intelligence. Lin Hao nodded. It seemed he had to make a trip to the war zone. Fortunately, he had connections there. He crushed the teleportation stone and instantly arrived at the outskirts of the 10th war zone. Here, no one, including the war zone's own people, could directly use a teleportation stone to enter the zone. Identity checks were mandatory. Having a pass allowed for easy entry, but without one, it would be troublesome. Although Lin Hao didn't have a pass, he wasn't worried at all because he had something even more powerful than a pass: the War Dragon Medal. He walked up to the 2 guards, and before they could speak, he took out the War Dragon Medal. The guards were so shocked upon seeing the medal that they were speechless. After a long moment, they finally came to their senses and let Lin Hao in without hesitation. Are you kidding? The Supreme Level War Dragon Medal, this is a top-tier item personally carried by District Chief Wang, and it was given to Lin Hao. Why would he still need a pass? After successfully entering the war zone, Lin Hao originally intended to find Li and to ask about the situation, but unexpectedly encountered the demigod Wang Jinayu. Lin Hao initially didn't want to bother him over a small matter, but Wang Jinayu took the initiative to approach him. Lin Hao, did you come to the war zone specifically because you're facing some difficulties? Lin Hao nodded. Since Wang Jinayu was so enthusiastic, he didn't hold back. District Chief Wang, I want to know where the Disaster Ruins Church's gathering place is. Although Lin Hao could directly inquire about the location of the heavenly catastrophe, doing so would expose the fact that he knows the title of the King of the Ruins, which made him hesitant. He was still unsure of the attitude of the strongest human demigod towards the former ruler of the ruins, and there was no need to invite trouble. Want to know the hiding place of the Church of the Ruins? Wang Jinayu seemed a bit curious but didn't ask further. He directly took out a white memory crystal. This contains the location of a gathering spot. Activate it, and you'll know the exact location. Lin Hao took the crystal and curiously asked, Director Wang, since you know where they are, why not just wipe them out directly? It's simple. It's just a bunch of small fry over there, no big figures. Wang Jinayu chuckled. Do you have anything else? If not, I'll get back to work. Lin Hao shook his head to express his thanks, watching the demigod leave. Then he activated the memory crystal and immediately saw the location of the gathering point. It was actually in the demon spirit wilderness of the third war zone. It was even farther than he had imagined, at least a half-month's journey on foot. But it didn't matter, he had the Aurora crystal, which allowed him to reach any place instantly. However, Lin Hao didn't use the Aurora crystal right away. Instead, he quickly left the war zone. After confirming no one was around, he first activated the blood concealment gem and then put on the blood concealment black robe. This outfit must not be seen by people in the war zone, otherwise, it would be very troublesome to explain. Lin Hao put on his gear in advance, fearing that once the Aurora crystal was activated, he would immediately be targeted by the Ruins Church. If he waited until then to put it on, it would definitely be too late. After completing his preparations, he activated the Aurora crystal, instantly traversing space and flying toward the target location. In the blink of an eye, Lin Hao found himself in a desolate wilderness. There were plenty of monsters around, but strangely, not a single person in sight. Lin Hao was puzzled. Isn't this supposed to be the gathering place of the Ruins Church? How could there be no one here? He began to suspect whether that settlement also had equipment similar to the war zone, isolating the space and preventing direct traversal. This indicated that the foundation of the Ruins Church was not simple, and the next actions would need to be more cautious. Lin Hao quickened his pace and headed toward the settlement. Along the way, he encountered many monsters. Although the monsters noticed him, they showed no intention of attacking. Normally, these monsters would have already pounced, so why aren't they attacking this time? Lin Hao speculated, could it be that the blood veil gem is working? Is it making the monsters mistake me for one of their own? Testing his theory, Lin Hao conjured a fireball and hurled it at one of the monsters. The monster instantly died, and the other monsters were stunned for a moment before launching an attack on him. Just as expected. After the blood veil gem is activated, the monsters won't attack him proactively, but if he makes the first move, they will retaliate. Lin Hao casually threw a few fireballs, taking care of the group of suicidal monsters. Just as he was about to move forward, a loud shout came from behind. Stop. Lin Hao frowned and turned around, seeing two level 40 cataclysm cultists. Are you talking to me? Lin Hao responded coldly. Who else could it be? The person on the left spoke coldly. Why are you killing the monsters? Lin Hao was stunned for a moment. Could it be that people from the Calamity Ruins Church aren't allowed to kill monsters? Why? He didn't ask out of curiosity, to avoid exposing his identity, and just sneered, I do whatever I want. What's it to you? The two immediately became furious. You're being ungrateful. These monsters help us cover the settlement and delay the attacks from those people in the war zone. Killing them doesn't even give us experience points. Why are you attacking them? Lin Hao became even more interested after hearing this. They don't gain experience from killing monsters? Then how do they level up? That's strange. Could they be stuck at one level, unable to multiply their health points? He felt there must be some secret behind this, but now wasn't the time to dig deeper. Lin Hao couldn't be bothered to tangle with them and directly launched a flash flame impact at the person on the left. 148,410,000. Over 200 million damage instantly emptied the opponent's health bar and put him into a catastrophic state. Another cultist was scared out of his wits and quickly begged for mercy. Spare me, senior. We shouldn't have offended you. As he spoke, he took out a handful of blood-red gemstones. This is all I have, please accept them. Lin Hao took the gemstones and looked at the description. Cataclysmic magic crystal, using it grants a large amount of cataclysm experience points. So this is their secret to leveling up. Killing monsters gives no experience, they can only rely on these magic crystals. This Cataclysm Church really has some tricks up its sleeve. I originally planned to kill these two on the spot, but now that I think about it, letting them lead the way isn't a bad idea. At this moment, a cultist who hadn't been struck into a catastrophic state poured out a bottle of white potion, applied it to his companion, and helped him recover from the catastrophe. Lin Hao observed this with curiosity but did not show it. The two, still shaken, began to introduce themselves. Senior, my name is Wang Mingzin. I was the one who offended you earlier. Thank you for sparing my life. Senior, my name is Kui Singh. You look a bit unfamiliar, so you must be new to our third church, right? Lin Hao nodded, with a hint of interest in his eyes, and said, You're right, I just joined the Ruins Church not long ago, Lin Hao said. Kui Singh smiled, It's simple. When we first joined the church, we also went crazy fighting monsters. Later, we realized there was no experience to gain, so who would bother? Lin Hao nodded, so that's how it is. Wang Mingzhen quickly came over. Since you're new here, let us help you get familiar with the church. There are quite a few unspoken rules here, and I suffered a lot back in the day. Lin Hao nodded, sure, then I'll trouble you both. The two remained extremely respectful because they knew that demonstrating strength was the true source of confidence. Soon, the three of them entered the desolate ruins of the Calamity Church. Lin Hao originally thought someone would check their identities, but he found that no one did. Thinking about the blood-red calamity mist draped over them, wasn't that the most obvious identity marker? Lin Hao looked around and found that this place was very similar to the Transferry Association in Longguo, with multiple branches as well. He asked, how big is your church exactly? Wang Mingzhen replied with a smile, our Calamity Church is just like the war zones in Longguo. Longguo has 13 major war zones, and we also have 13 churches. Each war zone corresponds to one church. There is only one church leader, while the other 12 are high priests who can act on behalf of the church leader in their respective branches. Lin Hao took a deep breath. As expected, this church's background is even deeper than I imagined. No wonder the war zone hasn't been able to completely eliminate them for so long. Then who is the strongest person in this division? Lin Hao asked. Kui Xing quickly replied, the strongest here is an 8th rank elder. Although his rank hasn't reached the 9th, his strength is in no way inferior to a 9th rank expert. Lin Hao was curious, why? Kui Xing proudly said, because we have treasures bestowed by the 8 great calamities here. I'm not sure exactly what they are, but they're really powerful. The three of them chatted as they walked and soon arrived in front of the bounty notice board. Lin Hao stopped to take a closer look and found Sun Haifei's name, along with the leaders and deputy leaders of other war zones, but the names of the Dragon Nation's demigods Zhen Yu and Mu Tianqian were not there. Lin Hao asked the two locals, why don't I see the names of the Dragon Nation's demigods here? Kui Xing gave a wry smile, are you kidding? Who would dare put a bounty on the Dragon Nation's demigods? The high priest of our third church once encountered the demigod Mu Tianqian. If he hadn't escaped quickly, he wouldn't still have his position now. Wang Mingzhen nodded, yeah, those two demigods are terrifying. Not to mention the high priest, even our leader almost got beaten down by Wang Jinayu. Lin Hao was momentarily stunned, thinking that this church wasn't all that impressive. No wonder Mu Tianqian always referred to them as sewer rats, numerous in number but lacking any true experts. Even the leader was utterly defeated by Wang Jinayu, clearly showing the disparity in strength. He then thought, why isn't there a bounty on that guy I hate the most, Lin Hao? Halfway through his sentence, he changed his tone, senior, of course Lin Hao's name is here. Look at this. Wang Mingzhen led him to another bounty board. He ranks first. I heard this guy is fierce, killing several deacons of the 10th church across levels when he was only in his 20s or 30s. Kui Xing nodded, these are old news. Lin Hao recently took down 5 deacons across levels in a dungeon. Our church's higher UPS all consider him extremely dangerous. Once he grows, he will definitely become the next demigod level figure Mu Tianqian. Lin Hao walked to the bounty notice board, and sure enough, his name was prominently ranked first, with a handsome photo of him posted above. Bounty for the 10th War Zone, Kyoto University student Lin Hao, reward of 100,000 magic crystals. If successfully recruited into the Cataclysm Church, the reward will increase tenfold to 1 million magic crystals. Lin Hao looked down and found that the 10th name was Fang Deshuang. Bounty for the 5th War Zone, Kyoto University student Fang Deshuang, reward of 10,000 magic crystals. If successfully recruited into the Cataclysm Church, the reward will rise to 100,000 magic crystals. After reading, Lin Hao nodded in satisfaction. The Cataclysm Church is quite clever. The bounty they placed on me is 10 times that of Fang Deshuang. Although this isn't something worth celebrating, strangely enough, Lin Hao felt quite pleased about it. Beside him, Kui Xing curiously asked, Senior, you said you and Lin Hao are enemies. Did you two fight? Of course. Lin Hao nodded. Lin Hao indeed has the potential to become a demigod. He's the strongest I've seen at the same level and the only one who could fight me to a draw. Kui Xing was so shocked that his jaw dropped. What? You're only at tier 3 right now. Although probing cannot specifically obtain detailed information about a person, checking their level and profession is no problem. However, Lin Hao's forehead was full of question marks, with nothing displayed. Everyone was stunned to learn that this mysterious expert was only at tier 3. However, this senior truly has strength. A single skill can deal damage exceeding 100 million, even stronger than Lin Hao. Wang Mingzhen quickly flattered, Senior, your skills are profound. Next time you encounter Lin Hao, you'll definitely make him cry like a baby. Lin Hao rolled his eyes at him, alright, are you mocking me? But what a pity, Senior, you might not have the chance. Wang Mingzhen sighed. Lin Hao asked curiously, why do you say that? Wang Mingzhen said, the 10th church has failed multiple times in dealing with Lin Hao. I heard their elder is going to personally take action. That elder is an 8th tier powerhouse, easily crushing Lin Hao as effortlessly as stepping on an ant. Kui Sing nodded. Indeed, no matter how strong Lin Hao is, he's only at the 3rd tier. The gap between him and an 8th tier powerhouse is like heaven and earth, completely incomparable. Lin Hao's face darkened as well. An 8th tier elder personally coming to deal with him, how shameless could they be? But he was not afraid at all, holding the supreme level Myriad Law's Annihilation Pearl in his hand. If it really came to a showdown, the outcome would be hard to predict. However, the more information about the enemy, the better. Lin Hao directly asked, "Do you know the name of the elder who wants to deal with me? What skills does he have?" The two shook their heads. "We are just ordinary followers, we don't know much." Kui Sing thought for a moment and said, "Senior, if you're interested in this information, you can go to the everything shop to buy it, as long as you have enough magic crystals. That greedy guy dares to sell any news." Lin Hao's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Any news? Perhaps the clues about the Heavens Fall disaster are hidden there. Soon, the three arrived at the everything shop. Although it's called the everything shop, it's actually just a shabby stall. In front of the stall squatted an old man with a head full of white hair, missing several teeth. Seeing the guests, the old man beamed with a smile. "Hee hee, 3 guests, what would you like to buy? I guarantee with my 10 years of reputation that the information I sell is absolutely reliable." Kui Sing and Wang Mingzhen nodded in agreement. Although the old man's prices were ridiculously high, the information he sold had never been wrong. They speculated that the old man was naturally gifted with a knack for intelligence, though it was just a guess. Lin Hao wasn't interested in the old man's background, he just wanted accurate information. He asked bluntly, "Old man, do you know the name of the Cataclysm Elder who's after me? What skills does he have?" The old man wasn't bothered at all by Lin Hao's straightforward address. How many decent people are there in the Cataclysm Church? If Lin Hao were polite to him, he would actually find it strange. The old man didn't ask much about why Lin Hao wanted to inquire about the Elder of Cataclysm. The old man just extended one finger. "What do you mean, 10 magic crystals?" Kui Sing asked first. The old man shook his head. "Damn, are you crazy? You're actually selling a small piece of information for 100 magic crystals?" Wang Mingzhen couldn't help but curse. The old man still shook his head. This time, even Lin Hao couldn't sit still. "You're not asking for 1,000 magic crystals, are you?" Lin Hao asked. Although he wasn't clear about the exact value of magic crystals, Kui Sing had just handed over all his possessions to save his life, which amounted to only about 100 magic crystals. The old man finally nodded this time. "Little guy, 1,000 magic crystals isn't expensive. What you're asking about is news regarding the Elder of the Ruins. Doing this will offend him. If it were someone else, no matter how much money you offered, they wouldn't tell you." Lin Hao frowned, feeling that what was said made sense. Then he looked at Wang Mingzhen. Kui Sing had already handed over everything to save his life, but Wang Mingzhen hadn't given the old man a single penny. Wang Mingzhen gave a wry smile and could only take out his savings, which amounted to just 120 magic crystals. From this, it's clear how rare magic crystals are. This old man is asking for an astronomical price. "Senior, let's go. This old man is really asking for the moon." Wang Mingzhen nodded in agreement. "This damned old guy must have been a starving ghost in his past life," he cursed angrily. Wang Mingzhen didn't dare to provoke Lin Hao, so he could only vent his anger on the old man, his fury erupting like a volcano. The old man, however, didn't mind and said with a smile, "Having no money is no problem. I'll be here any time, always welcoming you to come back." After leaving the intelligence house, Wang Mingzhen was still complaining incessantly. Lin Hao frowned and asked, "Do you know how to quickly earn magic crystals?" "Ha, senior, are you really planning to buy information?" someone asked in surprise. Lin Hao glanced at him. "Are you teaching me how to do things?" Wang Mingzhen quickly shut his mouth. Kui Sing said with a smile, "Senior, I know a place where we can earn a large amount of magic crystals. There's a merchant in our settlement who specializes in buying nightmare bones, which can only be obtained by killing nightmare creatures. 1 nightmare bone can be exchanged for 10 magic crystals, but the probability is low, and it takes some time." "Low probability?" Lin Hao laughed. "Lead the way then, I want to see just how difficult it really is. With me here, talking about probability? Don't joke around." Soon, the three left the gathering place and headed toward the nightmare cave. On the way, Lin Hao asked, "Have you ever killed anyone?" Kui Sing felt a bit nervous, unsure why Lin Hao was asking. Wang Mingzhen, however, proudly said, "Of course. Before joining the Calamity Ruins Church, I killed plenty of people. Killing and robbing is way better than struggling to fight monsters for gear." He looked at Kui Sing. "Don't be fooled by his honest appearance, he's killed more people than I have. Rest assured, senior, we're ruthless and won't hold you back." "Is that so?" That's good. Lin Hao smiled faintly. He wasn't particularly bloodthirsty, but those he killed had brought it upon themselves. These two were helping him find the way, and he initially planned to spare them, but now it seemed easier to kill them to prevent them from harming others. After walking for a while, the three arrived at the Nightmare Cavern. The cave was pitch black, and Lin Hao felt a bit annoyed that he hadn't learned any illumination spells. Fortunately, Kui Xing knew a purple illumination spell. Although it wasn't high level and had limited range, it could barely provide some light. They continued to explore and soon encountered a group of floating creatures clad in black armor. Nightmare Warrior. Level 50. Health points 390,000. Attack power 22,000. Physical defense 20,300. Magic resistance 20,000. Lin Hao couldn't help but laugh at this 390,000 health. The two people beside him became nervous, stepping back a pace to shield Lin Hao. He couldn't be bothered with their little actions and directly activated Storm Howl, summoning a tornado to sweep toward the enemy. Lin Hao had already mastered this move. Some time passed, and Lin Hao's level hadn't increased, but dealing with these small monsters with his strength was as easy as playing a game. The tornado swirled, and huge damage numbers appeared above the heads of all the small monsters. -9,892,000. -9,889,000. -9,888,000. All the small monsters instantly dropped dead. A pile of equipment fell to the ground, along with rare nightmare bones. Kui Xing and Wang Mingzhen were dumbfounded. It took them a lot of time to farm Nightmare Warrior spirits, but Lin Hao wiped out a group of monsters in one move. The Nightmare Bones, which had an extremely low drop rate, actually dropped more than 10 pieces this time. Wang Mingzhen exclaimed excitedly, "Senior, you are simply the embodiment of the Martial Star and the Star of Fortune. So many nightmare skeletons, they can be exchanged for hundreds of magic crystals." But Lin Hao didn't feel much about it. The two sensibly helped him pick up all the dropped items, handed them over to him, and the three continued forward. With Lin Hao leading the way, the journey was completely unobstructed. Every time a tornado swept through, it instantly cleared out a large area of monsters. Behind him, Kui Xing and Wang Mingzhen were picking up equipment to the point of numbness. Finally, the three arrived at the deepest part of the cave, where a massive sleeping boss lay before them. Lin Hao checked its detailed information. Nightmare Warrior King. Level 50. Health points 100 million. Attack power 200,000. Physical defense 190,000. Magic resistance 180,000. A boss without a cataclysmic state really isn't much of a threat, with only 100 million health points. Lin Hao didn't take it seriously at all, but Kui Xing and Wang Mingzhen were already starting to feel weak in the knees. Lin Hao took the initiative, launching a flash flame impact directly at the boss's head. -148,230,000. -148,230,000. Over 200 million damage instantly turned the boss into dust. Although it died quietly, as it was still sleeping, this time it would never wake up again. System prompt. Kill the level 50 Nightmare Warrior King to gain 1 million experience. Exceed level 15 to gain an additional 1.5 million experience. Kill the level 50 boss to gain 2 million energy. Exceed level 15 to gain an additional 3 million energy. Trigger Absolute Luck passive, obtain Samurai Greatsword, Samurai Battle Armor, Samurai Battle Ring, Life Fruit, Medium. The experience and energy from ordinary bosses aren't much, but it's sufficient. Energy value increased by 5 million, Lin Hao now holds 66.76 million energy. Kui Xing and Wang Mingzhen saw Lin Hao instantly kill a 5th-tier boss in one move, gasping in shock, so powerful. Simply unbelievable. At this moment, Lin Hao began to collect the spoils. Kui Xing's face suddenly showed a fierce expression and gave Wang Mingzhen a look. Before Wang Mingzhen could understand, Kui Xing suddenly charged at Lin Hao, his staff emitting a pale blue glow, striking fiercely at Lin Hao's back. But it was as if Lin Hao had eyes on his back. A shield of nearly 50 million instantly appeared. Kui Xing's attack only reduced the shield by 150,000 points, leaving no trace at all. Watching Lin Hao's shield being consumed wave after wave, Kui Xing's face turned to despair. Lin Hao turned around and casually clapped his hands. "I didn't expect you to be a melee mage. Quite clever and decisive, but your strength is a bit lacking." Wang Mingzhen asked in confusion, "Kui Xing, are you crazy? How dare you attack the senior?" Kui Xing cursed angrily, "It's not strong enemies I fear, but foolish teammates. The senior you're talking about is Lin Hao." Wang Mingzhen was shocked. "What? If this is really Lin Hao, then didn't he just expose both of us?" Lin Hao answered them with action, showing no mercy. He countered with a 300-level Thunder Strike, fiercely teaching them a lesson. Heavenly Tribulation descends. As soon as the skill was unleashed, the depths of the cave were instantly enveloped in a sea of purple. Before the two could react, thousands of lightning pillars descended from the sky. Damage off the charts, instantly breaking 90 million. The two's health bars instantly dropped to zero, directly entering a catastrophic state. Lin Hao showed no mercy, raising his hand with a wave, unleashing a massive wave 800 meters high. The ferocious giant wave crashed down, dealing over 90 million damage again, instantly killing two people. Killed a level 40 Cataclysm cultist, gaining 1.5 million experience points. 5 levels higher than himself, earning an additional 750,000 experience as a reward. The same enemy gave him a total of 4.5 million experience and 9 million energy points. Lin Hao's energy value instantly soared to 75.76 million. Not only that, he also obtained 6 pieces of legendary equipment, as well as mana fruit and constitution fruit. After consuming the mana fruit, his maximum mana value directly increased by 20,000, reaching 14.86 million. As for the constitution fruit and the life fruit dropped by the boss, he chose to save them for now. Confirming the number of nightmare bones in hand, after killing so many monsters, he had collected 523 pieces. Converted into cataclysm magic crystals, there were 5,230 pieces, far exceeding expectations. Staying here any longer was meaningless. Lin Hao directly returned to the gathering place. They set out as 3, but only he returned. It seems that acting alone is his best choice. He first went to the materials merchant and exchanged all the nightmare bones for cataclysm magic crystals. Now, he has 5,460 magic crystals. Afterward, Lin Hao returned to the intelligence merchant. The old man saw him gather the magic crystals so quickly and beamed with joy. "Where are your two companions?" the old man asked curiously. Lin Hao replied coldly, "Things you shouldn't know, don't ask." After speaking, he took out 1,000 magic crystals from his pocket and casually handed them to the old man. "Now, it's your turn to tell me the news." The old man accepted the magic crystal, his smile deepened, and he quickly said, Of course, of course." He closed his eyes and only spoke about 2.5 minutes later. "The assassin sent by the 10th Church is an elder named Zhu Jian. However, he won't act immediately because you have a powerful backer. He can only make a move inside the instance, and to bypass the instance rules, he needs to apply for a supreme level item first. It will probably take some time. His skills are numerous, such as Fireball, Waterball, Thunderball, and countless other basic spells." Lin Hao impatiently interrupted. "Don't waste time, just tell me about his legendary skills and special abilities." The old man nodded, pondered for a moment, and said, "He has 14 legendary skills. 6 are max-level attack skills, one of which can deal true damage, particularly dangerous. 3 are shield skills, nothing special. And there's also a passive sealing skill. The remaining 2 are control and immunity skills, and the last 2 are displacement skills." Sure enough, there is a passive sealing skill. Lin Hao frowned slightly, feeling a bit helpless. It seems he needs to quickly obtain a skill to remove negative statuses. True damage skills can penetrate shields, and his source shield was sealed, leaving him unable to counterattack. An 8th rank elder is indeed far superior to an ordinary steward, posing a significant threat. However, this elder in front of him is truly formidable, knowing so many details about Zhu Jian. The elder suddenly asked, "Young man, you're asking these questions so clearly, you wouldn't happen to be Lin Hao, would you?" Lin Hao smiled faintly. "What do you think?" The old man chuckled awkwardly, "I can't possibly guess. The story has just begun. I was blocked by someone more powerful, so I couldn't find out the situation in advance. However, I have no interest in your matters over there, including the war zone and the Church of Ruins. I just want to make money quietly." The old man clearly guessed something, but he didn't want to get involved. Lin Hao couldn't be bothered with him. As long as he didn't cause trouble, he could do whatever he wanted. "I have one more thing to ask you. Do you know where the meteorite from the cataclysm is hidden? Do you want to know the exact locations of the 8 calamities?" The old man was a bit surprised when he heard this, but he didn't ask further, only extending 5 fingers. Lin Hao said coldly, "You'd better mean 5,000 magic crystals, not 50,000. The old man laughed, "Of course, I'm not a profiteer. You just want to know where the calamity of heaven's fall is, not all the information. 5,000 magic crystals are enough." This price was fairly reasonable. The 8 great calamities were the pinnacle existences of the ruins of Calamity World. Even that guy who called himself the King of the Night was originally one of the 8 great calamities. Spending 5,000 magic crystals to obtain such high-level information was already quite a bargain. However, Lin Hao was a bit short on magic crystals. He had spent 1,000 magic crystals earlier and now only had 4,230 left, still over 700 short. He thought for a moment and took out a life fruit. "Take a look at this, can it be exchanged for magic crystals?" The old man licked his lips, "No problem. Life fruits are good stuff. This medium-sized fruit can be exchanged for 1,000 magic crystals without issue. Lin Hao was somewhat surprised. It was worth much more than he had imagined. Seeing his hesitation, the old man quickly added, "Young man, this price is already very fair. If you go elsewhere to exchange, it'll be about the same. If you have time to visit a few more places, you might even get a bit more." Lin Hao said nothing and took out 5 life fruits and 1 constitution fruit. "Stop wasting time, exchange all of these for magic crystals." "No problem." The old man took the 7 fruits and gave Lin Hao 2,000 magic crystals. Lin Hao accepted the magic crystals and looked at the old man. The old man directly said, "The calamity of Heaven's Fall should still be in the Shadow Abyss dungeon. Once you enter, head deeper and you'll find him. The Shadow Abyss dungeon is located in the Shadow Wilderness of the 4th War Zone. It won't be hard to find." Lin Hao nodded, a look of joy appearing on his face. He hadn't expected to get news of the calamity of Heaven's Fall so quickly, and now he could return to claim the legendary skill book. However, since he was already here, he decided to take a stroll before heading back. Soon, while wandering around the gathering place, he unexpectedly saw a stall selling legendary skill books. It was for swordsmen, and the price was so low it was suspicious, only 20,000 magic crystals. For Lin Hao, this was equivalent to 20 attribute fruits he couldn't use. In fact, it wasn't that the price was cheap, but that these fruits were also quite valuable. Magic crystals are truly treasures, far more valuable than the paper currency of any country. If you try to buy a legendary skill book with paper money, others will just laugh at you for dreaming. After all, paper money itself has no intrinsic value, it relies on national credit. Once no one recognizes it, it becomes worthless. Take the currency of some small countries, for example. Nobody respects it, and who knows when the country might be destroyed by monsters, rendering the currency completely worthless. But magic crystals are different. Whether you believe it or not, they are resources. They can help you level up, they never depreciate, and they don't rely on any organization for endorsement. Lin Hao felt that magic crystals were somewhat similar to spirit stones in this world. Spirit stones are treasures in the cultivation world, while magic crystals are the universal currency of the real world. However, ordinary people cannot use cataclysm magic crystals to level up, they can only use them for trading. Thinking about this, the legendary skill book had already been bought by someone else. Lin Hao wasn't surprised and continued browsing other stalls. To his surprise, there were actually quite a few good items here. He even saw various legendary great items. Among them was a life-saving artifact priced as high as 500,000 magic crystals. The price of magic crystals was actually more expensive than a legendary skill book. It truly confirmed the saying, no matter where you are, life is the most important thing. Lin Hao wandered around, his wallet flat, and could only look without buying anything. It seems that he will have to find a way to get some magic crystals in the future, or else he won't even have the chance to buy good things when he sees them. After leaving the gathering place, Lin Hao crushed the return stone and instantly returned to the special space. Dragoon, seeing him return so quickly, was already used to it and didn't show a surprised expression this time. "Did you find out any news about the calamity of the falling sky?" Dragoon asked. Lin Hao nodded. "It's now in the Shadow Wilderness, inside the Shadow Dungeon." "Shadow Realm copy?" Dragoon was a bit surprised. "It's not in the Ruins world? Is there a problem with that?" Lin Hao asked curiously. "Not really a problem, it's just that I'll have to trouble you to make a trip," Dragoon said. "My means of contact require a specific location, and I can only reach people in the Ruins world. The copy is a convergence point of the two worlds, so it won't work there either." "Me, make a trip?" Lin Hao shook his head and flatly refused. "I'm not going." "Don't worry, I won't let you go for nothing," Dragoon said with a smile. "This task is easy, and once it's done, I'll give you a random legendary skill book." Lin Hao still refused. "Forget it, I don't want to risk my life betting on whether he has betrayed you or not. If he really has betrayed you, why would I go there? To deliver myself on a platter? Those level 8 calamity monsters, just how strong are they? Even Mu Tianxian would probably avoid them." Dragoon was momentarily stunned but immediately denied it firmly. "Impossible. He would never betray me." Lin Hao shrugged. "Whatever you say. I'm not paying the price for your naivete. A legendary skill book to make me take such a risk? Keep dreaming." Seeing that Lin Hao was adamant about not going, Dragoon sighed and took out a Supreme Grade Destiny Reversal Stone. "With this, it will work. Its function surpasses the dungeon rules, so even if items can't be used in the dungeon, this thing will still take effect. When you suffer a fatal injury, it will instantly restore all your states and generate a 10 billion point shield. Before the shield breaks, you won't take any damage. The shield lasts for 60 minutes, during which you can also ignore spatial restrictions. With this, even if Heaven's calamity strikes with full force, you can still escape safely." "Supreme grade item?" Lin Hao's eyes lit up, and he immediately took it. Dragoon poured cold water on the idea. This is just on loan to you. You have to return it after completing the mission. TCH, so stingy. Lin Hao complained, you're the king of the ruins, can't you be a bit more generous? Dragoon's mouth twitched, this is a supreme level item. I don't have many of these. If it weren't for you refusing to go no matter what, I wouldn't have taken it out. Don't think too much about the supreme item for now. After the mission is completed, I'll let you choose a legendary skill book. Speaking, he took out a golden token. This item is only possessed by the kings of the ruins of disaster throughout history. When you encounter the cataclysm of heaven's fall, show this to him, and he will understand everything. I'll give you another promise, as long as he is willing to help me reclaim the throne, all the forging materials in the world of the ruins of disaster will be his. He can forge however he likes. All right. Lin Hao sighed, reluctantly nodding in agreement. Yet inwardly, he chuckled, benefits in hand, who would easily let go. However, this cataclysm of heaven's fall is quite peculiar. Could it be a forging fanatic who only loves crafting equipment? If that's the case, perhaps he really hasn't betrayed Dragoon. If I were the king of the night, I would definitely deal with the traitorous subordinates. But a master with disaster-level forging talent is truly a rare find. Creating legendary equipment might be effortless for him. For such talent, loyalty doesn't matter as long as they can forge. Lin Hao suddenly thought, Senior Gwen, where is my random legendary skill book? Dragoon paused for a moment before reacting, handing Lin Hao a legendary skill book radiating golden light. Lin Hao looked at Dragoon's expression and cursed inwardly, this guy is really a bit careless. He opened the skill book and saw written on it. Soul Lock Seal. Quality, legendary. Learning requirement, magic-based profession. Effect, consumes 500 mana to apply a soul lock mark to a single enemy within 20 meters in front. All attacks will hit for the next 3 seconds. Cooldown, 600 seconds. This skill is really great. Lin Hao thought, with this, I no longer have to worry about missing my attacks. If it could be upgraded to work on enemies 1,000 meters away, that would be amazing. Then I could hit every shot from 1,000 meters away. However, Lin Hao also realized a problem. From 1,000 meters away, even without any obstacles, it would be hard to see the enemy. This skill would need to be paired with something like a clairvoyance skill, but even on its own, it's good enough. Lin Hao immediately learned the skill and started upgrading it like crazy. Spending 5.98 million energy points, he leveled the skill up to level 100 in one go. Soul Lock Seal LV100. Consumes 50,000 mana points to apply a soul lock mark on a single enemy within 1,000 meters ahead. All attacks are guaranteed to hit for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 600 seconds. Lin Hao nodded with satisfaction. A range of 1,000 meters, lasting 30 seconds, that's enough. He glanced at the energy value, with 69.78 million remaining, still making him feel reassured. After leaving the special space, Lin Hao activated the Aurora Crystal and arrived in front of the gate of the Nether Shadow Dungeon. However, he did not enter immediately because this dungeon was very close to Nether Shadow City, which surely made it special. Lin Hao took out his phone and started looking up information about the Nether Shadow Dungeon. Soon, he found a forum dedicated to discussing the dungeon, filled with players' accounts of their failures. Lin Hao browsed through the comments. This dungeon is too hard. The monsters are so fast that you can't even hit them. I aimed, and the monster disappeared. My mage's fireball didn't even have time to cast before the monster vanished. The boss is even more ridiculous, not only fast but also with damage limits, making it impossible to fight. My brothers and I spent the whole day farming, only able to kill some small monsters. It's so frustrating. Lin Hao listened to this, his heart sinking. Fast speed and damage limits, that's definitely troublesome. But he was not intimidated. Instead, he looked forward to the challenge even more. He stepped into the instance. In front of him was a vast white world, devoid of trees or flowers, with a thin mist spreading across the ground. This place is so strange, there's not even a reference point. How will I know where I am after walking a distance? Lin Hao thought. He decided to move forward in a straight line while checking the instance rules. 1. Reduced attack speed. 2. Unable to regenerate health. 3. Unable to use shield skills. Lin Hao sneered, I used to care about this shield restriction, but now I have the source of magic shield and tens of millions of mana, so I'm not afraid at all. He hadn't walked far before he noticed several monsters gathered together. They were transparent and swift, even the most ordinary small monsters could use multiple displacement skills. Nether Shadow Wraith, Cataclysm. Level, 50. Health, 3 million. Magic power, 20,000. Physical defense, 16,000. Magic resistance, 18,000. Skills, Ghostly Leap, Shadow Flicker, Energy Orb. Lin Hao clenched his fists, ready to face this high-speed battle. Lin Hao's most hated monsters to encounter are those that can teleport instantly and move nimbly. However, the small monsters don't pose such a problem because their health is so low that they're not worth his effort. Lin Hao glanced at the monster's attributes and, without hesitation, unleashed a 300-meter diameter tornado. No matter how fast the small monsters ran or how many times they teleported, they couldn't escape the range and were all swept up in an instant. 9,714,000. 9,714,000. 9,714,000. With one skill, the battlefield was instantly cleared. Lin Hao charged forward and soon encountered the first Cataclysm boss. This guy had quite a lot of skills. Shadow Phantom King, Cataclysm. Level 50. Health 200 million. Spell power 200,000. Physical defense 160,000. Magic resistance 180,000. Skills: Spectral Leap, Shadow Flicker, Nether Shift LV5, Spectral Barrier, Energy Orb. This boss has more than 10 skills in total, which is considered a lot for a tier 5 boss. But for Lin Hao, these skills are not a threat at all, except for the passive skill Spectral Barrier, which is rather annoying. This passive skill limits damage. No matter how strong the attack is, it will only take a maximum of 2 million damage points. This setting is too exaggerated, you have to attack it a full 100 times to kill it. Moreover, the strength of this boss has increased tenfold after the Cataclysm. If it originally had only 20 million health points, it could have been taken down in 10 hits. Lin Hao observed the boss, and the boss noticed him as well, immediately charging over. Lin Hao laughed, another one coming to die? Impressive damage limit passive? Try my seal. He consumed 5.98 million energy in one go, upgrading the legendary skill Eternal Night Silence to level 100. Eternal Night Silence LV100. Consumes 50,000 mana points. Locks onto a target within 1,000 meters. Apply the Eternal Silence effect for 30 seconds. Disable all passive skills of the target. Cooldown 600 seconds. The Shadow Phantom King had not yet realized it was doomed and charged madly at Lin Hao. Lin Hao lightly waved his staff, activating Eternal Night Silence. As the skill was just activated, a crack appeared in the space above the boss's head, and a cold, giant eye opened. The boss, being stared at, immediately entered an abnormal state. To be cautious, Lin Hao cast the Soul Lock seal again, applying the soul locking effect on the boss. At the same time, a massive fireball flew forward. The boss wasn't stupid. Sensing the threat of the fireball, it immediately activated LV5 Nether Phantom Shift, teleporting 100 meters away. The teleportation distance was quite long, but it had no effect on Lin Hao. The massive fireball curved and directly smashed into the boss's forehead, exploding with two astonishing damage numbers. 148,230,000. 148,230,000. Level 300 instant flame impact easily dealt over 200 million damage, instantly killing this Cataclysm boss. Kill the level 50 Nether Shadow Phantom King and gain 3 million experience. Kill 15 levels above your own and gain an additional 4.5 million experience. Kill the Cataclysm boss and successfully absorb 5 million energy. Kill 15 levels above your own and gain an additional 7.5 million energy. When killing the Shadow Phantom King, the Absolute Luck passive was triggered, resulting in the acquisition of the Shadow Staff, Shadow Robe, Shadow Teleportation Skill Book, and a small intelligence fruit. Whoa, a skill book actually dropped. Lin Hao exclaimed in surprise. He quickly picked up the skill book, and to his delight, it turned out to be a legendary level teleportation skill book. Teleportation skills have always been rare. Lin Hao already had plenty of attack skills, but he had never obtained a single teleportation skill before. I never thought I could get a legendary displacement skill book for free today. Absolute Luck truly deserves a thumbs up. Drumstick. Shadow Leap. Quality: legendary. Learning requirement: magic-based profession. Effect: consumes 5,000 mana points to teleport 20 meters in any direction. Cooldown time: 600 seconds. A teleportation distance of 20 meters is actually quite significant, and at max level, it can reach 200 meters. Most legendary skills have a similar range, but it's already sufficient to easily evade various attacks. For Lin Hao, the value of this skill is even higher. After learning the skill, Lin Hao didn't hesitate much and immediately started upgrading it. Spending 5.98 million energy points, he upgraded the skill to level 100. Shadow Leap LV100. Consumes 50,000 mana points to teleport 1,000 meters in any direction. Cooldown: 600 seconds. Damn! A 1,000 meter teleport, whether it's for dodging skills or chasing enemies, it's an ultimate weapon. Lin Hao was very satisfied with this effect. He glanced at the energy value. Upgrading two skills had consumed a total of 11.96 million energy, while killing the boss replenished 12.5 million. So not only did he not lose out, but he even gained an extra 540,000 energy. Now, Lin Hao's energy value has reached 70.32 million. The more energy he uses, the more he gains. The Cataclysm dungeon truly is a treasure trove. Next, he picked up 2 pieces of legendary equipment and consumed a small intelligence fruit. His intelligence increased by 100 points, reaching 11,920 points, and his spell attack power also rose by 200 points, reaching 99,140 points. It's been a long time since he got such a practical attribute fruit. Could it be that my luck is conserved? Was my luck too good before, so it has to be slightly worse now? Lin Hao was a bit puzzled, but it didn't matter. After all, the higher the luck level, the better. However, the energy value required to upgrade this passive skill is too outrageous. It takes 50 million energy to reach level 150, and he's not even sure if the skill will undergo a qualitative change after reaching level 150. He can only wait until he has more abundant energy to consider it. Now, Lin Hao thought that the fastest way to gain energy points was not by clearing dungeons, but by directly taking down the headquarters of the Calamity Ruins Church. There are thousands of believers and deacons there, and eliminating all of them would easily yield billions of energy points. But now is not the time, unless he can first figure out the effects of the 8 Calamity bestowed treasures. There's also an 8th tier elder there, who is extremely troublesome. However, Lin Hao believes the day is not far off, as his power upgrades so quickly it even scares himself. Lin Hao continued to venture deeper. Strangely, the deeper he went, the fewer monsters he encountered. Normally, he should have already encountered the 2nd Calamity boss by now. Where did that big boss go? Could I have taken the wrong path? Lin Hao wondered, but instead of wandering aimlessly, he decided to keep moving forward. After walking for several minutes without seeing a single monster shadow, he began to wonder, could it be that the Heavenly Calamity didn't want to be disturbed and had cleared out the monsters here in advance? The more Lin Hao thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. After walking a bit further, he finally heard the clear sound of metal being forged, and the sound grew closer and closer. Soon, he saw a burly man over 10 meters tall with horns on his head. Lin Hao felt an intense sense of oppression. This was a tier 6 Cataclysm boss, completely incomparable to ordinary monsters. You little bug, where did you come from? The burly man stopped forging, his sharp gaze sweeping toward Lin Hao, as if one wrong word from him would mean death. Lin Hao showed no fear and took out a golden token. This is the token of the Ruins King's Court? The burly man stared at him in astonishment, disbelief evident in his eyes. It seems that my former king is truly still alive and has escaped to this world. Senior Meteorite, this is exactly why I came, Lin Hao said firmly. Gu En. The senior is still alive, and he needs your help to reclaim the throne. Once it's done, all the forging materials in the Ruins world will be yours, and you can craft weapons however you like in the future. Meteorite shook his massive head and said, the King of the Night made me the same promise. The forging materials of the Ruins world are already mine. I can craft however I want now, so why should I help that fallen guy? Lin Hao listened and had no words to refute because what he said made a lot of sense. Ultimately, that dragoon was too naive. He probably inherited the throne from his ancestors and hadn't been in the position for long, otherwise, how could he be so simple-minded? Lin Hao was already prepared to deal with a possible attack from the burly man in front of him, ready to use his energy reserves, fully activate the Shadow Leap, and retreat at any moment. But unexpectedly, the burly man just gave him a meaningful look and then continued forging. Seeing this, Lin Hao breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to have a direct confrontation with the 8 calamities just yet. He had already obtained the supreme life-saving artifact and didn't want to waste it. Without saying a word, Lin Hao turned and prepared to leave. He had already completed the task Dragoon had entrusted to him. Whether this guy was willing to help or not was none of his business. At this moment, the meteorite iron suddenly called out to Lin Hao, little guy, wait. If Dragoon can help me find the divine forging iron, helping him reclaim the throne wouldn't be out of the question. Divine forging iron? Lin Hao's heart stirred. Just from the name, he could tell it was extraordinary. Moreover, from the meteorite iron's words, it seemed Dragoon didn't possess this item. Doesn't that mean I could win over both sides? Thinking of this, Lin Hao smiled and asked, Senior Meteorite Iron, if I can help you find the divine forging iron, what can you offer me in return? The meteorite iron carefully scrutinized Lin Hao, its gaze passing over him to look into the distance, and said meaningfully, you might indeed have that capability. If you help me find the divine forging iron, the divine artifact I forge afterward will be yours. Moreover, I will also assist with Dragoon's matter. Obviously, the meteoric iron saw through Lin Hao's attempt to benefit from both sides, but he didn't care. His eyes were solely on forging divine artifacts, which was his lifelong pursuit, nothing else mattered. Divine artifact? Lin Hao was surprised. The name sounded even more powerful than supreme level. He had just casually mentioned it, not expecting the meteoric iron to offer him an even greater temptation. Senior meteoric iron, this divine artifact is too far out of my reach. Even if it were placed in front of me, I probably wouldn't be able to use it. Right now, I don't even have a single supreme level weapon, Lin Hao admitted honestly. He had originally planned to forge a few powerful legendary pieces here, but since there were divine artifacts, there must also be supreme level weapons, right? Meteorite laughed heartily. You have quite an appetite, but at least you're realistic. The attributes required for an artifact are extremely high. You can't even use a supreme level weapon. To equip a supreme level staff, you'd need at least 100,000 intelligence points. Crafting it would also require 1,000 pieces of legendary equipment as materials. I can craft the equipment for you for free, but you'll have to gather the materials yourself, Meteorite added. Lin Hao took a deep breath upon hearing this. 1,000 pieces of legendary equipment was no small number. Even with his good luck, he currently only had a little over 100. As for 100,000 intelligence points, that was even more unattainable in the short term. It seemed that equipping a supreme weapon during the 3rd tier was indeed too early. He estimated that he would have to wait until the 6th tier to meet these conditions. As for forging legendary weapons with meteoric iron, the meteoric iron shook its head repeatedly. Legendary equipment? I disdain making that. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Wang Jinayu stood with his hands behind his back, staring at the dungeon screen. No one knew what he was looking at. After a while, he let out a sigh of relief and glanced at the empty space beside him. No need to wait, that kid has already come out safely. Well, that's good. Lin Hao is really reckless, daring to venture alone into the dungeon of the 8 great calamities. Fortunately, the other side had no ill intentions, otherwise, the two of us would have had to engage in a serious confrontation. Niu Tianxian chuckled, and then in the space, the fluctuations completely dissipated, and Wang Jinayu's figure instantly vanished without a trace. After coming out of the instance, Lin Hao crushed the teleportation stone and returned to the special space once again. Seeing Lin Hao return so quickly, Dragoon revealed a hint of joy. So, how was it? That guy Meteorite didn't betray me, right? Lin Hao first nodded, then shook his head. What does it mean to both nod and shake your head? Lin Hao explained, it means he seems to have betrayed you, but not completely. He said he already has what you promised to give him, so he can't be bothered to help you anymore. If you want his help, there's one condition: you have to give him divine forging iron. Divine forging iron. Dragoon's face darkened, clearly not expecting the person he trusted the most to treat him this way. What about the others? Lin Hao asked. Not to mention, do I really have to spend my whole life on edge, constantly fearing betrayal? Dragoon said with a bitter smile. Lin Hao shrugged, it's actually not that bad. As long as we find the divine forging iron, won't that solve everything? But divine forging iron is a god-level material. There are probably less than 3 in the entire world. Whether we can find it depends entirely on luck, even I have no idea where to look. Dragoon said helplessly. Lin Hao sighed, artifacts really aren't easy to obtain. But since you mention luck, my luck stat is off the charts. He smiled and said, Senior Gwen, leave the matter of the divine forging iron to me. As for the payment, this supreme life-saving item will count as part of it for now. Once I find the divine forging iron, I'll give you the rest. Dragoon was stunned for a moment, half believing, it seems, it's not entirely impossible. What Lin Hao said made him waver a little. Lin Hao was overjoyed inside, but remained calm on the surface. Senior Gwen, the legendary skill book you promised me earlier, that still counts, right? Of course. Dragoon sighed, tell me, what skill do you want? Lin Hao said directly, I want a legendary skill that can be immune to all negative statuses. Dragoon was a bit surprised, I thought you would keep asking for passive skills. Why the sudden practicality this time? Lin Hao shrugged, no passive skill is urgently needed right now. I just need this. After all, that 8th tier elder could attack me at any time. With this skill, I can feel more at ease. With this skill, combined with 2 supreme level items, Lin Hao was 100% confident he could counterkill the tier 8 Cataclysm Elder. Moreover, he just happened to want to test how strong this tier 8 elder really was. Dragoon didn't ask further questions and handed a legendary skill book to Lin Hao. Lin Hao took the skill book and examined it carefully. Divine Will. Quality, Legendary. Learning requirement, Magic-based profession. Effect, consumes 500 mana, immediately removes all negative statuses, grants immunity to all negative statuses for 1 second, and the skill is immune to silence. Cooldown, 600 seconds. Not bad, this skill is no worse than absolute freedom, and it can still be used when other skills are silenced. Lin Hao spent 980,000 energy points to upgrade the skill to level 50. Holy Will LV50. Consumes 50,000 mana points to instantly remove all negative statuses and grants immunity to all negative statuses for 50 seconds. The skill is immune to silence. Cooldown, 600 seconds. Level 50 is sufficient. Lin Hao glanced at his remaining energy value, still at 69.34 million. Senior Gwen, that guy from the Heavenly Calamity has already betrayed us. What are you planning to do next? Dragon frowned, pondered for a moment, and couldn't help but curse. That guy, I've been good enough to him, and yet he treats me like this. Without his help, my subsequent plans are almost impossible to continue. Let me wait for a bit, I need to think of another way. Lin Hao nodded. It's been a while since I left school, it's time to go back and take a look. While I'm at it, challenging another instance to earn some energy points to spend wouldn't be bad either. Soon, Lin Hao left the special space and returned to Kyoto University. He headed straight to the instance hall. But this time, the atmosphere in the dungeon hall was noticeably more oppressive than before. What happened? Did someone die? It's common for people to die while tackling catastrophe dungeons, even at Kyoto University. Top students aren't absolutely safe either. After all, no one can predict what unexpected events might occur in a disaster scenario. Guessing here is useless. Lin Hao directly walked to the workbench and looked at Fang Rongguang. Teacher Fang, did anything happen while I was away? Fang Rongguang saw Lin Hao and beamed with a smile. Lin Hao, you came at just the right time. Something big indeed happened while you were away. Our Kyoto University and Moda University are jointly guarding a dungeon, and there's a problem with it. A jointly guarded dungeon? Lin Hao was a bit puzzled. He had never heard of the school having such a dungeon. It's normal that you don't know. This type of instance is extremely difficult, all belonging to the supreme level. Therefore, the school never intended to tackle it from the beginning, and only assigned people to guard the entrance of the instance. This way, it was free from the constraints of rules, and could conveniently farm experience at the same time. But the good times didn't last long. As more and more dungeons began to appear, the school is becoming increasingly short-staffed. This time, 6 co-guarded dungeons are rioting simultaneously. One must be cleared as soon as possible. Otherwise, everyone can only stay at the entrance of the instance, unable to do anything. I see. Lin Hao nodded. The school is short-staffed, and the situation in the war zone is certainly not optimistic. It might even be worse. But for him, the increase in copies is instead an opportunity, especially supreme-level copies, where top-tier equipment can be obtained. I understand, Teacher Fang. Where are the principal and the others? It's my turn to step in. Lin Hao's words were full of confidence. With his current strength, even facing a 7th-tier boss, he could take it down steadily. Fang Rongguang listened and breathed a sigh of relief, and said with a smile, hearing you say that puts me at ease. The principal and the others should still be in the breaking illusion instance. Let me know when you're ready. I can teleport you over at any time. Lin Hao nodded and stepped into the teleportation array. At the entrance of the Po Wan dungeon, everyone's expressions were heavy. 3 SSS-level archers failed. 5 SSS-level shield warriors also couldn't pass. This supreme-level dungeon is truly not easy. The president of Modu University sighed. The president of Kyoto University also shook his head. This copy can't be completed. We can only rely on the performance of students in other copies. At that moment, Lin Hao teleported over. He glanced at the crowd and found it strange. There was no sign of Fang Deshuan here. Fang Deshuan was supposedly the strongest student at Kyoto University. How could they not bring him to tackle the supreme dungeon? The old principal saw Lin Hao, and a trace of joy flashed in his eyes. But it quickly dimmed again. Lin Hao, you've finally returned. But you might not be able to pass this instance either. Better go and check out other places. Lin Hao smiled. Principal, you don't understand my current strength. Even if it's a 7th-tier dungeon, as long as I can get in, I can still conquer it for you to see. Oh, the president of Modu University became interested upon hearing this. Young man, I like your personality. Want to try applying to Modu University? Old man, do you want to try my fist? Poaching my student right in front of me. Are you looking for trouble? The old principal glared angrily. Just kidding. You're still as humorless as you were when you were young. The two bantered back and forth. Lin Hao had already reached the entrance of the instance. 2 principals, is this instance really that difficult? The old principal nodded. The difficulty is not just ordinary, it's so hard it makes people despair. The president of Kyoto University also nodded and explained. The monsters in the copy aren't actually very strong. Their damage is particularly high, but their other attributes are average. The health points are even less than half of the monsters of the same level. But the problem is, the dungeon's rules are exceptionally complex and hard to deal with. Lin Hao listened and became excited. He wanted to see just how tricky the rules of this instance were, to the point that even a group of SSS level experts were helpless. The president of Magic City University didn't keep them guessing, and directly said, first, this instance can only be entered solo. The first rule is, in this dungeon, except for monsters, all creatures cannot use active skills, and passive skills cannot be disabled either. What? Although Lin Hao had already known the dungeon rules and made extremely absurd preparations, he was still startled upon hearing that no active skills could be used. Can't use active skills, so how do we fight monsters? Do we have to rely solely on normal attacks? Lin Hao thought for a moment and said, but the monsters don't have much health. Maybe we can use powerful archers to clear the level? After all, archers mainly rely on normal attack output, so even if active skills can't be used, they can still perform at half their strength. However, the two principals shook their heads one after another. We also thought of this method and already sent 3 SSS level archers in, but they all failed. The principal of Magic City University continued, because the dungeon has a second rule. Aside from monsters, the attack speed and movement speed of all creatures are reduced by 50%. Wow, this is too exaggerated. With this restriction, archers are basically useless. Lin Hao gasped, but then thought of another possibility. Then can we send a shield warrior to use passive counterattack skills to retaliate against the monsters? The old principal shook his head. This method has also been tried, and all 5 SSS level shield warriors failed, because the third rule of the dungeon is, life cannot be restored in any way within the dungeon. What's the use of a shield warrior having high health? Without the ability to heal, how many monsters can they hold off at most? Even the furthest shield warriors haven't seen the boss. Hearing this, Lin Hao was completely shocked. This dungeon is way too insane. No wonder the 2 major schools gave up on directly tackling it and could only camp outside the dungeon. The old principal sighed. Lin Hao, don't think about this dungeon for now. Go check out the other 5 dungeons, maybe one of them will suit you. But Lin Hao refused to give up. Principal, I want to give it a try. Everyone was stunned. Still so determined after hearing the rules? Although the old principal believed in him, he still asked, are you confident? Lin Hao calmly replied, 100%. Hearing this, everyone couldn't stay calm. Such a crazy challenge, and he dared to claim a 100% success rate. If Lin Hao weren't the national top scorer, they would have long thought he was crazy. Even so, no one could figure out how he managed to get by. Lin Hao couldn't be bothered to explain. He took out the white skill book from his storage ring. Damage reflection. This is a passive skill. Once learned, it reflects 1% of the damage received back to the attacker. Lin Hao had owned this skill book for a long time. He hadn't learned it before because he thought it was too useless, not worth occupying a passive skill slot. When fighting monsters, damage reflection wasn't necessary, it was too troublesome. But now he has changed his mind. There are no useless skills in the world, only skills that haven't been used in the right place. After learning the skill, Lin Hao immediately began upgrading. He spent 980 energy points to raise the skill to level 50 and see its effect. Damage reflection LV50 reflects 5% of damage when taking damage. Wow, this rate is way too low. At level 50, it only reflects 5% of damage. Most people would only get up to level 10, barely reflecting 2% or less. It's practically a useless skill. But it doesn't matter, Lin Hao can upgrade infinitely, and he has plenty of energy points. With less than 200,000 energy, he easily upgraded the skill to level 500. Although white skills have low multipliers, they also consume less for upgrades. After reaching level 500, the skill effect immediately became stronger. Damage reflection LV500 reflects 50% of the damage when taking damage. 50% damage reflection, this might be even stronger than a legendary level damage reflection passive. Lin Hao glanced at the remaining energy, still over 69 million. What is there to hesitate about? He spent another 1 million in one go. Lin Hao's energy level directly soared to level 1000. Damage reflection LV10000. When he is attacked, will reflect 100% of the damage back to the opponent. This is the counterattack effect I want. After upgrading the skill, Lin Hao, under the expectant yet nervous gazes of everyone, steadily stepped into the instance. Watching Lin Hao's back as he entered the instance, everyone's faces showed complex expressions. The principal of Moda University turned to look at the old principal beside him. Old friend, Lin Hao is your student. Do you really think he can pass this illusion-breaking instance? It's not that he doubts the strength of the national top scorer, but this instance is too unfriendly to mages. The mage who relies on skill output entered here isn't even allowed to use basic attacks. How do you deal damage? Moreover, Lin Hao isn't a melee mage, can only rely on passive damage reflection. The mage's health is so low. Can they withstand a few attacks? The principal was momentarily speechless. Of course, he trusted Lin Hao. But he also couldn't imagine how Lin Hao, a mage, would clear this dungeon. He didn't bring Fang Deshuang along, because he knew that even if Fang Deshuang came, he would only end up being locked up. Just let him go to another instance. Lin Hao's output is even stronger than Fang Deshuang's. But when active skills can't be used, the output and survival of the two are actually about the same. The SSS level job changers nearby all had their eyes fixed on the dungeon. Each of them harbored a sense of competition. They wanted to see, in this dungeon where even they haven't seen the boss, what method will Lin Hao, the mage, use to clear it? At the same time, Lin Hao has officially entered the dungeon. This is not an open plain, but it was a dark ruin. He looked around, confirmed the replica rules, and sure enough, no active skills could be used. Lin Hao sighed helplessly, unable to cast fireball at will. It was indeed a bit hard to get used to. He began to walk deeper into the ruins. Had walked for less than half a minute, and encountered a large group of minotaurs. Phantom-breaking minotaur. Level 50, Cataclysm. Health points 100,000. Attack power 100,000. Physical defense 18,000. Magic resistance 16,000. This health is really low. A level 50 Cataclysm boss only has 100,000 health, but its attack power is not low. Normally, Lin Hao had already unleashed the roaring storm, sweeping everything away with a tornado in one go. But now he could only pretend not to see and keep moving forward. The minotaurs were full of aggression. Seeing the intruder Lin Hao, he charged forward with the big bull horn. The minotaur's charge damage is twice its attack power. But Lin Hao completely ignored it. Moved forward without a care. Very soon, wave after wave of horn attacks struck him. Minus 200,000. Minus 200,000. Minus 200,000. Almost simultaneously, Lin Hao suffered multiple attacks, but his health remained unchanged. Instead, the maximum mana decreased by more than 10,000 points. However, the next second, this mana instantly recovered again. Life cannot be restored in any way in the copy. Then what does mana have to do with it? At the same time, the minotaurs also received counter damage. Minus 182,000. Minus 182,000. Minus 182,000. The Minotaur, rebounded with over 100,000 points of damage, exploded on the spot and died. The remaining Minotaurs were mindless, continuing to attack Lin Hao, and were all defeated by the counterattack. Lin Hao watched the numbers floating above the monsters' heads. Summarize a conclusion. Reflective damage will not change the damage type. If it is physical damage, it remains physical damage, and part of it will be offset by defense. After clearing out the monsters, Lin Hao picked up all the equipment and continued to move deeper. Along the way, the Minotaurs enthusiastically charged at him, exploding upon impact, providing him with experience and equipment. Very soon, Lin Hao encountered the first Cataclysm boss in the dungeon. He is the only one among these job changers who has seen the boss. To achieve this accomplishment, Lin Hao actually didn't put in much effort. What immense power! As Lin Hao approached, he checked the boss's information. Destructive Minotaur King, Cataclysm. Level 50. Health 10 million. Attack power 500,000. Physical defense 50,000. Magic resistance 50,000. An attack power of 500,000 is really a bit exaggerated, already approaching some tier 6 bosses. But for Lin Hao, the higher the boss's damage, the better, as it can save him a lot of time. This boss also has 2 legendary skills that can deal 500% damage to the target. However, Lin Hao feels that this is still too slow. If this guy suddenly stops attacking him, the reflected damage would be useless. Thinking of this, Lin Hao continued to upgrade the level of damage reflection. After reaching level 1000, this passive skill required 4,000 energy points. For Lin Hao now, this consumption was nothing at all. He spent 4 million energy points in one go, directly upgrading the skill by 1000 levels. Damage Reflection LV10000. When attacked, reflects 200% of the damage back to the enemy, completely ignoring the opponent's defense. Not bad. The skill effect has doubled, and there's an additional effect. A 200% rebound is already very strong, but Lin Hao is still not satisfied. Since it occupies a passive skill slot, he wants to maximize the potential of the skill. Lin Hao continued to spend 8 million energy to raise the rebound to level 3000, then spent another 16 million to raise it to level 4000. Only then did he stop, as the cost was too high, and he felt a bit reluctant. He glanced at the remaining energy, which was still 41.17 million. This number was still reassuring. The damage reflection effect at level 4000 is quite powerful. Damage reflection LV10000. When attacked, reflects 400% of the damage back to the enemy, ignoring all defensive attributes. At the same time, the boss activated a legendary skill, and the sharp twin horns almost instantly charged toward Lin Hao. 2.5 million damage. 2.5 million damage is already significant, but Lin Hao only consumed 25,000 mana points, which he barely noticed. However, for the boss, this damage was fatal. With the support of the level 4000 rebound skill, the Minotaur King instantly took 10 million damage, exactly its total health. In other words, as soon as it attacked Lin Hao remained unscathed, but it ended up killing itself instantly. What a joke. System prompt: killed level 50 void-breaking Minotaur King, gained 3 million experience points. Exceeded level 15 kill, additional reward of 4.5 million experience. Killed level 50 Cataclysm boss, successfully absorbed 5 million energy points. Exceeding level 15 kills grants an additional 7.5 million energy. Trigger absolute luck passive to obtain the Axe of Insight, Armor of Insight, Ring of Insight, and Intermediate Power Fruit. Not bad. Another 12.5 million energy value gained. The energy spent on upgrading skills earlier has been replenished significantly, leaving a remaining energy of 53.67 million. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, seeing the copy's fusion rate continuously drop, everyone showed shocked expressions. The original 93% fusion rate began to rapidly decline at a speed of 0.1% per second after Lin Hao entered. This indicates that as soon as Lin Hao entered the copy, he immediately activated a frenzied slaughter mode, taking down one monster per second on average. A group of SSS-level job changers watched in complete confusion. What's going on? Lin Hao is killing monsters so fast, isn't it impossible to use active skills in the dungeon? I don't get it either, but this speed is indeed a bit outrageous. The fusion rate he's decreasing alone is more than all of us combined. Wait, I just thought of something. Lin Hao must have used a large number of damage items, otherwise, there's no way he could be this fast. Everyone nodded in agreement after hearing this. As SSS-class job changers, they didn't think Lin Hao was much stronger than them, he must have relied on external aids. Even the two university presidents think so. When active skills can't be used, he can still kill so fiercely, it's really hard to understand. Relying on no tools at all is obviously unrealistic. At this moment, the originally slow decline in dungeon fusion suddenly dropped by 30%. Everyone took one look and understood that Lin Hao had just slain a Cataclysm boss. Everyone was so shocked their eyes were about to pop out, completely unable to believe what they were seeing. Lin Hao had only been inside for less than 5 minutes, and he had already defeated a Cataclysm boss. While these SSS-class job changers were still struggling hard to survive, you effortlessly took down a boss. Someone whispered, "Do you think this could also be the effect of a damage item?" A group of SSS-level job changers was instantly rendered speechless. Even if the boss's health is down to a sliver, it shouldn't be less than 10 million. Could it be that Lin Hao has an extremely rare legendary damage item in his hands? Everyone was skeptical, but the old principal's face was already beaming with joy. I just knew that Lin Hao, this kid, would never do something he wasn't confident about. If he says he can clear the level, then he definitely can. The principal of Moda University also said with a smile, "It seems we underestimated this top scorer of the college entrance exam. He must be hiding some big secrets." As a principal, his vision was sharp, and he didn't believe Lin Hao could win relying solely on legendary damage items. This kind of item is too rare, there are only a dozen in the entire Dragon Kingdom, and they have all been used up. If that weren't the case, the dungeon would have been conquered long ago, so why wait until now? So Lin Hao must have an unimaginably powerful passive skill. The old principal nodded. "I'm also very curious about what passive skill Lin Hao has, but we old folks should refrain from prying into the secrets of young people." The president of Moda University also nodded, equally curious about the effect of that passive skill. If it's a powerful counter-damage skill, then killing one boss might already be his limit. Meanwhile, Lin Hao had already ventured into the deepest part of the dungeon. To his surprise, the second Cataclysm boss he hadn't encountered on the way was actually together with the third Cataclysm boss. Cataclysmic Tiger King, Calamity. Level, 50. Health points, 10 million. Attack power, 500,000. Physical defense, 50,000. Magic resistance, 50,000. Its attributes are similar to the Minotaur King encountered earlier, but its skills are different, possessing 3 legendary attack skills. The other catastrophe boss is a giant bear, with similar attributes. This is the supreme level dungeon, the difficulty is ridiculously high. For most job changers, this dungeon is harder than the evergreen dungeon Lin Hao entered before. After all, they don't have the shield of magic source, don't have over 10 million mana points, and don't have a way to quickly recover mana. But for Lin Hao, this dungeon is as easy as delivering food from start to finish. Lin Hao swaggered up to the two bosses. The two bosses roared almost simultaneously, then launched their strongest attack at Lin Hao. A regular mage would definitely dodge, but Lin Hao did not evade and took it head-on. The next second, two damage numbers appeared above Lin Hao's head. -2,500,000. -2,500,000. His mana instantly decreased by 50,000, but then quickly recovered. At the same time, damage numbers as high as 10 million appeared above the heads of the two bosses, instantly turning them into corpses. In just a few seconds, Lin Hao effortlessly killed the two Cataclysm bosses, easily conquering the supreme level dungeon that had left everyone helpless. Lin Hao checked the loot, and the experience gained from killing the two Cataclysm bosses leveled him up to level 36. In addition, he also gained 25 million energy points. At this moment, Lin Hao's energy value had risen to 78.67 million, even more than before entering the instance. After receiving 6 pieces of legendary equipment, Lin Hao consumed 2 intelligence fruits. His intelligence attribute instantly increased by 400 points, reaching 12,320 points. His spell attack power increased by 800 points, reaching 99,940 points. Received 100 points of free attributes, Lin Hao continued to allocate them. After allocating all the points to the intelligence attribute, Lin Hao's spell attack power finally broke through the 100,000 mark, reaching 100,140 points. At this moment, the dungeon slowly began to dissipate, and Lin Hao simultaneously received a batch of generous rewards. Ding! Congratulations on successfully completing the dungeon. You have obtained Universal Heaven Sealing Lock, Primordial Robe, Eternal Days Radiant Skill Book, Agility Fruit ×5. Universal Heaven Sealing Lock? This must be a top-tier artifact, right? Just the name sounds impressive. Lin Hao curiously checked the item details. Universal Heaven Sealing Lock. Quality, Supreme. Effect, a one-time use item. Upon activation, it seals all space within a radius of 100,000 meters centered on the user, lasting for 24 hours. No one can enter or exit during this time. Damn, this can block an area of 100,000 meters? It's practically the ultimate weapon for controlling the battlefield. Lin Hao immediately thought of its best use, wiping out the stronghold of the Calamity Ruins Church. These guys are cunning and will escape if they can, but with this lock, not even a fly could get out. Once the area is sealed with the lock, clearing them out could easily earn at least 10 billion energy points. Thinking of this, Lin Hao felt a surge of excitement. With his current strength, challenging an 8th-tier elder was no problem at all. He decided to start small and test the waters with that elder named Zhu Jian. Lin Hao set aside his thoughts and turned his attention to another reward, the Primordial Robe. Sure enough, this is a legendary equipment with no level restrictions. Primordial Robe. Quality, Legendary. Equipment requirement, maximum mana value reaches 1 million points. Class, Mage. Maximum mana value, 10 million points. Effect, can trigger Primordial Impact, consuming all mana to deal damage equal to double the mana value to the target, with a cooldown of 600 seconds. My god! Wearing this directly increases mana by 10 million. Lin Hao was shocked. The Hell Robe he wore before only increased mana and health by a maximum of 100,000, the difference was like heaven and earth. Without hesitation, he removed the Hell Robe and equipped the Primordial Robe. Although the maximum health decreased by 100,000, dropping to 6,157,100 points, the mana skyrocketed directly to 24,763,100 points. Lin Hao looked at this terrifying mana value and couldn't help but exclaim, with the blessing of the Source Shield, I'm practically invincible now. After completing the dungeon strategy, the War Dragon Medal was reactivated, increasing the maximum health by an additional 1 million, reaching 7,157,100 points. Then, Lin Hao picked up the legendary skill book Radiance of Eternal Day. Sure enough, this skill, just like its name, is a lighting skill. Eternal Daylight Radiance. Quality, Legendary. Learning requirement, magic-based profession. Effect, consumes 500 mana to make a 50-meter radius around you as bright as daylight for 60 seconds, with a cooldown of 600 seconds. Quite practical, Lin Hao thought. He knew there was a profession related to darkness, which could exert double strength in the dark. This skill could counter that profession, especially the King of Darkness in the ruins, who likely had a similar passive ability. After learning the skill, Lin Hao didn't rush to upgrade it. He understood that upgrading it when needed and prioritizing energy on urgent matters was the wise choice. After organizing everything, he consumed 5 large agility fruits, each increasing agility by 500 points, totaling a boost of 2,500 points. His agility jumped from 5,310 points directly to 7,810 points. At the same time, everyone outside the replica saw the massive replica space gradually dissipate and was so shocked that they couldn't speak. The president of Moda University was the first to react, showing an expression of disbelief. He said with great envy, "Your Kyoto University really hit the jackpot this time." The old president laughed heartily. "In this world, opportunities come to everyone eventually. Your Moda University produced Wang Jinayu, now it's our turn. This year's freshman competition champion and the key to unlocking the reincarnation replica are ours for sure." Seeing the old principal compare Lin Hao to the strongest demigod, the principal of Moda University did not refute. After all, Lin Hao's potential was indeed astonishing. So many SSS-level job changers couldn't even see the dungeon boss, yet Lin Hao cleared it in just 10 minutes. Who wouldn't be convinced? However, some students at Moda University were not convinced. They were all SSS-level job changers, and without a real competition, no one was willing to admit they were inferior to others. Lin Hao must have relied on items to clear it so quickly, they said. Just wait for the freshman competition in half a month. By then, it's still uncertain who will have the last laugh. Not long after, Lin Hao exited the dungeon. The old principal looked gratified. "Lin Hao, your strength has improved significantly. At this rate, if you keep it up, the Dragon Nation will soon give rise to a powerhouse no less than a demigod." Lin Hao smiled, thinking that he was far more than just a demigod. The principal continued, "The freshman competition is in half a month. I hope you will represent Kyoto University in the contest. The champion's rewards include not only a legendary skill book but also a key to the reincarnation dungeon." Lin Hao asked curiously, "Reincarnation dungeon? What's that? Why does it require a key? Could it be similar to the secret dungeon?" He recalled obtaining a few skill books in the secret dungeon. The principal nodded and explained, "The reincarnation dungeon is very special, consisting of 99 small dungeons with increasing difficulty. After the 90th level, you'll encounter a powerful 9th tier boss. It's usually recommended for job changers to reach the 9th tier before attempting it. The key to the reincarnation dungeon is extremely rare. The Ministry of Education offering it as a reward this time was something even we didn't expect." The principal glanced at everyone, his voice deep, "Your Battle Dragon medal can bring benefits to 99 small instances." Lin Hao was shocked. What? Originally, he hadn't taken the reincarnation instance seriously, but now it seemed he had to win it. The Battle Dragon medal increases health points by 1 million for every instance completed. 99 instances mean 99 million health points. This opportunity must not be missed. At this moment, the president of Moda University cleared his throat. "It's good that you're confident, but the students of Moda University are not to be underestimated either. Who will win the championship this time still depends on the results of the competition." The old president was somewhat surprised. "It seems you have some aces up your sleeve. However, I still believe the victory will belong to the students of Kyoto University." Both presidents breathed a sigh of relief. After the supreme level dungeon was conquered, the atmosphere became much more relaxed. After chatting for a bit, they each left. Lin Hao, however, didn't want to leave and asked, "President, can I take a look at the other 5 supreme level dungeons?" A supreme level dungeon means top tier items. Once you get them, you mustn't give them up. The old principal thought for a moment. Among the other 5 dungeons, 4 require at least tier 4 to enter, and the last one is particularly disadvantageous for mages. It might not be suitable for you. Mages are naturally countered? Lin Hao asked curiously, "Principal, what are the specific rules?" The principal said, "That dungeon is called the Blood Prison Dungeon. The monsters inside have racial passives, and their health is twice that of normal. The first rule is that you cannot restore mana in any way inside the dungeon." Lin Hao was shocked. This is simply a nightmare for mages. Monsters with high health are hard to deal with using counter damage skills, but brute force can still get through. However, the second rule mentioned by the principal completely dispelled Lin Hao's idea. The second rule is that the monster will restore its maximum health points down to only 10%. When Lin Hao heard this rule, he couldn't help but gasp. Sure enough, this is a top-level dungeon specifically designed for mages. These rules are just too outrageous. Think it's exaggerated now? That's not even the worst of it. The principal sighed and continued. The dungeon has a third rule. The mana consumed when using skills inside will become 5 times the usual amount. After hearing this, Lin Hao immediately gave up the idea of entering the challenge. This dungeon is really designed to counter mages. 5 times the mana consumption, and no way to restore mana by any means. How can he fight like this? Seeing Lin Hao's disappointed look, the principal comforted him. "You are only at the 3rd tier now, it's normal not to pass this dungeon. This dungeon has existed for decades. Back then, even Mu Tianxian at the 5th tier couldn't fully clear the Blood Prison Dungeon." Lin Hao sighed. "I didn't expect this dungeon's history to be longer than mine. I guess there must be other rules, for other professions, right?" After all, if a mage can't win, you can always try another profession. The principal nodded, indicating that the other rules mainly apply to physical professions, so we don't need to understand them too much. In short, top-level dungeons are never easy to tackle. Oh, right. The principal suddenly patted his head and said with a smile. Getting old and forgetful, I almost forgot to tell you this important matter. Important matter. Lin Hao was curious. The principal explained. All job changers can awaken their profession after reaching the 3rd tier. After a successful awakening, they will gain an exclusive skill. Generally speaking, the stronger the profession, the more powerful the awakening skill, but the awakening difficulty also increases. Hearing exclusive skill, Lin Hao's eyes lit up. Principal, how do I awaken? The principal said. Awakening requires an awakening stone. You are an SSS level profession, so of course, you need an SSS level awakening stone. This awakening stone is extremely rare, it's impossible for every SSS level job changer to have one. For an SSS level job changer like you can awaken 3 times in total, and awakening stones are even harder to come by. However, our Kyoto University does have one, but it's not with me, it's in the hands of the 3rd demigod of our dragon country. The 3rd demigod. Lin Hao listened to this title, feeling both familiar and unfamiliar. It was familiar because he had occasionally heard of it, but unfamiliar because he didn't know who the 3rd demigod was or what their profession was. The principal noticed Lin Hao's confusion and said with a smile. You've actually met him before. Have I seen it? Lin Hao hadn't reacted yet when the principal directly said. That's right, you've already seen him. The teacher at the Points Exchange Office, Mr. Dugu, is the 3rd demigod of our dragon nation, and his profession is Sword Saint. To be precise, he is actually the 1st demigod. When he became a demigod, Wang Jinayu was still in high school. If he hadn't become a demigod first and stepped forward, our current situation might be even worse. Teacher Dugu? Dugu Aotian. Lin Hao was a bit surprised, but after thinking carefully, he found it reasonable. Without real skills, who would dare to use this name? Then, Lin Hao curiously asked. Why would this demigod be a teacher at Kyoto University? Demigods are top-tier powerhouses, isn't staying at school a waste of their strength? The principal sighed. Just ask me, don't bring this up in front of him, it's too hurtful. Dugu Aotian's peak strength was no less than Wang Jinayu's. But precisely because he was too strong, no one helped him share the pressure, and he was ambushed by the plague, one of the 8 great calamities. All his talents were sealed by a god-level item. An SSS-level job changer without talents is no different from an ordinary job changer, except for slightly higher attributes. However, Dugu Aotian's profession heavily relies on talents, unlike growth-type professions. As a result, he not only lost his talent, but his attributes are also no longer high. Lin Hao frowned after hearing this. Lin Hao couldn't help but click his tongue. Although the principal spoke very politely, he could tell that this former demigod was now far from his prime and couldn't even defeat a boss of the same level. This kind of thing absolutely cannot be asked directly to the person involved, it would be too heartbreaking. After hearing Dugu Aotian's story, Lin Hao felt a bit heavy-hearted. The foundation of the Ruins of Calamity is truly powerful, even hiding a god-level item capable of sealing talents. Fortunately, god-level items are definitely unique, otherwise, Wang Jinayu and Mu Tianxian would have already suffered. Therefore, Lin Hao didn't need to worry about his talent being sealed. Otherwise, although his skills and attributes wouldn't regress, his growth potential would certainly take a significant hit. The Ruins of Calamity is definitely not a place to be taken lightly. Since Dugu Aotian already had an awakening stone on him, it saved Lin Hao the trouble of searching everywhere. However, he didn't know what he would need to exchange for the awakening stone. The chances of getting it for free were very slim. If it could be taken for free, someone else would have already snatched it, and it wouldn't be his turn. Soon, Lin Hao returned to school and headed straight to the Points Exchange Center. Dugu Aotian was sitting with his legs crossed, eating sunflower seeds, reading a newspaper, looking relaxed, but with a hint of despondency on his face. Seeing Lin Hao arrive, Dugu Aotian put down the newspaper. You're here quite early. The 2 attribute fruits you left here haven't been exchanged for anything yet. Lin Hao shook his head. Teacher Dugu, I'm not here for that. He spoke directly. I want the SSS grade awakening stone you have. Dugu Aotian listened and showed no surprise. Before you, over the past few decades, dozens or even hundreds of SSS grade job changers have said the same thing to me, but none succeeded. You are someone those 2 little ones have high hopes for, and I trust their judgment, but you still have to pass the test. Those 2 little guys? Lin Hao was momentarily stunned, then quickly understood that he must be referring to Wang Jinayu and Mu Tianxian. When Dugu Aotian became a demigod, they were still ordinary students, so calling them little guys was indeed fitting. But over 100 SSS level job changers failed to pass? Lin Hao's curiosity was completely piqued, and he wanted to see just how difficult this test was. Seeing Lin Hao completely unafraid, Du Guotian smiled. Not bad, having confidence is a good thing. My test isn't actually difficult, it's just to have you clear 3 supreme level dungeons solo before reaching tier 5. Back in my day, I passed with ease. I didn't expect that over the years, although the number of SSS level job changers has increased, their overall strength has declined. SSS level awakening stones can only be used on true powerhouses, not wasted on people who merely possess powerful professions but lack the strength. Lin Hao was somewhat surprised to hear about this trial. He had originally thought that Dugu Aotian would ask him to help find a way to lift the god-level seal, but he didn't expect the purpose of the trial to still be for the future of the Dragon Kingdom. No wonder the 3 demigods have always been respected, this is the real reason. Lin Hao agreed without hesitation. He had already cleared 2 of the 3 supreme level dungeons, the recently conquered Po Wang dungeon and the previous Changchun dungeon. Now, only the final Blood Prison dungeon remained. The Blood Prison dungeon was somewhat restrictive for him. The best approach would be to advance to tier 4 before challenging other dungeons. At this moment, Du Guotian thought for a moment and said, "You should have heard about the Blood Prison dungeon, right?" Lin Hao nodded. Du Guotian continued, "You can go find Mu Tianqian." After his failed attempt to clear the dungeon, he made a lot of preparations for the Blood Prison dungeon. Maybe he has a better strategy. Lin Hao's spirits lifted. Being able to clear 1 more supreme level dungeon was something he definitely wouldn't miss. Then, he retrieved the 2 fruits he had deposited at the exchange center. Waiting for someone to trade them was too slow, converting them into magic crystals was much more worthwhile. After handling these matters, Lin Hao left the exchange office and walked into the principal's office. He originally intended to ask where Principal Mu Tianqian usually was, but as soon as he entered, he saw his target. Mu Tianqian saw Lin Hao coming, greeted him warmly, and approached with a smile. He said with a smile, "Lin Hao, are you preparing to challenge the Blood Prison dungeon?" Lin Hao looked completely confused, thinking to himself that he had only mentioned this matter to Du Guotian, so how did Mu Tianqian, who was so far away, know about it? Mu Tianqian noticed his confusion and explained with a smile, "I have a talent called Destiny Divination, which allows me to foresee the future at the cost of my lifespan." Lin Hao was even more puzzled after hearing this, thinking, if you want to know the future, why not just ask directly? Why go to the trouble of exchanging lifespan? Seeing him like this, Mu Tianqian sighed, "Forget it, let's talk as we walk." With that, he opened up a space and walked straight in. Lin Hao glanced at the principal beside him, saw him nod, and followed him inside. As soon as he exited the space, Lin Hao instantly arrived at the entrance of the Blood Prison dungeon. Apart from the 2 of them, there was no one else here. Clearly, all the previous challengers had been defeated. Mu Tianqian was not surprised by this. After all, this dungeon was the only challenge he had failed to overcome back in the day. He looked at the Blood Prison dungeon, a nostalgic smile on his lips. Back then, I was also a student at Kyoto University. At that time, Kyoto University had already partnered with Magic City University, and there were a total of 8 supreme level shared dungeons. I conquered 3, Wang Jinayu conquered 4. He leveled up first and couldn't enter this dungeon, but I failed here, and since then, he has always been ahead of me. Mu Tianqian smiled, reminiscing about his university days. Back then, he wasn't a top figure, there were others ahead of him to shield him. Now that they were gone, he had to be like his predecessors and support the younger generation. With a sigh, he got straight to the point. "The reason I used my lifespan to divine for you is because I saw that you would die in the dungeon." Lin Hao was shocked. "I would die? What kind of dungeon could kill someone like me with tens of millions of mana points and supreme level life-saving items?" Mu Tianqian explained with a smile, "Don't worry too much. Destiny Divination only predicts the most likely outcome, it's not guaranteed to happen. For example, if I told everyone that nothing would happen to you today, but Wang Jinayu, that reckless brute, didn't believe it and killed you on the road, then my divination would be considered a failure." Lin Hao listened with a helpless expression, thinking, "President Mu, you really hold quite a grudge against District Chief Wang." However, this analogy was indeed simple and clear. Mu Tianqian continued, "The results of divination can change, especially when many people know the outcome, the changes become even greater." Lin Hao nodded, finally understanding why those mysterious diviners were unwilling to reveal the reasons. Mu Tianqian added, "I originally thought the danger you would face was in the Nether Shadow instance, but you went straight to the instance where the 8 calamities reside. At that time, my heart was in my throat, and I almost called Wang Jinayu to go with me. Fortunately, that guy had no ill intentions toward you, or we would have had to fight a tough battle." Lin Hao was very surprised, he hadn't expected those 2 demigods to follow along back then. No wonder that Heaven's Calamity kept sneaking glances at him while speaking. Mu Tianqian continued, "Later, I discovered that your truly dangerous instance wasn't there, but the Blood Prison instance." Lin Hao's heart skipped a beat. This divination could really torment one's mind. "I later divined for you multiple times, and the results kept changing. The most recent divination even showed that you could turn danger into safety. So I guess you must have recently obtained an important opportunity. Lin Hao fell into deep thought, deducing that his previous death was due to not obtaining the holy will to remove negative states and life-saving items. Now, being able to turn danger into safety must be because the holy will has reached level 50, and he has acquired life-saving items. Thinking about what's in the blood prison dungeon? The answer is obvious: the disaster elder named Zhu Jian. Mu Tianxian saw his sudden realization and said with a smile, "You've started to have some clues, haven't you? Originally, I didn't plan to come personally, since you could handle this yourself. But out of curiosity, and to be on the safe side, I still came." After speaking, Mu Tianxian directly took out 3 gemstones. These 3 gemstones are all legendary divine items, the magic storage gemstones. Each gem contains 10 million mana points. After activating the gem, for the next hour, any mana you consume will be deducted from the gem instead. After saying this, Mu Tianxian handed 3 gems to Lin Hao. "Thank you, President Mu." Lin Hao accepted them without hesitation. With these 3 gems, the dungeon's restrictions were practically meaningless to him. Before entering the dungeon, Lin Hao asked one last question. "President Mu, can the people of the Calamity Ruins Church casually change the dungeon rules?" Mu Tianxian shook his head. "To change the rules, you need rare cataclysm items, and even then, the rules that can be changed are very limited. Something like making people die as soon as they enter is impossible. In the same instance, they can only change the rules once." Lin Hao let out a sigh of relief. They can only change the rules once? Then I've got this in the bag. Soon, Lin Hao officially stepped into the instance. The familiar plains of the blood prison dungeon appeared once again, with the blood-red moon hanging in the sky. He checked the dungeon rules, which were the same as what the principal had mentioned before. This dungeon has 7 rules, but only the first few affect mages, while the rest can be ignored. Before long, he encountered a group of small monsters. Blood Prison Apostle, Cataclysm. Level, 50. Health, 1 million. Attack power, 25,000. Physical defense, 20,000. Magic resistance, 20,000. This health is indeed not low, even a random small monster has 1,000,000 health. But for Lin Hao, it's no different from those monsters with tens of thousands of health before. He didn't rush to make a move because mana cannot be restored in this dungeon. Once used, it's gone. So he first activated a mana-storing gem to store up his magic power. Then, Lin Hao unleashed a level 1000 Storm Howl, summoning a 300-meter diameter tornado that charged fiercely at the monsters ahead. The monsters that couldn't dodge were all swept into the tornado, with astonishing damage numbers instantly appearing above their heads. -9,994,000. -9,994,000. -9,994,000. Over 9 million damage instantly wiped out all these monsters completely. The copy restores 10% of its maximum health every 10 seconds. I wiped it out with one skill. Let's see how much you can recover. Whirlwind is simply a monster-clearing weapon. The monsters encountered along the way can't withstand this move. But the cost is not small. Mana consumption is 5 times higher. One tornado costs 50,000 mana points. Sweeping all the way through, Lin Hao spent over 5 million mana and finally encountered the first Cataclysm boss of the dungeon. Blood Prison Devourer, Cataclysm. Level, 50. Health, 2 billion. Attack power, 200,000. Physical defense, 180,000. Magic resistance, 160,000. 2 billion health points. It looks quite intimidating. Lin Hao was unfazed and smiled as he continuously cast Fireball. -49,910,000. -49,910,000. -49,910,000. After a significant increase in spell power, a casual fireball could deal nearly 50 million damage. The Blood Prison Devourer was massive in size and slow in movement, making it an easy target for Lin Hao. Before it could even get close to attack, Lin Hao had already hurled over 20 fireballs, instantly killing it. Defeated a level 50 Blood Prison Devourer, gained 3 million experience. 14 levels higher than your own, gained an additional 4.2 million experience. Kill a level 50 boss and successfully absorb 5 million energy points. 14 levels higher than your own level, gain an additional 7 million energy points. Kill the Blood Prison Devourer. Lin Hao triggered the ultimate. Congratulations! You have obtained the Blood Prison Greatsword, Blood Prison Armor, Blood Prison Boots, and Intermediate Mana Fruit. Some time ago, Lin Hao had to put in some effort to deal with a Cataclysm boss with 1 billion HP, but now, facing a Cataclysm boss with double the HP at 2 billion, he easily takes it down. His rapid increase in strength is so astonishing that even he finds it unbelievable. After obtaining 12 million energy points, Lin Hao's total energy skyrocketed to 90.67 million. After consuming the mana fruit, his maximum mana instantly increased by 20,000, reaching over 24.78 million. After picking up all the legendary equipment, Lin Hao continued to charge deeper into the dungeon. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Mu Tianxian was secretly observing the situation inside. When he saw Lin Hao casually dealing nearly 50 million damage, he could hardly believe his eyes. Lin Hao was only at tier 3, yet his damage was this astonishing? When he himself was at tier 3, his damage wasn't even half of Lin Hao's. If Lin Hao reaches level 100, his output would be utterly catastrophic. Mu Tianxian was shocked but also very pleased, feeling that the future indeed belonged to these young people. A catastrophe boss with 2 billion health points couldn't last more than 30 seconds in Lin Hao's hands. He recalled his own experience when he first entered the dungeon, struggling hard. Back then, his conditions were too poor, with a shortage of mana. When fighting the final boss, he ran out of mana and had to retreat. Otherwise, this dungeon wasn't actually difficult. During this time, Lin Hao swept through everything, already taking down the second catastrophe boss and advancing toward the deepest part of the dungeon. Mu Tianxian focused more intently on the depths of the dungeon, and sure enough, he saw a man shrouded in a blood mist waiting there for Lin Hao. Mu Tianxian's expression tightened. It turned out this man was an 8th-tier elder of the catastrophe ruins. The catastrophe ruins had already begun resorting to any means to deal with Lin Hao. Lin Hao looked at the rewards he received from the second cataclysm boss: 7.2 million experience points and 12 million energy points. His energy points once again surpassed 100 million, reaching 126.7 million points. In addition, he also obtained 3 pieces of legendary equipment and an intermediate intelligence fruit. After consuming the fruit, his intelligence increased by 200 points, reaching 12,620 points, and his spell attack power also increased by 400 points, exceeding 100,000. Glancing at the mana accumulation gem, the third gem had only over 4 million mana points left. The mana consumption in this dungeon was simply terrifying. Lin Hao took a deep breath and continued to move deeper. If nothing unexpected happened, someone should already be waiting for him. Sure enough, a man shrouded in a blood mist appeared from the depths. "Are you Zhu Jian?" Lin Hao asked. "You've heard of me?" The man was puzzled. They shouldn't have met before. Lin Hao smiled. "Because someone in your calamity ruins betrayed you. Stop trying to sow discord." The man was indifferent. "So what if you know my name? You still have to die here." "Someone will die, but it might not be me." Lin Hao sneered. Zhu Jian laughed mockingly. "Kid, you've had it too easy for too long and probably forgot how to respect the strong. I am an 8th-tier elder of the Calamity Ruins. Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant." With that, he activated the Calamity Bloodstone, and new rules immediately appeared in the dungeon. Rule 8: within 1 hour, no creature can use any items or escape the instance. "How about it? Scared?" Zhu Jian asked smugly. Lin Hao sneered disdainfully, already prepared and completely unflustered. Although the mana storage gem couldn't be used, he still had over 24 million mana himself, more than enough to take him down. However, since Zhu Jian was, after all, an 8th-tier elder, Lin Hao decided to make some extra preparations. He possesses the legendary passive skill Endless Mana Source, which requires 1 million energy for each level up after level 100. Although he felt reluctant, he still spent 50 million energy. After raising the energy level to 150, Lin Hao decisively stopped. Despite the massive consumption, this passive effect was indeed powerful. Endless Mana Source LV150. The maximum mana permanently increased by 1.6 million points, 500,000 more than before. With the talent bonus of the Forbidden Mage, Lin Hao's maximum mana instantly skyrocketed by 5 million, surging from 24.78 million to 29.78 million. Such terrifying mana, even if consumed 5 times as much, it can still hold up. He then looked at the life-saving items. All the legendary life-saving items were covered in dust, unable to be used. However, the Supreme-level Destiny Reversal Stone and 2 other Supreme items still shone brightly, completely immune to being disabled. Lin Hao thought to himself, "My code, no one can restrict me." Zhu Jian, confident in his own strength, sneered and said, "Kid, I'll give you one last chance, join us, or die here." Lin Hao said bluntly, "Join you? Tell me what benefits you can offer me. Don't give me empty promises, I want something practical that I can use right away." Zhu Jian responded coldly, "I know you don't trust me, and I don't trust you either. Want to join? Kill Mu Tianxian first." Lin Hao asked in surprise, "Are you joking? I'm only at tier 3, and you want me to kill a demigod? Are you asking me to die?" Zhu Jian, however, laughed. "Don't underestimate the trump cards of the Calamity Ruins Church. We have a supreme level item that ignores all life-saving passives. Your damage is already high, and we can give you another supreme item that increases your damage tenfold, along with an item that guarantees true damage. If you ambush Mu Tianxian, success is not impossible. He trusts you so much, he would never expect you to betray him. Even if you fail, we guarantee you can retreat unscathed. A genius like you is far more valuable to us alive. Lin Hao felt a shock in his heart. This ruins church was indeed extraordinary. He pretended to agree. Sounds good, give me the props first. Zhu Jian shook his head and took out a scroll. It was an absolute contract scroll. Once a handprint was placed on it, no one could violate it. Now we can trust each other, right? Zhu Jian said as he tossed the scroll to Lin Hao. After confirming safety, Lin Hao took the scroll. The content on it instructed him to assassinate Mu Tianxian, with a reward of 10 legendary skill books upon success. The reward sounded tempting, but Lin Hao knew in his heart that joining the Calamity Ruins Church offered a reward of 1 million magic crystals. The legendary skill book he had seen last time was only worth 20,000 each, so 10 books would only amount to 200,000. Where did the remaining 800,000 go? Moreover, they were sending him to his death, with all the risks on him and all the benefits going to others. Even the most unscrupulous middlemen weren't this ruthless. Zhu Jian saw Lin Hao hesitating and continued to tempt him. How about it? Tempted, right? 10 legendary skill books are no small amount. Lin Hao took a deep breath, suppressing his impulse, and calmly said, I need a deposit, and I need sincerity. Give me 5 legendary skill books first. Zhu Jian said with a smile, no problem, let's sign the contract first. Lin Hao couldn't hold back anymore and directly tore the scroll into pieces. Zhu Jian's face instantly turned cold. It seems you have a death wish. Lin Hao let out a cold snort and directly unleashed the level 210,000 thunder tribulation. Within an 800-meter radius around him, everything was instantly shrouded in purple lightning. Countless electric flashes tore through the sky, and thousands of thunder pillars descended from above. Seeing this terrifying scene, Zhu Jian was almost scared out of his wits. What kind of heaven-defying skill is this? How could it cover such a large area? Zhu Jian was seething with jealousy. Clearly, he was the 8th-tier mage, while Lin Hao was only 3rd tier. Why could Lin Hao master such a powerful skill? Zhu Jian took a deep breath and immediately activated the LV10 legendary shield skill. A shield with a value as high as 56.25 million instantly enveloped him. The next second, a lightning pillar struck the shield fiercely. 100540000. The terrifying damage instantly shattered the shield into pieces, and the remaining damage directly hit Zhu Jian. How is this possible? Zhu Jian's face changed drastically. He heard that Lin Hao's damage was astonishing, but he didn't expect it to be this exaggerated. However, this was not the end. At the same time, the level 200 Furious Sea Surge was also unleashed. An 800-meter high towering wave left Zhu Jian with nowhere to escape, no matter how he tried to dodge. He could only activate a max-level shield once again. 100540000. The shield was instantly shattered again, and he directly took over 40 million damage. After 2 waves of attacks, Zhu Jian's health dropped straight to the bottom. Although he was an 8th-tier job changer, he was still a fragile mage. Even if his health was multiplied tenfold, 1.3 billion was his limit. But Lin Hao's mana consumption was also significant. With the use of 2 skills, the mana consumption was quintupled, and 2 million mana points were instantly gone. More importantly, once the cooldown of these 2 large-scale legendary skills was over, Lin Hao's subsequent attack methods would be very limited. Using Fireball to wear down the opponent, a straight-line attack is hard to target skillful enemies, making it completely unwise to waste mana. Lin Hao stopped attacking, and Zhu Jian couldn't help but laugh. Kid, your outburst is indeed intimidating, but that's all there is to it. Now, let me show you the true power of an 8th-tier expert. I have received the true blessing of the Ruins of Calamity, far beyond what an ant like you can compare to. After speaking, Zhu Jian directly activated a skill that Lin Hao was very familiar with, the legendary skill Eternal Night Silence that seals passives. Immediately, all of Lin Hao's passive skills were sealed. Kid, I don't know where you got that skill that can use mana to block damage, but now you're out of tricks, aren't you? Lin Hao smiled faintly. Out of tricks? You're underestimating me. He directly activated level 50 Holy Will, instantly purifying the negative effects and becoming immune to all negative states for the next 50 seconds. Zhu Jian was stunned when he saw this scene. When he investigated the information, he hadn't discovered that Lin Hao had this legendary skill. Just as he was about to make a move, Lin Hao suddenly learned a counter skill. Zhu Jian's mind turned, thinking of the traitor Lin Hao mentioned earlier. Could there really be a traitor within the Calamity Ruins Church? But now was not the time to worry about that. Zhu Jian looked at Lin Hao and sneered. The seal is useless? No problem. As an elder of the Ruins Church, I have received the blessing of the Ruins Court. My strength is not something those small fry outside can compare to. Next, let me show you true power. Zhu Jian swung his staff fiercely, and a massive fireball with a diameter of 100 meters descended from the sky. Needless to say, this must be an LV10 level large-scale legendary skill. Seeing a fireball descend from the sky toward him, Lin Hao's expression remained calm, without the slightest hint of panic. This skill's maximum range is probably around 300 meters, right? My level 100 Nether Shadow Leap can cover 1000 meters in an instant. Can you even hit me? Lin Hao had no intention of fighting back. He wanted to see just how strong the damage from this 8th tier Calamity Ruins Deacon truly was. Anyway, he has a supreme level life-saving item, so he definitely won't die. Lin Hao pondered for a moment and directly unleashed the level 100 Eternal Night Silence on Zhu Jian. The next moment, the fireball hit Lin Hao squarely. Zhu Jian felt secretly delighted. Just now, Lin Hao had to endure that large-scale attack, and now it's Lin Hao's turn to suffer. The fireball struck Lin Hao, and damage numbers exploded. 216820000. Over 200 million damage, truly astonishing. A normal 9th tier mage would most likely fall from this strike. But Zhu Jian had not yet realized that Lin Hao's counterattack had only just begun. At this moment, Zhu Jian's expression was extremely shocked. Lin Hao had withstood the blow and was still alive. Impossible. Even if magic power could block damage, could Lin Hao's magic power have exceeded 2 billion? Is he even human? No, his magic power wasn't even depleted, it had only slightly decreased. This is simply inhuman. But the most terrifying part was yet to come. He suddenly noticed above his head, a larger damage number silently appeared: 867,280,000. Over 800 million damage instantly emptied his health bar. Zhu Jian was stunned. He never expected Lin Hao to have such a terrifying passive counter ability, directly reflecting 4 times the damage back at him. Fortunately, he had the blessing of the Ruins King's court, preventing him from turning into a mindless monster. Although half of his body had turned into a skeleton, his mind remained clear, and his strength had even reached a new level. Seeing Zhu Jian almost half dead from his own counterattack, Lin Hao couldn't help but laugh. The so-called true power you speak of is killing yourself? That's quite impressive. Over 200 million damage was indeed exaggerated, but when it hit Lin Hao, it only consumed a little over 2 million mana. More importantly, this mana consumption was passively triggered and wasn't calculated at the 5-fold multiplier. 2 million mana was nothing to Lin Hao. An 8th tier elder was just so-so after all. The only regret was that Lin Hao had guessed wrong earlier. The cataclysm effect didn't seem to be passive, and Eternal Night Silence failed to activate. As for what exactly cataclysm was, he planned to ask Dragoon about it later. Being mocked like this by Lin Hao, Zhu Jian flew into a rage. Lin Hao, don't get cocky. Now you'll see my true strength. Your 2 legendary skills still have several hundred seconds of cooldown. During this time, I can kill you dozens of times. Hearing his arrogant words, Lin Hao's expression darkened, staring at his state. Zhu Jian, Elder of the Ruins of Calamity. Level 80. Health points, 2.3 billion. Magic power, 800,000. Physical defense, 600,000. Magic resistance, 800,000. Skills: Catastrophic Power, Catastrophe Shield, Wrathful Burst LV10, Dark Impact LV10. This attribute truly justifies the arrogance. Lin Hao gasped, as 800,000 magic power was already the limit for top-tier 8th level job changers. What's even more outrageous is that after entering the Cataclysm state, not only does the health consumption increase tenfold, but it can also instantly restore full health, and the cooldowns of previously used skills are refreshed. This is practically a game-breaking cheat. No wonder so many people are willing to turn into half-human, half-ghost forms just to trigger the Cataclysm. Flesh and blood are weak, only through Cataclysm can one ascend. This is no empty talk, even Lin Hao was starting to feel tempted. Then, Lin Hao took out 2 insight runes to examine the specific effects of Cataclysmic Power and the Cataclysmic Shield. Catastrophic Power. Based on your loyalty, the Disaster Zone Royal Court will grant you special powers. After reading the description, Lin Hao was still confused. There were no specific values, and he didn't quite understand it. Fortunately, he knew this skill didn't have recoil damage and wasn't a damage restriction. Disaster Source Magic Shield. Immune to all spell damage below 1 billion. My goodness, what kind of cheat is this? Lin Hao was utterly shocked. He had originally planned to save the supreme level Myriad Spell Annihilation Pearl, but now it seemed completely unrealistic. At the same time, the dungeon rules were altered by Zhu Jian, making it impossible for Mu Tianqian to use the divination gem to observe the dungeon situation. Although previous divination showed that Lin Hao would turn danger into safety, facing the 8th tier elder of the Ruins of Calamity, Mu Tianqian still felt uneasy and continued divining. After consuming 1 month's lifespan, he finally reached a conclusion: Lin Hao successfully killed Zhu Jian. Seeing this result, Mu Tianqian could hardly believe it. A Tier 3 job changer actually killed an elder of the Tier 8 Calamity Ruins? The elders of the Calamity Ruins are not ordinary stewards or followers, they are powerful beings blessed by the Calamity Court. Lin Hao's attributes are absolutely top-notch among all Tier 8 SSS level job changers. Especially after the Cataclysm, his attributes and skills will undergo a qualitative leap. What's even more shocking is that he defeated such a powerful opponent while still at Tier 3. Mu Tianxian's side, the younger generation is truly formidable. At the same time, Zhu Jian burst into wild laughter. How about it, Lin Hao? Did you see my skill? 1 billion damage, can you beat that? Ha ha ha. Now I'm invincible. And after the Cataclysm, I can recover 10% of my maximum health every 10 seconds, but your mana can't recover at all. What do you have to fight me with? Lin Hao sneered, do you think you have a trump card and I don't? After speaking, he immediately activated the All Methods Annihilation Orb. Instantly, his spell attack power skyrocketed from over 100,000 to over 1 million. Zhu Jian, as an 8th tier elder, immediately recognized what item Lin Hao was using and wasted no time activating a displacement skill, turning and running away. Although the All Methods Annihilation Orb is incredibly powerful, it only lasts for 10 minutes, while the dungeon rules stipulate that one cannot leave for an hour. Zhu Jian planned to evade for 10 minutes and then launch a full counterattack. Lin Hao sighed, what a brainless fool. He didn't let Zhu Jian escape, directly using the level 100 Shadow Leap, instantly crossing 1,000 meters to block the way. Zhu Jian's face showed terror, not daring to fight head-on, and could only continue to flee. But after just a few steps, Lin Hao unleashed the level 300 Instant Flame Impact, instantly dealing 2 astonishing damage numbers each exceeding 1.5 billion, totaling over 3 billion. Zhu Jian was instantly killed on the spot. System notifications keep flashing. Kill level 80 Ruins Elder, gain 10 million experience. Exceed level 44 kill, gain an additional 44 million experience. Successfully absorbed 16 million energy value, gain an additional 70.4 million energy value. Trigger absolute luck, obtain skeleton staff, skeleton robe, skeleton boots, agility fruit, medium. This is the reward of the 8th tier elder, with astonishing experience and energy values. In an instant, Lin Hao gained 54 million experience points, immediately leveling up to level 37. He allocated all 100 newly acquired free attribute points to intelligence, skyrocketing his intelligence to 12,720 points, and his spell attack power increased to 100,740 points. Energy value surged by an additional 86.4 million, and combined with the previous amount, Lin Hao now possesses over 1.39 billion energy. He also consumed the agility fruit, increasing his agility by 200 points, reaching 8,010 points. With such agility, not to mention mages of the same rank, even 5th rank assassins couldn't match his speed. After successfully clearing the dungeon, it began to slowly dissipate, and Lin Hao received new rewards. Ding! Congratulations on successfully conquering the dungeon. You have obtained the Myriad Magic Annihilation Orb, Eternal Holy Radiance Robe, Indomitable Will Skill Book, and Mana Fruit ×5. Got another All Methods Annihilation Divine Orb? Lin Hao was overjoyed, having already witnessed the power of this artifact before. He didn't have time to study other items, the situation was urgent. Activating the All Methods Annihilation Divine Orb lasts for 10 minutes, and only a few seconds had passed so far. He had to leave the dungeon immediately, use the Aurora Crystal, and head straight to the Disaster Ruins gathering place to give the cultists and deacons there a big surprise. Packed up everything, Lin Hao decisively exited the dungeon. Watching the dungeon slowly dissipate, Mu Tianxian remained unsettled for a long time. To think that at the 3rd tier, he managed to defeat the 8th tier elder of the Calamity Ruins? This level of strength and potential is even greater than that of the 3 demigods. However, Lin Hao must have used some kind of supreme grade artifact, otherwise, with Zhu Jian's post-calamity abilities, he would have definitely been able to counter a mage. But regardless, being able to obtain a supreme grade artifact and using it to defeat an opponent is still Lin Hao's own strength. At that moment, Lin Hao exited the dungeon, his face filled with urgency, as if every second of delay was a waste of time. Mu Tianxian looked at him, curiosity rising. Lin Hao, you did well managing to kill the Calamity Ruins Elder, but why are you in such a rush? Did something else happen? Lin Hao nodded. President Mu, there's no time to explain. I have to head to the Calamity Church's gathering point immediately and hit them with everything I've got. Before his words had even fully landed, Lin Hao pulled out the Aurora Crystal, ready to activate it, but was stopped by Mu Tianxian. Mu Tianxian carefully stared at Lin Hao and instantly saw through his state, so he had activated the Myriad Laws Annihilation Pearl. No wonder he was in such a hurry. This was equivalent to opening a time-limited invincible state, eager to slash every enemy on the road. Immediately after, Mu Tianxian unleashed a skill, sealing Lin Hao's state. Lin Hao was stunned. His tenfold attack state was nullified, but the word unsealed appeared next to the attribute. Mu Tianqian explained, I used a unique skill to seal the effect of your tenfold attack power. During the seal, this state won't disappear. You can unseal it whenever you want. Lin Hao was shocked, there's actually such a powerful unique skill? If you stack buffs for your teammates before a big battle and then unseal them at a critical moment, wouldn't the enemy be completely overwhelmed? Everyone only activates buffs on the battlefield because their duration is too short. With this skill, there's no need to worry about buffs disappearing anymore. Mu Tianqian shook his head, my skill also has limitations. Even at max level, I can only seal up to 10 buffs on the same person. That's already quite strong. Lin Hao laughed and said, if you could seal the effects of 10 supreme level items, defeating enemies across levels would be as easy as drinking water. Mu Tianqian smiled and said, 10 supreme level items? You make it sound easy. In my lifetime, I've only obtained a few that significantly boost attributes, and I've basically used them all. Moreover, this skill can't repeatedly seal and unseal. Once a skill is unsealed, it can't be sealed again. Alright, Lin Hao, now that you're safe, I need to take care of my own matters. As for the ruins gathering place, there's no need to rush. Go when you're fully prepared. After speaking, Mu Tianxian's figure disappeared. Lin Hao was already used to it. Since there was no need to hurry, he decided to check out his spoils of war first. He first looked at the Eternal Holy Radiance Robe, a legendary grade non-attribute equipment. Eternal Holy Radiance Robe. Quality, legendary. Equipment requirement, maximum HP reaches 1 million. Class, Mage. Maximum HP, 10 million. Effect, triggers the Holy Radiance Shield, immediately granting a shield equal to your maximum HP, cooldown, 600 seconds. Lin Hao felt a bit disappointed after reviewing the equipment effects. This equipment was similar to the primal robe he was wearing. One increased mana by 10 million, while the other increased health by 10 million. For now, mana was more important to him, and he could switch to health when needed in the future. Next, he turned his attention to the legendary skill book Indomitable Will. Indomitable Will, passive. Quality, legendary. Learning condition, none. Effect, when taking fatal damage, the damage is negated, leaving 1 health point remaining, and a shield equal to the maximum health is granted. This passive can only be triggered once every 24 hours. This time, luck was really on his side. He actually obtained an extremely rare life-saving passive skill. Lin Hao immediately learned it. Then, he looked at the 5 large mana fruits and ate them all in one go. Instantly, his maximum mana increased by 250,000 points, breaking through the 30 million mark and reaching 30,033,100 points. After finishing these tasks, Lin Hao crushed the teleportation stone, planning to return to Kyoto University to retrieve the SSS-level awakening stone. With Mu Tianxian's unique skill being so powerful, his own forbidden mage skill was surely not going to be any less impressive, which filled Lin Hao with anticipation. After activating the return stone, he quickly returned to Kyoto University and headed straight to the school's points exchange center. Du Guotian was visibly surprised to see Lin Hao suddenly return. Kid, why are you back again? Lin Hao said straightforwardly, Senior Du Gu, I have completed my trial. Du Guotian was full of questions. What? 3 supreme level dungeons, completed so easily? How long has it even been? Although puzzled, he still handed the SSS level profession awakening stone to Lin Hao. He wasn't worried at all that Lin Hao would cheat, because the activation condition for this awakening stone was to clear 3 supreme level dungeons solo. Previously, someone had tried to bluff their way through, but naturally, it ended in their own demise. Just as Du Guotian thought Lin Hao might also be trying to take a shortcut, the awakening stone suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light, an obvious sign of activation. Du Guotian's expression immediately froze. Lin Hao had actually completed 3 supreme level dungeons. His strength was terrifying, even surpassing what Du Guotian had achieved back in the day. He felt immense relief. Finally, another young person with the potential to become a demigod had appeared. Du Guotian advised, Lin Hao, you're an SSS level profession. I don't know if the principal has told you this, but I'll remind you again. The stronger the profession, the harder it is to awaken powerful unique skills. Awakening tasks are much more difficult than regular leveling tasks, so you need to be prepared. Lin Hao nodded, his gaze falling on his energy value of 1.39 billion points, filling him with confidence. Soon, he activated the awakening stone. Ding, the awakening stone has been activated. Please complete the awakening trial within 3 days to obtain profession-specific skills. Trial content. Within 3 days, level up at least 3 skills to level 10,000 and defeat 3 tier 7 or higher cataclysmic bosses. Leveling up 3 skills to level 10,000? This difficulty is a major test for his energy value. It seems the awakening task truly lives up to its name. In comparison, defeating 3 tier 7 cataclysmic bosses is much easier. Lin Hao thought about it. Legendary skills, especially legendary passives, reaching level 10,000 was simply unrealistic. With his current energy, it was difficult to even raise a legendary skill to level 1000. The most practical approach was to upgrade the basic white skills. Fireball had already reached level 5000, and raising it to level 10,000 wouldn't be too challenging. Back at the dormitory, Lin Hao began frantically allocating points. Each level of Fireball required 16,000 energy points. Without hesitation, he spent 16 million energy to raise it to level 6000, then 32 million to level 7000, and another 64 million to level 8000. With each 1000 level increase, the energy consumption doubled. He quickly stopped, as his energy had nearly run out. Looking at the remaining 27.07 million energy, Lin Hao was shocked. Wow, leveling up really burns through energy. That over 100 million energy I had at the start is already gone so quickly. It seemed he needed to head to the Disaster Ruins Church's stronghold soon to replenish his energy. Then, Lin Hao looked at the effect of the level 8000 Fireball spell. Fireball spell LV8000 consumes 8000 mana points to deal damage equal to 80,000% of the user's spell attack power to a single target within an 8000 meter range. This power is simply explosive. No cooldown, damage up to 80,000 times this multiplier is absolutely insane. Plus, with my current 10-fold attack power, taking down the stronghold of the Calamity Ruins Church will be a breeze. After confirming the skill status, Lin Hao immediately activated the Aurora Crystal and teleported to the wilderness where the gathering point was located. This tool that restricts spatial traversal is so troublesome. Luckily, my state is currently sealed, otherwise, running there on foot would take 8 or 9 minutes. Just arriving at the gathering place, the effect of the Myriad Law's Annihilation Pearl was about to wear off. Lin Hao switched back to his disguise and re-entered the gathering place. Since there was no rush, he decided to make more preparations. He walked up to the old man at the everything shop and directly asked, "I need 2 pieces of information. First, what are the uses of the treasures granted by the 8 calamities in this gathering place? Second, what legendary skills do the elders of this gathering place possess?" The old man was stunned upon hearing this. "Are you planning to make a move against the gathering place?" As the owner of the everything shop, there were some things better left unasked. Didn't he understand that? Lin Hao said coldly, "You're in it for the money anyway. Whether they live or die has nothing to do with you." The old man swallowed hard, thinking to himself, "Is this young man crazy? He's only at the 3rd tier, yet he dares to target this stronghold? Could it be that the war zone commander has also arrived?" He forced a smile. "Young man, you're right, I'm just in it for the money. Whether these people live or die has nothing to do with me. As long as you can pay the price, I can tell you any information you want." Clearly trying to take advantage, Lin Hao countered, "Payment? It's your life. Give me the information, and I'll let you walk away alive. Otherwise, no matter how many life-saving tools you have, they won't save you." The old man was stunned. This is the first time I've heard extortion put so bluntly. Between the two of us, who's the real villain here? After a moment of silence, the old man chose to compromise. Preserving his life was more important than being taken advantage of for nothing. Seeing Lin Hao brimming with confidence, it seemed the war zone was already prepared. Being sensible now might even allow him to cling to the war zone's support. The old man sighed, closed his eyes, and activated his ability to gather information. The treasure bestowed by the 8 calamities is called the Berserk Battle Steel. As long as it's placed on the ground, all targets within 100 meters affected by the calamity will have their damage doubled. What's even more impressive is that it carries the blessing of the 8 calamities, sealing off the space so no one can use teleportation skills to enter or exit. They can only walk in and out honestly. Double damage bonus. Lin Hao smiled. This treasure is indeed powerful and can affect multiple targets. But so what? Even the elder of the 8th tier Calamity Ruins can only deal damage slightly over 200 million, even with double damage, it would barely exceed 500 million. I have 29 million mana points, I can handle it completely. The old man continued talking about the skills of the settlement elder. After listening, Lin Hao smiled even more happily. This elder, named Miao Guanrong, was a warrior. After turning into a cataclysmic monster, unlike mages, he couldn't be immune to spell damage. Alright, you can go now. Lin Hao waved his hand to signal. The old man's abilities were useful to him, but after all, he was a double-crosser, so there was no need to kill him yet. The old man nodded, packed up, and hurriedly fled, fearing he wouldn't be able to leave by night. At this moment, Lin Hao arrived at the black market in the settlement. The place was bustling with people, and there were quite a few valuable items on the stalls. If I kill them, everything will belong to me. If they were given the time to place their treasures into storage rings, even killing them wouldn't matter. Those rings would be destroyed, and everything inside would be lost. Thus, they must be dealt with first. The merchants on the black market. People stared at Lin Hao with greedy eyes, thinking about how to devour this fat sheep. He was dressed in all legendary equipment and must be carrying plenty of magic crystals. But before they could speak, Lin Hao suddenly swung his staff. A massive wave with a diameter of 800 meters appeared out of thin air and instantly swept down. The black market merchants were all stunned. Is this kid crazy? How dare he make a move here? This is a place guarded by an 8th-tier elder. But before they could react, the massive wave had already wiped out the health bars of everyone within an 800-meter radius in an instant, with damage numbers exceeding 100 million. They didn't die, but all of them entered a cataclysmic state. A large group of werewolves, bearmen, and skeleton monsters charged madly at Lin Hao, launching an attack. Lin Hao, however, smiled calmly. The so-called advantage in numbers was utterly insignificant in front of him. He waved his staff again, and the space within 800 meters around him was instantly shrouded in a purple glow. Lightning tore through the sky, and tens of thousands of thunder pillars descended from above. The cultists and deacons of the Calamity Ruins were caught off guard and were instantly killed, with damage numbers exceeding hundreds of millions. Although the deacons had strong vitality and health points exceeding 100 million, they still posed no threat to Lin Hao. Several attacks landed on him simultaneously, dealing nearly 100 million points of damage in total. If it were an ordinary Tier 3 mage, they would have been killed several times over by now. However, Lin Hao only lost less than 1,000,000 mana points, which he could recover in just 5 seconds. While enduring the attacks, he frantically cast fireball spells, with each level 8,000 fireball dealing over 80 million damage. Lin Hao was like a war god, single-handedly holding off the crowd without any pressure. In the distance, the cultists and deacons of the disaster ruins watched in shock. Is this guy really a mage? Taking so many attacks without a scratch? It's unbelievable. His health hasn't dropped at all. Everyone suddenly realized that this person was Lin Hao. Word spread quickly, and the crowd erupted. Killing Lin Hao could earn 10,000 magic crystals, while recruiting him could even bring 1,000,000 magic crystals. Many stewards knew Lin Hao's strength and were grateful they had held back from taking action back then, otherwise, they would have been dead by now. This terrifying survival and output capability could probably only be stopped by an 8th-tier elder. Someone shouted, "Quick, go to the west and call the 8th-tier elder." Lin Hao was still slaughtering madly, with experience and energy points skyrocketing. In just a few minutes, his energy points surged by over 100 million, completely replenishing the previous consumption. After clearing the enemies in front of him, Lin Hao took out the 10,000 Realms Heaven Sealing Lock to prevent anyone from escaping amidst the chaos. This time, he intended to completely eradicate the problem. At that moment, a figure swiftly appeared before him. The stewards, upon seeing this, shouted excitedly, "Great! It's Elder Miao! We're saved! Elder Miao! That's Lin Hao! Quick, kill him! Elder, I beg you to avenge my cousin!" A cry came from the crowd. Miao Guanrong frowned and looked at Lin Hao, a hint of surprise in his eyes. "You're that Lin Hao? So what if I am?" Lin Hao responded calmly. Miao Guanrong sneered, "Kid, you've got guts, daring to cause trouble on my turf. Today, I'll show you what the true skills of an 8th-tier job changer are." As soon as he finished speaking, his muscles bulged, and he threw a punch straight at Lin Hao's head. Lin Hao couldn't be bothered to dodge. In that supreme-level instance, he had experienced all kinds of restrictions, and the attacks of an 8th-tier elder didn't even register in his mind, let alone now. The fist struck Lin Hao, and an astonishing damage number immediately exploded on the screen: 186,325,000. The surrounding stewards initially thought Lin Hao would be injured and were ready to cheer, but to their horror, they discovered that his health hadn't decreased at all, and his mana had only dropped a tiny bit. "This guy is totally cheating," someone exclaimed. "How can a 3rd-tier mage have such incredible survivability?" Miao Guanrong was also startled by Lin Hao's resilience. Lin Hao sneered and said, "Is this the level of you 8th-rank elders? This damage doesn't even compare to that Zhu Jian." He was a bit puzzled in his heart. Miao Guanrong hadn't been knocked down by the rebound damage. Could he have some special equipment on him? "You know Zhu Jian? He actually let you go?" Miao Guanrong looked full of doubt. Lin Hao said indifferently, "Maybe I killed him." "Are you kidding me?" Miao Guanrong's face instantly turned ugly. Zhu Jian has powerful area attacks and sealing skills. How could he possibly be killed by a 3rd-tier job changer? Even if he couldn't beat you, with his Calamity Source shield, he could definitely stabilize the situation. How could he die at your hands? "Stop just talking, can't Zhu Jian even beat you?" Miao Guanrong taunted. Lin Hao shrugged. "It doesn't matter if you don't believe me. You'll be able to ask him yourself soon." As soon as the words fell, Lin Hao waved his staff, and fireballs shot precisely toward Miao Guanrong. Miao Guanrong dodged while taking out a mysterious gem, sneering, "Arrogant boy, don't think I can't deal with you." The gem activated, and Lin Hao found all his passive skills completely sealed. But he remained calm, immediately activating Divine Will to dispel all negative effects. Miao Guanrong was startled, thinking that this kid wasn't lying. He really had met Zhu Jian, and Zhu Jian couldn't deal with him. Such a powerful passive skill, if it hadn't been sealed, Lin Hao would have already been invincible, completely unbeatable. Immediately after, Lin Hao activated the level 100 Soul Lock Seal, applying a locking effect on Miao Guanrong. Miao Guanrong didn't care at all, his health was so high it was terrifying, and taking a fireball hit was no big deal. Lin Hao, stop wasting your energy. You can't kill me, Miao Guanrong said confidently, trying to buy time. He still had a gem with a sealed passive ability in his hand. As long as he waited for Lin Hao's immunity to negative effects to wear off, it would be his chance. Lin Hao chuckled lightly. You think I can't kill you? You're overestimating yourself. With that, he broke the seal, and his spell power instantly increased tenfold. Miao Guanrong frowned deeply, sensing a tremendous threat, yet unable to figure out what method Lin Hao had used. The next moment, Lin Hao unleashed the blazing impact, and a massive fireball shot straight toward Miao Guanrong. Miao Guanrong's eyelid twitched slightly, thinking that with his health reaching 1 billion, he wouldn't be taken down so easily. However, when the fireball struck him, the damage number made his face change instantly. A total of 3 billion points of damage instantly emptied his health bar. The onlooking stewards were dumbfounded, and the atmosphere instantly exploded. They could hardly believe their eyes. Such terrifying damage was actually caused by a Tier 3 mage. Were they dreaming? The clever stewards of the ruins had already started retreating, protecting their companions. Some who were slower to react still clung to hope for Miao Guanrong. But at this moment, Miao Guanrong had completely changed. His condition was unusually exaggerated. Miao Guanrong, Elder of the Ruins. Level 80. Health points, 10 billion. Attack power, 760,000. Physical defense, 700,000. Magic resistance, 680,000. Skills: Catastrophic Power, Catastrophic Body, Catastrophe Shield, Star-Shattering Dominator Punch LV10, Extinction Combo LV10. Catastrophic Body? Lin Hao stared at the skill name, falling into deep thought. This skill is clearly passive. To confirm, Lin Hao activated the Rune of Peering to check its effect. Cataclysmic Body. Each time attacked, restores 1% of maximum health. This passive synergy with the catastrophe effect is simply insane. Miao Guanrong has 10 billion health points, which means that every time he takes damage, no matter how much, he will recover 1 billion health points. What's even scarier is that this passive has no cooldown time and takes effect at any moment. However, passive skills also have weaknesses and can be easily sealed. Lin Hao immediately activated level 100 Eternal Night Silence, sealing all of Miao Guanrong's passive skills. Unfortunately, although Miao Guanrong is a fighter, he doesn't have a legendary purification skill. But among the other Disaster Ruin stewards, someone possesses a legendary purification technique. Soon, a gentle white light descended, and Miao Guanrong's passive seal was lifted. Seeing this, Miao Guanrong couldn't help but laugh. Lin Hao, I have to admit, you are a formidable opponent. But unfortunately, I am not fighting alone. Immediately, he roared and charged at Lin Hao. Lin Hao thought he was going to fight to the death, but unexpectedly, Miao Guanrong suddenly turned midway and sprinted in another direction. The Disaster Ruin stewards behind him were stunned. Bro, we all followed you, and you actually sold us out. Miao Guanrong was helpless. It wasn't that he wanted to betray his partner, but rather that he simply couldn't defeat Lin Hao. Although his health had increased, his other attributes hadn't changed much. As long as Lin Hao's passive ability remained, no matter how he fought, it was useless. He still couldn't figure out how strong Lin Hao's skills were. Slashing at him with billions of damage, yet it had no effect at all. Miao Guanrong wanted to escape, but Lin Hao didn't give him the chance. Level 200 Phantom Swift Step was instantly activated. With the support of 8,010 points of agility, Lin Hao's speed was in no way inferior to that of the 8th rank Elder. Fireball spells flew out one after another, striking towards Miao Guanrong's back. Miao Guanrong tried to dodge but was restrained by the Soul Lock Seal. No matter where he tried to evade, the fireballs tracked him with precision. Fireballs hit one after another. The damage numbers are astonishing. -805,240,000. -805,240,000. -805,240,000. With a 10x attack bonus, every fireball Lin Hao casts deals 800 million damage. Although the Cataclysmic Body allows Miao Guanrong to recover 100 million health each time he's injured, Lin Hao can still deal 700 million net damage. Miao Guanrong fled like a wounded beast, in utter disarray. The disaster stewards watched, completely unable to believe what was happening before their eyes. This is an 8th tier elder, a top tier powerhouse, being chased and beaten by a 3rd tier mage. They began to fear and fled frantically outside the gathering place. Unfortunately, it was too late. The 10,000 realms sky ceiling lock had already sealed the space. Not even a fly could escape. Miao Guanrong endured Lin Hao's fierce attacks, while gritting his teeth and charging toward the center of the gathering place. He wasn't fleeing blindly, because there was the berserk stone tablet there, and as long as he reached it, as long as he stands there, he can deal double damage. Moreover, his most trusted confidant is also there. He doesn't believe that Lin Hao's skill to offset damage with mana could be that powerful. In the end, Miao Guanrong, with only a sliver of health left, returned to the center in a sorry state. His trusted aides were stunned to see him like this. "Elder, what's wrong? Weren't you going to deal with Lin Hao? How did you even get forced into a cataclysm state?" "Cut the nonsense!" Miao Guanrong roared. "Everyone listen up. Use your strongest moves and attack that kid behind me with everything you've got." Although everyone was surprised, they immediately launched their attacks. Dozens of light spheres and arrows shot towards Lin Hao at an extremely fast speed. Lin Hao was not afraid of these attacks, but he also didn't want to take them head on. He directly activated the level 100 Nether Shadow Leap, instantly crossing 1,000 meters to evade the attack and block in front of Miao Guanrong. Miao Guanrong's face changed drastically, retreating repeatedly like a mouse seeing a cat. The trusted subordinates looked at their boss, who was so frightened, full of confusion. "You have 10 billion health points, plus the powerful shield of the cataclysmic body. Why would you be afraid of a tier 3 mage? Even if you just stand there and let him attack, so what?" However, when Lin Hao's fireballs hit Miao Guanrong one after another, they finally understood. Lin Hao's damage was simply outrageous. -805,240,000. -805,240,000. -805,240,000. A few fireballs dealing over 800 million damage each quickly emptied Miao Guanrong's health bar, causing him to die instantly. Kill level 80 Ruins Elder and gain 10 million experience. Due to killing beyond level 44, gain an additional 44 million experience. Kill level 80 Ruins Elder and absorb 16 million energy. Exceeding level 44 kill, gain an additional 70.4 million energy. Killed the level 80 Ruins Elder, also triggered absolute luck, and obtained the Barbarian Bear Armguards, Barbarian Bear Armor, Barbarian Bear Battle Pants, and Intermediate Mana Fruit. Lin Hao didn't pay much attention to the loot but instead coldly glanced at the nearby ruin stewards. The Berserk Stone tablet here is bound to Miao Guanrong. Once he dies, the tablet shatters and becomes completely ineffective. The stewards, already terrified by Lin Hao's horrifying attacks, quickly fled in all directions, not daring to look directly at Lin Hao. Lin Hao shook his head, running away so fast. President Mu said your Calamity Ruins Church are like rats in the sewer, and he wasn't wrong. But with the 10,000 realms heaven sealing lock here, where can you escape to? Soon, Lin Hao entered hunting mode. 10 hours later, there was no one alive in the entire settlement except Lin Hao. Fortunately, these disaster monsters don't leave corpses, otherwise the place would have been littered with bodies. Over the next 10 hours, Lin Hao began to clean up the battlefield. Due to the chaotic battle, there were still many items not collected into the storage ring, which became his extra gains. 10 hours later, Lin Hao began inspecting the loot. Over 10,000 pieces of equipment below epic level. Over 1,000 pieces of epic level equipment. Even more legendary equipment, with over 3,000 pieces. This number is simply terrifying. The Catastrophe of Heaven once said that crafting supreme level equipment requires 1,000 pieces of legendary equipment. At that time, he thought it was astronomical, but now it seems quite reasonable. Why is Lin Hao able to obtain so much legendary equipment? Of course, it's because these ruined cultists are too generous. Although their level is low and they don't contribute much experience or energy, they are also classified as bosses, which can trigger the absolute luck passive. On average, each ruined cultist contributes 3 pieces of legendary equipment. This time, over 1,000 enemies were taken down in total. With so much legendary equipment, it's absolutely no problem. If these guys are as brainless as monsters, then Lin Hao wouldn't have to exert any effort at all. He spent 10 hours hunting, but it could have been done in just 1 hour. Unfortunately, although he obtained quite a bit of legendary equipment this time, he didn't manage to get a single skill book. Precious items like these are directly traded face-to-face by the people of the Calamity Ruins Church, and in case of emergencies, they immediately store them in their storage rings, leaving him no chance to pick up any leftovers. But none of that matters. Lin Hao's harvest this time was truly abundant. He obtained over 1,000 attribute fruits, and combined with the ones he had left from before, he now has a total of 1,126. Specifically, Magic Fruits, medium, 186 pieces, small 9 pieces. Intelligence Fruits, medium, 172 pieces, small 7 pieces. Agility fruits, medium, 168 pieces, small 12 pieces. The remaining 572 are fruits of life, constitution, strength, and spirit, which are not very helpful to him. Apart from the attribute fruits, Lin Hao also gained a large amount of experience points, directly leveling up from 37 to 40. More importantly, his energy value skyrocketed, now reaching an astonishing 2.6385 billion. This number is terrifying. The total energy he consumed from level 1 until now probably doesn't even come close to this. No wonder people say that crime pays. This time, he really hit the jackpot. He could barely contain himself, wishing he could wipe out all the strongholds of the Calamity Ruins Church. However, things can't be rushed. Being able to clear out everyone in the settlement this time was thanks to the help of the 10,000 Realms Heaven Sealing Lock. Without it, he would have only gained a little over 600 million energy, so he decided to create another 10,000 Realms Heaven Sealing Lock before dealing with what comes next. Then, Lin Hao turned his attention back to the attribute fruits. These fruits melted in his mouth, transforming into pure energy, with no need to worry about overeating. Lin Hao first consumed all the mana fruits, and with the boost from his talent, his maximum mana increased by 3.81 million points, soaring from 30.03 million points to 33.84 million points. Then he ate the intelligence fruit, instantly increasing his intelligence by 35,100 points. Previously, his intelligence was only 12,720 points, but now it has nearly tripled, reaching 47,820 points. His spell attack power also rose by 70,200 points, soaring from over 100,000 to over 170,000. With such a significant boost, Lin Hao's damage became even more formidable, and shield skills like Wind Barrier gained stronger defensive power. Next, he ate the agility fruit, increasing his agility by 33,800 points. Previously, it was only 8,010 points, but now it directly reached 41,810 points. This level of agility is roughly the standard for an 8th-tier assassin. As for the life, strength, constitution, and spirit fruits, he didn't use them much, feeling the improvement was too minor and far less cost-effective than the Battle Dragon Medal, so he decided to save them for later. After dealing with the fruits, Lin Hao allocated all 300 free attribute points gained from leveling up to intelligence. He glanced at his attribute panel after a long time. Name: Lin Hao. Profession: Forbidden Mage. Level: 40. Health points: 7,157,100. Mana points: 33,843,100. Strength: 4,510. Constitution: 4,510. Spirit: 4,520. Intelligence: 48,120. Agility: 41,810. Spell power: 171,540. Energy value: 2,636,850,000. My stats are truly off the charts. Still this strong at level 40, this feels amazing. Hasn't advanced yet, but these attributes are already stronger than most 8th-tier mages. And this is just the basic attributes. In actual combat, you also have to account for the skill's multiplier bonus. With the current damage, it's completely capable of easily crushing many 9th-tier mages. Lin Hao's gaze fell on Fireball Technique again. He spent 1.28 billion energy points to raise Fireball Technique to level 9000. Then he spent another 2.56 billion energy points, finally upgrading it to level 10,000. Fireball Technique LV10000. Consumes 10,000 mana points. Deals 100,000% of its own spell attack power as damage to a single target within a range of 10,000 meters. And the damage ignores all defenses of the target. No cooldown time. The effect of the level 10,000 Fireball spell is extremely powerful, and it also comes with an additional special attribute. If it weren't for the requirements of the Awakening Trial, Lin Hao would never have been willing to spend so much energy upgrading it. After reaching level 10,000, the Fireball spell can still be upgraded further, but each upgrade requires 500,000 energy points. Although he can afford it, the cost effectiveness is too low, and there's no need to upgrade this skill any further. Although it cost a considerable amount of energy, Lin Hao finally obtained his first max level skill at level 10,000. Next, he set his sights on Wind Barrier, a white shield skill. This skill had a high cost-performance ratio and was absolutely worth upgrading to level 10,000. Lin Hao spent 16 million energy points to upgrade it to level 6,000, then spent 32 million to reach level 7,000, and another 64 million to reach level 8,000. Since it was also a white active skill, the upgrade cost was similar to Fireball. From level 5,000 to level 10,000, he spent a total of 496 million energy points. Including Fireball, Lin Hao spent 880 million energy points just upgrading these two skills. Lin Hao felt heartbroken, as if his heart was bleeding, but after glancing at his remaining energy points, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. After spending over 800 million energy points, he still had more than 1.7 billion left. Then, he checked the effects of the level 10,000 wind barrier. Wind barrier LV10000. Consumes 100,000 mana. Immediately generates a shield, with shield value equivalent to 100,000% of your magic attack power, lasting for 60 seconds. Cooldown time is 10 seconds. The effect is quite impressive. Although there are no new features, the shield duration has doubled from 30 seconds to 60 seconds. After confirming the effect, Lin Hao turned to Magic Amplification, the green passive skill. He hadn't upgraded it for a long time because his current damage was already sufficient, and Magic Amplification was only at level 2000. The upgrade cost for green passive skills was even higher than that of white active skills, so Lin Hao had no intention of upgrading it. Even if he poured all his energy into it, it wouldn't be enough. Considering this, he looked at Mana Recovery, the white passive skill. Its cost was only twice that of active skills. Lin Hao spent over 1 billion energy points directly upgrading it from level 2000 to level 10,000, significantly enhancing its effect. Mana Recovery LV10000. Recovers 1 million mana per second. The maximum mana value is increased by an additional 1 million. The effect is not bad. For a white skill to have this kind of effect is already very strong. Lin Hao nodded in satisfaction. With the talent bonus, this 1 million maximum mana value turned into 10 million. His maximum mana value instantly soared to 43.84 million. At this breakthrough speed, reaching a mana value of over 100 million is only a matter of time. Finally, Lin Hao glanced at the remaining energy value, which was still over 1.2 billion. Upgrading these three skills cost a total of 1.4 billion energy, which was completely within his acceptable range. The prerequisites for the Awakening quest are considered complete. Next, as long as 3 Tier 7 cataclysmic bosses are defeated, progress can continue. Lin Hao can finally officially awaken his unique skill. He calculated in his mind that Tier 7 cataclysmic bosses were currently out of reach. He couldn't enter Tier 7 dungeons yet, and it was impossible to count on those deacons and elders of the Cataclysm Church to deliver themselves as easy targets. Suddenly, a thought struck him. That's right, I can go to the Shadow Abyss. There must be 7th or even 8th tier monsters in the Abyss of Shadow. After all, he hadn't ventured deep before, only encountering a few 6th tier cataclysm bosses. The stronger ones must be hidden deeper inside. Without hesitation, Lin Hao activated the Aurora Crystal and directly teleported to Shadow City. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the 10th Church of the Ruined Church, the long-missing high priest was burning with rage, his eyes fierce, wishing he could strangle the two elders beside him. I was gone for just a moment, and you managed to mess things up like this? You sent so many people, yet you couldn't even deal with a 3rd-tier little mage, he roared. 2 8th-level elders lowered their heads in silence, the atmosphere tense. Gu Ying finally spoke. Priest, this mage Lin Hao is truly formidable. We sent 5th-level deacons to kill him, but they all failed. Later, we sent 5 more deacons in succession, yet still couldn't succeed. In the end, Zhu Jian personally took action, but even he couldn't deal with him. Enough! The high priest interrupted with a wave of his sleeve. Spare me the nonsense. This Lin Hao kid must not be allowed to continue growing. His threat even surpasses Wang Jinayu. Surpasses Wang Jinayu? The 2 8th-level elders exchanged incredulous looks. Wang Jinayu was synonymous with invincibility, even their invincible leader barely held his ground against him. The high priest sneered. The latest divination shows that Lin Hao actually broke through the demon spirit gathering place in the 3rd war zone, single-handedly taking down everyone without letting a single one escape. Lone Shadow was shocked. This Lin Hao did it alone. Who else could it be? The high priest said impatiently. Another elder, Lu Shengfeng, looked grim. A 3rd-tier mage killing an 8th-tier elder, who would believe that? After the catastrophe, 8th-tier elders can easily suppress most commanders. How could they possibly be taken down by a 3rd-tier mage? The high priest didn't say much to them and directly issued a final ultimatum. Within 3 days, kill Lin Hao at all costs. If you fail again, don't come back. The 2 elders looked grim. If Lin Hao ventured into the wilderness alone, it was definitely a trap. If he entered a dungeon, without a supreme item that ignored level restrictions, they would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage after their levels were suppressed. Lu Shengfeng braced himself and said, Your Excellency, it's not that we are unwilling, it's just that we are not confident of success. Gu Ying also nodded, feeling aggrieved. They had ways to deal with an 8th-tier leader, but when facing the 3rd-tier Lin Hao, they seemed to have no solutions. The high priest cursed and pulled out 2 supreme-level items. The church leadership has already divined that Lin Hao will go to Shadow City. This is your last chance, don't let me down. Lin Hao entered Shadow City, heading straight for the city gate, preparing to enter the Shadow Abyss to hunt monsters. After walking a few steps, he suddenly noticed the sky had turned dark. Just moments ago, the sun was blazing, but now the sky was shrouded in a layer of darkness. Lin Hao was very familiar with this effect. It was the spatial ceiling effect of the supreme item Universal Heaven Lock. What happened? Who used the supreme item to seal off this area? Lin Hao's heart tightened as he turned and walked toward the war zone. At this moment, in the war zone command center, the leaders all looked grim. The monsters in the abyss of demonic shadows had suddenly gone berserk. The news from the frontline job changers indicated that the situation was dire. Yu Zhiliang's face was extremely gloomy. Damn it. The ruins taught these guys, they are truly determined to destroy us. The 10,000 Realms Heaven Sealing Lock is showing its power, coupled with the sudden monster riot. It's obvious who's behind this. Once Demon Shadow City is breached, these monsters will flood in like a tide, and the consequences will be unimaginable, with absolutely heavy casualties. No matter what, Demon Shadow City must be defended. The other two deputy leaders also nodded without hesitation, ready to fight desperately. Although the walls of Shadow Demon City are tall and sturdy, those monsters on the other side are not to be trifled with. In this wave of monster tide, there are actually more than a dozen 6th-tier Cataclysm bosses, and even 2 7th-tier ones. As for 5th-tier and 4th-tier bosses, they are simply too numerous to count. Relying solely on the city walls won't stop this wave of monsters. Wang zoned aside and said, "Commander, is there any way to contact the war zone chief?" Yu Zhiliang shook his head. The 10,000 Realms Heaven Sealing Lock not only isolates space, but also prevents any communication from getting through. From now on, we can only rely on ourselves to endure these 24 hours. The reason it's 24 hours is because the sealing effect lasts only that long. Once it's lifted, reinforcements will arrive immediately, and all problems will be easily resolved. Ding Ziyi gave a wry smile. Our current forces probably won't hold out for 10 hours. Now is not the time to lose heart. Yu Zhiliang's eyes were resolute. "Everyone, follow me to the city walls and prepare for battle." He strode out of the command room, followed closely by several trusted aides. At that moment, he saw a familiar figure. "Lin Hao, what are you doing here?" Yu Zhiliang asked in surprise, and the others also showed astonished expressions. Lin Hao looked a bit puzzled. "I just arrived." "Commander Yu, where are you all going?" Yu Zhiliang didn't answer, only frowned and said, "Looks like our mission just got another addition." Lin Hao, remember, no matter what happens, make sure to stay at the back and never show yourself. Otherwise, the people from the Calamity Ruins Church will definitely stop at nothing to take you out first. Hearing this, Lin Hao became even more certain of his suspicion this 10,000 Realms Heaven Sealing Lock must be the work of the Calamity Ruins Church. He shook his head and said, "Commander Yu, I might have dragged you all down. The Ruins Church is probably targeting me this time." Everyone was stunned. Lin Hao is strong, but he's only at the 4th tier right now. Would the Ruins Church really mobilize tens of thousands of monsters and use supreme level items just to deal with Lin Hao? Commanding monsters is not something that can be done casually, it also requires supreme level items. That makes it 2 supreme level items in total. Although Lin Hao has potential, it's not enough to make the Calamity Ruins Church go to such great lengths. He sighed and explained, "I killed 2 of their 8th tier elders, one named Zhu Jian, and the other seemed to be called Miao Guanrong. Also completely destroyed one of their gathering places." "What?" Yu Zhiliang was shocked, almost unable to believe his ears. Lin Hao is only at level 40 now, probably hasn't advanced yet. Surviving under the hands of an 8th tier Calamity Ruins elder would already be considered a miracle. But he actually said he personally killed 2 8th tier elders. How is that possible? Ding Ziyi was incredulous. An 8th tier elder of the Ruins of Calamity, even in a disaster state, a commander like you might not be able to defeat them. How did Lin Hao kill them? Wang Zonda also looked at Lin Hao in shock. Having seen Lin Hao's strength before, although strong, it was nowhere near the level of being able to defeat an 8th tier elder. Just talking about Zhu Jian, he can be immune to magic damage below 1 billion in a catastrophic state. How exactly did Lin Hao take him down? Before the words were finished, the roar of the monster grew closer and closer. "No time to talk more, get ready to fight." Yu Zhiliang waved his hand and led the charge onto the city wall. Lin Hao followed without hesitation. The other commanders, seeing this, no longer tried to stop him. If what Lin Hao said was true, the Ruins Church had really set their sights on him this time. It's here. In this situation, hiding is useless, following them is actually safer. Before long, the group climbed up the towering city wall, which was over 100 meters high. Standing on top and looking down, the view was incredibly vast. In the distance, hordes of beasts surged like waves, and in no more than 30 seconds, they would reach the base of the wall. Most of the job changers on the wall were archers, while the rest were shield warriors responsible for protecting these fragile fighters. As for mages, apart from Lin Hao, there wasn't a single one. The reason is simple. Although mages are also a ranged class, the energy balls they cast have a flight range of less than 100 meters. They dissipate before reaching the monsters on the ground due to the distance. In contrast, the arrows of archers are physical objects that don't disappear. Even if they exceed their effective range, they can still cause damage by relying on gravity. Mages are not completely useless. Behind the city walls, there is a special barrier that allows their attacks to penetrate the walls and hit the enemies outside. Archers are mainly stationed on the walls to deal with flying monsters. Soon, countless monsters charged like a tsunami. Their eyes were blood-red, fearless, and they desperately rammed into the walls. Meanwhile, under Yu Zhiliang's command, countless arrows and magic spheres of various attributes continuously shot into the beast tide. Yu Zhiliang himself is an SS-level magic archer, and each arrow he shoots easily deals over 10 million terrifying damage. The other two deputy commanders also deal significant damage. Lin Hao, of course, wasn't idle either. He continuously unleashed level 10,000 fireballs, one after another, smashing into the monsters. There were so many monsters that aiming wasn't necessary, he could hit them even with his eyes closed. Among the numerous damage numbers ranging from hundreds of thousands to tens of millions, Lin Hao's damage shocked everyone. 171540000. 171540000. 171540000. Over 170 million damage, instantly killing each monster with a single hit. Yu Zhiliang and the two deputy commanders were speechless with shock upon seeing Lin Hao's damage. While frantically shooting, Yu Zhiliang looked at Lin Hao in astonishment. "Are you really a level 40 mage? This damage is insane, more than 10 times higher than mine." Yu Zhiliang himself is an 85th level 8th tier job changer, a powerhouse. He never thought he would be left far behind by a mere level 40 mage. Lin Hao was only using ordinary fireballs, and Yu Zhiliang was using ordinary arrows, yet the damage difference was so immense. Lin Hao was just about to respond when suddenly a beast's roar echoed. Yu Zhiliang immediately turned his head and saw two 7th tier flying catastrophe bosses appear, followed by dozens of flying demons. Yu Zhiliang's expression turned serious and immediately ordered, "Everyone, focus your fire. Prioritize taking down these flying monsters. If they break through the walls, the ordinary job changers below won't survive." Everyone, including Lin Hao, began to focus their fire after hearing the order. Countless arrows and fireballs bombarded the bosses simultaneously. The two 7th tier catastrophe level bosses had extremely thick health, withstanding the attacks and even counterattacking. Fortunately, Yu Zhiliang was well prepared, and the shield warriors quickly formed a shield wall to block the attack. After several rounds of attacks, they finally killed the two 7th tier cataclysm bosses. Lin Hao felt a bit regretful because he didn't kill them solo, so he couldn't gain energy points. At that moment, a series of explosions suddenly erupted below the city wall. Rumble, the sound of explosions was continuous. Everyone hurriedly looked down towards the city wall. They saw a group of self-destructing monsters mixed within the beast tide. When their health reached the bottom, they would detonate themselves, blasting cracks into the city wall. Damn it! Yu Zhiliang was furious. The sudden appearance of flying monsters was to divert their attention, aiming to cover these self-destructing creatures so they wouldn't be discovered in advance. The moment of the kill is getting closer. This siege plan is exceptionally meticulous, definitely not something ordinary demons could come up with. It must be those lunatics from the ruins church. As the saying goes, catch the leader first when catching thieves. But even though Yu Zhiliang activated the Eagle Eye skill to search everywhere, he still couldn't find any trace of the Calamity Ruins Church. Meanwhile, the cracks on the city wall grew larger and larger. Self-destructing monsters mixed among ordinary monsters quickly charged forward. The city wall breaking is only a matter of time. Yu Zhiliang sighed, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. "Lin Hao, don't participate in the upcoming battle. We will use all the power of Shadow City to ensure your survival. With your potential, you absolutely cannot die here." The other two deputy commanders also nodded. They all recognized Lin Hao's potential. At only level 40, his damage output was already higher than their 8th tier commanders. Neither Mu Tianxian nor Wang Jinyu was as strong as Lin Hao at this level. Rather than letting veterans with limited potential perish, it's better to protect young talents like Lin Hao to continue growing. Lin Hao did not respond, he merely gazed toward the bottom of the city wall. The once sturdy wall, after a series of explosions and impacts, now had a hole the size of a human head. If this continued, the wall would completely collapse. Without the protection of the wall, they would be forced into close-quarters combat. At that time, the casualties would definitely be severe, possibly numbering in the tens of thousands. These people shouldn't have died. After all, this operation by the Ruins Church was aimed at them. Since he had the ability to prevent casualties, Lin Hao was absolutely unwilling to trade others' lives for victory. He firmly said, "Commander Yu, these monsters can't hurt me. I have a supreme level life-saving item in my hand. I'll go and return quickly. As soon as the words fell, Lin Hao activated the level 100 Shadow Leap, instantly crossing 1,000 meters and arriving directly outside the city wall. The three commanders were stunned by this scene. Damn! Lin Hao, are you crazy? Zhiliang was so anxious he almost jumped up. The monster's attacks can deal millions of damage each time, and even supreme level life-saving items may not withstand it. What's worse is that Lin Hao is too far from the city wall, and they simply can't provide support. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner, Lu Shengfeng and Lone Shadow saw Lin Hao running into the monster group and almost burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, is this kid out of his mind? Instead of defending the city walls, he comes down here to die. Gu Ying also found it unbelievable. Who knows, anyway, we've gained from it. The effect of the 10,000 Realms Heaven Sealing Lock lasts only 24 hours, and the timing is just right. Breaking through Demon Shadow City and killing Lin Hao within these 24 hours is no easy task. After all, the elites of Shadow City are not easy to deal with. Now Lin Hao has delivered himself to the door. What an unexpected surprise. This is really seeking death without much effort. Lu Shengfeng looked at Lone Shadow. When do you plan to make your move? The Lone Shadow is an 8th rank assassin, so ambushing Lin Hao would naturally be the best. But the Lone Shadow shook his head. This kid was able to defeat 2 elders, so he must have some extraordinary skills. Let the monsters wear him down first. Lu Shengfeng nodded, agreeing to this plan. At this moment, Lin Hao had just arrived outside the city when he was met with dozens of attacks. Minus 250,000. Minus 460,000. Dash 365,000. These damages are not significant. The truly terrifying part is the successive abnormal statuses that follow. Silence, freezing, sluggishness, poisoning. Various negative effects piled on Lin Hao, as if he were carrying a 1,000-pound burden. Fortunately, Lin Hao possessed level 50 absolute freedom and divine will. But he wasn't in a hurry to use them, because at this state, level 50 skills were still not strong enough. He, who doesn't care about energy consumption, directly spent 310 million energy points to upgrade these 2 skills to level 500. Absolute Freedom LV100. Consumes 500,000 mana points to immediately remove all control effects, becoming immune to all control for the next 500 seconds. Cooldown time, 600 seconds. Divine Will LV500. 50. 500. This skill can also be immune to silence. Cooldown time, 600 seconds. The duration of both skills is 500 seconds. Killing monsters with abnormal status. No problem at all. Lin Hao immediately activated these 2 skills, instantly clearing all abnormal statuses. The next moment, Lin Hao unleashed the level 200 Thunder Calamity. The space within an 800-meter radius around him was instantly shrouded in purple lightning. Next, countless bolts of lightning tore through the sky, as thousands of thunder pillars rapidly descended. All monsters within the attack range instantly had a string of massive damage numbers appear above their heads. Minus 171,490,000. Minus 171,480,000. Minus 171,360,000. Over 170 million in damage, instantly annihilating hundreds of cataclysmic monsters. Moreover, this is not the end. After slaying the monsters, the cooldown time of 10,000 Thunder Tribulation is refreshed. Every time Lin Hao defeats a batch of monsters, move 800 meters immediately and release it again. Each time the skill is activated, hundreds of monsters instantly fall to the ground. The 3 commanders on the city wall saw this scene, shocked into speechlessness. They finally understood why Lin Hao stayed so far from the city wall. Because his skill range was simply too vast. Released under the city wall, they themselves will also be affected by the lightning strike. It was supposed to be an intense siege battle, but as soon as Lin Hao left the city, it's like he's on cheat mode. All the monsters that dare to approach him are instantly killed. Wave after wave of monsters fall. Everyone was dumbfounded. My God, what kind of heaven-defying skill is this? Such terrifying damage. Such a massive scale. It's simply unprecedented. Ding Ziyi was stunned. Wang Zongda was the same. He had seen countless 4th-tier mages, but even together, they can't compare to a single strand of Lin Hao's hair. Even Zhiliang, who is well-informed and experienced, was stunned to see Lin Hao crazily one-shotting the catastrophe monsters. All suspect they are dreaming. He took a deep breath and murmured. No wonder the Ruins Church went to such great lengths to try to kill Lin Hao. If I were in the Ruins Church, I must be fiercer than them. At the same time, Lone Shadow looked at Lin Hao's imposing figure, his face full of shock. My heavens! Is this guy really a mage? And a 4th-tier mage? It's simply too crazy. Lu Shengfeng was even more shocked. He himself is an 8th-tier mage. But seeing Lin Hao's strength, he feels like a level 40 novice. If he were in Lin Hao's position, you will be killed in less than 10 seconds. The monster's damage is no joke. And there are various abnormal statuses. Even a 10th-tier mage must handle it carefully. But Lin Hao was not only fine, he was also crazily mowing down enemies. This is definitely not cheating. Gu Ying took a sharp breath, thinking it doesn't matter. Lin Hao's purification skill has a duration. Once the skill ends, it will be his death. Everyone was completely shocked by Lin Hao's damage and range. Sandwiched among the group of monsters, the 5th or 6th tier Cataclysm boss couldn't withstand a few attacks before falling. Even the 2 8th tier elders didn't dare to easily take action to confront it. Lin Hao's damage has reached a terrifying level. A casual fireball can deal 170 million damage. Even a 6th tier Cataclysm boss with 3 billion health, Lin Hao can easily take it down with just a few fireballs. Simply unstoppable, defeating gods and slaying Buddhas. At that moment, 2 7th tier catastrophe level bosses suddenly turned around, charging straight towards Lin Hao. The first 7th tier catastrophe level boss. It is a giant fiery red bird, extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Lin Hao. Flame Calamity Demon Bird, Cataclysm. Level 70. Health points 500 million. Spell power 1 million. Physical defense 800,000. Magic resistance 1 million. Skills: Immortal Flame Barrier, Fire Immunity, Meteor Flame Impact LV10, Flame Calamity Fireball LV10, Flame Calamity Purification LV10. This boss doesn't have high health, only 500 million, but it is extremely threatening. A layer of fiery red shield covered his body, with a shield value as high as 10 billion. Not only that, he also possessed the passive skill of Fire Immunity, which allowed him to completely nullify all fire-based damage. Faced with such a monster, Lin Hao could have used Eternal Night's Silence to counter it, but this guy had a unique racial purification skill, which was simply a headache. Besides that, its other skills were also extremely powerful, making it the type Lin Hao least wanted to encounter. Lin Hao activated the Rune of Insight to carefully examine the specific effects of the Immortal Flame Barrier. Immortal Flame Barrier permanently gains a 10 billion companion shield, which will not disappear over time. While the shield exists, it can completely immune all damage below 500 million. What bad luck! This is exactly the type of fire immune and damage immune monster Lin Hao hates the most. Lin Hao felt a bit troubled, and the commanders on the city wall also grew tense. Wang Zongda hurriedly said, "This is bad." Lin Hao's main damage against this monster comes from fireball spells, and this boss is completely immune to fire attacks, leaving Lin Hao completely restrained. Ding Zi also said worriedly, "Commander, what should we do? The distance is too far, we can't provide any support at all." Yu Zhiliang took a deep breath and could only pin his hopes on Lin Hao. He said he'd be back soon, he should have a way. The three of them didn't believe Lin Hao could directly defeat this monster that countered him. The two elders of the Calamity Ruin saw the Flame Calamity Demon Bird appear and couldn't stop grinning. Great! It's a fire immune monster. And it even has purification skills. Lin Hao is done for this time, Lu Shengfeng said happily. As a mage, he understood better than anyone how frustrating it was to encounter monsters that countered him. Fire-based spells were completely ineffective, making the Flame Calamity Demon Bird almost invincible. Although it had a large-scale lightning skill with high damage, each strike only dealt over 100 million damage. It would take nearly 100 hits to break the shield, and besides, no one believed that the skill could be refreshed infinitely. Lonely Shadow was also quite pleased. If things went smoothly, they wouldn't even need to take action. Lin Hao would be taken down by the Cataclysm boss himself. But Lin Hao had no intention of running away. This flying monster is fast and agile, but Lin Hao has a way to deal with it. If the 10 billion shield can't be broken in a short time, then I'll just penetrate the shield directly. Thinking of this, Lin Hao set his sights on the legendary skill Wind Split Judgment. The level 200 Wind Split Judgment deals less than 500 million damage and would be directly nullified, but that's okay. He had just killed quite a few bosses and now has over 2 billion energy points. Lin Hao took a deep breath and decisively spent 1.12 billion energy points to directly upgrade Gale Judgment to level 1000. Gale Judgment LV10000 consumes 500,000 mana points to deal 500,000% spell attack damage to a single enemy within 6,000 meters ahead. The damage can penetrate shields, with a cooldown of 600 seconds. As the skill upgrade was completed, the Flame Calamity Demon Bird let out a cry and launched a level 10 Flame Calamity Fireball. A massive fireball rapidly gathered, while Lin Hao neither dodged nor avoided, directly unleashing the level 1000 Wind Rift Judgment. It was clear to the discerning eye that Lin Hao was preparing for a head-on clash, a fight to the death. A trace of contempt flashed in the eyes of the Flame Calamity Demon Bird. In the next moment, both skills were released simultaneously. Minus 50 million. Minus 200 million. Minus 856.7 million. The first 50 million damage was dealt by the Flame Calamity Demon Bird to Lin Hao. Although the number is huge, Lin Hao only lost 500,000 mana points. The second 200 million damage was caused by the level 4000 damage reflection effect, hitting the shield, which had little impact on the Flame Calamity Demon Bird. But the third 856.7 million damage is extremely lethal. This is the damage from Gale Judgment piercing the shield and directly hitting the Flame Calamity Demon Bird. In an instant, the Flame Calamity Demon Bird's health bar was emptied, dying instantly. Defeating the level 70 Flame Calamity Demon Bird grants 7 million experience points. Over level 30 kills, gain an additional 21 million experience points. Defeat a level 70 Cataclysm boss, congratulations on successfully absorbing 15 million energy points. Over level 30 kills. Extra 45 million energy points gained. Defeated the level 70 Flame Calamity Demon Bird. Congratulations on activating Absolute Luck. You have obtained the Flame Calamity Staff, Flame Calamity Robe, Flame Calamity Boots, and a Mana Fruit, Medium. The base energy value of this level 70 Catastrophe boss is truly astonishing. If I remember correctly, the base energy of an 8th tier Catastrophe Elder is only 16 million. I didn't expect the energy value of a 7th tier Catastrophe boss to be only 1 million less than that of the 8th tier Elder. On the city wall. Seeing Lin Hao instantly kill the Flame Tribulation Demon Bird, the three commanders were extremely excited. Lin Hao's damage is simply terrifying. Use Liang sighed. He is an 85 level archer with considerable shield piercing abilities. But legendary skills, although they have special effects, usually don't have high damage multipliers. At most, a max level skill would only have a 5000% multiplier. He simply can't deal 500 million damage, let alone avoid being immune to by the boss. Lin Hao can deal 800 million damage at level 40, which is simply shocking. Some are happy, some are sad. The two elders of the ruins watched as the Flame Calamity Demon Bird, which they had high hopes for, was instantly defeated by Lin Hao in one move, falling into silence. After a while, Lu Shengfang said with a gloomy expression, "This kid Lin Hao is too strong, simply unbeatable." Gu Ying glared at him and said in a low voice, "Say something everyone doesn't already know. Lin Hao is the strongest level 40 mage I've ever seen, bar none. His damage is astonishing, his survivability is unparalleled, and he can even easily defeat most 9th tier mages. More importantly, his output methods are diverse. Even when encountering fire-resistant monsters, Lin Hao has ways to handle them." At this moment, the second Catastrophe boss finally arrived in front of Lin Hao. This boss appeared simultaneously with the Flame Calamity Demon Bird. But the support was slow because it was a turtle. Even if it was a giant turtle, its speed was not fast and couldn't compare to the Flame Calamity Demon Bird flying in the sky. By the time it arrived, the Flame Calamity Demon Bird had already been instantly killed by Lin Hao. Lin Hao didn't rush to attack and first checked the attributes of this giant turtle. Abyssal Mystic Turtle, Cataclysm. Level 70. Health, 6 billion. Magic Power, 1 million. Physical Defense, 10 million. Magic Resistance, 10 million. Skills: Mystic Turtle Heavy Armor, Water Immunity, High Pressure Water Cannon LV10, Water Escape Barrier LV10, Abyssal Purification LV10. This boss's physical defense and magic resistance both reach as high as 10 million, that's outrageous. Lin Hao took out a rune of peering technique to study the effect of the Mystic Turtle Heavy Armor. Mystic Turtle Heavy Armor. When possessing this passive, physical and magical defense is increased tenfold. Normal attack damage is reduced by 50%. But because the tortoise shell is too heavy, its own speed is reduced by 50%. This is incredible. It can even have normal attack damage. This boss is simply a counter to professions that rely on normal attack output. Liang saw this boss and his face scrunched up into a ball. That Flame Calamity Demon Bird, he can still solo kill it after spending more time breaking the shield. But this Abyssal Profound Turtle completely counters his normal attack damage. His normal attack is only over 10 million, and after having, it can't break through the boss's defense at all. But for Lin Hao, killing this boss is not difficult at all. That's exactly the case. Is 10 million defense considered high? Facing a level 10,000 fireball spell, it's completely useless. Because this fireball spell completely ignores the target's defense. Speaking of speed, Lin Hao's agility reaches as high American Samoa 41810. Even without using acceleration skills, he can easily leave this turtle far behind. The skill range also far exceeds the opponent's. From start to finish, this turtle was completely dominated by Lin Hao. But Lin Hao did not choose to dodge. He decided to stay and fight head-on, because he had absolute strength to back him up. Fireballs smashed one after another onto the abyssal black tortoise. Minus 170 million. Minus 170 million. Minus 170 million. Each fireball can deal over 170 million explosion damage. Less than 60 fireballs, and the boss is about to be defeated. As soon as the flames appeared, it immediately knocked it to the ground. But the boss will never admit defeat easily. It opened its big mouth and unleashed a level 10 waterball spell, directly confronting Lin Hao. It also occasionally used two legendary skills. Minus 5 million. Minus 5 million. Minus 50 million. These damages hit Lin Hao, but they had almost no effect. In less than 2 seconds, Lin Hao's mana was fully restored. On the contrary, the boss suffered 4 times the reflected damage, accelerating its own demise. In less than a minute, the boss that once gave Yu Zhiliang a headache was easily defeated by Lin Hao. Defeating the level 70 Abyssal Mystic Turtle earned 7 million experience points. Defeating an opponent over 30 levels higher granted an additional 21 million experience points. Defeating the level 70 Cataclysm boss successfully absorbed 15 million energy. Killing above level 30 grants an additional 45 million energy. Killing the level 70 Abyssal Mystic Turtle triggers absolute luck, obtaining the Abyssal Staff, Robe, Necklace, and a mid-level Intelligence Fruit. Seeing the 2 7th-tier Cataclysmic bosses easily slain by Lin Hao, the 2 Elders of the Ruins began to doubt their own existence. Fortunately, the purification effect on Lin Hao has already disappeared. Solitary Shadow sighed, relying on these brainless monsters to kill Lin Hao is simply unrealistic. In the end, I still have to take action myself. Lu Shangfeng was a bit worried. You've seen Lin Hao's strength. Are you confident? Solitary Shadow was full of confidence, 100%. The reason he was so confident was because he was an SS-level assassin, one of his talents being true damage, which could ignore shields. Additionally, he had guaranteed hit skills, combined with the effect of the Sealing Gemstone, making it effortless to kill Lin Hao, who lacked passive abilities. In one sentence, assassins are always the nemesis of mages. Gu Ying commanded, I'll sneak up first and deliver a heavy blow to Lin Hao. You start later from behind, and once I take out his life-saving item, we'll finish him off together. Lu Shangfeng nodded in agreement. After all, he was a mage and couldn't hide his presence, acting together with Gu Ying would only expose them. Meanwhile, Lin Hao was still on a killing spree. The thunderstorm calamity among the hordes of monsters was simply godlike. After killing monsters, skill cooldown refreshes, then continues killing monsters, an endless cycle. The more monsters there are, the stronger Lin Hao becomes. After clearing one round, Lin Hao charged toward the group of monsters on the east side. Suddenly, he felt time around him slow down. No doubt about it, another assassin ambushed him, triggering combat intuition. Lin Hao quickly turned sideways, dodging a flying dagger. The next second, the dagger unexpectedly curved and continued its pursuit. Lin Hao sighed helplessly, why do all these assassins have guaranteed hit skills? He stopped dodging and directly activated the level 10,000 wind barrier. A shield with a value as high as 170 million instantly envelopes the entire body. Lonely Shadow smiles, no matter how thick the shield is, it can't withstand my true damage. Just as the dagger is about to hit Lin Hao, Lonely Shadow activates the Sealing Crystal, locking all of Lin Hao's passive skills. Lin Hao furrows his brows. The Elder of the Ruins Church is indeed difficult to deal with. The assassin's timing for the attack was precise, and Lin Hao's Divine Will skill was still on cooldown, making it impossible to break the seal. The Nether Shadow teleportation also had a cooldown of several dozen seconds, otherwise, he could have teleported away to escape. Even though the guaranteed hit skill had a range limit and dissipated after 200 meters, Lin Hao could have avoided it by moving away. But with both skills on cooldown, he could only endure it head-on. Lin Hao resolved to quickly acquire a mobility or purification skill. The next moment, the dagger pierced through the shield, dealing astonishing true damage. -86850000. Over 80 million damage instantly emptied Lin Hao's health bar. This was the first time he had encountered a fatal attack. At the critical moment, the supreme grade item Fate Reversal Stone was immediately triggered. Not only did it make Lin Hao immune to the fatal damage, but it also allowed him to survive with just 1 drop of health. At the same time, a shield with a value of 10 billion appeared on him. Lone Shadow's face changed drastically. This shield has 10 billion health points, even legendary life-saving items couldn't be this powerful. It must be an ultimate level life-saving artifact. Seeing such a terrifying shield, Lone Shadow unhesitatingly activated his guaranteed hit skill. He thought to himself, no matter how thick the shield is, it's insignificant in the face of my true damage. Damn, it's Lone Shadow. Yu Zhiliang panicked. Lone Shadow isn't an ordinary follower or deacon, he's an 8th tier elder, a top tier assassin. Rumor has it that he once defeated the 8th tier commander of the war zone, specializing in countering mages and marksmen, those fragile types. Lin Hao's life-saving item had already been triggered. Although Yu Zhiliang couldn't see the shield's stats, he knew they couldn't delay any longer, otherwise, Lin Hao might really die here. He leaped off the city wall without hesitation and charged toward Lin Hao. To his surprise, his 2 deputies also jumped down after him. Yu Zhiliang hadn't intended to force them to sacrifice themselves, but their decision to make the same choice warmed his heart. At this moment, Wang Yong, the president of the Shield Guild, and Wan Xiangyu, the president of the Demon Slayer Guild, also jumped down from the city wall. The 5 of them exchanged glances, understanding each other without words, and moved toward Lin Hao with a united front. However, the monsters still surrounded this area, making it difficult to break through. They could only hope that Lin Hao could hold on a little longer. Meanwhile, Lone Shadow struck again. Lin Hao did not evade but instead launched a blazing impact, choosing to trade injury for injury. The Lone Shadow sneered, as he had the Cataclysm state to save his life, convinced that Lin Hao was doomed. So what if you're a genius? My favorite thing is killing geniuses. The instant flame impact hit the Lone Shadow, and 2 massive damage numbers immediately appeared on his forehead, each exceeding 250 million damage. As an assassin, the Lone Shadow had low health, and such immense damage instantly emptied his health bar, triggering the Cataclysm state. However, Lin Hao was simultaneously struck by a dagger attack, with true damage penetrating the shield and landing on his forehead. The Lone Shadow was about to burst into wild laughter, but then saw the damage display showing 0, completely in disbelief. How can it be 0 damage? My attack is true damage, capable of ignoring shields and defense. Why is it 0? Lin Hao completely ignored him, rapidly firing a series of fireballs that hit the Lone Shadow, with damage numbers continuously popping up, exceeding 1.7 billion. The Lone Shadow was utterly furious, transforming into a werewolf, his arms turning into sharp claws. Using the Cataclysm passive Claws of Truth, he attacked Lin Hao's shield. He couldn't believe he couldn't take down this fragile mage. However, reality left him in despair. No matter how many times he attacked, the true damage dealt to Lin Hao was always 0. Lin Hao sneered, how could a supreme level item have a fatal flaw? As long as the shield of the Fate Reversal Stone isn't broken, I won't get hurt. This is practically invincibility in disguise. This move completely counters true damage, as true damage usually penetrates shields. After 1 round of exchanges, Lone Shadow was quickly reduced to half health. His total health was only a little over 2 billion, while each fireball Lin Hao launched dealt more than 170 million damage. After a dozen fireballs, Lone Shadow was already struggling to hold on. Seeing that he was completely unable to defeat Lin Hao and his health was about to run out, Guiying's face turned terrified, and he immediately chose to flee. As an 8th tier assassin, even after transforming into a werewolf, his speed was still very fast. But unfortunately, Lin Hao was not an ordinary mage, nor was he the kind of guy who couldn't run fast. He activated the level 200 Phantom Sprint, easily catching up with Guiying. Fireballs were launched one after another, almost hitting the werewolf's back directly. 17154000. 17154000. 17154000. After taking several fireballs, Guiying could no longer care about his pride and hurriedly begged for mercy. Lin Hao, spare my life. I am willing to betray the Calamity Ruins Church and join you. I am an 8th rank elder, I am important, you cannot kill me. He joined the Calamity Ruins Church to survive. After the fusion of the 2 worlds, humanity had no chance of winning. Facing imminent death, he naturally had no intention of holding onto any principles. But Lin Hao completely ignored his pleas for mercy and showed no hesitation. Another round of fireballs directly knocked Shadow down to the ground. Lin Hao said coldly, becoming my energy is the greatest help you can give me. System prompt. Kill level 80 Ruins Elder to gain 10 million experience. Exceed level 40 to kill and gain an additional 40 million experience. Kill level 80 Ruins Elder to successfully absorb 16 million energy value. Exceed level 40 to kill and gain an additional 64 million energy value. Killed the level 80 Elder of the Ruins, triggered Absolute Luck, obtained Wolf King Dagger, Wolf King Battle Ring, Wolf King Necklace, and Agility Fruit, medium. Seeing Lin Hao successfully solo Shadow, Yu Zhiliang exclaimed in surprise and excitement, amazing, Lin Hao. You're the strongest tier 4 mage I've ever seen. Wang Yong and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Hao's strength far exceeded their expectations. The tier 8 elder couldn't even last a minute under his hands and was instantly killed. Lu Shenfeng's face changed drastically. He originally planned to support Shadow, but as soon as he moved, he saw Lin Hao with a shield as high as 10 billion, and immediately hid. It turned out that his choice was very wise. If he had rushed forward, he would have been instantly killed. A 10 billion shield, impossible to break in a short time. Lin Hao's damage was too terrifying, he could take him down before the shield even broke. Damn it! This kit actually has a supreme level life-saving item. Lu Shengfeng was unwilling to accept it. Clearly, it had been the best opportunity to kill Lin Hao just now, but this supreme shield disrupted all his plans. Now he is in a dilemma. Charging forward, he will be instantly killed by Lin Hao. Retreating, he will be eliminated by the High Priest. He doesn't know what to do and feels extremely desperate. An honorable 8th tier elder was actually cornered by a level 40 mage. Just as he hesitated, a giant turtle suddenly appeared in front of Lin Hao, clearly an 8th tier boss. The previously despairing Lu Shenfeng's eyes instantly lit up. The attributes and skills of an 8th tier boss are completely incomparable to those of the 7th tier. Seeing the detailed data of the boss, Lu Shengfeng almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Abyssal Lord, Cataclysm. Level 80. Health points, 12 billion. Magic power, 1.5 million. Physical defense, 15 million. Magic resistance, 15 million. Skills: Mystic Turtle Heavy Armor, Water Immunity, Water Dragon Roar LV10, Abyssal Shield, Abyssal Healing, Abyssal Power, Abyssal Purification LV10. Ha ha ha, this is great, it's actually the Abyssal Lord. The Abyssal Lord is the strongest boss in the Abyssal Dungeon, and its Abyssal Shield can permanently reduce 2 billion damage. This is not ordinary immunity, but high-level damage reduction. Even if Lin Hao deals 2.2 billion damage, it would only reduce 200 million HP in reality. Not to mention that Lin Hao's fireball damage just now didn't even reach 2 billion. In other words, no matter how Lin Hao attacks, he can't break through its defense. Abyssal Healing. This passive skill is by no means ordinary. Each time damage is taken, it immediately restores 10% of its maximum health, which is 1.2 billion. It's practically like using a cheat. But for Lin Hao, the most dangerous thing is still that Abyssal Power passive skill. Its effect is, each time damage is dealt, it also inflicts the same amount of damage to the enemy's mana. After a few rounds, no matter how abundant Lin Hao's mana is, it will eventually be depleted. Yuzhe Liang and the others saw this 8th tier boss, and their expressions turned serious. This guy's attributes and skills were simply outrageous. However, they weren't without solutions. No matter how strong a passive skill is, it can still be sealed. The level 10 Abyssal Purification skill, although it only lasts for a few dozen seconds, as long as they activate the sealing skill again after the effect ends, they can successfully seal the boss's passive. At that moment, it would be the best time for them to launch a full attack. Yuzhe Liang was indeed the leader of the warzone, experienced in handling bosses, and immediately came up with a countermeasure. He shouted to Lin Hao, don't bother with this boss. Let's retreat to the city wall first. I have a way to deal with it. Retreat to the city walls? Lin Hao shook his head in disagreement. Retreating would mean no way to gain energy points. Although the boss's attributes and skills were indeed exaggerated, Lin Hao was brimming with confidence and ready to take it on solo. Having just defeated Lone Shadow, he had completed the Awakening quest and obtained the exclusive skill of the Forbidden Mage Forbidden Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial. This skill was simply game-breaking. It consumed 10,000 mana points to summon a Heavenly Thunder, dealing 5,000% of his magic attack power as damage to any target within 50 meters. If the enemy was at full health, it would deal an additional 5,000% damage. Even more impressive, if the target was successfully killed, the skill's cooldown would instantly reset. The cooldown time was 600 seconds. This damage multiplier is already much higher than most max-level legendary skills. It also has an additional full health damage effect similar to Instant Flame Impact, but what's even stronger is that it can instantly refresh cooldowns upon a kill, completely surpassing Instant Flame Impact. It's practically an upgraded version of Instant Flame Impact. Lin Hao took a deep breath and began allocating points to level up. During the battle, he had killed over 100 5th and 6th tier bosses, defeated 2 7th tier Cataclysm bosses, and 1 8th tier elder. Now, the usable energy value exceeded 1.5 billion. He felt a bit uneasy. Such a powerful unique skill, how much energy would it take to level up? Would even 1 million be insufficient? He tried leveling the skill up to level 50, and the result shocked him. It only cost 9.8 million energy points. The same as the consumption of a legendary active skill, but far less than he had expected. Lin Hao was extremely happy and quickly checked the skill effects. Forbidden Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial LV50. Consumes 250,000 mana points to summon Heavenly Thunder, dealing 250,000% of the caster's spell attack power as damage to any target within 500 meters. If the enemy is at full health, an additional 250,000% spell damage is inflicted. Successfully killing the target immediately refreshes the cooldown. Cooldown, 600 seconds. Oh my god, 250,000 times damage at level 50? Lin Hao was shocked by this number. In comparison, even when instant flame impact is upgraded to level 300, its damage multiplier is only 150,000%. The gap is just ridiculous. This is the unique skill of the Forbidden Mage, completely defying the heavens. Without hesitation, Lin Hao spent 1.155 billion energy points to directly level up the skill to level 1000. The skill consumption is the same as a legendary active skill, but its effect far surpasses all legendary skills. Forbidden Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial LV10000 consumes 1 million mana points to summon Heavenly Thunder, dealing 5 million% of the user's magic attack power as damage to any target within 50,000 meters. If the enemy is at full health, an additional 5 million% damage is dealt. Upon a successful kill, the cooldown is instantly reset. Cooldown, 600 seconds. This is simply outrageous. A 5 million% damage multiplier, this is just like using a cheat. Lin Hao felt extremely satisfied with the power of this unique skill. The leader behind, Yutong, shouted anxiously, "Lin Hao, retreat with me quickly. This boss can drain your mana, don't drag it out too long." Lin Hao waved his hand calmly, "Don't worry, I don't plan to drag it out. This tier 8 boss, I can take it down in one move." Hearing this, everyone was stunned. One move to instantly kill a boss with 12 billion HP? They looked at each other, their eyes full of shock. If Lin Hao had already reached tier 8, with his astonishing growth potential, it might be possible, but he's only level 40. His highest damage just now was only 2 billion, how could he instantly kill the boss in one move? Lin Hao didn't plan to explain. He knew he could activate his skill, but this boss also had displacement and purification skills, so he had to be cautious and try to close the distance. Otherwise, if the attack was dodged, it would be troublesome. Seeing Lin Hao not retreating but instead charging toward the boss, Lu Shengfeng was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed. He still had a legendary entanglement skill in hand, intending to immobilize Lin Hao and let the boss drain his mana. Soon, the distance between Lin Hao and the boss shortened to 100 meters. The boss opened its mouth, unleashing a level 10 water dragon roar, as a water column rapidly gathered within. Lin Hao activated the level 1000 forbidden technique, Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial. A purple Heavenly Thunder struck the boss's massive body first, dealing 2 unbelievable damage numbers. -6,562,000,000. -6,562,000,000. Even though the boss had a 2 billion damage reduction effect, Lin Hao still dealt over 13 billion terrifying damage. The 8th tier Abyssal Lord's health bar instantly dropped to 0, completely one-shot. Not only that, killing the target completely refreshed the cooldown of Forbidden Thunder Burial Soul. System prompt. Killing an 80 level Abyssal Lord grants 15 million experience. Level 40 kill grants an additional 60 million experience. Kill level 80 Cataclysm boss and gain 30 million energy. Kill at level 40 and gain an additional 120 million energy. Kill level 80 Cataclysm boss, trigger absolute luck, and obtain the Abyssal Staff, Robe, Necklace, and Intermediate Intelligence Fruit. This basic energy is too exaggerated, reaching as high as 30 million, yet the level 80 Cataclysm Elder only has 16 million. Seeing Lin Hao effortlessly slay the 8th tier Catastrophe boss, Yu Zhiliang and the others were completely stunned. The president of the Demon Slayer Guild swallowed hard and said blankly, "Lin Hao, is he really just level 40? Not only did he have doubts, but everyone present felt the same. 13 billion damage. Forget about these 8th tier job changers being unable to achieve it, even 9th tier might not necessarily have such explosive power. But Lin Hao is only level 40, simply a heaven-defying existence. On the other side, Lu Shengfeng was almost scared out of his wits. He originally planned to secretly attack Lin Hao and apply a binding status, but now he just wanted to stay as far away as possible. Fleeing back to see the high priest might still offer a chance of survival, but going to ambush Lin Hao was simply courting death. Before he could turn around to escape, a green light swept over. This was the effect of the Eagle Eye skill, and Lu Shengfeng was discovered. Sure enough, Yu Zhiliang shouted, "Everyone, watch out! There's another enemy on the west side." Everyone turned to look and immediately spotted Lu Shengfeng fleeing in panic. At this moment, Lu Shengfeng was terrified, desperately using displacement skills to run away. Before anyone could catch up, a figure had already blocked Lu Shengfeng's path. It was Lin Hao using the Shadow Leap. In the blink of an eye, Lin Hao blocked in front of him. Lu Shengfeng's expression changed drastically, and he immediately activated the entangling skill. But Lin Hao didn't care at all and simultaneously launched the instant flame impact. The damage numbers skyrocketed. minus 256,960,000. Minus 256,960,000. Over 500 million damage instantly emptied Lu Shenfeng's health bar, and he immediately entered a cataclysmic state. After entering the cataclysmic state, he could no longer resist. As the disaster had just ended, Lin Hao immediately seized the opportunity and unleashed the forbidden skill Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial. Before he could react, Lu Shenfeng was struck heavily. Minus 8,575,000,000. Minus 8,575,000,000. Over 16 billion damage instantly killed this 8th-tier Ruins Elder. Defeating the level 80 Ruins Elder, Lin Hao gained 10 million experience points. Due to being over level 40, he additionally gained 40 million experience points. That's not all, Lin Hao also absorbed 16 million energy points, gaining an additional 64 million energy points. Not only that, he also triggered absolute luck, directly obtaining the Skeleton Staff, Skeleton Robe, Skeleton Ring, Spirit Breath Detection Skill Book, and Intermediate Life Fruit. In just a brief moment, Lin Hao gained another 70 million energy points. What excited him even more was that absolute luck came through this time, unexpectedly dropping a legendary skill book. He looked at the description of this skill book. Spirit Detection Spell. Quality, Legendary. Learning Requirement, Magic-based Profession. Effect, consumes 500 mana to detect all units within 50 meters. No hidden enemy can escape. Cooldown, 600 seconds. This skill is quite practical, similar to the Hawkeye ability of physical professions, and is a large-scale scouting skill. With it, hidden assassins can't escape no matter what, especially on chaotic battlefields where it can accurately locate targets. Lin Hao immediately spent 5.98 million energy points to upgrade the skill to level 100. Spirit Breath Detection LV100. Consumes 50,000 mana points. Detection range increased to 5,000 meters. Cooldown, 600 seconds. The effect is amazing, a 5-kilometer detection range is simply too powerful. Lin Hao was very satisfied with this skill. Functional skills consume the least energy. After learning the skill, he continued to focus on killing monsters. Yu Zhiliang and the others behind him were all stunned. An 8th-tier elder of the Ruins of Calamity couldn't even withstand 2 moves under Lin Hao's hands. Yu Zhiliang swallowed nervously, his heart pounding. If he were to face Lin Hao, he probably wouldn't last even 10 seconds. Too terrifying. One move can deal tens of billions in damage, and the cooldown time is so short. If not seen with one's own eyes, no one would dare to believe it. The Elder of the Ruins and the Cataclysm boss were utterly defeated by Lin Hao, and the battlefield immediately turned one-sided. The once surging tide of monsters now either lay dead or fled. After 2 hours of intense fighting, Shadow Demon City won this war with an overwhelming advantage. Before the battle, everyone was prepared to make sacrifices. But unexpectedly, many people weren't even injured, and the monsters were almost completely wiped out. All of this was thanks to Lin Hao. He not only single-handedly killed all the advanced enemies but also wiped out most of the ordinary monsters. After the battle ended, Yu Zhiliang looked at Lin Hao in astonishment. "You are truly amazing. You killed a total of 282 bosses, including 7th and 8th tier ones." Lin Hao said modestly, "I didn't expect them to be so weak, I almost took them all down by myself." Yu Zhiliang's forehead was covered in black lines as he sighed, feeling truly old. Now he finally understands why the demigods always say that the future belongs to the young. After seeing Lin Hao's performance, he was completely convinced. "Lin Hao, are you sure you don't want to join our war zone? With your strength, becoming a war zone leader would be effortless," Yu Zhiliang said sincerely. Lin Hao shook his head. "I'm used to acting alone. Staying in one place won't help me grow." Yu Zhiliang thought it made sense and stopped persuading him. He took out a gemstone and a legendary skill book. Lin Hao recognized them. The gemstone was a top-tier advancement stone, and the skill book was the healing skill book he had seen before. "Lin Hao, thanks to you for this monster siege. Take this top-tier advancement stone and the Holy Light healing skill book." Lin Hao felt a bit embarrassed but still accepted them. These monsters, or the elders of the Ruins of Calamity, were all targeting him. Shadow City was really unlucky this time, caught in an undeserved disaster. Fortunately, no one died, otherwise, it would have been truly guilt-inducing. Yu Zhiliang seemed to notice what Lin Hao was thinking and said with a smile, "Don't overthink it. You killed so many monsters and even took down 2 elders of the Ruins of Calamity. The facts are clear. If you don't accept them, then it would be me who feels embarrassed. Then I won't stand on ceremony," Lin Hao said, taking the top-tier advancement stone and skill book. After chatting for a bit, the two went about their own business. Lin Hao opened the skill book and took a look. Holy Light Healing. Quality, Legendary. Learning Requirement, Magic-based Profession. Effect: consumes 500 mana to heal a target within a 50-meter range, restoring health equivalent to 500% of the user's spell attack power. Cooldown time: 600 seconds. Lin Hao thought that although this skill wouldn't be used often, it was still of legendary level, so he decided to learn it first. After learning the skill, he began organizing the gains from this battle. This time, he had defeated 282 bosses and reaped an extremely abundant harvest. He obtained 282 attribute fruits, including 36 medium mana fruits, 3 small mana fruits, 23 medium intelligence fruits, 5 small intelligence fruits, 25 medium agility fruits, 7 small agility fruits. The remaining 183 were other attribute fruits. Lin Hao ate all 3 fruits without hesitation. As a result, his maximum mana immediately increased by 750,000 points, intelligence improved by 5,100 points, spell attack power directly rose by 10,200 points, and agility also increased by 5,700 points. He looked at his attribute panel. Name: Lin Hao. Profession: Forbidden Mage. Level: 40. Health points: 7,157,100. Mana points: 44,593,100. Strength: 4,510. Constitution: 4,510. Spirit: 4,520. Intelligence: 53,220. Agility: 47,510. Spell power: 181,740. The values of intelligence and agility are simply astonishing. In this battle, he also obtained nearly 1,000 pieces of legendary equipment, bringing the total to almost 5,000 pieces of legendary equipment. His experience points are overflowing, and once he successfully advances, he can level up by at least 4 or 5 levels. He glanced at his energy value again, which currently stands at 832,650,000. Although upgrading skills consumed around 2.5 to 2.6 billion energy, he had over 1.2 billion energy before the battle, indicating that he netted over 2 billion energy from this battle. While it doesn't compare to the gathering place of the Ruins Church, it is still quite substantial. Lin Hao continued to check the remaining attribute fruits, finding 755 that he couldn't use. Each can be exchanged for 500 magic crystals, totaling 377,500 magic crystals. Keep in mind, a single legendary skill book only costs 20,000 magic crystals, provided someone is willing to sell it. After confirming the status, Lin Hao activated the top-tier advancement stone, preparing to advance. After activation, 3 task options appear. Normal task: complete any dungeon solo within 10 days. Reward: maximum HP plus 40,000, maximum MP plus 40,000, other attributes plus 800, and 800 free attribute points immediately. Lin Hao thought to himself, this difficulty has returned to normal. For ordinary job changers, this task is very challenging, but for him, it's a piece of cake. Hard task: complete 2 dungeons solo within 5 days. Reward: maximum HP plus 80,000, maximum MP plus 80,000, other attributes plus 1,600, and 1,000 free attribute points immediately. This is still simple for Lin Hao. Finally, the Hell level mission: solo clear a supreme level dungeon within 3 days. Reward: max HP plus 200,000. The midnight bell rang. Lin Hao's maximum mana instantly increased by 200,000 points. Other attributes also increased by 6,000 points. And immediately gained 6,000 free attribute points. Additionally, 3 extra passive skill slots were unlocked. Supreme level dungeon. Lin Hao immediately thought of the 6 dungeons at the school. To be precise, there are only 4 left now. He is already level 40. Shouldn't he be able to enter one of them? However, the Abyss of Shadows is so vast. There must also be supreme level dungeons hidden within. Thinking of this, Lin Hao went to find Yu Xiliang again, and directly asked, Commander Yu, my advancement task is to conquer a supreme level dungeon. Is there one at the Shadow Abyss? Yu Xiliang nodded and replied, there is one, but I don't recommend you challenge it there. It's not that I don't trust your strength. You have already shown me your abilities. Challenging the supreme level dungeon is no problem. But the situation in the Shadow Abyss is special. Special? Lin Hao asked further. Yu Xiliang explained. The Shadow Abyss dungeon is a large-scale dungeon integrated into reality. And the rules of these supreme level dungeons will affect the surrounding areas. In other words, you haven't entered the dungeon yet, but you will face dozens or even hundreds of restrictive rules. For example, you might not be able to use any active skills, nor can any passive skills be used, nor can any method be used to restore health or mana. My God, this is way too extreme. Lin Hao listened in stunned disbelief. So many restrictive rules. Even top-tier job changers going in would become useless trash. Encountering a monster, they'd probably be instantly killed. Yu Zhiliang nodded and said, "That's right, precisely because of these stringent rules. No one has ever been able to easily pass through the shadow abyss. If it weren't like this, it would have been trampled flat by the demigods long ago. Although the demigods are too high level to enter the dungeon, they can clear the monsters outside the dungeon. But the rules in the instance made them all afraid to act rashly. Moreover, the influence of supreme level items can generally only cover one instance. To affect a large-scale instance, I'm afraid only divine level items would work." After listening to Yu Zhiliang's words, Lin Hao immediately dismissed the idea of challenging the supreme level dungeon here. It's still more cost-effective to go back to the school's dungeon strategy. Thinking of this, he immediately used a return stone and returned to Kyoto University. Back to the replica hall of the school, Lin Hao looked at the receptionist Fang Rongguang and said, "Teacher Fang, I want to enter the supreme level replica." Fang Rongguang was stunned for a moment, laughed and said, "Lin Hao, you're really going all out. You've already conquered 2 supreme level dungeons. Why not take a break? In the 4 supreme dungeons that follow, the easiest one to enter still requires you to reach level 40 to get in." Lin Hao said with a smile, "That's right, I'm exactly level 40 now. And I just want to enter this dungeon." Fang Rongguang was full of surprise after hearing this, staring at Lin Hao's level for a long time, almost screaming out in shock. "My god, you've reached level 40 so quickly? Everyone knows how difficult it is for job changers to level up." Fang Deshuang was already in his 3rd year of university and only at level 48. For most students, reaching level 40 in 3 years is considered very fast. But you reached level 40 in less than a month. This speed is just too exaggerated. You didn't take out a whole wave of monsters, did you? Lin Hao was a bit surprised. "Teacher Fang, are you a prophet?" Fang Rongguang said with a smile. "I was just speaking casually. I didn't expect you to actually wipe out the monster wave completely." Lin Hao shrugged and explained. "To be precise, I cleared the gathering place of the ruins church. And only then did I reach level 40. Although I killed quite a few monsters, I haven't advanced yet." Fang Rongguang took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and said, "In the next 4 supreme dungeons, only one can be entered at level 40. The rest require 5th rank or above to enter. The dungeon you can enter now is called the Eternal Silence Dungeon. The Eternal Silence Dungeon is perpetually shrouded in darkness. Once inside, you can't see your hand in front of your face. I suggest you bring at least 2 legendary lighting skills, or you won't be able to see the road at all." Lin Hao wondered, "Why must we bring 2 legendary lighting skills?" Fang Rongguang explained, "The lighting skill has a short duration. Even at the highest level, it can only illuminate for 600 seconds. And the skill cooldown time is also 600 seconds. Bring 2 skills that can be used alternately, to ensure there is always light. If there is only one skill, you'll have to wait for the cooldown after the light disappears. There's no way to maintain continuous illumination. After using it, the skill enters cooldown. What will you do?" Lin Hao nodded, feeling that this question was quite reasonable. However, he wasn't worried about it at all. A level 10 skill lasts for 600 seconds, so at level 100, wouldn't it last for 6,000 seconds? That's 100 minutes, and he could finish it in at most half an hour, so the time was more than sufficient. "Mr. Fang, I have an illumination skill, so I'm not afraid of the darkness. Is this the only rule for this dungeon?" Lin Hao asked. Fang Rongguang shook his head and said, "Strictly speaking, this is not the rule of the instance, but the environment of the instance. The monsters inside are the kind that become stronger in the dark. Next, I'll tell you the real rules of the instance, listen carefully. First rule, all monsters, including minions, are immune to any damage below 100 million. Second rule, the passive skills of all creatures cannot be sealed. Article 3, all damage caused by monsters is true damage, directly bypassing shields." Lin Hao was very surprised. "That's it. This is literally the weakest supreme level dungeon I've ever heard of, even the Evergreen dungeon is stronger than this." Fang Rongguang said in confusion, "Did I not make myself clear? Even the small monsters can be immune to 100 million points of damage. At level 40, how many job changers can deal 100 million damage? Even if you barely manage it with legendary skills, how many legendary skills do you have? Once the skills are on cooldown, won't you just have to dodge? And one last thing, true damage ignores shields, so shield skills for mages and shield warriors are useless. If you encountered this dungeon, you would probably find it very difficult too." Lin Hao didn't explain much. "Mr. Fang, I understand. 100 million damage doesn't affect me." Lin Hao is not bragging, he can now casually cast a fireball that deals over 100 million damage, and monster's immunity poses no threat to him at all. Fang Rongguan was somewhat skeptical, but he still chose to trust him. After all, Lin Hao had conquered 2 supreme-level dungeons and shouldn't be easily stumped. Fang Rongguan reminded, it's still hard to say just how difficult the Eternal Silence dungeon is. So far, no transferee has ever seen the final boss. Lin Hao nodded, got it, Teacher Fang. I'll be careful. Activate the teleportation array. Fang Rongguan sighed, feeling even more admiration for Lin Hao in his heart. The supreme-level dungeon was so dangerous that everyone tried to avoid it, but here he was, the first student insisting on rushing in. Stepping into the teleportation array, Lin Hao looked at Eternal Day's Radiance, this legendary illumination skill. He hadn't used it before, and it was still at level 1. Now it needed upgrading. He spent 5.98 million energy points to level it up to 100 in one go. Eternal Daylight LV100 consumes 50,000 mana to make the surrounding 5,000 meter area as bright as daylight, lasting for 6,000 seconds, with a cooldown of 600 seconds. Lin Hao smiled with satisfaction, 6,000 seconds duration, 5,000 meter range, that's enough. He glanced at the energy value, with more than 800 million remaining. As long as the legendary skill isn't leveled up to 1,000, the energy is still quite durable. The teleportation array activated, and with a flash of white light, Lin Hao arrived in front of the entrance to an unfamiliar dungeon. As expected, no one would specifically run to the entrance of the supreme-level dungeon. The surroundings were empty, saving the trouble of queuing. Lin Hao directly entered the dungeon. As soon as he entered the dungeon, his vision went dark, so dark that he couldn't see his hand in front of him. The roars and growls of monsters echoed around, and they were getting closer, clearly indicating that monsters were charging toward him. The terrifying atmosphere of the copy instantly reached its peak. But Lin Hao showed no fear and immediately activated the level 100 Eternal Daylight. The previous darkness instantly turned as bright as daylight. The frenzied charging monsters were startled by the sudden strong light and froze in place. Lin Hao curiously glanced at the attributes of these monsters. Eternal Silence Calamity Spirit, Calamity. Level 50. Health points 4 million. Spell power 22,000. Physical defense 16,000. Magic resistance 18,000. With 4 million health, the performance was average. Lin Hao glanced at it, lost interest, and casually cast a few level 10,000 fireball spells. Minus 181,740,000. Minus 181,740,000. Minus 181,740,000. Over 180 million damage, directly ignoring the dungeon's damage reduction mechanism, instantly annihilating all the small monsters. All the way straight ahead, Lin Hao quickly encountered the first dungeon boss. Eternal Silence Calamity Spirit King. Level 50. Health points 1 billion. Spell power 220,000. Physical defense 200,000. Magic resistance 220,000. Skills Dark Power, Calamity Breath. Lin Hao is very familiar with dark power. As long as it is in darkness, all attributes will be greatly enhanced. However, this time its attributes are no different from an ordinary tier 5 boss, mainly because it was restrained by Lin Hao's Eternal Daylight. Without amplification, this guy is actually not strong. Lin Hao did not rush to attack but instead looked at the passive skill Absolute Luck on himself. Its energy value had now reached 826.67 million, and it was time to level it up. At level 100 of Absolute Luck, Lin Hao had already obtained several legendary skill books and countless attribute fruits. He couldn't imagine how powerful he would become if it reached level 10,000. However, this was just imagination, as the energy value required to upgrade a legendary passive skill to level 10,000 was astronomical. Lin Hao first spent 50 million energy points to raise it to level 150. As expected, the Absolute Luck at level 150 did not undergo a qualitative change. Absolute Luck LV100. Your luck is now much better than before. When opening treasure chests, you are guaranteed to obtain the most valuable item. Every time you kill a boss, it will definitely drop a special fruit that can permanently increase attributes. The luck has improved a lot is too abstract and lacks specific numbers. Lin Hao doesn't feel it clearly. He thought for a moment and decided to spend 700 million energy points to level up to 500 in one go. This time, Absolute Luck has finally undergone a qualitative change. Absolute Luck LV500. Your luck has improved significantly compared to before. You are guaranteed to get the most valuable item when opening treasure chests. Each time a boss is defeated, it will definitely drop 2 special fruits that permanently increase attributes. Previously, only 1 attribute fruit would drop, but now it's 2. Attribute fruits are treasures. His intelligence and agility have already surpassed 40,000 points, thanks in no small part to the fruits. In comparison, his strength, spirit, and constitution are only just over 4,000 points. Lin Hao is very satisfied with the absolute luck effect, but the energy consumption makes him feel distressed. Looking at the remaining energy value, it's only 76.67 million, not even 100 million. It seems I still need to find a way to locate the energy gathering site of the ruins church for faster energy recovery. Just as he was thinking, the Eternal Silence Calamity Spirit King spotted Lin Hao, let out a furious roar, and charged over. Lin Hao sneered coldly, turned around, and unleashed the forbidden skill Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial, smashing it forward. Minus 9,086,780,000. Minus 9,086,780,000. Over 18 billion damage, instantly killing this Cataclysm boss. A 5 million times damage multiplier is terrifying, even an 80-level Cataclysm boss can't withstand it, let alone this tier 5 boss. Defeated the level 50 Eternal Silence Spirit King, gaining 3 million experience points. Additional reward of 3 million experience points. Kill level 50 Cataclysm boss to gain 5 million energy points. Additional reward of 5 million energy points. Killing the Eternal Silence Calamity King also triggered the Absolute Luck passive. Obtained the Eternal Silence Staff, Eternal Silence Robe, Eternal Silence Necklace, as well as Intelligence Fruit, Intermediate, and Mana Fruit, Advanced. The effect is really impressive. Absolutely lucky to level up to 500, the drop rewards are truly powerful. Not only were there 2 attribute fruits, but one of them was even advanced. Lin Hao ate the Intelligence Fruit, instantly increasing his intelligence by 200 points, becoming even stronger. To increase 53,420 points of spell attack power, his spell attack power skyrocketed from the original 400 points to 182,140 points. Lin Hao swallowed a large mana fruit in one gulp, instantly boosting his maximum mana by 50,000 points, reaching an astonishing 44,643,100 points. Without hesitation, he continued forward. Soon, the second cataclysmic boss appeared before him. This time, Lin Hao didn't even bother to look, directly raising his hand to unleash the forbidden Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial. Minus 9,086,800,000. Minus 9,086,800,000. Over 18 billion damage, easily taking down this boss like a small monster. System prompt: defeated level 50 Eternal Silence Demon Spirit King, gained 3 million experience points. Additional reward: defeated a target exceeding 10 levels, gained an extra 3 million experience points. Defeated level 50 Cataclysm boss, successfully absorbed 5 million energy points. Extra reward: killing targets over level 10 grants an additional 5 million energy. Trigger Absolute Luck passive, obtaining the Spirit Staff, Spirit Robe, Spirit Ring, and 2 intermediate agility fruits. Lin Hao casually ate the 2 fruits, instantly increasing his agility attribute by 400 points, reaching 47,910 points. At this rate, in at most 2 months, his attributes would far surpass those of a 10th tier job changer. He continued to advance. In the deepest part of the dungeon, Lin Hao encountered the final boss, a black giant bear, the Eternal Silent Bear King. Level 50. HP 2 billion. Attack 220,000. Physical defense 200,000. Magic resistance 220,000. Skills: Dark Power, Thick Skin. 2 billion HP looks very intimidating, but for Lin Hao, it's no different from the previous bosses. After confirming the skills, he raised his hand once again to unleash the forbidden Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial. Minus 9,106,780,000. Minus 9,106,780,000. The Eternal Silence Violent Bear King still couldn't withstand a single move and instantly turned into a corpse. System notification: defeated level 50 Eternal Silence Violent Bear King, gained 3 million experience points. Additional reward: defeating a target exceeding 10 levels grants an extra 3 million experience points. Defeated level 50 Cataclysm boss, successfully absorbed 5 million energy points. Additional reward: defeating a target exceeding 10 levels grants an extra 5 million energy points. Triggering the Absolute Luck passive, obtaining the Eternal Silence Greatsword, Eternal Silence Armor, Eternal Silence Boots, 2 intermediate spirit fruits, and constitution fruits. Lin Hao shrugged helplessly. He actually managed to one-shot a Cataclysm boss 10 levels higher than himself. Truly, being invincible to this extent makes one feel lonely. This was undoubtedly the easiest supreme level dungeon he had ever encountered. In fact, the dungeon itself wasn't simple, it was Lin Hao's rapid power growth that made it seem so. With his current attributes and skill multipliers, even if he returned to the Evergreen Dungeon, he could still sweep through everything. After all, the final boss of the Evergreen Dungeon only had 10 billion HP. Without splitting, Lin Hao could still one-shot it. After accepting the 2 fruits and the legendary equipment, the dungeon strategy prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations on successfully completing the dungeon and obtaining the Undying Holy Crystal, Holy Radiance Leggings, Azure Radiance Baptism Skill Book, and 5 Agility Fruits. Undying Holy Crystal? Lin Hao curiously checked its effects. Undying Holy Crystal. Quality, Supreme. Effect, a one-time consumable that can be used in any environment. After use, maximum health immediately becomes 10 times the original value, lasting for 600 seconds. Lin Hao frowned after reading it. This wasn't very useful to him. His health had already increased from several million to tens of millions, so a tenfold increase wouldn't significantly impact combat. However, it wasn't that the item was ineffective, it just wasn't suitable for him. He thought, perhaps he could use it to trade with Dracun. After all, it had been a while since he last visited that special space, so now might be a good time to take a look. Taking advantage of the fact that the instance hadn't disappeared yet, he checked the attributes of the other 2 treasures. Holy Radiance Leggings. Quality, Legendary. Equipment requirement, maximum health reaches 1 million points. Equipment class, Mage. Maximum health bonus, 10 million points. Effect, triggers the Holy Radiance Blessing effect, instantly creates. Lin Hao created a shield, and the shield's health is equal to his maximum health. The equipment's attributes seem unremarkable. Although he was wearing the legendary Holy Radiance Magic Pants, which only increased his maximum health by 100,000, health wasn't actually very useful to him. That said, Lin Hao still put on the Holy Radiance Magic Pants, and as a result, his maximum health suddenly increased by 9.9 million. It didn't stop there. After clearing the dungeon, the effect of the Battle Dragon Medal was activated, adding another 1 million to his maximum health. A total of 10.9 million health points were suddenly added. His maximum health skyrocketed from the previous 7.15 million to over 18 million. For a fragile class like a mage, this amount of health is already quite impressive. But Lin Hao's opponents were not ordinary enemies, but an 8th tier elder and an 8th tier catastrophe boss. This 18 million plus health wasn't particularly high. Next, Lin Hao consumed 5 large agility fruits, instantly increasing his agility by 2,500 points, rising from 47,910 points to 50,410 points. Then, he picked up the legendary skill book Azure Radiance Baptism. This skill could help him clear negative statuses, and he happily learned it. At this moment, his energy value reached 106.67 million points. The instance officially came to an end. Lin Hao quickly returned to the school. Fang Rongguang saw him and asked with concern, "Did you fail?" "It's okay, as long as you're still alive, everything's fine. You're only level 40. Once you reach level 50, you'll definitely be able to clear this dungeon." Lin Hao said calmly, "Mr. Fang, I've already cleared it." "What?" Fang Rongguang looked bewildered. He knew that the supreme level dungeon wasn't connected to the school's information room, and the teleportation array only transported people to the dungeon entrance. No one knew whether the dungeon had been cleared or not. He knew Lin Hao wouldn't lie about something meaningless, but he was still too shocked to speak. Lin Hao remained calm. "Mr. Fang, is there a free tier 5 dungeon? I'll clear it as well while I'm at it." Oh. Fang Rongguang was a bit dazed and quickly went to check. Lin Hao nodded. While Fang Rongguang was checking the information, he looked at his own advancement task and, sure enough, it was already completed. His maximum health increased by another 200,000, rising from over 18 million to 18.25 million. The maximum mana increased by 2 million, going from 44.64 million to 46.64 million. Other attributes have also increased by 6,000 points. Name, Lin Hao. Profession, Forbidden Mage. Level, 45. Health points, 18257100. Mana points, 4321410. Strength, 10510. Constitution, 10510. Spirit, 10520. Intelligence, 59420. Agility, 56410. Spell power, 194140. His attributes are simply astonishing, with magic attack power skyrocketing by 12,000 points. The 500 free attribute points gained after leveling up, along with an additional 6,000 free attribute points, were all allocated to intelligence by Lin Hao without hesitation. The reason is simple: output is the key. With an additional 6,500 points in intelligence, it directly reached 65,920 points, and magic attack power also broke through 20,000, reaching 207,140 points. The speed of this attribute growth is too exaggerated. In the blink of an eye, intelligence has surpassed 65,000. If I remember correctly, Catastrophe of Heaven once said that intelligence must reach 100,000 to equip supreme level weapons, and he has already completed more than half of it. Lin Hao estimated that he could equip a supreme level weapon as early as the 5th tier, and definitely by the 6th tier at the latest. Even the most basic supreme weapon would surely be stronger than his current staff of burning heaven. Thinking of this, Lin Hao couldn't help but feel excited. Fang Rongguang finished his investigation, looked up, and said, Lin Hao, there are now 2 level 40 to 50 dungeons for you to choose from. The hardest part of the first dungeon is that mana consumption becomes 3 times higher. The hardest part of the second dungeon is that the monster's attacks deal true damage, ignoring defense. Which one are you planning to tackle first, or are you waiting for other dungeons? Lin Hao replied calmly, Mr. Fang, I'll go to the first dungeon first. Triple mana consumption is indeed a bit troublesome for mages, but I've already surpassed 40 million mana points and I have passive mana regeneration. Triple consumption is no issue for me at all. Fang Rongguang nodded and didn't remind him to be careful again. After all, even supreme level dungeons couldn't trouble Lin Hao, so this ordinary dungeon was even less of a challenge. Lin Hao entered the teleportation array and soon appeared inside the dungeon. 5 minutes later, he easily walked out of the dungeon. He killed 3 Cataclysm level bosses and gained 22.5 million energy points. Leveling up too quickly also has its downsides. Now, killing level 50 bosses only grants 50% of the overlevel reward, with each boss yielding just 7.5 million energy points, not even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Lin Hao checked the energy value, which is now 129.17 million. In addition, he also obtained 9 pieces of legendary equipment and 6 attribute fruits. Among them, 2 were intelligence fruits, and 1 was a large fruit. After consuming these 2, Lin Hao's intelligence increased by 700 points, rising from 65,920 to 66,620. Magic attack power increased by 1,400 points, going from 207,140 to 208,540. At his current growth rate, his intelligence will definitely surpass 100,000 at the 5th tier. The other 2 fruits are the mana fruit and the agility fruit. After consuming them, his maximum mana increased by 20,000, reaching 43,214,100 points, and his agility increased by 200 points, reaching 56,610 points. The last 2 are the life fruit and the constitution fruit, which Lin Hao decided to save for later. He also obtained a legendary skill book, Skyfire Explosion. Skill description: consumes 500 mana to deal damage equal to 500% of the user's magic attack to all enemies within 20 meters in front, ignoring defense. Cooldown, 600 seconds. This area of effect skill is very powerful, even more valuable than Raging Sea. Lin Hao now possesses 3 legendary area of effect skills. The dungeon equipment is rather average, with attributes similar to his current gear. After getting ready, Lin Hao went to the workbench. Fang Rongguang saw him come out so quickly, and the display screen indicated that the instance had been completely cleared. He couldn't help but be shocked. Lin Hao, just how strong are you? You took down 3 Cataclysm level bosses in just 5 minutes. Lin Hao shook his head and said, actually, I defeated the bosses in 1 move each. The nearly 5 minutes were spent finding my way. Fang Rongguang gasped, that's incredible. You're absolutely the king among those at the same level, and even when surpassing levels, you're unbeatable. Lin Hao smiled, surprised already? If you knew I've already taken down several Elders of the Ruins and even an 8th tier Cataclysm boss, you'd be scared stiff. He didn't continue speaking and turned to Fang Rongguang, Mr. Fang, I want to enter the second dungeon. Fang Rongguang nodded and activated the teleportation array. Lin Hao quickly entered the dungeon. 5 minutes later, he walked out effortlessly again. The small monsters and boss in the 5th tier supreme level dungeon were all killed in 1 move by him, let alone this ordinary dungeon, which he completely dominated. After the dungeon ended, he gained another 22.5 million energy points. At this point, his total energy points reached 151.67 million. This number was already quite impressive, considering that in the early days, Lin Hao struggled to even gather 10 million. Lin Hao couldn't even muster a bit of energy value now, but for him, even 100 million energy value was just a drop in the bucket because his needs had grown. Besides the energy value, he also obtained 9 pieces of legendary equipment and 6 attribute fruits. This time, luck was particularly good, as all 6 fruits came in handy. 3 of them were agility fruits, which increased his agility by 600 points after consumption, raising it from 56,610 to 57,210. 2 were mana fruits, which increased his mana by 40,000 points after consumption, going from 46,643,100 to 46,683,100. The last one was a large intelligence fruit, which increased his intelligence by 500 points after consumption, raising it from 66,620 to 67,120. His spell attack power also increased from 208,540 to 209,540. Next, he obtained a legendary displacement skill book, Spirit Blink. This skill consumes 5,000 mana and allows instant movement of 20 meters in any direction, with a cooldown of 600 seconds. Its effect was identical to Lin Hao's previous Shadow Leap. Lin Hao wasn't disappointed at all because you can never have too many displacement skills. Meanwhile, Fang Rongguan fell silent as he watched Lin Hao reappear. Lin Hao's strength was even greater than he had anticipated, making dungeon runs a piece of cake. However, dungeons were like a double-edged sword. While they brought many benefits, monsters were the main source of experience. If Lin Hao cleared all the dungeons at Kyoto University, then in the future, students would have to go to the wild to grind monsters. What would be the difference between attending university and not attending? Fang Rongguan shook his head. This was a problem for the principal to worry about, not something he could manage. Fortunately, Lin Hao did not continue farming the dungeon. His time was too precious, and there were more important things to do. There was no need to waste time here. He greeted briefly and left the dungeon hall. Fang Rongguan watched his back and couldn't help but say, "Lin Hao, are you heading out of campus again?" Lin Hao nodded. "Mr. Fang, is there something you need?" Fang Rongguan shook his head. "No, it's just that I suddenly have a feeling that the next time you return, your level might already be at 50. Lin Hao shrugged. "Who knows? I actually hope I don't level up too quickly." Fang Rongguan frowned at this. While everyone else was desperately trying to level up, Lin Hao seemed to do it as effortlessly as eating a meal, and he even wished not to level up too fast. After leaving the hall, Lin Hao crushed a teleportation stone and returned to the special space. He had 757 attribute fruits in his possession. If he could exchange them all for intelligence fruits, it would be absolutely thrilling. However, exchanging so many fruits at Kyoto University was a lengthy process. In the past, even exchanging 2 fruits would take several days. 757 fruits might take several years. So the first person Lin Hao thought of was the ruins Calamity King, Dragoon. After all, he was once the king of the ruins and should have quite a few fruits in his possession. Soon, Lin Hao met Dragoon. Seeing him arrive, Dragoon said excitedly, "You're finally here. I was getting anxious waiting for you." Lin Hao asked curiously, "Senior Dragoon, is there something urgent?" Dragoon nodded. "My matter isn't urgent. Let's talk about you first. You must have a reason for seeking me out this time. It can't just be for a chat." Lin Hao got straight to the point. "Senior Dragoon, I obtained a supreme grade item called the Immortal Sacred Crystal in a dungeon. However, it's not very useful to me, so I want to exchange it for another supreme grade item." "The Immortal Sacred Crystal?" Dragoon nodded. "Sure, what do you want to exchange it for?" Lin Hao didn't hesitate. "I want the Universal Heaven Sealing Lock." That's right, Lin Hao still intended to attack the ruins gathering place. The last raid had yielded massive rewards, with a large amount of energy points and attribute fruits that had been incredibly satisfying. Now that he had reached level 500 and the effects of the attribute fruits could be doubled, there was no way he could pass up the ruins gathering place. Dragoon nodded. "No problem." Lin Hao was a fragile mage and had no use for the immortal holy crystal, but his demand for it was quite high. This exchange was completely worth it for him. Soon, the two successfully completed the transaction. After obtaining the Universal Heaven Sealing Lock, Lin Hao continued, "Senior Gwen, I have one more thing. I have a large pile of life, physique, and spirit fruits. Can I trade them for something with you?" "A large pile? Exactly how many?" Gwen asked curiously. 757 pieces. Lin Hao answered. "My goodness." Dragoon was extremely surprised upon hearing this number. "Where did you get so many attribute fruits? I can't eat all of these, and I didn't have time to snatch them when I left. But these fruits are quite valuable. There are plenty over at the Ruin King's court. You can go to the gathering places in the ruins and trade them with those contractors." "Contractors? You mean those guys from the Cataclysm?" Lin Hao asked. Speaking of this, Lin Hao thought of another question. "Senior Gwen, what exactly is the effect of the Cataclysm? It's not passive, is it? I once used a sealed passive effect to seal someone, and after killing him, the Cataclysm effect still triggered, and he directly entered the Cataclysm state." Dragoon nodded and explained, "To be precise, the Cataclysm is a kind of curse." "A curse?" Lin Hao was surprised. "That's right," Dragoon continued, "after entering the Cataclysm state, one loses their sanity. You must have noticed that, right?" "I've seen it many times." Lin Hao nodded, but then said with some confusion, "But now when I face the 8th tier Cataclysm elders, I find that they still retain quite a bit of sanity after the Cataclysm." Dragoon sneered, "That's only because their curse is more advanced. The more catastrophes they experience, the more sanity they lose, and in the end, they completely turn into monsters." Lin Hao gasped in shock. As expected, those monsters in the Cataclysm ruins never considered them as their own kind, just expendable tools. Hearing the word monsters, Dragoon was displeased. "It's fine to call those who have lost their sanity monsters, but we, who still have our sanity, are not monsters. We are the Cataclysm tribe." Sorry." Lin Hao coughed awkwardly. Insulting someone's entire tribe as monsters right in front of them was indeed inappropriate. However, Lin Hao finally understood the true effect of the catastrophe, and the doubts in his heart were resolved. As for going to the gathering place of the Calamity Church to exchange for attribute fruits, he decided against it. How many of these people actually follow rules and principles? If they did, they wouldn't have betrayed humanity. Trading with them would almost certainly result in being cheated. While small-scale transactions in batches might barely work, it would take too much time and effort, so it can only be done step by step. Senior Gwen, I've finished asking my questions. Now it's your turn to talk about your matter, Lin Hao said. Dragon nodded. I need you to help me find a piece of supreme-grade forging material. My weapon is damaged and needs repair. Supreme-grade forging material? Lin Hao was a bit puzzled. Isn't supreme-grade equipment made by using a large amount of legendary-grade equipment as materials? Back during the Heavenfall catastrophe, it only required him to gather 1,000 pieces of legendary equipment, and there was no mention of needing any supreme-grade material. Dragoon laughed. What you're talking about is just ordinary supreme-level equipment. Mine is the best of the best, so of course, it requires supreme-level materials to craft. I see, Lin Hao nodded. Top-tier supreme equipment was still far out of his reach. Even ordinary equipment required 100,000 intelligence points, let alone the top-tier ones. I can help you find the supreme-level materials. Senior Dragoon, what can you give me in return? Lin Hao asked. Dragoon smiled and said, of course, it will also be a supreme-level item, which will be of great help to you. Lin Hao's interest was piqued. What supreme item? Primordial Sacred Crystal, Dragoon replied. Primordial Sacred Crystal? Lin Hao shook his head. Never heard of it. What's the use of this supreme item? Dragoon patiently explained. Its effect is very simple. It can change the attribute of a legendary or lower-level skill. Attribute conversion? Lin Hao looked confused. What does that mean? Dragoon smiled and said, let me give you an example. For example, you have a skill whose passive effect increases your magic attack power by 10,000 points, equivalent to an increase of 5,000 points in intelligence attribute. However, magic attack power and intelligence attribute are fundamentally different and cannot be directly converted. But if you have the skill, you can permanently convert your magic attack power into an equivalent intelligence attribute. When Lin Hao heard about this effect, he initially thought it wasn't particularly special. After all, it was just converting attributes without any additional increase. But he quickly thought of the requirement for the supreme weapon, which needed 100,000 points of intelligence attribute. If he upgraded his magic amplification and then converted it into intelligence attribute, wouldn't he instantly meet the condition? Dragoon was right. The Primal Holy Crystal, this supreme level item, indeed helped him a lot. It allowed him to quickly equip supreme level gear, thereby completely overpowering his opponents in spell attack power. However, even so, this item is still a bit weak, as not everyone can infinitely upgrade their skills like he can. If it weren't for its permanent effect, this thing wouldn't even qualify as supreme level. Seeing that Lin Hao was still somewhat dissatisfied, Dragoon continued, additionally, I'll also give you a legendary level attack skill book, which has quite an impressive effect. Lin Hao nodded, finally feeling somewhat satisfied. After leaving the special space, Lin Hao felt a bit troubled. Supreme level special materials would probably have to be obtained from supreme level dungeons. However, he currently didn't have the level required to access the school's dungeons. It seemed he could only try his luck elsewhere, but he couldn't just wander around aimlessly either. Thinking of this, he immediately contacted the demigods Wang Jinayu and Mu Tianqian. Connections are meant to be utilized. Unfortunately, neither of them provided him with specific conditions to achieve his goal. However, Lin Hao learned the location of the Calamity Ruins Church's gathering place from Wang Jinayu. Without hesitation, Lin Hao activated the Aurora Crystal and headed straight for the gathering place. That location was in the Gale Wilderness of the 6th War Zone. Upon arriving at the Gale Wilderness, Lin Hao walked directly toward the gathering place. There were quite a few people in black robes here, all with suspicious identities. Although he had infiltrated and taken down a gathering place before, the other gathering places did not strictly verify identities. His disguise did not attract attention, allowing him to enter smoothly. After entering the Calamity Ruins gathering place, Lin Hao decided to gather information first to be on the safe side. Although he had the 10,000 Realms Heaven Sealing Lock and the Myriad Laws Annihilation Pearl, which theoretically made him invincible, having more intelligence was always beneficial. Understanding the opponent is the key to ensuring victory. Overconfidence, on the other hand, could easily lead to being caught off guard. After wandering for a while, Lin Hao arrived in front of the everything shop and was surprised to see the old man there. He was the cunning merchant who had sold gathering places that Lin Hao had met before. "You're here too?" Lin Hao asked. The old man's face was full of bitterness. "I should be the one asking that. Now I'm very sure of your identity. You really are the person I thought you were. Your strength is even greater than the rumors. I thought you'd need a war zone commander to help take down a gathering place, but I didn't expect you to do it all by yourself. It's no big deal. Lin Hao waved his hand and got straight to the point. Since I've run into you, I have quite a few things to ask. The old man sighed, ask whatever you want, but you must pay. It's not easy for me to use my talent. Lin Hao was curious, what is your talent? Is it like Niu Tingxuan's ability to divine fate? The old man shook his head, I'm not as strong as a demigod, I can't divine fate. What I can divine is information about people and objects, such as personal details and specific locations, or information and locations of items. I see, the effect is indeed not as good as fate divination. Lin Hao nodded. Fate divination, although unable to locate items, is almost omnipotent. More importantly, it can help avoid danger. With it, it's hard to even die. The old man's talent, however, doesn't work that way, it can't predict when he might face danger. The old man said with a smile. Although my talent is not as powerful as that of a demigod, the cost is not as exaggerated either. My divination doesn't require sacrificing lifespan, it only needs some valuable resources. So you're making money like crazy just for this? I asked. Of course, I replied, I don't want to lose money in business. The old man nodded and got straight to the point, young man, tell me what you want to divine. I thought for a moment. First, help me divine where I can get supreme grade forging materials. Supreme grade materials? That won't come cheap, the old man reminded. I said impatiently, cut the nonsense, just name the price. 5,000 magic crystals. The old man announced the number. I nodded, thinking to myself that it wasn't too expensive. After the previous transaction, I still had 6,230 magic crystals left, so I directly handed over 5,000 to the old man. I just love doing business with straightforward customers. The old man smiled as he accepted the magic crystals and closed his eyes to begin the divination. Soon, he opened his eyes and said to me, the supreme grade forging materials you want have two sources, both in supreme grade dungeons, but you must be at least tier 6 to enter. Your current level isn't high enough, is it? I nodded, is there any other way? There is, but it's not easy either. Go ahead, whether I can do it or not is my business. The old man smiled, the other way is actually right here. Our Gale Gathering is about to hold an auction. The highlight of the auction is a supreme grade forging material. Such a coincidence. I exclaimed in surprise, I just happen to need it, and I run into it here? Could it be my absolute luck helping out? I think it's highly possible because the passive effect of absolute luck is to enhance fortune. At level 100, it wasn't very noticeable, but after reaching level 500, it underwent a qualitative change. The old man saw me remain silent and, fearing I might suspect a trap, quickly explained, this auction isn't targeted at you. It was prepared long before you conquered the previous settlement. They've been building momentum for a while, and it officially starts tonight. There are plenty of good items inside, so you'll need enough magic crystals. I said coldly, lots of good items? Then why don't I just kill them all and take everything for myself? The old man was exasperated, you have such a strong killing intent. I advise you not to do this. The people in the ruins church are very complicated, apart from good people, there's everything else. If robbing the auction were that easy, it would have been looted long ago. First of all, auctions are conducted with immediate payment and delivery. The items are taken directly from storage rings, and no one but the owner can take them. If the auctioneer dies, the items will disappear. Secondly, the background of the auction organizers is very powerful, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to suppress those greedy deacons and followers. Clashing with them is the worst choice. I fell into deep thought after hearing this. I'm not afraid of those big shots. When I was at the 2nd or 3rd tier, I could take down a ruins deacon. At the 3rd or 4th tier, I killed an 8th tier elder. Now that I'm almost at the 5th tier, even the ruins high priest doesn't scare me. What I'm worried about is that auctions can't be forcibly taken, we can only proceed with a normal transaction to get the supreme grade material in hand. Supreme grade material, how many magic crystals do you think it would take to buy it? I asked the old man. He pondered, it would probably start at 200,000 magic crystals. I took a sharp breath, so expensive. But it's not like I don't have money. One attribute fruit can sell for 500 magic crystals, so about 400 fruits should be enough. It's just that the price makes my heart ache, equivalent to defeating 200 bosses to earn it. Seeing my expression, the old man gave a wicked smile. Young man, I have something here that might help you. What is it? I asked. He didn't say much, directly taking out a gemstone. Reality illusion gem, quality, one-time trans. The effect of the prop is very powerful. After use, you can forge any item below legendary level, as long as you already have the relevant resources. The forged item can be used for trading, and the effect lasts for 10 minutes. Lin Hao read the description and exclaimed in surprise, there's actually such a treasure. With this gem, he could use fake magic crystals to buy things at the auction. Ordinary people definitely wouldn't dare to use it easily, because the forgery would be exposed in 10 minutes. But Lin Hao didn't care at all. As long as he could get the item, no one could escape. He thought to himself, this thing is really useful to me, name your price. The old man saw his interest and smiled happily, this thing isn't expensive, you can take it for 20,000 magic crystals. Lin Hao frowned and said, do you think I'm stupid? I know someone bought a legendary skill book for 20,000 magic crystals. Are you saying this legendary item is only worth that much? The old man explained helplessly, the legendary skill book bought for 20,000 magic crystals was already the most basic one. The rarer the legendary skill, the stronger the effect, and naturally, the higher the price. For example, an ordinary area attack skill and the Mage's Heavenly Thunder Catastrophe, can they be the same? Lin Hao nodded in agreement, that does make sense. The old man continued, the Church of Ruins leaves marks on items. The legendary skill book you mentioned might be stolen goods, unable to be sold and only sold cheaply to those who aren't afraid of death. At the auction, you'll see the price of legendary skill books, and you'll understand then. Speaking, the old man took out an invitation, if you really plan to go in, I'll give you this as well. Lin Hao couldn't be bothered to haggle, thinking to himself, 20,000 magic crystals can offset a 200,000 cost, this is a huge profit. He directly took out 40 attribute fruits, exactly worth 20,000 magic crystals. The old man was surprised to see him take out so many fruits at once but didn't ask further. The transaction was completed quickly, and Lin Hao successfully obtained the reality gem and the auction invitation. At this moment, Lin Hao still had 717 attribute fruits in his hand. He pondered in his heart, does this ruins gathering place have treasures from the 8 great calamities? How strong are the elders here? The old man did not answer directly, only extending 5 fingers. Lin Hao threw over 10 attribute fruits again. The elder took the fruits and said, the treasure of this settlement is a steel called the Destiny Life-Giving Steel. Those who hold fragments of the steel will have their maximum health multiplied by 10 once they enter a cataclysmic state. After hearing this, Lin Hao laughed, what's so great about multiplying health by 10? I have mastered the level 1000 forbidden skill Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial, and I don't even need to carry the All-Law Annihilation Pearl. The elder continued to introduce the skills and abilities of the settlement's elders. Lin Hao listened carefully for 3 to 5 minutes and organized the information clearly. It turned out that the elder of the gathering place was named Yushija, an 8th tier mage with average strength, but he possessed a supreme level life-saving item, the Fate Reversal Stone. Lin Hao was very familiar with this item, having personally experienced it before. However, he was still 100% confident in a direct confrontation because he had great faith in his own output. After gathering all the intelligence, Lin Hao left the everything house. The auction will only start in the evening, so he began to stroll around the gathering place while he had time. It must be said, there are indeed quite a lot of good things in this place. After walking around, Lin Hao exchanged for 13 intelligence fruits, 15 mana fruits, and 10 agility fruits. After consuming these fruits, Lin Hao's intelligence increased by 2,600 points, rising from 67,120 points to 69,720 points. Magic attack power increased by 5,200 points, from 209,540 points to 214,740 points. Maximum mana increased by 300,000 points, from 46683,100 points to 46983,100 points. Agility also increased by 2,000 points, from 57,210 points to 59,210 points. Lin Hao still had 669 attribute fruits left in his hand. Looking at his attributes, he sighed, the Calamity Ruins Church is truly a treasure trove. Glancing at the time, it was almost time for the auction to begin. Lin Hao followed a group of people in black robes, lining up to enter the central venue of the gathering place. Handing over the invitation, the guard didn't say much, and he entered smoothly. The auction venue was much larger than he had imagined. The people here were at least stewards in status. 500 seats, all filled. Elder Yushija from the ruins gathering place was also present. Seeing the room full of deacons and several 8th rank elders, Lin Hao couldn't help but laugh. This scene, how much energy value would this be? Once everyone had arrived, the auction officially began. The host was a young and beautiful woman, dressed in a fiery red dress, charming and captivating. All the lecherous men in the room had their eyes fixed on her, as if they wished they could glue their eyes to her. She smiled and said, "Good evening, everyone. Although you all know me, let me introduce myself first. I am Xiao Yuki, the honorary elder of the 10th War Zone." As soon as she finished speaking, she didn't waste any more words and went straight to the point. The first treasure to be auctioned next is the Fire Origin Pearl. This is a legendary item. Upon use, it instantly grants 10 million shield points and completely immunizes against fire damage, making it extremely valuable. Starting bid, 10,000 magic crystals. Don't miss out, everyone. Saying this, she threw a charming glance at the crowd. The group of sycophants below immediately became excited. Wow, the beautiful Xiao just threw me a flirtatious glance. Stop joking, she was looking at me just now. Yushija frowned and said, this is an auction, not a marketplace. Keep quiet. Everyone immediately fell silent upon hearing this. The shouts of bidding rose one after another. I bid 11,000 magic crystals. I bid 12,000 magic crystals. Do you dare to bid with such little money? Is it fun to keep adding bit by bit? Suddenly, someone shouted, I bid 20,000 magic crystals. Xiao Yuki gave a sweet smile, staring at the man. The man was instantly captivated, almost drooling. Yushija muttered to himself, this woman's talent is simply overpowered. Xiao Yuki's profession is an auctioneer, possessing the enchant skill, which only takes effect at auctions, making the opposite sex wildly attracted to her. Coupled with her own charm and noble status, the effect is naturally astonishing. Although Yushija is an 8th-tier job changer and unaffected, he still felt a bit excited and even wanted to spend money to win her favor. In the end, Yushija purchased the fire source orb for 30,000 magic crystals. He wasn't enchanted but wanted to use her identity to build connections. After all, Xiao Yuki is the sister of the high priest of the 10th war zone, and getting closer to her is beneficial without any harm. Xiao Yuki was overjoyed as well. The highest value of the fire source orb was only 20,000 magic crystals, and selling it for 30,000 was already a huge profit. Lin Hao, however, was not tempted. The fire source orb is useless to him, and 10 million shield value is insignificant to him. Spending 30,000 magic crystals on this kind of thing is simply brainless. The deception effect of the illusory gem lasts only 10 minutes, while the auction lasts for over an hour. The grand finale treasures are still to come, so it can't be used prematurely. Next, the second and third treasures were presented one after another. Yushija didn't bid again, after all, he just wanted to gain goodwill, not be a sucker. These treasures were finally sold at normal prices, just a little more expensive than usual. Xiao Yuki smiled on the surface but cursed in her heart, a bunch of cheapskates, all staring at me, but each one is stingier than the last when it comes to spending money. Time continued to pass. Time passed second by second, and the heavyweight treasure was finally brought onto the auction stage. Xiao Yuki's voice also rose a few notches. Next, everyone pay attention. The third to last treasure in this auction, the legendary Mage skill book Dual Soul Hunt Seal. This skill is extremely rare and was obtained with great effort by the high priest of our 10th battle zone. Its effect is incredibly powerful. After use, it can mark 2 targets simultaneously with a hunting mark for 3 seconds. During this period, as long as you attack one of the targets, the damage will also be transmitted to the other target. When facing 2 enemies, this skill can unleash astonishing power. Now, the starting price is 20,000 magic crystals. Many mages present became immediately excited upon hearing the effect of the skill. I'll offer 30,000 magic crystals. Everyone, listen to me. I'm a 7th rank steward and will eventually become an elder. I just need this skill now. Do me a favor, 35,000. Who do you think you are? Do you deserve a favor? A 7th rank steward is nothing. If you can't afford it, get lost. I'll offer 40,000. The scene instantly became heated, and Xiao Yuki's smile grew even brighter. But she was still not satisfied in her heart, her gaze swept towards Yushija below the stage. Yushija met her gaze, smiled faintly, and said leisurely, I bid 60,000 magic crystals. 60,000 magic crystals are already quite high. The dual soul hunting seal is indeed good, but it's worth at most around 40,000. Many people began to hesitate, feeling it wasn't necessary to spend too much money. Those truly wealthy buyers also didn't want to spend a large amount of funds on the skill, as there were even more advanced treasures later on. Xiao Yuki was somewhat disappointed, hoping for a higher price. 5 seconds passed, and no one continued to bid, so she could only swing the hammer and announce, 60,000 magic crystals, the final bid. Anyone else want to raise the price? 3, 2. As soon as the words fell, a voice came from the corner of the hall, carrying a lazy tone, I bid 70,000. Lin Hao yawned. The items earlier were quite ordinary, and listening to them was a bit boring. He almost fell asleep. The twin soul hunting seal is good, can't let others take advantage for free. He estimated that he could secure the next 2 treasures within 10 minutes. Seeing someone dare to compete with him, Yushija was somewhat surprised. On the stage, Xiao Yuki smiled even more happily. 70,000 magic crystals. Anyone else want to bid? Yushija took a deep breath and glared fiercely at Lin Hao. 80,000. Damn brat, made me spend an extra 20,000. Lin Hao remained calm. I bid 100,000. These words left everyone in shock. My goodness. A skill book actually dares to go for 100,000? Who on earth is this kid? Maybe he's just trying to show off in front of the beauty, pretending to be rich. Maybe it really is, the voice sounds too young. Where would they get 100,000 magic crystals? Yushija snorted coldly and stopped bidding. Spending 100,000 magic crystals on a legendary skill book was already beyond a reasonable price. If he bid again, he feared that if Lin Hao gave up, he would become a joke. He wanted to see if this kid could really afford this price. If he was deliberately causing trouble, he wouldn't be polite. No one raised the bid again, and the ownership of the treasure was quickly determined. However, the treasure was not immediately handed over to Lin Hao. Xiao Yuki on the stage said with a smile, "This guest, we trade money for goods." Everyone's eyes turned to Lin Hao, their expressions complex and full of curiosity. Spending 100,000 magic crystals to buy a skill book, this kind of flaunting wealth is truly too obvious. Lin Hao smiled faintly. "I don't have that many magic crystals." As soon as the words were spoken, the whole room burst into laughter. "I knew it all along, this kid is just pretending to be a big shot. Daring to show off at an auction, truly courting death." Xiao Yuki's face darkened. "Is this guest joking with me? Humph, don't waste your breath." Yushija's face turned ashen. As an 8th-tier expert, how could he tolerate this? "Elder Su, this kid actually dares to joke with me." Seeing everyone with angry faces, Lin Hao was not nervous at all. "Don't worry, I just said I don't have magic crystals, but I do have other things." "Humph, what could possibly be worth 100,000 magic crystals?" Yushija sneered. Lin Hao couldn't be bothered to respond to him. He activated the reality gem and casually took out 200 attribute fruits. "How about it, is it enough?" Lin Hao looked at Xiao Yuki. Seeing so many fruits, Xiao Yuki immediately put on a smiling face. "Enough, enough. You really are unpredictable, dear guest." Yushija, sitting nearby, was so angry it was as if he had swallowed a fly. He let out a cold snort and sat back in his seat. The onlookers also stopped jeering and silently closed their mouths. After all, the man in the black robe casually took out 200 attribute fruits, indicating his identity was definitely not simple, and no one wanted to provoke him. Lin Hao, however, began to ponder. The effect of the illusory gem wasn't as strong as he had imagined. It couldn't create things at will, only replicate existing ones. He had a total of 669 attribute fruits, and after activating the gem, it replicated 669 fake ones. I can only say, the effect of this legendary item is average, far inferior to the supreme level, and it's of no use to ordinary people. The auction continues, and next is the second to last item. Surprisingly, it turns out to be a legendary item. Logically, skill books are more valuable, so why auction the skill book first and place the item later? Xiao Yuki also noticed everyone's confusion and proudly said while taking out the item, "You should be able to tell what level this item is, so I won't keep you guessing. This is called the Destiny Engraving Stone. Although it's legendary level, its value might surpass some supreme level items." Everyone looked at each other, like country bumpkins who had never seen the world. Xiao Yuki continued. "This thing has a simple effect. After use, it can grant any active skill at legendary level or below an additional skill trait, and it's permanently effective." Really? Permanent enhancement? At first, everyone didn't pay much attention, but the word permanent was too impactful. Although the supreme level item is powerful and can increase tenfold, its duration is limited. This legendary item may not provide such an exaggerated boost, but its effect is permanent. In the long run, its value is no less than that of the supreme level item. Soon, the atmosphere on site became fervent. Xiao Yuki hasn't announced the reserve price, but everyone has already started bidding. "I bid 50,000 magic crystals." "50,000 is too low, I bid 60,000. "What's 60,000? I bid 70,000. The bidding kept going higher, but after surpassing 70,000, the increments became smaller. After more than 10 rounds of bidding, the price of the Destiny Engraving Stone reached 100,000 magic crystals. This price was already not low, but Xiao Yuki was still not satisfied. After all, the legendary skill book sold for 100,000 before, so this item should be even more expensive. It is extremely rare, a treasure that can make powerful skills even stronger. Xiao Yuki watched the crowd bidding, her gaze resting on Yushija. Yushija unhesitatingly shouted, 1,200,000 magic crystals. Xiao Yuki beamed with joy and swung the hammer to announce, 12,000 magic crystals, first call. 12,000 magic crystals, second call. Is no one else bidding? This is a rare opportunity, and you might not get another chance if you miss it. Her words seemed directed at everyone, but her gaze was fixed on Lin Hao. Lin Hao sighed softly. The quality of the auction items this time exceeded his expectations. If he wanted to secure this item, he might have to rely on snatching the third supreme item. His gaze was firm, and he shouted loudly, "I'll bid 150,000 magic crystals." The voice wasn't loud, but everyone heard it clearly. Directly adding 30,000 was truly shocking. Usija gritted his teeth, preparing to counter. 160,000. Lin Hao remained calm and composed. 200,000. Usija took a deep breath, clenched his fist, and then powerlessly loosened it, his whole demeanor appearing very dejected. Finally, he looked at Lin Hao. "You won." After speaking, his face was full of doubt. Who exactly was this man in the black robe before him? So generous with his actions, could he be some high priest? But since when would high priests have the time to attend such small-scale auctions? Not only was he puzzled, but everyone present was speculating. Spending 200,000 on a legendary item is truly outrageous. The happiest person in the room was, of course, Xiao Yuki, whose face was beaming with an uncontrollable smile. The auction so far can already be considered a great success. No one else placed a bid, so Lin Hao naturally secured the item. He did not hesitate and directly took out the remaining 469 fake fruits, then looked at Xiao Yuki on the stage. "This auction has been very enjoyable for me. The remaining 69 attribute fruits can be considered my tip for you." The auction had staff responsible for delivering the traded items to both parties, avoiding unnecessary running around. However, Xiao Yuki, to show respect, still took the initiative to step off the stage. "Thank you for the guest's generous tip." She handed the destiny engraving stone to Lin Hao with her own hands while taking the attribute fruit, her face adorned with a charming smile. Everyone present was envious to the point of jealousy, wishing they could spend lavishly to earn a beauty smile. But casually giving away 69 attribute fruits? That costs 34,500 magic crystals. That's not something an average person could earn in an entire year. Lin Hao's boldness made everyone look at him in a new light. Soon, the final item of the auction was brought out. As expected, it was a supreme-grade forging material, a black gemstone shrouded in black mist. Xiao Yuki introduced. "Everyone, this gemstone is the grand finale treasure of our auction Nether Abyss core. Equipment forged with it can gain an additional special attribute. As for what it is, you'll have to discover it yourselves." Although her words were vague, they did not dampen everyone's enthusiasm in the slightest. The bidding surged wave after wave, quickly surpassing 100,000 magic crystals. Meanwhile, Lin Hao pretended to be dozing off, but in reality, he was fully focused on the skill he had just learned. After learning the Twin Soul Hunting Seal, Lin Hao spent 5.98 million energy points to raise it to level 50. Twin Soul Hunting Seal LV100. Consumes 100,000 mana points. Applies a hunting mark to 2 enemies within 1,000 meters. When using a single target skill to attack any enemy, it will deal the same true damage to another enemy. Lasting 200 seconds, with a cooldown of 600 seconds. Functional skills are really great. At level 100, the effect is almost maximized. A range of 1,000 meters, a duration of 200 seconds, generally sufficient for use. Lin Hao didn't continue upgrading but instead turned to look at the legendary fire-type area attack skill Skyfire Explosion. An attack skill with a low level is useless, so Lin Hao directly spent 39.58 million energy points to raise it to level 200 in one go. Skyfire Explosion LV200. Consumes 200,000 mana. Summons a giant fireball. Dealing damage equal to 100,000 times spell attack power to all enemies within 800 meters ahead. Damage ignores defense. Cooldown, 600 seconds. Finally, he looked at the displacement skill he had obtained earlier and spent 5.98 million energy points to level it up to 100. Spirit Flash LV100. Consumes 50,000 mana points. Instantly teleport 1,000 meters in any direction. Cooldown, 600 seconds. All skill preparations are complete. Finally, Lin Hao looked at the newly obtained legendary item, the Destiny Engraving Stone. Without hesitation, Lin Hao activated the item, immediately applying its effect to the forbidden Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial, this legendary exclusive skill. When the Destiny Engraving Stone was activated, it emitted a dazzling golden light, which turned into golden powder and disappeared after the light faded. The forbidden Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial also gained an additional effect. Forbidden Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial LV1000. Consumes 1 million mana points. Summons a Heavenly Thunderbolt with a locking effect, capable of targeting any object within a range of 50,000 meters, dealing damage equal to 50 million% of the user's spell attack power. If the enemy's health is full, it will additionally inflict the same high amount of spell damage. Upon killing the target, the skill's cooldown is immediately reset, with a cooldown time of 600 seconds. This skill is incredible. The locking effect means it can hit no matter how far the distance. Against those who can dodge, the hit rate would significantly decrease, but with this skill, there's no fear of the opponent escaping. Now everything is ready. Lin Hao's gaze turned cold, waiting for the final moment. 1 minute later, the final bidding ended. The Nether Abyss treasure core was purchased by Yushija for a high price of 250,000 magic crystals. Just as the treasure was about to reach his hands, Lin Hao suddenly made his move. He activated the level 100 spirit blink, instantly appearing behind Yushija. Completely unguarded, Yushija was struck by Lin Hao's level 300 instant flame impact, hitting him hard on the back. 321,110,000. 321,110,000. Over 600 million damage instantly emptied Yushija's health bar. However, he did not fall, as he held a supreme-grade life-saving item, the Destiny Reversal Stone. Upon activation, it negated the fatal damage, leaving him with 1 HP and granting him a shield worth 10 billion points. Lin Hao's sudden attack shocked everyone, especially Xiao Yuki. She couldn't understand at all why this black-robed man, who had been so generous, even giving 69 attribute fruits as a reward, would suddenly resort to robbery. Could it be? Xiao Yuki immediately checked her storage ring, and sure enough, all the attribute fruits were gone. She had been played. Everyone had been made fools of by this guy. Furious, she roared, "Everyone, kill him for me. I want to tear him to pieces." Even if Xiao Yuki hadn't said it, Yushija would have done so. After all, he was the one who should be the angriest. Being tricked was one thing, but that supreme-grade Destiny Reversal Stone, which he had painstakingly obtained, had now been destroyed by Lin Hao. Even if Lin Hao were killed, the Destiny Reversal Stone wouldn't come back. Yushija felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife, wishing he could hack Lin Hao into pieces. "Damned brat, I'll make you regret being alive." He immediately unleashed his strongest skill, LV10 Shadow Starfall, and a black energy ball swiftly struck Lin Hao. 186,250,000. This attack caused over 180 million damage. As an 8th tier elder, this damage was not low, but to Lin Hao, it was nothing at all. Lin Hao spent less than 2 million mana to easily withstand this attack. Seeing this scene, everyone finally recognized Lin Hao. You are Lin Hao." Yushija widened his eyes. Lin Hao sneered, "If this is all you can do, then you might as well wait to die." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately unleashed the 10,000 Thunder Tribulation. The entire auction venue was instantly enveloped in purple lightning, leaving no place to hide. Everyone was struck, suffering terrifying damage. 213,740,000. 213,750,000. 213,780,000. Damage exceeding 200 million instantly pushed these cultists into a catastrophic state. To Lin Hao's surprise, Xiao Yuki actually had a supreme-level Fate Reversal Stone, preserving 1 point of health. Lin Hao thought to himself, these wealthy tycoons are really over the top, even 2 supreme-level life-saving items have appeared. However, it doesn't matter, such life-saving items can't save their lives. While Lin Hao launched his attack, he also endured dozens of attacks. 5,860,000. 7,250,000. 18,960,000. Although the damage numbers were numerous, they only added up to 3 or 400 million, consuming at most 3 or 4 million of Lin Hao's mana points. Not worth mentioning at all. At the same time, Lin Hao activated the dual soul hunting seal, throwing one mark to Yushija in front of him and casually tossing another mark to an unlucky guy. In the next moment, the level 1000 forbidden skill Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial erupted instantly, with a massive thunder pillar striking straight at Yushija's head. But Yushija was not afraid in the slightest, because he had a shield worth 10 billion protecting him. He thought to himself, with such a strong shield, can you really take me down in one hit? However, as the lightning pillar struck the shield, he was instantly dumbfounded. The shield was shattered by the lightning pillar in an instant. The damage instantly reached over 10.7 billion. Since Yushija's health wasn't full, the lightning pillar only dealt base damage without any additional effects. This 10.7 billion damage not only completely shattered the shield but also directly emptied his health bar, putting him into a catastrophic state. At the same time, another unlucky guy wasn't so fortunate. The hunting mark transferred the damage Lin Hao just dealt to him without any reduction. Instant kill. With damage in the billions, the small frame of a 5th tier couldn't withstand it and fell to the ground immediately. Thunder Burial of Souls refreshed its cooldown instantly due to the kill and was ready to use again. Yushija, who had entered a state of catastrophe, was scared out of his wits and desperately rushed toward the door right after being nearly killed. But Lin Hao would not let him go. The level 1000 Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial was activated again. Yushija's face changed drastically. How could it be possible that even the cooldown time was gone? This time, he didn't dare to take it head-on and immediately used a displacement skill to teleport 300 meters away. Most legendary skills only reach a maximum range of 200 meters at level 10, but his range is absolutely safe. However, the next moment, the lightning pillar actually followed his teleportation and directly struck his forehead. Another hit with over 1 billion damage. Even with two 10x life bonuses, Usija couldn't withstand it and was instantly killed. Lin Hao killed the level 80 Ruins Elder, gaining 10 million experience points and an additional 35 million experience due to the level difference. At the same time, he absorbed 16 million energy points and gained an extra 56 million energy points. Even more fortunately, he also obtained the Skeleton Staff, Skeleton Robe, Skeleton Boots, as well as Intermediate Mana Fruit and Strength Fruit. And 8th tier Ruins Elder, equipped with a Supreme Grade life-saving item, couldn't withstand even 3 moves from Lin Hao. The disaster stewards around were all scared out of their wits, and those who could still remain clear-headed hurriedly fled outside. But Lin Hao didn't care about any of that. The furious sea surge was unleashed instantly, and an 800-meter diameter giant wave crashed down. The damage reached over 100 million, yet it still couldn't instantly kill these 5th or 7th tier disaster stewards. Even if another level 200 Skyfire explosion were used, it wouldn't kill them either, but it would just take a bit more time. Subsequently, Lin Hao activated the 10,000 Realms Heaven Sealing Lock, sealing the entire disaster ruins gathering place. He looked at Xiao Yuki beside him. She forced herself to remain calm, her face stern as she threatened, Lin Hao, you do have some skills, but you absolutely cannot kill me. I am the elder sister of the High Priest of the 10th Church. If you dare to touch me, he will never let you go. The 10th Church? Lin Hao chuckled inwardly, now that was an old acquaintance. Recently, he has been dealing with the 10th Church, and he killed all 3 elders of that church. That High Priest is probably almost left all alone by him. Lin Hao sneered and said, just a High Priest, do you really think he's someone important? Threatening me? That's just too naive. Want to live? Hand over everything in your storage ring, and maybe I'll let you off. Keep dreaming. Xiao Yuki gritted her teeth and said, this ring is no ordinary ring. The space inside is directly connected to the treasury of the Ruins Church, and even I can't take things out at will. Moreover, if I die, the ring will shatter, and my brother will immediately target you. You'd better be smart and act like you never saw me. Lin Hao was stunned. This woman was really tough. Why was she so confident? If it weren't for the resources in her hands, Lin Hao would have killed her long ago. Since she can't mobilize resources at will, she's completely worthless. Lin Hao showed no mercy and once again unleashed the level 1000 forbidden skill Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial. Xiao Yuki's expression changed drastically, clearly not expecting Lin Hao to be so decisive. No, don't kill me. Before the voice had faded, a massive purple lightning pillar struck her shield. Over 1.07 billion damage instantly shattered the shield, and the remaining damage directly emptied her health bar. What surprised Lin Hao was that she turned directly into a corpse, without entering the cataclysm state. Could it be because she belongs to a life profession? Lin Hao shrugged indifferently and turned his gaze outside the auction. The hunting time had begun. About 20 hours later, Lin Hao successfully cleared out everyone in the ruined settlement, looting everything, leaving only one person alive. The old man from the Everything Agency looked at Lin Hao, too shocked to speak. Although he knew Lin Hao had the ability to clear out the entire settlement, it was only after witnessing it firsthand that he realized he had severely underestimated Lin Hao. A Thunder Attribute skill can actually deal tens of billions of damage. The 7th tier steward was instantly reduced to nothing. Others were even weaker than trash in front of Lin Hao, getting instantly killed upon contact, a completely one-sided crush. Lin Hao couldn't be bothered with what the old man was thinking and eagerly began sorting through the spoils of war. In this battle, he obtained more than 5,000 pieces of legendary equipment. Adding the previous ones, Lin Hao's total number of legendary equipment has already exceeded 10,000 pieces. A supreme level piece of equipment only requires 1,000 pieces of legendary equipment, and now he can craft 10 pieces. However, legendary equipment is actually just one of the biggest gains this time. He also obtained 2,346 attribute fruits, including 316 intermediate mana fruits and 28 advanced mana fruits, 324 intermediate intelligence fruits and 26 advanced intelligence fruits, 332 intermediate agility fruits and 24 advanced agility fruits. After the luck value reached level 500, not a single one of these more than 2,000 fruits was a small one. After consuming all the mana fruits, Lin Hao's maximum mana instantly increased by 7.72 million points, skyrocketing from the previous 46.98 million points to 54.7 million points. After consuming all the intelligence fruits, the intelligence attribute skyrocketed by 77,800 points. To be honest, this increase in intelligence is the most terrifying. Because Lin Hao's intelligence attribute was only 69,720 points before. After eating the fruit, his intelligence directly broke through 100,000, reaching 147,520 points. Lin Hao didn't expect his intelligence to increase so quickly. Now, he can fully equip supreme-level weapons. Next, just return to the Nether Shadow instance and find the Cataclysm to craft equipment. After the intelligence skyrocketed, spell attack power also increased significantly, instantly rising by 155,600 points, directly soaring from over 210,000 points to 370,000 points. 370,000 spell power is simply outrageous. Lin Hao was startled by his own attributes, knowing that he is only at the 4th tier right now. Subsequently, he continued eating all the agility fruits, increasing his agility attribute by 78,400 points, from 59,210 to 137,610. This agility attribute would even leave 9th tier assassins speechless. Lin Hao was extremely satisfied with his gains this time. Looking at his attributes, Lin Hao was overjoyed, feeling as if he was cheating, with the word invincible written all over his face. He glanced at the other attribute fruits, and with the previous 669 fruits, he now had a total of 1,965 in his hands. This number was simply astonishing. But the question arose, how exactly should so many fruits be handled? Although the gathering place of the ruins church could exchange fruits, the quantity was very limited, at most just a few dozen. The best approach would still be to infiltrate the world of the ruins and trade directly with the natives there. However, now is not the time to think about this. Lin Hao then looked at his experience points. The experience gained this time directly boosted him from level 45 to level 49. The 400 free attribute points obtained were added to intelligence. Intelligence increased by 400 points, reaching 147,920 points. Magic attack power increased by 800 points, reaching 371,140 points. Then, Lin Hao glanced at the energy value, currently as high as 3.18652 billion. Is there any doubt? The ruins gathering place is indeed a treasure trove. After confirming his own condition, Lin Hao turned to look at the elder beside him. By the way, what's your name? Lin Hao asked. The old man finally snapped out of his shock. My surname is Wu, you can just call me Old Wu. Alright, Old Wu, do you know where there's a supreme level dungeon nearby? Old Wu thought for a moment and said, not far from here, there's a stacked dungeon, which is a supreme level dungeon formed by combining 3 small dungeons. The difficulty is extremely high, but it shouldn't be a problem for you. Lin Hao nodded. Where's the copy? Old Wu took out paper and pen and drew him a map. Lin Hao took the map, thanked him, and turned to leave. Just a few steps out, Old Wu shouted, wait, you haven't paid yet. Lin Hao activated the Aurora Crystal and went directly to the dungeon entrance marked on the map. However, he did not enter immediately but started upgrading his skills first. His area of effect skill, 10,000 Thunder Tribulations, was only at level 200, which was too low. Previously, he hadn't upgraded it due to insufficient energy. Now, with 3.1 billion energy, he spent 600 million without hesitation and directly upgraded 10,000 Thunder Tribulations to level 500. 10,000 Thunder Heavenly Tribulation LV100 consumes 500,000 mana points. Centered on oneself. Deals 250,000% spell attack damage to all enemies within a 2,000 meter range. Each time an enemy is killed, cooldown time is reduced by 60 seconds. Cooldown time is 3,600 seconds. Damage multiplier increased from 100,000% to 250,000%. Although it still can't compare to his exclusive skill, it excels in group output. Next, Lin Hao set his sights on the Magic Amplification passive skill. Although the magic attack power has already exceeded 370,000, who wouldn't want to be stronger? Especially since attributes need to be converted, the higher the skill level, the better. He spent 1.2 billion energy points to directly upgrade the magic amplification from level 2000 to level 7000. The cost of upgrading passive skills is indeed high, but whether you upgrade early or late, it has to be done eventually. Magic Amplification LV10000 permanently increases spell attack power by 70,100 points. Spell attack power jumps from 371,140 points to 421,140 points. Although the spell power increased by 50,000 points, compared to Lin Hao's pile of intelligence fruits, this boost still seems slightly inferior. This is not because the magic amplification isn't strong enough, but because the absolute luck skill is just too overpowered. However, the skill will have an additional boost at level 10,000. Lin Hao was somewhat looking forward to it. There might even be a qualitative change. He glanced at the remaining energy 1.38652 billion still in hand. The energy requirement for upgrading absolute luck skyrockets after level 500. Reaching level 1000 would require 5 billion energy, so better wait for now. The upgrade priority of other skills is not as high as these two, so let's not worry about them for now. Lin Hao took a deep breath, preparing to face the upcoming Supreme Level Dungeon Challenge. Lin Hao decided to save these energy points for now and not use them in a hurry. After completing all the preparations, he finally stepped into the Supreme Level Dungeon before him. After entering the dungeon, he discovered that it was named Abyss of Three Tribulations. This dungeon was actually composed of 3 smaller dungeons, each containing 3 stages, with a Tier 5 boss at the end of each stage. Lin Hao looked at the dungeon rules. Rule 1: After entering the dungeon, it is impossible to restore health by any means. Rule 2: All monsters' attack power and spell strength are 10 times their usual levels. Rule 3: All monsters' health is also 10 times their usual levels. Lin Hao's heart trembled. This 10-fold attack and health value were simply insane. However, for him, these rules still posed little threat. He quickly entered the first stage of the first mini-dungeon. In front of him appeared a group of white floating creatures resembling ghosts. Calamity Abyss Wraiths, Cataclysm, level 50, health 50 million, spell power 250,000, physical defense 18,300, magic resistance 20,000. A single small monster had 50 million health, and its spell power was even higher than that of many Tier 5 bosses. Utterly absurd. The monster roared upon discovering Lin Hao and charged at him frantically. Lin Hao sneered, another group rushing to their deaths. He instantly unleashed the level 510,000 Thunder Tribulation, enveloping the entire dungeon in purple lightning. Thousands of thunderbolts struck down directly, inflicting over 1 billion damage on the monsters in an instant. Boom! The monsters were obliterated without a trace. After the 10,000 Thunder Tribulation killed the monsters, it triggered a refresh effect, causing the monsters to reappear in even greater numbers than the previous wave. For professions without powerful area of effect skills, this is simply a nightmare. But for Lin Hao, the more monsters, the better. He only needs to cast 10,000 Thunder Tribulation once more, and it's another wave cleared. Soon, Lin Hao reached the final stage of the first small dungeon. Ahead appeared a larger white ghost, the Abyssal Wraith King, Cataclysm, level 50, with 11 billion HP, 2.3 million spell power, 220,000 physical defense, and 200,000 magic resistance. These stats are simply terrifying. 2.3 million spell power, 11 billion HP, completely insane. This dungeon is definitely the hardest supreme dungeon Lin Hao has ever faced. However, this difficulty only applies to others. In front of Lin Hao, the enemy's strong attacks posed no threat because they couldn't even hit him. Before the boss could charge over, Lin Hao, from hundreds of meters away, directly unleashed the level 1000 forbidden skill, Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial. A massive purple lightning pillar struck down with a roar, dealing terrifying damage over 21 billion. The boss's health bar was instantly emptied, and it even ended up owing Lin Hao several health bars. The first small instance ended smoothly. Lin Hao continued forward and quickly entered the second small instance. What greeted him was a pack of black demon wolves. This time, he didn't even bother to check their attributes and casually unleashed another Heavenly Thunder Tribulation, instantly killing all the monsters. The second stage was the same. Third stage boss Dark Abyss Black Wolf King, with higher health, reaching 1.5 billion. But for Lin Hao, as long as the health doesn't exceed 40 billion, it's all the same. He once again unleashed the level 1000 forbidden skill, Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial, instantly obliterating the boss. Lin Hao continued advancing deeper into the dungeon, releasing the Heavenly Thunder Tribulation twice before reaching the final part of the dungeon. The boss of the first level is unbelievably exaggerated. Jiuan Black Bear King. Level 50. HP 48 billion. Attack power 2.3 million. Physical defense 220,000. Magic resistance 200,000. Skills: Dominant Bear Body, Vigorous Life, Berserk LV10, Pounce and Bite LV10. 48 billion health points. This is simply cheating. The reason its health is so high is because it has 2 passive skills, Dominant Bear Physique and Vigorous Life. Both of these skills can double its health, ultimately reaching an astonishing 48 billion. But that's not even the scariest part. For a black bear boss like this, there's not just one, there's another one right beside it. Each has 48 billion health and 2.3 million attack power. This dungeon is absolutely ridiculous. Most 5th tier job changers probably can't even survive the first stage and would quickly flee for their lives. Even those top tier SSS level job changers can only run away dejectedly when facing these two bosses. With 48 billion HP, Lin Hao's forbidden skill Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial can't even one-shot it, let alone trigger a skill refresh. However, Lin Hao isn't worried, because skills might fail, but he's still alive. After confirming the situation of the two bosses, Lin Hao immediately cast Fireball, relentlessly bombarding the black bear on the left. The damage numbers jumped wildly, -420 million, -420 million, -420 million. With a significant increase in spell power, Lin Hao's small fireballs could deal over 400 million damage each. Before the black bear could even reach him, its health had already been reduced to below 40 billion. But Lin Hao did not immediately use Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial, because this skill can only trigger additional damage when attacking a full health target. Using it on the black bear that had already lost some health would still deal tens of billions in damage, but it wouldn't be enough to kill it instantly. So, Lin Hao directly activated the Twin Soul Hunting Seal, placing the hunting marks on both black bears. The next moment, the level 1000 Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial locked onto the black bear on the right, which was still at full health, and a pillar of lightning struck straight down. Damage, minus 21 billion. Over 40 billion damage couldn't instantly kill this full health boss, but the effect of the hunting mark caused another black bear to suffer the same damage. The black bear on the left was instantly blown apart, collapsing to the ground and dying on the spot. At the same time, the forbidden skill Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial refreshed and was cast again. Purple lightning struck the other boss directly, blasting it to the ground as well. The notification sound for clearing the dungeon rang out. Ding! Congratulations on successfully clearing the dungeon. You have obtained the world-splitting Sacred Ring, the Mirror of Illusion, top-tier advancement stones, the Elemental Conversion Skill Book, and Mana Fruits *5. Lin Hao initially thought the world-splitting Sacred Ring was a supreme-level item, but upon closer inspection of the description, he realized it was actually a supreme-level ring. World-splitting Sacred Ring. Quality, Supreme. Equipment requirement, Intelligence reaches 100,000 points. Class restriction, Mage. Spell attack power, 100,000. Special effect, double damage to shields. Oh my! Spell attack power increased by 100,000 directly. This is equivalent to a quarter of Lin Hao's total attack power now. You should know, the legendary ring he has only adds 10,000 spell power. The value of this equipment even surpasses some supreme level items. Because most items are consumables that are gone once used, while this ring can be used continuously as long as it is equipped. Not only that, its effect is also extremely powerful. It doubles the damage dealt to shields. This is not a skill that needs to be triggered, nor does it have a cooldown time. It takes effect permanently once equipped. Without hesitation, Lin Hao removed the legendary ring he was wearing and put on the realm-shattering Sacred Ring. His spell attack power instantly increased by 90,000 points, soaring from over 420,000 directly to over 510,000. Next, Lin Hao looked at the description of the Mirror of Illusion. This is also a legendary item, but its value similarly surpasses many supreme-level pieces of equipment. Because it is a permanent item, not a consumable. Mirror of Illusion. A legendary quality item has appeared again. This time, it's an extremely functional treasure. It allows you to change your voice and appearance at any time, making it impossible for anyone to uncover your identity. This effect can be used once every 24 hours. This equipment came at just the right time. Lin Hao had already taken down 2 strongholds of the Ruins Church. If the other side is smart, they will definitely guard against outsiders with utmost vigilance. But Lin Hao has no intention of letting this place go. As long as there's an opportunity, he will strike again. After all, the rewards here are simply too tempting, tens of billions of energy points at a time, making it utterly irresistible. The top-tier advanced stone doesn't need much explanation, it's considered an old friend. Lin Hao's gaze quickly fell on a skill book, Elemental Conversion. This skill is quite good. By consuming 500 mana points, it allows the attribute of a skill to be converted into any basic attribute at will, lasting for 3 seconds, with a cooldown time of 600 seconds. With this skill, Lin Hao will no longer fear monsters immune to certain attributes in the future. For example, the forbidden Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial deals extremely high damage, but it's useless against monsters immune to thunder attributes. Now, simply converting it to fire or water attributes solves the problem. However, the duration is too short, only 3 seconds, which is still insufficient. So Lin Hao immediately began upgrading the skill. He spent 9.8 million energy points and directly leveled the skill up to level 50. The effect of LV50 is more powerful. It consumes 25,000 mana points, extends the duration to 150 seconds, and the cooldown remains at 600 seconds. 150 seconds is sufficient, saving quite a bit of energy. The skill upgrade was completed, and the dungeon began to disappear. Lin Hao sorted through the loot outside the dungeon. After killing 4 Cataclysm-level bosses, he gained 22 million energy points. Although it's not much, after leveling up to 49, killing 5th-tier bosses only grants a 10% extra reward. A single 5th-tier boss yields just 5.5 million energy points, which is really too little. Lin Hao glanced at the remaining energy, over 1.4 billion, thinking he still needed to continue farming at the Disaster Ruins Church's stronghold. Then, he looked at the 8 attribute fruits in his hand. This time, luck was good. 2 large mana fruits, plus the 5 obtained in the dungeon earlier, making a total of 7. After consuming them all, his maximum mana increased by 350,000, rising from 54.7 million to 55.05 million. Of the remaining 6 fruits, 2 were intelligence fruits, while the others were constitution, spirit, and life. Lin Hao ate the 2 intelligence fruits, increasing his intelligence by 400 points, from 147,900 to 148,300. His spell attack also increased by 800 points, reaching 511,900. In addition, after clearing the Abyss of 3 Tribulations dungeon this time, the War Dragon medal triggered 3 times in a row, adding an extra 3 million maximum health. Lin Hao's health instantly soared from 18.25 million to 21.25 million. Finally, he checked his experience points and found he was only 3,000 away from level 50. Killing a random small monster on the way would be enough to level up. After confirming his status, Lin Hao activated the teleportation stone and returned to the special space. Seeing Dragoon, he got straight to the point. Senior Gwen, I've already obtained the supreme material you wanted. Saying this, he took out the abyssal core. The moment Dragoon saw the core, he couldn't help but laugh. Lin Hao, is your luck stat maxed out or something? A supreme grade material, and you managed to get it in less than a day? Lin Hao also laughed. If luck had levels, I'd probably be at level 500 by now. Hearing this, Dragoon was instantly dumbfounded. When did the luck attributes start having levels? Could it be that Lin Hao has a skill that can increase luck value and has leveled it up to 500? Dragoon shook his head and immediately dismissed this absurd thought. Although there are indeed passive skills that increase luck, they are only of legendary level, with limited effects, and they can't be upgraded at all. Lin Hao probably just has exceptionally good luck. Dragoon didn't think further, put away the abyssal core, and took out a supreme grade gem, handing it to Lin Hao. Lin Hao accepted the gem and carefully read its description. Primordial Sacred Crystal. Quality, Supreme. Effect, this is a one-time consumable item that can convert the attribute of a skill into another attribute proportionally after use. Lin Hao hadn't had time to use it when Dragoon handed over another skill book. Darkest Judgment. Quality, Legendary. Learning requirement, Magic-based profession. Effect, consumes 500 mana to deal 500% of the user's spell attack power as damage to a single enemy within 20 meters ahead. Deals an additional 500% damage to targets with less than 50% health. Cooldown time, 600 seconds. This skill has extremely high single target damage and is definitely a perfect finishing skill. Although Lin Hao currently has little need for single target skills, as he possesses the forbidden skill Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial, which can almost one-shot most bosses, making a second move unnecessary. However, since this is a legendary skill, it would be a waste not to learn it. After learning the skill, Lin Hao activated the Primal Holy Crystal and applied it to the passive skill Mana Amplification. The moment it was activated, the Primal Holy Crystal turned into a pile of powder, and the effect of Mana Amplification immediately changed. Magic Amplification LV10000. Your intelligence permanently increases by 35,050 points. Previously, it increased spell attack power by 70,100 points, with the 2 attributes converted equivalently. Although Lin Hao's spell attack power remained unchanged, his intelligence skyrocketed from 148,320 points to 183,370 points, just one step away from breaking through 200,000. After confirming the attributes, Lin Hao looked at Dragoon. Before he could speak, Dragoon smiled and said, I still need one permanent supreme level concealment item. Permanent supreme artifact? Lin Hao frowned. He himself only had 2 permanent supreme artifacts, and they were gifts from others. Dragoon nodded, I know it's difficult, it's okay, take your time. I can also take the opportunity to gather strength. Lin Hao rolled his eyes at him, a permanent supreme artifact, taking it slow won't help. It all depends on absolute luck. After leaving the special space, Lin Hao activated the teleportation stone again and arrived at the entrance of the Nether Shadow dungeon he had visited before. He came here to search for the calamity of Heaven's Fall to forge supreme level equipment. A supreme level ring could add 100,000 points of magic power, so he could hardly imagine how powerful a supreme level staff would be. Entering the dungeon, Lin Hao directly used the 10,000 Thunder Tribulation to instantly kill the small monsters he encountered, instantly leveling up to level 50. He allocated all 100 free attribute points to intelligence, raising his intelligence to 183,470 points. His spell attack power also increased by 200 points, reaching 512,140 points. After reaching level 50, he could advance. The 5th tier is extremely crucial. After the 5th tier job change, each level up grants a large amount of additional free attribute points. Lin Hao took out the top tier advancement stone obtained from the previous dungeon and activated it directly. 3 task options appeared on the screen. Normal task. Kill a tier 9 Cataclysm boss solo within 10 days. Reward: maximum health increased by 80,000 points, maximum mana increased by 80,000 points, other attributes increased by 1,600 points, immediately gain 1,600 free attribute points, and gain an additional 300 free attribute points with each level up thereafter. Lin Hao's heart trembled. Did he see it wrong? A regular quest actually requires soloing a tier 9 Cataclysm boss? A tier 9 boss is more than twice as strong as a tier 8 one. This difficulty is simply insane. For Lin Hao, these tasks are still easily manageable, but for most tier 5 job changers, this difficulty is already extremely high. The greater the difficulty, the richer the rewards. It seems luck is still on his side. Lin Hao then looked at the difficult task. Within 5 days, single-handedly kill 3 9th tier catastrophe bosses. Reward: max HP plus 160,000 points. Maximum mana plus 160,000 points. Other attributes plus 3,200 points. Immediately gain 3,200 free attribute points. Gain an additional 600 free attribute points with each level up. He couldn't help but exclaim, a 3-headed 9th tier Cataclysm boss, that's truly outrageous. Then he looked at the Hell difficulty mission. Within 3 days, single-handedly kill a 9-headed 9th tier Cataclysm boss. Reward: maximum health plus 500,000 points. Maximum mana plus 500,000 points. Other attributes plus 20,000 points. Immediately gain 20,000 free attribute points. Gain 3 additional passive skill slots. Gain an extra 900 free attribute points with each level up. This reward is simply insane. 20,000 attribute points plus free attributes, it's completely overpowered. And he's only a tier 5 now, the future stats will be even more exaggerated. However, the difficulty of this hell level quest is equally absurd. Within 3 days, he has to take down 9 tier 9 cataclysmic bosses. Besides him, who could accomplish this at level 50? Even counting the 3 demigods of the Dragon Nation, there are no more than 20 people worldwide. Lin Hao did not hesitate and chose the hell difficulty. The hardest part wasn't how strong the boss was, but where to find so many 9th tier bosses. However, there was no rush, as there were still 3 days left. Now, he first went to meet the calamity of Fallen Sky. Continuing deeper into the dungeon, he soon heard the familiar sound of hammering. As he approached, Lin Hao successfully met the calamity of Fallen Sky. Senior Fallen Iron, I've gathered all the materials for the supreme equipment. Meteorite continued forging without turning his head and said, Human kid, you're really impatient. Even if I help you forge supreme equipment now, do your current stats suffice? Lin Hao confidently replied, equipping a staff is no problem. My intelligence has already exceeded 100,000 points. Meteorite was stunned, put down the iron block, and carefully examined Lin Hao. Your leveling speed is really fast. In such a short time, you've reached level 50. Wait, your intelligence is actually 180,000. Meteorite easily saw through Lin Hao's stats using a probing skill, but Lin Hao didn't mind. What truly made him formidable was a bunch of skills far exceeding the level 10 cap. The demigod Meteorite snapped out of his shock. He had seen countless geniuses, but Lin Hao's attributes were absolutely the cream of the crop. Alright, human boy, since you've met the standard, I'll help you forge supreme equipment. Lin Hao took out 1,000 pieces of legendary equipment and said, Senior Meteorite, I need a staff. There are also many legendary pieces, can you help me forge a few other pieces of equipment? He had thought Meteorite would have conditions, but to his surprise, the other party nodded directly, sure, but I can only help you forge up to 5 pieces of equipment. If you want more, bring me divine forging iron. Lin Hao was secretly delighted, 5 pieces were enough. Apart from the staff, I also need a pair of shoes, a pair of magic pants, a magic robe, and a necklace. Meteorite Iron was surprised, you gathered 5,000 pieces of legendary equipment? Did you rob a bank? Lin Hao smiled without explaining and took out the remaining 4,000 pieces of equipment. Meteorite didn't ask further, he wasn't concerned about the source of the equipment, forging was what interested him. After Lin Hao accepted all the legendary equipment, Meteorite reminded him, let me make it clear first, the supreme level equipment forged from 1,000 pieces of legendary equipment is actually just the most basic level. Don't expect too much from their attributes. Lin Hao frowned and asked, then how much magic power can this supreme level staff increase? Meteorite replied without hesitation, around 4 to 500,000. Lin Hao was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Wow, 40 to 50,000 magic power? That's incredible. His current magic power was about the same, which showed the strength of this staff. Lin Hao couldn't help but exclaim, it really is supreme level equipment. Even the most ordinary one is far superior to legendary equipment. Meteorite Iron listened with pride and said with a smile, of course, I am the world's strongest blacksmith. Talented young people like you are just my type. Later, I'll definitely show you real craftsmanship and help you forge a staff with 50,000 magic power. Lin Hao was thrilled upon hearing this. I didn't expect such a surprise. Thank you, Senior Meteorite Iron. But, I wonder how long it will take to finish. Meteorite replied, just a few ordinary supreme level pieces of equipment. If I work at full speed, you can come pick them up this afternoon. Lin Hao said happily, that's much faster than I expected. After finishing his business, Lin Hao left the Shadow Abyss dungeon. Outside the dungeon, he fell into deep thought, feeling like he had forgotten something. Taking out his phone, he saw more than a dozen missed calls, all from the principal. Only then did he remember that today was the day of the freshman competition, and he was representing Kyoto University in the event. There had been so much going on lately that he almost forgot about this important competition. Hopefully, there's still time. Lin Hao activated the teleportation stone, returned to Kyoto University, and headed straight to the replica hall. Fang Rongguang saw him and immediately broke into a smile. Lin Hao, you're finally back. The principal was so worried, he called you numerous times, but there was no response. Lin Hao scratched his head awkwardly. I've either been tackling replicas or on the road lately, so I haven't paid much attention to my phone. Fang Rongguang said admiringly, Lin Hao, you are truly the most talented and hard-working student I've ever met. Your current achievements are well-deserved. He carefully examined Lin Hao and exclaimed in shock the next second, whoa, you actually leveled up to 50 after this dungeon run. He gasped, when you were level 30, others were already at level 48. Now you're level 50, and they're still only at level 49. Your leveling speed is like riding a rocket. Lin Hao said calmly, I don't want it to be this way either, but you have no idea how much trouble leveling up too fast has caused me. Before, defeating a tier 5 boss could earn me tens of millions of energy, but now I can only get a few million. To get rewards for surpassing levels, I have to target tier 7 or 8 monsters. But the good thing is, with a higher level, I can access more dungeons. Although the rapid upgrades brought quite a bit of trouble, Fang Rongguang just took it as him showing off. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Today is the final match. Kyoto University's hopes all rest on you. After saying this, Fang Rongguang hurriedly pulled Lin Hao into the teleportation array. The location of the freshman competition was not at Kyoto University, nor at Magic City University, but in the center of Kyoto City, the Kyoto Arena. This is the largest martial arts arena in the Dragon Kingdom, covering an area of 100,000 square meters and divided into 10 independent venues. Everyone can fight here without worry. Even if an opponent is killed, they will only be teleported out by the formation, without any real injuries or deaths. At this moment, the president of Kyoto University was anxiously worried about the lack of news from Lin Hao. Why hasn't Lin Hao made any moves yet? Today is the final of the freshman competition, and it's also my last time leading the team. After this, I'll retire. I really hope to end on a perfect note and don't want to lose to that old rival on the other side. Some were excited, while others were filled with worry. The president of Modu University was overjoyed. Old man, it looks like you're going to lose to me again this time. Again? What do you mean by again? The old president snorted lightly. I've always thought the competitions between our two schools were evenly matched. You're right, but who lost last year? I can't be bothered to argue with you. The old principal said indignantly. This time, our Kyoto University sent a team of 5 and actually made it to the finals. If Lin Hao were still here, you would definitely lose. The principal of Modu University chuckled. That's not necessarily true. Lin Hao is indeed impressive, but we at Modu University also have our ways to counter him. At that moment, the last contestant from Kyoto University was eliminated from the match. The final adopts a rotation battle format. Each school can send up to 6 students to compete. As long as they are strong enough, contestants can fight continuously until the end. Kyoto University has already defeated 3 opponents. Meanwhile, Wu Linsang from Modu University performed exceptionally well, winning 3 consecutive matches and defeating the last 3 contestants from Kyoto University. No wonder he ranked second in the National College Entrance Examination. Probably only Lin Hao, the national top scorer, can outshine him among the freshmen. At this moment, the host looked at the old principal. Although Kyoto University reported a 6-member lineup, Lin Hao has not shown up. We can't keep waiting. If Lin Hao doesn't take the stage within 10 seconds, it will be considered as him forfeiting the match. Time passed second by second, and the old principal sighed. Losing a match is no big deal, it's just that after retirement, I'll have to listen to the principal of Modu University gloat, which is quite annoying. But the reward for this match is the key to entering the reincarnation dungeon. Missing it is truly a pity. In that dungeon, there are treasures of eternal supreme level. Just when everyone thought the result was decided, a figure suddenly stepped into the venue. The match isn't over yet, is it? Lin Hao, you finally came. The old principal's face broke into a smile. Lin Hao's appearance greatly boosted the morale of the entire Kyoto University team. Although the opposing team still had 3 members left, with Lin Hao's strength, he could completely win 3 consecutive matches. The president of Moda University was not disappointed either. This was the last match before his retirement, and he hoped Moda University could have a splendid showdown with Kyoto University. Wu Linsong on the field was the happiest. He was almost invincible at Moda University. Even senior students who enrolled 3 years earlier, or those considered the strongest in the school, were no match for him. This made him feel a bit lonely. And Lin Hao, the former national top scorer, is rated even higher than him. Hopefully, this time it will bring him some challenge and fun. Lin Hao did not hesitate and directly stepped onto the arena. Lin Hao, I've long wanted to have a one-on-one duel with you. Wu Linsong's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Lin Hao was a bit confused. Who is this guy? Does he know me? Why does it feel like he's quite familiar with me? Lin Hao politely smiled and responded, I think so too. Wu Linsong listened and felt overjoyed. Sure enough, only a true genius can understand another genius. The two were ready, and the host announced that the competition officially began. Everyone's attention was drawn to this showdown. Just now, everyone had witnessed Wu Linsong's strength. As for Lin Hao's power, only he himself knew what he had experienced in the dungeon. The number of people supporting Lin Hao and those supporting Wu Linsong is almost equal. The president of Moda University smiled and said, Old guy, you have so much faith in Lin Hao. Do you think he can beat my Wu Linsong? The old president said confidently, Lin Hao beating Wu Linsong is no problem. You haven't seen Lin Hao's damage. His attacks are unbearable even for an 8th-tier catastrophe boss, let alone an ordinary 4th-tier job changer. You're right, but no matter how high the damage is, it's useless if it doesn't hit. The president of Moda University smiled and retorted, a monster is still a monster. No matter how much health it has, its reaction ability is poor, and it just charges foolishly. And after this period of training, Wu Linsong's reaction speed has greatly improved, making him far from an easy opponent to hit. His reaction speed is on a whole new level. Both principals are full of confidence in their own students, and neither is willing to back down. At the same time, Wu Linsong took the lead in launching the charge. The Lord of Dominant Battle is a close combat physical class and cannot be toyed with by Lin Hao. Wu Linsong was very fast, but compared to Lin Hao, he was several levels behind. Lin Hao possessed 137,610 points of agility, which was no joke. Even without using any acceleration skills, Lin Hao could easily leave him far behind. But Lin Hao couldn't be bothered to tangle with him, as it was completely unnecessary. In the next moment, Lin Hao directly unleashed a level 1000 forbidden skill Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial. This skill is practically like a cheat, with a range of a full 50,000 meters. The entire arena was shrouded in a layer of pale purple light. Seeing this special effect, even someone without a brain would know that Lin Hao was about to unleash a big move. Wu Linsong immediately tensed up, and seeing the massive purple lightning pillar about to strike him, he instantly teleported forward 300 meters. He planned to evade the attack while closing the distance. As long as he could get close, victory was assured. However, the ideal is rich, but reality is harsh. The purple lightning pillar he should have dodged suddenly changed direction and struck him directly. Wu Linsong didn't pay much attention at first. After all, he wasn't a squishy character. With 50 million health points and a 50% damage reduction talent, it was impossible for him to be one-shot. But the damage numbers Lin Hao dealt completely stunned him. Minus 12,803,250,000. Minus 12,803,250,000. Even with a 50% reduction, Lin Hao still inflicted over 20 billion terrifying damage. Wu Linsong's health wasn't enough to withstand it and was instantly emptied, getting knocked out of the field. He stared blankly at his own hands, then glanced at Lin Hao on the field and said with a bitter smile, Is the gap between him and me really this big? Everyone on the field was so shocked by the terrifying damage that they couldn't utter a word. After a while, the entire venue erupted. My eyes aren't playing tricks on me, right? Did Lin Hao just deal over 100 million damage twice? Bro, stop leveling up and go see an eye doctor first. To be honest, these damage numbers completely shattered everyone's understanding of 4th-tier job changers. One move deals 20 billion damage, no one could have dreamed of it. Even 9th-tier job changers probably can't reach this level of damage. What's even more surprising is that Lin Hao is only level 50. Wu Linsong has the full support of the Wu family to level up, yet he still can't compare to Lin Hao fighting solo. Lin Hao is simply too powerful. Idol. This is a true idol. The audience erupted in cheers, and the old principal couldn't stop smiling. So, how do you find the performance of our students? The principal of Moda University said with a stern face, What does it have to do with you? You just got lucky. Lin Hao is such a genius that even without guidance, he can become a top-tier powerhouse. The old principal did not refute, because Lin Hao's strength was indeed not built on external forces. So what? My luck is just better than yours. When Lin Hao grows up, he definitely won't be inferior to Wang Jinayu from your school. The president of Moda University sighed and said with a smile. If that's really the case, then it's a great joy for our dragon country. The old principal put away his smile and said seriously. That's right, having such a rising star is truly a blessing for dragon country. Soon, the second student from Moda University took the stage. They didn't give Lin Hao any chance to rest. Moda University believed that Lin Hao's powerful skills must have a cooldown period, and if they didn't take advantage of the time before his skills cooled down, wouldn't it be a waste? Lin Hao didn't care at all because his skills had already refreshed. More importantly, even without using skills, defeating these students was still effortless and stress-free. Even though they are all SSS level professions, they are not on the same level. This time, the one entering the field is an SSS level assassin. As soon as the match started, he immediately entered stealth mode. Lin Hao was not in a hurry upon seeing this. About 3 seconds later, Lin Hao let out a low shout, instantly unleashing the level 510,000 Thunder Heavenly Tribulation. The space within 2,000 meters around was immediately shrouded in a deep purple layer. The assassin student saw this scene, and his expression changed drastically. He had already entered this 2,000-meter range. Although in a stealth state, he thought he could evade the attack. But he didn't expect that Lin Hao's skill was not a single target strike at all, but an area attack, covering the entire 2,000 meters. Before he could react, the sky was torn apart by countless flashes of lightning, and thousands of thunder pillars struck straight down. No matter how he dodged, as long as he didn't escape this 2,000-meter range, he was bound to take a hit. The assassin obviously didn't have such a long displacement and could only grit his teeth and endure the attack. 12802000000. Although the damage is much lower than the Forbidden Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial, 1.2 billion damage is still astonishing. This damage is enough to instantly empty his health bar. However, the assassin did not die immediately because he activated the life-saving passive of Deadly Counterattack. When hit by a fatal blow, he retains 1 HP and his attack power doubles for the next 10 seconds. Without hesitation, the assassin from Moda University immediately charged at Lin Hao with full force. In the minds of all assassins, as long as they can get close to a mage, killing them is a piece of cake. But Lin Hao was going to show him just how naive that thought was. Before the assassin could get close, a massive wave with a diameter of 800 meters suddenly formed in an instant. The man didn't have time to turn around before the giant wave crashed down. 511990000. Over 500 million damage instantly emptied his health bar. He didn't even manage to get within 500 meters of Lin Hao. However, this was actually fortunate for him, because only by getting close to Lin Hao can one truly experience despair. Mages are fragile, and forbidden mages are no exception. Even a 9th tier SSS level shield warrior isn't as hard to deal with as Lin Hao is now. Lin Hao's explosive damage and massive range left everyone utterly shocked. Oh my god, what kind of class is the forbidden mage? The damage is so explosive, and the range is so wide. No one can understand. Logically, every class should have weaknesses, but Lin Hao previously scored 9S ratings in the National College Entrance Exam, with top-notch survival and reaction abilities. That's right, even that SSS level assassin just now, even if they could get close to Lin Hao, probably wouldn't be a match for him. Soon, the last student from Magic City University took the stage. He was also an SSS level mage, known as a prodigy. But when facing Lin Hao, he felt uncertain. He could only comfort himself, "I'm not afraid. Lin Hao has already used 3 legendary skills, he might be out of moves." This time, he chose a close-range position of 300 meters for the competition. This is the closest distance allowed in the competition. His plan was to quickly close the distance and deliver a fatal blow to Lin Hao. However, in Lin Hao's eyes, he was just rushing to his death. The match had just begun, and before the man could move, he saw a massive fireball descending from the sky. Level 200 Celestial Flame burst, with an attack range of 800 meters as well. The man knew there was no way to dodge it, so he immediately activated a level 10 shield skill, generating a shield with 6.8 million points. This shield was considered decent among 4th tier job changers, but against Lin Hao's damage, it was utterly insignificant. 1024280,000. The damage of Skyfire Explosion is even higher than Furious Sea Surge. The reason is simple: the supreme level item, Riftworld Sacred Ring, deals double damage to shields. So the shield has instead become his weakness. However, for him, whether it's 500 million damage or 1 billion damage, the result is the same: instant kill. Over 1 billion damage easily pierced through the shield, with the remaining damage directly depleting the health bar, sending him off the field. Lin Hao effortlessly claimed the championship of this year's freshman competition. Everyone had to admit one fact. Lin Hao's strength had reached a terrifying level, completely unmatched by other job changers of the same rank. Even among SSS level job changers, no one can survive under his hands. Hold out for 3 moves. The teachers and principals of the school, watching Lin Hao's performance, seemed to see the two demigods in their youth. Although they lost the match, their faces showed no disappointment. Instead, they were genuinely happy about Lin Hao's strength. Although Lin Hao represents Kyoto University, he is, after all, a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. The principal of Magic City University smiled with a complex expression and said, "Old man, congratulations. You're really lucky with this kid. If only I had a student like him." The old principal next to him couldn't help but laugh. Who was so sour? Did they eat a lemon? He then became serious, seeing such brilliant young people rise. We retirees have no regrets. The future truly belongs to the young. After the competition ended, Lin Hao successfully received the prizes. Besides the key to the reincarnation dungeon, there was also a legendary skill book. This random legendary skill book was called Death Mark Forbidden Life. Its effect is, consumes 500 mana to apply a death mark on an enemy within 50 meters, preventing them from recovering health by any means for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 600 seconds. This support skill is extremely useful when facing bosses with strong recovery abilities, such as the boss in the Evergreen Dungeon. However, the current Lin Hao can defeat the vast majority of bosses in one move, so the skill is temporarily unnecessary. But with it, it will definitely come in handy in the future when dealing with 9th tier or higher bosses with strong regeneration abilities. Better to learn it now as a backup. After learning the skill, Lin Hao followed the principal back to Kyoto University. The principal thought he would go back to rest, as he had either been fighting or on his way to fight during this period. Even if his body wasn't tired, his mind must be exhausted, right? Unexpectedly, Lin Hao went straight to the school's dungeon hall. He was already level 50 and could now challenge dungeons for levels 50 to 60. The principal watched his back, deeply shocked. Even the demigod Mu Tianxian wasn't this relentless. Entering the dungeon hall, Fang Rongguang looked at Lin Hao with admiration. Lin Hao chose the Flame Spirit Dungeon. The monsters in this dungeon match its name perfectly. They are all fire attribute spirit monsters, immune to all fire attribute attacks. Lin Hao would have been troubled before, but now his attack methods are no longer limited to fire attributes, allowing him to handle it with ease. After entering the dungeon, he first checked the rules. 1. Mana cannot be restored by any means within the instance. 2. Health cannot be restored by any means within the instance. 3. All damage dealt by monsters within the instance is true damage that ignores defense. These 3 rules are a bit troublesome, but the real problem is the inability to restore mana. Fortunately, Lin Hao currently has over 50 million mana points, and with controlled skill usage, it should be sufficient. After confirming the rules, he walked straight ahead. Soon, a group of fiery red spirits engulfed in flames appeared. Flame Elemental, Cataclysm. Level 60. HP 8 million. Magic Power 30,000. Physical Defense 25,000. Magic Resistance 28,000. Skills: Fire Immunity, Fireball LV5. The previous Lin Hao would have already blasted it away with a move like 10,000 Thunder Tribulation. But now it's different. After glancing at the attributes, he couldn't be bothered and continued moving forward. The Fire Elemental Spirit was unwilling to give up and kept attacking Lin Hao with fireball spells. Each hit dealt 120,000 damage, striking continuously. This level of damage was nothing to Lin Hao's terrifying mana. Even standing still and letting them attack for over 10 minutes wouldn't consume as much mana as a single 10,000 Thunder Tribulation. Even with a 4-fold damage reflection effect, it was still difficult to kill these monsters because they had high health and low magic power. Once they had accumulated enough damage, Lin Hao unleashed a single 10,000 Thunder Tribulation, sending them all straight to the afterlife. Not long after, he encountered the first Cataclysm boss. Flame Element Fire Spirit King, Cataclysm. Level. Health points, 3 billion. Spell power, 300,000. Physical defense, 250,000. Magic resistance, 280,000. Lin Hao glanced at his attributes and revealed a contemptuous smile. He instantly activated the level 1000 forbidden skill Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial. 25.6 billion. 25.6 billion. The opponent had no damage reduction ability at all and was instantly killed by Lin Hao's burst of over 50 billion damage, falling to the ground. Killed the level 60 Flame-type Fire Spirit King, gaining 6 million experience. Defeating an enemy 10 levels higher, additional reward of 6 million experience. Kill a level 60 Cataclysm boss to gain 10 million energy points. Exceeding the level by 10 levels when killing grants an additional reward of 10 million energy points. Kill the level 60 Flame Element Fire Spirit King to trigger absolute luck and obtain Flame Spirit Staff, Flame Spirit Robe, Flame Spirit Boots, Life Fruit, Medium, Mana Fruit, Large. The next second and third bosses were also easily defeated by Lin Hao. Within 5 minutes, he successfully completed the entire dungeon and returned to the hall. Fang Rongguang was already accustomed to Lin Hao coming out so quickly. Lin Hao's strength had long been deeply ingrained in people's hearts. But Lin Hao is not satisfied with his own strength. He feels that his methods are still not enough, especially when encountering instances where mana cannot be restored. It still feels somewhat tricky. He currently has 2 solutions in mind. The first is to continue upgrading magic amplification to increase the maximum mana. With more mana, even if it can't be restored, it can still hold up. But upgrading this legendary passive requires a large amount of energy points. He is now level 50, and after advancing, he can awaken again. He has reason to suspect that the awakening quest also requires upgrading skills, so he needs to save energy points for now. The second method is more thorough. Look for supreme level items that can permanently store mana. Once enough is stored, there's no need to worry about mana recovery. Dragoon asked him to find a supreme level concealment item, and he thought such a request was reasonable. I just don't know if I have this kind of supreme level mana storage item on me. While thinking, Lin Hao sorted through the spoils of the dungeon. By killing 3 6th-tier cataclysmic bosses, he gained 60 million energy points. Now the total energy value has reached 1.46754 billion. He used 3 of the 6 attribute fruits he obtained. After consuming 1 medium mana fruit and 1 large mana fruit, his maximum mana increased by 70,000, reaching 55,123,100. Then, he consumed 1 large intelligence fruit, increasing his intelligence by 500 points to 183,970, and his spell attack by 1,000 points to 513,140. In addition, he also obtained 5 agility fruits. Because it is not a supreme dungeon, the fruit is medium-sized. After consuming it all, agility increased by 1,000 points, reaching 138,610. After completing the dungeon strategy, the Battle Dragon Medal was activated, increasing maximum health by 1 million, reaching 22,257,100. More importantly, Lin Hao also obtained a legendary skill book Light Purification Seal. Quality, Legendary. Learning requirement, Magic-based profession. Effect, consumes 500 mana, immediately removes all marks on oneself, lasts for 3 seconds, cooldown of 10 minutes. This skill is very practical, especially as it can counter the dual soul hunt mark on himself. In the future, when encountering powerful enemies capable of applying marks, this skill will definitely come in handy. After learning the skill, Lin Hao estimated the time and figured his supreme level equipment should almost be ready. Without hesitation, he activated the teleportation stone and returned to the shadow of the Nether dungeon once again. After spending some time, he ventured deep into the dungeon and successfully encountered the calamity of Heaven's Fall. The meteorite was much more enthusiastic toward Lin Hao than before. "Little one, you're here. You came just in time. My equipment was just finished, and you arrived." Meteorite said this while throwing all the newly crafted equipment to Lin Hao. Lin Hao took the equipment, thanked repeatedly, and eagerly began checking the attributes. He first looked at that supreme level staff. If it really has 500,000 spell attack power, then his damage will skyrocket directly. Heaven's Fall Staff. Quality, Supreme Level. Equipment requirement, Intelligence reaches 100,000 points. Class, Mage. Magic attack power, 500,000. Wow, it really has 500,000 magic attack power. Lin Hao was overjoyed in his heart. His current total magic attack power had just surpassed 510,000, almost catching up with the attack power of this staff. Previously, I had been using the Staff of Burning Heaven, which only added 40,000 magic power. Now, the Staff of Burning Heaven can finally retire. However, Lin Hao suddenly thought of a question. Senior Meteorite Iron, why doesn't this supreme staff have any additional effects? The Sacred Ring of Rift I got in the dungeon before could deal double damage to attack shields, and its effect was particularly good. This is normal, Meteorite explained. Legendary materials can only create equipment like this. Unless you can find supreme grade materials to fuse into it, there won't be any additional effects. I see, Lin Hao nodded and asked again, can I customize additional effects through materials in the future? For example, making the staff restore an equivalent amount of mana when attacking enemies. Of course, Meteorite nodded affirmatively. Some supreme materials come with this effect. However, even if you obtain such rare materials, I wouldn't recommend using them on ordinary supreme equipment, it would be too wasteful. Meteorite didn't say more, only reminding, this matter is still far off for you. For now, take a look at the attributes of the other equipment. Lin Hao nodded, but he felt it wasn't that far away. Previously, he thought it would be very difficult to reach 100,000 intelligence points and meet the requirement of 1,000 legendary equipment points, but now he had already exceeded them. However, since talking about it now wouldn't help, he decided to wait until he obtained the supreme materials to consider it further. Lin Hao removed the Staff of Burning Heaven and equipped the Staff of Heavenly Fall. Magic attack power directly increased by 460,000 points. His magic power jumped from over 510,000 to over 970,000 in an instant. Just one step away from breaking the 1 million mark. This boost is astonishing. According to what he knows, the magic power of an 8th-tier Ruins Elder is around 800,000. Moreover, they are the strongest among the 8th-tier job changers, and those who can become elders are no ordinary individuals. The magic power of ordinary 8th-tier job changers is only about 500,000 to 600,000. But Lin Hao is only level 50, hasn't even advanced yet, and his magic power is already close to 1 million. This strength is terrifying. Next, he looked at the second legendary equipment. Heaven's Fall Robe. Quality, Supreme Level. Equipment requirement, maximum mana value reaches 10 million points. Class, Mage. Maximum mana value, 100 million. Lin Hao counted the zeros and could hardly believe it. This robe can increase mana by 100 million points. Too exaggerated. The Teisha robe he wore before also had decent attributes, but it could only increase 10 million mana. This is just 1/10 of it. Lin Hao took off the Teisha robe and put on the Tianyun robe. Maximum mana directly increased by 90 million. Soared from over 55 million to over 145 million. With so much mana, going to that dungeon where mana recovery was difficult, Lin Hao no longer has to worry about running out of mana. He can cast skills as he pleases. Attributes greatly enhanced, absolutely thrilling. The third supreme equipment is the Celestial Fall Magic Pants. It is similar to the Celestial Fall Magic Robe. One increases maximum mana. The other increases maximum health points. The Holy Radiance Magic Pants Lin Hao was wearing could only increase his health points by 10 million. After switching to the Heavenfall Magic Pants, his maximum health points directly increased from 22.25 million to 112.25 million, finally breaking the 100 million mark. However, Lin Hao was a bit puzzled. Weren't these three pieces of equipment part of the same set? Why didn't the set effect activate? Meteorite Iron smiled and explained, the supreme equipment made with legendary materials isn't actually a set, they're just a few standalone pieces of equipment. I just named them after myself. I see. Lin Hao wasn't disappointed. The attributes of supreme equipment far surpass those of legendary equipment. Even without set bonuses, they are powerful enough. Next, Lin Hao looked at the fourth piece of supreme equipment, the Celestial Fall Necklace. Quality, Supreme. Equipment requirement, maximum mana reaches 10 million. Class, Mage. Maximum mana, 20 million. Not bad. Directly increases mana by 20 million. Although it can't compare to the Celestial Fall Robe, accessories generally don't have such high attributes, so this is already very impressive. After all, Lin Hao's previous Sky Chain only increased mana by 2 million. After equipping the Celestial Fall Necklace, Lin Hao's maximum mana increased by 18 million, reaching 163.12 million. The last item is the Supreme Level Celestial Fall Boots. Quality, Supreme. Equipment requirement, agility must reach 100,000 points. Class, Mage. Movement speed bonus, 100%. This effect seems simple, but the boost is astonishing. The feather boots Lin Hao wore before only increased movement speed by 35%. After switching to the Skyfall boots, his movement speed immediately increased by 65%. Even without activating speed skills, he could feel the rapid pace. After equipping all the supreme gear, Lin Hao felt at least 3 times stronger. Meteorite Iron asked, "How is it? Satisfied with my craftsmanship?" Lin Hao gave a thumbs up and said with a smile, "Very satisfied." As expected of the world's top forging master. Meteorite Iron waved happily after hearing this. "Alright, little guy, I still have to continue forging, and you should be on your way. Come find me again when you have what I need." Lin Hao nodded. He had gathered everything, so staying here was meaningless. He planned to return to Kyoto University to challenge the reincarnation dungeon. There should be a 9th tier, 9-headed catastrophe boss there, perfect for completing the 5th tier advancement trial and testing his strength. After leaving the Shadow Nether dungeon, Lin Hao used a return stone to go back to Kyoto University and headed straight to the principal's office to find the principal. The reason he came to find the principal was that he had no idea where the reincarnation instance was. After entering the room, Lin Hao found the principal packing up, clearly preparing to leave the principal's office for a long time. This surprised Lin Hao. "Principal, are you moving out?" The principal smiled and said, I'm getting old. I can't occupy this position forever, it's time to let more capable young people take over. Although smiling, the principal's eyes still carried a trace of reluctance. After all, Kyoto University was founded by him, and he had dedicated most of his life to it. Lin Hao was a bit worried, so, Principal, where will you go next? The principal said somewhat displeased, I'm just retiring, not being driven away. In the future, when you come to the principal's office, you might not see me anymore. I'll be living in the retirement area behind. I've already spoken to Principal Lu Zhen of Shenlong Academy, the one you met before. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can go to him. He is the new principal. Lin Hao nodded. Although he had long known that the principal would retire sooner or later, he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. The principal continued to say, you specifically came to see me, surely not just to watch me move, right? Lin Hao cleared his throat and said, Principal, this time I have serious business. I want to challenge the reincarnation dungeon right now. Now. The old principal frowned. The reincarnation dungeon has a total of 99 levels. After level 90, each level has a tier 9 cataclysm boss, 9 in total. Although you're strong, clearing all 99 levels in one go will be extremely difficult. The hardest part of clearing the reincarnation dungeon is the skill cooldown time. For the first few dozen levels, with your current strength, you can indeed pass quickly, but skills won't refresh immediately just because you've cleared a level. This dungeon only lasts for 1 hour, and once the time is up, challengers will be forcibly teleported out. Lin Hao listened and became even more excited. 9 tier 9 bosses? That's exactly what I want. The principal was stunned for a moment, then took a deep breath. Don't tell me your tier 5 advancement task is to kill these 9 tier 9 cataclysm bosses. Lin Hao nodded lightly. Principal, your intuition is really accurate. The principal almost couldn't help but curse. Are you kidding me? A 5th tier advancement task actually requires killing 9 9th tier catastrophe level bosses? You're already at the 6th or 7th tier. This is practically ascending to heaven. He took a deep breath to calm himself. 9 9th tier catastrophe level bosses, I can have Mu Tianxian help you find them. For a demigod, this isn't a difficult task. There's no need for you to challenge the reincarnation dungeon right now. Waiting until you're fully prepared is the wise choice. The principal's expression was solemn. This dungeon is very special. If you can connect all 99 floors, the ultimate challenge of the 100th floor will appear. If you succeed, you'll obtain a supreme level item. This thing isn't consumable, it exists forever. Both of our Dragon Nation's supreme level items were obtained from here. Lin Hao was surprised. No wonder the principal looked so serious. It turns out that supreme level eternal items can be acquired here. That's right. The principal nodded. Those 2 items are the Battle Dragon Medal and the Aurora Crystal. The ones who cleared these 2 dungeons were Wang Jinayu and Mu Tianxian. He sighed. Du Guotian could have cleared it too, but by the time the reincarnation dungeon appeared, he had already lost his talent, and his level was too high. According to our speculation, the reincarnation dungeon can allow at most 1 more person to clear it, after which it will disappear. Only 1 person left? Lin Hao listened and became even more resolute. Then I won't wait. I'm now 100% confident I can win. The principal looked at Lin Hao in surprise, noticing that his equipment appeared ordinary but emitted a faint starlight. Wait, could this be supreme level equipment? And not just 1 piece? Lin Hao smiled and said, the principal is indeed impressive, with extraordinary insight. The principal was not shocked that Lin Hao could obtain supreme level equipment. He believed Lin Hao would achieve that sooner or later. What shocked him was that Lin Hao, at only level 50, was already wearing supreme level equipment. This meant his intelligence had already surpassed 100,000 points. This was a level that most 9th tier mages could only reach, yet Lin Hao hadn't even advanced yet. What was even more unbelievable was that his agility attribute had also surpassed 100,000 points. Mages usually aren't fast runners, but his speed was even faster than that of 9th tier assassins. The principal could hardly believe his eyes and only sighed after a long pause. Lin Hao, you are the most talented young person I have ever seen. Even Mu Tianxian and Wang Jinayu were far inferior to you at your level. This was extremely high praise, but Lin Hao remained indifferent upon hearing it, because in his view, surpassing Wang Jinayu and Mu Tianxian was nothing remarkable. This was something that had been decided from the start. Principal, can I go challenge the reincarnation dungeon now? Lin Hao asked. The principal frowned and said, if you can wait, I would prefer for your level to be a bit higher. That way, the chances of success would be greater, even guaranteeing a 100% success rate. If you go now, the success rate is still decent, about 98%, but it still feels a bit risky. 98% success rate? Isn't that almost like failing? Lin Hao retorted defiantly. The principal, seeing his determination, could only sigh. All right, then come with me. Let's call Lu Zhen as well. He's going to be the new principal, so he should witness your abilities. About 10 minutes later, Lin Hao and the principal arrived at the entrance of the reincarnation instance. Evidently, this reincarnation instance was a supreme-level joint instance, co-managed by Kyoto University and Mota University. But this instance was very special. Not only did it require a key to enter, but the monsters inside also wouldn't come out, so no one was stationed here. When they arrived, Lu Zhen and the principal of Huofeng Academy, Su Jingling, were already there. Jingling, you have time to join the fun too, the principal asked with a smile. Even if I don't have time, I have to squeeze some out to see the skills of our national top scorer, Su Jingling replied with a smile. Lu Zhen stared intently at Lin Hao. He hadn't expected Lin Hao's strength to grow so quickly. Initially, he thought Lin Hao was a promising genius worth nurturing, someone who might become a demigod-level figure in a few years. Now, he felt Lin Hao's achievements might even surpass Wang Jinayu. However, isn't it too hasty to challenge the reincarnation dungeon right away? The level restriction for this dungeon is 90, meaning anyone under level 90 can enter. Lin Hao is only level 50 now, wouldn't it be better to level up a bit more? But since the principal is already here, it's clear that persuasion won't work. Lin Hao is full of confidence in his own strength, so they can only trust him. Lu Zhen said seriously, Lin Hao, are you really ready? This dungeon doesn't allow the use of any items, not even supreme level ones. Although the effects of the items won't disappear, the moment you use one, you'll be immediately teleported out. Lin Hao was a bit surprised but firmly nodded, I don't need any items at all. Even without obtaining these supreme pieces of equipment, Lin Hao was 100% confident he could clear this dungeon, let alone now. Lu Zhen could only sigh and look at the old principal. Clearly, the old principal had a better understanding of the reincarnation dungeon. The old principal didn't say much and directly explained, this reincarnation dungeon has 2 sets of rules to choose from. The first set includes 9 rules after entering, but the content is completely random, and we can't explain it clearly. The second set has only 1 rule, but it is extremely strict. After he finished speaking, he looked at Lin Hao, I suggest you choose the second set of rules. Lin Hao asked in confusion, why? The principal smiled and looked at Lu Zhen. Lu Zhen's face suddenly darkened. The principal explained, there was once a challenger who was extremely unlucky and drew the rule prohibiting the use of active skills, passive skills, or any method to restore health and mana. As a result, they were teleported out by the 68th level. Lin Hao listened in shock, how unlucky is that? But to make it to the 68th level under such restrictions, the challenger's attack power must have been really strong. Who the challenger is doesn't really need guessing, Lu Zhen's expression says it all. Principal, let's not bring up the past. Lu Zhen said helplessly, I didn't expect to be so unlucky. If I had known earlier, I would have chosen the second set of rules too. Even if I didn't pass, I could have reached the 92nd or 93rd floor. Lin Hao felt he wouldn't be that unlucky. After all, the rules are random, and as long as randomness is involved, it means both opportunity and challenge coexist. Everything depends on luck. With absolute luck at level 500, Lin Hao's luck is definitely not bad. But there's no need to confront head-on, choosing the second rule can easily handle it. Soon, Lin Hao officially entered the dungeon. The others curiously stared at the dungeon rules. Dungeon rules. Each level will have an additional cataclysm boss guarding it, and all monsters' damage is 10 times the original. The 3 of them looked at the rules and couldn't help but gasp. Su Jingling's face turned grim, oh no, Lin Hao's luck is a bit bad, these rules are too outrageous. In this 99-floor dungeon, the original 90 floors only had 9 bosses, but now it has turned into 90. And the bosses that appeared every 10 floors have increased from 1 to 2, making a total of 99 bosses. Not to mention, all their damage has been multiplied by 10. She recalled that when she was at level 90, under normal conditions, she only managed to reach the 94th floor. Under these rules, she estimated she could at most hold out until the 90th floor. Lu Zhen and the principal's expressions didn't look very good either. The principal frowned, seeming to think that Lin Hao might only stop at around the 90th floor this time. Hopefully, this wouldn't hurt his confidence. Lu Zhen sighed, it's okay, Lin Hao is still young. He'll get the second key to the reincarnation dungeon sooner or later. The 3 outside the dungeon were feeling down, but Lin Hao was unusually happy. Absolute luck was just too powerful. Originally, only 9 bosses could be fought before the 90th floor, but now it has become 99. Energy and experience gains have multiplied several times, and attribute fruits have skyrocketed from 18 to 198. This is clearly a good thing. The only rule that gave him a headache was the inability to restore mana, and mana consumption was doubled. Other rules were basically ignored. The first 50 floors were not difficult, the boss on the 10th floor was only level 10, the 20th floor level 20, and every 10 floors the level increased by 10. Relying on the skill 10,000 Thunder Tribulation, Lin Hao instantly killed monsters all the way, reaching the 60th floor in just 2.5 minutes. After the 60th floor, the bosses become a bit tough, their health is too high, and the 10,000 Thunder Tribulation can't take them down in one hit, but that's okay. Their health can withstand the 10,000 Thunder Tribulation, but it can't withstand the level 1000 Forbidden Skill Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial. Faced with this skill, all the bosses were instantly killed in one move. In less than 5 minutes, Lin Hao successfully advanced to the 90th floor. Seeing Lin Hao's incredible speed, the 3 people outside the dungeon were all shocked. My god, he reached the 90th floor in just 5 minutes. Is this guy even human? Lu Zhen and Su Jingling were both stunned. The principal laughed heartily, as expected of a student from my arcane academy, truly impressive. But after laughing, the principal sighed, the strength of a 9th tier boss is no joke, and Lin Hao has to face 2 bosses at the same time. No matter how strong he is, he might be powerless at this point. Sigh, if he weren't so impatient and leveled up a bit more, he would definitely pass steadily at level 90. The principal shook his head and sighed. Lu Zhen and Su Jingling also nodded in agreement. They had to admit that Lin Hao's strength at level 90 would definitely surpass theirs by far. At the same time, 2 9th tier Cataclysm bosses indeed appeared in front of Lin Hao. He first looked at the attributes of the wolf dog on the left. Dark Night Hound, Cataclysm. Level 90. Health points 24 billion. Spell power 3 million. Physical defense 3 million. Magic resistance 3 million. Skills: Shadow Knight Concealment LV10, Shadow Knight Roar LV10, Dark Impact LV10, Dark Immunity. The attributes of this boss are extremely exaggerated, not to mention the 3 million magic power, the 24 billion health is simply outrageous. And there are actually 2 such bosses. The difficulty not only doubles but increases exponentially. Climbing all the way here from the first level, the vast majority of players are already exhausted. After all, skill cooldown time is unavoidable. Legendary skills used on the previous floor must wait for cooldown before they can be cast again. The later floors probably won't allow much use of them. Every skill release must be calculated carefully. Dragging out time to wait for skill cooldowns is also useless because this dungeon only has a 1-hour challenge time. But for Lin Hao, none of this is a problem. His forbidden skill, Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial, comes with a powerful refresh effect. As long as he can kill enemies instantly each time, the skill will never hold him back. Lin Hao didn't wait for the 2 bosses to approach and launched an attack first. Although these bosses had troublesome skills with various negative effects and control abilities, Lin Hao couldn't afford to waste his purification skills. What would he do later? So he chose to strike preemptively, not giving the enemies any chance to get close. Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial could lock onto a target up to 100,000 meters away, allowing Lin Hao to always seize the initiative. As soon as the skill was activated, a purple lightning pillar struck directly at the boss's head. 4865400000. 4865400000. After a significant increase in spell power, Lin Hao's damage nearly doubled, instantly dealing over 90 billion damage to the Shadow Night Hound, killing it in one hit. Killing the level 90 Shadow Night Hound granted 20 million experience points. Due to the level difference exceeding 40, an additional 80 million experience points were awarded. Killing the Cataclysm boss granted 60 million energy points with an extra 240 million added. Absolute luck was also triggered, yielding the Shadow Knight staff, robe, necklace, as well as a medium intelligence fruit and a large mana fruit. The base energy value of this 9th tier Cataclysm boss is simply outrageous. Killing one directly gave Lin Hao 300 million energy points. The other 9th tier Cataclysm boss was stunned for a moment upon seeing its companion instantly killed. Before it could react, the same purple lightning pillar struck down. 4865400000. 4865400000. In less than 3 seconds, both Cataclysm bosses fell simultaneously, and Lin Hao gained 600 million energy points. The dungeon level cap is 90, so the boss level is also only 90. The attributes of the bosses after the 90th floor don't differ much, and Lin Hao one-shotted all of them, quickly advancing to the 99th floor. The 3 people outside the copy were stunned. Lin Hao broke through the 90th floor in just a few seconds, leaving them in awe. When he reached the 95th floor in less than 10 seconds, they were already numb. In less than 30 seconds, he reached the 99th floor, and the 3 of them looked at each other, questioning their very existence. My god, our dragon country has truly produced a peerless master. Ha ha ha, Lin Hao is my student. That's right, he's also from our Kyoto University. The 3 were extremely proud, and Lin Hao's strength far exceeded expectations. In less than 10 minutes, he fought his way from the first floor to the 99th floor. For most job changers, this time frame is incredibly tight, and many geniuses have been teleported out due to taking too long. Even demigod kings Zhen Yu and Mu Tianxian took more than half an hour to reach the 99th floor. Lin Hao's speed can truly be described as unprecedented and unparalleled. At this moment, Lin Hao was staring at the two bosses in front of him with a bit of a headache. Their health was only 30 billion, not too exaggerated, but both were immune to lightning and had purification skills. Sealing their passives was completely useless. Fortunately, Lin Hao had mastered the legendary skill Elemental Conversion. After activating it, he changed the attribute of Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial to Wind. The purple lightning struck the boss, but it turned into wind attribute damage, instantly killing one, and the other met the same fate. Two catastrophe bosses. Lin Hao and the boss defeated together, finally saw an upward passage at what was originally thought to be the end. The 99-floor reincarnation dungeon actually has 100 floors, which is truly a reasonable arrangement. He stepped onto the stairs and soon encountered the final boss, two water attribute flood dragons. Deep Sea Water Dragon King, Catastrophe. Level 90. Health points 100 billion. Magic power 3.2 million. Physical defense 3.2 million. Magic resistance 3.2 million. Skills: Dragon Body, Water Dragon Roar LV10, Water Immunity. 100 billion HP? Lin Hao was startled. This is probably the effect of the passive skill Dragon Body. Without a supreme level staff, he could only deal over 40 billion damage with one move. This guy is really tough. What's even more outrageous is that there are two of them. Truly worthy of being the final boss, the difficulty is off the charts. In the past, Lin Hao would have fought to the death. But now, he just sneered contemptuously, and a flash flame impact instantly struck the boss on the left. Damage display minus 1.456 billion, 2 consecutive hits. Although the damage is only over 2 billion, the power of the instant flame impact is still slightly lacking, but that's okay. Lin Hao activated Phantom Sprint, his speed overwhelming these two cataclysmic bosses. 32 million magic power is considered impressive? 10 times damage is considered strong? If they're not within range, they can't even touch a single hair of mine. Lin Hao, however, can completely suppress them within range. Fireballs shot one after another, crazily targeting the injured boss from 500 meters away. Damage, minus 973.14 million, 3 consecutive hits. Although most of the fireballs were dodged by the boss, in less than 10 seconds, its health had already dropped below 97 billion. At this moment, Lin Hao gently waved his staff, activating the dual soul hunting mark, placing hunting marks on both bosses. He had been holding back on using this skill, and saving it for now was indeed a wise decision. These two bosses could only purify negative effects and control effects, but they couldn't dispel the marks, leaving them firmly under Lin Hao's control. The next second, Lin Hao aimed at the full health Cataclysm boss and unleashed the level 1000 forbidden skill, Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial. Damage, minus 48.654 billion, twice in a row. Although the boss with 97 billion health wasn't instantly killed, it didn't matter. Meanwhile, the one on the left had already been beaten to the point of collapse, its health bar instantly dropping to 0, dying on the spot. Killed level 90 Deep Sea Water Jiao King, gained 20 million experience. Additional reward of 80 million experience for exceeding level 40. Killed level 90 Cataclysm boss, gained 60 million energy value. Additional reward of 240 million energy value for exceeding level 40. Killed level 90 Deep Sea Water Jiao King, triggered absolute luck, obtained Water Jiao Staff, Water Jiao Robe, Water Jiao Ring, Legendary Skill Book Kang Yuan Annihilation, Intermediate Spirit Fruit, Intermediate Mana Fruit. What luck, another legendary skill book has dropped. Lin Hao didn't rush to check the skill effects but instead turned his gaze toward another Cataclysm boss. Forbidden Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial had just been cast, and its cooldown was refreshed, ready to be used again. The next moment, he activated Forbidden Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial once more, instantly killing the other boss. With that, Lin Hao effortlessly cleared this reincarnation dungeon in less than 10 minutes. After defeating two bosses, Lin Hao finally opened the skill book to check its effect. Kang Yuan Annihilation. Quality, Legendary. Learning requirement, Magic-based profession. Effect, consumes 500 mana to deal 500% of the user's magic attack power as damage to a single enemy within 50 meters in front. Damage to shields is doubled. Cooldown, 600 seconds. Not bad, it's a powerful skill specifically targeting shields. Lin Hao mastered the skill, and the dungeon officially dissipated. System prompt: congratulations on successfully conquering the dungeon and obtaining the world-destroying Divine Soul Orb. SSS class profession Awakening Stone. That's all there is? Just these two things? Lin Hao was a bit surprised. Everyone knows that the more rewards there are, the worse the quality tends to be. Fewer prizes, but the quality is absolutely top-notch. The SSS level profession Awakening Stone naturally needs no further explanation. Lin Hao's gaze fell on that supreme level item, the world-destroying Divine Soul Orb. Sure enough, this was not an ordinary one-time consumable, but a treasure that could be used permanently and infinitely. World-destroying Divine Soul Orb. Quality, top tier. Effect. Can be used in any environment. After use, spell attack power immediately becomes 10 times the original, lasts for 600 seconds, cooldown time is 12 hours. Oh my! Isn't this the permanent version of the All Methods Annihilation Pearl? Lin Hao was extremely satisfied with the effect of this item. With this thing, he could activate invincible mode twice a day. After completing the dungeon, Lin Hao exited. Looking at the gradually dissipating copy ahead, the three of them stared at him with a looking at a monster expression. The principal was the first to exclaim in shock. Lin Hao, your strength is simply defying the heavens. It took less than 10 minutes to complete the reincarnation copy. Lu Zhen immediately retorted. Principal, you are mistaken. Lin Hao didn't even spend 10 minutes. He truly deserves to be called my prized disciple of Kyoto University. Also, since you have retired, Principal, why not leave the matters of the Arcane Academy to me? The old principal shot him a glance. It's broad daylight, and you're already dreaming? Lin Hao is so strong now that he doesn't need your teaching at all. While speaking, the principal curiously asked, Lin Hao, when you cleared this dungeon, you must have obtained the supreme level permanent item, right? Could you tell us about its effects? The other two also looked at Lin Hao curiously, wanting to know if the item Lin Hao obtained could rival the War Dragon Metal and the Aurora Crystal. These two items, one being growth-oriented and the other life-saving, are both extremely precious equipment. Lin Hao nodded and explained the effects of the world-destroying Divine Soul Orb in detail. Everyone gasped in astonishment after hearing it. This is definitely the ultimate weapon for a powerful assault. Lin Hao's damage was already terrifying, and with this item, he would even dare to challenge a 10th-tier Cataclysm boss. This strength is too overwhelming, simply invincible. After chatting, they all returned to Kyoto University together. Lin Hao began organizing the gains from this instance. First are the energy fruits. This time, he killed 119 Cataclysm bosses and obtained 238 fruits. Among them, medium mana fruits, 26, large mana fruits, 5. Intelligence fruit, medium, 28 pieces, intelligence fruit, large, 8 pieces. Agility fruit, medium, 24 pieces, agility fruit, large, 6 pieces. The remaining 141 pieces are fruits that enhance spirit, constitution, strength, and health points. Lin Hao consumed all the mana fruits, instantly increasing his maximum mana by 770,000 points, reaching 163,893,100 points. All the intelligence fruits were consumed, increasing intelligence by 9,600 points, reaching 193,570 points. As a result, spell attack power increased by 19,200 points, breaking through 992,340 points. After consuming the agility fruits, agility increased by 78,000 points, reaching 146,410 points. Even more impressive, after clearing the dungeon, the Battle Dragon Metal directly added 100 million points to his maximum health. Health points skyrocketed from the original 112,257,100 to 212,257,100. Speaking of the biggest gain from this dungeon, it's actually the energy value. Bosses below level 50 hardly provide much energy, but those above level 50, especially level 90 bosses, give an enormous amount of energy. This time, he gained over 8.5 billion energy points, several times more than when he wiped out the Disaster Ruins Church's stronghold. Adding to his original 1.4 billion energy points, Lin Hao now has a total of 9.6285 billion energy points. This number is simply outrageous, overflowing with a sense of security. Facing the upcoming awakening task, Lin Hao is brimming with confidence. However, he did not start the awakening immediately but first took a look at his advancement task. Sure enough, the next challenge was waiting for him. The advanced task was successfully completed. His maximum health increased by 500,000, his maximum mana also rose by 5 million, and all other attributes were boosted by 20,000 points. Lin Hao looked at his advanced attributes. Name: Lin Hao. Profession: Forbidden Mage. Level: 50. Health points: 212,757,100. Mana points: 168,893,100. Strength: 30,510. Physique: 30,510. Spirit: 30,520. Intelligence: 213,570. Agility: 166,410. Magic attack power: 1,032,340. Amazing, the magic attack power has finally surpassed the 1 million mark. But the advancement rewards don't stop there. He also received 20,000 free attribute points. Immediately after, the experience gain leveled Lin Hao up to level 53. After successfully advancing, he gains 1000 free attribute points for each level up, directly earning an extra 3000 free attribute points this time. Without hesitation, Lin Hao allocated all 23,000 free attribute points to intelligence. In the end, his intelligence skyrocketed to 236,570 points. As a result, his spell attack power increased by 46,000 points, reaching 1,078,340 points. Lin Hao felt extremely satisfied with his current attributes. Over 200 million health points, 160 million mana, spell attack power in the millions, and over 160,000 agility. Which tier 5 mage could compare to him? After confirming his attributes, Lin Hao activated the SSS level profession Awakening Stone. Ding, the Awakening Stone has been activated. Please complete the Awakening Trial within 3 days to obtain additional class talents. Forbidden Mage Awakening Trial. Within 3 days, level up at least 3 passive skills to level 10,000 and defeat 3 tier 8 or higher cataclysm bosses. Additional class talents. Is it not a skill? Lin Hao was a bit surprised. When it comes to which is more important, talent or skill? Undoubtedly, talent is more important. Without the talent for infinite upgrades, a forbidden mage is no different from an ordinary mage. The forbidden mage itself has 3 complementary talents. He simply cannot imagine what the effect of a 4th talent would be. As for the trial content, the latter part of killing 3 tier 8 cataclysmic bosses is no pressure for him, he can easily take them down in seconds. But the energy required to level up 3 passive skills to level 10,000 is no small amount. The passive skill of mana recovery has already been upgraded to level 10,000. Only 2 more passive skills need to be upgraded. Lin Hao first targeted the damage reflection passive of light quality, as it has the lowest upgrade cost. Previously, damage reflection was upgraded to level 4000. Lin Hao made a bold move, spending 1.016 billion energy to directly upgrade it to level 10,000. Damage reflection LV10000. After taking damage, reflect 1000% of the damage back to the enemy. This damage ignores all enemy defenses and cannot be reduced. The effect is impressive, with the reflection multiplier soaring from 400% to 1000%, and the damage cannot be negated. This skill is simply a godsend for those with strong attacks but low health. The enemy strikes, but the reflected damage ends up killing them instantly. However, when facing those high health cataclysm bosses, the effect is just average. That said, this move is quite dangerous for oneself as well. The damage from Forbidden Thunder Burial Soul is terrifying. After being struck, it reflects 10 times the damage, and you have to rely on survival passives to endure it. Overall, the advantages and disadvantages of this skill are quite obvious, and having this effect at white quality is already considered quite outstanding. In this way, Lin Hao already has 2 passive skills leveled up to 10,000, with only the last one remaining. Legendary passive skills are simply out of the question, leveling them up to 1000 requires a massive amount of energy, let alone 10,000. Taking a glance at the energy value, he still has 8.61 billion and 10.85 million energy left. Then, Lin Hao turned his attention to the green quality magic amplification passive skill. The energy consumption for upgrading the green passive skill is not low, level 7000. To upgrade the magic amplification from level 7000 to level 10,000, Lin Hao calculated that it would require approximately 9.06 billion energy points. He was still short by over 400 million energy points. Earning 400 million in 3 days was a piece of cake for him. It was just the right time to make an appearance at the Disaster Ruins Church's gathering place. Running into him, the Disaster Ruins Church was truly out of luck. First, he had to prepare the top-tier item, the All-Realm Heaven Sealing Lock. Otherwise, if 90% of the people escaped, all his efforts would be in vain. This item wasn't actually hard to obtain. Lin Hao still had a Universal Law Annihilation Orb, which he had acquired earlier in a Supreme-level dungeon. He had originally planned to use it in the Disaster Ruins gathering area, but those people never gave him the chance to go all out, so he had kept it. Now that he possessed the permanent world-ending Divine Soul Orb, his need for consumable items like this had diminished, as similar amplification effects couldn't stack. He could completely use the Universal Law Annihilation Orb to exchange for the All-Realm Heaven Sealing Lock. Thinking of this, Lin Hao took out the Teleportation Stone, preparing to return to the special space and look for Dragoon again. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the communicator rang. Lin Hao saw that it was Wang Jinayu calling. Feeling a bit puzzled, he answered the call and asked, "District Chief Wang, what can I do for you?" Wang Jinayu did not answer directly but instead asked, "Lin Hao, have you taken down 2 Disaster Ruins Church gathering points recently?" Lin Hao nodded. It wasn't surprising that Wang Jinayu knew about this, as the locations of those 2 gathering points were provided by him. Although he had long known it was Lin Hao's doing, hearing Lin Hao personally admit it still left Wang Jinayu a bit shocked. Lin Hao was only at the 4th tier at the time, yet he could handle an 8th tier elder? That's unbelievable. After a while, Wang Jinayu asked, Lin Hao, what is your current strength exactly? Lin Hao thought for a moment and said, I just cleared the reincarnation dungeon. No matter how many ordinary 9th tier bosses there are, they're no match for me. What? You cleared the reincarnation dungeon? Wang Jinayu was so shocked he almost couldn't speak. What level are you now? Just leveled up to 53. Wang Jinayu remained silent. Lin Hao was the trance fairy he had the highest hopes for, but when he first met him, he never expected him to become this powerful. At the 5th tier, he could take down 9th tier cataclysm level bosses, and not just one, it's simply defying the heavens. Even he and Mu Tianxian couldn't achieve that at this level. Wang Jinayu stayed silent for a long time. Lin Hao asked curiously, Director Wang, what exactly did you want to see me about? Wang Jinayu cleared his throat. Indeed, there is something. You took out 2 gathering points of the Calamity Ruins Church and killed quite a few elders. The High Priest will soon come after you. We originally planned to use you as bait to lure him out and then take him down, but with your current strength, you should be able to handle it yourself, right? Lin Hao nodded but still asked, how strong is this High Priest? A top expert among the 9th tier, but he can't pass the reincarnation dungeon. Lin Hao smiled, then that's reassuring. Leave the matter of dealing with this High Priest to me. The energy value of a 9th tier expert is only 2 or 300 million. It's not much, but every little bit adds up. He felt his appetite growing larger and larger. Previously, he thought a few million energy points were a lot, but now even hundreds of millions are no problem. District Chief Wang, do you have the Universal Heaven Sealing Lock? I'll trade it with you for the Myriad Law Annihilation Pearl. The Universal Heaven Sealing Lock? I do, but what do you need it for? I'm planning to take the initiative. Lin Hao's eyes were resolute. They all think I'm a pushover. Do they really think I have no temper? I've had enough of waiting around to deliver takeout every day. Now, I'm going to take the initiative to snatch the deliveries. Wang Jinayu hesitated a bit. You're planning to attack the 10th Church headquarters? Then you need to be careful. Those high priests are not only formidable on their own turf. This skill not only enhances my strength but also allows me to instantly teleport to any location within 10,000 meters, greatly improving my mobility. Lin Hao said calmly, Director Wang, don't worry. My damage is now so high that even I am scared of it. Besides, I also have the world-destroying Divine Soul Pearl. Extinction World Soul Orb? Wang Jinayu was completely baffled. Even with his broad knowledge, he had never heard of such a thing. Lin Hao explained, this is a permanent item I obtained in the reincarnation dungeon. It can instantly increase my spell attack power tenfold, lasting for 10 minutes, and can be used twice a day. Hearing this effect, Wang Jinayu couldn't help but gasp, this thing is too powerful. In that case, I won't stop you. The headquarters of the 10th Church is in the Shadow Wilderness. Lin Hao was very surprised after hearing this. He had thought that the headquarters of the Ruins Church would be hidden very deeply and that finding it would take a lot of effort. Unexpectedly, Wang Jinayu had already figured out its location. He was still pondering in his heart, since they already knew, why hadn't the war zone taken action? Could there be other reasons behind this? Wang Jinayu continued, I can tell you the exact location, even down to the coordinates. Lin Hao couldn't help but ask, Director Wang, there should be undercover agents arranged by our war zone inside the Ruins Church, right? Of course. Wang Jinayu nodded. That person has already taken a seat among the elders and is very likely to become the next high priest. About 80% of the information on the Ruins Church was leaked by him. However, his identity must remain confidential. The fewer people who know, the better, so I can't disclose it to you. Lin Hao nodded in understanding. This wasn't a matter of trust, but rather a case of not needing to know what wasn't necessary. District Chief Wang, what is his purpose in infiltrating the Ruins Church? Is it just to pass on information? Not just that. Wang Jinayu said with a smile, he needs to completely earn the trust of the cult leader and pinpoint the exact location of the church's core gathering place. Once his identity is exposed, the Ruins Church will be completely finished. Lin Hao listened and nodded in praise. No wonder even the 10th Church headquarters and the war zone are leaving it alone. Turns out they're planning a major operation to wipe them out in one fell swoop. After hanging up the phone, Lin Hao waited for 3 minutes. A man in a black robe appeared, holding the 10,000 Realms Heaven Sealing Lock, and completed the transaction with him. After obtaining the item, Lin Hao wasted no time, activated the Aurora Crystal, and instantly teleported to the Shadow Wilderness. The Shadow Wilderness was very peculiar. Although there was nothing obstructing it, not a single ray of sunlight could penetrate. It remained pitch black all year round, where one couldn't even see their hand in front of their face. Building the settlement here is definitely a wise choice. Lin Hao activated the level 100 Eternal Days Radiance, illuminating the path ahead and moving straight forward. He encountered many monsters along the way, but none posed a threat to him. With one strike of 10,000 thunder tribulation, he easily wiped out a large group. After walking for over 10 minutes, Lin Hao finally saw a massive settlement. From the outside, there wasn't a trace of light, but upon approaching, everything inside was exceptionally bright. This gathering place is indeed impressive. If not for obtaining the coordinates in advance, it would probably be impossible to find it. As he approached the gathering place, Lin Hao was surprised to discover that there was actually a guard stationed. Anyone entering had to reveal their identity, clearly frightened by his previous actions. At this moment, a person stood in front of Lin Hao, wanting to enter the settlement but stubbornly refused to take off their black robe. "Buddy, there's a rule that anyone entering the settlement must reveal their identity," the guard said sternly. The person was clearly displeased. "Then I won't go in, okay? It's not up to you." The guard immediately called over a few companions. The man could only sigh helplessly and took off his black robe. After verifying his identity, the crowd finally let him in. Soon, everyone's eyes fell on Lin Hao. Lin Hao smiled faintly and prepared to act. Lin Hao directly activated the legendary item, the Mirror of Illusions, instantly altering his appearance and voice. The crowd scrutinized him carefully, then immediately let him pass without any obstruction. After successfully entering the Disaster Ruins gathering area, Lin Hao noticed many people discussing matters related to him. "The priests are so nervous, aren't they making a big deal out of nothing?" "Yeah, it's just Lin Hao alone. No matter how bold he is, he wouldn't dare act recklessly on our turf." "That's right, the lowest rank here is a steward, and there are 3 elders. Priestly also comes back often. What kind of trouble can a level 40 or 50 job changer cause?" "Haha, to be honest, I don't think Lin Hao is anything special. If he dares to come, our priests and elders wouldn't even need to lift a finger. I alone could beat him to a pulp." Hearing this, everyone rolled their eyes at him. "You're all talk. Would you dare to be this arrogant if Lin Hao were here? The moment he shows up, you'd run faster than a rabbit." However, no one exposed it. Everyone gathered together just to brag and chat, no need to ruin the mood. At this moment, a voice filled with disdain sounded, "You want to spar with Lin Hao too?" The man immediately looked displeased. "Bro, which circle are you from? Haven't you heard of my infamous name, Unstoppable?" Lin Hao couldn't help but laugh. "Your gangster tricks won't work in the Disaster Ruins gathering place. As for your infamous name, I've never even heard of it." After speaking, he suddenly unleashed a raging sea storm. In an instant, a massive wave with a diameter of 800 meters surged up. "Amazing! You are Lin Hao." The previously arrogant man was instantly scared out of his wits, wishing he could grow 2 extra legs to run faster. "I was just bragging, I never thought I'd actually run into the real deal. Lin Hao, the great master, I was wrong. I shouldn't have bragged, please spare me." The surrounding disaster stewards also couldn't bother with disdain and hurriedly used their ultimate skills to flee in all directions. But no matter how fast they were, they couldn't escape the 800-meter range. In the next second, a monstrous wave crashed down, causing over 1 billion points of damage. Not just a few people, all targets within 800 meters were instantly turned into a catastrophic state. Before everyone could react, Lin Hao unleashed the 10,000 thunder heavenly tribulation again. The surrounding 2,000-meter space was immediately shrouded in an ominous purple hue. The enemies who had just entered the catastrophic state were subjected to even more ferocious attacks. Over 2.6 billion points of damage descended instantly, killing all the ruined stewards in one blow. After the kills, the cooldown time of the 10,000 thunder tribulation was instantly refreshed. Such a terrifying attack immediately caused great chaos, and all the ruined stewards fled in panic. Lin Hao frowned slightly but did not immediately use the 10,000 realms heaven sealing lock, as the real target had not yet appeared. If he used that item, that guy wouldn't be able to come in. The chaotic scene caught the attention of the 3 elders. "Lin Hao, how dare you come courting death? Daring to break into our shadow gathering ground, even if you had 10 lives, you'd lose them all here. Enough talk, kill him." As soon as the 3 elders appeared, the stewards and the chaos immediately felt reassured. "Great, it's the elders, we're saved." "Haha, Lin Hao is so foolish, attacking without even checking who's here. This is called knowingly avoiding the safe path and charging straight to death." The 3 elders unleashed their strongest strike as soon as they appeared. Total damage exceeds 500 million, shocking the entire audience. The stewards couldn't help but praise. This damage would be unbearable even for a top-tier mage, let alone Lin Hao. However, after the attack ended, everyone was. Lin Hao was completely dumbfounded. That terrifying strike of over 500 million damage hit him, yet it didn't even cause a ripple. The mana consumption was only a tiny fraction. Lin Hao sneered, 500 million damage is supposed to be impressive? At most, it only consumed 5 million of my mana. At this moment, Lin Hao's mana had already reached 160 million, and it was recovering at a rate of 1 million per second. Such consumption was utterly insignificant. The three elders saw Lin Hao completely unharmed under their full force attack, and their expressions changed. Is this guy really not using any cheats? Even more astonishing, exaggerated damage reflection numbers suddenly appeared above the three people's heads. Minus 1.8653 billion. Minus 2.12318 billion. Minus 1.9652 billion. The counter damage effect reached tenfold, almost beating the three half to death. The three looked at each other. This counter damage skill is way too overpowered, isn't it? Lin Hao sneered disdainfully. 8th tier elder of the Calamity Ruins? Just a worthless piece of trash. As soon as the words fell, Lin Hao directly unleashed the celestial flame burst. A massive blazing fireball descended from the sky, covering an entire range of 800 meters. There was nowhere for the crowd to hide, they could only endure it head-on. Minus 1,078,340,000. Minus 1,078,340,000. Minus 1,078,340,000. The defense-ignoring damage struck them, all exceeding 1 billion. Except for the three elders, everyone within an 800-meter range entered a catastrophic state. But Lin Hao hadn't stopped yet. He unleashed the 10,000 thunder heavenly tribulation again. Within a 2-kilometer radius, the space was shrouded in a layer of purple light. The three elders knew they couldn't escape, so they launched attacks to counter. They don't believe Lin Hao's survival ability is really that strong. 3 single-target skills suddenly shot towards Lin Hao. Minus 186.53 million. Minus 212.31 million. Minus 196.52 million. Although the damage is high, it doesn't matter to Lin Hao. His survivability has already surpassed ordinary understanding. Even the demigod Mu Tianxian would lose health under so many attacks, right? And this guy in front of them didn't even lose a single drop of blood. The three of them used their ultimate moves, but still couldn't take away even a sliver of Lin Hao's health. At the same time, pillars of lightning struck down with a roar. Minus 2,683,650,000. Minus 2.68564 billion. Minus 2.68765 billion. Over 2.6 billion damage instantly wiped out all the Cataclysm stewards nearby. 3 elders were also knocked out of the Cataclysm state. But there was not a trace of fear on their faces, instead, they showed a sinister smile. In their view, the catastrophe state is the strongest state. Lin Hao sneered inwardly, are these people out of their minds? So what if they enter the catastrophe state? Even with the settlement bonus, it's only 40 billion health points. What's the big deal? He directly activated level 1000 Forbidden Technique, Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial. A massive purple lightning column targeted the elder who was laughing the most and struck down fiercely. Minus 53,916,650,000. The damage exceeding 100 billion instantly blasted that elder into nothing but dust. The other 2 elders initially didn't take it seriously, but after witnessing this terrifying damage, they completely doubted their existence. How is this possible? Ridiculous. 100 billion damage? The 2 suspected they were under an illusion. Lin Hao is only at the 5th tier, how could he deal damage exceeding 100 billion? Even they, 8th tier elders, find it difficult to deal even 10 billion damage. What on earth does Lin Hao rely on? One of the elders reacted the fastest, quick. His skill is cooling down, kill him now. He excitedly charged towards Lin Hao. But what greeted him was a familiar purple lightning pillar. The man felt uneasy, unable to understand why such a powerful skill had such a short cooldown time. In the nick of time, he used a displacement skill to dodge. But Forbidden Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial had a locking effect, and the lightning pillar followed his movements. A powerful attack struck directly at his forehead. 5391-665-0000. 5391-665-0000. The damage value soared to over 1 trillion, instantly killing the man on the spot. The last elder was stunned upon witnessing this scene. Back then, seeing Mu Tianxian's heroic figure on the battlefield from afar was not as terrifying as Lin Hao in front of him now. At this moment, Lin Hao's gaze fell on him. Do you want to try my skill before it cools down? The man quickly shook his head, repeatedly saying, no, 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 I surrender. Lin Hao smiled faintly, if you don't want to die, hurry up and call your high priest over. The man was initially stunned, then couldn't hide his overwhelming joy. Lin Hao appeared so suddenly that they thought they could easily deal with him and didn't even call the high priest, but they ended up with no chance at all. Unexpectedly, Lin Hao now took the initiative to give them a chance. This kid is really overconfident. The high priest is a 9th rank powerhouse, and even the 3 of them combined are no match for him. Dealing with Lin Hao would be effortless. Alright, I'll contact him right away. Meanwhile, in an extremely secretive space, the core members of the Calamity Ruins Church were holding a meeting, and the topic of discussion was naturally Lin Hao. A man dressed in the robes of the cult leader looked coldly at Priestley in front of him. "Priestley, you have greatly disappointed me. Lin Hao is from the 10th War Zone, and you just stood by and watched him rise." Li Yongsheng lowered his head in shame. "Master, this can't be entirely blamed on us. When Lin Hao was only at the 2nd or 3rd tier, we sent multiple 5th tier deacons to deal with him, and later even directly deployed an 8th tier elder. But unexpectedly, we still couldn't kill him." Another priest, Wu, sneered. "Priestley, this just shows your incompetence. If it were me, I would have personally cut him down the moment he showed up." Li Yongsheng rolled his eyes at him. "Oh, sure. When you were the richest man in the country, did you go out of your way to crush a small shop on the street just because it was doing well, forcing it into bankruptcy?" Li Yongsheng suddenly roared in anger. Who could have predicted Lin Hao would grow so fast? "Enough." The leader interrupted coldly. "What I need is a solution, not excuses. Lin Hao is the genius of the 10th War Zone, and your 10th Church must take responsibility. At the next meeting, what I want to hear is news of Lin Hao being killed." Li Yongsheng gritted his teeth and nodded. At the end of the meeting, Priest was secretly mocked him, which made him even angrier. "Those two fools went together to kill Lin Hao, but ended up being killed by him instead, making me lose face." Li Yongsheng took a deep breath and began to think about how to kill Lin Hao. But the more he thought about it, the more his head ached. Lin Hao had already fully grown, and with 2 demigods backing him, killing him was no easy task. Just as he was deep in thought, his private communicator suddenly rang. He had instructed his subordinates that unless absolutely necessary, they must never dial this number. With a grave expression, he answered the call, and an urgent voice came through. "Priest, Lin Hao has attacked. Elder Zhang and Elder Yu have been killed by him. He even specifically named you to return." "Return?" Li Yanshen's mind was on high alert. "That kid is so confident, could it be a demigod waiting for me there? I'm not that foolish." Just as he hesitated, the leader did not leave but instead turned back. "Go without worry. Mu Tianxian and Wang Jinayu have been under my surveillance, they are not at the shadow gathering place." Li Yongsheng was still uneasy. This matter was too strange. Lin Hao had clearly killed the elder he was talking to, so why did he still give him time to talk and even specifically ask him to return? There was definitely something fishy going on. The cult leader's patience had clearly reached its limit. He threw him a universal heaven-sealing lock and stared at him coldly. Li Yongsheng could only grit his teeth and nod, activating the Cataclysm teleportation stone and teleporting toward the shadow gathering place. Yanshen's figure gradually faded into the distance, and the cult leader of the Ruins Church wore a complicated expression. "Those people from the war zone are truly pervasive, even managing to plant an undercover agent by my side. Could it be you, Li Yongsheng?" His suspicion was not without reason. Lin Hao is the genius of the 10th War Zone. For him to grow up so safely, Li Yongsheng indeed bears undeniable responsibility. Whether or not he is a traitor, this crime deserves death. Killing Lin Hao, no matter how much effort he put in to achieve merit, he deserves to die. Now, he must closely monitor the every move of those 2 demigods. "You are the high priest of the 10th Church?" Lin Hao looked at the man who had suddenly appeared before him. Li Yongsheng did not answer. Instead, he activated a wide-range perception skill, nervously scanning the surroundings. Under careful perception, he indeed didn't find anyone suspicious, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that Wang Jinayu and Mu Tianxian were indeed not here. He turned his head and fixed his gaze on Lin Hao, a vicious grin spreading across his face. "Arrogant brat. I didn't expect you to dare come alone. I am a 9th rank high priest. To die by my hand is your honor." Li Yongsheng finished speaking and directly activated the 10,000 Realms heaven-sealing lock. Lin Hao was slightly stunned, then revealed a look of joy. This guy actually saved him a 10,000 Realms heaven-sealing lock. What a good person. The only remaining elder also laughed, thinking, the high priest is preparing to close the door and beat the dog. Lin Hao won't escape even with wings. "Kid, let me show you what a true 9th rank high priest is." Li Yongsheng activated some skill, and his entire body was instantly dyed blood red. The next moment, he unleashed a large-scale attack. The space within a radius of 500 meters was shrouded in a layer of blood red. Immediately after, a massive blood red fist descended from the sky, smashing fiercely toward Lin Hao. Lin Hao neither dodged nor avoided it. Instead, he launched a counterattack at the same time. He applied the effect of the twin soul hunting seal to the 2 of them, and the blood-colored giant fist just happened to smash down. The power of this blood fist far exceeded his expectations. -13656000000. One punch actually dealt a terrifying damage of over 13.6 billion. Under the protection of the Shield of Law Source, Lin Hao was unharmed, but his mana instantly consumed over 136 million. If it weren't for sufficient mana, this punch could have directly triggered the Undying Will Survival passive. It must be said, the strength of the 9th tier High Priest is indeed formidable. However, he didn't expect the counter damage he suffered to be even more terrifying. When Lin Hao took damage numbers also appeared on his own forehead. -13656000000. Over 136 billion damage. Even a 9th tier High Priest couldn't withstand it and directly triggered the life-saving item effect. Li Yongsheng was left with only 1 drop of blood, utterly shocked. What kind of heaven-defying counter-damage skill is this? There are many counter-damage skills, both active and passive. But even a legendary active counter-damage skill can only reflect up to 100% of the damage at max level. Moreover, the reflected damage is limited and cannot exceed 10 times your maximum physical or magical attack power. If unlimited counter damage were possible, who would still learn attack skills? Just stack more health and learn counter damage to become invincible, right? Legendary passive counter damage can only reflect up to 10%, and although there's no upper limit, it's extremely difficult to obtain. Yet Lin Hao actually reflected 10 times the damage back to the opponent. This counter damage power is unheard of, simply terrifying. The elders in the rear were also shocked. Lin Hao's counter damage skill was far more frightening than they had imagined, and this damage truly had no limit. Hit once, and it bounces back tenfold. If this isn't cheating, then what is? Even more terrifying, Lin Hao activated that horrifying single target skill again, locking onto Li Yongsheng. Li Yongsheng trembled all over in fear and shouted, "Priest, save me." He originally didn't care about this kid's life or death, but the mark on his body forced him to take action. Finally, he activated a shield skill. A shield enveloped him, with a shield value as high as 13.6 billion, which should theoretically be very safe. However, he noticed the elder's face turning pale, as if he had seen a ghost. Just as he was about to speak, a purple lightning bolt suddenly struck the elder's shield. The damage numbers instantly popped up, almost making him think he was seeing things damage in the billions, exceeding 107.8 billion. This was the power of the Supreme Level Rift Realm Sacred Ring, which dealt double damage to shields. The terrifying attack of over 200 billion easily shattered the elder's shield, which only had tens of billions, instantly killing him on the spot. The transmitted damage also shattered Li Yongsheng's shield, plunging him into a catastrophic state. Only at this moment did Li Yongsheng understand that Lin Hao dared to come here alone, entirely relying on his own strength, not on any background. A damage of 100 billion is simply shocking, already comparable to his family's leader. You must know, the leader is a 10th tier powerhouse, while Lin Hao has just stepped into the 5th tier. This is utterly absurd. Li Yongsheng was almost ready to give up, but Lin Hao's mana was also running low. At this point, he was in excellent condition, and it was really hard to say who would have the last laugh. Lin Hao frowned slightly. Because once Li Yongsheng entered the catastrophe state, his attributes became extraordinarily terrifying. Li Yongsheng, a 10th tier church high priest, level 90, possesses 500 billion health points, 1.5 million spell attack power, 1.2 million physical defense, and 1.5 million spell resistance. His skills include Cataclysmic Power, Cataclysmic Body, Disaster Shield, Cataclysmic Blood Hand LV10, Abyssal Tidal Wave LV10. 500 billion health points are simply absurdly exaggerated. Even his forbidden skill, Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial, cannot instantly kill him. But it doesn't matter, he still has a trump card. In the next moment, Li Yongsheng unleashed another level 10 cataclysmic skill. A massive wave, 500 meters long, surged up instantly and rushed fiercely toward Lin Hao. Lin Hao, you truly are a genius, even I feel threatened, but you're still far from it. Lin Hao sneered disdainfully, you're only half right, the weak one is actually you. An attack range of just 500 meters, and you think you can take me down? His displacement skill alone can teleport 1,000 meters in an instant, even touching the hem of his clothes would be impressive. Not only that, he also has a life-saving passive skill and a legendary life-saving item. From the very beginning of this battle, he never planned to lose. Activating the Nether Shadow Leap, Lin Hao instantly appeared 500 meters away. The massive wave crashed down heavily but didn't even touch his shadow. At the same time, he unleashed the trump card of the world-destroying Soul Orb, instantly increasing his spell attack power tenfold, skyrocketing from 1,078,340 points to 10,783,400 points. The level 1000 forbidden skill Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial was immediately activated. Damn it! Li Yongsheng's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly used the High Priest's exclusive Cataclysm skill to instantly escape 10,000 meters away. He thought he would be safe after running so far, but when he looked up, the layer of purple thunder in the sky still loomed overhead. The next moment, that purple lightning spanned 10,000 meters and struck down. Li Yongsheng had nowhere to hide and could only smile bitterly. I never thought that I, a dignified 9th-tier powerhouse, the high priest of the Calamity Ruins Church, would die at the hands of someone who was only 5th tier. Under the tenfold attack bonus, the forbidden Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial unleashed two extremely terrifying damage numbers exceeding 1 trillion. Li Yongsheng's 500 billion health points were instantly emptied, and he completely fell to the ground. Killed the level 90 Cataclysm High Priest, gaining 20 million experience. Defeating an opponent 37 levels higher than oneself grants an additional 74 million experience. Gains 60 million energy points. An additional 222 million energy gained. Congratulations on triggering absolute luck, obtaining the Skeleton Staff. Magic Boots, Skeleton Ring, Hurricane Assault Skill Book, Agility Fruit, Medium, Intelligence Fruit, Large. Lin Hao was stunned for a moment. Another skill book dropped. This 500 level absolute luck is truly amazing. After collecting all the spoils, Lin Hao didn't rush to check the effects but turned to look at the stewards of the ruins behind him. These stewards weren't panicking like the others, instead, they appeared dazed, clearly stunned by Lin Hao's terrifying damage. I must be dreaming, right? How could the High Priest with 500 billion HP be defeated by Lin Hao in one move? Impossible. This must be an illusion. How could a tier 5 job changer defeat the High Priest? This must be some kind of magic trick. Even if you took an elixir, it's impossible to deal 10 trillion damage. They could only keep telling themselves it was an illusion, or else their minds would collapse. Trying to escape? This place is sealed by the 10,000 realms heaven-locking chains, there's absolutely no way out. But soon, they despairingly realized that everything was real. Lin Hao instantly appeared in front of them, with ridiculously high damage, 10 times more than before. No one could withstand his 3 moves. The first move plunged them into a catastrophic state, and the second move directly killed them instantly. At the same time, multiple forces were keeping an eye on the situation at the shadow gathering place. Wang Jinayu looked at the image in the crystal ball, too shocked to speak. Unexpectedly, in just 1 month, Lin Hao had grown so dramatically. 1 trillion damage had already surpassed most 10th tier job changers. Wang Jinayu rarely showed a smile. With such a genius, once he fully matures, what is there to fear about the ruins of Calamity? But before that, he and Mu Tianxian still have to hold on. As long as they are alive, those 10th tier guys can forget about being arrogant. Some are happy, some are sad. The leader of the Calamity Ruins Church stared at the image of the shadow gathering place, silently pondering. After a while, he said in a low voice, "Was the choice I made back then wrong?" He was once one of the top geniuses of the human race, but after a mission, he completely saw through the strength of the Calamity Ruins and became disheartened. The Calamity Ruins are simply unbeatable. Not only do they have numerous tier 10 bosses, but also the 8 top demigods known as the 8 Calamities. After the fusion of the 2 realms, humanity has no chance of winning. But looking at Lin Hao's formidable figure, he suddenly felt that humanity might still have a chance. Lin Hao, at the 5th tier, can kill a 9th tier high priest. When he breaks through to the 10th tier, wouldn't he be able to slay demigods? If he becomes a demigod himself, wouldn't he be the strongest among them? Sun Wei shook his head, driving the thought out of his mind. He had no way back ever since he betrayed the human race. The number of human geniuses who died at his hands was more than just 1 or 2. He could only persevere to the end, and before Lin Hao fully matured, he had to strangle him in the cradle. But first, he had to find the mole within his own camp. Li Yongsheng was already dead, and his suspicion had been cleared. Who was the one constantly leaking information to the war zone? If the mole wasn't eliminated, all their actions would be monitored by the war zone. Sun Wei thought that these powerful elders also needed to be thoroughly investigated. Meanwhile, Lin Hao had already eliminated all the enemies in the shadow gathering place. These guys are truly top-notch at escaping. Even with the space confined to within 100,000 meters, they can still play hide-and-seek. It took 20 hours for Lin Hao to completely clean up. Next, he began to inspect his spoils. He first looked at the skill book Hurricane Assault. Hurricane Assault. Quality, Legendary. Learning requirement, Magic-based profession. Effect, consumes 500 mana points. Deals damage equal to 500% of the user's magic attack power to a single enemy within 50 meters ahead. If the target's back is hit, an additional 500% damage is inflicted. Cooldown time, 600 seconds. This skill is so sneaky, the ambush was a bit sudden, but the effect was pretty good. After Lin Hao finished learning the skills, he began to check other gains. This time, he obtained over 10,000 pieces of legendary equipment and 3,266 attribute fruits in total. Specifically, there were 396 medium mana fruits and 46 large mana fruits. There were 409 medium intelligence fruits and 53 large intelligence fruits. There are 408 medium agility fruits and 37 large agility fruits. After consuming these fruits, Lin Hao's maximum mana increased by 10.22 million points, soaring from over 168.89 million to over 179.11 million. Intelligence increased by 108,300 points, rising from over 230,000 to over 340,000. Magic attack power also increased by 216,600 points, going from over 1.07 million to over 1.29 million. The agility attribute increased by 100,000 points, rising from over 160,000 to over 260,000. Lin Hao now has attributes that are terrifying to the extreme. The remaining 1,917 fruits all increase health, constitution, spirit, and strength. Lin Hao has accumulated a total of 4,027 of these, waiting for the right time to make a big move in the world of the disaster ruins. Then, he checked his energy value. Although there weren't many people here, everyone had at least reached level 50 in addition to their life professions. This time, he gained over 6.8 billion energy, twice as much as in other places. Including what was left from before, Lin Hao now had over 14.4 billion energy in total. Seeing so much energy, he couldn't help but exclaim, "I've never been this wealthy before." After confirming the energy, Lin Hao immediately started allocating points. With a wave of his hand, he spent over 9 billion energy, directly raising his magic amplification from level 7,000 to level 10,000. Spent so much energy, the changes brought by the magic amplification did not disappoint him. Magic Amplification LV10000 brings. Your intelligence permanently increases by 500,000 points. How terrifying is 500,000 intelligence? This is equivalent to 1 million spell attack power. And Lin Hao's current total attack power is only around 1.2 million. Previously, the 7,000 level magic amplification only increased intelligence by 35,000. Logically, leveling up to 10,000 would only increase it by about 50,000. This sudden leap to 500,000 intelligence is simply shocking. After the magic amplification reached level 10,000, Lin Hao's intelligence skyrocketed from over 340,000 to over 800,000. It's about to break through 1 million. Once his intelligence surpasses 1 million, he will be able to equip a more powerful supreme staff, and his damage will usher in a new leap. This is the true meaning of "the strong get stronger." After the surge in intelligence, Lin Hao's spell attack power also skyrocketed by 929,900 points, jumping directly from over 1.29 million to over 2.22 million. Spell attack power instantly surpassed 2 million, with an astonishing growth rate. In addition, the awakening mission was also completed. Lin Hao gained another class talent. Talent 4. All your skills are automatically upgraded to level 500, and when learning new skills, they will immediately be upgraded to level 500. This talent is too terrifying. The moment he just acquired it, Lin Hao discovered that all his skills, which had never been upgraded before, instantly rose to level 500. Upgrading legendary skills to level 500 is no small matter. The energy consumption for upgrading is enormous. This talent instantly saved him nearly 1 million energy. Lin Hao carefully examined. Raging Sea Storm LV10000. Consumes 500,000 mana. Summon a giant wave with a diameter of 2,000 meters. Dealing 250,000% of magic attack power as damage to all enemies within 2,000 meters ahead. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Truth Return LV10000. No cost to cast. Immediately restores 100% of your maximum mana. Recovers 10% of maximum mana per second for the next 60 seconds. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Hurricane Raid LV10000. Consumes 500,000 mana. Deals 250,000% spell attack damage to a single enemy within 2,000 meters ahead. If it hits the enemy's back, an additional 250,000% damage is inflicted. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. The recently acquired Hurricane Assault instantly leveled up to 500. What surprised Lin Hao the most was the Truth Return skill that restores mana. Previously, he hadn't upgraded this skill much because its effect was average. Unexpectedly, after reaching level 500, everything changed completely. Not only does releasing no longer consume mana, but it can also instantly restore full health and mana, and continuously regenerate, recovering 10% of maximum mana per second. Lin Hao was extremely satisfied with this skill. This is just the active skill. The improvement in passive skills is even more astonishing. Endless Magic Source LV100. Maximum mana permanently increased by 5.1 million points. Compared to the 1.6 million increase at level 150, it has now increased by 3.5 million. Multiplied by a 10x bonus, equals 35 million mana points. This number is already quite astonishing. But Lin Hao has too many attribute fruits in his hands. directly let his mana soar to over 200 million. Breaking through 200 million mana made him start to feel that this number wasn't even much. If he had to spend a large amount of resources to upgrade the passive skill himself, Lin Hao would definitely be reluctant. But this was a free talent bonus, especially cost-effective. After the upgrade, Lin Hao's maximum mana increased from 179 million to 214 million. The legendary passive Combat Intuition also leveled up to 500. Combat Intuition LV10000. The enemy's attacks appear 100 times slower in your eyes. When encountering danger, teleportation speed increases by 50,000 points. Slowing down speed by 100 times? This is simply defying the heavens. For dealing with single-target attacks, this skill is simply divine. Lin Hao is confident. Even when facing top-tier level 10 assassins, without guaranteed hit skills, it can definitely be dodged. However, this skill has limited effect on area attacks. If resources were spent on upgrading, Lin Hao would feel distressed. But getting it for free is especially satisfying. The core survival passive Source Shield has also been upgraded to level 500, with exaggerated effects. Source Shield LV100. All damage you take is absorbed by mana. 1 point of mana absorbs 500 points of damage. 1 point of mana blocks 500 damage. This effect is heaven-defying. Lin Hao glanced at his mana, which exceeded 2 billion. Meaning he could withstand damage exceeding 100 billion. He could hardly believe his luck. His current strength has increased at least threefold. What surprised him the most was the legendary life-saving passive skill, Undying Will. At level 1, the effect is decent, but it is easily sealed and has a low trigger rate. After upgrading to level 500, his strength skyrocketed. Indomitable Will LV100. Cannot be sealed. Immune to fatal damage when inflicted. Simultaneously restores full health. And immediately gain a shield equivalent to 5 times the maximum health. This skill can be triggered once every 12 hours. After reaching level 500, the effect of this skill becomes even more terrifying. Lin Hao obtained a skill effect that cannot be sealed even when suffering fatal damage. He can survive with 1 health point and instantly recover to full health. Not only that, the shield, which was originally equal to the maximum health, is now directly increased to 5 times. Even more astonishing, the cooldown time of this passive skill has been reduced from 24 hours to 12 hours, and the cooldown time can still be further reduced. If this skill keeps upgrading, the cooldown time might even be reduced to an hour, or even shorter, or possibly no cooldown at all, allowing it to be triggered anytime and anywhere. In that case, he would practically be immortal. Lin Hao shook his head, thinking this setup was a bit exaggerated. But no matter what, the growth potential of this skill is truly terrifying. It's only level 500 now, and its effects are already as overwhelming as a cheat. Talent 4 has really helped him uncover so many skills with explosive potential. Without this talent, he wouldn't have spent so much energy on trial and error. Now, with this talent, he can accurately determine which skills have more potential and prioritize upgrading them. After confirming all the skills, Lin Hao discovered that he still had 3,000 free attribute points. It turned out that the massive experience he had just gained had leveled him up 3 times, from level 53 to level 56. He decisively allocated all 3,000 points to intelligence, instantly boosting it to 812,820 points. His spell attack power increased by 6,000 points, reaching 2,230,840 points. Glancing at his energy, he still had 5.38 billion left. There were 2 choices before him. First, spend 4 billion energy to upgrade Forbidden Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial from level 1000 to level 2000, significantly enhancing the skill's power. Second, spend 5 billion energy to upgrade Absolute Luck from level 500 to level 1000. Which one should I choose? It's really frustrating. After hesitating slightly, Lin Hao decided to upgrade Absolute Luck first, because the earlier he could enjoy this passive skill, the greater the benefits. After upgrading, he looked at the effects of Absolute Luck. Absolute Luck LV10000. Your luck is greatly enhanced. Opening treasure chests will always yield the most valuable items, and defeating bosses will always drop 3 special fruits that permanently increase attributes. Not bad. Originally, only 2 fruits could drop, but now it's 3. He was a bit curious about what the effect would be if it reached level 2000. He glanced at the remaining energy, only 387.1 million was left. Lin Hao thought for a moment and decided to first find the gathering place of the Calamity Ruins Church to upgrade Forbidden Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial to level 2000. He happened to have a Universal Heaven Sealing Lock in his possession, which he had kept all along, thanks to that High Priest. Ordinary Ruins Church gathering points can't yield 4 billion energy, especially since he's now at level 56, and the rewards for surpassing levels have significantly decreased. It's estimated that only medium to high-level gathering points can meet his needs. Thinking of this, he immediately contacted Wang Jinayu. District Chief Wang, I've already cleared the shadow gathering point. Do you have the specific locations of any other gathering points? Hearing this, Wang Jinaya was momentarily stunned and thought to himself, what mistake did the Ruins Church make to encounter someone like you in this lifetime? After a moment of silence, he said, Lin Hao, your strength is much greater than I anticipated. I have a main gathering point for the 6th war zone here. Are you willing to go? Main gathering point? Lin Hao's eyes lit up upon hearing this. This was exactly what he wanted. District Chief Wang, where is this gathering point? I'll head over right away. Don't rush, Wang Jinaya said. The high priest of this gathering point is no ordinary person. They are a level 93 job changer. After level 90, job changers can gain an additional 100,000 free attribute points for each level they advance. Level 91 gets 100,000, level 92 gets 200,000, level 93 gets 300,000. By level 93, the attributes of job changers have already far surpassed those of level 90 job changers by a wide margin. Lin Hao couldn't help but gasp upon hearing this. This was a secret he had been completely unaware of before. Turns out that after level 90, one can gain a massive amount of free attributes. If there were a talent that could double or even quintuple the free attributes, it would be an incredible advantage. Wang Jinaya seemed to see through Lin Hao's thoughts and said with a smile, it's true that you can get a lot of free attributes after level 90, but these attributes cannot be enhanced by any talents or item bonuses. Not even supreme level eternal items can do it. If you want more bonuses, you'd need a divine level item. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao immediately dismissed the idea. Supreme level eternal items were barely within the realm of imagination, but divine level items were simply a fantasy, something he couldn't possibly encounter at this stage. However, he was still confident about the free attributes before level 90. After all, at that time, the absolute luck level would definitely be much higher than it is now. Moreover, he was only level 56 now, and there was still a long way to go before level 90. Wang Jinaya asked, Lin Hao, after hearing what I said, do you still plan to go to the 6th war zone? Lin Hao nodded firmly. The attributes of a level 93 job changer are strong, but I have confidence I can defeat them. What's an extra 600,000 free attributes? I'll first take down 2 gathering points, upgrade the forbidden skill Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial to level 2000, and still take them out in one move. Wang Jinaya smiled. Hearing you say that puts me at ease. I have a task here, are you willing to take it? Lin Hao didn't rush to agree and asked back, District Chief Wang, can you first tell me about the task details? Wang Jinaya nodded. With your capabilities, you are qualified to know more. The undercover agent I placed is Du Yuanhua, the district chief of the 9th war zone. He is now the chief elder of the 6th church and holds a high position in the Ruins Church. His merits are already sufficient. The only thing left is to kill the high priest of the 6th church to secure his promotion. Lin Hao immediately understood. You mean, you want me to secretly assist District Chief Du in taking out that high priest? That's right. Wang Jinaya nodded. District Chief Du will cooperate with you to lure the high priest out, but he can't act personally. It will be up to you. Do you think you have any chance of winning a one-on-one fight with the level 93 high priest? Wang Jinaya asked. Lin Hao thought carefully and said, right now, I have about a 98% win rate. If I can first take down 2 disaster ruins church gathering points, the win rate will reach 100%. Wang Jinaya was stunned. He thought to himself, Lin Hao is only a tier 5, yet he has a 98% win rate against a level 93 job changer? He originally thought that having a 50 to 60% chance would already be impressive. What was even stranger was why the win rate would increase after taking down 2 gathering points. Could Lin Hao's strength be related to those gathering points? However, Wang Jinaya didn't ask further and simply nodded. Alright, I'll arrange for someone to hold off the high priest so you can take the 2 gathering points first. When you reach the main gathering point of the 6th church, don't reveal yourself yet. I'll have Director Du meet up with you, and then we'll plan the next step. Lin Hao nodded, as there was no rush. The two chatted for a while longer, and Lin Hao obtained the exact location of the 6th church's main gathering place. Then, Lin Hao activated the Aurora Crystal and instantly teleported to the Crimson Feather Jungle. The trees here were all bright red, with branches and leaves resembling feathers, hence the name Crimson Feather Jungle. Deep within the jungle was the main gathering place of the 6th church. There were many monsters there, and ordinary job changers wouldn't dare to enter. But for Lin Hao, these monsters posed no threat at all. No small monster could withstand even one strike of his 10,000 thunder tribulation, and if one wasn't enough, 2 would settle it. Soon, Lin Hao easily found the gathering place of the Calamity Ruins Church and, using the effect of the Mirror of Illusions, silently infiltrated it. Arriving at a secluded corner, Lin Hao indeed saw a man already waiting for him there. The man wore a medal unique to the war zone on his right shoulder, making his identity clear at a glance. Lin Hao stared at the man in front of him, his eyes full of surprise. He had thought that anyone who could infiltrate the Church of Ruins would surely look fierce and intimidating. Unexpectedly, this district chief not only had a slim figure but also looked particularly refined. How could someone like this infiltrate the church and even rise to the position of elder? The two sized each other up. Du Yuanhua spoke first, smiling as he said, "Lin Hao, it's a pleasure to meet you here. I've heard about your exploits long ago. Defeating a 9th-tier high priest while still at the 5th tier, your strength truly amazed me." Lin Hao responded politely, "District Chief Du, let's get straight to the point." Du Yuanhua nodded. "The next plan is quite simple. Follow your original arrangement and attack the other gathering spots of the 6th church. That Xia Kong is the high priest of the 6th church. I know his personality very well, extremely cautious, even a bit cowardly. He won't come after you directly at first but will send people to test the waters. After you've taken down 2 gathering spots, I will personally step in to confront you. By then, we'll put on a show together." "A show?" Lin Hao frowned. "What exactly do you mean by show?" "It's very simple, but first, I need to assess your strength," Du Yuanhua said with a faint smile. "If your abilities can't match up to Xia Kong, then none of this matters. If you end up getting killed in a one-on-one fight, that would be a joke." Speaking, Du Yuanhua waved his staff and quickly set up a barrier, ensuring that no matter how loud the sounds inside were, they wouldn't attract attention from the outside. Then he pointed to his chest and said, "Lin Hao, unleash your strongest attack on me. Let me see just how terrifying your damage really is." Lin Hao was stunned for a moment and hesitated. "This doesn't seem like a good idea, Director Du. My attack might be too much for you to handle." It wasn't that he underestimated Du Yuanhua, but because this man was just a fragile mage, not a true elder of the ruins, and didn't have a 10-fold health boost. Even if he did, he wouldn't be able to withstand Lin Hao's strongest attack. He didn't want to end up killing Du Yuanhua in their first meeting. Du Yuanhua, however, laughed upon hearing this. "You're really underestimating me. I'm a genuine level 95 advanced class. Although I've suppressed my level to 90 using an item, my strength is real. If it weren't for the rules, I would have personally taken down Xia Kong long ago. No matter how high your damage is, you can't one-shot me. Don't worry, my health is much higher than you think, and I have life-saving passives. You don't need to overthink it." Lin Hao finally nodded and suddenly activated level 1000 Forbidden Thunder Burial Soul. In an instant, the space around him turned into a purple realm. Du Yuanhua's expression changed drastically, and a sense of foreboding rose in his heart. The next moment, a massive purple lightning pillar tore through the air and struck him fiercely. 111540800000. Over 200 billion damage instantly emptied Du Yuanhua's health, triggering his survival passive. Du Yuanhua was so shocked he couldn't speak. "My goodness. Lin Hao, are you really only at tier 5? With this damage, aren't you cheating?" He originally thought that Lin Hao's damage might be very high, possibly even stronger than Mu Tianxian, at most in the tens of billions range. He never expected it to be 20 times that. Lin Hao is only at the 5th tier. If he advances to the 9th tier, he might be able to kill a 10th tier Cataclysm boss in one move. This is simply inhuman. Lin Hao looked at Du Yuanhua, also very surprised. The life-saving passive skill Du Yuanhua mentioned turned out to be a Cataclysm state. His right arm had actually turned into a skeleton. "Director Du, what is going on with you?" "Nothing, it's just a cataclysm." Du Yuanhua waved his hand, seemingly indifferent. Lin Hao's expression was heavy. "I heard that the cataclysm state is not an ordinary passive condition, but a kind of curse. The more you enter the cataclysm state, the sooner or later you'll turn into a mindless monster." Du Yuanhua was somewhat surprised. "You actually know so much?" "That's right. It truly is a curse. But if I don't do this, how can I win their trust?" Lin Hao listened and couldn't help but nod in admiration. This is what truly means selflessness. He had already taken the position of the war zone commander, but still dares to venture alone into danger. Even the leader of the Calamity Ruins Church probably never expected him to do this. However, Lin Hao was also a bit puzzled in his heart. "District Chief Du, those people from the Ruins Church, didn't they sign a contract with you?" Du Yuanhua heard Lin Hao doubting him. Not only did he not get angry, but he smiled even more happily. "Lin Hao, you are more impressive than I imagined. Not easily trusting others. This is a good habit. But this time you overthought it. I did indeed sign the contract. It's just that the content of the contract was long ago altered by a supreme level item. If you don't believe it, you can go ask District Chief Wang." Lin Hao nodded. Though he trusted Du Yuanhua in his heart, but still made a phone call to confirm with Wang Jinayu. Wang Jinayu also gave a positive response. Only then did Lin Hao feel assured and trust Du Yuanhua. "District Chief Du, since you have already witnessed my strength, can you tell me your next plan?" "Don't rush." Du Yuanhua shook his head. Your damage is indeed exaggerated. But I'm still unsure about your survival ability. Alright. Lin Hao nodded. Then Director Du. You try attacking me with all your might. Du Yuanhua nodded. You must have a passive survival skill. Then I won't hold back. Wait. Lin Hao suddenly thought of something, and quickly stopped him. What's wrong? Du Yuanhua asked in confusion. Don't you have a life-saving passive skill? Lin Hao shook his head. Director Du. I'm not worried about myself. I'm afraid you'll be instantly killed by my counter damage. Counter damage. Du Yuanhua smiled. Don't worry. I have plenty of health. Even if you have a legendary passive skill, infinitely reflecting 10% of the damage, nor can you counter-kill me. Lin Hao shrugged his shoulders. What you said makes sense. But my skill can reflect 10 times the damage. What? 10 times? Du Yuanhua was utterly shocked, completely unable to believe it. How could there be such a perverse counter-damage skill in this world? But he quickly felt that Lin Hao wouldn't lie to him, because it was too absurd. In the end, he could only accept reality. Although one's health after the catastrophe is high, it is still only 5 trillion. If 50 billion damage is reflected, one would have to die. Du Yuanhua took a deep breath and switched to a move with less damage. He conjured a water sphere with a diameter of several dozen meters and hurled it fiercely at Lin Hao. 19683650000. Nearly 20 billion damage is already very exaggerated. But Lin Hao only lost less than 40 million mana points. At this time, Lin Hao's mana had already exceeded 200 million. This consumption is nothing. Seeing that Lin Hao didn't lose a single drop of blood, Du Yuanhua was shocked. He had heard rumors about Lin Hao before, but seeing it with my own eyes, I realized those rumors were still too conservative. The more exaggerated part was yet to come. As Lin Hao was being attacked, damage numbers also appeared above Du Yuanhua's head. 19683650000. Nearly 200 billion rebound damage. Du Yuanhua almost doubted his life. What kind of heaven-defying counter-damage skill is this? It's actually so terrifying. He even suspected, if he really had to fight Lin Hao, his chances of winning wouldn't even reach 30%. This is the first time Du Yuanhua has felt such a great sense of frustration. Who exactly is the 5th-tier job changer? Lin Hao smiled and said, Director Du, are you satisfied with my strength? Du Yuanhua nodded. Lin Hao, you are the strongest 5th-tier job changer I have ever seen. Xia Kang is simply no match for you. By the way, what are the drawbacks of your profession? I won't stop until I wear you out completely. With Xia Kangana's cautious personality, he might keep hiding and not dare to make a move. Flaws. Lin Hao thought for a moment. Say, my survival ability is indeed very strong, but it all depends on mana and passive skills. If the passive is sealed, my survival ability is about the same as an ordinary squishy mage. But I have a skill to remove negative effects, and I already used it before, exposing myself. Upon hearing this, Du Yuanhua frowned slightly, feeling a bit troubled. Then, of course, it couldn't be performed. Du Yuanhua thought for a moment and quickly came up with a solution. Our war zone has a supreme level item that can impose an anti-magic effect on the enemy. Targets under the anti-magic effect cannot recover any mana and will be locked in place, unable to teleport. Lin Hao was surprised upon hearing this. The war zone has such a treasure. Anti-magic is a negative status, but divine will is a legendary skill and cannot be removed. The two skills differ in quality. No matter how powerful a legendary skill is, it cannot surpass a supreme level skill. Such cases of skill conflict are very common. For example, one skill can penetrate all shields, while another skill's shield is absolutely impenetrable. Higher quality skills have higher priority and stronger effects. If the quality is the same, then the level is considered. If the level is the same, then the base priority is considered. One side will always be suppressed. The supreme level item Du Yuanhua mentioned can indeed counter him. The problem is, Lin Hao cannot recover his mana, so how can he duel against the level 93 Xia Kang? His chances of winning drop directly to 20%. Lin Hao doesn't want to take the risk. Du Yuanhua smiled and said, Don't worry, I've already thought it through. I'll give you a supreme level purification item that can remove all negative states. When you defeat me, Xia Kang will definitely come to claim the credit, and you can give him a surprise. Lin Hao nodded. Half an hour later, Du Yuanhua received 2 supreme level items from the man in black. He kept the sealing item and handed the purification item to Lin Hao. Lin Hao took it and checked its effects. Sacred Radiance Purification Stone. Quality, supreme. Effect, single use, can be used in any environment. Upon use, immediately removes all abnormal statuses, negative effects, and marks. For the next 600 seconds, grants immunity to all abnormal statuses and negative effects. Additionally, fully restores health and mana, and refreshes all skill cooldowns. Lin Hao was surprised. I can actually see the quality of a supreme level item. Du Yuanhua explained, you've reached tier 5, you're no longer a novice. At tier 5, you can see supreme level quality, and above tier 9, you can see divine level quality. Lin Hao nodded, not paying much attention. Not being able to see the quality didn't affect seeing the effect. This purification stone is too powerful. It not only dispels everything but also instantly restores full health and mana. Then, Du Yuanhua took out another supreme level item, which was the all-realm heaven sealing lock that Lin Hao was familiar with. Take this with you as well. After completing the mission, Director Wang will definitely have more rewards. Remember, this mission is not a must succeed. If there's danger, retreat. Killing Xiekong is important, but you, this genius, are the future of the Dragon Nation. Lin Hao nodded, took the universal heaven sealing lock, and formally bid farewell to Du Yuanhua. During the previous conversation, he had already learned the locations of 2 Sixth Church gathering spots. After spending some time, Lin Hao quickly arrived at both places. The 2 gathering spots were very close to each other. Just after sneaking in, he immediately activated the 10,000 Realms heaven sealing lock, sealing all exits to prevent them from escaping. Before those disaster ruins cultists and deacons could react, Lin Hao unleashed the level 500 Furious Sea Surge. The Furious Sea Surge reached level 500, its power was astonishing. The summoned waves had an incredible diameter of 2,000 meters. Seeing the massive waves, fear and unease appeared on everyone's faces. Oh my god, such terrifying waves. Could it be that Lin Hao has really arrived? Help! Help! Elder! Elder, where are you? Although these people were not lower in rank than Lin Hao, the mere mention of his name almost scared them out of their wits. After all, Lin Hao's reputation was built step by step through his strength. They didn't know much, but they had heard that Lin Hao had destroyed several strongholds of the Calamity Ruins Church, and there were even rumors that he had killed the High Priest of the 10th Church. Even if they were given 100 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to face Lin Hao head-on. Everyone within the coverage of this 2,000-meter-high giant wave was desperately fleeing for their lives. To be honest, they knew in their hearts how dangerous the situation was, but they were slow runners. Even if they tried their best to escape, it was impossible to run out of this range within a second. The next second, the giant wave came crashing down. All the struck targets immediately had terrifying damage numbers appear above their heads. -557. -557. -556. More than 5 billion damage is simply not something these ruins cultists and ruins deacons can withstand. In an instant, they all fell into a state of catastrophe. The people in this catastrophic state desperately tried to control their sanity and escape, but their instincts drove them to charge at Lin Hao. Lin Hao sneered, "Thank you for delivering yourselves to death." He instantly unleashed the 500 level 10,000 Thunder Tribulation. The surrounding 2,000 meters of space was shrouded in a thick layer of purple. In the next moment, countless lightning bolts tore through the sky, and thousands of thunder pillars struck straight down. All targets within the range were once again hit by terrifying numbers. -5.57 billion. -5.57 billion. -5.56 billion. A single move wipes out hundreds, and the cooldown time of 10,000 Thunder Tribulation has been refreshed again. Lin Hao clasped his hands behind his back, scanning his surroundings. Logically speaking, with such a commotion, the elders of the disaster ruins gathering place should have shown up long ago. Why is there not a single person in sight? Could it be that they are truly scared of me? His heart stirred, and he rushed toward the center of the gathering place. On the way, they encountered 2 elders rushing over. Lin Hao, drop your weapon and surrender immediately. The High Priest is a level 93 expert, right here. Killing us won't help you, you can't escape. If you surrender, we guarantee you'll become the next elder. With your strength, you'll become the High Priest sooner or later. Why throw your life away for nothing? Lin Hao couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. Thank you for your kindness. A level 93 High Priest still can't scare me. I've killed quite a few High Priests from your ruins church. The 2 were instantly shocked upon hearing this. Lin Hao said he killed the High Priest. Could the rumors be true? Did he really kill the High Priest of the 10th Church? Apparently, the ruins church concealed this news to avoid causing chaos. The High Priest is the strongest person in the ruins church apart from the leader. Even the High Priest is no match for Lin Hao. When Lin Hao arrives, they can only await death. The 2 panicked and wanted to retreat. But before they could move, a massive fireball suddenly descended from the sky. The 500-level skyfire explosion has an equally exaggerated range of 2,000 meters. Although the two elders have displacement skills, they simply cannot escape and can only activate their shields simultaneously. However, their choice was terribly wrong. The fireball slammed into them fiercely, exploding with astonishing damage numbers. -11.15 billion. -11.15 billion. Under the blessing of the supreme equipment, the Riftworld Sacred Ring, damage exceeding 10 billion instantly pierced through the shield, reducing the health bar to 0 and triggering a catastrophic state. Not long ago, these 8th-tier elders were still a threat to Lin Hao. But now, they're no different from the small monsters by the roadside. The two had just entered the catastrophe state and hadn't even chosen a direction to escape when a mark suddenly appeared on their body's hunting mark. The next second, a more terrifying purple lightning pillar struck down with a roar. No matter how they tried to escape, the purple lightning pillar, as if guided by navigation, accurately hit one of them on the forehead. Damage over 200 billion. In an instant, that elder was struck so hard that not even a trace remained. The fate of the other elder wasn't much better, as he also suffered over 2 trillion damage through the hunting mark and was instantly obliterated. The strongest experts of the two small settlements fell one after another just like that. Lin Hao killing them was no different from stepping on stray dogs by the roadside. He sighed and said, "The speed at which my strength is improving is truly terrifying. Previously, these 8th-tier elders could still exchange a few moves with me, and I even had to use items that enhanced my power tenfold. Now, a casual strike and they're instantly defeated. The strongest ones have fallen, and the small fry are no match." It took Lin Hao just a little time to wipe out everyone from the two small settlements. Meanwhile, at the Chaya settlement, the high priest of the 6th church, Xia Kang, was burning with rage at this moment. That damned Lin Hao, how dare he cause trouble right under my nose? He's simply too arrogant. Xia Kang slammed the table and turned to a group of elders, saying, "The 10,000 Realms Heaven Sealing Lock is about to fail. Who is willing to deal with that kid?" A group of elders immediately lowered their heads, but in their hearts, they thought, "Are you kidding? Lin Hao is a god of slaughter. He's already wiped out several strongholds. It's said that even a 9th-tier high priest was taken down by him. We're barely above the 8th tier, going would just be courting death." Seeing everyone like this, Xia Khan became even angrier. "You useless bunch. What does the church even keep you for? Lin Hao is only at the 5th tier, while you are all outstanding among the 8th tier, yet you're scared stiff by a little brat like this. How shameful." Although the group was indignant, they didn't dare to speak up. In their hearts, they thought, "Say whatever you want, we'll just play dead. That god of slaughter, Lin Hao, is not someone we can mess with. Staying alive is the real deal, why seek death?" At this moment, Du Yunhua stepped forward and declared, "Priest, this Lin Hao is far too arrogant. I am willing to personally step into the fray and kill him." Hearing this, Xia Khan laughed so hard he could barely keep his mouth closed. "Elder Du, you truly are my strongest subordinate. With those words, I can rest easy." Xia Kang's harsh rebuke, in truth, was a deliberate trap set for Du Yunhua. Recently, Du Yunhua's influence within the church had been steadily growing, to the point where it even eclipsed Xia Kang's. Despite Xia Kang's repeated attempts to suppress him, Du Yunhua always managed to deftly counter. If this kept up, who would have the final say in the 6th church? So, Du Yunhua must die. Let Lin Hao kill him, and it can also weaken Lin Hao's strength. This couldn't be better. Du Yunhua thought the same. Xia Kang had been suppressing him everywhere, and he had long wanted to seek death. At this moment, several elders suddenly stood up, and one said, "Priest, let us go with Elder Du. Lin Hao is too powerful. To be safe, let's all go together." That's right, although Elder Du is strong, he may not be able to take on Lin Hao alone. If we all go, we can definitely take him down. Xia Kang had not yet expressed his opinion when Du Yunhua nodded, "All right, let's do it this way." Du Yunhua walked in front, followed closely by several elders. Seeing this situation, Xia Kang immediately flew into a rage. "You bypassed me, the high priest, and acted on your own. Du Yunhua, are you looking to get yourself killed?" He quickly tried to stop them. "No way." Everyone turned their heads to look at him upon hearing this. Xia Kang took a deep breath, knowing it wasn't the time to fall out yet, and could only suppress his anger as he said, "Lin Hao is very cunning. If so many of you go up together, won't you scare him away? I think Elder Du should go alone first. If he really can't handle Lin Hao, then you all can go together. With Elder Du's strength, holding Lin Hao off and waiting for reinforcements shouldn't be a problem." Du Yunhua immediately put on an enraged expression upon hearing this and said sternly, "Of course, Lin Hao is just a 5th-tier job changer. I can crush him with a single move." Several elders quickly advised, "Elder Du, don't underestimate him. Lin Hao has already taken several of our strongholds and killed nearly 10 elders. He's no small fry. That's right. I heard his damage is terrifying, capable of dealing tens of billions in damage. It's safer if we go together. Before Du Yuanhua could respond, Xie Kan couldn't help but interject. He understood that if he didn't get rid of Du Yuanhua soon, he would eventually be sidelined. Elder Du, time is of the essence. Hurry up and act. If Lin Hao escapes, don't blame us. Xie Kan sneered, or are you afraid of Lin Hao and deliberately stalling for time? Du Yuanhua snorted coldly, you don't need to come with me. A mere Lin Hao is nothing. Leave him to me. With that, he strode out of the meeting room. Xie Kan watched his back with disdain in his heart, still too green to compete with me. As the high priest, Xie Kan had access to far more information than the other elders. Lin Hao had once killed the high priest of the 10th church, Li Yongsheng. This was not a rumor but a fact. Although Du Yuanhua was strong, his past performance was at most mid to high level for someone at level 90. He might not even be stronger than Li Yongsheng. Facing Lin Hao, he was bound to be defeated. Xie Kan secretly hoped Du Yuanhua would force Lin Hao to reveal all his trump cards so he could swoop in and take advantage. Meanwhile, Lin Hao began sorting through his spoils of war. The two small disaster-ruined strongholds had few people, with only 2 8th-tier elders, but they contributed 3.7 billion energy. Adding to the 300 million Lin Hao had before, the total exceeded 4 billion. Without hesitation, Lin Hao spent 4 billion energy points to upgrade the forbidden skill Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial from level 1000 to level 2000. Skill description: Forbidden Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial LV10000 consumes 2 million mana to summon a Heavenly Thunderbolt. The Thunderbolt can lock onto any target within 100,000 meters, dealing damage equal to 1 billion times the user's magic attack power. If the target is at full health, it deals an additional 1 billion times damage. Upon killing the target, the skill's cooldown is instantly refreshed. Cooldown, 600 seconds. Oh my god, this skill is absolutely overpowered. A 100,000 meter lock-on range and 1 billion times damage, it's practically a cheat code. In addition to the energy, Lin Hao also obtained 2,406 attribute fruits. Originally, he could only get over 1,000, but thanks to the level 1000 absolute luck, every time he killed a boss, he gained 3 extra attribute fruits, doubling the total amount. The breakdown was as follows: medium mana fruits, 343, large mana fruits, 58, medium intelligence fruits, 328, large intelligence fruits, 45, medium agility fruits, 341, large agility fruits, 43. After absolute luck reached level 1000, the number of large fruits significantly increased. Lin Hao consumed all the mana fruits in one go, increasing his maximum mana by 9,760,000 points. His mana value skyrocketed from 214,113,100 to 223,873,100. While others gain tens or at most thousands of points when leveling up, he gains millions. The increase is absolutely terrifying. Then he ate the intelligence fruit, causing his intelligence attribute to skyrocket by 88,100 points, soaring from 812,820 points to 900,920 points, getting closer and closer to breaking the 1 million mark. The intelligence boost brought a surge in spell attack power by 176,200 points, increasing from 2,230,840 points to 2,407,040 points. Finally, Lin Hao consumed all the agility fruits, instantly increasing his agility attribute by 89,700 points, leaping directly from 266,510 points to over 350,000. 6,210 points. Lin Hao glanced at the fruits of other attributes, holding a total of 5,275 fruits in his hand. Not only that, after clearing these two disaster gathering spots, he also gained over 3,000 pieces of legendary equipment and a large amount of experience points. However, in the later stages for job changers, the experience points required for leveling up increased significantly. The large amount of experience points gained this time only raised him from level 56 to level 57. For Lin Hao, leveling up a bit slower is actually a good thing. With each level up, he can gain 1,000 free attribute points. This time, he continued to allocate all the attribute points to intelligence. Intelligence instantly skyrocketed to 901,920 points. Spell attack power has also increased by 2,000 points, reaching 2,409,040 points. Just as Lin Hao was checking his attributes, a figure suddenly flashed ahead, rapidly approaching. Another one coming to court death. Lin Hao sneered, you wouldn't happen to be the high priest of that church, would you? Why doesn't he come in person and instead sends you to your death? Du Yuanhua responded coldly, Lin Hao, don't be so arrogant. A mere 5th-tier job changer, does it really require our high priest to take action personally? Saying too much could lead to mistakes, so Du Yuanhua said no more and directly took out a supreme level sealing item. After activation, it immediately applied a supreme level anti-magic effect on Lin Hao. Lin Hao was slightly stunned, and his expression instantly turned serious. Ha ha ha, Lin Hao, are you just starting to feel scared now? It's too late. Du Yuanhua laughed heartily, already aware of Lin Hao's survival abilities, and without any reservations, directly unleashed the highest level of dark impact. The anti-magic effect made Lin Hao dare not take it head-on, so he immediately activated the level 500 endless barrier. The shield value reached as high as 6,022,600,000, instantly enveloping his entire body. The shield of over 6 billion is strong, but Du Yuanhua's attack damage far exceeds this value. With one strike, the damage reached 39.68365 billion, instantly shattering the shield. The remaining damage all landed on Lin Hao. Lin Hao's mana instantly decreased by over 67 million. Even if his mana exceeded 200 million, he still lost a quarter. Anyone could see that in the first round, Lin Hao was completely suppressed. Chaoyu gathering place. The scene in the crystal ball made a group of elders extremely excited. Ha ha ha, as expected of Elder Du, truly impressive. Indeed, Elder Du's skills are extraordinary. He even has a supreme level anti-magic item, and his strength has increased again. He can deal nearly 40 billion terrifying damage in a single strike. It seems Lin Hao is done for this time. With such achievements and strength, there's no doubt Elder Du will be the next high priest. Hearing the crowd's cheers, Xia Kang's face looked grim. Damn it, Du Yuanhua actually has a supreme level anti-magic item in his hands. No wonder he dares to challenge Lin Hao one-on-one at this time. Could he really take down Lin Hao? However, Xia Kang quickly laughed. He suddenly noticed an even more exaggerated damage number appearing above Du Yuanhua's head. 396.8365 billion. Nearly 400 billion damage instantly pushed Du Yuanhua into a catastrophic state. A group of elders immediately panicked. My god, this heaven-defying damage, is Lin Hao really a tier 5 job changer? Wait, did you see how Lin Hao attacked? I didn't see any movement at all. Not seeing it is normal. This damage is most likely caused by a reflection skill. An elder analyzed, I heard Lin Hao has an extremely terrifying damage reflection skill, but almost everyone who has seen it has died, so no one has confirmed it. Now it's finally been proven. Everyone's faces became even more terrified after hearing this. My god, isn't the counter damage skill supposed to have a limit? It can't exceed one's maximum attack power. Why can Lin Hao reflect such terrifying damage? Who knows? I think our world is basically a game, and Lin Hao is practically a cheat. Don't talk nonsense. I think this is more like a unique skill of his class. SSS level job changer, each unique skill is stronger than the last. Insane counterattack power, even 10 times the counter damage is not impossible. Everyone thought it made sense, but this meant Elder Du was in danger. He neither had a skill to ignore counter damage nor any related items, which made the situation very worrying. Xia Kang almost burst out laughing. He couldn't wait for Du Yuanhua to die immediately, preferably exhausting Lin Hao's mana before his death. At the same time, Lin Hao launched a counterattack. He unleashed the level 2000 forbidden skill Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial, instantly forming a massive purple lightning pillar. Du Yuanhua's expression changed, and he quickly used the extremely fast attack skill Instant Flame Impact, striking Lin Hao first and dealing over 10 billion damage, 39,683,650,000 points. Lin Hao's mana instantly dropped to less than half. Immediately, Lin Hao's counterattack arrived. The first strike was a tenfold counter damage, with damage reaching 39683650000 points. The second strike was the damage from Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial, amounting to 24090280000 points. Since Du Yuanhua had already lost a significant amount of health due to the reflected damage, he couldn't withstand the second attack, causing Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial to not fully unleash its power. However, the combined attacks exceeded 600 billion, instantly depleting Du Yuanhua's health bar. But he didn't die, as a life-saving item preserved a bit of his health and teleported him back. Lin Hao was already prepared, pretending to be slightly surprised but did not continue to pursue. His mana was less than half remaining, and continuing to fight head-on could lead to losses. He turned around and left without hesitation. Quick, elders, go kill Lin Hao. This guy is like a candle in the wind now. Du Yuanhua, who had returned to the Chaoyu gathering place, shouted urgently. The other elders were eager to act, as Du Yuanhua's performance far exceeded their expectations. Now Lin Hao's mana is only half left. This is a great opportunity. However, before they could act, Xia Kang took the lead and said, there's no need to trouble the elders with this matter. Lin Hao is formidable, let me handle it. After speaking, Xia Kang directly used the High Priest's unique skill, Cataclysm Transfer. This is a skill exclusive to the High Priest, allowing instant transfer to any Disaster Ruins gathering point, with a cooldown of 24 hours. It hasn't been used today, so it's perfect for this situation. In the blink of an eye, Siak Kong appeared at the gathering place where Lin Hao was. The elders saw the scene in the crystal ball and couldn't help but curse. That damn Siak Kong, so shameless, stealing credit. Elder Du, what should we do? This guy is clearly trying to steal your credit. Du Yuanhua waved his hand and smiled. It's fine, the leader sees my performance clearly, and the leader will never treat a meritorious person unfairly. As soon as the words fell, a phantom appeared. You are right. The leader's phantom slowly spoke. Elder Du, you have done very well. If you can kill Lin Hao, you will undoubtedly be the greatest contributor. Thank you, Master. Du Yuanhua appeared happy on the surface, but was shocked inside. The master is actually paying attention here. He didn't take action personally. Could it be that those two demigods are also watching? At the same time, Siak Kong caught up with Lin Hao, who was running away, and couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, Lin Hao, what are you doing on my turf? Leaving in such a hurry? I haven't even properly entertained you yet. Lin Hao also laughed. You're the high priest of the 6th church? Let me tell you, I still have cards up my sleeve, and I don't want to waste them on a loser like you. If you're smart, just pretend you didn't see me and get lost quickly, or don't even think about leaving. Siak Kong was stunned. He had never seen someone so arrogant. You, a 5th-tier job changer, haven't even gone all out yet. Where do you get the nerve to be so cocky? Siak Kong was furious. Kid, you're overestimating yourself. You have a trump card, and so do I. With that, he activated the 10,000 spells Annihilation Pearl, increasing his spell attack power tenfold. He prepared to go all out, aiming to finish Lin Hao in one move to avoid dragging it out too long. Although he would also suffer tenfold counter damage, he didn't care at all. Because Lin Hao not only has a life-saving item but is also in a cataclysmic state. The next second, a black giant wave with a diameter of 500 meters suddenly appeared, surging fiercely toward Lin Hao. Lin Hao, however, calmly smiled, not dodging or avoiding at all, as if seeking his own demise. The black giant wave slammed into him violently, and the damage numbers skyrocketed over 430 billion. His mana instantly dropped to 0, and his health was also depleted, but Lin Hao didn't die. He triggered the level 500 life-saving passive skill Indomitable Will, instantly reviving to full health and generating a 1 billion point shield. However, his mana did not recover. Siak Kong laughed maniacally. Although he also suffered even more terrifying rebound damage, his life-saving item saved his life. Now he only has 1 mana point left, but for a mage, mana is the key. Without mana, even the most basic fireball spell can't be cast. Lin Hao has 0 mana, unable to counterattack or protect himself. Siak Kong said smugly, Lin Hao, you're done for today. Lin Hao sighed, you people from the Church of Ruins are supposed to persuade me to surrender. Why aren't you playing by the rules? Siak Kong sneered, compared to magic crystals, you, kid, have become my top achievement. Siak Kong waved his staff, and a giant blood-red fist descended from the sky, smashing fiercely toward Lin Hao. Lin Hao remained calm and immediately used a Supreme Holy Light Purification Stone to remove all negative statuses, instantly restoring his mana. Even the cooldown times for the forbidden skills Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial and Indomitable Will were refreshed. Siak Kang's expression changed drastically, but the move had already been executed and couldn't be retracted. Lin Hao didn't plan to take it head-on. The damage from this blood-colored giant fist was estimated to exceed 4 trillion. Even a level 500 source shield couldn't block it, leaving no choice but to have mana and health completely drained, triggering Indomitable Will. The range of the blood-colored giant fist attack is 500 meters, and most displacement skills can't dodge it even at max level. But Lin Hao remained calm, instantly activating the level 500 Shadow Leap, teleporting 500 meters away to evade the attack. At the same time, he launched a counterattack. You have it, I have it too. After activating the world-destroying Soul Orb, Lin Hao's spell attack power instantly increased tenfold, skyrocketing from over 2.4 million to over 24 million. Then, the level 500 instant flame impact struck Siak Kong like lightning. 600 billion damage instantly pushed Siak Kong into a cataclysmic state. Siak Kong is the High Priest of the 6th Church, level 93, with 550 billion health, 4 million spell power, 1.8 million physical defense, and 2 million magic resistance. Skills include Cataclysmic Power, Cataclysmic Body, Cataclysmic Blood Hand, and Abyssal Cataclysmic Wave. After entering the cataclysmic state, Siak Kong felt something was wrong. Lin Hao's condition returned to its peak, causing him to start retreating. Lin Hao, I'm not in good shape today. Let's fight another day. Lin Hao sneered, you've come this far, and now you want to run? I told you before I had a trump card, but you didn't believe me, making me waste the Holy Radiance Purification Stone. Now, you can only wait for death. The level 2000 forbidden skill Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial was instantly activated. A massive thunder pillar struck directly at Siak Kong. Siak Khan was petrified with fear. Despite having over 5 trillion HP, he felt no sense of security. The thunder pillar hit him, and the terrifying damage instantly skyrocketed over 48 trillion. The health bar instantly dropped to 0, and Siak Khan was killed in seconds, falling to the ground. After defeating the level 93 Ruins High Priest, Lin Hao immediately gained 60 million experience points. Since he was 36 levels higher than the priest, he also received an additional 216 million experience points. Not only that, he successfully absorbed 180 million energy points, and due to the level difference, he gained an extra 648 million energy points. Even more fortunately, Lin Hao triggered absolute luck, obtaining a skeleton staff, skeleton necklace, skeleton magic ring, along with 2 medium agility fruits and 1 large intelligence fruit. The level 93 High Priest is indeed extraordinary. Their experience and energy are 3 times higher than Li Yongsheng at level 90. In just a brief moment, Lin Hao gained over 828 million energy points, an astonishing amount that is hard to believe. Keep in mind, this is the energy of a single person, almost equivalent to the total of a small settlement. Lin Hao glanced at his energy reserves, which now totaled 966 million points. He consumed 3 attribute fruits, 2 medium agility fruits and 1 large intelligence fruit. Agility increased by 400 points, reaching 356,610 points. Intelligence increased by 500 points, reaching 902,420 points. As a result, spell attack power also increased by 1,000 points, reaching 2,410,040 points. After everything was ready, Lin Hao activated the Aurora Crystal and instantly returned to Kyoto University. The remaining matters would be left to Du Yuanhua to handle. Meanwhile, everyone who witnessed Lin Hao instantly kill Siak Khan and leave gracefully fell silent. The elders were left speechless, their mouths agape, unsure of what to say. The leader of the Ruins Church was even more frustrated, as if he had swallowed a fly. He originally thought he could easily take down Lin Hao this time, but unexpectedly, this kid had the Holy Radiance Purification Stone as his trump card. What a coincidence. The leader shook his head and sighed, thinking this must have been an accident. After all, Lin Hao hadn't planned to use this trump card, it was Siak Khan who recklessly ran into it. The leader looked at Du Yuanhua and said, "The failure of this plan is not your fault. Siak Khan has already sacrificed himself. From now on, you will be the high priest of the 6th church." Du Yuanhua neither felt happy nor dared to be pleased upon hearing this. He lowered his head and said, "Leader, absolutely not. I didn't achieve any merit this time, instead, Priest Xia lost his life. If I become the high priest, what will the other elders think of me?" The other elders stepped forward one after another to support him. "Elder Du, what are you saying? Siak Khan stole the credit and got himself killed. How can that be your fault? I've been displeased with him for a long time. At critical moments, he always shrinks back, but when it comes to taking credit, he runs faster than a rabbit. He deserved to die. Elder Du is more suitable than Siak Khan to be our high priest." The leader nodded. "So many people support you, this position is yours." Du Yuanhua feigned hesitation, finally gritting his teeth and agreeing. Even Oscar would have to admit his acting skills were top-notch. Du Yuanhua solemnly vowed, "Master Leader, I swear to the great god of odes that I will lead the 6th church to unprecedented heights." The leader nodded in satisfaction, his figure gradually disappearing. Only then did the other elders begin to celebrate wildly. "Ha ha ha, Elder Du, no, Priest Du, now you've truly made it big. Don't forget about us brothers." "That's right, Priest Du, from now on, we'll be living the good life with you." Du Yuanhua shook his head with a smile. "Living the good life is too much to hope for. I just wish for some peace and stability." Following Siak Khan was nerve-wracking every single day. "Everyone, rest assured, I will definitely ensure you all live a good life in the future." Not long after returning to school, Lin Hao received a communication from Wang Jinayu. As soon as the call connected, Wang Jinayu praised, "Lin Hao, you did a great job. Du Yuanhua has successfully taken the position of high priest. Although that cult leader is suspicious and won't trust him easily at first, I believe in District Chief Du's abilities. As long as he's given some time, he'll eventually locate the headquarters of the disaster ruins." Lin Hao nodded and said, "District Chief Wang, once I know where the headquarters is, can you take me along?" The energy value contributed by a level 93 high priest is already astonishing. How much the cult leader can contribute is truly unimaginable. Wang Jinayu listened, smiled, and said, "You really are the kind of guy who runs straight into danger. If it were any other job changer, they would have avoided it long ago. Since you're willing to go voluntarily, of course, I support you. The Calamity Ruins Church is a powerful force, the more people going, the better." Lin Hao heard this and was overjoyed, having found another place to farm energy. But before that, he needed to improve his strength, ideally gaining the ability to take on the church leader one-on-one before the final battle with the Calamity Ruins Church. Wang Jinayu continued, "I've already sent someone to deliver the reward for this mission. Look forward to it." With that, the call ended. Lin Hao was filled with curiosity. For a demigod-level figure like Wang Jinayu to keep it a mystery, the reward must be extraordinary. Before long, a man in military uniform arrived with the item. Lin Hao took it and carefully read the item description. Kangming Concealment Robe. Quality, Supreme. Effect, permanently conceals aura when worn, making it undetectable or foreseeable by any means. Could it be that my level 1000 absolute luck has come into play? The supreme level stealth item that Dragoon wanted him to find. Lin Hao was worrying about where to get it, and now it has been delivered right to his doorstep. This is truly a great gift, a supreme level eternal item of immeasurable value. Wang Jinayu and Mu Tianxian, these two demigods, have been so generous to him. Once his strength is fully enhanced, he must help them share the burden. Lin Hao crushed the teleportation stone and returned to the special space. Dragoon greeted him with a smile. Lin Hao, you're finally back. This time, you're later than usual. Lin Hao rolled his eyes at him. A supreme level eternal item isn't as common as cabbage. Getting one is already pretty good. Dragoon smiled. That's right, you've already got the item, haven't you? Of course. Lin Hao nodded and took out the azure nether stealth robe. Dragoon took the item, examined it carefully, and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. This effect is even stronger than I expected. Senior Guan, what about my reward? Lin Hao asked. Don't worry, I won't forget. Tell me, what kind of supreme eternal item do you want? Dragoon asked. Of course, the premise is that I have it. Lin Hao thought for a moment and said, do you have any items that can permanently store mana? Permanently store mana? Dragoon shook his head. I don't have that, but I do have other items, maybe you'll like them. What items? Lin Hao asked curiously. Dragon smiled and took out a heart-shaped gem-like item, handing it to Lin Hao. Lin Hao took it and checked its effect. Heart of the Spirit Sea. Quality, Supreme. Effect, after use, maximum mana value immediately becomes 10 times the original, lasts for 600 seconds, cooldown of 12 hours. Lin Hao thought to himself, this is somewhat similar to my Extinction World Soul Orb. One increases mana, the other boosts spell attack power. This item's effect is amazing. After using it, the maximum mana can reach over 2 billion. Clearing a supreme level dungeon wouldn't even take 10 minutes. It's also very useful in regular battles. For example, during the fight with Xia Kang just now, if he had this item, he could instantly increase his maximum mana by over 2 billion. He wouldn't need to dodge at all, and the opponent's skills would backfire instead. Lin Hao accepted the item, and Dragoon smiled and said, my strength has almost recovered. Now with this supreme level stealth item, I can conceal my aura. This afternoon, I'll take you to a great place. What place? Lin Hao asked. The Ruins World. Dragoon answered. Go to the ruins? Lin Hao shook his head. For me, it's not the right time yet. The world of catastrophic ruins is definitely a place I must go. There are countless energy values there that I absolutely can't miss. But with my current strength, I can't handle something on the level of the 8 great disasters. Dragoon seemed well prepared and said with a smile, don't worry, the scope of the calamity ruins is far larger than you imagine. The chances of you encountering the 8 great calamities as soon as you enter are lower than winning the lottery. Besides, apart from the 8 great calamities, the Calamity Ruins Court also has 12 demon generals. The place we're heading to is the territory of the Azura Demon General. He belongs to the Calamity of War, one of the 8 great calamities, and is a complete battle maniac. The area he governs is in utter chaos, where the people under him fight each other daily even without external enemies. They wouldn't care about 2 more people showing up. Lin Hao fell into deep thought after hearing this. From what you're saying, it sounds relatively safe, but I still don't want to take the risk. If something goes wrong, there's no way to escape. Dragoon said helplessly, Lin Hao, the reason you've grown so quickly is because you've taken risks before. The greater the danger, the greater the opportunity. The benefits of the Calamity Ruins are incomparable to anything in your world. Lin Hao remained unmoved. He did often take risks, frequently challenging supreme-level dungeons, but only when he was confident. As for the Calamity Ruins, he had no idea what was inside. More importantly, he didn't trust Dragoon. Although the two of them couldn't harm each other, what if Dragoon fled at a critical moment of danger? Seeing Lin Hao being so cautious, Dragoon sighed and took out a key radiating a holy glow. This is the divine key I mentioned earlier, capable of connecting 2 worlds. I'll give it to you to control the passage between the 2 worlds. Now you won't be afraid, right? Lin Hao exclaimed in surprise, a divine key? You trust me so much, aren't you afraid I'll take the key and run away? However, Lin Hao would never do such a thing. He also needed someone to guide him. He took the key and carefully examined its description. World Key. Quality, Divine. Effect, the key to the origin of the world, capable of opening the door connecting 2 worlds. Consumes 1 billion mana points to immediately travel to another world. Wow, 1 billion mana points? Lin Hao gasped, the cost of traveling between worlds is no small matter. Now he wants to use this key, and it must be combined with the effect of the Heart of the Spirit Sea. The mana is just enough for a round trip. More importantly, this key has no cooldown time. As long as the mana is sufficient, it can be used to traverse at any time. Truly worthy of being a god-tier item. Dragoon saw Lin Hao accept the key and smiled, let's meet back here this afternoon. I can't wait to see what those guys have turned my royal court into. Lin Hao nodded and walked out of the special space. There was still some time before the afternoon, and he couldn't waste it. He activated the teleportation stone and returned to Kyoto University. After returning to school, Lin Hao had a clear goal and headed straight for the dungeon hall. Fang Rongguan saw how hard Lin Hao was working and was full of admiration. So strong and yet so hard-working, no wonder you're so amazing. Lin Hao directly asked, Teacher Fang, can I challenge the other 2 supreme-level dungeons now? Fang Rongguan first looked at Lin Hao's level and exclaimed, oh my, your leveling speed is like a rocket. In the blink of an eye, you're already level 57? The higher the level of a job changer, the harder it is to level up. After level 50, the experience required for each level is even more than going from level 40 to 50. Your speed is truly unimaginable. However, he shook his head and said, you can't go to the other 2 supreme-level dungeons for now, you'll need to wait until at least tier 6. I see. Lin Hao sighed in disappointment, what about the regular dungeons for levels 50 to 60? Fang Rongguan was about to answer when he suddenly thought of something, oh right, Lin Hao, do you know about the Molten Flame dungeon? Do you know that dungeon? The Molten Flame dungeon? Fang Rongguan asked. Lin Hao shook his head, never heard of it. What's special about this dungeon? Fang Rongguan explained, this is a supreme-level dungeon that just appeared in the past few days. For this kind of open-world dungeon, it's usually first attempted by civilian experts. After they all fail, it gradually gets reported, and eventually, people like us from universities and military districts take over. Recently, there have been 2 supreme-level dungeons in total. The Yalong squad has already cleared one, and the remaining one hasn't been taken down yet. Lin Hao's heart tightened, if it were me, I could definitely handle it with ease. Fang Rongguan said in surprise, really? Don't you know that 2 supreme-level dungeons have appeared outside in the past few days? Lin Hao felt like he had suffered a huge loss. Supreme-level dungeons could drop top-tier equipment, and missing out on them was truly a pity. He unlocked his phone, and sure enough, the chat group of the Dragon Squad had already exploded. Messages had piled up to 999 plus, including news about the Molten Flame dungeon and the situation of the previous Supreme dungeon. Unfortunately, that dungeon had already been cleared. I should have paid more attention to the messages on my phone. Lin Hao shook his head in frustration, but saying this now wouldn't change anything. He glanced at the dungeon's location, bid farewell to Fang Rongguan, activated the Aurora Crystal, and instantly teleported there. Meanwhile, a group of job changers was nervously staring at the dungeon entrance. Damn, Yu Chengguang and his team have run into big trouble. The fusion rate of this dungeon hasn't dropped at all. This dungeon is insane. We can't do anything about it, even someone as powerful as Yu Chengguang, a top-tier 6th rank expert, has fallen. At this moment, the dungeon began to flicker, and 5 figures were teleported out. Besides Yu Chengguang, the other 4 were also SSS-class job changers, each mastering unique skills. They were the ones who cleared the previous supreme-level dungeon. Sorry to disappoint everyone. Yu Chengguang smiled somewhat sheepishly. Everyone quickly comforted him, don't be modest, boss, the dungeon is just too difficult. Yeah, even you guys couldn't clear it. Looks like we'll have to report it to a higher level. Fortunately, Kyoto University produced a genius who has cleared several supreme-level dungeons in a row. Otherwise, both Kyoto and Modi University wouldn't be able to hold on. I know the person you're talking about, his name is Lin Hao. I've heard he's incredibly powerful. It would be great if he were here. Yu Chengguang felt conflicted upon hearing this. Although he was also an SSS-level mage like Lin Hao, he didn't think Lin Hao's strength was much greater than his own. However, he didn't want to dampen everyone's spirits, so he could only force a bitter smile. At that moment, a black crack suddenly tore through the space, and a stranger stepped out. Everyone stared at him intently, ready to launch their strongest attack. Lin Hao couldn't help but applaud. Everyone here was incredibly strong, top talents of the Dragon Nation, and extremely cautious. If he truly wanted to kill, no matter how careful they were, they wouldn't escape death. He scanned the crowd, his gaze falling on the dungeon behind them, and remarked with emotion, it's so refreshing without space-isolating tools. With one use of the Aurora Crystal, I instantly arrived at the destination. Yu Chengguang asked warily, may I ask, who are you? Lin Hao smiled faintly, don't worry, I'm not an enemy. I'm here to conquer the dungeon too. Perhaps you've heard of me, my name is Lin Hao. What? You are Lin Hao? Everyone was surprised, truly fulfilling the saying, speak of the devil and he shall appear. That's great. Lin Hao, the legendary player, I heard you soloed several supreme level dungeons. Really? Indeed. Lin Hao nodded lightly. What are the rules of this molten flame dungeon? A man said enthusiastically. Lin Hao, the great master. This supreme level dungeon is very powerful. The first rule is, all creatures inside will take 100,000 points of burning damage per second. This damage directly affects health points. Whether you activate a shield or use passive skills, it's useless. Although burning is a negative effect, it's because this is a supreme level rule. Even a legendary purification skill can't resolve it. Lin Hao listened, his expression still calm. 100,000 damage per second is indeed exaggerated. But he is not a fragile mage. Among mages of the same rank, his health is considered robust. His current total health exceeds 200 million. Enough to last over 2,000 seconds inside. Such a long time. He can go through it a dozen times without any problem. So this rule, he can completely ignore. Everyone saw that Lin Hao's expression remained unchanged. Everyone was secretly surprised. 100,000 damage per second. Ordinary mages simply can't withstand it. Many mages on site turned pale after hearing this. Take another look at Lin Hao. No wonder he is the national #1. The man then said. Second rule of the copy. No method can be used to restore health inside. Lin Hao listened but still showed no reaction. Just nodded lightly. Even Yu Chenguang was surprised. He originally thought that Lin Hao didn't care about the first rule, because there were many healing skills to hold on. Now it seems that's not the case. The man continued to explain the remaining rules. Rule 3, the enemy's maximum health becomes 10 times the original. Rule 4, the mana cost for casting skills becomes 5 times. Rule 5, every 600 seconds, the burn effect doubles. After hearing all the rules, Yu Chenguang felt confused. Lin Hao's expression remained relaxed. Is he truly confident? Or just pretending to be brave? At this moment, Lin Hao spoke. Just these 5 rules. Then I'll give it a try. After saying that, he directly entered the instance under everyone's astonished gaze. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, their eyes full of doubt and shock. The clone cannot regenerate health, losing 100,000 health per second. A mage like Lin Hao actually dared to go in alone. Everyone turned to look at Yu Chenguang and the others, because they were the most familiar with the dungeon situation. Yu Chenguang took a deep breath. Don't look at me. My health is only around 30 million. Going in alone would last at most 5 minutes. Able to hold on for so long is because there's an SSS level shield warrior in the team. He has a skill that can share damage among 5 people, and a passive ability that can immunize damage below 100,000. So we were able to last that long. After hearing this, everyone's expressions varied. Sure enough, Yu Chenguang did not rely on his own strength. Lin Hao's health is probably around 30 million. Does he really think he can clear it in 5 minutes? Isn't this too confident? Lin Hao ignored the thoughts of others. After entering the instance, he first observed the environment. This copy is completely different from before. With deep red magma everywhere. Whether you move or not, you lose 100,000 health points per second from burns. The surrounding monsters are naturally fire type, and immune to all fire damage. After looking at the environment, Lin Hao directly walked deeper into the dungeon. This burning damage is really annoying. This place is not suitable for staying long. Encountering small monsters seeking death on the road, Lin Hao did not hesitate. Directly used 10,000 Thunder Tribulation to kill instantly. With his current over 200 million mana points, even with 5 times the consumption, he can handle it. Very soon, Lin Hao encountered the first boss. Lava Fire Lizard King, Cataclysm. Level 60. Health points 30 billion. Attack power 60,000. Physical defense 600,000. Magic resistance 500,000. Skills Fireball LV10, Flame Burst LV10. This dungeon is truly extraordinary. A level 60 boss actually has 30 billion HP. For ordinary 6th tier job changers, this HP is simply absurdly high. Their attack damage usually only reaches tens of millions, with weaker ones even just a few million. But for Lin Hao, this boss is no different from the small monsters on the roadside. He glanced at the stats and raised his hand to unleash a forbidden heavenly thunder soul burial. Damage numbers explode on the screen, -24100350000. -2410035000000. The lava fire lizard king didn't even have time to react. Just as it was about to strike, it was instantly killed by over 4.8 trillion damage. With 30 billion HP, it was utterly insignificant in the face of Lin Hao's attack. After killing the boss, the cooldown for Forbidden Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial was instantly refreshed. Lin Hao continued advancing deeper into the dungeon, and wherever he went, enemies fell one after another. The dungeon fusion rate instantly dropped by 30%, leaving everyone in shock. Wow! Lin Hao just entered the dungeon for less than 2 minutes and actually one-shotted the Cataclysm boss? That's insane, someone exclaimed. The rule of this dungeon is that monsters have a 10-fold health boost, and the boss must have at least 20 to 30 billion HP, right? Lin Hao took it down with just one move. That damage is just ridiculous. Everyone was dumbfounded. Yu Chengguang pondered and said, actually, it's not hard to understand. Lin Hao must have awakened an SSS level exclusive skill by now. Exclusive skills are incredibly powerful, so it's not surprising to one-shot a boss. If it were me, I could do it too, but my exclusive skill has already been used, and it takes 12 hours to recover. Everyone nodded in agreement after hearing this. It was the first time they had seen a skill with such a long cooldown. Everyone knew that the stronger the skill, the longer the cooldown. Lin Hao one-shotted a boss with 30 billion HP in one move, so the cooldown must be significant. But there are 3 catastrophe bosses, what will he do about the remaining 2? Just as everyone thought this, the dungeon fusion rate dropped another 30%. Everyone was dumbfounded. Didn't they say the unique skill has a 12-hour cooldown? How is this possible? Someone exclaimed. Wow! Lin Hao took down another Cataclysm boss in seconds. 2 in less than 3 minutes? This is just ridiculous. Even Yu Chengguang was stunned. We couldn't even take down one Cataclysm boss in 10 minutes, and he just entered and took down 2 in seconds. There's no comparison. Yu Chengguang's face turned red. But it wasn't over yet. In less than 30 seconds, the dungeon's fusion level dropped to 0 and began to slowly dissipate. Everyone could no longer stay calm. Holy crap! The dungeon was cleared by Lin Hao. This is truly unbelievable. If not witnessed firsthand, no one would believe that this supreme level dungeon was cleared by Lin Hao in just 3 minutes. That's insane, faster than I do anything else, someone exclaimed. At this moment, Lin Hao walked out of the instance. Everyone looked at him, full of admiration. Yu Chengguang was completely convinced. If someone is about the same age as you and has similar strength, then naturally there would be competition. But Lin Hao's current strength only makes me look up to him. His power is so overwhelming that I can't even feel jealous. Yu Chengguang took a deep breath, his face full of helplessness. I used to think I was invincible among my peers, but after meeting Lin Hao, I realized I was nothing more than a frog at the bottom of a well. His teammates also witnessed Lin Hao's strength and were filled with admiration. Yu Chengguang began to belittle himself, and his teammates quickly comforted him, saying, "Captain, don't underestimate yourself too much. I heard from my grandfather that those 2 demigods hold Lin Hao in high regard. You were never meant to compare to him." "That's right, we still don't even know what Wang Jinayu and Mu Tianxian look like." "That's right, so Captain, don't be upset. You have to be content, recognize yourself, and you'll suffer less." Yu Chengguang listened to his teammates' comforting words and almost couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. "Are you comforting me or rubbing salt in the wound?" After Lin Hao successfully cleared the dungeon, he began to check his loot. Defeating 3 6th-tier cataclysmic bosses, he gained a total of 39 million energy points. This number seems small, but the reason is simple: his level is too high, now already at level 57. Defeating a level 60 boss only grants 30% of the over-level reward. Each boss contributed 13 million energy points, which is the downside of leveling up too quickly. But it doesn't matter, the energy points dropped by level 90 bosses are astonishingly high, with each yielding several hundred million. In addition to energy, Lin Hao also obtained 9 attribute fruits. After discarding 3 useless ones, he consumed 5 intermediate mana fruits and 1 large intelligence fruit. As a result, his maximum mana increased by 100,000, reaching 223,973,100 points. His intelligence attribute increased by 500 points, reaching 902,920 points. His spell attack power also increased by 1,000 points, reaching 2,411,040 points. After the copy ended, the Battle Dragon Medal was activated, and Lin Hao's maximum health increased by another 1 million, rising from 212,757,100 points to 213,757,100 points. Looking at these gains, Lin Hao lost interest in level-free legendary equipment because their attribute bonuses were far inferior to supreme-level equipment, and equipping them would actually decrease his combat power. However, the legendary skill book surprised him. It was a rare passive skill book, Life Rhythm. Life rhythm, passive skill. Quality, legendary. Learning requirement, Mage class. Effect, maximum health permanently increases by 100,000 points. Although Lin Hao doesn't have a high demand for health points, free stuff is always great. After learning this skill, under the blessing of Forbidden Mage Talent 4, the skill level instantly rose to level 500, with even stronger effects. Rhythm of Life LV500. Maximum health permanently increases by 5,100,000 points. Gaining 5.1 million health points in one go is quite a profit. Exchanging a large amount of energy for health points isn't worth it, but getting it for free is certainly great. Now Lin Hao's total health is 218,857,100 points. Finally, he looked at the supreme level item given by the copy Fate Reversal Talisman. This was something he had never seen before. Fate Reversal Talisman. Quality, supreme. Effect, a one-time consumable item. When receiving fatal damage, it immediately reverses time, restores to the optimal state, and grants a shield. The shield value is equivalent to 1 billion times the user's magic attack power. Lin Hao finished reading the effect and was overjoyed. Who would dislike having more life-saving tools? This tool is even stronger than the previous Destiny Reversal Stone. The Destiny Reversal Stone cannot restore health and mana, nor can it remove negative statuses, whereas the Fate Reversal Talisman can restore him to his optimal state, solving all problems. More importantly, when facing increasingly powerful opponents, the fixed 10 billion shield provided by the Destiny Reversal Stone is no longer sufficient. The shield of the Fate Reversal Talisman can also increase based on spell attack power, making it even more powerful. After organizing all the gains, Lin Hao said to his companions behind him, "Notify me directly in the group if you encounter any supreme level dungeons that can't be solved in the future." Supreme level dungeons, Lin Hao hadn't had enough of them yet. Very interested. After bidding farewell to everyone, Lin Hao calculated the time and felt it was about right, so he returned to that special space again. Seeing Lin Hao return, Dragoon asked calmly, "Are you ready?" Lin Hao nodded. "Senior Gwen, are you really planning to enter the ruins world directly?" "Of course not." Dragoon smiled, conjuring a doppelganger identical to himself, then transformed into a black crow. The crow flapped its wings and perched on Lin Hao's shoulder. Looking at the crow on his shoulder, Lin Hao felt a bit helpless. "Senior Gwen, isn't this being overly cautious?" The crow cawed twice. "As long as I live for a day, the Qianming guy won't let his guard down. His pursuit of me is even more meticulous than you can imagine. Even turning into a crow isn't safe. If it weren't for the Kangming concealment robe, I wouldn't have taken this risk at all." All right. Lin Hao smiled helplessly. After all, the world key was in his hands, and he could escape any time if there was trouble. As he spoke, he took out the world key. Before he could act, he was surprised to find that the crow beside him suddenly injected a large amount of magic power. After absorbing this energy, the world key issued a prompt. "The world key has been activated. Do you want to go to the ruins world?" Lin Hao was momentarily stunned, recalling that Dragoon actually didn't know how much magic power he could provide. He thought he wouldn't be of much help, but unexpectedly, the other party could inject so much. This was good news for Lin Hao. After all, the energy consumption of 1 billion was no small matter, and the energy of the heart of the Spirit Sea could still be conserved. "Lin Hao, what's wrong? Are you thinking of giving up now?" Dragoon couldn't help but urge when he saw him in a daze. Lin Hao shook his head. "No, I just remembered something." After speaking, he made a decision. Choosing yes, the world key immediately emitted a pale blue glow, and the magic within surged out like a flood, instantly opening a hazy and surreal world gate. The gate didn't seem like it would last long. Without hesitation, Lin Hao stepped inside. "Please select a destination." Lin Hao quickly scanned the general map of the ruins world, his gaze locking onto the Azura territory of the Azura Demon General. As soon as the decision was made, his vision blurred, and when it cleared, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. Although there was grass and trees here, all the plants seemed to have been soaked in blood, dyed a bright red, making the scene incredibly eerie. Scattered around were corpses, but they were not human. Instead, they were various monsters or, more precisely, the remains of the cataclysmic race. These corpses had strange forms, some with bull heads and human bodies, and others resembling humans but with cat ears. A question arose in Lin Hao's mind: the corpses of monsters that died on Blue Star would disappear. Could it be that their corpses all returned to the cataclysm world? Dragoon, who had turned into a crow, shook his head. "Those guys have been completely erased by the will of the world. Whether on Blue Star or in the Cataclysm world, once they're dead, they completely vanish, turning into nothingness." "Then if I die here, does that mean not even my corpse will remain?" Lin Hao asked. Dragoon nodded. "When a person dies, who still cares about the corpse?" Lin Hao smiled. "You're absolutely right, but more importantly, I won't die." Looking around, he asked again, "Senior Gwen, where are we heading next?" You came here specifically to investigate the ruins court, right? But there's not a single soul here. Dragoon didn't answer immediately. He flew into the air, circled around, and pointed to a tall tower in the distance, saying, "It seems we've arrived at the outskirts of Azura City." Azura City is the largest and most prosperous city in the Azura territory. These people are all battle fanatics, so the liveliest place must be the Azura Arena. Let's go check it out there. With that, the man and the crow flew together toward the tall tower. Upon getting closer, Lin Hao realized that it was not an ordinary tower at all, but a massive arena. Although this arena only had 9 levels, its combined height was astonishing. The arena in Azura City stood 100 jong tall and occupied half the city's area. This was truly a place built by battle fanatics, with an incredible scale. Just as Lin Hao was about to enter Azura City, he was stopped by Dragoon. "Lin Hao, are you planning to just walk straight in like that?" Dragoon asked. "What else can I do? Should I run over?" Lin Hao responded, puzzled. Dragoon shook his head helplessly. "You're human, and this city is full of cataclysmic beings, they're all enemies. Walking straight in like that is basically asking for death." Lin Hao calmly said, "It's fine, I have the legendary mirror of illusion. Changing my face is a piece of cake." Dragoon was surprised. "You actually have such a treasure? But changing your face isn't enough, you still need an identity." As he spoke, Dragoon took out a black token from his chest and handed it to Lin Hao. "This is the identity token I prepared for you." Lin Hao took the token and examined it carefully. The token was icy cold, engraved with ancient patterns, and on the back were 4 bright red characters: Heaven's Fall Follower. "Heaven Fall Believer?" Lin Hao asked in confusion. Dragoon explained, "The person holding this token is a contractor of the Heavenfall Calamity. Those guys from the ruined church you encountered before are also contractors, but they are the lowest level, unable to even prove their identity. In the ruin world, they are the bottom of the hierarchy. Only exceptionally talented geniuses or individuals with significant utility are personally granted tokens by the 8 calamities or the 12 demon generals. This token not only allows you to show your face but also grants access to places only high-level beings can enter, such as the Azura City before us. Without an identity, you can't even get in." Lin Hao sighed. "I didn't expect the identity gap in the ruin world to be so vast. The weak can't even enter a city, there's really no dignity." Dragoon said indifferently, "Survival of the fittest is the rule here. Dignity belongs only to the strong." Lin Hao said nothing more. After all, the environment was different, and a world separated them. Walking to the gates of Shura City, 2 Minotaur guards immediately fixed their eyes on him. "Human, state your name." "Nameless," Lin Hao casually gave a fake name. "Nameless? A nobody? Then you're doomed," the Minotaur guard said viciously, preparing to strike. Lin Hao, however, pulled out a token. The guards froze the moment they saw it. After carefully inspecting and confirming its authenticity, their expressions immediately turned reverent. This small human boy was actually a contractor personally signed by the 8 calamities. The 8 calamities are the top-tier powerhouses second only to the King of the Ruins of Calamity, and a contractor's status surpasses even that of the Lord of Azura City. The guard on the left respectfully returned the token to Lin Hao with both hands, bowing in salute. Lin Hao expressionlessly took back the token, but was inwardly surprised by its power far exceeding his expectations. The guard who had just arrogantly wanted to kill him immediately changed his attitude 180 degrees upon seeing the token. "This way, sir, please." The two stepped aside, respectfully gesturing. Lin Hao nodded and slowly walked into Shura City. The guards watched him leave and finally breathed a sigh of relief. "So terrifying. I never thought I'd see such an incredible figure in my lifetime. Yeah, what happened today is enough for me to brag about for a lifetime. The strength of the 8 calamities contractors is incredibly strong. Luckily, we didn't make a move earlier, or we'd be done for." After entering Azura City, Lin Hao looked around. Although it wasn't crowded to the brim yet, the place was bustling with activity. Pedestrians passed by one after another. Apart from ordinary residents, most people were above Tier 5 in strength. As expected, it truly lived up to being the largest city in the Azura territory. Lin Hao glanced around, then turned to look at the crow on his shoulder and asked, "I'm planning to exchange all the attribute fruits I don't need for something else. Do you know where I can find a suitable place for that?" The crow dragoon answered without hesitation, "Of course, it's the Shura Arena. Don't be fooled by the name Arena, it actually has everything inside." "Everything?" Lin Hao's eyes lit up. "Then let's go check it out." Soon, one man and one bird entered the largest arena in Shura City. This place was much larger than anywhere Lin Hao had seen before. Although it only had 9 floors, each floor's area was comparable to a large supermarket. Many small vendors had set up shops here, selling various goods, not much different from the markets on Blue Star. Lin Hao wandered around for a while and quickly lost interest. Although there were many things here, they were all quite ordinary. At this moment, Dragoon spoke up, "Don't waste time lingering here, just go straight to the 8th floor. The real treasures are all there. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Lin Hao rolled his eyes, then stepped onto the energy elevator, which felt novel to him, heading straight to the 8th floor. There were significantly fewer people on the 8th floor, but their overall strength was much greater. From time to time, 8th tier and 9th tier experts passed by him. Lin Hao asked, "Where to next?" Dragoon pointed to the counter ahead and said, "Let's go there. That should be the reception desk and the registration point." Registration point? Lin Hao walked toward the counter with a puzzled expression. A horse-faced man stood in front of the counter. He glanced at Lin Hao, pretended not to see him, and continued with his own tasks. "Isn't this attitude a bit too rude?" Lin Hao muttered to himself. "Normal," Dragoon explained, "humans aren't welcome in the post-apocalyptic world, let alone when we're in a hostile relationship. If we met in the wild, we'd already be fighting." Lin Hao nodded. These cataclysmic tribe members were hostile to him, so he didn't show them a good attitude either. Walking up to the counter, he spoke directly, "Do you have intelligence fruits here? I'll trade other attribute fruits for them." The horse-faced man still wore a stern expression. "You can trade, but each transaction requires an additional payment of 100 magic crystals." 100 magic crystals? Lin Hao frowned. "Why don't you just rob me? Why is it so expensive?" The man sneered, "Think it's expensive? Then don't trade. You came to me for the exchange, I didn't beg you. Poor wretch, stop getting in the way and move aside," he said coldly. Lin Hao sneered, pulling out his identity token. The man initially didn't care, but when he saw the 4 large characters Tianyin follower on the token, he froze, and his face immediately broke into a smile. "Young man, no, esteemed sir. Could you confirm your identity?" Lin Hao snorted coldly and casually tossed the token over. The man examined it carefully several times, and after confirming it was genuine, he became even more enthusiastic. "Honorable sir, I was blind earlier and failed to recognize your identity. You are the contractor of the calamity of Heaven's Fall. Please consider my earlier offense as an apology. You may exchange these attribute fruits at the original price." Lin Hao was speechless. "This counts as an apology." The man explained, "Sir, these goods don't belong to me, I'm just a staff member selling them. This is already the best discount I can offer you. My earlier rude attitude is the same towards everyone. You can ask others if you like." Lin Hao looked at the crow on his shoulder, and the crow nodded. "In the wild, exchanging fruits is usually for personal use. Attribute fruits are rare, and it's very difficult to find someone to trade with, almost impossible to raise the price. It's different here, they are here to make money. Their confidence comes from the large number of people. Everyone who comes here is a skilled expert, so even if it's a bit expensive, someone will buy." Lin Hao suddenly understood, it's just like a bottle of mineral water. It sells for 1 or 2 yuan at a small shop, but in a tourist spot, it can sell for 10 yuan, and people still rush to buy it. People buy. By that logic, selling it to me at the original price is actually quite a good deal. Alright, I accept your apology. First, bring me a few thousand intelligence fruits. The horse-faced man was instantly stunned upon hearing this. A few thousand. Do you think I can't afford it? No, sir, it's just that we don't have that much stock. How much do we have now? The horse-faced man calculated and said. Currently, about 312 pieces. All right, take them all out. The mana fruits and agility fruits too, give them to me. Hearing this, the horse-faced man gave a bitter smile, feeling like he was selling at a loss, practically doing business for nothing. However, he could only comply. A total of 925 attribute fruits, 312 intelligence, 308 mana, and 305 agility. Lin Hao was about to exchange, but was stopped by Delegan. "Lin Hao, don't rush. These fruits are your startup capital." Startup capital. Lin Hao was completely puzzled. Dragoon explained, "Since you've come to the largest arena, don't you want to give it a try? You can bet on every match, and the contestants can even bet on their own victory. As long as you're confident, you can earn enough money in one night to buy a seaside villa." That exaggerated. Lin Hao's eyes lit up. The horse-faced man beside him also nodded. "Sir, you're absolutely right. In the arena, some people often get rich overnight, but others go bankrupt just as quickly. Contestants betting on their own victory must defeat their opponents in the arena to prevent match fixing. Each round consists of 10 matches, and the ultimate winner can even receive additional rewards. In 9th tier career matches, you could even win a supreme level eternal item." What? Supreme level eternal artifact? Lin Hao was surprised. Is this arena so wealthy? They actually use such top tier artifacts as prizes. He looked at the crow on his shoulder and asked softly, "Why can a small arena produce a supreme level eternal artifact?" Didn't you say there are fewer than 10 eternal artifacts in the Ruined King's court? Dragoon nodded. The artifacts of the Ruined King's court are the private property of successive Ruined Kings. When I inherited them, there were only 8. The belongings of the subordinates are not mine, I can't use them casually, nor can they be counted as my own. Lin Hao listened and felt a bit disdainful. Your Ruins court is too poor, isn't it? Dragoon couldn't hold back. Before I took over, the Ruins court had nearly 100 supreme-level eternal artifacts. War costs a lot of money, and when people die, things disappear too, including supreme-level artifacts. By the time I inherited it, only this much was left. Thinking back now, a lot of things were swindled away. As he spoke, his expression turned cold. Those damn traitors, I'll deal with them sooner or later. Lin Hao was curious. Senior Gwen, how long have you been the King of Ruins? How did you end up being betrayed? Previously, the relationship was tense, so it was hard to ask. Now that they're familiar, he asked. Dragon felt awkward. About half a month or so. Lin Hao almost burst out laughing, barely warmed the seat and got kicked out. No wonder he looks at Dragon, always seeming a bit naive in the role of world champion. Lin Hao asked again, what was the previous King of Ruins to you? Dragoon, my dad. Lin Hao understood in his heart. Dragoon, dissatisfied, kid, I earned this position with my own strength. That guy from the Netherworld led a few demigod traitors to ambush me, and I beat them to a pulp and fought my way out. Lin Hao nodded, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Who knows if there's any exaggeration in this? The horse-faced man nearby saw Lin Hao and the crow on his shoulder quietly discussing, so he urged, Sir, do you need me to help you register for the 6th tier combat skill competition? 9th tier? Lin Hao frowned and said discontentedly, I want to participate in the 9th tier combat skill competition. Ah, the horse-faced man was completely stunned. According to his understanding, the adult in front of him was only at level 50-something, yet he wanted to participate in the 9th tier combat competition. It was simply courting death. Is that not allowed? Lin Hao retorted. The horse-faced man hesitated for a moment. Theoretically, it's allowed. As long as you're not above level 90, even if you're only level 1, you can participate in the 9th tier competition. But without enough strength, stepping into the ring is just seeking death. After saying this, he quickly added, it's not that I doubt your strength, my lord, but there's a champion in the 9th tier combat competition with 10 consecutive victories. Among all the 9th tier experts, his strength is among the top. What's even more terrifying is that he's extremely ruthless. Every time he fights, he kills his opponent outright, and he doesn't even spare those who surrender. Because he is too brutal, no one dares to challenge him, so the organizers set the championship reward as a supreme level eternal item. But even so, there are still very few challengers. That powerful? Lin Hao asked curiously, what skills does this guy have? The horse-faced man looked a bit troubled. Sir, I can't casually disclose information about the combat contestants, but I can tell you, he is from the Red Oni clan, and he is the youngest clan leader of the Red Oni clan. His strength is extremely formidable, possessing several unique skills exclusive to their clan. Ordinary 9th tier job changers are simply no match for him. Take my advice, you'd better go to the 6th tier combat arena. You can still earn quite a lot of magic crystals there. Lin Hao sneered and directly rejected, can I challenge the 10-time champion directly now? Or do I have to go step by step to challenge him? The horse-faced man said, technically, you have to follow the process, win a 9th tier championship first, and then you can finally challenge the 10-time champion. After all, if anyone could challenge him directly, he'd be exhausted by now. However, you are the contractor of the calamity of heaven, with extraordinary strength and status. If you really want a challenge, the organizers will definitely arrange it immediately. Hearing this, Lin Hao's eyes lit up. That's great, it saves me a lot of trouble. Hurry up and sign me up. Are you sure? The horse-faced man was somewhat incredulous. Lin Hao said impatiently, stop talking nonsense and get to work. A 9th tier 10-time champion, I want to see his true strength. The horse-faced man couldn't help but complain inwardly, this guy is truly crazy. Challenging a 9th tier expert as a 5th tier is already absurd, and now he wants to challenge a 10-time champion? He's simply courting death. However, this is a good thing for the Shura Arena. The Shura Arena hasn't been this popular in a long time. A contractor with the calamity of falling stars is challenging the 10-time champion. Once this news spreads, the entire Shura city will be in an uproar. Soon, the horse-faced man successfully registered Lin Hao's name. Master Nameless, the match needs some hype and is scheduled to take place this evening. The use of any items is prohibited during the match. The betting phase will begin half an hour before the match starts. Lin Hao nodded, thank you for your hard work. Leaving the counter, the crow on his shoulder curiously asked, Lin Hao, how confident are you? You're only at the 5th tier, can you really handle a 9th tier expert? Of course I'm confident. Lin Hao replied with full confidence, do you think I would go up there to die without assurance? Not to mention 9th tier experts, I've even killed a level 93 powerhouse. The crow couldn't help but gasp in shock, a 5th tier killing a level 93 powerhouse, that's just defying the heavens. The news spread quickly, and the announcement of Lin Hao challenging the 10-time champion instantly ignited the passion of the entire Azura city. Have you heard? Someone is going to challenge the 10-time champion. Ha ha ha, I'm really looking forward to it. To directly challenge the 10-time champion, they must be an expert. I guess it's the previous champion coming out? Don't joke around. That guy disappeared as soon as they got the challenge qualification. Dead, not even daring to show up. How could he come specifically to challenge? You're absolutely right. So, who is this challenger this time? And who gave him such courage to directly challenge the 10-time champion? Time ticked by, and evening arrived in the blink of an eye. When Lin Hao and Dragoon reached the arena, the entire scene was already bustling with excitement. With half an hour left until the match began, the hosts started to warm up the atmosphere. Good evening, everyone. Tonight is the long-awaited showdown of champions. You must all be eager to know who the 10-time champion's opponent is, right? As soon as the words were spoken, a commotion erupted from the audience. Stop keeping us in suspense, just tell us already. Who is the opponent? How strong are they? Hurry up and introduce them, I want to place my bet. The host had an incredibly thick skin. Faced with a barrage of curses, he still wore a beaming smile, as if everyone was praising him. Don't rush, I'll now reveal the identity of the mysterious challenger. The challenger is called Nameless, the personal contractor of one of the 8 calamities, the calamity of Heaven's Fall. As soon as the news broke, the whole place erupted. What? A contractor of the 8 calamities? Such a powerful figure is actually stepping in personally? Ha, I can't wait to see how much stronger a contractor of the 8 calamities is compared to the 10 Crown King. Nonsense, the 8 calamities are all demigod-level powerhouses. Anyone chosen by them must have absolutely terrifying strength. That's right, I heard the 10 Crown King once tried to become the contractor of the Calamity of War in his youth, but was directly rejected with a too weak. Really? Even the 10 Crown King couldn't catch the attention of the 8 calamities? Just how strong is Nameless? Haha, if he's really that strong, the arena is practically giving away free money. Betting on his win is a sure thing. However, the arena never makes a losing deal. When Nameless' level was revealed, the once boiling arena immediately fell silent, and everyone was dumbfounded. What's going on? Nameless is only level 57? Really level 57? A 5th tier job changer actually dares to challenge a 9th tier 9 Crown King? This arena is practically giving away money. Idiot. This is a contractor of the 8 calamities, how could he be an ordinary person? That's right, he's a talented individual with potential. If he dares to step into the arena, he must have a trump card. Trump card? He has a trump card, but doesn't the 10-time champion have one too? The debate erupted, and no one knew who to bet on. Although Nameless had a low level, daring to challenge meant he was definitely not simple. Lin Hao began betting, first exchanging all the fruits he had for magic crystals. 5,278 fruits, most of them medium-sized, each worth 500 magic crystals, while a few large fruits could be exchanged for 1,300 magic crystals. In the end, he exchanged for over 2.9 million magic crystals. Looking at the odds, 3:7, Lin Hao felt a bit disappointed. If it could reach 1:9, winning one match would earn 26 million magic crystals. But the name of Heaven's Calamity was too renowned, so many gamblers placed their bets on Nameless. Dragoon, who had turned into a crow, saw Lin Hao betting so decisively and showed a conflicted expression. However, he finally made up his mind and brought out all his possessions. Magic crystals piled up on the table, leaving the official staff stunned. There's a total of 96.85 million magic crystals. I'm betting it all on Nameless to win. The staff member couldn't help but gasp. Who on earth is this crow? So rich. Lin Hao was also shocked. You're actually this wealthy? I've staked everything I own on you, Nameless. Please don't die on the battlefield, don't let me lose everything. Lin Hao rolled his eyes. You're the king of ruins, even if you were only king for half a month, you're still a king. Can you act with a bit more confidence and stop complaining about being broke? Wait a minute, Lin Hao suddenly realized that with so many magic crystals bet on himself, the odds must have changed, right? Sure enough, he was startled when he checked the original odds of 3:7 had directly shifted to 7:3. Lin Hao was dumbfounded. My magic crystals. A 3:7 odds win could earn me over 9 million magic crystals, with a net profit of over 6 million after deducting the principal. Now it's changed to 7:3, and winning would only earn me over 4 million, with a net profit of just over 1 million. In an instant, 5 million magic crystals were gone. I just wanted to earn some magic crystals, why are you doing this to me? Lin Hao glared discontentedly at the crow on his shoulder. It's all your fault I lost so many magic crystals, you have to compensate me. Dragoon didn't pretend to be clueless and nodded straightforwardly, no problem, as long as you win, I'll give you 10 million magic crystals. 10 million? You're really generous. Lin Hao smiled contentedly, the fruits he had saved up for so long only exchanged for 2.9 million magic crystals. At this moment, the arena audience was in complete uproar. The odds reversed in an instant, shifting from 3:7 to 7:3. Everyone knew that some big shot must have stepped in. Wow! The odds suddenly flipped. Did someone just bet 80 or 90 million magic crystals? That's insane. Who has that much money? I work overtime all day and only earn a few dozen magic crystals. Whoever it is, if they believe in Nameless so much, I'll bet on him too. A group of people blindly followed the trend and placed their bets. In the arena, strength is what matters most. Tens of millions of magic crystals might mean nothing to those experts, but you're gambling away your family savings without thinking. You are right, but who should I bet on? The gamblers were all torn. The arena organizers were dumbfounded. A crow suddenly pulled out nearly 100 million magic crystals and bet on that fifth-tier human called Nameless. The Lord of Azura City stared at the man in front of him, too shocked to speak. 90 million magic crystals was no small amount, and a crow could casually produce such a sum. The man nodded, yes, my lord. Moreover, that crow has been perched on Nameless' shoulder the entire time. Judging by its wealth, it is definitely not an ordinary pet or summoned creature, but more likely the incarnation of some powerful being. The city lord pondered, I heard that Nameless is the contractor of the Heaven's Calamity, but the Heaven's Calamity doesn't have the ability to turn into a crow. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Anyway, our Azura City can't afford to provoke this Nameless. The man nodded solemnly and asked again, City Lord, do you think Nameless can defeat the 9-tier 10 Crown King? How would I know? The City Lord shook his head. If that crow doesn't intervene, the 10 Crown King has a much higher chance of winning. After all, he is a true 9-tier powerhouse. But the crow's intervention is such a grand gesture, clearly showing full confidence in Nameless, which makes it hard to judge. Then if Nameless loses, should we step in to save him? The City Lord smiled, save him? Our Azura Arena has always followed the rules and does not interfere. If we step in to save Nameless this time, trouble will only keep coming. He has the calamity of the falling heavens behind him, and we have the calamity of war. Who's afraid of whom? Besides, if he dies on a fair battlefield, the calamity of the falling heavens has no reason to cause trouble. The man nodded, feeling it made sense. No matter what, the competition continued. He knew that tonight, some would undoubtedly become rich overnight, while others would cry in despair. How exciting! Meanwhile, the betting odds changed dramatically within just 3 minutes, shifting from 7 to 3 to 5 to 5, meaning a 1-to-1 payout. Why did the odds suddenly change so drastically? Because the 10-time champion bet all his savings on his own victory before the match. As soon as he placed his bet, the odds immediately shifted to 6 to 4. Seeing the 10-time champion so confident, the gamblers below followed suit, pouring in their bets and pulling the odds to a tie. The betting period then came to an end. Lin Hao and the 10-time champion stepped onto the ring at the same time. Lin Hao first looked at his opponent, a giant standing 3 meters tall, with crimson horns on his head, fiery red skin, and muscles as hard as steel, resembling an iron tower. In his hand, he held a massive battle axe as tall as himself, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Lin Hao looked at the specific information of his opponent. Red ONI clan leader 10-time champion Akabane. Level 90. Health points 10 trillion. Attack power 10 million. Physical defense 10 million. Magic resistance 10 million. Skill 1 trillion health points. Other attributes are also ridiculously extreme. As expected of the 10 Crown King, truly impressive. What surprised Lin Hao even more was that all his skills were marked with question marks, clearly hiding secrets. The arena is no simple matter either. Lin Hao discovered that all his supreme level items had been sealed. If he were to die here, it would truly be over. But Lin Hao was fearless, because the opponent couldn't use items either. While Lin Hao was observing Red Blade was also fixated on Lin Hao. Humph, you frail little human boy, how dare you challenge me with just a mere 5th rank? Watch as I smash your head with one punch. I'll prove that I, chosen by the 8 calamities, am the true strong one. What do their recognition even mean? Qi Ren sneered with contempt. Lin Hao sneered coldly, I heard that when you were rejected by the calamity of war, you were like a stray dog that no one cared about. As soon as these words were spoken, Qi Ren was so furious he almost jumped up, wishing he could tear Lin Hao to pieces. I am invincible among the 9th rank. The 8 calamities didn't choose you because you're strong, but because they made a mistake. I am the strongest. Qi Ren roared. Go, chief. Crush this arrogant kid. The Red ONI clan members cheered wildly. The odds between the two instantly shifted from 6 to 4 to 5 to 5. The clan members bet almost all their savings, even putting up their dowries and funeral funds, causing the atmosphere to reach a boiling point. The referee shouted, "The match begins." Red Blade launched the first attack. He was a close combat type, while Lin Hao was a mage. Red Blade's primary goal was to quickly close the distance. Don't be fooled by his massive build, his speed is astonishing. After just a few sprints, the distance narrowed to within 500 meters. His movements are extremely agile, making it impossible for ordinary skills to hit him. Lin Hao was not to be outdone and immediately unleashed his ultimate move, the level 2000 forbidden skill Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial, releasing it in an instant. The attack range extended up to 100,000 meters, enveloping the entire arena in purple lightning. A purple lightning pillar tore through space, striking directly at Qi Ren. Crimson Blade's face was grave, knowing this move was formidable, and planned to evade. He instantly activated a displacement skill, both dodging the attack and quickly approaching Lin Hao. But reality was harsh, the lightning actually turned, chasing after his head to strike. Damn, it's actually a locking skill? Crimson Blade's expression turned very serious. He could only immediately activate the shield skill, quickly generating a shield. Facing a shield with a staggering 50 billion points, Qi Ren decided to take the hit head-on. Although Lin Hao's move was incredibly powerful, he was full of confidence, thinking it posed no real threat. After all, he was only at the 5th tier, with a health pool of just 1 trillion, while Qi Ren had a 50 billion shield. It was estimated that this attack wouldn't even break through. Seeing Qi Ren activate the shield at the critical moment, Lin Hao's face showed a mocking smile. "You deserve to die for this." The next second, a massive purple lightning pillar struck the shield fiercely, leaving everyone at the scene stunned. The damage numbers went off the charts. -482208000000. Lin Hao used a skill that dealt an astonishing 9.6 trillion damage, instantly shattering Qi Ren's shield. The remaining damage directly reduced him to critical health. If Qi Ren hadn't used the shield, Lin Hao's damage would have been halved. This terrifying damage owes much to the double damage boost from the Riftworld Sacred Ring. The audience below was dumbfounded. This is way too strong. Aren't humans supposed to be weak? How can a 5th-tier mage be this powerful? One move almost dealt 10 trillion damage, that's just ridiculous. Nameless is truly amazing. As expected of the contractor of the Heaven's Calamity, so strong even at tier 5. I told you Nameless wouldn't throw his life away so easily. If he dares to challenge the 10-time champion, he must have confidence. This time, I'm definitely winning. However, Dragoon was also secretly astonished. For Lin Hao to deal such terrifying damage at tier 5 was far beyond what ordinary people could achieve. He understood in his heart that this kid must be hiding a huge secret. At the same time, on the stage, Crimson Blade was furious. "Damn brat. You do have some skill, but you're still far from enough." With a furious roar, Qi Ren activated the unique recovery skill of the Akagami clan. A blood-colored mist instantly enveloped his entire body, and as the mist dissipated, his health was fully restored, returning him to peak condition. Lin Hao was also surprised. This guy was even more formidable than those high priests in the ruins of Calamity. But to him, this still wasn't a threat. After fully recovering, Qi Ren mercilessly activated the Akagami clan's bloodline power, doubling his attack power from 10 million to 20 million. Once ready, he unleashed the Akagami clan's ultimate high-damage exclusive skill, Blood Sacrifice, Ghost Howl. This move consumes 10% of his health to unleash a shield-piercing demonic roar, inflicting terrifying damage equal to 500,000 times his attack power on enemies within range. It is a large-scale killing technique, and for a fragile 5th-tier mage like Lin Hao, it is practically a death sentence. Seeing the blood mist around Qi Ren grow thicker, Lin Hao knew he was about to unleash his ultimate move. However, Lin Hao did not choose to counterattack, as there was simply no need. The audience below all thought Lin Hao had given up and was waiting to die. Ha ha ha. So that lightning move just now was his trump card. The damage is indeed terrifying, but he underestimated Qi Ren's health. If it were any other 9th-tier powerhouse, they would probably have been taken out in one move. Unfortunately for him, he encountered the strongest of the Akagi clan. For an unnamed 5th tier to deal such damage is already defying the odds, but he was too overconfident. This time, he's completely screwed. Those who bet on Qi Ren's victory were extremely excited at this moment, starting to point and comment, thinking that Lin Hao, this fragile 5th tier, would be done for as soon as he got hit. The gamblers who bet on Lin Hao to win were dejected, feeling a deep sense of loss. What a pity. They were just one step away from winning. They had seen the skill of Qi Ren's before in previous matches. This skill has an attack range of a full 1,000 meters. Even a top-level level 10 teleportation can't dodge it. And can a fragile character like Lin Hao withstand a full-force strike from the Crimson Blade? The people of the Red Oni clan were extremely proud at this moment. one step away? Don't be ridiculous. Our clan leader's strength is far greater than what you've seen. That's right. Chiron is the strongest warrior in the history of the Red Oni clan, and his power is beyond your imagination. Defeating a tier 5 job changer? It's a piece of cake for him. Hearing everyone's discussions, Dragoon's heart was in his throat. Lin Hao, oh Lin Hao, you mustn't fail here, or I'll truly lose both people and wealth. His clone only has 1/10 of the strength of the main body, but it can easily slaughter everyone here. But he can't make a move. Once he acts, it will definitely attract Suanming's attention, and everyone will be doomed. He can only hope that Lin Hao can hold on. At the same time, a powerful sonic wave impact suddenly struck Lin Hao. The damage number was terrifying 1 billion. A damage of 100 billion is not something a 5th-tier mage can withstand, it's enough to kill them dozens of times. But what shocked everyone was that Lin Hao was still standing upright, without losing a single point of damage. My goodness! Nameless is amazing. Damn! 100 billion damage dealt, and not a single drop of blood lost? Nameless, you are simply the god in my heart. Cheers erupted among the gamblers supporting Lin Hao. Those who supported Chiron felt as if they had swallowed a fly. But soon, they noticed something was off. Look, Liu Ming's mana is almost depleted. What's going on? His health hasn't dropped, but his mana is almost gone. Could it be that he has a special move that uses mana to block damage? That's too exaggerated. How does this guy have so many skills? However, they were slightly relieved because once his mana was exhausted, Lin Hao definitely wouldn't withstand the next strike. Yet in the next moment, they were completely dumbfounded. Chi Blade actually suffered even more terrifying damage 1 trillion. This wave of attack directly emptied Chiron's health bar. However, Chiron had many trump cards. He didn't fall immediately but instead activated a unique survival skill. His health was locked at 1 point, while he gained a shield worth 500 billion. The gamblers supporting him finally breathed a sigh of relief. My goodness! It's truly a clash of masters, so thrilling. This journey has been full of twists and turns, my poor heart can hardly take it. As expected, Liu Ming is indeed the contractor of the 8 calamities, showcasing such terrifying power at the 5th tier. Of course, the 10 Crown King is no slouch either. I'll respect whoever wins between these two. The Red Oni clan didn't think so. Chi Ren was their hope for the future. Everyone was terrified by Lin Hao's horrifying damage. What kind of move is this? I didn't see him use a skill. Is it counter damage? Impossible. Counter damage is actually tenfold. Is this even human? Others attack him and take 1 drop of blood, but he counters with 10 drops. This must be a unique top-tier skill to achieve. He's only at the 5th tier, how can he have so many powerful skills? The people of the Red Oni clan began to question their lives. Lin Hao's strength was simply too outrageous. Every time they thought they had figured out Lin Hao's limits, they realized it was just the surface. The more I understand, the more I realize his strength is unfathomable. Not just them, even Dragoon next to them had their heart racing. He finally understood why the gamblers were so crazy. This match was truly thrilling. Lin Hao, you really didn't let me down. 10 times counter damage is truly terrifying. However, once this skill is exposed, the opponent won't easily admit defeat and will definitely find a way to counter it. That aside, there are quite a few skills nowadays that can ignore counter damage. Some people even have passives and talents that allow them to achieve this. There are also many items that can negate counter damage effects. However, the Crimson Blade in the arena clearly doesn't have these means, but his 500 trillion shield is not so easy to break. Now it all depends on how Lin Hao responds next. At this moment, the Crimson Blade unexpectedly calmed down. He said in a low voice, Nameless, I have to admit, I underestimated you before. You truly are a strong contender worthy of the 8 calamities recognition. Back when I was at the same level as you, I was far less powerful. But I am a 9th tier warrior, and I will not lose to you. The Crimson Blade roared angrily and charged fiercely at Lin Hao. His special shield, the Crimson Demon Barrier, is extremely powerful, capable of withstanding all damage, even immune to true damage and penetration attacks, but it only lasts for 60 seconds. Meanwhile, Lin Hao's mana is continuously recovering. He must defeat the Crimson Blade within these 60 seconds, or face certain death. Narrow paths meet, and the brave will prevail. Let's see who can laugh until the end. Lin Hao also began to fight back, hurling fireballs one after another relentlessly at Chi Ren. Each fireball dealt over 4 billion damage, but against the 500 billion shield, it seemed insignificant. Everyone watching Lin Hao felt that he was about to reach his limit. Chi Ren laughed even more triumphantly, as if victory was already in his grasp. Although the blood sacrifice ghost health skill was still on cooldown, he had other skills at his disposal. As the strongest genius in the history of the Red Oni clan, his power was far beyond this. With Liu Ming's current mana, there was no way he could withstand the upcoming attacks. Without hesitation, Chi Ren unleashed the ultimate Crimson Blood Frenzy Slash. This skill had a damage multiplier as high as 100,000%, and when attacking a full health enemy, it would deal the same multiplier in additional damage. The massive axe struck toward Lin Hao like a bolt of lightning. Lin Hao sneered. The attack range of Crimson Blade was very small, at most 20 meters. However, his displacement skill had already reached level 500, allowing him to teleport 5,000 meters in an instant. But instead of using displacement, he activated the level 500 skill, Truth Reversion. As soon as the skill was activated, Lin Hao's previously consumed mana was instantly restored to full. At the same time, Crimson Blade's attack hit Lin Hao, dealing 40 billion damage, but it only consumed 80 million of Lin Hao's mana. In contrast, Crimson Blade himself suffered 10 times the reflected damage, and his shield instantly decreased by 400 billion. Damn brat, how do you even have so many rare skills? Crimson Blade was utterly frustrated. A squishy mage should stay squishy, how can you be this tough? Lin Hao sneered, is that all? Then you can wait to die now. Under Lin Hao's powerful attack, Crimson Blade's shield was reduced to just over 42 billion. Lin Hao showed no mercy and directly unleashed the level 500 Skyfire explosion. No one within a 2,000-meter radius could evade it. Although the damage was only 12 billion, Lin Hao's legendary skills were so abundant that they could be used as regular attacks. Immediately after, he released Thunder Calamity, dealing another wave of 12 billion damage. Crimson Blade's situation grew increasingly dire, all his powerful skills were on cooldown, and his shield was down to just over 18 billion, making a comeback nearly impossible. But Crimson Blade did not give up. As the leader of the Crimson Oni clan, he was incredibly proud and refused to yield even in death. In the next moment, he charged forward again, shouting loudly, Nameless. You are indeed the contractor of the 8 great calamities. I truly can't compare to you. Since you have defeated me, don't lose to anyone else in the future. After Akabane finished speaking, he launched his final ultimate attack. Even in the last moment of his life, he would fall with the stance of an attacker. Lin Hao admired his courage somewhat, but he did not hesitate in the slightest. Giving it his all was the greatest respect for his opponent. You are a true warrior. Since you choose to face death this way, then I will grant your wish. In the next second, Lin Hao directly unleashed the level 500 Kang Yuan Annihilation. This skill is particularly effective against shields, and can deal additional damage. 12,055,200,000. 12,055,200,000. When the skill hits, Akabane's shield is instantly shattered. The remaining damage directly emptied his health bar. Bang! The corpse of Chiron fell heavily to the ground, also heavily striking the hearts of many, if merely a bystander. Maybe they admire the warrior spirit of Chiron, but gamblers don't have that much leisure. Those who bet on Chiron to win are now all in agony as if they've lost a loved one. More painful than losing everything. You're still the 10-time champion, and you actually lost to a mere newcomer at the 5th level. What a loser. I'm so angry. I was so foolish to bet all my money on him. I'll be scolded to death when I go back. Done. I have to work hard for that heartless boss again. I originally wanted to get rich overnight. Then lie flat, drink some wine, and chat. Why does fate have to toy with me like this? I really want to punch myself. I really shouldn't have doubted the judgment of the 8 disasters. If I had chosen Nameless, I wouldn't have to worry for the rest of my life. The losing gamblers cried and wailed, as if the end of the world had come, while the winning gamblers were all incredibly excited. Ha ha ha. I knew Nameless was the strongest. Nameless is so amazing. A 5th tier can defeat a 9th tier 10-time champion. Truly the real contractor of the 8 great calamities. Ha ha ha. Nameless, I love you. I earned 200,000 magic crystals. This is my 10 years' salary. Amid the cheers and wails, the members of the Crimson Blade tribe remained silent. True despair is not about noise and clamor, but completely lost hope. Looking at the young figure on the stage, they were filled with bitterness. The strongest genius in the clan. In the end, he was defeated by the genius of a foreign tribe. However, they did not hate Lin Hao. The two had a fair duel to determine the winner. Now they are going to seek revenge on Lin Hao. It will only tarnish the honor of the Crimson Blade and the Crimson Oni clan. More importantly, they don't even have the strength to seek revenge. Even the Crimson Blade is no match for Lin Hao. What can they possibly do? At the same time, the host in the ring announces the result. I declare, Nameless defeats Red Blade. A new champion is born. The scene erupted with bursts of cheers, but Lin Hao remained unmoved. calmly stepping down from the arena. He held a red Supreme Talisman in his hand. This is the victory reward. Blood Prison Spirit by Core. Quality, Supreme. Effect, regardless of the environment in which it is used. Immediately increases physical defense tenfold. Lasts for 600 seconds. Cooldown for 12 hours. Lin Hao felt a bit disappointed after seeing the effect. It's not that the item is bad, but it is not suitable for his profession. This item is most suitable for professions relying on defense, such as shield warriors, whose damage and shields are both related to defense. For them, this amulet is a core piece of equipment. But for Lin Hao, it doesn't have much use. However, that's okay. Dragoon must have other supreme eternal items on him. Just change it later. Next, Lin Hao checked the previous prompt. Killing the red blade grants a large amount of experience and energy. Kill the level 90 red ghost king. Gain 100 million experience. Kill above level 33. Gain an additional 330 million experience. Defeat the level 90 red ONI king. Successfully absorbed 300 million energy points. Defeated a level 33 enemy, gained an additional 9.9 billion energy points. Defeated the level 90 red ONI king. Congratulations on triggering super luck. Obtain the red ONI greatsword, red ONI armor, red ONI battle ring, and a large agility fruit, large mana fruits, and medium-sized power fruits. Lin Hao was slightly surprised. The energy value obtained by defeating the red ONI, actually more than the level 93 high priest, instantly gained 12.9 billion energy points. He remembered that the base energy of a level 93 high priest was only 180 million. The strength of the red ONI truly deserves this reward. He glanced at his total energy value, which had now reached 22.95 billion. Then, Lin Hao immediately consumed the agility fruit and intelligence fruit. Agility immediately increased by 500 points, reaching 357,110 points. Maximum mana also increased by 5,000 points, becoming 223,978,100 points. Although the improvement is not much, small gains add up, and it's always a good thing. After stepping off the stage, Dragoon, who had turned into a crow, immediately flew over. Lin Hao, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Your strength is even greater than I imagined. Lin Hao smiled faintly. This is just the beginning. I still have plenty of cards up my sleeve. For example, the level 500 Undying Will Survival passive has not been used yet. Not to mention I haven't used the level 500 displacement skill. With my current agility, I can create distance and then activate acceleration. Even the red demon finds it hard to touch me. Sooner or later, I'll play him to death. Dragoon just smiled, thinking Lin Hao was bragging. Don't talk about that. How's the effect of the supreme grade item you just got? Lin Hao took out the Blood Prison Spirit Core and said, after activation, defense increases tenfold. However, it's not very useful to me. Got it. What would you like to exchange for? Dragoon asked skillfully. Lin Hao smiled. I want plenty of things. It depends on whether you have it. Dragoon thought for a moment and took out something resembling a seal. This is the Blood Oath Soul Chasing Seal. After activation, all your skills will have a locking effect for 600 seconds. The enemy has nowhere to run. Good stuff. Lin Hao nodded in satisfaction, directly completing the exchange. With this item, he can hit his skills even with his eyes closed. No longer afraid of anyone dodging. Lock-on effect plus long-range sniping plus extreme speed. Who can withstand this combo? After the transaction was completed, the two headed to the betting area of the arena. The official staff didn't delay, directly put the winnings from their bet into the storage ring and handed it over. Lin Hao took a look. A total of 5,705,800 magic crystals. 100,000 fewer than expected. No need to ask, it's the casino's commission. The staff explained. Our casino's commission is 10%, with a maximum of 100,000 magic crystals. Dragoon complained. It's so dark. But his face still wore a very happy smile, because this time he earned more than 90 million magic crystals. 100,000 magic crystals meant nothing to him at all. Lin Hao was also very happy. After all, the earned magic crystals could be exchanged for thousands of attribute fruits. But when he thought about Dragoon earning even more, he still felt a bit unbalanced in his heart. Clearly, it's me who desperately took the field. So why is the big profit going to this crow? Damn these capitalists. Luckily, I saved quite a few attribute fruits before. Just right as the startup capital. Otherwise, we wouldn't even get 10,000 magic crystals now. Lin Hao said embarrassedly. What about my share? Here you go. Dragoon generously gave 10 million magic crystals to Lin Hao. I have to admit, Dragoon is actually quite loyal. After all, in this fierce battle for interests, encountering such a person is rare. Even blood brothers sometimes turn against each other. At this moment, Lin Hao suddenly received another 10 million magic crystals, and his mood instantly improved. Now, he has over 15.7 million magic crystals in his possession. Returning to the counter, Lin Hao looked at the horse-faced man. My attribute fruits, are they still there? The man saw Lin Hao arrive, and his smile was as warm as sunshine. Master Wheelming, of course they are. Just now, quite a few people wanted to buy them, but I chased them all away. The 925 attribute fruits you wanted are intact and all here. Lin Hao nodded and readily took out 462,500 magic crystals. The two completed the transaction smoothly, exchanging money and goods. Lin Hao consumed 312 intelligence fruits, instantly boosting his intelligence by 62,400 points, increasing from 902,920 to 965,320 points. His spell attack power also surged by 124,800 points, skyrocketing from 2,411,040 to 2,535,840 points. Next, Lin Hao consumed 308 mana fruits, increasing his maximum mana by 616,000 points, directly rising from 223,978,100 points to 224,594,100 points. Finally, he consumed 305 agility fruits, increasing his agility by 61,000 points, from 357,110 points to 418,110 points. Dragoon was dumbfounded, finally understanding why Lin Hao's attributes were so high. He thought enviously that being alone was best, as all resources could be used on oneself. But Lin Hao was not satisfied. He still had over 15.24 million magic crystals left, an enormous amount. However, there were no more attribute fruits here. The horse-faced man smiled mysteriously. Lord Nameless, are you interested in divine level items? Divine level items? Lin Hao and Dragoon were both surprised. Is there actually a god level item in the Azura arena? Dragoon asked in surprise. The man shook his head. It's just a rumor. Do you want to hear it? Dragoon didn't think much and directly threw over 10,000 magic crystals, urging, hurry up and tell me. The man grinned from ear to ear and stuffed the money into his pouch. Have you heard of the ancient god Ramal? Lamar? Dragoon thought for a moment. Are you talking about the long-sealed covenant Lord Lamar? That's right. The man patted his chest and said, during the war calamity, one of the 8 great disasters, Lamar's idol was discovered and placed in a secret chamber of the arena. As long as you offer magic crystals to the idol, you can receive various rewards. The more magic crystals you offer, the better the rewards. Lin Hao curiously asked, so how many magic crystals do you need to offer to get a god tier item? The man scratched his head. To be honest, I'm not really sure. I've heard that offering a total of 100,000 magic crystals can get you a legendary consumable, 500,000 magic crystals can exchange for a legendary permanent item, 1 million magic crystals can get a supreme consumable, 5 million magic crystals can grant 100,000 free attribute points, and 10 million magic crystals can exchange for a supreme permanent item. As for what happens beyond 10 million, I have no idea. After all, up to now, the wealthiest person has only offered 10 million magic crystals. I don't know where the rumors about the divine level artifact came from either. But Lamar is, after all, a true god, so the possibility of him having a divine level artifact is quite high. Lin Hao nodded and looked at Dragoon beside him. Dragoon thought for a moment and said, there must be divine level artifacts, but the number of magic crystals required is definitely not small. I don't recommend you take the gamble. Do you want to go and check it out? Lin Hao nodded. I've already paid the money, wouldn't it be a loss not to go and see? Dragoon found it reasonable, and the two quickly arrived at the entrance of the secret room mentioned by the man. Lin Hao originally thought this place would be packed with people, as a statue of a true god level would surely attract a large crowd of onlookers. But when he actually arrived here, he discovered the place was pitifully sparse with people. Lin Hao continued walking forward and finally found the reason. In front of the secret room's door stood a minotaur guard. To enter, you had to pay. The entrance fee was 10,000 magic crystals each time. No wonder so few people came to watch the commotion, who would casually join in the fun at this price. This also made Lin Hao understand why the statue of the calamity of war was placed in the Shura city's arena. The people here are the wealthiest. If it were placed in the wild, it wouldn't even earn tens of thousands of magic crystals in a month. But placing it here, earning hundreds of thousands in a day is effortless. Not to mention today, Lin Hao and Dragoon contributed 20,000 magic crystals. After entering, Dragoon couldn't help but complain, "The people here are almost driven mad by poverty, they even asked me, a crow, for magic crystals." The secret room was even smaller than Lin Hao had imagined, and the end could be seen at a glance. The walls were filled with white candles, but the candlelight was an eerie red, creating an atmosphere that felt a bit unsettling. The two of them walked up to the statue, neither in awe nor fear, and began to examine it closely. The statue depicted a middle-aged man with a pair of pure white wings on his back, resembling an angel from Western mythology. But his lower body was a thick snake's tail. A human face, wings, and a snake's tail? How bizarre. Lin Hao couldn't help but complain. Dragoon's attention, however, was not on the appearance but on the essence of the statue. After carefully sensing it, he let out a long sigh of relief. Lin Hao asked curiously, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this statue?" Dragoon said, "This is not an ordinary statue at all, but Lamar himself." "The deity himself?" Lin Hao was shocked. "Yes, I estimate he lost his essence during the ancient gods' war," Dragoon explained. "That war was too long ago, so I don't know the specifics." Lin Hao asked, "Then is Lamar powerful? Is he an evil god?" Dragoon smiled, "A god-level existence, how could it not be powerful? There are no true gods in the world anymore, the highest are only demigods. If he were to be resurrected, he would definitely be a dominant figure. As for whether he is an evil god, that depends on how you define an evil god. Many gods who love destruction and slaughter always claim they are helping people find liberation. Maybe they truly believe that themselves." Lin Hao continued to ask, "Does Lamar like destruction?" Dragoon shook his head. "The history books say that Lamar was a god who loved peace. He enjoyed collecting all kinds of things and never took anything by force. After other gods turned into statues, the first thing they did was tempt others to help them revive, granting power and such. But he is quite peculiar, actually asking people to contribute magic crystals, and not taking them for free. However, when he was alive, he was one of the wealthiest gods, surely hiding plenty of treasures on him." Hearing this, Lin Hao's eyes lit up. Does this mean we can get god-tier quality divine forged iron from him? He hadn't forgotten the Cataclysm event, and naturally, he was tempted by god-tier equipment. But Dragoon shook his head. "You just heard it too, even contributing 10 million magic crystals hasn't gotten anyone a god-tier item. To obtain a god-tier item, it might take 100 million or even a billion magic crystals. If we can ensure getting divine forged iron in exchange, then it's worth it. But what if we can't? There are many types of divine items, and I don't want to gamble a large amount of magic crystals." Lin Hao nodded. "This choice is very reasonable. No matter how powerful divine consumables are, they are still consumables and are gone after one use. Spending a fortune to get a god-tier item that might not even be useful is something only true tycoons would do. But Lin Hao is different. He has absolute luck at level 1000, and anything related to luck will definitely not go wrong. However, level 1000 luck is still not stable enough, better wait until it rises even higher. Coincidentally, he still doesn't have 100 million magic crystals yet." Lin Hao hesitated for a moment, then directly took out 10 million magic crystals from his pocket and placed them on the left tray. With a flash of white light, 4 special items immediately appeared on the right tray. He picked up all the items and first examined the legendary consumable item. Fate Engraving Stone. Quality Legendary. Effect Single Use, can add an extra effect to a legendary or lower level skill. "Didn't I see this thing before?" Lin Hao thought to himself. Back then, he used it to add a locking effect to Forbidden Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial. Can I use the same item to add it to the same skill again? Without much thought, he gave it a try. The result surprised him. It actually worked. After use, Taboo Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial gained an effect that can ignore all defenses. This effect is quite good. Although there aren't many high defense bosses, Lin Hao hasn't encountered one yet. Although the most desired additional effect didn't appear this time, it doesn't matter. Since it can stack multiple times, this time can serve as a guarantee. Next, he looked at another legendary eternal item. Mirror of Truth. Quality Legendary. Effect can see through all disguises, probe all information about the enemy, cooldown time 600 seconds. Not bad. With this, I won't have to worry about being ambushed by those enemies who like to hide their tricks in the future, Lin Hao thought to himself with delight. If the enemy hides a counter damage skill, he can also detect it in advance to avoid trouble. Then, he looked at the supreme level consumable item called Holy Radiance Purification Stone. He had used it before. It can instantly clear all negative statuses, restore full health and mana, and even reset all skill cooldowns, making it a truly versatile item. Finally, he picked up the supreme level eternal item, a golden stone engraved with mysterious runes. Just picked it up, Lin Hao frowned, unexpectedly seeing the words consumable written on it. No way, he thought to himself. Didn't that horse-faced man say that contributing 10 million magic crystals would guarantee a supreme-level eternal item? Could there be a probability involved? Why has my luck turned around? Just as he was about to check the specific effects, Dragoon beside him suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my god, Lin Hao, you really hit the jackpot this time. This is a supreme-level talent enhancement stone." Talent enhancement stone? Lin Hao's eyes lit up, and he quickly checked the detailed description. Talent enhancement stone. Quality, supreme. Effect, single use, can permanently enhance one of your talents. The enhancement will not bring any additional new effects. Permanently enhancing is easy to understand, but what does no additional effects mean? Lin Hao wondered. Dragoon explained, for example, your talent might be the ability to learn all professional skills or to cast skills without consuming magic. This type of functional talent is already at its maximum level, so it cannot be upgraded or enhanced to produce new effects. But if it's a talent related to numerical values, like fire damage being increased by an additional 10,000%, after enhancement it might become 11,000%. Do you understand? Lin Hao suddenly understood but felt a bit disappointed. That increase is too small, isn't it? From 10,000% to 11,000%, 100% only goes up to 110%, and each enhancement only adds 1/10. Dragoon shook his head. I was just giving an example. The actual increase depends on the talent. Different talents naturally have different increments. Lin Hao nodded. Since he had obtained the items, he would, of course, use them. After activating the talent enhancement stone, he saw 3 options, but he had 4 talents, meaning one of them obviously couldn't be enhanced. However, all of this was within Lin Hao's expectations. The effect of his first talent was, you can learn the skills of all magical professions, and all skills have no level limit and can be upgraded infinitely. This is obviously a functional talent, which is already at max level and cannot be improved further. Thinking of this, Lin Hao's gaze shifted to the second talent. The effect of the second talent is, when defeating a boss alone, you can gain energy points. The stronger the boss, the more energy you gain. Energy can be used to upgrade skills. After upgrading, the effect becomes, when defeating a boss alone, you can gain double energy points. The stronger the boss, the more energy you gain. Energy is used to upgrade skills. Without a doubt, this talent is extremely worth prioritizing for upgrades. After upgrading, you can gain double energy. It's simply too cost-effective. However, Lin Hao did not upgrade immediately but first looked at the third talent. The original effect of talent 3. Each time mana is permanently increased, the value added is 10 times the original. After the upgrade, it becomes, each time mana is permanently increased, the value added is 20 times the original. The 10-fold effect increase is also very tempting, but its priority is clearly lower than talent 2. After all, for this profession, energy is the key. Finally, Lin Hao looked at the fourth talent. The effect of the fourth talent is, all skills are directly raised to level 500, and newly learned skills also directly reach level 500. But he unexpectedly discovered that this talent could not be upgraded, and a prompt popped up on the screen. This talent cannot be upgraded for now. Please prioritize upgrading other talents. What's going on? Could it be because this talent is the one he awakened later? But it doesn't matter, he originally planned to prioritize upgrading talent 2. Having made the decision, Lin Hao immediately used the talent enhancement stone to strengthen talent 2. From now on, every time he kills a boss, he can gain double energy points. The talent enhancement stone is indeed powerful. Lin Hao glanced at his magic crystals. There were still over 5.23 million left. If he invests them all, can he get a second enhancement stone? It seemed as if Dragoon had seen through Lin Hao's thoughts, and with a hint of mockery, he said, "Kid, aren't you being too greedy? The value and rarity of talent enhancement stones far surpass most supreme-level eternal items. Getting one is already an incredible stroke of luck, and wanting a second one is pure wishful thinking. Even as the king of the ruins, I've only ever seen 3 in my entire life." Dragoon mercilessly poured cold water on his hopes. Lin Hao was not to be outdone and retorted, "You've only been the king of ruins for a few days, what do you know?" Dragoon was so angry that his mouth almost twisted. "So what? I'm also the king of ruins." He was somewhat unconvinced and placed 10 million magic crystals on the left tray. Although magic crystals are precious, talent enhancement stones are even more appealing. Even if they can't be drawn, exchanging them for supreme eternal items is still worthwhile. In any case, he earned over 80 million magic crystals this time, so he felt confident. Soon, the magic crystals in the tray disappeared, and 4 items appeared in the tray on the right. Dragoon was somewhat disappointed. He didn't draw a supreme talent enhancement stone and only got 1 eternal item. Although the effect was good, he wanted to permanently enhance his talent even more. But it didn't matter, he had plenty of magic crystals on hand. Another 10 million magic crystals were spent, but this time he only got a supreme level forging material. Then came the third, the fourth, until the 10th 10 million magic crystals were spent. At this moment, Dragoon was like an addicted gambler. He had spent a total of 100 million magic crystals, yet he hadn't even caught a glimpse of the talent enhancement stone. Finally, he resisted the urge and stopped throwing. His face looked a bit dejected. You see that? The probability of getting a talent enhancement stone is just that low. You were purely ridiculously lucky. Lin Hao curled his lips and said nothing. Come on, I have absolute luck at level 1000. What do you have? Compete with me in luck? There's no way you'd win. Guwen's card draw no contribution. Lin Hao finally figured out the rules. For every 10 million magic crystals invested, one supreme level item or material could be obtained. If lucky, there was even a chance to get a supreme level talent enhancement stone. Now he only had over 5 million magic crystals in hand. Continuing to throw them in would be meaningless and wouldn't make any difference. It would be better to use this amount as seed money and first find a way to earn more. Dragoon spent 100 million magic crystals this time, obtaining 5 supreme level eternal items and 5 supreme level forging materials. Some of the items had effects so good that even he was envious and had to figure out a way to get them to trade for them. But the most surprising thing was that despite spending so many magic crystals, Dragoon didn't even see a single god level item. There might be 2 reasons for this. 1, it requires investing even more magic crystals to draw a god level item, or 2, the appearance of god level items is completely random, and Dragoon just had terrible luck this time and didn't get one. Lin Hao thought the probability of these 2 possibilities was about 50-50, but in any case, he decided to keep drawing. Even if it wasn't for the god level divine forge iron, he had to give it a shot just for the supreme level talent enhancement stones. Almost forgot, he still had 100,000 free attribute points unused. Lin Hao glanced at the attribute panel, and sure enough, the points were there. Without hesitation, he allocated them all to intelligence. Intelligence instantly broke through from over 960,000 points to over 1,060,000 points. Magic attack power also surged by 200,000 points, reaching over 2,730,000 points. With intelligence surpassing 1 million, equipping stronger supreme level items shouldn't be a problem. However, the guy from Cataclysm is no longer planning to give him equipment for free. He needs to obtain the divine forging iron first to help him craft the gear. But that's okay, top-tier supreme weapons definitely require supreme level materials, and he doesn't have those on him either. Lin Hao looked at the statue in front of him, feeling warm inside. Whether it's supreme level talent enhancement stones, supreme level forging materials, or even divine level divine forging iron, he can obtain them through this statue. The only issue now is that he still doesn't have enough magic crystals. He never thought he would one day be so short on magic crystals. Right now, the most important thing is to gather as many magic crystals as possible. But before that, it's time to go back and take a look. Dragoon obviously felt the same. Let's go, it's time to head back. Lin Hao nodded and took out the world key. Dragoon flapped his wings, injecting a large amount of pure mana into it. After returning to the special space, Dragoon withdrew the Raven avatar, and his complexion improved significantly. Magic crystals are meant to be spent, and spending 100 million magic crystals to get so many supreme level items is simply a huge profit. Moreover, he actually spent only over 10 million magic crystals, while the remaining 80 million were winnings. Lin Hao asked, when are we going to the Ruins world next time? His nameless identity has already become famous in the Azura arena, but in other places, he is still an unknown nobody. He can totally go to other arenas and gamble again. Dragoon shook his head and smiled. The news about the Ruins world spreads almost as fast as it does on Blue Star. If you want to keep a low profile and pretend to be an ordinary person, it's unlikely. Next time you go there, your identity won't stay hidden. Can't keep a low profile anymore? Lin Hao sighed. The exposure of his identity was actually something he had anticipated. How many people in the world could deal nearly $1 trillion in damage? Probably just him. As long as someone investigated, it wouldn't take long to figure out who it was. But it didn't matter if his identity was revealed. His token was genuine, and in the eyes of those creatures in the cataclysmic ruins, he was already considered a defector of the human race. Dragoon had also mentioned that among the contractors of the 8 calamities, there were all kinds of creatures, including. With the existence of humans, there's naturally no need to worry too much. However, the situation in the war zone must be clarified in advance. If someone from the war zone uses special means to enter the disaster ruins world and discovers that he has betrayed the human race, it would cause significant trouble later on. Lin Hao didn't immediately call Wang Jinayu because there was no signal in the special space, making it impossible to make a call. Senior Guen, do you have any other ways to obtain a large amount of magic crystals? On Blue Star, hunting monsters only earns some pocket money. A single fruit sells for just $500, while combat skills can earn tens of millions in a day. Lin Hao asked. The one most familiar with the disaster ruins world was, of course, Dragoon. Dragoon thought for a moment the trick of pretending to be weak and playing the pig to eat the tiger won't work anymore. However, your reputation has already risen, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. Just like when you challenge the 10-time champion, there will definitely be experts coming to challenge you afterward. As long as you have confidence in yourself, you'll still earn a lot of magic crystals. Lin Hao, upon hearing this, was overjoyed and eagerly looked forward to encountering challengers next time. Dragoon added, I need to sort out the current situation. Let's go again at this time tomorrow. Lin Hao nodded and exited the special space. After returning outside, he took out his phone and dialed Wang Jinayu's number. The phone rang for over 10 seconds, but no one answered. What's going on? Is District Chief Wang too busy to answer the phone, or is there really no one to pick up? Lin Hao felt a pang of anxiety. Could it be that something major happened in the war zone, and the enemy used some supreme-level sealing tool to block the space? He hung up the phone and immediately called Mu Tianxian, but the result was the same. The phone rang for dozens of seconds, and still, no one answered. Damn it! Did something really happen during the time I was away? Lin Hao activated the teleportation stone, ready to head straight to the 10th war zone. The teleportation stone was activated, but he did not move and remained standing in place. Now he was completely certain that the area within 100,000 meters around the war zone was sealed off by a powerful spatial tool, and the teleportation stone couldn't pass through. Not only that, even the headquarters of the Job Changers Association where Mu Tianxian was located couldn't be teleported to. What is going on? Could it be that the final battle is about to begin? Lin Hao was completely puzzled and could only hold on to his last hope, activating the teleportation stone to transport to Kyoto University. This time, the teleportation went smoothly without any obstacles, and he finally returned to Kyoto University. As soon as he entered the school, he headed straight to the principal's office, and as expected, it was empty. With no other choice, Lin Hao called the old principal. This time, someone finally answered the phone. Lin Hao. The heavy voice of the old principal came from the other end of the line. The War Zone and the Transferry Association have both been attacked by enemies. The phones are unreachable, and teleportation has been blocked. Principal, has something major happened at Kyoto University too? Lin Hao asked urgently. The old principal said gravely, that's right, our school has also encountered trouble, but this isn't something you can handle right now. Stay put at the school and don't wander around. The old principal clearly didn't want Lin Hao to get involved, but Lin Hao was full of confidence. Principal, I'm not the same person I used to be. I just killed 2 high priests of the Calamity Church, and the strongest one was as high as level 93. What did you say? You killed 2 high priests? The old principal could hardly believe his ears. Lin Hao's tone was firm, that's right. So, principal, can you tell me what exactly happened? The old principal took a deep breath. Kyoto University is in big trouble. A god-level dungeon has appeared in the endless wilderness. God-level dungeon? Lin Hao was so shocked he couldn't speak. The old principal nodded. Yes, it's the second time a god-level dungeon has appeared. The second time? What about the first? Did we successfully conquer it? Lin Hao asked eagerly. The old principal sighed, clearly unwilling to elaborate. Sigh, not only did we fail to conquer that god-level dungeon, but we also sacrificed the future of a demigod-level figure. The future of a demigod. Lin Hao immediately thought of Dugu Aotian. So his talent is the one sealed in the god-level dungeon. It seems this dungeon is far more dangerous than he had imagined. The old principal continued, this time, if nothing unexpected happens, the 10th tier leader of the Ruins Church is very likely to take action. Lin Hao gasped, it's that deep? If this were an online game, this would clearly be an endgame dungeon, and he was only level 57. The old principal sighed helplessly, his voice somewhat desolate. Lin Hao, just pretend you didn't hear what I said earlier. Your talent is exceptional, you'll eventually become a demigod, maybe even stronger than Wang Jinayu. But this dungeon is too dangerous. You'd better not get involved. Let Lu Zhen and the others handle it. Lin Hao shook his head and said firmly, Principal, let me go. Even if it's a god-level dungeon, I have the strength to protect myself. Besides, I'm not going alone, the dean and the others will be going too. The old principal looked a bit hesitant, as he was still unsure of Lin Hao's true strength. If Lin Hao were to die inside, it wouldn't just be Kyoto University, but the entire Dragon Nation that would suffer a huge loss. Finally, he sighed and said, I'll talk to Lu Zhen and see if he agrees. Whether you can go in or not will depend on his decision. Lin Hao nodded. As long as he wasn't directly rejected, with his strength, he was completely confident. The endless wilderness, in front of the gate of the god-level dungeon. Lu Zhen and the school's teachers all wore serious expressions. The old principal of Mota University had already stepped down, and the new principal was a middle-aged man named Wei Mingqian. Wei Mingqian closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them and said, "I've already investigated thoroughly. This dungeon has 3 rules, each one crazier than the last. Everyone, prepare yourselves mentally." Lu Zhen said with a smile, "Go ahead, we've faced plenty of difficulties before." Wei Mingqian nodded. The first rule: all monsters inside have 20 times their original health. Boss health is basically over 5 trillion. Moreover, this dungeon has no regular mobs, only tier 9 cataclysm bosses. Everyone was shocked. That's just too outrageous, no wonder it's a god-level dungeon. Wei Mingqian shook his head and said, "That's not all, the second rule is even crazier. The monster's damage is also multiplied by 20. Tier 9 bosses already have high damage, and now it's 20 times higher. A single move could easily wipe us out." Lu Zhen laughed, "It's fine. I have a damage limit passive skill. No matter what kind of damage, it won't exceed 10 million when it hits me." The teachers were shocked upon hearing this. Lu Zhen actually had such an overpowered passive skill, and it was even passive. Everyone was incredibly envious. Su Jingling teased, "Mr. Lu, stop joking. Your skill is impressive, but your health is just over 200 million. If no one heals you, you'll be done after taking about 20 hits." Lu Zhen rolled his eyes, "Can't you let me show off for a moment?" However, he also knew that once inside the dungeon, he couldn't let everyone misunderstand that he was invincible at taking hits and draw all the monsters over, otherwise, he truly wouldn't be able to handle that many. Wei Mingqian sighed, "As a mage, I'm very fragile. I can only take 2 hits at most before dying. With your damage limiting skill, your survivability is simply top-notch." The group didn't chat idly, and Wei Mingqian continued, "The last rule: every time a monster is attacked, regardless of whether it takes damage, it will recover 10% of its maximum health. In other words, don't waste skills that deal less than 50 billion damage." Everyone nodded. Except for the support, the 6 people present were all top-tier SSS level damage dealers, easily capable of dealing over 50 billion damage, absolutely no problem. Afterward, everyone continued discussing their respective tactics, and coordination has become much stronger. Upon hearing this, everyone showed expressions of admiration. After all, defeating a level 93 high priest is no simple task. This shows that Lin Hao's strength is indeed extraordinary. Du Gu Aotian also nodded in agreement and said, "In that case, we can be more confident about entering the dungeon this time. But remember, the final demigod level boss will not be easily defeated. Everyone must work together and protect each other." Lu Zhen patted his chest and said confidently, "Don't worry, senior, we definitely won't let you down." After that, everyone got ready and prepared to enter the dungeon. Time is of the essence, and no one cares about the brief wait. They know that this challenge is about whether they can obtain a god-level item. And this might also change their future destiny. Lin Hao was not modest at all, which instead made everyone breathe a sigh of relief, because this shows that he is very confident in his own strength. Wei Mingqian pointed at a wild rabbit not far away and asked, "Lin Hao, can you show us your strength? If your damage can't even reach 100 billion, taking you along would just be a burden. For the safety of the team and for your own sake, I have to refuse you." Lin Hao nodded lightly and thought to himself, "It's time for these teachers and principals to witness my true strength." As he made his move, he unleashed the level 2000 forbidden skill Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial with full force. Instantly, the surrounding space within 100,000 meters was shrouded in a layer of purple lightning. The wild rabbit clearly sensed the danger, dropping the grass from its mouth and frantically trying to escape. However, after just a few steps, a massive purple lightning pillar struck down, hitting it directly and dealing an astonishing damage number 273.5 billion. The combined damage numbers exceeded 540 billion. "Damn, Lin Hao, you're only level 57. Lu Zhen was so shocked he was at a loss for words. This damage output was even higher than his. The others were also stunned. You have to know, Lin Hao's performance was purely based on his own strength, without any item boosts. Among everyone present, aside from the peak period of Dugu Aotian, no one dared to claim their damage output was higher than his. But everyone immediately became concerned about the cooldown time for such a high burst skill. How long is the cooldown? Lin Hao, how many skills like this do you have? After all, the upcoming battle was a war of attrition, not just a simple boss kill. Lin Hao noticed everyone's doubts and directly unleashed Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial, striking the second, third, and fourth wild rabbit consecutively. Everyone watched in shock. Was there no cooldown time? "Teachers, can I join the dungeon now?" Lin Hao asked. Everyone swallowed hard and nodded one after another. However, the dungeon can only accommodate up to 6 people, and there are already 7 here. A teacher from Modu University voluntarily withdrew from the team. He and Lin Hao were both burst-type mages, and since Lin Hao had stronger damage output, he naturally gave way. After joining the team, the members introduced their skills and the dungeon rules to each other for better coordination. Everyone only mentioned the skills that would impact the team, as skills are their trump cards, and some secrets must be kept. Lin Hao looked at the team. Besides himself, there were Lu Zhen, Su Jingling, Dugu Aotian, and from Modu University, Wei Mingqian, and the dean of the First Academy, Zhang Yu. What surprised him the most was that Dugu Aotian was also here. He hadn't noticed him before. Dugu Aotian glared at him. "Don't worry, I have my trump card too." Soon, the six stepped into the dungeon. After entering the god-level dungeon, everyone looked around. However, the surroundings were completely empty, with nothing in sight. At that moment, the roar of a monster came from ahead. Everyone focused their gaze and saw 3 9th-tier cataclysm bosses appear. Lin Hao quickly said, "I'll take the one on the far left." Afraid the teachers would snatch the monster, he immediately ran to the left. The others didn't stop him. Excluding Lin Hao and Dugu Aotian, the remaining 4 paired up to deal with the other 2 bosses. The next moment, Lin Hao unleashed the level 2000 forbidden skill Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial. A massive lightning pillar spanned thousands of meters, striking the boss fiercely. -27358400000. -27358400000. Lin Hao didn't even have time to clearly see what the boss looked like or its attributes. A wave of over 540 billion burst damage brought the boss down. Defeated the level 90 Vast Lion Tiger King. Gained 20 million experience points. Defeated an enemy 33 levels above. Extra reward of 66 million experience points. Defeat a level 90 Cataclysm boss. Congratulations on successfully absorbing 1.2 billion energy points. Over level 33 kill. Gained an additional 396 million energy points. Killed the level 90 Vast Lion Tiger King. Congratulations on triggering absolute luck. Obtained the Vast Greatsword, Vast Battle Armor, and Vast Necklace. There are also Intelligence Fruits, Medium, Mana Fruits, Large, and Constitution Fruits, Medium. This time it's really not bad. Sure enough, the energy value has doubled. The previously slain level 90 Shadow Knight Hound. If I remember correctly, there were only 60 million energy points. Now it has directly doubled to 120 million. Even the subsequent super level rewards have also doubled. In the blink of an eye, Lin Hao instantly gained 516 million energy points. Glanced at the total energy value. Currently, a total of 2.811 billion has been accumulated. Want to upgrade Forbidden Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial from level 2000 to level 3000? It requires 8 billion energy points. Although the gap is quite large, it's not a big problem. I heard this god-level dungeon is full of bosses. With good luck, gathering 8 billion energy points shouldn't be difficult. Next, Lin Hao looked at the boss in the middle of the battlefield, which was being dealt with by Lu Zhen and Su Jingling together. Lu Zhen is an SSS-level combat overlord. And his talent is, as long as the attack hits only one target, the damage will become 10 times the usual. This is a profession focused on single-target burst damage. Su Jingling is a support buffer. The profession is called the Final Angel. And it is also the only SSS-level hidden profession. Her talent is called 100-fold amplification, which means any buff she applies will be amplified 100 times. This makes her the strongest support in the world, without exception. Before Lu Zhen launched the attack, Su Jingling first released a max-level multiplier amplification skill. This skill originally could increase the damage of the target's next attack by 5,000%, but under the support of a 100-fold increase, 5,000% directly turned into 500,000%. This increase is simply astonishing. Lu Zhen was already incredibly powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the new president of Kyoto University. With a 50,000% damage multiplier, he added another amplification skill, easily delivering over 200 billion damage with one punch. His attack speed is also astonishing. 3 punches per second with no effort. A 3-punch combo. The boss's health bar was instantly emptied. The battlefield on the far right. Wei Mingqian and Zhang Yu's coordination is also extremely formidable. Both are SSS-level attack professions. After a few moves together, the boss was also instantly killed. Lin Hao looked at all this and sighed. Sure enough, these are the 2 strongest schools in Longguo, with the strongest principals and teachers. They are definitely not ordinary people. After a few people defeated all the bosses, they regrouped. It was only then that they realized. These 3 bosses came from 3 different paths. What should we do? Which path should we take? Su Jingling asked. Everyone fell silent. Their gazes all turned to the elderly man with white hair. Among all the people present, Only he has entered the god-level dungeon, Dugu Aotian said after pondering. It seems this god-level dungeon is just as I had speculated before. There are 3 cores. They are located at the ends of 3 different paths. The 3 cores must be destroyed simultaneously within an hour. Or no matter how many monsters are killed, the dungeon cannot be cleared. Everyone's expressions immediately darkened upon hearing this. Lu Zhen said, "Does this mean we must split into 3 groups?" "That's right." Dugu Aotian nodded. "Next, we need to discuss properly and decide how to proceed." Everyone fell into silence. The god-level dungeon starts with a Tier 9 catastrophe boss. The difficulty later on is completely imaginable. Even with 6 people working together, this is still a tough battle. Now we still have to split into 3 groups, the difficulty will be even greater. It's truly a matter of life and death. But giving up now is absolutely impossible. Once the monsters in the god-level dungeon all escape, Kyoto and Moda University, even if not directly destroyed, would still result in countless deaths. More importantly, if this dungeon can be successfully cleared, and the god-level curse-breaking item obtained, Dugu Aotian will be able to stand at the peak once again, and the Dragon Kingdom will once again have a powerful demigod. In the face of such immense benefits and dangers, no one can utter the words retreat. Lu Zhen was the first to speak. "I'll take the middle path with Senior Dugu. That path is the widest and also the most dangerous. Leave it to me to guard." Su Jingling asked worriedly, "Are you really up for this?" Dugu Aotian's current condition was practically no different from that of a cripple. After losing the Sword Saint talent, he can deal damage, but without the talent bonus. Relying solely on his own attributes, a single attack can't even reach 50 billion. It's practically helping the boss recover health. For job changers, the role of talent always comes first, followed by skills and attributes. Lu Zhen, however, was full of confidence. "A man cannot say he can't. My strength is far greater than you imagine." Everyone could see it. Lu Zhen was actually a bit reluctant. After all, he had to walk the most dangerous path alone, and also protect Dugu Aotian, to prevent him from being instantly killed by the boss. Dugu Aotian sighed. Unexpectedly, the once invincible Sword Saint has now become a burden to others. The Sword Saint possesses exceptional talent. When holding the sword, he can block 90% of the damage. But after his talent was sealed, he became an ordinary swordsman, even inferior to an ordinary swordsman, because ordinary swordsmen at least have sword damage bonuses. But he has nothing. Wei Mingqian and Zhang Yu on the side also felt that such an arrangement was risky. But they walk a path alone. The pressure is equally significant. Among the 6 people, no matter how they are assigned, there will always be a path that is particularly strenuous. Currently, we can only trust Lu Zhen's capability. At this moment, Lin Hao suddenly spoke. "Dear teachers, I want to walk a path alone." Lin Hao made this decision, not only to reduce everyone's pressure, most importantly, only by defeating the boss alone. Only then can energy points be obtained. Others cannot interfere. Moreover, he is very confident in himself. The instance has no restrictions on items. He still has plenty of cards up his sleeve. The teachers were all shocked upon hearing this. Going alone. Lu Zhen immediately shook his head. "No way. It's too dangerous. You are the most talented genius in our dragon country with the potential to become a demigod. Even if we die, we can't let you risk your life." Other teachers also nodded one after another. Lin Hao sighed helplessly. "Principal, rest assured. I am not someone who likes to court death. Just now, you all saw my damage. A boss with 500 billion HP. No matter how many come, they're all taken down in one move by me. That won't work either." Lu Zhen still objected. "You did hurt Gao, no doubt. But if the boss charges all at once, can your small frame handle it?" Lin Hao smiled faintly. "I still have some confidence in my survival ability. I have plenty of life-saving tools on me." Lu Zhen and the teachers hesitated after hearing this. But Lin Hao had already made up his mind. No matter how much was said, it was useless. He directly rushed toward the road on the left. "Lin Hao!" Lu Zhen shouted nervously. But Lin Hao did not look back at all, quickly disappearing from sight. At this moment, Dugu Aotian said, "Since Lin Hao is so confident, let him go alone." Lu Zhen, Su Jingling, you follow me on the middle path. Quickly shatter the core. I will lift the seal. At that time, it will be possible to support Lin Hao, or support the other side in time. Everyone nodded after hearing this. This is indeed the most reasonable arrangement. First, use the strongest firepower to break through the middle. Then split up to support both sides. The decision was made. Everyone did not hesitate. Immediately rushed towards the middle and right lanes. At the same time, on the left lane, Lin Hao had just walked a short distance when he encountered 6 9th-tier catastrophe bosses. To make matters worse, the path behind him was sealed off by a transparent barrier. No way out. If it were any other 5th-level mage, they definitely wouldn't be able to hold on at this point. It's almost to the point of waiting for death. But Lin Hao was not flustered at all. Instead, he couldn't help but laugh. 6 catastrophe-level bosses, this is a huge amount of energy value. But this time, Lin Hao didn't rush to make a move. He was worried that there might be hidden experts among these bosses, equipped with legendary counterattack skills. If he directly used Forbidden Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial, and the counter damage was triggered, he would be in trouble. To be cautious, Lin Hao quickly scanned the skills of these bosses first. Fortunately, none of the bosses have legendary level counter damage effects. While Lin Hao was observing, these bosses suddenly let out roars and charged at him frantically. Lin Hao sneered and thought to himself, "You don't have counterattack skills, yet you dare to be so arrogant?" Before they could get close, Lin Hao directly unleashed the level 2000 Forbidden Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial. The first boss charging at the front was instantly struck by the lightning pillar, dealing over 5.4 trillion damage and killing it instantly. With this move, the cooldown time of Forbidden Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial was also refreshed. Lin Hao showed no mercy, continuously summoning lightning pillars, and soon the remaining 5 cataclysm bosses were also killed instantly. After defeating the level 90 Vast Black Panther King, Lin Hao gained 20 million experience points. Because his level was 33 levels higher than the boss, he gained an additional 66 million experience points. This wave of slaughter brought 120 million energy points, and with the level difference, he gained an additional 396 million. Even more surprising, Lin Hao triggered absolute luck, obtaining the vast greatsword, a ring, a necklace, as well as premium items like the large strength fruit, large intelligence fruit, and medium constitution fruit. By taking down 6 catastrophe bosses in one go, Lin Hao gained over 3 billion energy points. The profit is simply astonishing. The double energy value is a huge gain, otherwise, it would have been half as much. Adding the previous energy, Lin Hao now holds 5.96 billion, getting closer and closer to the 8 billion target needed to upgrade Forbidden Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial. Lin Hao continued forward and soon encountered 4 9th-tier cataclysmic bosses. After confirming they also had no counterattack skills, he unleashed Forbidden Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial without hesitation, killing them in one move. This skill is simply like cheating, easily killing a 9th-tier cataclysm boss with a level over 30 higher and 20 times the health. In just a few seconds, Lin Hao gained over 2 billion energy points. This time, he wasn't here for an adventure, he was practically here to take advantage. With the newly acquired energy, Lin Hao now has a total of 7.97 billion, just 30 million short of upgrading his skill. Faster than he expected, the absolute luck skill is indeed powerful. After collecting the spoils, Lin Hao continued deeper. Another 2 or 3 minutes later, he encountered 3 catastrophe-level bosses. This time, the leader was a giant white wolf, accompanied by 2 smaller wolves. The little wolf's health is still relatively normal, only 500 billion. But the big wolf's health reaches a staggering 1 trillion, making it impossible for Lin Hao to take it down in one move. However, it doesn't matter. Before the 3 bosses could join forces and charge forward, Lin Hao first used Forbidden Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial to instantly kill the little wolf on the left. The energy value obtained was added, and Lin Hao's total energy immediately broke through 8 billion, reaching 8.486 billion. Without hesitation, Lin Hao immediately spent 8 billion energy to directly upgrade Forbidden Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial to level 3000. Forbidden Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial LV10000 consumes 3 million mana to summon a Heavenly Thunder. Heavenly Thunder can lock onto any target within 150,000 meters, dealing damage equal to 15 million% of its own magic attack power. Once the damage is triggered, if the enemy is at full health, it will additionally deal an astonishing 1.5 billion times magic damage, completely ignoring the opponent's defense. As long as the target is successfully killed, the cooldown of this skill will reset immediately, with a cooldown duration of 600 seconds. This damage multiplier is absolutely terrifying. The other 2 cataclysmic bosses did not retreat due to their companion's death. Instead, they charged at Lin Hao even more ferociously. Their speed was extremely fast, but in Lin Hao's eyes, this was nothing more than a suicidal rhythm. Lin Hao instantly activated the dual soul hunting seal, applying the hunting effect to the 2 bosses. Immediately after, the level 3000 forbidden skill Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial fiercely struck the smaller boss. -410,376,000,000. -410,376,000,000. This boss only had 5,000 billion health points and was instantly killed by over 8,000 billion damage, collapsing to the ground. The remaining boss also suffered the same damage exceeding 8 trillion, leaving only over 100 billion health and struggling. At this moment, it finally realized, its eyes filled with fear, and without looking back, it turned and ran. But Lin Hao didn't give it any chance to escape. You monsters are really too foolish, only thinking of running at the critical moment. A purple lightning pillar struck down again, instantly killing it as well. After killing these two bosses, Lin Hao gained 1.032 billion energy points. Glancing at the energy bar, he still had 1.518 billion energy in hand. Lin Hao couldn't help but exclaim, "This god-level dungeon is simply amazing." After killing the boss, he didn't rush forward immediately. This was because the dual soul hunting mark still had a 600-second cooldown. To be on the safe side, it wouldn't hurt to wait for the skill to cool down before proceeding further. After all, within an hour, he had only used 7 or 8 minutes, so time was abundant. About 10 minutes later, Lin Hao continued forward. Soon, he reached the end of the road, where a blood-red gem floated on a pedestal. No need to say more, this was the core. But destroying it wouldn't be easy, as two bosses were guarding it nearby. Their bodies were covered in spikes, patrolling back and forth, clearly not easy to deal with. Desolate Thorn King, Cataclysm. Health, 600 billion. Spell power, 1.8 million. Physical defense, 1.8 million. Magic resistance, 1.5 million. Skills, Damage Reflection, Vine Technique LV10, Wind Leaf / LV10, Natural Purification LV10. Damn! Lin Hao's heart sank. This is exactly the counter-damage monster he least wanted to encounter. The most troublesome enemies, and he happened to run into them, and there are two of them. If there is no healing effect, Lin Hao can slowly wear them down with fireballs. But the problem is, in this dungeon, monsters recover 10% of their maximum health every time they are attacked. When he casts a fireball, the damage dealt is even less than the health the monster recovers. This is simply outrageous. This difficulty truly lives up to being a god-level dungeon. However, it's not a big problem. At worst, I'll just rely on the life-saving passive to endure it. Thinking of this, Lin Hao immediately activated the dual soul hunting mark, applying the hunting effect to the two bosses from a distance. The next second, he activated the level 3000 forbidden skill Heavenly Thunder Soul Burial. A massive lightning pillar instantly struck one of the bosses. -410,376,000,000. -410,376,000,000. Over 800 billion damage, instantly killing this cataclysmic boss. Another boss also perished under the effect of the hunting mark. But Lin Hao himself suffered 4 extremely terrifying hits. -41,037,600,000. -41,037,600,000. -41,037,600,000. -41,037,600,000. The accumulated damage instantly drained his mana. After exhausting his mana, his health also rapidly decreased. However, Lin Hao did not die. He managed to survive thanks to the level 500 passive skill Indomitable Will. Lin Hao immediately activated the level 500 Truth Reversion, quickly restoring all his mana to full. Now, both his health and mana were at maximum, with the only drawback being that Indomitable Will had entered a 12-hour cooldown period. He couldn't help but sigh, these monsters with rebound damage were truly a headache. Luckily, there were only 2 of them. If there were more, he might have had to use life-saving items to deal with them. After returning, he decided he must find a way to get a skill book that could ignore rebound damage or find the corresponding item. Lin Hao glanced at the kill rewards, feeling a surge of excitement. Absolute luck really didn't let him down. This time, it actually dropped a legendary skill book. The skill book was called Thorn Guardian Summoning Technique and was of legendary quality. The learning requirement was a magic-based profession, and the skill effect was to consume 5,000 mana points to summon a Thorn Guardian of the same level as the user. The Guardian's abilities would improve as the skill level increased, and it could be recalled at any time. Upon recall, the cooldown time would be reduced based on the Guardian's remaining health, with a base cooldown of 600 seconds. Lin Hao was a bit surprised this was actually a summoning skill. Normally, mages couldn't learn summoning skills, only specialized summoners could. But he didn't have this limitation because his class talent allowed him to learn all magic-based profession skills. He had already mastered skills of 7 attributes: water, fire, wind, lightning, holy, light, and dark, but this was his first time encountering a summoning skill. Without hesitation, Lin Hao immediately mastered this skill. With the talent bonus, he directly raised the skill level to 500. Then, he summoned the Thorn Guardian. Level 57, 50 million HP, 180,000 attack power, 150,000 physical defense, 120,000 magic resistance, with only a level 1 Vine Technique skill. Seeing the stats of this Guardian, Lin Hao felt a bit disappointed. After all, he was not a summoner and lacked the unique talent bonuses of summoners. Even the lowest level summoners had talents to enhance their summons. Advanced summoners could even turn their summons into boss level entities, learning various powerful skills. And this guard only has level 1 Vine Technique, covered in thorns but without any rebound damage and no passive skills at all, making it seem rather ordinary. However, thinking from another perspective, the life value of a tier 5 Cataclysm Steward is only around 20 million, so in terms of attributes, this guard is still quite decent. Although the skills are somewhat weak, when facing a boss of the same level, it can at least block some damage. Unfortunately, the enemies he is facing now are all tier 9 bosses, and this guard is nothing more than cannon fodder to be easily swatted away. However, this doesn't mean the skill is useless. The key lies in skill pairing and combination. As long as it is paired with the dual soul hunting seal, this skill can still be quite effective when dealing with a single enemy.